Yang Lin, having arranged a hiking expedition with his beloved goddess, found himself struck by lightning, and his soul was transported to the Xuanwu Continent. He initially believed he would seize the opportunity to achieve great feats and ascend to the pinnacle of power, only to be thwarted as a seductive demoness claimed his vital essence upon his arrival. Chapter 1. Struck by lightning while hiking with the goddess. In the remote depths of the ancient mountain range on the Xuanwu Continent, a secluded area lay undisturbed. "All right, just leave him here." "What a stroke of luck that the boss spared his life," remarked a group of demonic beasts as they carelessly tossed a burlap sack into the distance. Fortunately, the steep slope was not overly treacherous, and the sack rolled a few times before becoming lodged halfway up the mountain. "Where am I?" After a considerable time had passed, the youth within the sack awoke, struggling to free himself and gazing around with a look of utter bewilderment. His entire body ached, and he suspected several ribs were fractured. His hands were scraped and bruised, causing Yang Lin to grimace in pain. "Blast it! I merely invited the goddess for a hike, and, after just holding hands, I was struck by lightning. What would have happened if I had attempted anything more daring? I would have been reduced to ash." Yang Lin's memories lingered on that fateful Sunday evening when, after much persistence, he had finally managed to coax his admired goddess into joining him for an outing. As fate would have it, while they were hiking under the starlit sky, a bolt of lightning struck him unexpectedly, and he only recalled fainting before waking up ensconced in the sack. Thankful to find solid ground beneath his feet, Yang Lin struggled and finally managed to crawl back to level terrain. "Where have I fallen to? Where's the goddess? Can someone please summon a doctor?" Rubbing his head in bewilderment, Yang Lin found himself unable to recall anything further. Just then, a flurry of flashes akin to blades clashing emanated from the nearby woods, capturing his attention. He stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Before him, a man and a woman engaged in a fierce duel amidst the trees, both evidently skilled in martial arts. Could it be that even in these remote mountains, there are those filming a production? Goodness, the wirework is impressively executed. I couldn't even discern the steel cables. Yang Lin thought, both astonished and perplexed. The man was dashing and suave, while the woman possessed an exquisite figure and striking beauty. Yang Lin was momentarily entranced, too enthralled to utter a sound. Such a high-caliber production surely required substantial investment. The thought of interrupting their filming and incurring the wrath of these professionals was daunting. As an ordinary worker, he had little means to compensate them. For the moment, he forgot his pain, stealthily inching closer to enjoy the spectacle. To witness such an authentic historical drama firsthand was exhilarating. Viewing it through a screen paled in comparison to this immersive experience. "Despicable scoundrel, you dare to take advantage of my weakened state to launch a surprise attack? You shall meet your end today," the woman declared coldly, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. The two combatants exchanged blows with fervor, and in terms of skill, the opponent, Lu Ruxi, was undoubtedly no match for Yang Lin. "Heh, Ouyang Yunshuang, your words come too late. Surrender the Snow Jiao's inner core, and I may grant you your life." Lu Ruxi sneered, having followed Ouyang Yunshuang after she had stolen the inner core and succumbed to the effects of a debilitating poison. Ouyang Yunshuang's face turned ashen as she launched a series of ruthless strikes, each aimed directly at vital points without a hint of defense. "Huh, I have no intention of exhausting myself in a battle with you. Once the poison fully takes hold, that will be my moment to do as I please." In the blink of an eye, nearly 15 minutes had passed, and the effects of the drug coursing through Ouyang Yunshuang's body had fully manifested. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruxi launched a surprise attack, sending Ouyang Yunshuang hurtling through the air for dozens of meters. Ouyang Yunshuang violently spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Already afflicted by spring poison, her injuries were compounded. Fatefully, she crashed directly onto Yang Lin's head as she was sent flying. Alas, when fortune turns sour, even drinking cold water can lead to misfortune. Terrified, Yang Lin dared not rise. Instead, he lay flat on the ground, feigning death. These two adversaries certainly did not appear to be acting. Every move was executed with lethal intent. The energy unleashed during their confrontation was palpably real. This was no mere performance. Where in this world could such formidable experts be found? Yang Lin's heart raced wildly, almost leaping from his chest. Ouyang Yunshuang turned her gaze to the man pinned beneath her, her eyes filled with icy disdain. Yet, due to the drug's influence, her expression fluctuated constantly. At times cold, at others sultry, Her clarity of mind was rapidly deteriorating. If this continued, the drug would undoubtedly overwhelm her reason. Beauty, it seems you are reaching your limit. Today, both your inner elixir and yourself shall be mine. I can hardly contain my anticipation. As Ouyang Yunshuang's gaze turned hazy, Lu Ruxi approached with a lecherous grin. Suppressing her desires, Ouyang Yunshuang bided her time, summoning the last vestiges of her strength. She sprang into action, delivering 3 precise punches to Lu Ruxi's dantian. Seizing the moment, Ouyang Yunshuang summoned her final burst of energy and swung her blade towards Lu Ruxi's neck. His head rolled away, landing right before Yang Lin, whose face remained frozen in a lewd grin even in death. "Help! Murder!" Yang Lin cried out in terror, scrambling to his feet, his face as pale as a ghost. In that moment, he cared not for anything else, turning to flee for his life. This was no act the head had been severed. This woman was a murderer. If he did not escape, she would surely silence him as well. Yet how could Yang Lin's legs outrun Ouyang Yunshuang? In a swift motion, she appeared at his side, her sword poised against his shoulder. "Beautiful lady, let us speak rationally. I saw nothing of what transpired. I am merely a mountain climber. Please spare me. I am blind, truly blind." Yang Lin hastily raised his hands in supplication. Ouyang Yunshuang cast a complex glance in his direction, her eyes conveying a myriad of emotions. But her body was no longer hers to command due to the drug's potency. She swiftly sealed several of Yang Lin's acupoints, and the trembling man suddenly found himself immobilized. However, rather than take his life, Ouyang Yunshuang dragged him into a nearby cave. In the secluded darkness, illuminated only by faint light from the entrance, Ouyang Yunshuang shed her outer garments, revealing her exquisite figure before Yang Lin's wide eyes. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down her back, her skin smooth as Jade. Yang Lin could hardly contain his gaze. "I must not look. I must not betray the goddess," he admonished himself, even as the stakes had never been higher. He struggled to suppress his instincts, yet he still found himself responding 8 times. The nature of man can indeed be a transgression, especially when faced with an enchanting beauty that ignites an insatiable desire to engage in a battle of wills. The man prior mentioned that this woman is afflicted by spring poison. She undoubtedly intends to use herself as the antidote. Upon this realization, Yang Lin felt a surge of exhilaration. However, a moment of trepidation followed. What if this extraordinary woman, once liberated from her affliction, sought to silence him permanently? Having finally secured a rendezvous with his goddess, the prospect of losing her now seemed utterly unjust. As Yang Lin wrestled with his inner turmoil, Ouyang Yunshuang began to gradually shed her garments, ultimately positioning herself atop him. In that instant, her eyes sparkled with allure, betraying the overwhelming influence of the spring poison. She leaned closer, her breath a soft whisper against Yang Lin's ear. "I desire." Chapter 2. The Ruin of Yuanong. Though merely 2 characters, the phrase carries immense weight for any ordinary man. Yang Lin found his mind blank. A surge of heat igniting within him, yet a final thread of rationality held him back. Ouyang Yunshuang, unable to wait any longer, pressed her lips against his. And Yang Lin surrendered completely, disregarding any thoughts of divinity. He responded with fervor, dismissing concerns for the future. As night transitioned into dawn, Ouyang Yunshuang lay peacefully in Yang Lin's embrace, the previous night's passionate turmoil having left his back raw. Awakening first, Yang Lin dared not stir, fearing to disturb the lady in his arms. In his contemplation of what to do next, he suddenly noticed her eyelashes fluttering, nearly prompting tears to spill from his eyes as he silently pleaded for mercy, invoking the heavens for protection. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, resigned to his fate. Could he escape? Would he outrun the woman before him? Unbeknownst to him, she possessed the ability to traverse the skies, perhaps a creature of myth. And he feared that if he were to perish, no one would ever know how it happened. In an instant, delicate hands seized his throat with a terrifying force, capable of crushing his neck in mere moments, extinguishing his will to resist. A wave of suffocation washed over him. Yang Lin's face flushed as he felt life slipping away, only for Ouyang Yunshuang to suddenly release him. Desperate, he gasped for air and scrambled away, only to hear her voice call out behind him. "If you can escape from beneath my gaze, I shall grant you mercy." Her words were laced with a chilling threat, sending shivers down his spine. "Fair lady, we must reason together. I am but a victim in this predicament," Yang Lin pleaded, tears streaming down his face. His life hung by a thread, and he was willing to abandon any sense of dignity. "I offer you a chance to live. Can you guess why I have spared you?" Ouyang Yunshuang's tone softened, Yet Yang Lin had no time to appreciate it. A sudden thought struck him, and with a trembling voice, he ventured. Could it be that you have not fully dispelled the poison? You are correct, she replied, a smile gracing her lips, her every gesture exuding allure. With a gentle tap on the ground beside her, Yang Lin felt dread envelop him. Having narrowly escaped her grasp, he now faced the prospect of returning to her clutches. Sister, please, just tell me if there is any hope for survival, he implored, feeling utterly defeated. Humph. Speak another word. And I shall send you to meet the king of hell, she retorted, her patience wearing thin. Seeing her irritation, Yang Lin hastily crawled back. Despite his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts, Ouyang Yunshuang was simply too enchanting, and with the lingering effects of the potion, her every movement captivated him, drawing him back into her embrace. 2 hours passed, and just as Yang Lin felt a glimmer of release, a sudden pain struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. In that moment, he understood that he would likely meet his end. Yet, there was a bittersweet comfort in knowing he would perish in ecstasy. Glancing at the unconscious Yang Lin, Ouyang Yunshuang raised her gaze, her hand gripping a long sword. However, she hesitated to strike, for there was a peculiar bond to her first experience, and Yang Lin's mysterious nature intrigued her. After their union, she felt her own realm expand unexpectedly. Today, I shall spare you, she declared, sheathing her sword and dressing herself. With a single finger, she touched Yang Lin's forehead, and he was left alone in the cave. His consciousness fading. Time passed, and Yang Lin abruptly awoke, quickly assessing his body for injuries. Relieved to find himself intact, he pondered the age-old adage about the treachery of beautiful women, realizing the truth in it. The more exquisite the woman, the more perilous. Yet, amidst his anxiety, he could not help but replay the vivid scenes in his mind, feeling a sense of longing. As he reflected, he discerned that during his unconsciousness, an amalgamation of knowledge had settled in his mind. He realized he was no longer on Blue Star, but had traversed into the Xuanwu Continent, a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme. This body belonged to a young master of the impoverished Yang family from Pingyang City, orphaned and destitute. Fortunately, a family friend, Liu Pei, had looked after him, occasionally teaching him cultivation techniques. Despite diligently practicing for 20 years, he remained trapped at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Unable to break through. Seeking a breakthrough, he had ventured into the ancient mountains, unwittingly stumbling upon a demonic altar, leading to his untimely demise and granting Yang Lin a second chance. It was well known that breaking the rules of qi refinement would destabilize one's foundation, hindering any future achievements. Unfortunately, with his Yuanong body compromised, it seemed he was destined to remain in the realm of qi refinement. Understanding the gravity of his situation, Yang Lin felt desolate. He had arrived only to find his future obliterated. But what could he do? Was it not merely a quest for opportunity and cultivation? He had encountered the terrifying beasts of the mountains, only to be undone by a woman. That breathtaking figure had been like a celestial being, leaving him with no chance for resistance, even in the most intimate of encounters. Despairing, Yang Lin felt tears of frustration welling up. A glimmer caught his eye on the ground, revealing a translucent jade pendant, likely left behind by the enigmatic woman. It appeared valuable, a fitting compensation for the loss of his Yuanyang body. However, as he touched the pendant, it came into contact with his blood, unleashing a brilliant golden light that inundated his mind with a torrent of information. Chapter 3. I shall arrange a marriage for you. Yang Lin felt as though his head was about to burst. Before long, he completely lost consciousness. When he awoke again, twilight had descended. Have my ribs healed? Are my other injuries gone as well? Yang Lin glanced at his hands, and aside from a few traces of blood, the jade pendant had vanished. He realized that this jade was called Starry Jade, and the information that had entered his mind contained numerous techniques. After careful consideration, he could only choose one that he could comprehend, the Starry technique, which indeed matched the name of the jade. Not only that, but this pendant turned out to be a storage spirit artifact, something he had heard Liu Pei mention before. However, treasures of such caliber were not possessed even by Liu Pei, who had entered the Foundation establishment realm, originally intending to sell this pendant. Yang Lin had now completely changed his mind. He was unsure if the destruction of his primordial yang body would affect his cultivation of the Starry technique. Since he had been reborn, he needed the means to protect himself and must dedicate himself to cultivation. After pondering for a moment, he found that although the Starry technique was the only one he could understand, it was still somewhat challenging. He had to read each line several times to grasp its meaning. There was no choice but to study it slowly in the future. Leaving the wild countryside, Yang Lin returned towards Pingyang City, guided by his memories. In Pingyang City, at the Changfu escort agency, Yang Lin, orphaned? Xiao Fenger gazed at Liu Pei, deep in thought. Indeed, when I escaped back then, it was his father who took me in. However, later, the Yang family encountered some misfortunes, leaving only this sole survivor. who often sought my guidance in cultivation. You say he frequently seeks your guidance. How is his strength? Xiaofeng inquired again. Third layer of qi refinement. And he has made any progress in 10 years. Despite Xiaofeng's cultivated demeanor, she couldn't help but laugh upon hearing about the 10 years without advancement. Your Highness wishes to remain inconspicuous, and Yang Lin is the best choice. This lad possesses a pure heart, and being in the qi refinement stage, he maintains a pure young body and will not disrespect your Highness. Lu Pei remarked after a moment of contemplation. Yes, everything is up to Uncle's arrangements, Xiaofeng nodded. She had no other place to go now, as the 9 gates had intensified their pursuit of the former imperial family. Any misstep could lead to capture. Since we have decided to lie low, your Highness must remember to exercise restraint and prioritize the greater picture. Lu Pei observed meaningfully at the powerful maid beside Xiaofeng. It was clear that she, like Lu Pei, was a foundation establishment expert. He could trust that Xiaofeng could control herself, but he felt the need to take precautions regarding this formidable maid. I will not act lightly unless in a situation of utmost crisis, the maid replied with a cold huff, her tone resolute. You need not worry about Yang Lin. If there is any danger, he is merely a cultivation fanatic. Just be discreet. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining, and you will also struggle to conceal your identities. Lu Pei added. True, with 10 years in the third layer of qi refinement, he indeed poses no threat. The spirited maid mused, her expression returning to normal. 10 years of stagnant cultivation, and still maintaining his primordial yang with a steadfast heart for training. He is no ordinary person. Xiaofeng chuckled, suddenly intrigued by Yang Lin. In a modest courtyard in the northern part of Pingyang City, Yang Lin had finally returned home, guided by his memories, when Lu Pei came knocking. Uncle Lu, what brings you here today? Yang Lin was somewhat surprised, as Lu Pei had clearly been waiting for some time. I come today with a purpose. A distant cousin of mine has faced a calamity. All the elders in her family perished, leaving her, a delicate girl, to find her way to Pingyang City. Seeking refuge with me. She cannot return home, so I wish to find her a suitable place to settle down. I would like her to marry you. As you are of similar ages, and I trust you, Lu Pei said, stroking his beard as he sat in the main chair, casually sipping tea. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin nearly fell to the ground in shock. Lu Pei had come to arrange a marriage for him? Although Yang Lin had indeed reached the marrying age, he was not in the least bit inclined to think about marriage. He had just reincarnated and was still finding his footing. In truth, Lu Pei had no distant cousin. She was the noble princess of the Wei Kingdom. He had once been a general, but due to persecution, he had hidden here as an escort. Now, the princess had fallen on hard times and had to conceal herself in Pingyang City, resorting to marriage as a means of maintaining a low profile. Uncle, you've said before that to break through in cultivation, one must maintain a primordial yang body. So now you. Yang Lin looked at Lu Pei in confusion. The two are not mutually exclusive. You can marry her to prevent other women from bothering you. Besides, this was agreed upon between me and your parents back then. Lu Pei coughed lightly, setting down his teacup, spinning a tail without batting an eye. At first glance, it seemed to hold some logic. Uncle, you're not deceiving me, are you? I had no knowledge of such a betrothal. Moreover, you know me. I have no inclination for this at all. Please, do not trouble me further, Yang Lin said, his expression one of despair. His ambitions lay elsewhere, after reincarnating. He aspired to make breakthroughs in cultivation, wander the world, and seize great opportunities. How could he accept a marriage that would bind him? However, Lu Pei was undeterred. He had already spoken with the princess, and the matter needed resolution. How could he return without a solution? It must be true. Do you think my cousin is unworthy of you? Lu Pei shifted his tone, speaking nonchalantly. Yang Lin felt a headache coming on. If you put it that way, then there is no room for negotiation? Yang Lin recalled Lu Pei's kindness towards him. If it weren't for Lu Pei's support over the years, he would not have survived and reached the third layer of qi refinement. Lu Pei was like a mentor, even more so a family member. Yang Lin had no grounds to refuse. Fine, but can I at least see what she looks like? Yang Lin sighed, ultimately relenting. Lu Pei was evidently prepared and produced a portrait of his cousin, handing it to Yang Lin. In truth, Yang Lin had no expectations regarding this future bride, especially since he had just encountered the enchanting Ouyang Yunshuang. How could anyone compare to her beauty? However, upon viewing the portrait, he was somewhat surprised. If Lu Pei's cousin indeed resembled the image, Yang Lin found no faults to pick at. The beauty depicted in the portrait was of a different kind than Ouyang Yunshuang's, making it difficult for him to formulate comparative terms. Yet, considering Lu Pei's eagerness, the portrait might not be entirely reliable. Regardless, now that the conversation had reached this point, even if the woman were an eyesore, Yang Lin would have to swallow his discontent. Very well, let us choose a date for the formal betrothal and wedding. The proper procedures must be observed, Yang Lin conceded, unable to back out. No need for extravagance. My cousin has requested simplicity in all matters. Chapter 4. A distant cousin is a concubine? Simplicity is key. Lu Pei's words nearly left Yang Lin in a state of bewilderment. What woman, upon marrying, does not desire to be wed with the utmost propriety? Simplicity, as he described, implies the act of taking a concubine, though both entail marriage. The status of a concubine is significantly lower, often comparable to that of a servant. Any reasonably sensible woman would likely refrain from such folly. Yang Lin increasingly suspected that he had fallen into Lu Uncle's scheme. Are you certain this is what your niece said? Yang Lin inquired once more for confirmation. It is a distant cousin, Lu Pei corrected him. Hearing this, Yang Lin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, especially as Lu Pei's expression revealed nothing. The seriousness etched on his face made Yang Lin question whether his mind had become muddled. If it truly is a matter of simplicity, then it is not marriage, but rather the taking of a concubine. Are you certain this is permissible? Yang Lin cautioned. At this, Lu Pei's lips twitched. Who in the world would dare make a princess a concubine? If it is too much, you should inquire with her first. There is no rush, Yang Lin suggested again. However, this time Lu Pei was resolute. No need. It has been made clear on the other side. Let us proceed simply. Prepare a feast and conduct the ceremony. Nothing more is required. She does not place value on such matters. Uncle, I suddenly feel that you might be trying to deceive me. Yang Lin could no longer contain himself, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lu Pei. Yet Lu Pei appeared as cunning as a seasoned fox. He was not about to reveal any cracks in his scheme to Yang Lin. Very well, we shall proceed as I instructed. There is no need for further inquiries. Once you reach the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, I will present you with a great opportunity to aid your foundation establishment. At Lu Pei's words, Yang Lin felt a twinge of insecurity. Whether he would ever achieve that breakthrough remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it seemed Lu Pei had no intention of allowing Yang Lin to hesitate further. Having said his piece, he turned and departed, leaving Yang Lin with a mind full of questions. After pondering for some time without arriving at any conclusion regarding Lu Pei's intentions, Yang Lin decided to set aside the matter. Lu Pei had already arranged everything. He would simply follow along. As long as this distant cousin did not possess an extraordinary beauty, he would be content. Upon returning to his quarters and securing the door, Yang Lin resumed his examination of the starry jade, hoping to unearth further treasures within. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ancient mountain range, within a secluded cave, a woman clad in white with a veil delicately covering her face descended gracefully. Her gaze exuded an icy demeanor. Clearly, the enchanting woman had recently been here. The woman's final glance fell upon the city of Pingyang beyond the mountains. The enchantress she referred to was none other than Ouyang Yunshuang, who had previously shared an intimate encounter with Yang Lin in the remote mountains. Seizing the opportunity while the woman struggled with a cultivation bottleneck, Ouyang Yunshuang had pilfered her treasured pouch, obtaining the inner core of a 1,000-year-old snow serpent. Little did she know, the inner core possessed a lewd attribute, akin to an aphrodisiac, and was incurable. This unfortunate circumstance ultimately benefited Yang Lin, as the piece of starry jade he found had fortuitously fallen from the woman's pouch. With a cold snort, the woman vanished, heading straight for Pingyang City. As evening approached, Lu Pei arrived in a horse-drawn carriage, smoothly halting it outside the courtyard. Yang Lin had long awaited his arrival, and upon seeing the carriage, an inexplicable excitement surged within him. After all, this was his first experience of marriage. To claim he was not excited would be a blatant lie. From within the carriage emerged a tall woman clad in a pink robe. Her height exceeding Yang Lin's expectations, she must have been at least 1.8 meters tall. Her figure was exquisite, and, while her attire was not opulent, it exuded a unique charm that caught Yang Lin's eye. However, the woman's appearance bore little resemblance to the portrait Lu Pei had provided. Instinctively, Yang Lin turned to Lu Pei, his face a mask of confusion. What are you thinking? This is Xiao Xiao, the servant of Fenger, Lu Pei clarified. A servant of such stature? Yang Lin was astonished, only then noticing the woman in a red wedding gown descending from the carriage. Xiao Fenger, this was indeed Yang Lin's bride. Her height was far more reasonable, her figure accentuated by the red gown, revealing an alluring silhouette. Her skin was exceptionally fair, radiating a delicate pink hue. Shall we begin? Lu Pei prompted, and Yang Lin quickly nodded in agreement. Leading the way, Yang Lin, adhering to Lu Pei's instructions, refrained from any unnecessary actions, simply arranging a modest banquet and preparing the hall. Fenger had stated that, given the absence of formal betrothal gifts and a proper wedding, she was willing to take on the role of a concubine. Upon entering the hall, Lu Pei suddenly interjected, "Do not be deceived by appearances." Despite his calm demeanor, Lu Pei felt just as bewildered as Yang Lin. He had already discussed matters with the princess, yet Xiao Fenger had not hesitated in her decision to become a concubine. Even though the Wei kingdom had fallen, Xiao Feng'er remained a princess. Why would she choose to be a concubine? The explanation she offered was simple. Since everything was merely a charade, there was no need to usurp Yang Lin's rightful position. Eventually, Lu Pei had no choice but to acquiesce. Are you truly certain? Yang Lin asked Lu Pei one last time, astonished that someone would eagerly wish to be a concubine in this day and age. Indeed, Lu Pei nodded. Yang Lin's brows knitted tightly. If Lu Pei was attempting to ensnare him, it was peculiar that Xiao Feng'er accompanied such a beautiful maid, and yet she insisted on taking the role of a concubine. The events of the past few days had been nothing short of bizarre. Yang Lin pondered relentlessly, yet he struggled to make sense of it all. Nevertheless, as the situation had been presented, Yang Lin felt that refusing would only appear petulant. Proceeding as usual, Lu Pei took his seat at the head of the table. Accepting the bows of Yang Lin and Xiao Feng'er, due to the rushed nature of the occasion, Yang Lin had not even donned wedding attire. By the time all the rituals were completed, Yang Lin found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly just gained a concubine through a mere bow? According to tradition, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Feng'er returned to Yang Lin's quarters together, while Yang Lin and Lu Pei settled at the table. What on earth is happening? Yang Lin was determined to uncover the truth behind this peculiar situation. What's wrong? I arranged for you to marry a beautiful bride. Are you not pleased? Lu Pei remarked nonchalantly, pouring a glass of wine for Yang Lin, then filling his own cup. Are you sure this is your relative? Yang Lin could not help but voice his skepticism, for Lu Pei's methods hardly resembled those of a family member. Is it really that significant whether it is or isn't? Lu Pei chuckled, amused by Yang Lin's sudden wariness. Could it be their identities? Do not speculate. Their identities are perfectly legitimate. I would never harm you, Lu Pei assured Yang Lin. Yet despite Lu Pei's assurances, Yang Lin remained anxious. However, without further information, Yang Lin realized that any argument would be futile and could only offer a wry smile in acceptance. Chapter 5. Tonight, you shall substitute for her. Before long, Lu Pei appeared to be preoccupied with his thoughts. He merely took a few bites of food and sipped some wine before departing. Yang Lin did not attempt to dissuade him. After graciously seeing Lu Pei off, he locked the door of the grand residence. In this world, what sense is there in marrying without consummation? A faint smile graced Yang Lin's lips as he made his way towards the side room. Had it been yesterday, he might have vehemently refused, for his vitality remained unbroken, and he would not wish to jeopardize his future. However, given the circumstances now, with his vitality already shattered, what was one more encounter? Moreover, Xiao Feng'er was now his concubine, which, according to the customs of the Xuanwu Continent, was entirely justifiable. Inside the side room, Xiao Feng'er was draped in a red veil, her palms slick with perspiration, though she understood it was merely an act, as a maiden untouched by such experiences. She could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Do not worry, miss. With me here, he won't dare to act recklessly, reassured her maid, Xiao Xia, who had once been the most renowned female assassin in the Wei Kingdom, always composed in the face of danger. Xiao Feng'er nodded nervously, though her words belied her actions, for she clutched Xiao Xia's hand tightly. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Yang Lin stepped inside. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two, it seemed he had neglected to arrange accommodations for the maid. Pointing at Xiao Xia, he spoke, "You are Xiao Xia, correct? There is another room nearby. You may settle there after a brief tidying up. It will not be too chaotic." Hearing this, Xiao Xia merely furrowed her brow but showed no intention of departing. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her intently. "Oh, if you have something to say, do not hesitate. The young lady is unwell and requires rest," Xiao Xia declared coolly, her gaze unwavering as it met Yang Lin's. Was he now taking a concubine? Or had he merely acquired an elderly relative? The formalities had already been completed, establishing their relationship, yet he was being denied any intimacy? Furthermore, this union had not been his desire. It had been forcibly arranged by Uncle Lu. Why, then, did it feel as though he had begged desperately for this outcome? Yang Lin remained silent, walking to the bedside. Xiao Xia promptly extended her hand, shielding Xiao Feng'er from view. Yang Lin, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of exasperation. She is the bride. I must at least see her face. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Xia turned to seek Xiao Feng'er's approval. Once the latter nodded, she cautiously lowered her hand. "Allow me." Without waiting for Xiao Feng'er to act, Yang Lin stepped forward, grasping the red veil and gently lifting it. In an instant, a visage as poetic and picturesque as any painting came into view, and for a fleeting moment, Yang Lin was entranced. Uncle Lu had not deceived him. The portrait was indeed authentic. Moreover, in reality, she appeared even more captivating than the image suggested. Such beauty transcended mere representation. It could only be truly appreciated in person. Yang Lin now found himself questioning whether this truly was Uncle Lu's niece, for for she bore no resemblance to the likeness he had imagined. No wonder Uncle Lu often referred to her as a distant cousin. There must be more to the story. Ah, well, he was already aboard this ship of fate. And with such an exquisite bride, was he not fortunate? Enough. You have seen what you came to see. May I take my leave now? Xiao Xia coldly interjected. Prying Yang Lin's hand away, Xiao Feng'er, with her head bowed, felt a flush rise to her cheeks. In that moment of unveiling, she had indeed caught a glimpse of Yang Lin. His appearance matched Liu Pei's description perfectly, handsome with an appealing charm. While he may not have been a true dragon among men, in terms of looks, he was certainly above average, rivaling the princes and young lords she had encountered before. Huh, I believe you are confused about your standing, Yang Lin remarked. Though I am not of noble birth, I am now the rightful husband of your young lady. While you are merely a maid accompanying her, logically and emotionally, it is you who should be exiting. Xiao Xia's demeanor irked Yang Lin. He had not initially cared much about the situation, but that did not grant the maid the audacity to overstep her bounds. Respect must be mutual. Yang Lin had no intention of subjecting himself to her disdain, especially not from a servant. I have stated that the young lady is unwell. If you insist, I can take her place, Xiao Xia retorted, her confidence stemming from Liu Pei's repeated emphasis on Yang Lin's obsession with cultivation. He was currently at the third stage of qi refinement and would never break his vows. Xiao Xia was prepared, should Yang Lin falter. She would sacrifice her own integrity to protect the young lady's purity. Oh? Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the maid's audacity. In truth, it was not uncommon for suitors to develop feelings for their bride's attendants. Yet Yang Lin had not considered this until now. With Xiao Xia's suggestion, his interest was piqued. If your young lady has no objections, I could reluctantly acquiesce. You scoundrel! Get out this instant! Xiao Xia exclaimed, her finger pointed accusingly at him. Her face flushed with indignation. Yang Lin's irritation grew. He had intended to assess the situation and perhaps consummate their union. But this was clearly not the night for such matters. He was not so patient as to allow a maid to berate him so brazenly. This woman truly seemed to have lost all sense of hierarchy. It was she who was seeking his favor. Yet she acted as if he were the one begging for acceptance. Get out? Such audacity. Have you forgotten that this is my home? Yang Lin scoffed, refusing to back down. Your young lady is ill, and I now present you with an opportunity for merit. Tonight, you shall substitute for her. Xiao Xia's eyes widened in fury, yet she quickly regained her composure, recalling Liu Pei's words. She coldly responded, I fear you may lack the courage. At this, Yang Lin discerned that Uncle Lu had likely shared his circumstances with the two. They assumed he was too devoted to his cultivation to risk his vitality, thus emboldening their insolence. What is there to fear? I am right here, awaiting your decision. The opportunity is yours. I do not impose. If you decline, then this union shall be forfeit, Yang Lin replied with a serene smile, turning to leave. He had no desire to accommodate two demanding relatives in his home. After all, he was here to take a concubine. Sister Xia, what shall we do now? Xiao Feng'er timidly inquired, her heart racing, as she heard the door slam shut behind Yang Lin. Chapter 6, A Doorstep Offering It Is of No Concern. Since Liu Pei has so earnestly recommended this lad to us, there must be merit in him, at least in matters of lust. We need not worry excessively, Xiao Xia remarked, appearing notably composed at this moment. She was well aware that her earlier tone had likely offended Yang Lin, hence his current demeanor. So, what shall we do now? Xiao Feng'er inquired hesitantly. After all, they were currently under someone else's roof, and they needed to heed Yang Lin's disposition. Humph, rest assured. With me here, he cannot stir up any trouble. I am eager to see what he can conjure, Xiao Xia declared confidently. In her view, she had thoroughly discerned Yang Lin and felt entirely assured. Not to mention, even if Yang Lin were merely a lowly warrior, she possessed the means to handle even the most cunning of nobility or deeply scheming old foxes. With that, Xiao Xia rose, casting a serpentine smile toward Xiao Feng'er. Worry not, my lady. Tonight, you shall enjoy a sound sleep, and upon awakening tomorrow, you will find yourself with an obedient husband. Upon hearing Xiao Xia's words, Xiao Feng'er sensed an air of unease, yet could not fathom the implications, merely warning, that is excessive. After all, he is our benefactor. In response, Xiao Xia nodded, not wishing to squander time. Was not Yang Lin waiting next door? It was time to pay him a visit. Closing the door behind her, Xiao Xia's footsteps resonated softly. As a top-tier assassin, she excelled in stealth. She could appear silently anywhere her presence was required. However, at present, her role was merely that of a fleeing servant girl. Thus she needed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Inside the room, although Xiao Feng'er recognized that resting early would be wise, adapting to such an environment was inevitable. Soon, she noticed two pieces of calligraphy hanging on the wall. This room belonged to Yang Lin, and upon closer inspection, the signatures were indeed his. Could it be that he had penned these works? That seemed unlikely. According to Liu Pei, Yang Lin's family had fallen into disarray, and he had become engrossed in martial arts, hardly likely to produce such imposing characters. In truth, Yang Lin had merely written heaven rewards diligence and the beauty of spring pools upon returning to find the room too bare. The style was authentically that of the martial world, impressive in appearance, but ultimately superficial. Yet, Xiao Feng'er found herself increasingly captivated by it. The brushwork was vigorous, the strokes bold, exuding an indomitable spirit. Her perception of Yang Lin began to shift slightly. It appeared her unassuming husband was not entirely devoid of talent. Meanwhile, in another room, Xiao Xia gently knocked before entering. At that moment, Yang Lin reclined on the bed, his eyes half closed, resembling someone on the brink of slumber. As if he had been waiting for too long. Liu Pei's assessment was accurate. With Yang Lin's character, coupled with his devotion to training, he had always kept a respectful distance from female allure. The crucial point was that Yang Lin had recently broken his vows, and now a beauty had presented herself, one he could not simply dismiss. Originally, Yang Lin had no intention of overstepping. If Xiao Feng'er were to decline, he would not press the matter. However, the arrogance of her maid was intolerable. How could a servant treat her master with such disdain? Yang Lin would not endure such indignity. The notion of self-inflicted punishment came to mind. Having already shattered the rules, what difference did it make to indulge once more? It was time to give Xiao Xia a proper lesson. As Xiao Xia stepped into the room, she paused before Yang Lin, her demeanor exuding a hint of seduction. This was a familiar act for her, and she believed any normal young man would react accordingly. Yet, observing Yang Lin, who lay on the bed like a monk in meditation, his gaze wandering over her without the slightest flicker of emotion, left her seething. What was wrong with this man? Was she truly so lacking in charm? Moreover, Yang Lin was an inexperienced youth. He should be more susceptible to temptation, yet here he was, exuding calmness. Had this been in the past, Yang Lin might have found it challenging to maintain composure, perhaps even displaying some signs of embarrassment. However, after encountering a beauty akin to a celestial being, the allure of Xiao Xia, despite her exquisite beauty, no longer held the same impact. Thus, Yang Lin remained unfazed, appearing indifferent, as if disinterested entirely. Of course, much of this was for Xiao Xia's benefit, deliberately provoking her. Yang Lin could perceive her intentions. The more she sought to entice him, the less he would yield. Indeed, as he continued to ignore her advances, Xiao Xia's expression shifted, revealing her growing frustration. Could it be that he held no interest in women? Then why did he pursue Xiao Feng'er? Puzzled, Xiao Xia found herself in a quandary, having entered the wolf's den. Could she truly leave empty-handed? If so, how could she ever hold her head high in Yang Lin's presence again? No. Resolute, Xiao Xia began to shed her garments, piece by piece, testing Yang Lin's limits with each unveiling. Yet, regardless of her efforts, Yang Lin remained as still as water, unyielding to her advances. Gradually, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly charged, the tension palpable. As dawn broke and the sun rose, the night's tumult faded into natural silence. Yang Lin, having fought through the night, slowly opened his eyes, feeling remarkably invigorated, as if he had soaked in a hot spring. Beside him lay the exhausted Xiao Xia, who had likely succumbed to fatigue after their lengthy encounter, still lost in slumber. Choosing not to rouse her, Yang Lin rose gently, aligning his breath with the celestial rhythms, commencing his cultivation of the minor circulatory cycle. For someone of his extensive training, this was hardly a formidable task. He was well acquainted with the meridians and acupoints of his body. Aside from the initial awkwardness, he soon found himself in a familiar flow. Chapter 7 Unexpected Harvest. After his recent union with Ouyang Yunshuang, Yang Lin felt a warm sensation enveloping him. However, the overwhelming intensity of the experience, coupled with the effects of breaking his vows, led him to pay little heed to it at the time. This time, however, was distinctly different. He genuinely felt the warmth, which he initially mistook for a lingering after-effect. Now, he realized he had misinterpreted the situation. Why, after breaking his chastity, did he feel not only unexhausted but remarkably invigorated? As Yang Lin circulated his energy, he gradually directed this warmth into his dantian. To his astonishment, he soon discovered a small vortex of energy forming at the center of his dantian. Although the vortex was faint and barely perceptible, the sight of it filled Yang Lin with indescribable excitement. Could this be what practitioners referred to as true energy? It was worth noting that prior to this, Yang Lin, who was at the third level of qi refinement, had spent years training without ever managing to condense true energy. Yet now, merely through 2 intimate encounters, he had achieved what years of effort could not. At that moment, Yang Lin felt utterly speechless. Had the previous owner's years of cultivation been wasted? Was this method of yin absorption truly more effective? However, it seemed to differ from the nefarious practices of yin absorption he had heard of. While his strength had indeed increased, it appeared that the female counterpart remained unaffected. Otherwise, given Ouyang Yunshuang's temperament, he would have likely faced her wrath long ago. Confused, Yang Lin pondered for a while but could not make sense of it. Ultimately, he decided to refrain from wasting more time on speculation. It would be more beneficial to devote himself to further cultivation. With the foundation of the energy vortex established, Yang Lin continued to practice his small circulation method, now capable of absorbing the spiritual energy from the environment. Although the progress was painfully slow, yielding only a minuscule amount of true energy each time for Yang Lin, it felt like a treasure. This slight enhancement was infinitely more gratifying than the years of stagnation he had endured. Unsure of his current cultivation level and whether he had surpassed the third level of qi refinement, Yang Lin was suddenly interrupted by a rustling sound nearby. He quickly lay back down, pretending to be asleep. With a soft groan, Xiao Xia slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, she bolted upright, her cheeks flushing crimson as she glanced at her exposed form. Turning to Yang Lin, she trembled with rage, gritting her teeth in fury. Had she truly surrendered her body to him? Though Xiao Xia was a top assassin from Wei, accustomed to mingling with the aristocracy of enemy nations and even high-ranking officials, she had maintained her virtue throughout the years. Yet now, the culmination of her purity had been given to a scoundrel like Yang Lin. If not for her loyalty to her mistress, Xiao Xia would have considered taking Yang Lin's life right then and there. Just as she hesitated, Yang Lin's voice broke the silence. He feigned a sleepy demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. He unabashedly surveyed her naked form. And given her flawless figure and beauty, any normal man would surely be stirred. "You scoundrel!" Xiao Xia spat, glaring fiercely at Yang Lin, though she intentionally lowered her voice, wary of being overheard by the neighboring Xiaofenger. "Scoundrel? Well, from now on, you shall be the scoundrel's woman. I'm indifferent to the label. I wonder if you can accept this identity," Yang Lin replied shamelessly, his expression nonchalant. The mere thought of his words sent Xiao Xia into a rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet even if she could bite down hard, she would be forced to swallow her anger. "Enough. It's done. Your discontent is futile." Yang Lin waved dismissively, choosing not to provoke her further. He understood that he had taken something precious from her and felt it necessary to show her the respect she deserved. He was not one of those shameless rogues who would abandon their responsibilities after taking a woman's virtue. "I cannot promise anything else, but within my capacity, I can agree to one condition," he continued. Listening to Yang Lin's words, Xiao Xia gradually began to calm down. Killing him would achieve nothing, and her mistress required a safe haven. She could not allow her sacrifices to be in vain. If it meant securing her mistress's stability, she would reluctantly accept the loss of her purity. "From now on, do not lay a hand on my mistress," Xiao Xia said through clenched teeth, her tone resolute. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, expecting a more substantial request. He realized that as long as Xiaofenger was unwilling, he could not impose anything upon her. "Are you certain? This opportunity may not arise again," Yang Lin emphasized. "Do you wish to backtrack?" Xiao Xia eyed him warily, having firmly labeled him as shameless in her mind. She regretted believing Liu Pei's words. Yang Lin was far from the aloof figure he had been described as. He was, in fact, a licentious man. Even after breaking his vows and forsaking cultivation, he had taken her body. "No, I will uphold my word. As long as your mistress does not consent, I, Yang Lin, will not touch her," he declared earnestly. Xiao Xia felt a measure of relief upon hearing his response. Though the price was steep, at least she had achieved her goal. However, just as she began to relax, Yang Lin spoke again, causing her heart to leap into her throat. She had already prepared herself to take lethal action should he attempt to force himself upon her mistress. "You are now my woman. I promise not to touch your mistress, but you must fulfill your own duties," Yang Lin asserted. Xiao Xia shot him a glare, rendered speechless. She felt as though she had lost both her virtue and her agency, her mind a tangled mess, unable to navigate the situation. Yang Lin merely smiled calmly, not rushing her for a response. He could tell that Xiaofenger was Xiao Xia's bottom line, as long as he did not cross that boundary. She could be easily swayed. While Xiaofenger was beautiful, Xiao Xia possessed her own unique charms, and he felt he had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. After a lengthy reflection, Xiao Xia finally regained her composure and glared at Yang Lin with indignation. "Weren't you just at the qi refinement stage? How dare you break your vows?" Could it be? This was the very question that plagued her mind. In the qi refinement stage, breaking one's vows typically meant an insurmountable barrier for life. Had Yang Lin, frustrated by his inability to advance for so long, decided to throw caution to the wind, inadvertently bringing her along for the ride? Beyond this possibility, she could think of no other explanation. Chapter 8. I can grant you a request. It seems I have encountered a problem in my cultivation, and fortuitously, you have come across the very issue. Yang Lin candidly replied, feeling that there was little to conceal in this matter. Moreover, Xiaoxia appeared to have a limited understanding of cultivation, so explaining it to her would not be a burden. However, Yang Lin could hardly have anticipated that Xiaoxia's strength far surpassed his expectations. She was acutely aware that one must not break the boundaries of the qi refining stage, yet expressing this was beyond her current capacity. Last night, upon approaching Yang Lin, Xiaoxia found herself seemingly unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength, as if her acupoints had been sealed. She nearly collapsed into Yang Lin's embrace. And during the subsequent intimate moments, although she was conscious, she offered no resistance. In fact, she even instinctively complied with Yang Lin's advances. The more she pondered this peculiar situation, the more bewildered she became. Had she not known that she had consumed nothing the previous night? She might have suspected that Yang Lin had drugged her. Furthermore, having thoroughly verified upon entering that no aphrodisiac or similar substance was present in the room, she was utterly confounded. It was as though Yang Lin possessed an inexplicable allure that ensnared her in the matters of intimacy. Such occurrences had never transpired before. Seeing Xiaoxia lost in thought, Yang Lin worried that she might divulge the incident to Xiao Feng'er. Thus, he reassured her, "Rest assured. You shall not suffer any grievances in my company. I shall keep yesterday's events a secret from my wife. Let it be a little secret shared solely between us. She likely believes I am incapable of engaging with women, so as long as we keep it between us, it shall remain known only to heaven and earth." Yang Lin's words brought a sigh of relief to Xiaoxia. While there was little shame in revealing it to Xiao Feng'er, she feared the humiliation it would bring. A top-tier female assassin failing in her endeavors with Yang Lin would undoubtedly make Xiao Feng'er question her own abilities. Just as Xiaoxia felt a sense of relief, Yang Lin added, "Moreover, the soundproofing in these chambers is remarkably effective." At this, Xiaoxia's face flushed a deep crimson, and she swiftly turned to glare at Yang Lin. Reflecting on her exuberance from the previous night, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yang Lin, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but smile. Despite her fiery temperament and sharp tongue, she appeared rather endearing when blushing. Additionally, his cultivation had made remarkable strides over the past few days, advancing at a visibly rapid pace, a significant improvement compared to before. "Very well, from now on, you may reside here with my wife in peace. While I cannot guarantee everything, I can assure you that you will be well fed and clothed, living a tranquil life," Yang Lin stated earnestly. Xiaoxia had no reason to doubt this promise, even in his family's decline. The mere possession of this grand estate was already a privilege greater than that of many others. Nevertheless, she harbored a slight disdain for Yang Lin. "Do you believe that because my family has fallen from grace, I have no chance of resurgence, and thus you intend to pursue the path of cultivation?" Yang Lin seemed to see through Xiaoxia's thoughts and spoke to himself. "To be honest, even if I were to achieve great heights and enjoy everlasting glory, I would still choose the path of cultivation. Since I have arrived here, I must give it a try and stand proudly at the summit." Xiaoxia did not refute his words, yet her heart was filled with scorn. Now that Yang Lin had lost his virginity, the path of cultivation had long since abandoned him, a price he had paid for his own body. However, Xiaoxia had no intention of reminding him. It was neither her concern nor was it something he did not deserve. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. This startled Xiaoxia considerably. Who else could it be but Xiao Feng'er? As expected, Xiao Feng'er's voice rang out, "Sister Xiaoxia? Just a moment." Casting another glare at Yang Lin, Xiaoxia quickly donned her clothing. However, upon seeing the faint red marks on her skin, the events of the previous night flooded her mind once more. The color that had just faded returned to her cheeks. Scoundrel! Glancing back at Yang Lin, she found him feigning sleep on the bed. She opened the door to confront Xiao Feng'er, who peered curiously inside. But Xiaoxia was quick to block her view. "Is everything all right?" Xiao Feng'er inquired, unsure if she was addressing Xiaoxia or Yang Lin. A mere qi refining stage cannot stir up much of a storm. Xiaoxia replied, leading Xiao Feng'er away while shutting the door behind them. At her words, Xiao Feng'er nodded, her gaze falling on Xiaoxia's attire, and she suddenly realized that her usually fastidious sister had not changed clothes in quite some time. Despite the hardships, Xiaoxia always reserved the best for herself. This realization stirred an inexplicable sense of guilt within Xiao Feng'er, prompting her to say, "Sister, you have truly borne much hardship along the way." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's heart skipped a beat. The guilt she felt made her break into a cold sweat. Could it be that Xiao Feng'er had guessed something? Hardship? What hardship could there be? "Serving you is my honor," Xiaoxia quickly deflected, maintaining a facade of composure. "No. Sister Xiaoxia, let us consider ourselves sisters from now on. I am no longer a princess," Xiao Feng'er replied earnestly, shaking her head. Suddenly recalling Yang Lin inside, she paused before asking, "How is he?" Xiaoxia understood what Xiao Feng'er was inquiring about and quickly recited the explanation she had already prepared. "What else could he be? As soon as I entered, he surrendered without a fight. He merely boasts, but if it came down to it, he wouldn't stand a chance. As she spoke, Xiaoxia feigned a look of disdain. After all, one must commit to the act fully. Xiaofeng'er, hearing this, expressed no skepticism and nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Yang Lin truly did possess an affinity for cultivation, just as Liu Pei had said. Seeing this, Xiaoxia felt a wave of relief. The events of the previous night must remain a secret from Xiaofeng'er, for otherwise, her illustrious reputation would be forever tarnished. Sister Xiaoxia, have you seen this? Xiaofeng'er pulled out a piece of calligraphy inscribed with the phrase "Heaven rewards diligence" and presented it to Xiaoxia. Last night, Xiaofeng'er had studied it for several hours until she unknowingly fell asleep. The Jianghu style from Blue Star seemed to possess an extraordinary allure in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Chapter 9. It is what it is. In response to this, Xiaoxia remained indifferent. Regardless of Yang Lin's circumstances, they bore no relation to her. Her sole responsibility was to safeguard Xiaofeng'er. From the moment she stepped through the door, Xiaoxia did not cast a single glance at Yang Lin. Firstly, it was due to her self-imposed superiority, and secondly, it stemmed from her disdain for Yang Lin's status. Moreover, following the events of the previous night, her impression of him had inevitably diminished even further. However, since Xiaofeng'er had broached the subject, Xiaoxia feigned interest and took a cursory look. Yet, the moment she glanced, she found her gaze transfixed. It is what it is. Xiaoxia forcibly collected her thoughts and, somewhat begrudgingly, returned the calligraphy to Xiaofeng'er. Naturally, Xiaofeng'er could discern Xiaoxia's true feelings. The latter merely feigned harshness while secretly appreciating the uniqueness of the calligraphy. Of course, it was best not to expose this. She merely nodded, seemingly recalling something, and then continued, "Sister Xiaoxia, should we prepare breakfast for him?" The him Xiaofeng'er referred to was undoubtedly Yang Lin. On the surface, Xiaofeng'er had married Yang Lin as a concubine. It would be inappropriate for her to enter the household and do nothing, acting as if she were the legitimate wife. Thus, there was no way to justify such behavior, lest others grow suspicious and potentially expose her identity. They had to play their roles fully. The details mattered significantly given their current precarious positions. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia instinctively wanted to retort, thinking how naive Yang Lin was, especially since she was still irked. However, she reconsidered and opted instead to inquire, "Miss, can you cook?" Xiaoxia was naturally inept in this area. If it pertained to more nefarious activities, perhaps she could claim some knowledge. As for Xiaofeng'er, it was even less plausible. After all, she had been a noble princess, accustomed to having servants handle such matters. Xiaofeng'er shook her head in response, offering an awkward smile tinged with playfulness. Xiaoxia felt a sense of helplessness. Yet she noticed that the Yang residents lacked even a single servant. Such a vast estate truly reflected their decline in fortune. "Miss, it would be wise for you to limit your interactions with this scoundrel. If anything is needed, I can handle it. You need not involve yourself directly with him." After earnestly advising her, Xiaoxia awaited Xiaofeng'er's nod of agreement before turning her attention to Yang Lin inside the room. "Have you always lived here alone?" Xiaoxia inquired. Observing Yang Lin on the bed, Yang Lin was taken aback by the suddenness of the question. Why was she asking this? It was his house. Who else would inhabit it? If there were anyone else, it would likely be a ghost. Noticing Yang Lin's confusion, Xiaoxia clarified, "I am not very skilled in household matters, including cooking." Xiaoxia did not mention Xiaofeng'er, but Yang Lin understood. If even Xiaoxia, a maid, could not manage such tasks, it was entirely reasonable that the young lady could not either. Hearing this, Yang Lin felt a bit troubled. He had been engrossed in his training and had not devoted much attention to culinary skills. If it were just him, he could manage, but with 3 mouths to feed, he could not continue in such a manner. "I used to buy food from the market. It saved time and effort." Yang Lin scratched his head and admitted. Xiaoxia, hearing this, was rendered speechless. If she and Xiaofeng'er could freely go to the market, they would not have ended up marrying Yang Lin. "If necessary, I could find a cook. It would not require much expenditure," Yang Lin mused after a moment. Now that he had taken a concubine and had a maid, they could not continue living as they had before, where one full stomach sufficed for the whole family. They had to live with dignity. Expenses had to be incurred. Fortunately, before the original owner of this house passed away, he had left behind a sum of money for emergencies, ensuring they would not have to worry about food and drink for several generations. This was also the reason the original owner had the audacity to pursue cultivation despite their family's decline. The original owner had been frugal. Now, however, it seemed to benefit Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia did not refuse and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Based on her understanding of Yang Lin, he should indeed be short on funds. How could he afford to hire a cook without hesitation? Yet, considering how he had taken advantage of her, this was a cost he should bear, regardless of his financial situation. Since the topic had arisen, Yang Lin suddenly glanced at Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng'er outside the courtyard, as if a thought had struck him. What is your and your young lady's typical monthly expenditure? Expenditure? Yang Lin's question caught Xiaoxia off guard. She was not unaware of his intent. However, the two had never considered financial matters before. After all, Xiao Feng'er was a princess. She had never anticipated a day when she would fret over finances, let alone have a specific figure in mind. Naturally, Xiaoxia was at a loss as to how to respond. Seeing that Xiaoxia remained silent, Yang Lin assumed she had never received a salary throughout her service. His curiosity was palpable. You haven't received any wages while serving your young lady all this time, have you? Upon uttering those words, even Yang Lin raised an eyebrow. After all, even slaves received fixed monthly allowances, albeit varying amounts. Xiaoxia, as a maid, was of a significantly higher status than a mere slave. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Xiaoxia realized that he regarded her as just an ordinary servant. She retorted, "What use is it to ask this? Of course, it is to prepare the monthly allowance for you. You are now members of the Yang family. You cannot be without funds," Yang Lin asserted. "Furthermore, I cannot allow you to suffer unduly after marrying into this family. The standard of living must not decline compared to what you had before." Yang Lin's reasoning was sound. Even as a concubine, their living standards should naturally improve. After all, people aspire to rise. While water flows downward, no woman desires to marry beneath her. However, this was merely Yang Lin's perspective. Xiaoxia found herself at a loss for words. If Yang Lin truly meant what he said, unless he possessed wealth rivaling that of nations, it would be impossible to maintain Xiao Feng'er's previous standard of living, given she was a lofty princess. Even the wealthiest in Pingyang City could not manage such a feat nevertheless. Such sentiments were not to be openly divulged to Yang Lin. Xiaoxia simply replied, "You may allocate whatever amount you deem appropriate. My lady and I are not overly fixated on this matter." This was indeed true, rather than being insistent. Xiaoxia deemed Yang Lin's meager funds insignificant. How much could a fallen family possess? It was merely a facade to save face. And exposing him might only lead to his embarrassment. Chapter 10. A woman sells herself to bury her father. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin pondered for a moment before ultimately offering the sum of 80 taels. Since Xiaoxia could not specify an exact amount, Yang Lin decided to provide what he deemed appropriate. He resolved to reassess at the end of the month. Any surplus could be retained, and should the funds fall short, he would supplement as necessary. Yang Lin was certainly not stingy with Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng'er. One was his beloved, while the other was his concubine, albeit in name only. In this regard, Yang Lin had never been one to be dismissive. In fact, few could match the attentiveness he bestowed upon his maidservants and concubines. It was exceedingly rare to find such consideration elsewhere. In a society where their status was deemed lowly, they bore the stigma akin to a mental branding. This was why it was often said that a concubine was valued less than a dog, let alone a maidservant of a concubine. Xiaoxia, however, merely nodded dismissively, acquiescing to Yang Lin's decision. Yang Lin was somewhat taken aback. 80 taels was no small fortune, enough to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. It seemed these two women had previously enjoyed a comfortable standard of living, as 80 taels did not seem to faze them. Moreover, it was evident that both Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng'er possessed extraordinary beauty and grace, marking them as exceptional in any context. As for their family backgrounds, Yang Lin was disinclined to inquire further. He presumed that Lu Pei would not harm him, and now that the die was cast, knowing would serve little purpose. Having already boarded this ship of destiny, he would tread this path to the end, regardless of whether it led to ruin. Enough of this nonsense. Stop loitering at the door. Were you hoping to gaze at my figure? Was last night not sufficient? Yang Lin jested. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's expression darkened. Her previously stabilized emotions flared with indignation. This insufferable scoundrel, why must he bring up such matters? Glaring at Yang Lin, she seethed with resentment. Were it not for her current dependence on him, she might have already taken drastic action against him. In the presence of the foremost assassin of Wei, life held little value. Forget it, this is truly tiresome. Noticing that Xiaoxia was easily provoked, Yang Lin merely huffed in amusement, dismissing her ire. After dressing and completing his morning routine, he stepped out of the house. Breakfast was essential, unsure of Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng'er's appetites. He decided to procure an ample supply, planning to manage any leftovers himself. Those who practiced cultivation required substantial nourishment, and Yang Lin had never been overly meticulous about such matters. He had always adopted a flexible approach to meals, eating more when abundant and less when scarce. Not overly concerned if he occasionally felt hunger. With more people in the household now, he could no longer afford such casualness. Upon returning home, Yang Lin intended to share breakfast with Xiao Feng'er and Xiaoxia. However, the latter regarded him as though he were a criminal, adamantly refusing to allow him near Xiao Feng'er. Not even a glance was permitted, and Yang Lin could hardly suppress a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. In this world, one had to seek the permission of a maidservant to dine with a concubine. It was somewhat of a reversal of roles. Yet considering the intimate night they had shared, Yang Lin chose not to dwell on Xiao Xia's obstinacy. If she disagreed, he would simply eat alone. After a modest breakfast, Yang Lin intended to venture out in search of a chef, but he took a moment to inquire whether the two ladies required anything else, planning to purchase all necessities in one trip. He also intended to hand over the promised 80 taels of silver to Xiao Xia. Miss, as you are interested in poetry and painting, please prepare some ink, paper, and brushes, Xiao Xia said thoughtfully, not contesting Yang Lin's direction this time. In truth, her words contained a mixture of truth and pretense. While Xiao Feng'er did indeed have a passion for painting, her art was not of landscapes or figures, but rather of talismans. Each talisman held the power to summon heavenly thunder, and in the realm of cultivation, such skill could elevate one to the level of a celestial master. However, there was no need to elaborate on this to Yang Lin, as doing so would only invite unnecessary complications. Yang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Is there anything else? If those are the only items needed, then there is no need to purchase more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia's brows furrowed slightly, as she had assumed Yang Lin to be so miserly that he would balk at acquiring even the basics of scholarly supplies, deeming them an extravagance. Yet, given Yang Lin's background, such expenditures could indeed seem excessive. It was likely that he had little understanding of the significance of these items. Of course, Xiao Xia had forgotten about the book Yang Lin had authored, which had been mentioned earlier by Xiao Feng'er. Seemingly sensing her doubt, Yang Lin explained. It's not a matter of refusing to buy. You can simply check the nearby shops. The general store has everything you might need, and these daily necessities do not require a long journey for procurement. Just add them to my tab. And what about you? Yang Lin inquired, turning his attention to Xiao Xia. Although it was Xiao Feng'er who had formally married him, in practical terms, it was Xiao Xia who had truly become his woman. Thus, he felt a natural inclination to be concerned for her. No need for me, she replied tersely. With that, Yang Lin decided not to press further, turning to leave. Though Pingyang City could not rival the imperial capital, it remained a vibrant hub, bustling with people and the clamor of vendors selling their wares. As Yang Lin made his way to the northern market, he noticed a crowd gathered beneath a grand tree. Curiosity piqued, he approached to discover the source of the commotion. It was a woman in her 20s, intent on selling herself to bury her father. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and Yang Lin was not taken aback by this revelation. After all, beyond the servants, there existed even lower-status slaves, regarded as mere property of their masters, freely bought and sold. The woman knelt beneath the tree, disheveled and unremarkable in appearance. The only commendable aspect seemed to be the well-proportioned figure concealed beneath her tattered clothing. Despite her oversized attire, her form was undeniable. The crowd had gathered, including several merchants specializing in the slave trade, all contemplating the woman's situation. Chapter 11. Acquiring a little cook someone like you is hardly worth much. I can offer merely 15 coins. For the remainder, I can arrange for someone to help you bury the body. There were already bids being made, but the offered prices were dismally low. 15 coins wouldn't even suffice for a coffin. The woman, originally selling herself to bury her father, found herself in this unfortunate predicament. She remained silent, her head bowed, clearly dissatisfied. Observing her demeanor, another bystander raised the offer. How about this? I'll bid 20 coins, that's a fair price. If it weren't for your youth, you wouldn't find such a deal elsewhere. This merchant appeared shrewder than the previous one, understanding the importance of not driving the price too low. Business thrives on mutual agreement. 20 coins for a slave was quite advantageous in this era. Moreover, a female slave held significant value. Reselling her could yield several times the initial cost. The woman was merely in her 20s, though not exceptionally beautiful. Her figure was commendable, keeping her would not be a loss. After all, 20 coins equated to just a few days' worth of meat expenses. Soon, several merchants chimed in, and the price dwindled to 60 coins. Yet, none were willing to contribute towards the cost of a coffin for the woman's father, intending instead to find a random pit to bury him. Throughout this, the woman remained silent, kneeling with her head lowered, seemingly engulfed in despair. At that moment, a youthful voice broke through. I wonder if you can cook? The speaker was Yang Lin, who stepped from the crowd to approach the woman. The merchants were taken aback, turning their attention to him. At the sound of his voice, the woman finally lifted her gaze, her expression shifting momentarily upon seeing him, though it went unnoticed by others. She then lowered her head again, slowly nodding. My household is in need of a cook, and if you can prepare meals, I am willing to pay for your father's burial, Yang Lin stated plainly. His purpose in venturing out was to find a cook. Hiring one would require ongoing wages. If the woman could fulfill the role, he could settle all expenses at once and simply have her cook for him in the future. This arrangement would save him considerable trouble and be more economical than hiring a chef. Furthermore, he would also be performing a charitable act, an endeavor that reaped multiple benefits. Upon hearing this, the woman finally spoke up, quickly agreeing. I can cook. If the master does not mind, I am willing. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, preparing to draft a contract for her servitude, as such matters were best recorded in writing for assurance. Over the years, he had heard tales of slave revolts and servants rebelling against their masters. Having written proof would provide a degree of security. Although he intended to do a good deed, he was not without caution. Regardless of her plight, she was still a stranger to him, and it was their first meeting. How could he trust her completely? When Yang Lin produced the contract, the woman did not hesitate to sign her name and affix her thumbprint. In the presence of so many witnesses, the agreement was thus established, leaving her no opportunity for retraction. Yang Lin looked over the document before storing it away, intent on fulfilling his word. He then turned to the gathering crowd, inquiring, does anyone here know the burial customs or perhaps own a funeral service? I am willing to pay for her father's interment. At first, no one stepped forward. Perhaps they were dismayed by Yang Lin's interference in their dealings. After a considerable pause, a young man finally emerged. I have some knowledge in this area. Yang Lin smiled and retrieved 20 taels of silver from his pocket, placing it in the young man's hand. The youth was taken aback. 20 taels was far more than necessary for a burial. With that amount, he could earn 2/3 of his usual wage. The young man, though excited, looked at Yang Lin skeptically. Yang Lin reassured him. This should be sufficient. The remainder can serve as your reward for the effort. So you needn't toil for free. Yes, this is more than enough. The young man quickly replied, stuffing the coins into his pocket. He had only come to test the waters, never expecting such generosity from Yang Lin. The merchants who had hesitated to step forward now regretted their inaction. Envy evident as they watched the silver disappear into the young man's possession. What is your name? Yang Lin asked, turning to the woman, now his cook. You may call me a Z, she replied gratefully, standing to bow before him. Very well, proceed to bury your father. Filial piety is paramount. Once the arrangements are complete, return here, and we shall reconvene. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Though a Z was now his purchase servant, Yang Lin felt uncomfortable with the master-servant dynamic. His 9 years of compulsory education had instilled in him a belief in equality, and even in this era, he found it difficult to fully embrace the traditional roles. To him, the relationship between himself and a Z was akin to that of an employer and employee, devoid of excessive formalities. With that, Yang Lin took his leave. Now that he had secured a cook, it was time to procure cosmetics, jewelry, or silk garments for Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia. Additionally, with 3 more mouths to feed at home, he needed to acquire the necessary supplies. Aziz would likely take some time to complete her father's burial, at least until the afternoon. Therefore, Yang Lin decided to purchase lunch. He could not allow his 2 new household members to go hungry. To be frank, since marrying Xiao Feng'er as a concubine, Yang Lin felt as though he had acquired 2 more masters in his home. At times, he even questioned what he had sought in this arrangement. Yet, he had not entirely lost out. Xiao Xia was now his woman. All things considered, it seemed he had not fared too poorly. Compared to his former infatuation, Xiao Xia was undoubtedly a superior choice. Now, with his new additions, he felt a strange satisfaction in the unexpected turn of events, as if fate had dealt him a winning hand. As afternoon approached, Yang Lin returned to the tree at the northern market, where the young man awaited him, having been there for quite some time. Chapter 12. To her surprise, she is Ouyang Yunshuang. Young master. Upon the arrival of Yang Lin, a youthful figure hastily approached with an air of obsequiousness. It is worth noting that Yang Lin had been quite lucrative for him, thus he had to put on a pleasant demeanor. The young man reported on his tasks, and overall, Yang Lin expressed his satisfaction, offering a few casual compliments before the young man took his leave. Yang Lin then turned his attention to Aziz, who had been waiting nearby. Shall we go? He asked. Very well. Aziz, much like that morning, appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar on the streets. Combined with her tattered clothing, she presented quite an uncomfortable sight. Yang Lin was in search of a cook. While he did not require opulence, cleanliness was a minimum expectation. However, he could not fault Aziz for her current state, attributing it to her unfortunate circumstances. As they made their way home, they passed by a tailor's shop, where Yang Lin took the opportunity to purchase several garments. Although not overly extravagant, the fabrics were of fine quality, costing him a total of 1 or 2 silver coins, which he then handed over to Aziz. Once we return, you should freshen up. You needn't wear those rags any longer. From now on, you shall don these. If you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask. Provided it is not excessive, I will accommodate you. Your only task will be to cook for me, so you need not worry about anything else. You may settle in comfortably at home from this point forward, Yang Lin stated with a calm demeanor. A Z. Being a person of unfortunate fate was not something Yang Lin wished to scrutinize too harshly. In truth, prior to their marriage, Yang Lin had been engrossed in his cultivation, which demanded an abundance of medicinal herbs. After all, the path of cultivation inevitably involved physical strain, and the cleansing of sinews and marrow required plenty of rare treasures. Consequently, his expenditures had been significant. At present, these trifling matters seemed inconsequential to Yang Lin. It is essential to recognize that 1 or 2 silver coins were considered a considerable sum in this era, typically only affordable to the affluent sons and daughters of wealthy families. Servants and slaves generally wore coarse cloth garments costing merely a few coins, with slightly better quality ones fetching around 20 or 30 coins, which was already the standard for well-off households. Yang Lin's expenditure of 1 or 2 silver coins would undoubtedly astonish those who learned of it. Nonetheless, such sums were trivial for him, as he possessed the capital left by the original owner, and all he needed to do was replicate some of the business models from his previous life, ensuring a continuous cycle of profit. He would never need to worry about finances again. Soon, Yang Lin returned home with the cook, allowing her to choose a side room for herself. He then busied himself with his own affairs, unable to assist her with her personal preparations. As Z observed Yang Lin leave, gratitude shone in her eyes for a fleeting moment before it was swiftly replaced by astonishment. She had not anticipated encountering this young man again. Z found herself momentarily lost in thought, recalling the events of that fateful night deep within the mountain cave. Z was indeed Ouyang Yunchuang, albeit with her appearance altered through the use of a cultivation technique and her face smeared with dirt, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. It would be surprising if Yang Lin were able to identify her. Not long ago, Ouyang Yunchuang had stolen the garments and pouch of a woman clad in white, Gu Qingwei, along with the piece of star jade that had been in Yang Lin's possession. The inner core of the snow dragon that Ouyang Yunchuang had consumed also belonged to the white-clad woman, who was none other than Gu Qingwei, famously known as the moon-watching fairy. At that time, Ouyang Yunchuang had ascended to the 8th level of her cultivation technique, on the verge of a breakthrough that would significantly enhance her power. She had believed that the snow dragon's inner core would aid her in this endeavor, but it contained the most potent and nefarious poison in the world. Consequently, no matter how she tried to suppress it, it ultimately fell into Yang Lin's hands. Critically, if Ouyang Yunchuang's cultivation technique were to falter before reaching the 9th level, her power would diminish drastically. Having reached the 8th level and nearing the 9th, her union with Yang Lin had inadvertently purified her true energy due to his unique physique, allowing the 9th level to begin merging slowly. Thus, she had let Yang Lin go, believing that her shortcomings in cultivation were compensated for by his exceptional body. However, upon leaving, she discovered her strength had plummeted back to the 3rd level. Now, she was severely weakened, possessing only a reservoir of true energy, while her cultivation level had to start anew. It was akin to a cultivator gathering their true energy within their dantian, transforming it from the intangible to the tangible, culminating in the formation of an elixir. Yet, she had become stuck at the final step, rendering all previous efforts futile, with her true energy even spilling out of her dantian and coursing through her meridians, let alone achieving a breakthrough in her cultivation. It would be a stroke of luck if she emerged unscathed. That woman would undoubtedly not let her off the hook. She was certain to be aware of Ouyang Yunchuang's current vulnerability and would seek to exploit it. Thus, she resolved to bide her time until her strength was restored, confident that with the benefits gained from Yang Lin, she could achieve her breakthrough. By then, even if she encountered Gu Qingwei again, Ouyang Yunchuang would feel assured of her superiority. It was precisely to evade Gu Qingwei's pursuit that Ouyang Yunchuang had disguised herself in such a manner. Initially, she had intended to slip out of the city amidst the chaos, but it seemed that the entire Pingyang city had been sealed off. Gu Qingwei was evidently infuriated, having allied with multiple factions to capture her. Left with no other options, Ouyang Yunchuang could not afford to take such risks and had devised a desperate plan to sell herself in order to bury her father, hoping to weather the storm for the time being. By sheer coincidence, Yang Lin had reappeared, prompting Ouyang Yunchuang to remain. After half an hour, Ouyang Yunchuang had meticulously prepared herself from head to toe. Of course, her appearance had not reverted to its original form, as her striking beauty was something she was acutely aware of. She was no longer the fearsome enchantress known throughout the martial world. She was now merely a Z, a humble cook in the Yang household. "Master," Z greeted as she stepped out of her room and spotted Yang Lin in the courtyard, hastening to offer her salutation. As a servant, she understood the importance of playing her role to perfection. Yang Lin turned around, and upon seeing a Z clad in fresh garments, she appeared entirely transformed, leaving him momentarily taken aback. So this is how you look. While a Z may not have been a paragon of beauty, she was undoubtedly charming, and coupled with her exquisite figure, She surpassed even the likes of Xiaoxia, significantly enhancing her appeal. Had those slave traders seen a Z in her current state, they would no longer have dared to haggle over a few coins. They would likely fight tooth and nail for her. A Z. Keenly aware of the astonishment in Yang Lin's eyes, could not help but harbor some disdain, thinking to herself how naïve he appeared. Nevertheless, she obediently nodded, feigning a hint of shyness. Though surprised, Yang Lin quickly regained his composure and briefly instructed a Z before retreating to lock himself in the study. Chapter 13. One day, I shall have you all. What is referred to as a study is, in fact, more of a sanctuary for Yang Lin's cultivation. With only a few writing instruments adorning the desk, here, he often engages in his practice, surrounded by vials and jars containing medicinal pills, permeated by a faint aroma of herbs in the air. Yang Lin settled onto a bed, crossed his legs, and began to channel the starry technique. After an entire cycle of the heavens, an hour had elapsed, and he slowly opened his eyes once more. Although his progress in strength was exceedingly gradual, Yang Lin could sense that each session of cultivation yielded a minuscule gain. This alone filled him with contentment. Compared to his past stagnation, he harbored no further extravagant desires. Yang Lin understood the essence of cultivation lies in the accumulation of time and effort. Few in this world, aside from the exceptionally fortunate, could ascend with a single leap. He did not consider himself among the lucky. Rather, he believed in the virtue of steady progress, taking one step at a time. After another brief session of cultivation, Yang Lin retrieved the starry jade. This jade primarily served as a storage space, yet it seemed to harbor certain restrictions, given Yang Lin's current prowess. The space he could access was limited. With his eyes closed, he placed the starry jade before him, attempting to perceive its inner workings through his senses. This was indeed one of the conventional uses of storage artifacts, but he was uncertain if it would apply to this particular jade. Soon, after penetrating a layer of mist, the internal space of the jade became discernible. However, it was not extensive. It appeared to be merely a hidden compartment, with the true treasures likely beyond his reach. Yang Lin did not feel anxious about this. The mere ability to glimpse into it was a promising beginning. He believed that as his cultivation advanced, he would unlock even more from this artifact. Within the compartment of the starry jade, Yang Lin surveyed its contents, the only item visible being a white silk thread. As he focused, he drew closer to the thread, and as his vision magnified, its true form emerged before him. Astonishingly, it was a white snow dragon, though evidently it was a corpse. Suddenly, Yang Lin recalled something Liu Pei had mentioned. A millennia-old snow dragon had been slain in the ancient mountains outside Pingyang City by a certain master. But why was this corpse here? Could it be that the female hero was the one who had vanquished the snow dragon? Given Ouyang Yunshuang's strength, it was indeed plausible. However, such speculation mattered little to Yang Lin. What he needed to address was the corpse of this ancient snow dragon. Though Yang Lin had yet to traverse the world, he had gleaned much from the memories of the original owner. Books, tales, and storytellers spoke of such spirit beasts that had lived for a millennium. They were nearing the brink of transformation, and if they were to fall, they would yield not only inner elixirs but also highly nourishing flesh. It was essential to note that this was a creature that had survived for hundreds of years, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The energy within was unimaginable. The most practical way to utilize this nourishing material was, of course, to consume it. The entirety of this millennia-old snow dragon could sustain Yang Lin for several meals. Yet, how would he extract the flesh from the jade? Unlike the starry technique, which was inscribed directly into his mind, this meat was a tangible entity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a flicker of intent, he selected a piece of flesh. Indeed, a bloody chunk materialized before him, which Yang Lin deftly caught. It appeared he had discovered the method of utilizing the starry jade. Observing the piece of flesh, Yang Lin wrapped it in parchment and hurried towards the kitchen. He dared not consume it raw. What if it were toxic? It would be prudent to cook it first. It should be similar to pork or beef. Perhaps just like snake meat, cooked and safe to eat. In the kitchen, Aziz was preparing a meal when she noticed Yang Lin entering with the meat. Initially taken aback, she quickly sensed something amiss. That piece of meat is for my dinner tonight. You should stew it separately, she remarked. Yang Lin paid her little heed, replying casually, and then turned to leave. Aziz nodded, recognizing the meat's aura as that of the millennia-old snow dragon, realizing that Qingyue's starry jade was indeed in this boy's possession. How unfair that such fortune had fallen to him. It seemed he had learned to utilize the starry jade. As Aziz pondered, the meat's scent intensified, startling her. If she could sense the snow dragon's aura, then surely Gu Qingyue could as well. That woman was still in Pingyang City. If she caught wind of this, Aziz would be in dire straits. Without further hesitation, she hastily prepared the meat, washing it, slicing it, and adding spices to stew it, finally managing to suppress the overwhelming essence. After leaving the kitchen, Yang Lin found a place to cleanse his hands, removing the lingering scent of blood. Just in time to encounter Xiaoxia. When the meal is ready, please tell Aziz to bring us each a portion. We shall eat separately, he instructed. Xiaoxia, familiar with Aziz, responded directly. However, Yang Lin felt a twinge of displeasure. Breakfast and lunch apart was one thing, but now at dinner. How could a family eat separately? He was marrying a wife, not entertaining ancestors. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? He remarked, his expression slightly awkward. Do not forget what you promised me, Xiaoxia replied, unfazed. Is it so wrong to have dinner together? Yang Lin was baffled by Xiaoxia's strong bias against him. As a gentleman, did his words carry no weight? Yet, Xiaoxia remained composed, showing no signs of yielding. Yang Lin, seeing this, grew irritated. She was clearly trying to provoke him. Fine. Then let it be. Fenger need not dine with me, I promise you that. But you must accompany me, he declared. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's previously unwavering demeanor shifted, her heart racing. This fellow had learned to threaten her. Humph. Never, she retorted. Do not forget our respective positions. It is only natural for me to dine with my wife. What business do you have? Before Yang Lin could finish, she turned on her heel and left, uninterested in further discussion. Yang Lin, incensed, gritted his teeth. Just wait. One day, I shall have you all. Chapter 14. A Beauty's Meal. Indulge in more bowls. Disinterested in further disputes with Xiaoxia, Yang Lin returned to his room alone. As the sky gradually darkened, Az prepared the meal and, following Yang Lin's instructions, delivered a portion to both his and Xiao Fenger's rooms. Approaching Xiao Fenger and Xiaoxia made Az considerably anxious. With her keen perception, she could easily discern that both Xiao Fenger and Xiaoxia were extraordinary individuals, possessing a formidable inner energy. While appearances can be deceiving, true energy cannot be concealed. Of course, some can expertly mask their aura, but such mastery requires a level of cultivation that far surpasses that of their opponent. Az, with her current frailty, would find any unexpected encounter quite troublesome. Thus, she was reluctant to expose her vulnerabilities, preferring to wait until her injuries had healed. The master had instructed that Xiaoxia should visit promptly. After neatly arranging the food on the table, Az finally spoke to the nearby Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia remained expressionless, simply nodding before dismissing Az. The chef Yang Lin had brought back evoked a strange feeling within her. Although Xiao Fengo could not articulate her thoughts just yet, her intuition hinted that this woman was anything but ordinary. However, Xiaoxia's mind was wholly occupied with Yang Lin, leaving her momentarily distracted. Is it that obvious? Xiaoxia blinked, a flicker of irritation evident in her gaze. It had been a long time since anyone had stirred such emotions within her. As the former top assassin of the Wei Kingdom, Xiaoxia had always held absolute confidence in her psychological fortitude. The saying, unmoved by the collapse of Mount Tai, perfectly described someone like her. Yet, ever since entering Yang's residence, everything had changed, particularly after encountering Yang Lin, leaving Xiaoxia utterly flustered. Aside from throwing tantrums at him, she felt utterly powerless against him. This was why her resentment toward Lao Cho was so intense. Upon receiving Xiaoxia's response, Xiao Fenger thought Yang Lin had intentionally provoked her and thus attempted to console her. Sister Xiaoxia, there's no need to take it to heart. We're currently living under someone else's roof, and considering you deliberately teased him yesterday, it's only natural for him to harbor some resentment. He can't confront you on romantic matters, so he seeks trouble elsewhere. Xiaoxia found herself at a loss for words. She certainly couldn't divulge to Xiao Fenger that not only had her scheme failed last night, but she had also ended up losing both her dignity and her composure. Perhaps we should follow his suggestion and dine together. It's really nothing significant. Having reassured Xiaoxia, Xiao Fenger continued, lowering her voice and adopting a tone of inquiry. While glancing at Xiaoxia, absolutely not. Xiaoxia's response was immediate and unwavering. She had already sacrificed so much to keep Yang Lin at bay from Xiao Fenger. If she relented now, what if that scoundrel Yang Lin developed ulterior motives toward Xiao Fenger? She would be left in utter ruin. Such an eventuality could not be allowed to transpire. Every possible chance must be extinguished in its infancy. Yet, this path seems exceedingly burdensome for you. Xiao Fenger sighed, seemingly having anticipated Xiaoxia's retort, though she remained somewhat unwilling to give up on persuading her. However, Xiaoxia brushed aside her concerns with a wave of her hand, interrupting her. Is it merely dining together? I can handle that. There's truly no hardship in it. Sister Xiaoxia, aren't you concerned that feelings might develop over time? What if he grows fond of you? Xiao Fenger suddenly interjected. At this, Xiaoxia nearly jumped to her feet in alarm, hastily denying the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Miss, please refrain from jesting with me. Such talk is unsettling during daylight. Xiao Fenger stifled a laugh at her words. Imagining the absurdity of Yang Lin genuinely falling for Xiaoxia, trailing after her every move, a scene that was indeed amusing. Hurry and eat. The food is getting cold. Xiuxia, anxious to divert Xiao Feng'er from lingering on the topic, hastily urged her to resume eating. Thus, their conversation came to an unceremonious halt. Meanwhile, Yang Lin was savoring the snow dragon meat that AZ had prepared. It was undeniable that AZ's culinary skills were exceptional. The notoriously pungent meat had been simmered to tenderness and flavor without any lingering unpleasantness, a far cry from the offerings of local taverns. Yang Lin, having dined at nearly every establishment in Pingyang City over the years, felt confident in his discerning palate. The 1,000-year-old snow dragon meat was indeed a potent tonic. After only a few bites, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. He felt a warm glow enveloping him, his energy surging. Knock, knock, knock. After finishing her meal with Xiao Feng'er, Xiaoxia headed straight to Yang Lin's room. Upon entering, she did not wait for Yang Lin to speak before being met with the sight of him devouring his food. Xiaoxia shot him a disdainful glare. You rogue. Why must you drag me here when you could enjoy your meal in solitude? Setting down his bowl, Yang Lin smiled and replied, dining alone is quite lonely. With a beauty by my side, my appetite is significantly enhanced. With that, he deliberately appraised Xiaoxia from head to toe. Feeling the slightly predatory gaze, Xiaoxia was irked. This man was insufferable. She had undoubtedly fallen into a trap, deceived by Lu Pei. This Yang Lin was nothing like the honest man she had imagined. Not only that, but he was so consumed by desire that he had even abandoned his cultivation, willingly becoming a waste of potential. Individuals like him were the very ones Xiaoxia held in disdain, yet here she was, having compromised herself for such a scoundrel. This grudge would linger with her for a lifetime. Yang Lin surmised that Xiaoxia had likely finished her meal with Xiao Feng'er by now. He casually remarked, You must have already dined, right? If you truly wish to avoid serving me, you may return. I am quite open-minded. Chapter 15. The strange poison. Yang Lin chuckled and remarked. Hearing this, Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback. What scheme was this fellow concocting? He summoned her here only to send her back. Was he toying with her like a puppet? Rather than departing immediately, Xiaoxia lingered at the doorway, awaiting Yang Lin's next utterance. However, I must advise you, it would be prudent to devise a suitable explanation. Otherwise, considering that we will often share the same roof and bed, how will you justify this to your young mistress? Yang Lin kindly cautioned. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoxia's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze akin to that of a predator ready to strike, her teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. In your dreams, Yang Lin had grown accustomed to Xiaoxia's sharp tongue during their time together, adopting a demeanor as unyielding as a pig unperturbed by boiling water. I speak only the truth. Moreover, I have taken your young mistress as my wife. One ought to follow the customs of marriage. Regardless of whether you or your mistress disdain me, this reality remains unaltered. My allowance for you to stand in for her is the utmost extent of my tolerance. You do not intend to barter further, do you? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxia comprehended fully. This scoundrel still harbored intentions towards her body. Wretch. In days gone by, she would have swiftly retaliated, snapping Yang Lin's neck with ease. Alas, she could not act thus now, for the sake of herself and her mistress. This indignation she must swallow. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoxia reluctantly relented. I may dine with you, but as for the indecent acts of last night, do not entertain such notions in the future. It is impossible. With a reluctant bite of her lip, Xiaoxia settled beside Yang Lin. She picked up the chopsticks prepared for her and casually selected some dishes to savor. Yang Lin did not refuse this, nor did he press her. At that moment, he was still reveling in the remarkable transformations occurring within him after consuming the snow serpent. Once he finished the meat, he would hasten to cultivate, absorbing its essence to significantly enhance its strength. As for coveting Xiaoxia's form, he knew well that desire could be a double-edged sword. Women only served to impede his resolve. Yang Lin was not among those whose minds were clouded by lust. He did not wish to perish at the hands of a woman. Cultivation was the rightful path. Moreover, such an extraordinary resource lay before him previously. It was something he dared not even dream of. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia observed Yang Lin devouring the food voraciously, particularly eyeing the platter of meat, relishing it with evident delight. She could not help but swallow hard, growing increasingly curious about the taste of the meat. Xiaoxia considered herself well-versed in culinary delights and could identify most edible meats at a glance. However, the meat before Yang Lin was unlike anything she had encountered before. Without waiting for Yang Lin to speak, she extended her chopsticks, selecting a sizable piece to place in her bowl. Yang Lin, seeing this, remarked with irritation. This meat possesses extraordinary properties and is quite costly. If you must indulge, then choose that piece and refrain from overindulgence. His warning stemmed not from stinginess, but from concern. The ancient snow serpent's flesh contained a power that an ordinary person like Xiaoxia might not withstand. He recalled his first experience with a potent elixir, where the strength of its effects caused him to bleed from the nose shortly after consumption. Yet, Xiao Xia dismissed his words, perceiving them merely as a concern for his own finances. With such an opportunity at hand, how could she let it slip away? The more Yang Lin resisted her, the more determined she became to partake. As long as it was something Yang Lin opposed, Xiao Xia was resolute in her intent to do it, ideally, to drive him to the brink of exasperation, which would be a tremendous benefit for her. She seized a piece of meat and swallowed it whole, the rush of speed leaving her unable to savor the flavor. She gulped another piece down, resembling Zhu Beiji consuming the ginseng fruit. This was merely the beginning. Xiao Xia suddenly felt as if she had not eaten for days, fixating on the platter of snow serpent meat, devouring it bite after bite. Yang Lin, at her side, was powerless to intervene. At times, a woman's fervor could surpass that of any madman. Don't say I didn't warn you, should you find yourself restless tonight. Don't come seeking me for retribution. This matter is not my concern. Yet, Xiao Xia paid no heed to Yang Lin's warning, believing him merely to be attempting to frighten her. Yang Lin was simply greedy, wishing to hoard all the delectable morsels for himself. But would Xiao Xia allow him to succeed? Thus, the two transformed from reluctant participants into fierce competitors, clearing away all the meals prepared by a Z. All right. Once you've eaten, be off with you. Do not waste my time. Sated in content, Yang Lin turned and issued his dismissal. Xiao Xia, all too willing, had long desired to flee. Yang Lin's willingness to release her was nothing short of fortuitous. In the kitchen, Z was at her wit's end. If it were only Yang Lin, she would have seized the opportunity to snatch back the star jade he had acquired and silenced him permanently. However, two formidable women had suddenly appeared before her. Had she been at her peak, Z would have been less concerned. Yet, given her current state of injury and diminished strength, coupled with the unfathomable prowess of Xiao Xia and her companion, she found herself without any feasible opportunity to act. Suddenly, Xiao Xia recalled the piece of snow serpent meat Yang Lin had brought earlier. The inner core of the millennium-old snow serpent contained lewd poison, and naturally, the flesh bore similar properties. After consuming it, Yang Lin would undoubtedly seek someone to alleviate the poison. As a recent acquisition of Yang Lin's servant, what if she became the target of his desires? This thought caused Z's complexion to shift, as the possibility loomed ominously. After all, men were notoriously fickle, known for their proclivity to seek novelty. Nevertheless, it was still uncertain. The presence of lewd poison in the snow serpent's core did not guarantee its existence within the flesh. What if she were merely overthinking? Shaking her head, Z tidied up after dinner and extinguished the lights early. Chapter 16. The unhinged boxer. In the middle of the night, although Az lay in bed, she found herself unable to succumb to slumber. Her powers had diminished significantly, yet her keen hearing remained intact. Despite the soundproofing of the courtyard, it offered little solace to her. In the master bedroom, Xiaofeng'er had already drifted into a peaceful sleep, her breathing gradually calming, while the girl beside her, Xiao Xia, was far from the same fate. Time and again, she closed her eyes, only to be plagued by incessant thoughts of her encounters with Yang Lin the previous day. Perhaps it was this that caused her body to feel weak and feverish. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed red, and an unbearable heat enveloped her. However, with Xiaofeng'er resting beside her, Xiao Xia dared not stir or make a sound. The discomfort was truly excruciating. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiao Xia. She was too knowledgeable to dismiss the signs. She reached for her pulse, and after a brief moment of silence, her complexion paled, a hint of murderous intent flickering in her heart. When had she been poisoned? Her thoughts immediately turned to Yang Lin. In this place, who else would resort to such despicable acts? It became clear why Yang Lin had permitted her to return and accompany the princess. He had ulterior motives. Resolute, Xiao Xia quietly rose from her bed and slipped out of the room. The unexpected events of the previous night had left her seething with rage. Yet she had no intention of harming Yang Lin. This time, however, the stakes were different. If he dared to poison her, who was to say he wouldn't target the princess next? If she waited until that time, it would undoubtedly be too late. Xiao Xia refused to stand idly by and witness such treachery unfold, nor would she allow a vile person like the old man to linger near the princess. Just as she exited her room, Xiao Xia heard a door creak open from the adjacent chamber. She froze momentarily, instinctively seeking cover behind a nearby obstruction. As a former top assassin, the art of concealment was second nature to her. Emerging from the room was Yang Lin, who hurriedly traversed the hall and dashed into the rear courtyard. Eagerly, he approached the well, stripped off his shirt, and filled a wooden bucket with water, dousing himself from head to toe. One bucket was insufficient, so he filled 6 more. Yang Lin mused to himself about the intense reaction of his body after consuming the meat of the snow serpent. The heat coursing through him was unbearable, far exceeding the effects of any supplements he had previously taken. Yet, this only underscored the benefits of the meat. If he could absorb all its effects, his cultivation would surely improve. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin resolved to practice his punches in the courtyard. The vigorous martial art he was performing had been taught to him by Liu Pei, rumored to be his original creation, and he had mastered it over several months. Meanwhile, Xiao Xia furrowed her brow as she observed Yang Lin's unusual actions. It seemed he too was afflicted. If Yang Lin had indeed poisoned her, why would he partake in the same fate? The logic was perplexing. Then, a thought struck her about the cook. If Yang Lin was innocent, there was only one other possibility. But evidence was paramount. Mere observation would not suffice. What if Yang Lin was merely feigning? Determined, Xiao Xia stepped forward, intending to check his pulse, for the pulse would not deceive her. As a practitioner of martial arts, Yang Lin's senses were heightened, and he quickly noticed her approach. Turning to face her, an awkward expression crossed his face. At that moment, he stood bare-chested in the courtyard. And it was late at night. Anyone witnessing this would likely deem him a pervert. Previously, Yang Lin had lived alone and had been rather casual. But he had forgotten that now 4 individuals resided there, all of whom were women, although he and Xiao Xia had shared intimate moments the night before. The current encounter felt undeniably awkward. Good evening, Yang Lin awkwardly waved. Upon reflection, he thought, had they not already seen everything? They had shared intimate relations. What was a little more? With this thought, he relaxed slightly, disregarding Xiao Xia's peculiar expression as he headed toward his chamber. Before he departed, he felt compelled to explain, I used to live alone, so it's quite normal for me to practice my punches or bathe at odd hours. I simply forgot you were here. Xiao Xia responded with a cold laugh, practicing punches in the middle of the night, bare-chested, indeed, quite carefree. Despite his explanations, Yang Lin felt it might have been better to remain silent. Enough of the small talk. I don't care about you, but if you frighten my lady, I want to hold back, Xiao Xia warned, her brow furrowed. Yang Lin smirked. You're the one who undressed and climbed into bed with me yesterday. I merely accepted the situation as it unfolded. Now it seemed as if she had forgotten their previous encounter. However, these words remained unspoken. He simply shrugged and replied, very well. If not for Liu Pei's sake, he would have long since severed ties with a concubine who wouldn't he even allow him to touch her. Disinterested in further conversation, Yang Lin retreated to his room. Strangely, Xiao Xia followed him inside, claiming she needed to keep an eye on him to prevent any fright to her lady. Thus, she remained in his chamber that night, accompanying him to the bedside. Az, lying nearby, had overheard everything. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This lad was indeed fortunate, with all manner of blessings falling upon him. With Xiao Xia providing cover, Az felt a sense of relief. She would not bear the brunt of this situation. Yet, it was curious that once they entered the room, not a sound was heard. Could it be that this fellow had the restraint to endure? Chapter 17. Unutterable sorrow reflecting on the past in the cave, despite being poisoned. Az retained fragments of her memory. Her face flushed as she thought, this young man is far from respectable. As the night deepened, Yang Lin felt an unmistakable unease within him. An inexplicable heat coursed through his body, and despite his efforts to suppress it, the sensation persisted. Although he was aware of Xiao Xia's presence nearby, Yang Lin believed that in the past, he would have maintained a semblance of composure. What had changed within him? Was he truly becoming as unseemly as Xiao Xia suggested? Yet, he questioned himself. He was not a lecherous man. Setting aside the first incident, which was forced upon him, and the previous day's encounter that was initiated by Xiao Xia, he had not succumbed to temptation over the years. If he were to falter, he would have broken his vows long ago. At this moment, Yang Lin's mind was filled with questions. Although Xiao Xia lay a short distance away, she too was tormented, likely cursing Yang Lin 1,000 times in her heart. When she entered the room, Xiao Xia had prepared herself for Yang Lin's advances. Yet, he remained motionless, leaving her to wonder if he intended to wait for her to take the initiative. The more she pondered, the more she suspected that the poison was indeed of Yang Lin's doing, knowing she would be unable to control herself, hence his inaction. With this thought in mind, Xiao Xia turned to Yang Lin, her hand reaching for his wrist to check his pulse. Unbeknownst to the closed-eyed Yang Lin, the warmth radiating from her touch caused him to tense up. The heat within him was already unbearable, and now it felt as though fuel had been added to the fire, leading him to a state of distraction. After checking his pulse, Xiao Xia realized with alarm that Yang Lin was also poisoned, and his condition was even more severe than her own. It seemed this incident of poisoning was not his doing, as Z was the sole culprit. Xiao Xia suspected that Z, fearing abandonment, sought to ensure her presence by utilizing the effects of the poison, especially since Yang Lin was her benefactor. Moreover, Yang Lin's appearance was indeed captivating. It was no wonder a newcomer like Z would be tempted. Yet, Xiao Xia could not fathom where Z had acquired such a peculiar poison. Its potency was extraordinary, even eluding Xiao Xia's expertise, despite her being a top female assassin well-versed in both combat and the art of poisons. Just as Xiao Xia was lost in thought, she heard Yang Lin's labored breathing. "How long will you keep holding on to me?" His words startled her, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks aflame as she glared at him. "You scoundrel!" Yang Lin, bewildered, was at a loss. He felt he had done nothing wrong. So why was he being accused? "You may do as you wish with me, but my lady must not be harmed." Xiao Xia inhaled deeply, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yang Lin was about to protest, genuinely confused about his actions, but before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Xia's delicate face loomed closer, and he felt the softness of her lips against his, accompanied by her tender form embracing him. In that moment, all other thoughts vanished from Yang Lin's mind. With her willingly surrendering herself, what could he possibly say? Even if he were to be berated, it hardly mattered now. In fact, he wished for her to scold him more, as it would quell the unrest within him. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, a weary Xiao Xia emerged from Yang Lin's room and headed to the back hall, where she refreshed herself, despite the fatigue weighing on her. It was the turmoil in her heart that truly exhausted her. After 2 consecutive nights of seeking Yang Lin, it was clear she had taken the initiative. The previous night's events were particularly perplexing. Was it truly due to the poison? While the poison was indeed peculiar and beyond her immediate understanding, she doubted it warranted such drastic measures for an antidote. When had she become so reckless? It must be the influence of Yang Lin. Frustration bubbled within her as she cursed him silently and turned her gaze toward the kitchen, a glimmer of something unnameable in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Z, who had risen early to prepare breakfast, felt a chill run down her spine. Though separated by a window, she sensed the coldness emanating from Xiao Xia, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Had her true identity been discovered? That shouldn't be possible. She had concealed her abilities well. While Z recognized that both Xiao Xia and her mistress were extraordinary individuals, their strength had not reached the level required to see through her disguise. Suddenly, Z recalled the snow weasel meat from the previous day. Could it be that Xiao Xia had also consumed it? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. After Yang Lin had ingested the meat, he fell victim to the lustful poison. Naturally, Xiao Xia would not be exempt. In such circumstances, how could Xiao Xia possibly suspect Yang Lin? This left only Z as the source of blame. Realizing this, Z felt a profound sense of helplessness. She was like a mute suffering in silence, unable to express her grievances. This unjust blame had fallen upon her, and she had no opportunity to clear her name. If it weren't for her diminished strength, she wouldn't be confined to this role as a mere cook. Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, Yang Lin lay in bliss, gazing at the ceiling with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The adage that heroes falter before beauty might well apply here. Though he felt elated after 2 nights of indulgence, a nagging sense of unease lingered within him. For him, cultivation was paramount. Matters of the heart should take a back seat. With this thought, Yang Lin sprang from his bed, quickly dressing before exiting his room. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Xiao Xia seated beside the ancient well, prompting him to tread lightly, as though he were walking on eggshells. Chapter 18 Sister Xiao Xia, may I ask you for a favor? As Yang Lin approached Xiao Xia, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders, skillfully kneading with just the right amount of pressure. Initially drowsy, Xiao Xia was suddenly jolted awake. Upon realizing it was Yang Lin, she suppressed her instinctive reaction. After all, she had publicly proclaimed herself to be an ordinary, unskilled woman. Should she counterattack and subdue Yang Lin, her true identity would be compromised. "You scoundrel!" Xiao Xia muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushing slightly, perhaps recalling the events of the previous night. Yang Lin, however, remained unfazed. Exuding confidence and goodwill, with no intention of disputing her silent censure, his smile unwavering as his hands continued their work. Although he was not a professional masseur, his technique was surprisingly adept, bringing Xiao Xia comfort rather than discomfort. Initially she resisted, but soon surrendered to the soothing sensations, allowing her body to slowly relax. "Tell me about the cook you brought back," Xiao Xia said, her gaze drifting toward the kitchen, landing on Z. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Xiao Xia showed interest in Z. At that moment, he observed that Z appeared remarkably different from when they first met. Although her figure remained unchanged, her countenance seemed transformed. Could it be that cleanliness made such a significant difference? Nevertheless, Yang Lin had nothing to conceal and recounted the events in their entirety. After hearing his account, Xiao Xia was unable to discern any irregularities, at least from Yang Lin's description, as Z did not seem problematic. "What? Do you sense something amiss?" Yang Lin inquired, noticing Xiao Xia's furrowed brow, his movements pausing momentarily. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Xia finally spoke. "The meal last night was poisoned. We both fell victim to it." Yang Lin's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to glance at the kitchen, as if he could see a Z through the walls. He had no doubt that Xiaoxia would deceive him. There was no reason for her to do so, and besides, he had been completely unaware of any wrongdoing. What kind of poison? He began to ask. An aphrodisiac, Xiaoxia interjected promptly. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's eyes widened with surprise, and he noticed a flush of color rising on Xiaoxia's face, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment and anger. Are you certain? Yang Lin countered. Did you not feel an overwhelming heat coursing through your body last night? You were even watering the garden bare-chested, Xiaoxia replied, her tone firm. Yang Lin nodded, realizing that he had initially dismissed it as a normal reaction to the rich meat they had consumed. Now, however, he began to connect the dots. Wait a moment. Xiaoxia mentioned that they had both been poisoned. Did that mean? The realization dawned on Yang Lin, and he muttered to himself. No wonder you were so forward last night. It all makes sense now. Xiaoxia, hearing his words, felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, quickly interrupting him. Be quiet. But why would a Z poison my food? Is it possible she intended to seduce me and feared rejection, resorting to such drastic measures? Yang Lin continued. His curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, a Z, with her keen hearing, had absorbed every word, her forehead creased with annoyance. Even Xiaoxia, standing beside Yang Lin, was left speechless. Though the explanation seemed absurd, it appeared to be the only plausible answer. And you ended up consuming that meal as well, so in the end, you benefited from it, Yang Lin added, nearly causing Xiaoxia to choke with anger. Even a Z struggled to suppress a laugh. While Yang Lin may not possess many talents, he certainly excelled in the art of shamelessness. Just as Xiaoxia was about to unleash her frustration, a voice interrupted her. Sister Xiaoxia, turning in the direction of the voice. Xiaoxia was taken aback to see Xiao Feng'er standing beneath the eaves of the backyard, momentarily stunned at the sight of Yang Lin massaging Xiaoxia. Upon hearing Feng'er's voice, Xiaoxia stiffened, unsure how to respond, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Yang Lin, however, turned around casually, smiling at Feng'er. Has your sister Xiaoxia studied medicine? Studied medicine? Feng'er echoed, initially taken aback, but quickly regaining her composure. Of course, Sister Xiaoxia is quite adept in the healing arts. As a top-tier female assassin, her understanding of human anatomy was unparalleled, thus naturally leading to her proficiency in medicine. Hearing this, Yang Lin's face lit up with delight. He had not anticipated such a fortunate discovery. Now, he was troubled by a lack of potent remedies to strengthen his body during his training. Was this not a serendipitous opportunity? For Yang Lin, who was just starting his journey, even the most basic prescriptions would hold significant value. He possessed an abundance of patience when it came to cultivation, never seeking immediate results or attempting to rush his progress. Steadily accumulating knowledge and experience was the true path to mastery. Sister Xiaoxia, may I ask for a favor? Yang Lin said, increasing the intensity of his massage as if to curry favor. Internally, Xiaoxia resisted, but with Feng'er present, she felt compelled to maintain her composure, replying with forced irritation, speak. For the next half-month, I will give you shoulder massages daily. Could you provide me with a few prescriptions for strengthening bones and muscles? Preferably ones with potent effects. Yang Lin proposed. Upon hearing this, Feng'er stifled a laugh, surprised by Yang Lin's intentions. It was common knowledge that many powerful figures had exhausted their fortunes seeking prescriptions from Xiaoxia, yet here was Yang Lin attempting to secure several in just half a month. One prescription? Xiaoxia retorted, exasperated. Were it not for Feng'er's presence, she would never have entertained Yang Lin's request. She understood his motivations and was aware that among the prescriptions she knew, several were exceptionally effective. To offer even one to Yang Lin would be a tremendous act of generosity. Yang Lin, however, was unabashed, boldly asking for multiple prescriptions. Deal, he exclaimed, having initially only intended to request one. His audacity was merely a tactic to leave room for negotiation later. Get lost. I've agreed to the prescription, don't pester me. Xiaoxia impatiently shoved Yang Lin's hands away. With Feng'er observing their interaction, she felt an unusual discomfort in her heart, despite the fact that Yang Lin's techniques were indeed enjoyable. Feng'er, I heard from Uncle Lu that you also have a fondness for calligraphy and painting? Chapter 19. Yang Lin's doubts upon hearing the words. Xiao Feng'er was momentarily taken aback, unsure of why Yang Lin had suddenly posed such questions. However, she instinctively nodded in response. Yang Lin, upon hearing this, chuckled. That's splendid. I possess a modest understanding of calligraphy myself. We can engage in mutual exchange and discussion later, providing us a common topic. Xiao Feng'er blushed slightly at his words, unconsciously lowering her gaze. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener is attentive. Coupled with their current relational dynamics, it was only natural for her to ponder further. Consequently, Xiaoxia, observing from the side, shot daggers at Yang Lin with her icy glare. Yang Lin, wishing to say more, swallowed his words, realizing that Xiao Xia was now his woman, and he needed her assistance. If he provoked her, what if she refused to provide the remedy he sought? That would truly be counterproductive. Thus, he remarked, "Ha, if you require anything in the future, please don't hesitate to inform me. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. After all, we are family now, so there's no need for distance between us." With that, Yang Lin hastily retreated to the study, avoiding any further delay. If the conversation continued, he feared Xiao Xia might genuinely take action. Humph. Xiao Xia scoffed at Yang Lin's departing figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. In contrast, Xiao Feng'er seemed to have a favorable impression of Yang Lin. "Sister Xiao Xia, I don't believe he's as bad as you say." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xia nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief, left speechless. If Xiao Feng'er were to discover Yang Lin's true nature, she would likely refrain from such sentiments. After preparing breakfast, Aziz delivered 2 portions to Xiao Feng'er's room before taking the remaining portion to the study. It was evident that Yang Lin would soon seek her out for questioning. Aziz felt resigned, knowing she couldn't escape the situation now. Setting down the food, Yang Lin indeed initiated the conversation. "Aziz, please share your background. Since you will be residing here, it is only fair that I get to know you better, don't you think?" Yang Lin spoke casually, though he had already devised a plan to investigate her origins. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary is key. Yang Lin felt it prudent to remain vigilant regarding those close to him. Aziz had no grounds to refute this request and recounted her situation in detail, ensuring her narrative was flawless. Yang Lin nodded, finding no apparent discrepancies in her tale, yet her demeanor suggested there was more she wished to convey. He remained silent, patiently awaiting her further words. "Master, I made a mistake yesterday." Suddenly, Aziz knelt before him, speaking with trepidation. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her unexpected admission. He had to even pose a direct inquiry. Was she confessing? "Speak," Yang Lin commanded. Maintaining his composure without revealing excessive surprise or anger, his gaze fixed on Aziz. "Master, I haven't eaten meat in so long. And when you provided me with that piece yesterday, I couldn't resist and ended up eating 2 pieces after I cooked it." Aziz stammered, fear evident in her voice. Yang Lin frowned slightly but remained silent. Aziz continued, "After eating, I realized the meat felt unusual. My body became hot and restless. Master, I truly did not intend to. I simply couldn't help myself after such a long time without meat." As she spoke, Aziz implored for forgiveness, as though fearing Yang Lin might cast her out. Yang Lin scrutinized Aziz. Although she had been forthright, he remained skeptical. While he had not discerned any suspicious behavior from her, that did not mean she was entirely innocent. Yang Lin harbored doubts regarding her explanation. If she had consumed the same meat, she should have experienced similar effects as he and Xiao Xia. However, the previous night had been eerily quiet in the courtyard. Apart from his own quarters, there had been no signs of disturbance. Could it be that Aziz had merely tasted too little to exhibit significant reactions? Reflecting on the previous evening, he realized that only he and Xiao Xia had indulged the most, nearly collapsing the bed in the process. Lacking concrete evidence, Yang Lin chose to trust Aziz for the time being. After all, the snow dragon meat was no ordinary fare. It might possess peculiar properties. "Very well. As the chef, it is perfectly acceptable for you to taste the dishes, and you may do so for every meal moving forward. My inquiry into your background was merely for reassurance. I held no ulterior motives. I simply feel that someone of your beauty and stature should not hail from an impoverished background." Yang Lin, having regained his composure, clarified his actions. Hearing this, Aziz kept her head bowed but replied, "I understand. Servant acknowledges this. Rise. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come, join me," Yang Lin invited, portioning out a serving from his plate and setting it aside. Aziz slowly stood, hesitating at the sight of the breakfast Yang Lin had offered. In this era, it was unthinkable for a servant to dine at the same table as their master. The disparity in their statuses rendered such an act inappropriate. Yang Lin, however, remained unfazed, insisting, "Eat. Is there something wrong with today's breakfast?" His rhetorical question nearly caused Aziz to kneel once more in fright. She quickly stepped forward to consume the portion he had set aside for her. Yang Lin allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, gently nodding in approval. Aziz was well aware that Yang Lin harbored doubts about her sincerity. This was merely a test of her loyalty. Feeling a mix of bitterness and resignation, Aziz realized she had been wronged. Throughout everything, she had harbored no ill intentions, merely wishing to recover in peace, yet now she bore the brunt of all accusations. Watching Aziz eat her breakfast, Yang Lin finally felt at ease enough to begin his own meal. Perhaps he had indeed overthought the matter. It could simply be the peculiarities of the snow dragon meat. After finishing breakfast and watching Aziz depart, Yang Lin remained in the study for another hour before leaving home, intending to visit the Yongxing escort agency, where Lu Pei was based. Chapter 20. Inquiring about AZ's background. The Yongxing escort agency, the largest in Pingyang City, is renowned throughout the region. Lu Pei, as the chief escort, holds a position of considerable esteem. Few in Pingyang City would dare to disregard him. To investigate AZ's identity, seeking Lu Pei's assistance is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. After all, this matter arose due to Lu Pei's distant cousin marrying into the family, which prompted Yang Lin to seek a chef, thus leading to the events of yesterday. Therefore, Lu Pei has no choice but to assist, as it would be unreasonable not to do so. Yang Lin navigated the familiar path to the Yongxing escort agency, where the gatekeeper recognized him, and nearly everyone there was aware of the close relationship between him and Lu Pei. Those of an older generation had watched Yang Lin grow up, and their attitude towards him was naturally warm. Even if they were not inclined to show him favor, they would certainly defer to Lu Pei's reputation, and none would dare obstruct Yang Lin. He made his way unobstructed and soon found Lu Pei's office. As usual, he knocked lightly before entering. It is likely that he is the only one in the entire agency bold enough to do so. Upon entering the room, he found Lu Pei engrossed in reading letters, seemingly aware of Yang Lin's arrival, as he did not look up. "What brings you here?" Lu Pei asked, without lifting his gaze, continuing to peruse the letters in his hands. "I have a matter to discuss. I need your help to investigate someone," Yang Lin replied, settling into a chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. This issue would require some time to explain, so he allowed the conversation to unfold naturally. He then recounted the situation regarding AZ, including her background, concluding with a request. "Could you assist me in uncovering her identity? You know this all stems from your distant cousin's marriage. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have had to seek a chef." Lu Pei paused his reading and glanced at Yang Lin. "Surely a mere kitchen maid cannot stir up much trouble," he retorted, not immediately agreeing to Yang Lin's request. After all, while Yang Lin's abilities may be modest, dealing with an ordinary, weak woman should not pose a significant challenge. The issue of yesterday's poisoning was primarily due to Yang Lin's lack of caution and perceptiveness. Ultimately, it was his insufficient strength that led to the predicament. "I am but a solitary individual. That does not concern me. My worry lies with your cousin's daughter, which is why I seek clarity," Yang Lin replied with a smile. While his words held truth, caution is the key to longevity. Having lived through a rebirth, he could not afford to encounter any unexpected misfortunes. Thus, Lu Pei nodded in agreement to help Yang Lin investigate the matter. However, the feasibility of uncovering AZ's identity was uncertain, for, based on Yang Lin's description, she might not even be a native of Pingyang City. If she had fled from elsewhere, the search could prove challenging. Satisfied with Lu Pei's consent, Yang Lin seemed to recall another topic. "Old Lu, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you." "Go ahead," Lu Pei replied. Sensing that Yang Lin had something else on his mind and feeling a bit impatient, Yang Lin grinned before asking, "Does Xiaoxia, your cousin's maid, truly possess medical knowledge? After all, I have promised to trade with her, and if she lacks any medical skills, the prescriptions she provides could be utterly nonsensical. That would be quite a loss for me." While that was one concern, the significance of the prescription was paramount to Yang Lin. He could not afford to be left disappointed, as it might hinder his cultivation, resulting in a grievous loss. "Yes," Lu Pei confirmed. He was well aware of Xiaoxia's background. She had once been a formidable assassin of great renown. Even in her current concealed identity, her skills remained intact. Mastery of medicine would not pose a challenge for her. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "Then, both your cousin's daughter and her maid are not ordinary individuals, are they? Xiaoxia's proficiency in medicine alone is quite remarkable. As for Xiao Feng'er, though I have yet to witness her abilities, her demeanor suggests she is no common woman. In my previous life, she would be considered of royal lineage." Lu Pei smiled subtly, not offering a verbal response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed," Yang Lin remarked, a knowing expression crossing his face. He realized he had unwittingly stepped into a trap set by Lu Pei. The depth and implications of this trap remained uncertain, leaving him to wonder whether it would lead to fortune or misfortune. However, both Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng'er were exceptionally beautiful, should the need arise. He could accept his fate with grace. With this thought in mind, Yang Lin felt somewhat at ease. Suddenly recalling another point, he said, "Old Lu, perhaps you could elaborate on the backgrounds of those two? If I am to face peril, I must understand the situation clearly. Being in the dark now could leave me ill-prepared to protect them should danger arise." Yang Lin chuckled wryly, hoping to glean some insight from Lu Pei's expression. Yet, as expected, his efforts proved futile. Lu Pei merely smiled faintly, exhibiting no additional emotion. "This is not a matter you should concern yourself with. It is best not to inquire further. When they find themselves in peril, you will likely be of no assistance. Focus on preserving your own safety. If necessary, seek me out, and I shall protect you." Liu Pei's words rang true. Xiaoxia's skills were of the highest caliber, far surpassing Yang Lin's own abilities. What need had he for protection? Even Xiaofeng possessed formidable strength. Liu Pei himself would not guarantee their safety, so how could Yang Lin hope to do so? In light of this, it was wiser for Yang Lin to prioritize his own survival. Listening to Liu Pei's counsel, Yang Lin came to understand that these seemingly delicate women likely possessed capabilities far beyond his own. Chapter 21. Sparring and competitions. As for what Yang Lin observed, it was likely merely a feat, a mere performance crafted to conceal one's identity and avoid unnecessary troubles. Contemplating this, Yang Lin had already surmised the truth with an impressive degree of accuracy. With a sigh, he accepted the reality, yet could not shake off a lingering sense of discontent. After years of arduous cultivation, he found himself outmatched even by two women. What kind of world had he traversed to? Others, upon crossing over, became protagonists, effortlessly dominating their surroundings. Why, then, had he been reduced to mediocrity, lesser even than women? At that moment, as Yang Lin pondered, Liu Pei's voice rang out once more. With a faint smile, he remarked, "It is not that others are superior, rather, it is your own weakness that is evident. You nearly fell to your demise while traversing the mountains. Do I need to elaborate further?" Yang Lin could only respond with an awkward smile. For Liu Pei's words held an undeniable truth. Do not be disheartened. While others may spar with my subordinates, they do not truly stand a chance against you. They merely concede out of respect for me, Liu Pei added. Typically, Yang Lin would seize the opportunity to spar with Liu Pei's subordinates during his training sessions. And each time, they would fall short against him. It now appeared that they had intentionally held back. Yang Lin was not one to cling to pride. Despite being confronted with this reality, he accepted it with grace. After all, it was a fact, and losing bore no shame. He could always catch up later. Now that he had cultivated the starry sky technique, he experienced remarkable progress, far surpassing the gains of 3 years prior. However, it is not as if you lack all merits. Liu Pei suddenly shifted the tone of his conversation, a glimmer of something inscrutable in his eyes. "Oh, after your earlier remarks, I almost believed myself devoid of any virtues. To think you perceive some merits in me," Yang Lin replied with a chuckle. "Indeed. You possess a commendable appearance. As the saying goes, with your looks, you could certainly thrive at the elegant Sparrow Pavilion," Liu Pei stated without hesitation. Although Yang Lin's combat prowess was lacking, he was renowned for his striking good looks throughout Pingyang City. Amongst the populace, none could rival him in that regard. A fact even Liu Pei had to concede. This candid observation surprised Yang Lin. He scratched the back of his head, not particularly bothered by the compliment, as his primary focus remained on cultivation. Nevertheless, Liu Pei's earlier comments had stung, and a part of him felt a twinge of defiance. Liu Pei seemed to sense this discontent and, recognizing Yang Lin's need for validation, proposed a practical solution to demonstrate his true abilities. "I understand your reluctance to accept this, but I speak the truth. If you doubt my words, an opportunity presents itself now. We have a few newcomers in the escort agency. Their strength is commendable. You can challenge them and ascertain your true standing." Given Liu Pei's influence, Yang Lin had been sparring against opponents who had deliberately held back, unable to showcase their true capabilities. Now, with newcomers who were unaware of his reputation, he could engage without restraint. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. He was eager to assess his current prowess and, given that this was Liu Pei's territory, he felt secure from any underhanded tactics. Thus, Liu Pei led Yang Lin away from the study and straight to the arena of the escort agency. Within the agency resided many martial artists like Liu Pei, who, when not on duty, required an outlet for their youthful vigor. The arena was established for precisely this purpose, allowing conflicts to be resolved in a controlled environment, fostering camaraderie thereafter. After all, they were all part of the Yongxing escort agency, essentially one big family to maintain harmony. Yang Lin waited by the arena for a short while before Liu Pei returned with a man in tow, a robust individual appearing to be in his 30s, clad in a coarse vest that accentuated his well-defined muscles, glistening like polished bronze under the sun. "This is Meng Rong, your opponent for the match," Liu Pei introduced. Noting that Meng Rong was at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Though he lacked a high realm status, his skill and experience were considerable. Hence Liu Pei's interest in him as a challenger for Yang Lin. "May I inquire, who is this gentleman?" Meng Rong greeted Yang Lin with a respectful clasp of his fist before turning back to Liu Pei, his tone laced with caution. Clearly aware that Liu Pei's endorsement signified something significant. As a newcomer, Meng Rong understood the importance of propriety. Offending someone could jeopardize his standing within the agency, where the Yongxing escort agency's treatment was quite favorable, akin to that of government officials. "He is merely one of my apprentices, gifted with innate strength, but rather arrogant." Believing himself invincible after a few days of training, Liu Pei explained bluntly, showing no regard for Yang Lin's dignity. I have brought you here to teach this lad a lesson, so he understands that there is always someone stronger, preventing future troubles for me," Liu Pei continued. Yang Lin could only smile sheepishly, accustomed to Liu Pei's unyielding demeanor when in the company of others. Ming Rong's expression grew serious upon hearing Liu Pei's words. "I fear I may not be a match for this brother," he admitted, realizing that any warrior personally trained by Liu Pei would undoubtedly possess formidable skills. "Not to worry. Your strength should suffice against this young man. Go all out, and do not hold back. I will be here to oversee," Liu Pei reassured, his tone nonchalant. With Liu Pei's words setting the stage, Ming Rong could not refuse without appearing unreasonable. He nodded, "Very well." Before the match commenced, Liu Pei took the opportunity to brief Ming Rong on Yang Lin's attributes, even detailing the techniques Yang Lin had mastered, knowledge that Liu Pei possessed firsthand. Chapter 22. I surrender. Listening attentively to Liu Pei's explanations, Ming Rong maintained a respectful demeanor, diligently noting every detail. He understood that Liu Pei was concerned about the possibility of losing to Yang Lin, given that Yang Lin was someone Liu Pei held in high regard, perhaps even someone he had personally trained. Therefore, his strength should not be underestimated. It was entirely reasonable for Ming Rong, being new to the Yongxing escort agency, to face such a trial. After Liu Pei finished speaking, Ming Rong solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Chief Liu, I shall exert every effort and will not disgrace my mission." Liu Pei nodded in response, stating, "Exerting your utmost is not sufficient. You must decisively overpower this young man. Ideally, he should suffer a crushing defeat to curb his arrogance, lest he become accustomed to his own hubris, which would ultimately lead to his downfall." While Liu Pei spoke earnestly, Yang Lin could only listen in disbelief. Realizing that this was not merely a friendly spar, but rather an instruction to unleash his full might. However, Yang Lin was no pushover. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, he would not suffer a humiliating defeat. At that moment, it was midday, and most of the escort agency's staff had gone to lunch, leaving the arena nearly deserted. Both Yang Lin and Ming Rong ascended the stage, with Yang Lin having observed Ming Rong since their initial meeting. From his demeanor and physique, it was evident that Ming Rong possessed considerable strength, prompting Yang Lin to exercise caution. While he held confidence in his abilities, he did not wish to underestimate his opponent. Conversely, Ming Rong was equally scrutinizing Yang Lin. Although Yang Lin appeared somewhat slender, he had an undeniably handsome visage that could captivate many, a fact that even Ming Rong had to concede. As spectators gathered around the arena, it became apparent that a contest was about to unfold. Yang Lin required no introduction. His close relationship with Liu Pei was well known among the agency members. As the new participant, Ming Rong was introduced by Liu Pei to the onlookers. After a brief overview of the proceedings, the match was finally set to commence. Ming Rong removed the saber from his waist, rolled up his sleeves, and walked slowly to confront Yang Lin. Yang Lin also warmed up briefly, and once Liu Pei saw that both were ready, he smiled and said, "With me watching, you may fight freely. Who wins will enjoy dinner on me tonight." Yang Lin regarded this incentive with disdain. Dining with an old man held little allure. He mused that if it were a stunning beauty instead, it would certainly provide more motivation. Yet Liu Pei dismissed his comments, knowing that Yang Lin could be quite insufferable at times. Turning to Ming Rong, Liu Pei earnestly advised, "Do not hold back. This young man needs a good thrashing." Ming Rong nodded in acknowledgement and clasped his hands towards Yang Lin, saying, "I seek your guidance. Let us spar, but let it be within reason." Yang Lin reciprocated the gesture, his demeanor shifting from nonchalance to one imbued with competitive spirit. Almost simultaneously, both advanced towards each other, launching themselves into the fray. The ensuing clash produced a thunderous impact, a singular punch thrown, devoid of any technique, merely a raw test of strength or perhaps a mutual probing of capabilities. In this initial exchange, it was evident that Ming Rong was at a disadvantage. The notion of natural strength was indeed no exaggeration. Yang Lin's punch sent Ming Rong flying across the arena, retreating several steps before nearly stumbling out of bounds. According to the rules, being thrown off the stage would mean defeat, but at that moment, Ming Rong felt more humiliated than if he had simply lost. A tempest brewed within Ming Rong. He had not anticipated that despite his clear superiority in cultivation, Yang Lin's strength could eclipse his own. At that moment, his arm throbbed painfully, as if he had struck an iron block, and he felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly choking on blood. In stark contrast, Yang Lin appeared remarkably unfazed, astonished at the magnitude of his own strength. Remarkably, the punch he had delivered was not even at full power, merely 70% of his capacity, and yet it had sent a fourth-tier Qi refinement practitioner sprawling. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Pei's brows furrowed in concern. His intention in bringing Ming Rong was to teach Yang Lin a lesson, and he had expected Ming Rong's strength to be sufficient to avoid such a humiliating defeat. After just one exchange, it was clear who held the upper hand. rendering further comparison unnecessary. Although Meng Rong had not fought with his full strength, neither had Yang Lin. For the realm of a martial artist could not be compensated for solely by innate strength. Ultimately, Meng Rong, despite being slightly superior in cultivation, found himself bested, leading Liu Pei to question whether Meng Rong truly belonged to the fourth tier of qi refinement. Young Master Yang possesses remarkable innate strength, I concede. Meng Rong admitted with a bow, acknowledging his defeat with resignation. Though the match had consisted of a single blow, it was evident that he stood no chance against Yang Lin. Continuing the fight would only risk further embarrassment, so he chose to surrender instead. Meng Rong was not one to be unable to accept defeat, and given that Yang Lin was favored by Liu Pei, he felt no shame in losing to him. Yang Lin, taken aback by Meng Rong's swift concession, had anticipated a longer bout to gauge his own strength. Now, the opportunity to test himself had vanished. Oh well, I suppose I shall have to take matters into my own hands. You, young man, do not get too comfortable. Let's see if you can withstand 3 of my strikes. Just as Yang Lin accepted this reality, Liu Pei's voice suddenly interrupted, startling him. You? Old Liu, have some dignity. If you wish to strike me, just say so. There is no need for subterfuge. Liu Pei's strength dwarfed Yang Lin's by an entire realm, and should he choose to engage directly, Yang Lin knew he would have no hope of retaliation. Having spent years training under Liu Pei, Yang Lin was all too familiar with the weight of his strikes, which often left him bruised and battered after their sparring sessions. He had learned to endure, for he seldom had the chance to retaliate. Chapter 23. The strong bully the weak. However, Liu Pei did not afford Yang Lin a moment's hesitation. As his words fell, he had already soared onto the stage. With no choice, Yang Lin could only respond with a face full of helplessness. In the blink of an eye, Liu Pei appeared before Yang Lin with a casual stride, delivering a simple but powerful punch. This strike seemed deliberately slowed down, allowing Yang Lin the opportunity to counter. At that moment, Yang Lin had no recourse but to retaliate with his own punch, which landed firmly against Liu Pei's fist. Yet, the astonishing scene from earlier repeated itself, with Yang Lin being the one sent flying this time. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground beneath the stage, dazed and disoriented. Liu Pei curiously examined his fist, pondering the source of this newfound strength in the young man. Had he been consuming some potent tonic recently? Standing atop the stage, Liu Pei looked down at Yang Lin, who was struggling to rise, his expression clouded with frustration. At that moment, he began to understand why Meng Rong had been so thoroughly defeated just moments before. Resigned, Yang Lin chose to sit on the ground rather than stand up again, hoping to avoid further punishment from Liu Pei. How could he ever leave Pingyang City or dare to explore the world if he couldn't even defeat Liu Pei? You were quite confident just a moment ago, weren't you? What is wrong now? How long do you plan to stay there? Liu Pei spoke with an air of indifference, his gaze laced with mockery, seemingly provoking Yang Lin. Hearing this, Yang Lin gritted his teeth and charged at Liu Pei once more, filled with fervor. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Liu Pei perceived Yang Lin's attacks as riddled with flaws, akin to a child's brawl, lacking any sophisticated technique beyond brute instinct. Yang Lin was still outmatched by Liu Pei's superior prowess. Bang! Liu Pei closed the distance, evading 2 of Yang Lin's strikes with a swift sidestep, then collided shoulder first into him. Boom! Yang Lin felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, sent flying even farther this time, rolling several times on the ground before he could finally come to a stop. Again, fueled with determination, Yang Lin sprang to his feet and lunged at Liu Pei once more. However, the ensuing events were predictable. Yang Lin rushed forward repeatedly, only to be sent flying by Liu Pei's effortless strikes. Each time, it was a straightforward move, devoid of any embellishments, relying solely on sheer strength. Yang Lin appeared impervious to pain, continuing his relentless assault despite being drenched in sweat and exhaustion. For a full quarter of an hour, Yang Lin felt as if he had been struck countless times, his backside nearing the point of bruising. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Enduring such a prolonged onslaught from Liu Pei, Yang Lin bore not a single visible injury. What was this young man made of? How could his physique withstand such punishment? Even Liu Pei was somewhat astonished. When had this boy gathered such a formidable energy? Previously, while Yang Lin was also at the qi refining stage, he remained at a rather basic level. Despite 3 years of arduous training, he had been unable to consolidate the vital energy within himself. Yet, during the recent exchanges, Liu Pei could distinctly sense a faint yet palpable energy shielding Yang Lin. Otherwise, Liu Pei wouldn't have increasingly intensified his strikes, testing the limits of Yang Lin's endurance. Enduring for a full quarter of an hour far exceeded Liu Pei's expectations. All right, that's enough. Yang Lin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to regain his composure. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries, his stamina was genuinely depleted. Otherwise, he could have continued sparring with Liu Pei for a few more rounds. Despite his surprise, Liu Pei maintained a calm demeanor, speaking nonchalantly, "Is that all you've got?" At this moment, Yang Lin was too fatigued to care. Having lost all desire to continue the struggle with Liu Pei, hastily conceding defeat, Meng Rong, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached with a complex expression. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Young Master Yang, are you injured?" "I'm fine. Just getting used to it," Yang Lin replied, unembarrassed. Executing a swift recovery maneuver and throwing a few punches in the air to demonstrate his well-being, Meng Rong finally noticed that, although Yang Lin appeared disheveled, he bore no substantial injuries. After enduring a quarter of an hour of strikes, not even a scratch marked his skin. Meng Rong began to question whether Liu Pei had been holding back, or was Yang Lin truly this resilient? "That's good," Meng Rong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further before turning to leave. Watching Meng Rong's retreating figure, Yang Lin cast him a thoughtful glance. Despite having defeated Meng Rong with a single blow earlier, Yang Lin could discern that the latter had not exerted his full strength. He likely hadn't even utilized half his potential. Throughout the encounter, Meng Rong had clearly been holding back. Upon arriving at the escort agency, he had known Liu Pei would challenge him but still reserved much of his strength. This individual was undoubtedly exceptional. The sparring session, marked by Yang Lin's thrashing at the hands of Liu Pei, came to an end, with Meng Rong's involvement brushed over. Liu Pei, having promised to look into the matter concerning Aziz, soon returned with information. The findings were consistent with what Aziz had shared, and as Yang Lin listened to Liu Pei's responses, he nodded slowly. It seemed he had indeed overthought the situation. Liu Pei, however, remained unconvinced. The situation is complex. It's wise to exercise caution. Prudence is a virtue. Yang Lin appeared to recollect something and then inquired, "What about Meng Rong?" Liu Pei anticipated Yang Lin's question but refrained from a direct answer, merely stating, "If you wish to gain opportunities from me, do not allow yourself to be overshadowed by him." This served as a warning to Yang Lin, ensuring he remained diligent in his training. Yang Lin was taken aback for a moment, then a look of disdain crossed his face. It was evident that Liu Pei had likely painted an enticing picture for Meng Rong as well. How many years had Yang Lin been consumed by Liu Pei's own promises? For a moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Rong. Though Yang Lin remained silent, Liu Pei, having spent considerable time with him, could easily discern the young man's thoughts. Ignoring Yang Lin's unspoken sentiments, Liu Pei continued, "Right now, your strength is adequate, but your combat techniques are shockingly inadequate, particularly your speed." Chapter 24. The Mute Eats Bitter Herbs. Unable to express his suffering, Yang Lin had long grown accustomed to Liu Pei's lectures. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to speak out of turn. However, this time, despite having clearly triumphed over Meng Rong, he received neither praise nor acknowledgement, but rather a reprimand, which left him somewhat disgruntled. Thus, he ventured to remind Liu Pei, "It was I who won just now." "What? Do you think winning against Meng Rong is something to be proud of?" Liu Pei retorted with a cold smile. Yang Lin could discern that Liu Pei had deliberately let him win, and Liu Pei recognized that even if Yang Lin had not been granted any leniency, there was little to boast about in defeating Meng Rong. He would do well to speak only when he could best Liu Pei himself. Yang Lin found himself silenced by Liu Pei's words. The retort he had prepared swallowed back down. If it were merely a victory over Meng Rong, he might have had something to say, but the immediate aftermath of being thoroughly beaten by Liu Pei left little room for argument. In front of so many witnesses, he had been pummeled to the point of looking utterly foolish. What more could he say? He would have to wait until he could defeat Liu Pei to voice his thoughts. After all, as the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Yang Lin still held onto a flicker of confidence. Youth was on his side, and he had time aplenty to train. Enough. Return to your training with weights. From now on, increase your burden tenfold. If you still cannot manage, then find a muddy pit to roll in, Liu Pei said. Dismissing any further conversation, Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Despite their frequent banter, Liu Pei genuinely offered valuable guidance to Yang Lin, particularly in terms of training methods and techniques that suited him well. Thus far, Yang Lin had yet to discover any inadequacies in Liu Pei's instruction. Consequently, he acquiesced and departed. Watching Yang Lin's retreating figure, Liu Pei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Guiding Yang Lin's training was one aspect, however. Liu Pei was more intent on channeling Yang Lin's energy to prevent him from indulging in frivolous thoughts. After all, the princess currently resided in Yang Lin's household, and relying solely on his willpower to restrain himself was clearly unfeasible. Liu Pei preferred to take matters into his own hands. Furthermore, with the princess in such close proximity, Liu Pei was determined to ensure her safety, meticulously considering every detail. As evening fell, Yang Lin returned home and commenced his training in the courtyard. In the kitchen, Aziz gazed at the 2 pieces of snow dragon meat before her, reminiscent of the previous day, and fell into deep contemplation. She was beginning to seriously question Yang Lin's sanity. Knowing full well that this meat was toxic, he still insisted on consuming it. If there were no other issues at hand, Aziz would be indifferent to Yang Lin's choice to risk poisoning himself. However, the concern arose that he might suspect her of foul play after indulging in the meat. Although Aziz did not consider herself a virtuous person, she certainly did not wish to bear the blame for another's misfortune. Glancing out of the kitchen window, she saw Yang Lin in the courtyard clad in a weighted training outfit, even going so far as to strap on several sandbags as he diligently practiced his fundamentals. Moreover, it seemed that merely relying on these weights was not enough for him. He was digging a pit in the yard and adding water, creating a makeshift swamp. With a splash, he leaped into the pit and began throwing punches. Aziz shook her head in disbelief. Her initial suspicions were confirmed. Yang Lin had indeed lost his senses. With no other option, since Yang Lin insisted on eating, Aziz complied and continued preparing the snow dragon meat as instructed. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Xiao Xia and Xiao Fenger observed Yang Lin from the window, their expressions filled with confusion. What is he up to now? Xiao Xia wondered aloud. Yet, Xiao Xia seemed to grasp that Yang Lin was likely training. After watching for a moment, she turned to Xiao Fenger and remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with this fool. He probably thinks he can attract Miss S' attention with such antics." Xiao Fenger did not turn away but continued to watch Yang Lin, though she had not spent much time with him. She understood that he would not resort to such methods to seek her notice. Perhaps he was indeed training, she mused. After all, Yang Lin was Liu Pei's disciple. So this approach might very well have originated from Liu Pei himself. At this moment, Yang Lin, burdened with 200 kilograms of weight, had jumped into the muddy pit, significantly amplifying the resistance he faced. For an ordinary person, merely bearing such a load would render them immobile, let alone jumping into a mud pit. Yet Yang Lin managed to lift his arms with considerable difficulty, slowly executing the most basic of boxing techniques. He realized that his strength had indeed increased substantially. He was certain that he could not have accomplished this feat in the past. Previously, he had likely reached his limit at around 100 kilograms while practicing punches. Now, his strength had likely more than doubled, which explained how he had managed to send Ming Rong flying, nearly inflicting severe damage. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yang Lin felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, and he poured even more effort into his training. The gradual increase in his strength brought him immense joy, signifying that he was one step closer to his goal. Time passed swiftly, and Aziz prepared the evening meal, first delivering it to Xiao Fenger and Xiao Xia. Just then, Yang Lin finally emerged from the muddy pit, shedding his weights and dousing himself with a bucket of water to wash away the muck. "Master, what do you plan to eat?" Aziz inquired as she left the room, catching sight of Yang Lin. In the study, Yang Lin replied without hesitation. He had been spending most of his time in the study, rarely visiting the front shop lately. "Very well." Aziz nodded obediently and made her way back to the kitchen, though a sense of unease lingered within her. She could not pinpoint the reason for her discomfort. After cleaning himself up and changing into fresh clothes, Yang Lin headed to the study, where Aziz had already set the table. In the center was a pot of snow dragon meat. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Join me," Yang Lin said without a second thought as he seated himself at the table. Aziz nodded, though her scalp prickled with anxiety. She feared that Yang Lin still suspected her, hence his insistence on sharing the meal, doubting her earlier words. Despite her internal hesitations, Aziz obediently took a seat at the table. True to her fears, Yang Lin soon picked up a piece of snow dragon meat from the pot and placed it directly in front of her. At that moment, Aziz felt as if she were a mute consuming bitter herbs, unable to articulate her distress. Chapter 25. Testing the waters. Yet, at this moment, revealing one's true identity was not an option. Even if Aji was reluctant, she had to consume the snow dragon meat today. Yang Lin did not just take one piece. He estimated the quantity from yesterday and the tolerance of an ordinary person, placing only 6 pieces into Aji's bowl. After all, the physique of an ordinary person differed from that of a cultivator. Overindulgence in snow dragon meat could lead to unbearable consequences, even potentially jeopardizing one's health. Gazing at the 6 pieces in her bowl, Aji felt a sense of relief. This amount should pose no significant risk to her. Even if she were to be poisoned, it would likely be a mild reaction, sufficient to avoid exposing her identity. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, sitting beside her, devoured the meat as if it were his sworn enemy. If he continued at this pace, he would likely forego sleep that night, and she would have to trouble that girl named Xiaoxia once again. While eating, Yang Lin casually complimented Aji. "Your culinary skills are quite impressive. I did not misjudge you." "You're too kind, master," Aji replied respectfully with a slight smile. "From now on, you are considered a member of this household. There is no need to be so formal." Yang Lin was somewhat averse to Aji's servant-like demeanor. After all, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and did not believe anyone was superior to others. This marked a stark contrast to the prevailing mindset of this era. Understood. Aji nodded obediently, though her lowered head concealed her expression. Seemingly recalling something, Yonglin asked, "If you are only responsible for the kitchen, you won't find it tedious, will you?" This question caught Aji off guard, revealing a fleeting hint of doubt in her eyes, but she quickly responded, No, I certainly won't find it tedious." Aji had no desire to engage in other tasks. She merely wished to recuperate and, once fully healed, depart from this precarious place. Yonglin, observing Aji's expression, mistakenly thought she feared being dismissed, so he chose to remain silent on the matter. Just as they reached the midpoint of their meal, Xiaoxia entered the room. Upon seeing her, Aji felt as if a weight had been lifted. She stood up respectfully, saying, "Master, Miss Xiaoxia, I shall take my leave now." With Xiaoxia present to shield her, Aji felt no desire to linger. As the door closed behind her, Xiaoxia spoke. "It seems you lead a rather comfortable life. Moderate. But it would be even better if your lady could join me for a meal," Yonglin replied with a smile, deliberately teasing her. As expected, Xiaoxia's expression darkened at his words, as though he owed her money. Noting her reaction, Yonglin ceased his playful banter and stated matter-of-factly, "If I recall correctly, it was you who mentioned she had issues, right?" The she referred to Aji, and it was evident that Yonglin had summoned Aji to test her, a fact Xiaoxia could not possibly overlook. Upon hearing Yonglin's words, Xiaoxia's demeanor softened slightly as she awaited his response. At present, there appear to be no issues. "I have an old Lu investigator background," Yonglin explained, pausing for a moment before adding, "According to Aji, the problem may lie with the meat itself." "Meat?" Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback. She turned to the table, picked up a piece, and took a gentle bite. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze on Yonglin. "Where did you acquire this meat?" Yonglin did not directly address Xiaoxia's inquiry but replied, "Just tell me if the meat is problematic." He would not disclose the source of the meat to avoid unnecessary complications. "It's quite nourishing," Xiaoxia remarked without elaborating further. Yonglin nodded. "That works for me. If there are no other issues, consuming it poses no harm." He speculated that perhaps it was due to overindulgence that he felt overheated, leading to last night's events. Not quite. The first bite revealed no issues. But Xiaoxia remained unconvinced. After all, she had indeed been afflicted by the lustful poison yesterday, as had Yonglin. If the meat were genuinely the cause, she would have sensed something amiss. Thus, she picked up another piece and took another bite. Meanwhile, Yonglin, indifferent to her concerns, continued to enjoy his meal. Even if it was a poison of lust, it was not a lethal toxin. It was hardly a matter of great concern. Right now, he was in the midst of nourishing his body. Consuming this meat would greatly benefit his cultivation. Even if he were to be poisoned, Yonglin accepted that. Moreover, if he were still a solitary man, he might have faced some trouble, but now, with several women in the household, it was hardly a concern. After all, Xiaoxia had already assisted him several times. This one instance would not be a burden. This meat is indeed toxic. After sampling 2 pieces, Xiaoxia finally realized that the meat was genuinely problematic. Each piece may not have seemed substantial, but excessive consumption would lead to a significant accumulation of toxins. Curious, Yonglin inquired, "Is this toxin harmful to the body? Is that even a question? Otherwise, what would warrant calling it toxic?" Xiaoxia replied, frowning slightly, her tone tinged with disdain. "What I meant to ask is whether there would be any side effects after the toxin is neutralized," Yonglin added. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia immediately grasped Yonglin's implication, her expression turning icy. "Do not even think about having me detoxify you again. That is absolutely out of the question." Yonglin seemed to discern the underlying message. It appeared that neutralizing the toxin would not have any adverse effects on the body, which put him at ease. He could feel his cultivation visibly progressing after consuming the meat. Therefore, even if it were toxic, as long as there were no lingering repercussions, he would not hesitate to indulge. Seeing Yonglin smile slightly, Xiaoxia sensed something amiss and looked at him earnestly. "I understand your desire to cultivate, but there is no need to resort to self-destructive means. There are countless methods to strengthen oneself. You need not stray onto this perilous path." "Oh, does Sister Xiaoxia have any solutions?" Yonglin inquired, suddenly invigorated, his eyes filled with anticipation. Taken aback by the unexpected address, Xiaoxia paused for a moment before responding. "For example, the body refining floating wood pill from the Huantian sect, or the vitality pill from the Lingyan sect. Both are excellent for practitioners in the qi refining stage." However, Yonglin's expression of hope quickly faded as he asked in a calm tone, "Are these items available for purchase on the market?" Chapter 26. The duck that was within reach has flown away. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxia fell silent. Such pills that enhance one's cultivation are considered treasures in any sect. And how could they possibly be available for trade? Non-core disciples of the sect would likely never even see them, let alone use them. Noticing Xiaoxia's silence, Yang Lin spoke up. I am merely an ordinary person, insignificant in this quiet Pingong city. What do those sects, those prestigious families, and those nobility have to do with me? The pills in their hands are likely more distant to me than gold itself. Even so, there is no need for you to poison yourself, is there? Xiaoxia attempted to retort. However, Yang Lin merely smiled faintly, setting down his chopsticks and gazing deeply at Xiaoxia. For those born into wealth, everything is within easy reach. They need not struggle or exert effort. Yet, there are individuals who, despite giving their all, wagering their very lives, may not necessarily grow stronger or even secure a meal. Look at me now. Being able to own this residence and eat to my fill each day is already a stroke of luck. Xiaoxia had to concede that Yang Lin's words held a semblance of truth. Nonetheless, that did not justify his reckless experimentation with poison, only to rely on her for the antidote afterward. She resolutely stated, even if you say that, I will not help you with the antidote again. With that, she turned to leave, not wishing to linger any longer. She had already understood the gist of the poisoning incident. It was likely as Aziz had mentioned. The meat contained poison. Yang Lin made no effort to stop her as she departed, fully aware that Xiaoxia did not grasp the sacrifices one must endure to grow stronger. Moreover, Yang Lin held little belief in Xiaoxia's assertion. Even if he were indeed poisoned, could he not endure it? Taking a step back, even if an antidote were necessary, did he not possess hands of his own? Thus, Yang Lin felt little concern. Just as he picked up the rice bowl, intending to resume his meal, it suddenly dawned on him that if he were to be poisoned while Xiaoxia was nearby, that would be a grave oversight. The duck that was within reach has flown away. After dinner, as night deepened, Yang Lin consumed every last morsel. He sat cross-legged on the mat, repeatedly circulating the star technique within him, gradually refining the surging heat inside his body. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng'er were still awake, engaged in idle chatter. Before arriving here, they had agreed not to reveal their identities under any circumstances. Even in private, Xiaoxia would not refer to Xiao Feng'er as princess. At that moment, Xiaoxia found herself pondering Yang Lin, wondering if he would be able to endure the night. After all, he would undoubtedly leave not a drop of broth from that large pot of meat, and he was bound to suffer from severe poisoning. Sister Xiaoxia, do you have something on your mind? Xiao Feng'er observed that Xiaoxia seemed somewhat distracted. It was the first time she had seen her like this. Returning to the present, Xiaoxia composed herself and said, Lu Pei, although he teaches Yang Lin cultivation, has not imparted any techniques to him. He hasn't even taken him as a disciple. What do you think? Xiao Feng'er, catching on, replied. Are you suggesting Lu Pei intends for Yang Lin to join? Xiaoxia nodded slightly. Since Lu Pei has allowed us to take refuge here, it indicates that he trusts Yang Lin, and not just in a superficial manner. It is a matter of heartfelt trust. However, despite following Lu Pei for so many years, Yang Lin still does not comprehend the true methods of cultivation. It has merely been a process of honing his physique, which is simply unreasonable. Do you think he has hope? Xiao Feng'er asked curiously. Although she was nominally married to Yang Lin, their interactions had been minimal, with few opportunities for conversation. Xiaoxia gently shook her head. If Yang Lin were still a virgin, perhaps there would be a chance, but now, it is difficult. It is said that this sect only accepts 7 disciples each generation, and only 2 spots remain, one of which is likely predetermined. The last one may be. Can I help him? Xiao Feng'er suddenly spoke, her expression earnest. She genuinely wished to assist Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia furrowed her brow, her demeanor instantly turning serious. No. Realizing Xiaoxia's expression, Xiao Feng'er complied, nodding to dismiss her thoughts. Miss, we made a promise to Lu Pei, do not forget. Xiaoxia reminded her. Xiao Feng'er did not argue, quickly assuring, I understand. I will not do anything against Sister Xiaoxia's wishes. Only then did Xiaoxia's expression soften slightly, and she affectionately ruffled Xiao Feng'er's hair. All right, it is late. Hurry and rest. Simultaneously, in the room, Aziz exhaled a breath of turbid air, her face transitioning from a slight flush to normalcy. Such a trivial matter, and they think to challenge me? She scoffed, not to mention these mere pieces of meat. Even at my peak, I would not fear the 1,000-year snow serpent. Regaining her focus, Aziz perked her ears, contemplating checking on Yang Lin's room. She was curious. Having absorbed so much of her power, even benefiting from the medicinal effects of the snow serpent's core, why was there no apparent effect now? Moreover, this afternoon, Yang Lin had clearly intended to practice his movement technique to enhance his speed. Yet, rolling around in the mire, what sort of cultivation method was that? She wondered who had taught him such nonsense. As the moon rose high, Yang Lin burst from his room, mirroring the previous night, dousing himself with water from a bucket. Damn it, not again. It seems I have truly fallen victim to the lustful poison once more. That meat was indeed problematic. Yet, he had clearly refined the medicinal effects within him using the star technique, so how could he still be poisoned? At that moment, Yang Lin felt a surge of heat within him, nearly unbearable. Continuously pouring water over his head brought him slight relief. Not only that, he began to punch the air as he had the night before, hoping to expel the heat within him. Almost simultaneously in the room, a Z and the stealthily emerging Xiaoxia heard an unusual sound outside the courtyard. Chapter 27. Did you fall into a pit in the middle of the night? Though the sound was exceedingly faint, it was nonetheless detected by both individuals. Who were Xia and Z, with their capabilities? Slipping into this expansive courtyard undetected would be akin to scaling the heavens. The figure clad in black stealthily scaled the wall and under the cover of darkness. Visibility was minimal, allowing only a vague outline of the path ahead. Yet, before he ventured far, he suddenly felt his foot slip, accompanied by a muffled thud. The noise instantly alerted Yang Lin, who was still engaged in his martial practice. The cloaked figure, covered in mud, was thoroughly vexed. Who would leave a gaping pit in their own backyard? Had he not swiftly adjusted his stance, he would likely have been completely smeared with muck. Ironically, this pit had been excavated by Yang Lin earlier that afternoon for his training, only to become a trap. Yang Lin promptly followed the sound, quickly discovering the black-clad intruder. However, the insignia on the man's attire immediately revealed his identity. A government official? Yang Lin furrowed his brow, perplexed. The emblem emblazoned on the black fabric was unmistakably the symbol of the current dynasty, marking him as a spy for the officials. Although Yang Lin had never encountered such a figure in person, he had gleaned knowledge from various sources, recognizing him at a glance. With his identity exposed, the intruder ceased to conceal himself and nodded toward Yang Lin. His intent was not to harm Yang Lin. He merely sought to ascertain how many individuals resided here. You must be from out of town, Yang Lin remarked, for in Pingyang City, he held a modest reputation. Even in diminished circumstances, he retained a semblance of notoriety. Ordinarily, local officials would not cast their gaze toward him, and the presence of a spy in his abode tonight hinted that he was indeed an outsider. Yet, the black-clad man refrained from answering, for he had already gathered intelligence on Yang Lin prior to arriving, aware of his connection to Liu Pei, a man of considerable influence. To divulge such information would be to expose his own identity, jeopardizing his covert mission. Oh, noticing the spy's silence, Yang Lin surmised something, for the more the man withheld, the more curious Yang Lin became. Moreover, having already intruded upon his residence, Yang Lin would not let this matter rest so easily. If these individuals were to visit daily, what semblance of freedom or privacy would he retain? It would be akin to being stripped bare. While you may have managed to sneak in without detection, your fall into this pit has compromised your presence, Yang Lin stated with calm assurance. He was well-versed in dealings with officials and understood that some clandestine missions must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Yang Lin was confident the spy would recognize the gravity of the situation. However, Yang Lin underestimated the significance of this mission. Despite his assertions, the black-clad man remained resolute, his unwavering gaze revealing his determination to remain silent. It appeared there was no room for negotiation. Yang Lin spoke again, this time with a hint of menace in his tone. Observing the malice in Yang Lin's eyes, the spy realized the implications, hastily declaring, "Since you are aware of my identity, you should also know that I reported my mission beforehand. Should I disappear here, you understand the severe consequences. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it would be wise not to interfere." "Leave," Yang Lin replied coolly. He did not possess the audacity to assassinate an official. At these words, both the black-clad man and the eavesdropping Xia and Z were momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher Yang Lin's true intentions. "What? Are you not leaving? Waiting for me to invite you for a midnight snack?" Yang Lin's impatience grew as he noted the spy's hesitation. "Would you really let me go so easily?" Yang Lin had previously exuded an air of confrontation, nearly ready to engage in combat. Yet now, he was dismissing the intruder. It was perplexing for the spy to process this abrupt shift. "Otherwise, am I to silence you?" Yang Lin chuckled, bemused. "After all, you are an official. Do you believe my audacity extends to killing one of your rank? I am not so foolish." Upon hearing this, the spy's brows knitted together. He had encountered numerous accounts of official spies who had been discovered and subsequently treated as common thieves, often meeting a grim fate. In such instances, they could only suffer in silence, for their identities were not publicly known. The law was not on their side. Trespassing in private residences could lead to dire consequences, and being killed would be in vain. "I am but a good citizen. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Besides, are you not engaged in official duties? I have no reason to obstruct you." Yang Lin spread his arms, feigning innocence. The spy regarded him with incredulity. Everything felt unusually smooth. Nevertheless, he did not linger. Quickly climbing out of the pit, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Lin. Yang Lin appeared to sense his unease but feigned ignorance, maintaining an image of an innocent civilian. "Ah, before you leave," Yang Lin's voice suddenly echoed from behind. The spy's heart raced, confirming his suspicion that Yang Lin would not let him depart unscathed. However, as he contemplated his next move, Yang Lin casually continued, "Would you not prefer to clean yourself up before you leave? There is water in the backyard. How will you explain this muddy appearance upon your return?" Upon hearing this, the spy's lips twitched. He could scarcely fathom why such a pit existed in this residence. Its location seemingly arbitrary and impossible to predict. Furthermore, as a government spy, you are likely aware that I have been training with Liu, the head of the Yongxing escort agency. The brothers there have always taken it easy on me during our sparring sessions, given my association with Liu. Thus, I find it difficult to gauge my true abilities. Why not indulge me and exchange a few blows after you clean up? Chapter 28. Let him go just like that? Listening to Yang Lin's plea, the masked figure in black was already frowning beneath his disguise. This fellow spoke so eloquently, yet he had been waiting here all along? If it came to a real confrontation under the guise of sparring, it was entirely possible that Yang Lin could seize the opportunity to overpower him. This man had learned a considerable amount of formidable skills from Liu Pei, and his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. "Young master, you jest. With my meager abilities, I am certainly no match for you. Therefore, I beseech you not to press me further," the man in black quickly replied with a forced smile. "Very well." Yang Lin responded, seemingly unfazed, merely letting out a soft sigh. The black-clad figure, taken aback by this reaction, wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Was Yang Lin merely making a casual remark? Did he not intend to use this as an opportunity to subdue him? Unable to contain his curiosity, the man in black finally asked, "Are you truly going to let me go without demanding any price? If you are so reluctant to part ways, perhaps you should share with me your purpose for being here, or the nature of any secret mission you are undertaking. I would be more than willing to listen." Yang Lin pondered for a moment before responding. Upon hearing his words, the man in black said nothing further. He turned and scaled the wall, disappearing into the courtyard without hesitation. Watching the direction in which the black-clad figure vanished, Yang Lin furrowed his brow slightly, the calmness on his face giving way to a hint of gravity. A considerable amount had transpired over the past couple of days, but upon reflection, he could not discern the underlying reasons. With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Lin acknowledged that it was late and he ought to return to rest. Remembering that he had inadvertently collapsed his bed earlier that morning due to excessive force, he resolved to make do with the futon in his study for the night. Moreover, he was eager to discover whether the lewd poison within him required an antidote or if he could suppress it through sheer willpower. In reality, Yang Lin had already endured the most intense effects of the drug. He merely needed to wait for some time, and the night would pass uneventfully. Having left the residence, the man in black sprinted until he had distanced himself from Yang Lin, reaching a secluded alley on the southern outskirts of Pinghang City before finally relaxing. Breathing heavily, he marveled at the incredibility of his situation. Yang Lin had truly let him go. As a covertly trained operative, exposing one's whereabouts during an assignment was a grave error. To his astonishment, he had managed to escape unscathed this time. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. Startled, the man in black turned around, his heart racing, and quickly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Master, I told you, do not address me as master in Pinghang City. My current identity is that of the overseer of the Black Guards." The newcomer was Ming Rong, a novice whom Yang Lin had encountered at the escort agency earlier that day. "Yes, overseer. I beg your forgiveness for my inadequate performance," the man in black replied. Ming Rong frowned slightly upon hearing this, remaining silent as he awaited an explanation from the Black Guard. He was somewhat curious. How could someone in the modest Pinghang City have managed to outsmart his Black Guards? Thus, the Black Guard recounted the events that had transpired, particularly how he had managed to escape unharmed, and relayed Yang Lin's words verbatim. After listening, Ming Rong's expression reflected a degree of surprise. Yang Lin was indeed rather peculiar. Digging a pit in the courtyard and training in the dead of night was hardly the behavior of an ordinary person. However, now that the matter had unfolded, there was no point in dwelling on it further. He decided to let the Black Guard retreat and hide for the time being. Meanwhile, atop a tall building in Pinghang City, the white-clad fairy, now dressed in a different outfit, observed Ming Rong stealthily moving through the night. She had heard every word exchanged between Ming Rong and the Black Guard, and beneath her veil, her delicate features bore an expression of contemplation. Having scoured nearly all of Pinghang City, could it be that the elusive demoness was hidden within Yang Lin's home? Considering this possibility, the white-clad fairy hesitated no longer. She paused for a moment before vanishing into the night. At the same time, Yang Lin was seated on a mat in his study. meditating and diligently practicing the starry technique in an attempt to suppress the lewd poison coursing through his veins. However, he had underestimated the potency of the toxin. Despite several weeks passing, it appeared there had been no significant change. Just then, the door to the study creaked open, interrupting his meditation. Yang Lin emerged from his trance to see a graceful figure standing in the doorway. Startled, he recognized Xiaoxia. It was the dead of night. She was supposed to be sleeping beside Feng Er. What was she doing in the study? Had she changed her mind? With this thought, Yang Lin felt a flicker of intrigue but chose not to reveal it. Furthermore, in the dim light of the moon, Xiaoxia could not discern his expression. Otherwise, she might have exploded with rage. Why did you let that person go? Xiaoxia inquired directly, her voice hushed. Recalling what Liu Pei had mentioned earlier, that both Xiaoxia and Xiao Feng were not ordinary individuals and possessed strength far surpassing his own, Yang Lin realized that if Liu Pei spoke true, Xiaoxia must be fully aware of the events that unfolded in the courtyard. Did I not say so? Am I then to slay him? Yang Lin replied helplessly, feeling frustrated that he had already provided the answer, yet still faced disbelief. Nevertheless, even after his explanation, Xiaoxia remained unconvinced, her gaze fixed on him with indifference. Yang Lin, seeing this, could only shrug in resignation. Sister, if I truly killed him or imprisoned him, do you think the officials would let me off the hook? I am but a common citizen, content to live my life and enjoy the simple pleasures. There is no need to attract such relentless trouble, is there? Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Xiaoxia seemed to suddenly comprehend that they were fundamentally different beings from disparate worlds, and their perspectives naturally diverged. However, since they had already drawn attention to her, she felt compelled to act in a manner that would not reveal too much. Clearing his throat, Yang Lin assumed a serious demeanor. Xiaoxia was intrigued by his intent to deal with the official spies. I am merely an ordinary man, and a newlywed at that. I should be spending my days in close company with my wife. Otherwise, would they not deduce that I am anything but ordinary? Yang Lin continued to explain. Yet upon hearing this, Xiaoxia shot him an incredulous look. Do not forget you are a martial artist, currently in the qi refinement stage. The true expectation of you should be to avoid entanglements with women. Chapter 29. Now that you are here, let us remain this evening how formidable they may be. Even with their extensive connections, it is unlikely they could uncover the truth with ease. Yang Lin countered, however. It is an undeniable fact that two beautiful maidens have entered my residence. Given their arrival, suspicion is inevitable. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia fell into contemplation. She shared the same concerns, which is why she was curious about why Yang Lin had released the person. Additionally, she harbored a strong intuition that perhaps the spy had come for her and the princess. After all, they had only recently found a sanctuary. And should their whereabouts be exposed, not only would their future be fraught with turmoil and evasion, but their very safety in leaving Pingyang City would also remain uncertain. Thus, she inquired, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you truly concerned for my well-being? Noticing Xiaoxia's silence, Yang Lin smiled and said, do not overthink it. Xiaoxia quickly refuted, involuntarily casting a glare at him. Is that so? At this point, Yang Lin rose from his cushion and approached Xiaoxia step by step. Since you are here, let us not part ways tonight. Looking into her eyes, he spoke. I have already mentioned that I will no longer assist you with the antidote. Xiaoxia's tone turned slightly icy as she seemed to recall something. Are you not curious as to why I set him free? Yang Lin continued, choosing not to respond directly to her words. The reason I released him is that I sensed he was not alone. Xiaoxia furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She had not detected any other presence, so how had Yang Lin discerned it? You must not be familiar with these spies. The attire of that previous individual indicated he was part of the court's black-clad guards, who typically operate in pairs. If only one has appeared, it is likely that another is concealed in the shadows. Yang Lin's words made Xiaoxia's heart sink. If what he said was true, and there was indeed someone who could evade her senses, then their strength must be formidable. Consequently, the previously composed Xiaoxia suddenly grew anxious. Therefore, your presence here is not merely for my sake, but also for your own and Feng Er's. Even if we must feign a performance, we ought to do it thoroughly. Yang Lin whispered near Xiaoxia's ear. Hearing this, Xiaoxia's expression turned grave, and though she understood the implication of Yang Lin's words, she shot him a venomous glare. Just as she was about to retort, she sensed something amiss. There truly was a second person. This realization unsettled her. The individual who could conceal their aura was likely at least her equal in strength, if not superior. If that were the case, exposing them could bring trouble not only for herself, but for the princess as well. In that moment, Xiaoxia recalled the unease she had felt during her initial encounter with Yang Lin the previous night. Noticing Xiaoxia's silence, Yang Lin wished to speak again, but suddenly, she stepped closer and silenced him with a soft kiss. Meanwhile, in another room, Aziz was trying to relax her body, suppressing her aura, her breathing becoming exceedingly steady. Yet, her heart raced with anxiety, for the holy maiden of the heavenly sect, Gu Qinghua, had just been present. The very same figure who had hidden in the shadows to spy on Ming Rong, the one who had slain the 1,000-year-old snow serpent, and the creator of the star jade in Yang Lin's possession. Azi, also known as Ouyang Yunshuang, was the enchantress who had seized the star jade from the holy maiden, consumed the snow serpent's inner core, and consequently suffered from poisoning, losing her powers and facing relentless pursuit. At that moment, Azi could distinctly feel the holy maiden's presence enveloping the entire estate. How could that wretched woman have truly found her way here? Azi thought, her heart pounding furiously. At the northwest wall of the Yang residence, the holy maiden surveyed everything below, including the large pit. She sensed the disturbance in the study and frowned slightly. However, aside from that, there seemed to be no other suspicious activity, save for the muddy pit in the courtyard. Yang Lin and Ming Rong appeared to be investigating Yang Lin. The holy maiden fell into deep thought. She had turned Pingyang City upside down over the past few days, yet could find no trace of the enchantress Ouyang Yunshuang. She was almost ready to head to Taizhou to seek assistance from King Meng Yang. However, she knew she could not arrive empty-handed. If she could assist Ming Rong, perhaps she could secure a binding agreement. Recalling Yang Lin's close ties with Liu Pei, the holy maiden resolved to act, vanishing from the wall. Meanwhile, Azi was drenched in cold sweat. Sensing the holy maiden's disappearance, she dared not make a sound, maintaining her previous posture and feigning sleep. After what felt like an eternity, with no further disturbances, Azi finally exhaled in relief, realizing her whereabouts had not been discovered. Simultaneously, Xiaoxia in the study, much like Azi, breathed a sigh of relief, though she remained committed to her role, cautious not to reveal any signs of anger. As dawn broke, Azi was the first to rise, quickly washing up before heading to the kitchen to commence her daily cooking duties. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia, weary from the previous night, sat quietly by the ancient well in the courtyard, soon succumbing to sleep. Yang Lin, who had not slept the entire night, observed Xiaoxia in the courtyard and remarked, "Women are truly peculiar." With that, he jumped into the muddy pit, having added a bit of water beforehand. After such a prolonged period of inactivity, the mud had nearly solidified, and without water, it would not budge. Xiaofeng awoke last, noticing Xiaoxia by the well and Yang Lin rolling in the pit. She held a degree of admiration for Yang Lin. His dedication to training was commendable. Aside from the room, Xiaofeng approached Xiaoxia from behind, gently kneading her shoulders. At midday, Yang Lin arrived at Yongxing Escort Agency as usual, needing to discuss the events of the previous day with old Liu. Chapter 30. This fellow must have issues. Upon hearing Yang Lin's account, Liu Pei found himself momentarily perplexed. Could it be that the official spies were of such a low caliber? How could they be ensnared by an overt trap? To be fair, he had only unearthed this information after subtly prompting Yang Lin the previous day. The timing of the video was indeed fortuitous. However, Yang Lin observed that despite his confusion, Liu Pei exhibited no trace of anxiety, which piqued his curiosity, revealing a stark contrast to his own expectations. What? Are you questioning why I remain unperturbed? Or perhaps you wish to discern a serious expression upon my face? It seemed Liu Pei had sensed Yang Lin's contemplations, for he suddenly inquired. Yang Lin remained silent, merely nodding in response. Liu Pei smiled. His expression as composed as ever. Do you have any idea how many individuals have investigated you over the years? A scion of a once prominent family, now living in seclusion without the burden of work, dedicating himself solely to cultivation in the fiercely competitive realm of Pingyang City, and yet managing to survive unscathed. This naturally invites scrutiny from various factions. Liu Pei had undoubtedly smoothed over countless such matters for Yang Lin, so hearing this now did not strike him as unusual. Yang Lin, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled Liu Pei mentioning that many had sought to uncover his identity, yet the current situation felt markedly different. The intruder had already breached his courtyard. Had he not been detected, one could only speculate what actions he might have taken. Compounding the mystery was the fact that this spy was not from Pingyang City, but rather hailed from elsewhere, rendering his identity even more enigmatic. Do not overthink it. Such individuals have appeared before, though you were unaware of it. Liu Pei waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unwilling to linger on such matters, having grown accustomed to them long ago. Yang Lin regarded Liu Pei intently, as if he had gleaned some understanding, and he pressed his lips together. If the target of this investigation were Xiaoxia and Xiaofeng, Liu Pei would likely not be as tranquil as he appeared now. Noticing Yang Lin's silence, Liu Pei continued. You are aware of Ming Rong, the one you sparred with yesterday. He did not reveal his full strength. Curiosity stirred within Yang Lin regarding Ming Rong's origins. It was evident he was not a native of Pingyang City. Your task now is to continue your cultivation in the realm of body refinement. You have barely scratched the surface. When you reach your peak, the opportunity one mentioned will naturally come to you, Liu Pei added. Yet, Yang Lin had heard this sentiment countless times before. Liu Pei seemed incapable of offering anything more substantial than vague promises of opportunity. And Yang Lin had long ceased to take them to heart. The repetition had rendered his words little more than jest. Pray tell, what precisely is this so-called opportunity? You always brush over it, leaving me with little to anticipate. At this, Liu Pei fell into contemplation, struggling to find words adequate to convey his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, regardless, if you do not strive, Meng Rong may very well become your greatest rival. Should the opportunity shift? Do not come to me in tears. Yang Lin shot Liu Pei a sidelong glance, realizing his words had fallen on deaf ears. The old man had evidently not absorbed his advice. It was clear to Yang Lin that Meng Rong was no ordinary individual. His arrival in Pingong and Liu Pei's recognition of him suggested a significant background. This much Yang Lin could infer. However, even with Liu Pei's assertions, Yang Lin found it challenging to muster motivation. The opportunities he spoke of felt ethereal, elusive, hardly tangible enough to inspire any sense of fulfillment. Enough with such platitudes. If you do not wish to elaborate, then so be it. I will not press you, Yang Lin remarked dismissively. I am not the same as before. The opportunities you speak of may not even hold my interest. Yang Lin had in his possession the star jade, brimming with potential opportunities awaiting his discovery. With sufficient strength, he would gradually unearth them, far more concrete than the nebulous promises Liu Pei offered. With your meager cultivation talent, you would dare to dismiss the opportunities one speak of? After all these years of training, you remain at the third layer of qi refinement, yet you still dare to make such grand claims? Liu Pei nearly laughed in disbelief, casting a disparaging glance at Yang Lin. Indeed, by then, those opportunities may very well elude you, perhaps falling into the lap of Meng Rong instead. Yang Lin merely snorted in response, choosing not to engage further in the debate. Sometimes, it seemed, comparisons only served to deepen one's frustrations, especially when others had advantages he lacked. Being an orphan with no familial support. Do not lose heart, continue to work diligently. After all, your years of accumulation can sometimes compensate for many shortcomings, Liu Pei added. Cut it out, Yang Lin retorted, uninterested in prolonging the conversation. After exchanging a casual farewell, he turned to leave. He had only half-heartedly believed Liu Pei's words. If Meng Rong were truly as formidable as Liu Pei suggested, he would not have fallen to Yang Lin. Though it was evident Meng Rong had withheld his true capabilities, even if he were to exert himself fully, Yang Lin felt no fear. Until they had truly clashed, the outcome remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Liu Pei had steadfastly refused to divulge Meng Rong's background, and Yang Lin saw no point in pressing the matter. After all, having spent years in each other's company, he understood well what he ought to know, and what was better left undisclosed. Liu Pei would speak when necessary, and beyond that, knowing too much could be detrimental. Yang Lin was acutely aware that some had met their demise due to harboring excessive secrets. Before long, Yang Lin exchanged a brief farewell before departing the escort agency. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by Gu Qingwei, the holy maiden of the heavenly sect, who had been lurking in the shadows since last night. Having set her sights on Liu Pei, with her prowess, remaining undetected was a trivial task. Is this fellow still at the qi refinement stage? The holy maiden pondered, perplexed. Didn't Yang Lin already marry? Last night, he was entangled with his concubine's maid. How could he still be at the qi refinement stage? As the holy maiden, she understood that breaking the precepts during the qi refinement stage would lead to the loss of one's cultivation. Yet, Yang Lin appeared to defy the norm. Something is amiss. This fellow must have issues. With this thought, Gu Qingwei promptly set off in pursuit of Yang Lin's departing figure. Chapter 31. Among the Three Maidens. There must be a bewitching beauty. Yang family. Upon Yang Lin's return, he resumed his training for the day. With his current strength, he found it impossible to establish himself in this world. Even a moderately powerful warrior could easily bring about his demise. Fortunately, this body had laid a solid foundation. Although Yang Lin was unsure of the specifics of his realm, the strength of his physique was undoubtedly sufficient. He even sensed that it might be tougher than the steel of his previous era. As for training, initially, Yang Lin assumed it would resemble the fitness routines of his past life, but he quickly realized his mistake. The enhancement of the body through training was comprehensive, not limited to mere muscle and strength. Moreover, Yang Lin was now capable of effortlessly lifting over 1,000 pounds and moving with remarkable agility. Such feats would have been unattainable in his previous life through conventional workouts. Furthermore, this was far from the limits of cultivation. True masters could likely achieve feats akin to those depicted in films, such as scaling walls and effortlessly dispatching foes. Contemplating this, Yang Lin felt a surge of excitement, fostering a greater anticipation for his future training. As his power grew, he began to unlock numerous techniques from the Starry Jade. one of which was the illusory shadow step perfectly suited for his current self. Liu Pei had mentioned that his speed and agility were lacking. The illusory shadow step could remedy these deficiencies. It was appropriate for someone at the Qi refinement stage, and according to its description, mastery would render him invincible within that realm. Naturally, Yang Lin had no reservations. He mentally reviewed the movements of the illusory shadow step before mimicking them in the muddy pit, gradually becoming more adept. With each repetition, his movements grew increasingly fluid, and his inner Qi began to flow spontaneously. With the infusion of Qi, Yang Lin suddenly found the illusory shadow step seemingly simplified, shedding its initial complexity. Observing from the side, Aziz's heart raced as she recognized the technique. Illusory shadow step. Could he not take a moment to pause? He had already consumed the snow dragon meat, fully aware of its toxicity, yet he insisted on eating it at every meal. Now, with the illusory shadow step, it seemed Yang Lin was courting danger, as if he feared detection by the holy maiden of the heavenly sect, Gu Qingwei. He was perilously toying with fate. Moreover, Aziz had sensed Gu Qingyue's presence the previous night. That vixen had clearly set her sights on the Yang family. Yang Lin's reckless behavior would only heighten the peril surrounding him, rendering his situation increasingly dire. At this moment, Aziz contemplated whether she should make a hasty exit. However, she quickly realized that the entire Pingyang city was likely under the watchful gaze of the heavenly sect. Escaping would not be a simple task. Furthermore, Aziz's current identity was merely that of an ordinary cook, devoid of any knowledge of the mystical arts. Should she attempt to flee the Yang residence, the holy maiden would undoubtedly notice her absence immediately. With her current abilities, Aziz was not foolish enough to believe she could evade the ensuing pursuit. Additionally, it appeared that even the officials had sent someone to keep watch. Soon, the entire Pingyang city would become a web of traps, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Amidst these thoughts, Aziz felt overwhelmed and ultimately decided against fleeing. The path before her seemed limited. She must focus on regaining her strength. This way, even if her identity was exposed, she would at least be capable of self-preservation. To restore her powers, however, Aziz needed to return to the Demon Abyss, where she could find the means to regain her abilities. The Demon Abyss was the sect where she once resided, and she had even been its former leader. Her title of the Bewitching Beauty originated from there. Yet, the crux of the matter was that she was currently trapped in Pingyang City, confined within the Yang family. How could she return? Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei had arrived at the Yang family's shop. Observing the seemingly ordinary establishment, she found no immediate cause for suspicion. However, her curiosity was piqued by the fact that, in addition to staple goods, the shop also sold calligraphy and paintings. As she gazed upon the various artworks, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Yang Lin possessed such talent. Beyond commerce, his proficiency in the arts was commendable. Simultaneously, in the backyard, Aziz, Xiaoxia, and the others sensed the presence of Gu Qingwei. Their hearts raced, and they instinctively fell silent, striving to conceal their auras. In contrast, Yang Lin remained blissfully unaware, fully engrossed in his training of the illusory shadow step, becoming increasingly captivated by it. As his mastery deepened, his qi naturally emanated, drawing Gu Qingyue's attention. She quickly registered the situation, a hint of astonishment in her gaze. It seemed she had indeed come to the right place. Understanding that Yang Lin was practicing the illusory shadow step, Gu Qingyue began to piece together various possibilities. She had always believed that the bewitching beauty had consumed a life-prolonging elixir, resulting in her toxic condition, which led her to seek out a man for an antidote. However, within that cave, she had found no trace of the man's corpse. Initially, Gu Qingwei thought the bewitching beauty had disposed of the body, but in truth, the man had not only survived but thrived, inheriting a significant portion of the bewitching beauty's powers. That man was Yang Lin. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Why Yang Lin could continue cultivating even after breaking his vow was precisely due to the bewitching beauty's powers. With such a foundation, breaking his vow would not hinder his progress. Even if he were to neglect his training, his cultivation would steadily improve until he fully absorbed those powers. However, the fact that Yang Lin was aware of the illusory shadow step and was continually practicing it raised a question. He likely did not know its origins. Indeed, the illusory shadow step was a technique from the heavenly sect, regarded as a superior art even within their ranks. The starry jade must also be here. Gu Qingyue boldly speculated and subsequently directed her focus towards the other three maidens of the Yang family. The legendary bewitching beauty must be among them. With that thought, she extended her perception stealthily towards the Yang family's backyard, gradually unfurling her senses. Chapter 32. Tears Without Crying Regrettably. The holy maiden did not perceive any suspicious behavior among the other members of the Yang family. A cook, a maid, and a concubine appeared no different from those in any other household. Thus, The holy maiden could only opt to continue her observation. The one certainty was that Yang Lin was undoubtedly connected to at the very least, the illusory shadow stepping technique he practiced originated from their Tianzong. Before long, noon arrived. Yang Lin emerged from the muddy pit and quickly washed off the dirt. The kitchen was already filled with the aroma of cooking, indicating it was time for lunch. Without hesitation, he returned to his study, retrieved 2 pieces of snow dragon meat, and headed straight to the kitchen. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Aziz was momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to react. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been tolerable, but now, with the Tianzong holy maiden Gu Qingwei present in the front hall, Yang Lin was undoubtedly pushing himself towards a perilous path. Yet, how could he be aware of Aziz's tumultuous thoughts? He set down the meat and instructed, "Please stew these 2 pieces. I will eat them myself. And remember to set them aside." In Yang Lin's perception, the entire Yang family comprised ordinary individuals, save for himself, who was a martial artist. This meat was a nourishing delicacy unsuitable for them. It was meant solely for his consumption. What else could Aziz do? She nodded hastily, feigning understanding while internally cursing Yang Lin's ancestors, drenched in cold sweat and feeling her legs weaken beneath her. She could hardly fathom what thoughts occupied Yang Lin's mind. With Gu Qingwei right before them, did he not realize that presenting the snow dragon meat was tantamount to revealing that the starry jade was in his possession? Was this not akin to exposing his identity? At times, Aziz genuinely questioned whether Yang Lin was truly foolish or merely pretending. Did he perhaps possess a mind filled with nothing but water? After placing the meat down, Yang Lin departed the kitchen, leaving Aziz in a state of utter despair. She gazed at the meat, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Returning to his study, Yang Lin resumed his examination of the ancient text on illusory shadow stepping. Although he had previously memorized all the techniques, revisiting the ancient manuscript would undoubtedly enhance both his memory and comprehension. It was akin to reviewing in his past life. Yang Lin had been a diligent student, well-versed in effective learning strategies. The more he delved into the ancient text, the more disheartened he became regarding his current prowess. To achieve mastery, he realized he still had a considerable distance to cover and needed to exert himself even more diligently. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei, who was in a shop, had regained her composure. Every move Yang Lin made had been under her vigilant watch, leaving her profoundly astonished. The moment Yang Lin produced the snow dragon meat, she understood that the starry jade must be in his possession, as she had been the one to place the ancient snow dragon's body there. The starry jade was a serendipitous acquisition for the Tianzong holy maiden Gu Qingwei. The secrets it held were beyond her current capacity to fully decipher. It merely served as a spatial storage artifact. Ultimately, it had been stolen by who had even erased the mark she had left upon it. Nevertheless, even so, it was utterly impossible for Yang Lin, with his current abilities, to claim this artifact as his own. Therefore, Gu Qingwei had calmed herself. She was now even somewhat intrigued. Could it be that the failed to recognize the value of the starry jade and had, in fact, gifted it to Yang Lin? This notion was utterly illogical and inconsistent with this character. There must be other circumstances at play. Or perhaps that was deliberately attempting to confuse her and disrupt her line of thought. After much contemplation, Gu Qingwei felt the latter possibility was more plausible. After a brief silence, she resumed her search for the aura of the Yang family, but the expected outcome was evident. Her efforts were in vain. Aziz and Xiao Xia had long since concealed their presence. Unless the Tianzong holy maiden Gu Qingwei could achieve a breakthrough in situ and completely overpower them, she would be unable to glean any intelligence from this place. With a gentle sigh, Gu Qingwei acknowledged that, at the very least, she had located the starry jade. As for having sustained severe injuries and significantly weakened, she was likely in hiding. As long as she remained in Pinghong City, Gu Qingwei was confident she could unearth her. Originally, Gu Qingwei had appeared at the Yongxing escort agency to obtain a token to solicit the assistance of Wang Mengyang. Unexpectedly, she had traced the matter back to Yang Lin, resulting in this delightful surprise. It was indeed an unexpected windfall. Before long, lunch was prepared, and Yang Lin continued to eat in his study. After several rounds of probing, Aziz's suspicions had notably diminished, yet Yang Lin still felt a lingering unease regarding her. This time, he did not invite Aziz to dine with him, but instead allocated a few pieces of snow dragon meat for her. At that moment, Aziz had no desire for meat, but she understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. She had no opportunity to refuse and could only endure her thoughts of resentment. Gratefully thanking Yang Lin, after consuming the snow dragon meat the previous day, Aziz had relied on her internal true energy to neutralize the toxins. What could she do now? With the holy maiden of Tianzong outside, Aziz dared not take that risk. The poison might well be insurmountable. By the way, did you experience any discomfort last night? Or any unusual sensations? Yang Lin inquired, taking a few bites of rice and then a piece of meat, glancing at Aziz. Aziz was momentarily taken aback. lowering her head to respond softly. Last night, I felt warm and had some insomnia. Though her description was rather subtle, she nonetheless provided Yang Lin with the answer he sought. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin nodded. This meat is indeed a nourishing delicacy, suitable for someone like me who is cultivating. You are merely an ordinary person. It would suffice for you to consume a little, but do not overindulge, lest it harm you. Following Yang Lin's explanation, Az's face lit up with gratitude as she excitedly thanked him. Yet, at that moment, she was likely seething with resentment towards Yang Lin. To doubt her was one thing, but to push her into such a predicament at this moment was entirely another. The worst part was that Az could not resist. She could only leap into the pit he had dug for her. Otherwise, the threat of the gun being raised outside could shatter her head at any moment. Ultimately, Az could only silently endure her plight. After speaking, Yang Lin ceased further conversation with Az and savored the dishes before him. It must be said that Az's culinary skills truly suited Yang Lin's palate, though this was under the condition that he remained unaware of her true identity. Otherwise, even the most exquisite meal would fail to entice him. Chapter 33. The full performance. After finishing lunch, Yang Lin sent Az away and confined himself in the study, commencing the operation of the starry arts to refine the spiritual energy from the snow serpent meat within his body. Meanwhile, Xuanwu sensed the fluctuations of true energy emanating from Yang Lin and stealthily infiltrated the study. With her exceptional mastery over true energy, she extended a needle-like thread of it into Yang Lin's body. This entire process was executed with fluidity and silence, and Yang Lin remained oblivious for the moment. As Xuanwu perceived the changes within him, she arrived at a conclusion. Although he had broken his youthful purity, this lad still maintained his chi refining stage, relying on the power obtained from the demoness. With this foundational true energy, Yang Lin's cultivation would undoubtedly progress steadily, and he might have even cultivated a sea of true energy located in his dantian. This was indeed a manifestation of significant achievement in the chi refining stage. Moreover, Xuanwu was astonished to discover the formidable strength of Yang Lin's physique, surpassing her expectations. For ordinary practitioners, reaching the chi refining stage was akin to climbing a mountain, leaving little room for physical training. While both the body and true energy could enhance one's strength, possessing either alone could yield lifelong benefits. The rarity of someone like Yang Lin, who possessed both attributes, was almost unparalleled, marking him as a prodigious talent in a 100-mile radius, if not more. Over the years, Yang Lin had primarily focused on physical training under Liu Pei, as the latter, being a bodyguard, did not possess the same techniques as those from reputable sections. Thus, it was impossible for Liu Pei to formally teach Yang Lin about cultivating qi, resorting instead to alternative methods. Yang Lin's robust physique even managed to shield his true energy within, tightly encasing it, and allowing only a minimal amount to leak out. Had it not been for his practice of the starry arts, Xuanwu would have remained unaware of even the slightest indication of his true energy. As for the starry arts, Xuanwu had yet to decipher its intricacies. Her foundational technique was a secret transmission from the heavenly sect, one of the top-tier methods. In her perspective, the starry arts should be among the most commonplace of techniques. However, its complexities gave her the impression that it held potential for growth. Yet, as no one had practiced it before, the saintess herself remained uncertain of its true power. With Yang Lin currently cultivating it, perhaps she could explore its depths through him. While lost in thought, Xuanwu suddenly noticed Yang Lin's eyelids fluttering, prompting her to silently vanish from her position. Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes and glanced behind him, feeling as if a pair of eyes were intently watching him. Was it merely an illusion? Confused, Yang Lin searched around but found no answers, ultimately dismissing the thought and returning to his cultivation. At that moment, Xuanwu had already positioned herself atop the study. Astonished by Yang Lin's keen perception, she believed that with her own strength, any other practitioner at the chi refining stage would have been incapable of noticing her presence. Yet Yang Lin could. This lad was certainly becoming increasingly intriguing. As time passed, the toxins within Yang Lin began to manifest, causing a wave of heat to envelop him, making it difficult to maintain his focus. Thus, he returned to the muddy pit in the courtyard to continue practicing the mirage steps, which would also aid in expelling the toxins from his body. By nightfall, as per usual, Yang Lin took out 2 pieces of meat for Az to prepare. Az, however, had begun to lose her resolve, resigned to her fate. She was aware that Xuanwu, the saintess of the heavenly sect, had been lingering nearby. Having identified the starry jade on Yang Lin but choosing not to seize it, Az speculated that the woman likely intended to draw her out, unwilling to relent. Consequently, Az could only persist in her charade, fulfilling her role as the cook. Even the snow serpent meat she had consumed earlier had not been refined with true energy, leaving her in a daze throughout the day. Had she not eaten sparingly, the toxins within her might have driven her to madness. as seconds turned into minutes. Night fell swiftly. Unable to bear the heat within him, young Lin, as was his custom, rushed out from the study to cleanse himself with well water, seeking some relief. For reasons unknown, he found himself glancing repeatedly towards the chambers of Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia, unable to shake off the image of Xiao Xia from his mind. Since Xiao Feng'er had married into the household, he had spent the past few nights with Xiao Xia, each encounter more intense than the last. Oh, if this continues, it may greatly hinder my cultivation, he thought, feeling a twinge of worry. Just then, the door to the chamber swung open, and Xiao Xia quietly emerged. Yang Lin's heart raced at the sight of her, and without uttering a word, he hastily splashed water on himself and hurried back to the study. This scene made Xiao Xia grit her teeth in frustration, yet she felt helpless. She questioned Yang Lin's sanity, knowing full well the meat was toxic. Yet he insisted on consuming it daily in increasing quantities. This would invariably lead to daily poisoning, and he seemed unable to withstand the toxicity, a path towards self-destruction. However, Xiao Xia's thoughts were more preoccupied with the figure lurking in the shadows, Gu Qingwei, who had yet to leave. Unbeknownst to her, she did not perceive the saintess's presence. She merely sensed an ominous aura, presumably directed at herself and her mistress. Having lingered for an entire day without revealing her intentions, Xiao Xia told herself not to panic. Though that was far from the truth. Throughout the day, both she and Xiao Feng'er had conducted themselves with utmost caution, carefully playing their roles to avoid revealing any clues. If not for the presence of the heavenly sect saintess, Xiao Xia would never have ventured out that night, much less paid any heed to Yang Lin. To avoid exposing her identity and raising suspicions, she had to uphold her role and attend to Yang Lin's needs. Furthermore, she had to keep a close watch on him, ensuring he did not speak carelessly, lest they both be compromised. As the moon reached its zenith, Gu Qingwei, concealed in the shadows, observed the happenings within the Yang residence. Xiao Feng'er had clearly succumbed to a deep slumber, while the cook, though lying down, tossed and turned throughout the night, likely due to the effects of the snow serpent meat. Meanwhile, the study continued to resonate with excitement, a cacophony of fervent activity. Chapter 34. The shifting winds in Gu Qingwei's perception. Among the three women, the most likely candidate was undoubtedly the aloof maid. Setting aside other considerations, Xiao Xia's demeanor already spoke volumes. She was not a woman of typical servant lineage. However, Gu Qingwei did not associate the enchanting demoness with Xiao Xia, as there were hardly any similarities between them. Nevertheless, given that Xiao Xia was currently entangled with Yang Lin, Gu Qingwei directed her suspicions towards her. After all, it was also Yang Lin who had caused the demoness to lose her powers, which was their sole point of connection. From another perspective, the demoness was inherently proud and had been abandoned by all, left utterly alone after departing from the abyss. In contrast, Xiao Xia was quite familiar with Xiao Feng'er, suggesting that their relationship had developed beyond mere acquaintance, which complicated the matter further. Thus, Gu Qingwei maintained an uncertain stance, refraining from revealing her identity at first. To verify her suspicions, Gu Qingwei deliberately released her aura, meticulously crafted so that if Xiao Xia were indeed the demoness, she would surely perceive it. Conversely, if not, she would remain oblivious. Gu Qingwei fixed her gaze on Xiao Xia's reactions, eagerly watching for any signs of abnormality. At this moment, Xiao Xia, despite harboring 100 reluctances in her heart, had to feign delight while enjoying intimate moments with Yang Lin, daring not to show any hint of resistance. She played along with Yang Lin, actively engaging with him, leaving even Yang Lin, the protagonist, bewildered. Was this truly the Xiao Xia he recognized? The night passed in silence, and as the sun gradually rose, Aziz was the first to awaken, bustling about in the kitchen. The previous night had been sleepless for her, leading her to rise early to prepare breakfast. Up until now, Aziz still sensed that Gu Qingwei had not departed. It seemed this wretched woman was indeed fixated on this place. She would not relent until the truth was uncovered. And Aziz feared she would not be merciful in her pursuit. Aziz felt a wave of helplessness. If she hadn't lost a significant portion of her true energy and her strength had diminished, she wouldn't be feeling so constrained. Living under the watchful eye of the holy maiden Gu Qingwei, unable to reveal even the slightest flaw, was a precarious existence. While this was not particularly challenging for Aziz, it was undeniably distressing. At this moment, Aziz even began to regret her decision to return to the Yang residence with Yang Lin. Even if she were trapped in Pingyang City, at least she wouldn't have to endure such close proximity to Gu Qingwei. It felt akin to provoking a tiger. One misstep could cost her dearly. Since arriving at the Yang residence, Aziz felt as if misfortune had befallen her in waves, first with Xiao Xia and Xiao Feng'er, then bearing the blame for others. And now contending with this vile woman, she had not known a single day of peace. The worst part was that she could confide in no one. Unable to express her grievances, forcing her to bottle up her frustrations, yearning to cry without tears, If I cannot escape this calamity, I shall certainly drag that boy down with me. He must take responsibility. Aziz seethed inwardly, her resentment towards Yang Lin growing to the point of gritting her teeth. Having regained her true energy and tasted her own abilities, she sometimes genuinely questioned whether she had owed Yang Lin a debt in her past life, and now had come to repay it. Meanwhile, Yang Lin awoke from his slumber, astonished to find Xiaoxia still peacefully asleep beside him. He felt a twinge of surprise. Recalling Xiaoxia's demeanor from the previous night, Yang Lin was filled with questions. What was going on with her? She seemed different from before. She hadn't consumed the snow jiao meat, so logically, she shouldn't have been poisoned. Why then did she exhibit behavior more proactive than that of someone under the influence of poison? Could it be that through these days of interaction, she had developed feelings for him? Unable to conjure any other explanation, Yang Lin was suddenly struck by this notion. With no clear answers, he decided to dress and leave the study first. Regardless of the situation, Yang Lin understood that Xiaoxia wished to keep this matter hidden from Xiaofeng, and thus he needed to provide her with the necessary cover. On this point, he had promised Xiaoxia, as he was a man of principles. Not long after Yang Lin exited the study, the door to the adjoining room opened, and the freshly washed Xiaofeng emerged, immediately spotting Yang Lin in the courtyard. Sir, have you seen Sister Xiaoxia? She inquired. Yang Lin had already prepared his reply and spoke earnestly. Yesterday, I consulted Sister Xiaoxia regarding a recipe for physical cultivation, and thus I was occupied quite late. She is tired and currently resting in the study. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng nodded. The matter of the recipe had been discussed previously while she was present, so she had no reason to doubt Yang Lin's words. Seeing that Xiaofeng believed him, Yang Lin sighed in relief, wiping the beads of water from his face. As if recalling something, he then asked, You mentioned needing to prepare the 4 treasures of the study. Have you visited the shops in front? At this, Xiaofeng appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking her head, though her expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Not yet. Although she claimed she hadn't gone, Xiaofeng had actually visited more than once, having seen several of Yang Lin's works. Most were calligraphy and paintings. Yang Lin had made notable progress in this regard, even if he had not reached the pinnacle of mastery. Xiaofeng could discern this. Yang Lin was aware that the previous owner of his body possessed considerable talent in calligraphy and painting, so he thought to appeal to Xiaofeng's interests and engaged her in conversation. It's nothing. There will be plenty of time in the future. However, I recall Sister Xiaoxia mentioning that your hobbies include music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you care to see my works? Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily. But after glancing at the closed study door, she eventually nodded in agreement. With that, Yang Lin smiled and led Xiaofeng to the front hall, where the newly opened shop was located. This establishment not only sold basic goods but also showcased Yang Lin's calligraphy works. In recent days, Yang Lin had discovered that his calligraphic pieces were quite popular, with some exceptional works fetching a handsome price, earning him a considerable amount of silver. Previously, Xiaofeng had already witnessed Yang Lin's talents, and now seeing his familiar calligraphic style again, while no longer surprising, still evoked a sense of awe within her. Standing by patiently, Yang Lin awaited Xiaofeng's response. They're all wonderful. After a round of observation, Xiaofeng's voice slowly resonated. Chapter 35, a brushstroke exchange. Upon hearing the words, Yang Lin smiled faintly. He had perused these calligraphies and paintings, and found them rather unremarkable. In his previous life, he possessed a modicum of experience in painting and calligraphy, thanks to his parents enrolling him in various art classes from a young age. Little did he expect that such skills would prove useful at this moment. Moreover, it seemed that the artistic talents of the Blue Star's martial world had an extraordinary enhancement in this realm. Xiaofeng appeared entranced by the artworks, though Yang Lin could not fathom what made them so captivating. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. As long as they were marketable and profitable, that sufficed. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that there was still a while before mealtime, and that Xiaoxia had yet to awaken, likely exhausted from the previous day. Turning to Xiaofeng, he proposed, How about we create a painting? We have time, and I would relish the opportunity to observe your technique. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng hesitated, concerned that if Xiaoxia were to awaken and find her in the company of Yang Lin, she might not take kindly to it. Sensing her trepidation, Yang Lin reassured her, Fear not, your sister Xiaoxia is unlikely to awaken just yet. It is merely a painting, and it shall not consume much time. At worst, I shall bear the brunt of any reprimands. Yang Lin chuckled, occasionally questioning why Xiaofeng, as the mistress, would so readily heed the wishes of her maid, which seemed quite rare in this era. Perhaps it was due to her character, he mused. Very well. Xiaofeng acquiesced, realizing that it would be unreasonable to refuse Yang Lin after he had made such a request. With a smile, Yang Lin nodded and began preparing the necessary tools. Since they were to paint, A theme was essential. They could not simply daub aimlessly upon the canvas. Why not use me as your subject? Create a portrait of me. I am curious to see how you perceive me, Yang Lin suggested after a moment's contemplation. He could not deny a certain confidence in his appearance. All right. Xiao Feng's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall paint a portrait for you in return. Yang Lin smiled as he prepared his own set of tools, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Feng's face had reddened even more as she bowed her head. The two lapsed into silence, focusing intently on their artwork. It must be said that Xiao Feng possessed a unique affinity for creativity, coupled with an innate talent. As she grasped the brush, her demeanor subtly shifted, and one could see her spirit enlivened as she meticulously captured Yang Lin's likeness upon the paper, each stroke precise and devoid of excess. Previously, Xiao Feng had primarily painted objects or landscapes, and this was her first attempt at rendering a portrait. Meanwhile, Yang Lin seized the opportunity to gaze at her candidly. He had never taken the time to observe his newlywed concubine closely, having only known her beauty in a vague sense. This was, however, an unavoidable circumstance. Their marriage had largely been orchestrated by old Lu, and with Xiao Xia often intervening, Yang Lin had found little opportunity to truly look upon her. In contrast, he was far more familiar with Xiao Xia, having seen her in every detail. Master. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Feng's timid voice break the silence. Yang Lin snapped back to reality, realizing he had been lost in thought. He quickly smiled and explained, "Ah, my lady, you are simply too beautiful. I became somewhat entranced." His words were sincere, whether in demeanor or appearance. Xiao Feng was indeed of exceptional beauty. In his previous life, Yang Lin had never encountered such a stunning woman. Even when she wore the most ordinary attire, devoid of any cosmetics, her beauty radiated a clarity that was indescribable. As he continued to gaze, he found himself entranced. "But we are now husband and wife. I trust it is not inappropriate for me to look upon you so? If it troubles you, I shall refrain from gazing." Yang Lin's radiant smile, combined with his handsome features and a tone that balanced jest with respect, possessed a compelling allure for any woman. Even though Xiao Feng had once been a princess, well-versed in the world, she felt her heart race under his scrutiny. When he referred to her as my lady and acknowledged their marital bond, her cheeks flushed crimson, whether from shyness or something else, she could not discern. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng resolved not to linger on this matter with Yang Lin. After a brief glance at his face, she resumed her painting with utmost seriousness. Noticing her focus, Yang Lin chose not to speak further, maintaining a gentle smile as he continued with his own work. Meanwhile, the saintess of the heavenly sect, Gu Qingwei, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally made her move. Since the previous day, she had harbored suspicions that Xiao Xia might be the demon abyss enchantress she sought. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Xia remained in slumber, Gu Qingwei stealthily entered the study, determined to uncover the truth. Even if the enchantress had altered her appearance, the genuine energy within her body could not be faked. And Gu Qingwei intended to ascertain the truth with a mere probe. With a subtle extraction of her ethereal energy, she gently infused it into Xiao Xia's body. Moments later, Gu Qingwei frowned. There was not a trace of true energy within Xiao Xia. Yet, judging by her skeletal structure, she was undoubtedly a practitioner, not an ordinary person. Furthermore, Xiao Xia had spent the entire night entangled with Yang Lin, yet from the conversation between Yang Lin and Xiao Feng, it appeared that Xiao Feng was entirely oblivious to this affair, remaining in the dark. One could not help but question Xiao Xia's identity, not daring to linger. Gu Qingwei quickly completed her examination and vanished in a flash. If this maid were indeed the enchantress, what then was the identity of Yang Lin as concubine? Observing the bond between the two, it was evident they could not have just met. Could they be master and disciple? Her mind swirled with conjectures. Yet Gu Qingwei remained indecisive. It appeared the truth would not be uncovered in the near future, and she resolved to stay a few more days to observe. Meanwhile, Aziz, having prepared the meal, entered the front hall to summon Yang Lin and Xiao Feng to dine. "Please take the dishes to the dining hall. We shall eat there today," Yang Lin instructed without turning, engrossed in his painting. "Understood," Aziz replied, nodding. "By the way, please wake Xiao Xia. She has been sleeping for quite some time," Yang Lin added. Aziz acknowledged and turned to leave. Knowing she might be dining with Yang Lin today made Xiao Feng feel somewhat anxious, for despite the time she had spent in the household, she had never before shared such extended moments with him, let alone shared a meal. Chapter 36, full of doubts amidst the tension. Xiao Feng caught a glimpse of Yang Lin's painting out of the corner of her eye, momentarily stunned by the sight. Judging by the attire and makeup depicted in the artwork, she recognized it to be her own likeness. Albeit distorted, her head appeared larger than her body, an oddity that somehow exuded a certain charm. This novel artistic style was unlike anything Xiao Feng had ever encountered before. Noticing her gaze, Yang Lin smiled faintly, unreservedly asking, "What do you think? Isn't this painting beautiful? I created it in your likeness." Having dabbled in a similar comic style in his previous life, Yang Lin effortlessly captured some of Xiaofeng's distinctive features. Conversely, he found himself pleasantly surprised by Xiaofeng's portrayal of him. The image presented a handsome yet imposing figure, embodying the valor often associated with warriors, though he mused that few could match his own striking appearance. Completing the final strokes, Yang Lin set down his brush, and Xiaofeng did the same. Gazing at the finished pieces, Yang Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "Your artistic skills are remarkable. My lady, they truly captivate the viewer." "Your artwork is equally impressive," Xiaofeng replied candidly, her appreciation for this style growing the more she looked at it. "Since we are now family, continuing to address you as my lord might seem a bit distant." Yang Lin intended to encourage Xiaofeng to speak more freely. But before he could finish, the entrance revealed Xiaoxia, whose gaze held a hint of coldness. As Xiaoxia approached, her attention shifted toward Yang Lin, the glint in her eyes suggesting an unspoken warning. Yang Lin chose to remain nonchalant, merely smiling without further comment. Xiaofeng quickly turned her head, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Sister Xiaoxia nodded in acknowledgement, though she said little. Her expression conveyed everything. Yet, upon spotting Yang Lin's painting, she was momentarily taken aback. This style of art was indeed a first for her. Moreover, the subject's attire and demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to a princess. Yang Lin, keenly aware of Xiaoxia's reaction, confidently inquired, "What do you think? How does my piece fare?" However, upon hearing the question, Xiaoxia's demeanor shifted coldly, her face remaining impassive as she replied, "Mediocre." In truth, Yang Lin's work was quite commendable, particularly in this artistic style, which Xiaoxia had never before encountered. Yet, had it been anyone else, she would have offered praise, but since it was Yang Lin, earning her commendation would be a challenge. "You are biased," Yang Lin retorted, knowing well her sharp tongue did not equate to a lack of appreciation. "Moreover, I have portrayed your young mistress. To call it mediocre, are you implying she is unremarkable? That would be rather unkind, wouldn't it? I find Fenger exceedingly beautiful." "You." Xiaoxia was incensed by Yang Lin's words, nearly resorting to physical retaliation had Xiaofeng not been present. "Sister Xiaoxia," Xiaofeng interjected hastily, pulling Xiaoxia back, unsure whether she was defending Xiaoxia or pleading for Yang Lin. With Xiaofeng's intervention, Xiaoxia relented, casting a fierce glare at Yang Lin. Choosing not to further tease Xiaoxia, Yang Lin recognized the moment to divert the conversation. "Shall we go? It's time for breakfast." With that, he exited the shop, heading toward the dining hall in the back. Observing Yang Lin's retreating figure, Xiaoxia's expression fluctuated, likely cursing him 1,000 times in her mind. Reflecting on her attempts to accommodate him the previous night, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. However, that was not the crux of her concern. What truly troubled her was the unseen presence that had been watching, making her feel as though she were under constant scrutiny, fearful of inadvertently revealing her and the princess's identities. "Sister Xiaoxia, are we having breakfast with him today?" Xiaofeng quietly asked. "Absolutely not. You shouldn't even think about it. We'll return to eat by ourselves." Xiaoxia firmly rejected the notion, leaving no room for negotiation. Taking Xiaofeng's hand, she intended to head back to their quarters, but suddenly recalled something and added, "In my absence, do not maintain any contact with him. If you must, do not heed his words or trust his claims. He is quite devious. Don't let it come to a point where you end up getting sold and still counting his money." Xiaofeng could only respond with a resigned smile, nodding in agreement. In truth, Yang Lin hadn't spoken anything too outrageous, and she wasn't so naive as to believe everything he said. Yet, recalling Yang Lin's last remark, it seemed he wished for her to address him as husband. At this thought, Xiaofeng's cheeks flushed with warmth. Though she had once been a princess of the Wei Kingdom, she was still an innocent young woman. Now, for the sake of self-preservation, she had become Yang Lin's concubine, and her heart remained as unblemished as a blank slate. Curiosity regarding marital matters lingered, but it was overshadowed by her innocence. Thus, it was entirely natural for her to feel shy when such topics arose. As Xiaofeng and Xiaoxia departed, Gu Qingwei, the holy maiden of the Tin Zones, quietly entered the shop and naturally noticed the two paintings, instantly captivated by Yang Lin's comic rendition of Xiaofeng. Such a style, even for someone as well-versed as Gu Qingwei, was unprecedented. However, she couldn't deny Yang Lin's skill. Even she found no faults in his work. Yet, that mattered little now. Gu Qingwei was more concerned about the dynamics between Xiaofeng and Xiaoxia. In their master-servant relationship, it appeared that Xiaoxia held a greater sway. Yet, Xiaofeng had shown signs of trepidation, seemingly merely acquiescing to Xiaoxia's words. Their bond seemed genuinely strong. Was Xiao Xia perhaps a seductress? If it were solely Xiao Xia, Gu Qingwei would have reached a conclusion by now. However, the addition of Xiao Feng'er left her hesitant to decide. After breakfast, Yang Lin resumed his daily training, once again plunging into the mire to practice the phantom steps. Azi had gone out to purchase vegetables, being the first to leave the residence that day. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia returned to their quarters. Exhausted from the previous night, Xiao Xia fell asleep after exchanging only a few words. Xiao Feng'er, however, noticed that Xiao Xia's clothes had become quite wrinkled over the past few days. It was perplexing, as she had recently acquired new garments. How could this have happened in such a short span? Chapter 37. Mysterious Identity. Recently, Xiao Xia has seemed to be frequently fatigued, even dozing off while seated, which has caused some concern for Xiao Feng'er. However, after much contemplation, she could not discern the reason, likely due to Yang Lin. Ever since their arrival at the Yang residence, the two of them have often feigned the demeanor of ordinary individuals, and they must not allow others to detect any traces of their true identities, leading to an undeniably exhausting existence. Furthermore, Xiao Xia and Yang Lin appear to be at odds. Xiao Feng'er cannot fathom why Xiao Xia harbors such an inexplicable prejudice against him. From her perspective, Yang Lin is a paragon of virtue, treating her with utmost respect, leaving no room for doubt regarding his character. Yet, Xiao Xia persistently claims Yang Lin to be a scoundrel, cunning and filled with malice. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Feng'er, displaying a hint of helplessness, covered Xiao Xia with a blanket, then quietly moved to the window, gazing at Yang Lin, who was still practicing diligently in the courtyard's mire. If Lu Pei intended for Yang Lin to join that legendary sect, his current abilities would be far from sufficient. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Feng'er spoke to herself, pondering how Lu Pei could trust her and Xiao Xia to reside here, indicating an extraordinary level of faith in Yang Lin. These years of dedicated cultivation of Yang Lin were likely aimed at this very opportunity for sect recruitment. Though she speculated, Xiao Feng'er could not draw any definitive conclusions, for Lu Pei's thoughts remained a mystery to her. Thus, continuing to ponder proved futile. She glanced back at the still sleeping Xiao Xia before silently departing the chamber, eager to behold that painting. The unique style of the artwork was something Xiao Feng'er had never encountered before, and her curiosity drove her to learn more. Throughout the years, she had traversed many places and encountered renowned artists, yet she had never seen works akin to Yang Lin's. The inexplicable aura of that piece lingered in her mind after just one glance, and she was no exception. Upon exiting the room, Xiao Feng'er naturally made her way through the courtyard. Yang Lin, understanding her intention to visit the shop, smiled and remarked, "If you need anything, just let me know. But don't overexert yourself." He surmised that she was likely going to check on the painting she had created. As Xiao Xia had mentioned Xiao Feng'er's proficiency and passion for art, it was only natural for her to explore, rather than remain cooped up indoors all day. If possible, Yang Lin hoped Xiao Feng'er would venture out more, for having just arrived in Pingyang City, there were many splendid sights to behold. Xiao Feng'er offered no further words, merely nodding shyly before hastening towards the shop. Observing her retreating figure, Yang Lin smiled faintly. Although they were ostensibly husband and wife, circumstances had rendered their relationship devoid of its true essence. Nonetheless, having such a lovely lady at home was a sight to behold. Turning his gaze toward the room, he recalled Xiao Xia, seemingly transformed overnight, oscillating between warmth and coldness, leaving him perplexed about any perceived offense he may have caused her. Yet, recalling Lu Pei's warning, Yang Lin resolved that should trouble arise, his priority would be to ensure his own escape, leaving Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia to fend for themselves. This led him to wonder if their strength surpassed his own. As the only male descendant of the Yang family, it was somewhat embarrassing to think he might be outmatched by two women. With that thought, he chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of shame regarding his own inadequacy. Nevertheless, Yang Lin held faith in Lu Pei's words, fully aware of the man's character and his commitment to honesty in such matters. Dismissing further thoughts, he resumed his practice, finding his agility increasingly refined, soon to be grasping the fundamentals of his training, a reward for his diligent efforts. In the main hall, Xiao Feng'er approached the counter with familiarity, gazing at the cartoonish depiction of herself in Yang Lin's artwork, the charming style captivating her endlessly. Unbeknownst to her, the saintess of the heavenly sect, Gu Qingwei, had silently appeared behind her, gently infusing a surge of true energy into her body. To conceal her presence, Gu Qingwei conjured a cool breeze to prevent Xiao Feng'er from detecting her whereabouts. After releasing the energy, she vanished without a trace, as if she had never been there. Xiao Feng'er, with her keen senses, felt a momentary tension as her body came into contact with the true energy, quickly turning to investigate, yet finding no hint of its source, leaving her with a sense of perplexity. Unable to locate what she sought, she redirected her attention to the painting before her. Meanwhile, The heavenly sect saintess, having successfully executed her plan, found herself outside the Yang residence, astonished to discover that a certain seal existed within the silkworm, rendering her unable to perceive its internal conditions. While she could not ascertain everything, Gu Qingwei was certain that Xiao Feng'er was indeed a talisman master, and at least of the earth tier. Talisman masters were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into 10 minor realms, akin to the path of cultivation. At that moment, Gu Qingwei seemed to grasp something significant. She had been investigating the demoness and was aware of the recent emergence of numerous black-clad guards in Pingyang City. It was well known that these guards were always under the command of Wang Mengyang, who resided not far from Pingyang City. As the only prince of a different surname in this dynasty, it was improbable that he would make visits to Pingyang City without purpose, evidently searching for something. Thus, this woman, Yang Lin's concubine, might very well be the individual Wang Mengyang sought. What, then, was her true identity? Gu Qingwei found herself increasingly intrigued. In truth, had it not been for her connection to Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia, she would not have devoted so much time pondering over someone seemingly inconsequential. To her mind, Xiao Xia had an 80% likelihood of being the demoness, and the closeness between Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia evidently concealed some secret. This matter demanded clarification. With this realization, Gu Qingwei swiftly disappeared into the streets, making her way to the government office, silently arriving at the archives. However, to her astonishment, when she attempted to search for information regarding Yang Lin, she discovered that most records had been thoroughly expunged, leaving only inconsequential remnants behind. Chapter 38. A Visit Yang Lin. A resident of Pingyang City, hails from the once illustrious Yang family, which has since fallen into decline. After leaving behind a sum of wealth, his father, like the rest of the family, passed away. Now, Yang Lin stands alone as the last remnant of his lineage. While such a background might be deemed tragic, in the grand scheme of the world, it is but a trifling matter. The heavenly sect saintess, Gu Qingwei, would hardly think much of it. Yet, the more ordinary it seemed, the more it raised her suspicions. How could an orphan forge a connection with the Yongxing escort agency? Lu Pei, the head of the agency, though not a man of official standing, held considerable sway in Pingyang City. Many would show him a measure of respect. Why, then, did he place such importance on Yang Lin, mentoring him in the ways of cultivation without officially taking him as a disciple? All of this was highly suspect. After a brief moment, Gu Qingwei departed from the magistrate's office, clutching a portrait in her hand, one of the former national princess, Xianfeng, painted when she was just 12 years old. Given the passage of time, her appearance must have changed significantly. If this portrait depicted the princess who now served as Yang Lin as concubine, it would explain much. The target of Prince Mengyang's investigation was likely her, which elucidated why the black-clad guards were nearly encircling the entire city of Pingyang. If she truly were a princess, the seals upon her would not merely be of the earth level. Returning to the Yang residence, Xiao Feng'er continued to examine the painting in the shop. Now accompanied by Xiao Xia, the two were inseparable, with Xiao Xia attending to Xiao Feng'er's needs. The news of the connection to Princess Xianfeng was undoubtedly a means for her to swiftly regain her powers and evade the pursuit against her. The saintess, concealed in the shadows, was nearly certain that Xiao Xia was indeed the enchanting demoness. However, one question lingered in her mind. Why would the esteemed former princess of Wei willingly lower herself to marry Yang Lin as a concubine? Such a scenario seemed utterly illogical, especially considering Xiao Feng'er's royal status. Was she perhaps threatened by the demoness, or had underhanded tactics been employed to coerce her? At this juncture, further speculation appeared futile. The answer lay before her, and action was imperative. The saintess could not guarantee when the demoness might strike. She had to take the initiative. Having resolved her thoughts, Gu Qingwei rapped decisively on the door of the Yang residence. The sudden sound startled both Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia, who exchanged glances filled with hesitation. In the days they had been there, no one had visited, and considering their unique status, the unexpected knocking sent a wave of unease through them. Go fetch Yang Lin. After all, this is his shop, and perhaps someone wishes to make a purchase, Xiao Feng'er suggested reluctantly, setting her brush aside. Xiao Xia furrowed her brow slightly, replying, "But the shop is clearly closed. Today we are not open for business. Why would anyone come knocking? There must be more to this," she continued. "Let us not open the door. We can pretend we didn't tea here." Xiao Feng'er hesitated. After all, business was business. If they did not even open the door, it would seem unreasonable. What if it was a significant transaction? There is no need to hesitate. We can act as if we didn't tea here, Xiao Xia reasoned. He never seems to care about his shop. Why should we worry for him? However, just as they deliberated, Gu Qingwei outside cleared her throat and interjected. "I can hear everything you say. I've already arranged to purchase a painting from young Master Yang, and the payment has been made. Please open the door. I am a loyal customer of young Master Yang. I cherish his works and strive to collect each one. After a prolonged silence, Gu Qingwei hastily added a few more words to bolster her case. Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia exchanged glances, realizing they had no authority to deny her entry. After all, this was Yang Lin's establishment, and the payment had already been made. Go fetch the young master. Xiao Feng'er finally broke the silence. No need for that. Just open the door for me directly. I recognize him, and there is no need to trouble young Master Yang, Gu Qingwei replied. Thus, Xiao Feng'er ceased her protests, and Xiao Xia understood her cue, stepping forward to unlock the door. As the door swung open, Xiao Xia stood before the heavenly sect saintess, feeling a mix of shock and inexplicable anxiety. The woman appeared ordinary, but beneath that facade lay an aura that was anything but commonplace. The saintess seemed to notice Xiao Xia's apprehensive gaze, meeting it directly with an intensity that felt as if she could see through to her very soul. Yet, Xiao Xia merely blinked, quickly regaining her composure, standing calmly behind Xiao Feng'er. Oh, you maintain such calmness upon my arrival? The saintess mused, her gaze shifting to measure Xiao Feng'er. Indeed, it seemed she had anticipated the demoness' various personas upon entering, yet the expected panic and fear had not manifested. Instead, she found Xiao Xia standing before her with an air of tranquility, as if she did not recognize her at all. Such a good actress, the saintess thought, realizing the demoness was cunning enough to maintain her charade even at such close proximity. Very well, she would indulge her in this performance. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, engrossed in his cultivation in the courtyard, soon received news that a long-time customer had ordered one of his paintings and was coming to collect it in person. However, Yang Lin had no recollection of any transaction or agreement with anyone. Who could it be that had arranged this with him? In this vast world, there were indeed many wonders. A customer arrived at his door, having paid in advance, while he remained entirely oblivious. Puzzled, he considered that he had been so preoccupied with his training that the shop had remained closed, yet a customer still managed to appear. Nevertheless, he thought, with money practically in his pocket, why not seize the opportunity? Yang Lin quickly extricated himself from the mud, dusted himself off, and made his way to the front of the shop. Chapter 39. The talented cultivator. Upon reaching the shop, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor's visage, leaving him uncertain as to what expression should grace his face. Beside him, Xiao Xia and Xiao Feng'er stood quietly, both holding their breaths, fearful of revealing any hint of their surprise. Have we met before? The holy maiden of the heavenly sect, Gu Qingwei, inquired with a calm demeanor, noticing Yang Lin's astonishment. However, Yang Lin refrained from elaborating, despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. He decided to send Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia away for the time being, indicating, you two should return for now. This is a long-time customer of mine who has visited several times before. I shall attend to them myself today. Both Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia nodded in response, particularly Xiao Xia, who furrowed her brow slightly, but obediently led Xiao Feng'er to the back courtyard. Yet, she found it curious why Yang Lin would know such an ethereal beauty, considering his status rendered such a connection improbable. Once the two departed, Yang Lin turned back, gazing deeply at the enchanting guest before him, his emotions a complex tapestry. He recognized her at once, even veiled, her striking features were unmistakable. Was she not the valiant maiden who had taken his virginity in that fateful cave on the day of his transmigration? Moreover, he had acquired the celestial jade that had slipped from her grasp, a treasure he knew he must eventually return, which had spurred him to diligently cultivate the associated techniques. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. After a prolonged silence, Yang Lin broke the stillness. By your appearance, it seems you have fully recovered. The holy maiden paused, her expression momentarily clouded with confusion as she regarded Yang Lin. His words seemed disjointed, rendering her momentarily perplexed about his intent. Yet, her astuteness allowed her to maintain composure, encouraging him to continue speaking, as his expression suggested a prior acquaintance. At that moment, Yang Lin found himself uncertain of her intentions. Could it be that she regretted her previous actions and had come to silence him? After all, he had not only taken her jade pendant, but had also shared an intimate encounter with her. Any woman in the world would likely struggle to accept such circumstances. You lost a jade pendant, which I now possess, and I have also practiced the techniques within it. I assumed it was a gift from you, Yang Lin continued. Upon hearing these words, the holy maiden could surmise with certainty that he was indeed referring to the celestial jade, likely bestowed upon him by that enchantress. How generous of her to freely give away her possessions. Noticing that the holy maiden remained silent, Yang Lin interpreted her silence as concern over her belongings being mishandled, prompting him to clarify, that day you had already damaged my cultivation, thus, I merely claimed a small recompense that rightfully belongs to me. Surely, you cannot accuse me of being petty, can you? Despite his words, young Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had benefited immensely from the events that had unfolded, and now he found himself in a precarious position. Realizing this, the Holy Maiden began to understand that Yang Lin might have mistaken her for the woman who had shared that intimate night with him. The enchantress was a master of disguise. She had likely even altered her appearance to resemble the Holy Maiden. Thus, Yang Lin's recognition of her and his subsequent explanations fell into place. Enough of this banter. What do you know? The Holy Maiden refrained from divulging the truth, instead opting to probe for information about the enchantress. Yang Lin, sensing the gravity of her inquiry, hastily shook his head. I truly know nothing. What? The Holy Maiden's gaze sharpened, her eyes glinting like blades, sending a shiver down Yang Lin's spine. He quickly added, the valiant maiden acts with righteousness, eliminating threats to the populace by slaying the millennium-old Snow Wyrm. It is a great boon to the citizens of Pinghong City. I am merely a commoner, honored to assist you in any small way I can. With this response, the Holy Maiden confirmed her earlier suspicions. However, new doubts arose within her. Did Yang Lin truly remain oblivious to the enchantress's identity amidst their daily interactions? Or had he conspired with her, now feigning innocence? Who were those two individuals you were with earlier? The Holy Maiden inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yang Lin hesitated, his complexion betraying a hint of discomfort, akin to a man caught in a scandalous affair. If one were to trace back to the beginning, the Holy Maiden was indeed the first woman in his life. Her presence now felt as if she had come to hold him accountable. However, Yang Lin knew such matters could not remain hidden, so he resolved to be forthright. The one in the pale yellow attire is my concubine, whom I recently wed, and the one in red is her maid. Oh, I find myself curious as to why your concubine is still untouched, while the maid. The Holy Maiden left her statement unfinished, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Lin. Caught off guard, Yang Lin felt a rush of embarrassment. The Holy Maiden was perceptive, able to see through his facade effortlessly. Enough. Call your concubine over. I have matters to discuss with her, the Holy Maiden suddenly instructed. Alarmed, Yang Lin quickly responded, Valiant Maiden, what are your intentions? If you have requests, please state them directly. If you seek retribution, it is I who should be holding you accountable. Fenger is innocent and has known nothing of these affairs. Surely, you wouldn't wish to burden her. Setting aside the fact that Fenger was Liu Pei's relative, she was now his wife, and Yang Lin could not bear to see her harmed, regardless of the circumstances. In that moment, he inadvertently forgot Liu Pei's earlier advice to prioritize his own safety above all else. The Holy Maiden, nearly amused to the point of laughter, thought, does he truly believe I am here to stir jealousy? I see great potential in her. She possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation, truly a prodigy. Thus, I wish to become acquainted with her. The Holy Maiden feigned sincerity, echoing the words of her elders within her sect. Chapter 40. Exposure of movements. As the words of the saintess reached Yang Lin's ears, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why did her rhetoric sound so familiar? It was reminiscent of the tricks employed by charlatans in the martial world. Why not assess whether I possess any talent? Yang Lin asked with a hint of anticipation. For this enigmatic heroine was none other than Gu Qingwei, the saintess from the heavenly sect, who might one day ascend to the position of sect leader. In matters of cultivation, her authority was far beyond that of someone like him, a mere novice. She was an otherworldly being, deserving of the title immortal. Yet, upon hearing his words, the saintess didn't even spare him a glance, dismissively uttering just two words, ordinary. In an instant, Yang Lin's expression froze, his mind racing with myriad frustrations. It was often said that protagonists in other realms either possessed extraordinary gifts or were backed by astonishing legacies. Yet here he was, aside from a few recent romantic encounters, utterly unremarkable. However, upon reflection, he realized that despite his perceived mediocrity, the saintess had still been compelled to share her body with him. This thought brought him some solace. At least it seemed that the heavenly sect saintess was not here to create trouble. Yet, sensing Yang Lin's reluctance to act, the saintess grew impatient. Shaking her head and striding past him toward the backyard, Yang Lin, feeling compelled to follow, grumbled inwardly. Wasn't he the master of this household? How could he feel so diminished, as if an outsider could simply invade his space without consequence? Did she not understand that trespassing was against the law? Meanwhile, Fenger and Xia had not strayed far, lingering in the backyard, curious about the saintess's intentions. As the saintess approached with unwavering focus, both women heightened their vigilance. Yang Lin hurried to catch up, explaining the saintess's identity. This is the saintess from the heavenly sect, who recently vanquished the 1,000-year-old Snow Wyrm at the cold ice pond near Pinghong City. She is a formidable heroine. Upon hearing Yang Lin's explanation, Fenger and Xia were taken aback, realizing that the woman before them was indeed from the esteemed heavenly sect, and even more so, a saintess of high standing. At that moment, the saintess's attention shifted entirely to Xiaoxia. Observing the surprised expression on her face, a cold smile flickered within her. The enchantress was indeed skilled at maintaining her facade, even at such proximity. I noticed earlier that you possess commendable talent. Have you ever considered joining our heavenly sect? The saintess did not directly expose the enchantress's disguise but turned her gaze calmly toward Xiaofonger, speaking with an air of composure. The moment these words were uttered, not only was Xiaoxia taken aback, but even Xiaofonger was astonished that the heavenly sect had taken an interest in her, with the saintess personally extending an invitation. It was a significant honor, even within the ranks of the heavenly sect. Xiaofonger remained silent, but it was Xiaoxia who immediately objected. My mistress has married into the Yang family and has no interest in joining the heavenly sect or pursuing the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the saintess's gaze naturally fell upon Xiaoxia, and in an instant, her demeanor shifted. Where she had previously exuded an ethereal presence, her eyes now gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade poised for action. As the two women faced off, Yang Lin found himself overwhelmed. He had initially thought the saintess was not here for him, yet now it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Sometimes, being handsome could indeed be a burden, causing two equally stunning women to vie for his attention. If Yang Lin's thoughts were to be revealed, both women would likely chastise him for his audacity. Yet beyond that, he could not fathom the connection between them. Both the saintess and Xiaoxia were, in essence, his women, although the saintess had come first. Xiaoxia had become more significant in his life. Caught between them, he felt as if he were torn between two cherished aspects of himself. Why do you think I am here? The saintess suddenly broke the silence, her tone calm as she addressed Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's expression darkened, her eyes betraying a hint of icy resolve, a subtle yet palpable aura of menace simmering beneath the surface. The tense standoff naturally drew the attention of the true enchantress hiding within the room, Ouyang Yunshuang, who was now trembling with fear. From the moment the saintess had arrived, she had sensed the impending danger. Desperately wishing for the saintess to leave, she had hidden away, only to find herself cornered. Despite her current prowess, hiding beneath the saintess's very nose was only a temporary solution, and she knew that sooner or later, her presence would be exposed, with no possibility of escape or avoidance. Fighting back was an invitation to self-destruction. All that remained for Ouyang Yunshuang was despair. Now, ladies, we can surely discuss matters without letting emotions take over. It's all my fault, Yang Lin interjected, attempting to mediate the brewing conflict. He certainly did not wish to witness a brawl between them. However, his words fell on deaf ears as the two women remained locked in their standoff. You must have known I would eventually come for you, yet you remained so composed. I must admit, I find that impressive, the saintess remarked, her gaze unwavering as she met Xiaoxia's fierce eyes. Chapter 41. What does it matter to you? With a cold laugh, Xiaoxia remarked, since when did the holy maiden of Tianzong associate with the blackguards? Is this what your Tianzong calls neutrality? Recently, she had been investigating the pursuit of Xiaofonger, which was, in fact, the work of the court's blackguards. Thus, when the blackguards appeared a few days ago, Xiaoxia felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Moreover, the moment the holy maiden of Tianzong entered, her demeanor was hostile, which naturally led Xiaoxia to believe that she was allied with those who were hunting her down. However, the holy maiden had now calmed herself. Xiaoxia was indeed a demoness, and her arrival here was, in some way, connected to the blackguards as well. As for other matters, the holy maiden felt no obligation to explain to Xiaoxia. Did you know each other before? Yang Lin, observing their exchange, was momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiaoxia. This left Xiaofonger beside him astonished. Yang Lin didn't need to intervene, yet here he was, protecting Xiaoxia, even though he was no match for the holy maiden. The holy maiden noticed Yang Lin's intentions and frowned. Do you know her identity? You still wish to speak on her behalf? Yang Lin remained silent, standing protectively in front of Xiaoxia, glancing nervously at the holy maiden. To him, both the holy maiden and Xiaoxia were equally significant. He was unwilling to witness either of them engage in a conflict. Xiaoxia, too, was surprised that Yang Lin would stand up for her, though she chose not to elaborate, cautiously keeping her gaze fixed on the holy maiden. Under different circumstances, I might not engage with you, but here today, I will not allow you to blur the lines of good and evil, the holy maiden declared coldly. She was resolute in her intention to eliminate the demoness, even if it meant risking harm to Yang Lin. The holy maiden believed it was her duty to confront such a malevolent being. Blur the lines of good and evil? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. While he suspected that Xiaofonger and Xiaoxia had special identities, he hadn't anticipated the severity of the situation, as the holy maiden suggested it had escalated to such a moral dichotomy. Noting Yang Lin's silence, the holy maiden continued, the people behind you have blood on their hands. How can I stand by and allow such evildoers to continue their rampage? Yang Lin fell silent, his body stiffening. He contemplated turning to Xiaoxia for clarification, yet found himself rooted in place. He recognized that there was a high likelihood the holy maiden spoke the truth. But could he truly stand by and watch Xiaoxia face the consequences? To be frank, he felt he could not. What does it matter to you? Xiaoxia interjected coldly, having remained silent until now. As for the blood the holy maiden mentioned, as a former assassin for the nation, Xiaoxia knew it to be true. Yet, she was unrepentant and thus unafraid of the holy maiden. You are still too young, unaware of the extent of the wickedness this woman has committed. In your presence, she has been masking her true self. You have yet to see her genuine nature. The holy maiden continued to explain to Yang Lin. Xiaoxia chose not to dispute this assertion, recognizing its validity. However, Yang Lin's thoughts diverged. He was aware of Xiaoxia's authenticity. Over the past days, he had been forthright with her. What could she possibly be hiding? Was Xiaoxia truly as irredeemable as the holy maiden claimed? Well, there are still some principles. She is not entirely devoid of virtue, the holy maiden pondered before speaking again. If the demoness were truly beyond redemption, you would not have survived your departure from that cave. Hearing this, Yang Lin felt a weight lift from his heart, as if there were still hope. The holy maiden noticed this subtle shift in his expression and felt exasperated. How could he be so oblivious? She was trying to save him. Since I am here today, I will not allow her to escape, she decided, dismissing Yang Lin as merely an ordinary person. The true target remained the demoness, Xiaoxia. How arrogant. Do you truly believe you can contain us? Xiaoxia retorted with a cold smile, showing no fear even before the holy maiden. Xiaofeng'er, standing nearby, also revealed a change in demeanor, her previous submissiveness replaced by a frigid resolve. It seems I have lost my voice in this matter, Yang Lin sighed, feeling powerless. Why must he bear the burden of mediating between the holy maiden and Xiaoxia? He had already experienced the vast chasm of strength between them in the cave, where he was rendered entirely defenseless by the holy maiden's grip. Leave, Xiaoxia commanded coldly, casting a glare at Yang Lin's back. Did he not realize the gravity of the situation? The conflict was already spiraling out of control, and he felt compelled to intervene as a mediator? With your abilities, do you not understand your own limitations? Step aside, you need not speak for the demoness. Simultaneously, the holy maiden echoed her sentiment. Upon hearing this, the true demoness, Ouyang Yunshuang, who had been lurking in the shadows, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that in her moment of fear, the holy maiden would mistakenly identify Xiaoxia as herself. Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend why the holy maiden had misidentified Xiaoxia. Nevertheless, this misunderstanding worked in her favor. She would not have to expose her identity just yet. Perhaps she could observe the conflict unfold, waiting for the moment when the holy maiden and Xiaoxia would exhaust each other, allowing her to emerge as the victor. What a fortunate turn of events! Ouyang Yunshuang nearly laughed aloud at the prospect. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiaoxia interpreted the holy maiden's reference to the demoness as a personal insult. Thus she remained unfazed. Just as the atmosphere was poised for confrontation, Yang Lin suddenly spoke up. Chapter 42. Unrequited affection surely. You have come here for me this time? Upon uttering these words, Yang Lin left not only the esteemed holy maiden of the Tianzong, Gu Qingwei, momentarily astonished, but also his companions, Xiaofeng'er and Xiaoxia, who stood behind him. Only Ouyang Yunshuang, who was concealed from view, comprehended the underlying meaning of Yang Lin's statement. That evening in the cave, she had adorned herself in the holy maiden style, even disguising her appearance to mirror that of the holy maiden. Thus, Yang Lin had likely mistaken her for the holy maiden, leading him to utter such audacious claims. At this moment, the holy maiden furrowed her brow, realizing that Yang Lin had indeed misinterpreted her identity. However, there seemed to be no time for her to clarify the misunderstanding. Observing her silence, Yang Lin naturally assumed that he held no significance in her eyes, merely a passerby. Perhaps she had come for the jade pendant in his possession? He surmised that the pendant was likely a treasure of some sort, and although he lacked extensive knowledge, he could still make an educated guess. How about this? I shall exchange the jade pendant for her life. Surely that is a fair trade? Yang Lin proposed, locking eyes with the holy maiden. The holy maiden was evidently taken aback, not expecting Yang Lin to be willing to make such a substantial sacrifice for the sake of the demoness. After all, she had never intended to reclaim the starry jade from Yang Lin. Firstly, the jade held little practical use in this context, as it seemed to contain a formation that obscured most of its contents, and the stronger one was, the more potent the formation became. Thus, she could not discern the treasures within. Forcing her way through might even result in the jade's self-destruction, relegating it merely to the status of a storage artifact. Secondly, the items contained within were largely inconsequential, with the exception of the valuable corpse of the Millennium Snow Serpent. Was it worth it for such a vile woman? With a complex expression, the holy maiden cast a glance at Yanglin. She had indeed investigated his background and was aware of the immense dedication he had poured into his cultivation, despite his mediocre talent, which had hindered his progress over the years. Now that he had finally encountered an opportunity, he was willing to relinquish it for Xiaoxia. This seemed an exorbitant price to pay. Yanglin, however, remained resolute, nodding affirmatively without the slightest hesitation. The holy maiden sighed, perplexed as to what enchantment the demoness had cast upon Yanglin, prompting him to advocate for her. Perhaps, once he discerned her true nature, he would cease to defend the demoness. Let us wait until you see through her facade. For now, I must indeed plead on her behalf. Might I implore you, in light of our shared fate, to grant her clemency this once? Should Xiaoxia truly be as you assert, a heinous individual, I shall accept the consequences. And you may do with her as you wish. Yanglin spoke earnestly, appearing resolute in his stance. The holy maiden sighed once more, recalling the words of her masters, who had often remarked that most people in this world were foolish and obstinate. Initially, she believed her masters were exaggerating, but it seemed they were not entirely mistaken, especially concerning Yanglin. You have become so blinded by the demoness that you cannot even discern the most fundamental truths. You will surely regret your actions today. The holy maiden remarked finally, choosing not to further explain herself to Yanglin. She would first deal with the demoness, and in due time, Yanglin would come to understand. Enough of this. Xiaoxia, who had been standing behind Yanglin, grew impatient and seized his shoulder, flinging him away. He soared 10 meters through the air, landing directly in the mud pit he had dug. Yanglin had no chance to resist, his expression one of astonishment as he watched himself tumble into the pit. The holy maiden furrowed her brow upon witnessing this, realizing that the demoness had regained her strength, evident from her decisive action. Proceed, she commanded, dismissing any further conversation. In an instant, Xiaoxia vanished from sight, her speed astonishing even to the holy maiden, who had previously battled the demoness. Her swiftness had never reached such heights. Suddenly, several afterimages materialized in the air, which coalesced into 5 distinct forms of Xiaoxia. The holy maiden frowned, discerning that these were merely illusions created by Xiaoxia, with only one being her true self. Yet, at that moment, she found herself unable to ascertain which was the genuine article. Humph! With a cold snort, the holy maiden unsheathed a simple iron sword, unleashing an invisible sword aura that cleaved through the air. However, this was but a fleeting moment. The aura quickly faltered. The ground beneath her feet began to shimmer with golden inscriptions, these peculiar symbols converging to form a circle. An inexplicable force enveloped the holy maiden, rendering her movements restrained, even drawing back the exposed sword aura. What? The holy maiden's brow furrowed deeply as she immediately fixed her gaze upon Xiaofonger. She had not anticipated that Xiaofonger was a seal master. While seals differed from the true energy she cultivated, they often converged to similar ends. The level of these seals indicated that Xiaofonger was at least a terrestrial-grade seal master. Not good. Just as the holy maiden's movements were constrained, Xiaoxia's assault commenced. The 5 illusions launched simultaneous attacks from all directions, placing her in an extremely precarious situation. A moment's negligence could lead to severe injury. With a cold huff, the holy maiden realized she must resort to the simplest and most forceful method to break the formation, unleashing her true energy in an attempt to overpower the seal's pull. Yet, she underestimated the power of the terrestrial-grade seal and Xiaofonger. As her true energy erupted, the force of the seal surged in tandem. The immense pull of the seal stifled the holy maiden's effort to escape. Simultaneously, Xiaofonger flushed, lowering her head as traces of blood appeared at the corners of her mouth. The sudden outburst had cost her dearly, inflicting internal injuries. Seizing the fleeting moment of vulnerability, Xiaoxia swiftly sealed all of the holy maiden's acupoints. Now, even if the holy maiden wished to retaliate, it was impossible. She could neither wield her true energy nor move or speak, having been thoroughly immobilized. Chapter 43. The capture of the Saintess, a golden opportunity as her body became immobilized. The Saintess could no longer exert control, and she fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the ethereal figure of Xiaoxia finally regained her true form, her expression tinged with fatigue, clearly indicating that the recent assault had drained considerable energy. In stark contrast, Xiaofonger behind her appeared pale, her body trembling slightly, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, a testament to the significant toll that last maneuver had taken on her, even resulting in some internal injury. After all, the Saintess hailed from the heavenly sect, an entity of remarkable status and strength. Controlling her so decisively could not have come without a price. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ouyang Yunshuang's complexion shifted dramatically. She could hardly believe that the Saintess, who had relentlessly pursued her and forced her into hiding, had been so easily subdued before these 2 women. unable to withstand even a single exchange. Filled with disbelief, Ouyang Yunchuang thought this was impossible. Even at her peak, defeating the saintess would have seemed a daunting task. And the only chance to gain an advantage had been through surprise. If it came to a direct confrontation, she would not consider herself a match for the saintess, lacking absolute confidence in her victory. Yet now, even though Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia had joined forces to take on two opponents, the saintess's defeat was utterly comprehensive. Reflecting on this, Ouyang Yunchuang felt a surge of gratitude for not having provoked Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia earlier. Otherwise, she might very well have been the one lying on the ground. It was no wonder these two had always given her an elusive impression. Her instinct had proven accurate once again. In the courtyard, Yang Lin, who had been unceremoniously tossed into a mud pit by Xiao Xia, finally managed to stand. Displeasure was evident on his face. After all, he considered himself the head of the household, and such treatment felt utterly disrespectful. A word of warning would have sufficed. However, upon witnessing the battle's conclusion and seeing the saintess sprawled on the ground, the words he had prepared were swallowed back. This ended so swiftly? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Do you know this woman?" Xiao Xia hastily moved to support Xiao Feng'er, ensuring her stability before turning to Yang Lin with a gaze that held a hint of coldness. Yang Lin finally came to his senses and approached to assess the saintess's condition, relieved to confirm she had not sustained fatal injuries. He then turned back, inquiring, "What just transpired?" Despite believing he had emerged from the mud pit quickly, he realized he had still arrived too late to comprehend the situation. The saintess of the heavenly sect, a formidable entity capable of slaying the millennium-old snow dragon outside the city, had been thoroughly defeated by Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia did not respond, merely giving Yang Lin a knowing glance. The gravity of the moment weighed heavily on him, and he swallowed hard, falling silent. It was no wonder Lu Pei had advised him to focus on self-preservation when danger arose, ignoring Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia. It appeared the old man had not misled him. Moreover, he recalled being unceremoniously tossed into the mud by Xiao Xia, her overwhelming strength leaving him no chance for resistance. As if he were a mere sandbag. Although he had mentally prepared for being the weakest here, he had not anticipated being so utterly outmatched. Cough, cough. Just as Yang Lin brooded in silence, the already weakened Xiao Feng'er let out a faint cough. Yang Lin could see that the handkerchief she had used to mask her injuries was now stained with a hint of red. Xiao Feng'er deliberately avoided Yang Lin's gaze, positioning Xiao Xia in front of herself, seemingly wishing to conceal her condition from him. Xiao Xia's expression shifted drastically, her concern palpable as she carefully examined Xiao Feng'er, her frown deepening as she scrutinized her friend, leaving little room for concern about Yang Lin. "Feng'er, what happened to you?" Yang Lin could no longer ignore the situation. With his wife injured, he could not stand idly by. However, Xiao Feng'er had no intention of divulging her plight, merely shaking her head and remaining silent. Xiao Xia then spoke coldly, "Just ensure this woman doesn't escape. Keep an eye on her." With that, she guided Xiao Feng'er toward the guest room, where she could rest. Though her injuries were not critical, they were serious enough to warrant caution. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, watching the two depart without interjecting. As he lacked medical expertise, he deemed it best to leave such matters to Xiao Xia. Sighing softly, he turned his gaze back to the still form of the saintess lying on the ground, his curiosity resurfacing. Currently, the saintess was entirely immobilized, with only her eyes able to move. At this moment, she seemed to have grasped the events that had transpired. The technique employed by Xiao Feng'er was likely a ground-level sealing talisman, a spirit-locking array that not only restricted her movements but also suppressed her energy to a considerable extent. The saintess realized that talismans generally required preparation time, yet Xiao Feng'er had acted almost instantaneously. She had underestimated Xiao Feng'er, who was evidently far more formidable than Xiao Xia. Shaking his head in confusion, Yang Lin decided not to dwell on it any longer. He could not allow the heroine to remain on the cold floor indefinitely. His only course of action was to proceed step by step, ensuring neither Xiao Xia nor Xiao Feng'er faced harm, while also safeguarding the saintess from any mishap. Setting aside other considerations, an incident involving the saintess in his home would undoubtedly invite the heavenly sect's wrath. Casting a glance at his mud-stained clothes, Yang Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He removed his jacket, saying, "Apologies, please bear with me. I certainly do not wish to dirty your clothes." With a calm smile, he gently lifted the saintess into his arms, to which she exhibited little reaction. "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, but I also wish to prevent you from harming Xiao Xia and the others, so I must ask for your understanding," he explained as he carried her towards the study. He spoke with little confidence, fully aware that his strength was insufficient should a confrontation arise. He would likely meet the same fate as before, simply being tossed aside. Sometimes, a lack of power rendered one incapable of taking charge. Sighing once more, Yang Lin entered the study. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunchuang, still lurking in the shadows, felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 44. The flesh of both palms. The enmity between Ouyang Yunshuang and the celestial sect's holy maiden, Gu Qingwei, had long since left no room for negotiation. Rather than living in constant fear of being hunted by the holy maiden, Ouyang Yunshuang yearned to take the initiative and eliminate this threat once and for all. However, this notion did not linger for long, as she quickly regained her composure. Although the holy maiden's movements had been curtailed, the presence of Xiao Feng'er and Xiao Xia remained a significant concern. Should she expose herself, the two would undoubtedly intervene. Even if Xiao Feng'er had sustained internal injuries from subduing the holy maiden and might be unable to act in the short term, the real danger lay with Xiao Xia. When Xiao Xia had struck earlier, she had likely utilized less than 30% of her power. Her remarkable speed already surpassed Ouyang Yunshuang's current capabilities. In a confrontation, she would surely be no match for Xiao Xia, leading to certain demise. Yet, considering the nature of such an assault, along with her formidable strength, Ouyang Yunshuang had begun to form a hypothesis regarding Xiao Xia's true identity, Yun Luoxia, the only female assassin to have ever ranked among the top 10 on the assassin leaderboard. After the fall of the Wei Kingdom, it was rumored that Yun Luoxia had vanished without a trace, her fate unknown. Never did Ouyang Yunshuang imagine she would reappear here. With this realization, Ouyang Yunshuang's composure returned fully. If this truly was Yun Luoxia, she stood no chance against her with her current strength, and would be utterly oblivious to her own demise when it came. Thus, the wisest course of action seemed to be to observe the situation. Given Yun Luoxia's background, it was not difficult to surmise that Xiao Feng'er was likely the current wanted criminal of the court, Princess Xie Feng. They would never allow the celestial sect's holy maiden, Gu Qingwei, to escape unscathed. With this foundational understanding, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her situation had unexpectedly reversed. As long as her identity remained concealed, she would be safe. Moreover, there was the tantalizing prospect of discovering the last treasure of the Wei Kingdom rumored to be in Princess Xianfeng's possession. She was eager to uncover its true nature. Meanwhile, in the adjoining chamber, Xiao Feng'er could no longer contain herself and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura plummeting to a dismal low. Miss, why do you push yourself so hard? Just restrain the holy maiden for a moment, and I can take over from there. I am confident in my abilities. Yun Luoxia said with a hint of helplessness, her heart aching for Xiao Feng'er in her current state. We cannot afford to waste any more time, otherwise our identities may be revealed. Xiao Feng'er's relentless actions were driven by her desire to prevent Yang Lin from discerning their methods and thereby uncovering their identities. Humph. Even if he discovers the truth, what of it? This situation was instigated by him, and he must bear the consequences. Yun Luoxia scoffed, her disdain for Yang Lin palpable. Sister Xia, you saw it too. The young master was trying to protect you, Xiao Feng'er murmured softly. Humph. And what of it? He is naive, unaware of the holy maiden's true strength. Despite her words, Yun Luoxia recalled how resolutely Yang Lin had stood in front of her earlier, and thus, she refrained from further mocking him. The events of the day held an air of absurdity. Xiao Feng'er, sensing the shift in focus, inquired, why does the celestial sect's leader recognize me? Have we met before? Yun Luoxia contemplated for a moment, then nodded slightly, her brow furrowed. Although they had managed to keep the holy maiden in their grasp, she was still a member of the celestial sect, complicating matters. We must seek out Lu Pei, she finally stated. Leave it to me, Yun Luoxia replied decisively, promptly arranging for Xiao Feng'er's care, reminding her before departing in the future. You must not take such risks, focus on recuperating for now. This time, Xiao Feng'er did not argue, obediently nodding as she lay on the bed. Yun Luoxia sighed, feeling a twinge of guilt. She was meant to be the one protecting the princess, yet it was always Xiao Feng'er who ended up injured. In the study, Yang Lin placed the holy maiden on the bed, surrounded by familiar surroundings that reminded her of the previous day when he had seemingly been with Yun Luoxia here. You should be unable to speak now, correct? Yang Lin asked as he pulled a chair closer and sat by the bedside, gazing into the holy maiden's eyes. At that moment, she could only silently regard him, unable to respond, her acupoints sealed by Yun Luoxia. Do you think, with my strength, I could release the seal on your acupoints? If so, please give me a hint, Yang Lin pondered aloud after a moment of reflection. The holy maiden remained silent, watching him intently. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Yang Lin understood that he was no match for the holy maiden, and thus, there was little hope of unsealing her acupoints. After all, she was a member of the celestial sect, and Yun Luoxia would not have held back, employing her full strength even in sealing her acupoints. As a mere practitioner of qi, Yang Lin's chances of success were slim. Reluctantly, he decided to remove the holy maiden's veil and cover her with a blanket. All the while, the holy maiden could only watch helplessly, unable to voice her dissatisfaction. Don't look at me like that. I merely wish to make you more comfortable, Yang Lin explained to himself. Besides, we've seen each other before. There's no need for such formality, is there? His words referred to their encounter that night. However, he was unaware that the person before him was not the same individual he had met then. The Holy Maiden had transformed from the demoness, Ouyang Yunchuang. The Holy Maiden understood that Yang Lin had mistaken her identity, yet even if she wished to clarify, she was unable to do so, left only to observe in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the Holy Maiden. Do you truly harbor animosity toward Xiaoxia? Although Yang Lin was oblivious to Yun Luoxia's true identity, his interactions with her had made it difficult for him to associate her with malevolence. Despite Yun Luoxia's cool demeanor, she had exhibited a certain humanity. She was no ruthless murderer. The Holy Maiden blinked, affirming Yang Lin's inquiry. In her eyes, her countless confrontations with the demoness had forged an irreconcilable enmity. Thus, to claim they had a grudge was hardly an exaggeration. Yang Lin, upon receiving this confirmation, felt overwhelmed by the unfolding drama, pondering why such a theatrical scene had to play out in his life. Had there been any room for negotiation? He would not be so troubled now. Yet, both women were intricately linked to him, and recently at that. Chapter 45. Mediation. Yang Lin sighed in resignation. Given his current capabilities, even if he wished to intervene, he would find it utterly impossible. These two women were beyond his reach. No matter how difficult the situation became, his words would likely hold no weight before Yun Luoxiao and the heavenly sect saintess, Gu Qingwei. It was rather pitiful to contemplate, for in the grand scheme of things, his opinions would probably be disregarded entirely. What can I possibly do to assist you? Yang Lin inquired after a moment of silence, directing his question towards Gu Qingwei. However, the saintess offered no response, merely gazing at him silently, as if to convey that he was too weak, lacking even the qualification to aid her. This perception, though disheartening, seemed to ring true. There was nothing else for him to do but attempt to persuade Yun Luoxia. Despite their enmity, it was unlikely that it had escalated to the point of irrevocable hostility. Just then, as if summoned by his thoughts, Yun Luoxia entered, her expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. Go find Lu Pei, she commanded. Yang Lin's countenance shifted at her words. It was preferable that fewer people knew of this matter. If Lu Pei were to become aware, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. There was a real risk that, to conceal the identities of Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia, Gu Qingwei would be made to disappear without a trace. After all, if no one else was aware of the saintess's presence here, the heavenly sect might not connect the dots should they investigate. It appeared he had underestimated the significance of Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia's identities. Yet, Yang Lin was unwilling to witness such an outcome. Despite their differences, he did not wish to see Yun Luoxia harmed. Nor did he want to see the saintess pay with her life. Could you perhaps enlighten me on what transpired between you two? Why is there such deep-seated animosity? He ventured. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia glanced at Gu Qingwei, who lay on the bed, her eyes reflecting a hint of scorn. How could the exalted saintess of the heavenly sect coexist with someone like me, a tainted and irredeemable demoness of the dark realm? Was she not merely upholding the so-called justice of the heavenly sect? It was a matter of life and death between them. Though she spoke thus, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. After all, had she ever truly encountered the saintess? To claim animosity seemed somewhat forced. However, the reality was pressing. Despite her reluctance to stir trouble, it had come to her doorstep, and she could not simply allow herself to be slaughtered. If it were only her at stake, Yun Luoxiao might have fled to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, with Xiao Feng'er injured and having evaded capture for so long, it was hard-earned to finally have a refuge. And she was not keen on leaving unless absolutely necessary. As the saying goes, enemies should resolve their grievances rather than deepen them. If their feud had not reached the point of irrevocable conflict, why could they not sit down and discuss matters amicably? Perhaps there were better solutions. And it was unnecessary to offend one another irreparably. With a gentle sigh, Yang Lin persisted in his efforts to mediate. She nearly attacked me just now. And you expect me to show mercy? Do you think I am such a fool? Yun Luoxia shot him a cold glance, seeming to advise him against meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Yet, Yang Lin could not simply ignore the situation. He felt compelled to intervene. Yet I stood up for you moments ago. Have you forgotten that? He retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved that his goodwill had gone unappreciated. Do you believe you could stop her? Yun Luoxia's demeanor softened slightly, but her words were still pointed. There was no denying the truth of her statement. He indeed lacked the power to restrain the heavenly sect saintess, and it seemed he had overestimated his own role in this situation. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. Xiaoxia, although I am not connected to the heavenly sect, have you considered the consequences if the saintess were to vanish from our midst? If the heavenly sect were to lay blame, not just I, but you, Feng'er, and even Lu Pei, along with the entire Pingyang city, would likely suffer the repercussions. Even if Yu and Fengwo attempted to escape their wrath, it would not be an easy feat. Upon hearing his reasoning, Yun Luoxia fell silent, recognizing the validity of his concerns. Otherwise, she would have silenced her adversary long ago rather than keeping her alive until now. Seeing her hesitation, Yang Lin sensed an opportunity. He perceived that Yun Luoxia was not entirely committed to the idea of killing the saintess. Gu Qingyue's unique status meant that, barring extreme circumstances, their conflict had not yet reached a terminal point. Although her movements were restricted, she remained a formidable liability. Even if, by some stroke of luck, you called Lu over. Do you truly believe he could handle her? She has the entire heavenly sect backing her. If the truth were to emerge, Lu would likely sacrifice himself for you and Fenger, which would be utterly unnecessary. With a weary sigh, Yang Lin feigned concern. Yun Luoxia's heart wavered. She could see through Yang Lin's intentions to protect Gu Qingwei. His words held a degree of truth that she could not ignore. Humph, you speak so much. Is it not simply because you fear I shall kill her? She thought, but her indignation was evident as she shot Yang Lin an incredulous glare. Yang Lin did not deny this but continued. Thus, whatever the issue may be, it can be resolved through dialogue. There is no need for violence. Sometimes, the most effective solution lies in peaceful discourse. Surprisingly, Yun Luoxia did not counter his argument, leaving Yang Lin feeling somewhat uneasy, as if she had tacitly acquiesced to his perspective. At last, Yang Lin smiled, relieved that his eloquence had swayed Yun Luoxia. Now, the focus shifted to the bedridden lady. It was imperative that she, too, was willing to make concessions. It would not do for only Yun Luoxia to yield while allowing this lady to continue causing trouble. Let us first release her from her silence. If we are to converse, she ought to be allowed to speak, should she not? I suspect she has come here for that jade pendant in my possession. Chapter 46. It's all a misunderstanding. In response to Yang Lin's words, Yun Luoxia did not deny them. Indeed, Yang Lin possessed a rather unique jade pendant, one that even she herself could not perceive. It seemed as though the pendant had obscured something, for with Yun Luoxia's prowess, it was extraordinary that anything could shield her senses. It was no wonder the holy maiden of the heavenly sect sought her out. Perhaps part of the reason was indeed this pendant. Without further ado, Yun Luoxia approached the bedside and gently pressed on the holy maiden Gu Qingyue's throat, releasing her from her mute condition. The holy maiden, witnessing this act, was momentarily perplexed, her eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion as she glanced at Yun Luoxia. With her understanding of the enchantress, she knew that such an opportunity would not be easily squandered. Now was the perfect moment to strike. If she were to eliminate Yun Luoxia, her troubles would be resolved, and she would no longer have to live in fear of being pursued. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Yun Luoxia heeded Yang Lin's words and chose to release her from silence, seemingly intent on conversing. Heroine, as you can see, your situation is quite precarious. I have negotiated this opportunity for you. So might we not come to a temporary truce with Xia? Yang Lin addressed the holy maiden at the bedside. However, the holy maiden appeared impervious to Yang Lin's counsel, her focus fixated on Yun Luoxia. Why do you not take this chance to eliminate me? The question nearly provoked a laugh from Yun Luoxia. Was it wrong of her to show mercy? Did this woman truly wish for her own demise? Sensing the tension, Yang Lin swiftly interjected, urging Yun Luoxia to sit beside him. Let us converse amicably. Did you not just agree to refrain from violence? She is currently incapacitated. Do not stoop to her level. With a huff, Yun Luoxia acquiesced, taking a seat, disinterested in squabbling with the holy maiden. Very well, you are in charge. State your demands, Yang Lin proposed, addressing Yun Luoxia. Now that the holy maiden was restrained by Yun Luoxia, she was naturally in a position to make requests. I wish to ascertain why she is here, and what connection she has with the court, specifically the black-clad guards, Yun Luoxia declared, her gaze fixed on the holy maiden. At this point, the holy maiden had little left to conceal and spoke plainly. I have no ties to the black-clad guards. It is all mere coincidence that they are present in Pingyang City. As for my presence here, it is entirely due to you. The you the holy maiden referred to as Yang Lin. Had it not been for him, she would not have been able to discover the whereabouts of the enchantress and would not have revealed herself. Of course, Yu Qingwei had mistakenly identified Yun Luoxia as the enchantress. Very well, Yang Lin responded with a resigned gesture, although he had already surmised the reason. Hearing it confirmed by Gu Qingwei was nonetheless validating. Is it true that those from the heavenly sect are so fond of meddling in others' affairs? Yun Luoxia remarked coldly. Realizing the situation had diverged from her expectations, she had initially believed Gu Qingwei was colluding with the black-clad guards to trace her and the princess's whereabouts. But it turned out to be because of Yang Lin. Was it truly due to that jade pendant? Meddling? Had you not taken the initiative, I would not have come to seek you out, the holy maiden retorted, a hint of defiance in her voice. Had the enchantress not stolen from her, she would not have pursued her to the Yang residence. When did I act against you? I do not recall ever having met you, Yun Luoxia replied, momentarily taken aback. Her logic seemed amiss. To the holy maiden, however, Yun Luoxia was merely feigning ignorance, likely attempting to deceive Yang Lin. One could not deny the enchantress was a skilled performer. Is it possible that this is all due to? Yang Lin coughed lightly, interjecting. If Yun Luoxia had never encountered the holy maiden, it might be because of his previous association with Yun Luoxia that had led to the holy maiden's grievances. After all, he had first been with Gu Qingwei before meeting Yun Luoxia, which might explain her pursuit for retribution. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia's expression darkened. Casting a glare at Yang Lin, urging him to silence himself. Did he truly harbor such misplaced confidence? The holy maiden, for her part, was too weary to explain, finding Yang Lin's naivety both amusing and pitiable. Coughing awkwardly, Yang Lin resumed, You see, she has already answered the first inquiry. Now, do you have any other demands? Furthermore, Yun Luoxia pondered for a moment before continuing, You must ensure that this woman guarantees not to disclose my and the young lady's whereabouts to anyone. Otherwise, her unspoken threat lingered in the air, clear enough for an astute individual to grasp its implications. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. While he recognized the reasonableness of her request, it ultimately required the holy maiden's consent. He turned his gaze towards the motionless figure on the bed. Whether I agree or not is of little consequence. What matters is that from the outset, this woman harbored ill intentions toward your concubine, the holy maiden advised Yang Lin. Interpreting the situation through her own lens, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. Could Yun Luoxia truly wish harm upon Xiao Feng'er? When had such an event transpired? He might believe that Yun Luoxia would want to eliminate him, but the notion that she would harbor ill will towards Xiao Feng'er was utterly absurd. Yun Luoxia would even go so far as to sacrifice her own interests to serve him, a testament to her loyalty. The holy maiden's assertion nearly made Yun Luoxia laugh aloud. The heavenly sect seemed to meddle in everything, to an absurd degree. Heroine, if I may be so bold. You are certainly overstepping your bounds. Yang Lin could no longer contain himself and voiced his incredulity. Given the relationship between her and Feng'er, I genuinely fail to comprehend the basis of your deductions. Chapter 47. The truth in the heart of the heroine. Could it be that I have misunderstood? Gu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, but as she reflected on her observations of Yun Luoxia over the past few days, a sense of clarity began to dawn upon her. It seems that the enchantress has had her sights set on Xiao Feng'er for quite some time. This is indeed a grand scheme. At this moment, Yun Luoxia could no longer contain herself and inquired of the saintess, You didn't come here simply out of concern that I might harm the young lady, did you? She recalled that when the saintess of the Tianzong first appeared, she had mentioned wanting to take Xiao Feng'er as her disciple. If that were indeed the case, it would make sense as a protective measure for Xiao Feng'er. There must be a colossal misunderstanding at play here. Yang Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Yun Luoxia, seemingly searching for a flaw in her demeanor. However, to discern anything would be a feat indeed. For every aspect of her being radiated authenticity. Helpless, the saintess found herself somewhat admiring the enchantress. When it came to acting, it seemed no one in the world could surpass her. Rest assured, I can assure you that Xiao Xia would never harm Feng'er. I would stake my life on it. Yang Lin interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tension between the two. In response, Yun Luoxia let out a haughty snort, though internally, she felt a sense of relief. From the beginning, she had believed Gu Qingwei had come for Xiao Feng'er. It now appeared she had misjudged the situation. The unexpected arrival was, after all, to protect the princess. All right. Now that everything has been laid bare, there is no need for us to engage in a fight to the death, is there? Yet, I must say, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable abilities to offend someone as esteemed as the saintess of the Tianzong. Yang Lin observed the peculiar atmosphere and, feeling the need to lighten the mood, offered a nervous laugh. However, Yun Luoxia shot him a cold glance, uninterested in his remarks. This fellow was perpetually seeking confrontation. If he had nothing of substance to say, he should simply remain silent. You still fail to see your true nature, the previously silent saintess suddenly spoke, addressing Yang Lin with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Yang Lin remained oblivious to the underlying tension, prompting a sense of pity from the saintess. Alas, Yang Lin sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. Why was this formidable heroine so obstinate? He had made himself abundantly clear, yet she still refused to believe him. You would do well to worry about yourself. Given your current predicament, it seems unlikely you could stir up any trouble. Surprisingly, Yun Luoxia came to Yang Lin's defense, issuing a veiled threat. Gu Qingwei, however, remained unfazed, her expression as calm as still water. From the moment Yun Luoxia had immobilized her, the saintess had already accepted the possibility of her demise. Life and death were but a matter of fate. Even if she were to perish here today, she would accept it. Heroine, why be so pessimistic? as long as you can guarantee not to expose Xiao Xia and Feng Er's whereabouts or betray them. I might plead on your behalf to allow you to leave this place, Yang Lin proposed, harboring genuine intentions, but only if Gu Qingwei would agree. He was not concerned about the saintess going back on her word. After all, she hailed from the exalted Tianzong, and a certain level of trust was to be expected. However, the saintess did not respond directly to Yang Lin's plea. She harbored no illusions that Yun Luoxia would grant her mercy, even if she were to agree. In turn, Yun Luoxia remained non-committal, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the saintess's reaction. Yang Lin discerned that the saintess had no faith in Yun Luoxia, nor did she believe she would be released, leading to her disdain for further dialogue. At this moment, Yang Lin found himself deeply curious about the nature of the conflict between these two women, which had escalated to such an irreconcilable level. With no foundational trust, how could he fulfill his role as a mediator? Sometimes, he lamented the complexities of being a man. Not only Yang Lin, but Yun Luoxia too felt perplexed. When had she offended the Tianzong? Could it be that among those she had previously assassinated, there were members of the Tianzong? Perhaps even key figures? After all, if they were merely ordinary disciples, the Tianzong would hardly hold a grudge over a few casualties, would they? Even if you both distrust each other. Cannot you trust me for once? If you maintain such an attitude, this conversation will struggle to progress. Observing the tense atmosphere, Yang Lin felt overwhelmed and helplessly remarked, "Difficult." The saintess replied succinctly. Yun Luoxia clearly shared her sentiment, yet she retorted, "For your sake, I can spare her life. However, releasing her is out of the question." "What do you intend to do?" Yang Lin instinctively asked. "I have yet to decide. Until then, she must remain here." With that, Yun Luoxia stood and delivered her final words before departing. As he watched her retreating figure, Yang Lin felt a sudden clarity. It would not be long before Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er would leave. His little concubine was merely a fleeting presence. Meanwhile, the saintess remained resolute. Believing that Yun Luoxia's actions were part of a deeper conspiracy, she was undoubtedly orchestrating her next move. Sighing in resignation, Yang Lin turned to Gu Qingwei, his demeanor now serious. "While I am unaware of what transpired between you, nor do I know Xiao Xia's past, I can assure you that she is not what you perceive. She is merely sharp-tongued, yet tender-hearted. At least concerning Feng'er, she has been entirely sincere." Although Yang Lin's words were directed at the saintess, they reached Yun Luoxia's ears, who had just exited the study. In that moment, her heart found some semblance of peace. "You simply do not understand her well enough. One day, when you learn her true nature, you will regret it." The saintess maintained her stance, unmoved. Yang Lin, feeling defeated, chose not to delve further into the discussion. He turned to close the study door before returning to the conversation. "Then tell me, what is the Xiao Xia you see like?" His curiosity piqued. He yearned to unearth the hidden animosity between the two women. "This matter holds no benefit for you. There is no need for you to know." "Oh, do you believe that if Xiao Xia were truly concerned about me discovering the truth, she would allow me to be in the same room with you?" Chapter 48. Mutual benefit. Yang Lin's words indeed served as a reminder to the saintess. If the demoness were truly fearful of having her true identity exposed, she would not permit Yang Lin to remain here alone. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingwei turned her gaze back to Yang Lin and inquired, "If I were to reveal the truth, would you believe me?" Yang Lin remained silent but solemnly nodded. After all, she hailed from the transcendent realm of the heavenly sect and had no reason to deceive an ordinary person like himself about such matters. "Very well." Gu Qingwei continued, "Since we have reached this point in our conversation, it would be unreasonable for me to withhold the truth. The Xia you have seen is not her true form. She is the demoness of the abyss, once the leader of the abyssal church." The mention of the demoness, Ouyang Yunshuang, piqued Yang Lin's interest. Although he was not well versed in the affairs of the martial world, he had certainly heard of the abyss's notorious reputation. The legendary leader, Ouyang Yunshuang, was indeed a name that resonated throughout the land. Initially, Yang Lin had not connected the title of demoness to this context, thinking it merely a derogatory term employed by the saintess. How mistaken he was. A peculiar glint crossed Yang Lin's eyes. He could hardly fathom that Yun Luoxia had once held the title of leader in the abyss. What? Knowing the identity of the demoness does not instill fear in you? Gu Qingwei observed Yang Lin's expression of dawning comprehension, noting the absence of any trepidation on his face, which piqued her curiosity. "If what you say is true, then what use is fear to me?" Yang Lin replied with a calm smile. Gu Qingwei did not refute this statement. Indeed, as soon as Yang Lin became entangled with the demoness, his fate was sealed, especially given their close connection. With Yang Lin's prowess, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, his beloved would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. In essence, his life and death rested entirely within the whims of the demoness, leaving no room for negotiation. Then if Xia is the demoness, what then of Feng'er? Yang Lin inquired with curiosity, directing his gaze toward Gu Qingwei. After a brief silence, the saintess shook her head, choosing not to divulge Xiaofeng's identity. It would be best for you not to know about your concubine. This truly is for your own good. Yang Lin shot her a bemused glance. Did this woman not comprehend her precarious situation? Are you implying that this is for my benefit? Your survival is entirely due to my efforts. He pressed. If you do not reveal it to me, how can I assist you? Yang Lin attempted to persuade her, yet Gu Qingwei was resolute in her silence. Lying quietly on the bed without uttering another word. Although she had a strong suspicion regarding Xiaofeng's true identity, lacking concrete evidence made sharing it with Yang Lin futile. Moreover, should her suspicions be confirmed, revealing such information could very well lead to his demise. Thus, she could not bring herself to endanger him. Consequently, even if Yang Lin had wished to inquire further, he could scarcely elicit any more information from her, and he decided to abandon this line of questioning. There was, however, a matter of significant importance that he wished to discuss with the saintess, one that directly pertained to himself. By the way, I found a jade pendant containing a cultivation technique. It must originate from your heavenly sect, correct? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback and did not respond. Refraining from denying it, she distinctly remembered not placing any sect techniques within the pendant, which meant that the cultivation method Yang Lin had discovered was likely inherent to the pendant itself. In essence, Yang Lin had unearthed a treasure that she herself could not. This could be considered Yang Lin's stroke of fortune, and Gu Qingwei saw no reason to disclose this fact, tacitly acknowledging that the technique had indeed come from the heavenly sect. Indeed, then I shall not encounter any trouble in the future, will I? Your heavenly sect cannot be so petty, Yang Lin remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Gu Qingwei nodded in affirmation, confirming Yang Lin's assertion. Observing this, Yang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had felt some trepidation, for cultivation techniques held immense importance to his sect. As a non-disciple of the heavenly sect, secretly practicing their techniques could justifiably warrant a pursuit of his life. However, with the saintess's assurance, he could continue his cultivation with a clear conscience. Do you think I have any chance of being accepted into the heavenly sect? Yang Lin suddenly pondered aloud, turning his gaze back to the saintess. This question caught Gu Qingwei off guard. Although the heavenly sect did accept disciples, it was highly unlikely they would consider someone of Yang Lin's age. The path of cultivation required an early start. She had joined the heavenly sect as an infant. You are far too old, Gu Qingwei replied delicately. Yang Lin, however, could not help but scoff, feeling somewhat indignant. Was 20 years of age truly considered too old? Surely, the standards of the heavenly sect were excessively high. To join the heavenly sect, one must sever ties with the mundane world and forsake emotional attachments. Just this requirement alone disqualifies you, Gu Qingwei declared firmly. Her observations of Yang Lin over the past few days had revealed his preoccupation with romantic entanglements, which clearly contradicted the sect's criteria. Very well, it seems you do not wish to admit me, Yang Lin grumbled, though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What about as an outer disciple? Surely I could manage to secure a position there? Witnessing Yang Lin's determination to join the heavenly sect, Gu Qingwei seemed to discern something and spoke plainly. If you wish for me to teach you cultivation, you may say so directly. There is no need for obfuscation. Ha! A true heroine. You see right through me, Yang Lin chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. However, I would not let you toil without reward. I can take care of your meals and daily needs while you teach me. It would be mutually beneficial. In response, Gu Qingwei neither accepted nor outright rejected his proposal. Yang Lin felt a surge of excitement. This was his opportunity. Heroine, well, would you like to eat tonight? I will check the pantry, and if we lack anything, I shall procure it swiftly. Anything is fine, she replied. Very well, then I shall not disturb you further. Rest well. With that, Yang Lin covered the saintess with a blanket before turning to leave the study. The matter of cultivation could wait. First, he would allow the heroine some time to adjust. Yet, he could not help but ponder whether his innate talent was truly so lacking. If old Lu did not regard him highly, and now even the heavenly sect had turned their back, it was somewhat disheartening that the saintess remained reluctant to offer her assistance, striking a blow to his pride. Chapter 49. Do I still qualify as a seal master? As evening approached, it was once again time to prepare dinner. Yang Lin instructed Ouyang Yunshuang to prepare an extra meal for one, and then returned to his study, closing the door behind him. With the door firmly shut, Ouyang Yunshuang's mind swirled with thoughts. It was evident that this meal was intended for Gu Qingwei. That wretched woman had finally fallen into my grasp. A torrent of thoughts raced through Ouyang Yunshuang's mind, and she couldn't help but wish to deal with Gu Qingwei right then and there. Meanwhile, in the study, Yang Lin approached the bedside and retrieved the starry jade in front of the holy maiden Gu Qingwei. Heroine, I understand that this jade pendant is a form of storage spirit tool. Could you kindly instruct me on its usage? Yang Lin stated directly, wearing an expression of earnest inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Gu Qingwei finally responded, "To manipulate the jade pendant, one must reach the realm of void spirit." Void spirit. Hearing this, Yang Lin's previously bright expression dimmed slightly. The void spirit realm was the fourth major tier, while he was still in the qi refining stage. With two significant realms separating them, such a vast distance seemed to stretch into an uncertain future. What Gu Qingwei did not disclose was that there was indeed another method to manipulate the starry jade, or any storage spirit tool for that matter. As long as one could externalize their true energy and infuse it into the spirit tool, they could control it through their thoughts. However, to achieve the externalization of true energy required the condensation of a true energy sea, essentially a cyclone within the dantian. With the cyclone as a foundation, externalizing true energy would merely be a matter of time. Of course, Gu Qingwei chose not to reveal this, leaving Yang Lin to discover it for himself. Yang Lin had fortuitously obtained the starry jade and even acquired the techniques contained within, which was already a stroke of good fortune. If it were destined, even without her guidance, Yang Lin would eventually master the means to utilize the starry jade. Furthermore, it seemed the pendant had been shielding his true energy. Despite being nearby for so long, Gu Qingwei had failed to uncover anything about it. Thus, she held little authority over the matter. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Yang Lin decided not to dwell on it further. As usual, he sifted through the storage space of the jade pendant and selected a large piece of flesh naturally. It was from the Millennium Snow Serpent. Observing Yang Lin's clumsy handling and the spilled blood of the snow serpent, Gu Qingwei felt an inexplicable pang of regret and couldn't help but remind him, not just the flesh, but this blood is also incredibly precious. It would be a waste. Yang Lin paused, realizing that while he understood the snow serpent was valuable, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of its worth. He remained silent, awaiting Gu Qingwei's elaboration. "Have you ever heard of seals or seal masters?" Gu Qingwei began, revealing a topic Yang Lin would never have guessed. His little concubine was a genuine earth-tier seal master. "I know, but aren't those just tricks?" Yang Lin replied without much thought, nodding. Her response left Gu Qingwei momentarily speechless. Seal masters were indeed real. So how could one claim they were mere deception? Drawing from the memories of this body, Yang Lin recalled that those so-called seals were akin to ghostly drawings from his past life, often crafted by charlatans. Such things had always been associated with trickery. Not at all. Gu Qingwei dismissed his skepticism. The blood of the Millennium Snow Serpent can be used to create seals. It is an exceptionally rare material. Many seal masters seek out this blood, even resorting to violence for it, while some have auctioned it for millions. But perhaps you wouldn't understand. Yang Lin nodded. Her words rang true. As a mere qi refining practitioner, how could he grasp such matters? However, with my poor cultivation talent, I likely lack the ability to become a seal master, he retorted. Upon hearing this, the holy maiden fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Yang Lin's assertion. Then it matters not. This blood is of little use to me, so wasting it is no concern. Yang Lin continued, and Gu Qingwei's expression faltered. After all, wasn't this Millennium Snow Serpent something he had slain? By the way, besides being used for seals, does this blood have no other uses? Yang Lin suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued. Not exclusively. For practitioners, it can also be used to temper their bones and muscles. After a moment's reflection, Gu Qingwei added. Hearing this, Yang Lin's eyes lit up. Wasn't he in dire need of tempering his own physique? It seemed fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. Sensing Yang Lin's thoughts, Gu Qingwei quickly interjected. The blood contains toxins. It is not something to be used carelessly. That little poison is insignificant to me, Yang Lin replied nonchalantly, dismissing the concern entirely. He turned and retrieved 2 more pieces of meat from the jade pendant, sending them to Ouyang Yunshuang. As Ouyang Yunshuang beheld the 3 pieces of snow serpent meat, she felt a twinge of psychological distress, setting aside the fact that she had been eating snow serpent meat for days. It was this very creature that had poisoned her before. A thought crossed her mind. Was Gu Qingwei currently confined in the study? Perhaps she could let that wretched woman experience the taste of snow serpent meat, and then suffer the consequences of the poison. Ouyang Yunshuang was indeed curious to see how the esteemed Gu Qingwei would choose in the face of such a predicament. After delivering the meat, Yang Lin did not return to the study, but instead approached the room where Xiao Feng'er resided, gently knocking on the door. Having not seen her for nearly a day due to her injuries, Yang Lin was naturally concerned and wished to inquire about her condition. The door was opened by Yun Luoxia. Upon seeing Yang Lin, she glanced back before stepping out and softly closing the door behind her. Is there something you need? Yun Luoxia asked, her demeanor as cool as ever. Is Feng'er all right? What is her condition? Yang Lin inquired. However, anticipating that Yun Luoxia might respond with indifference, Yang Lin preemptively asserted, she is my wife. Am I not allowed to care for her? Ah, I didn't realize you still had feelings for the young lady. I thought you only had eyes for that white-clad fairy now, Yunluo Xia retorted with a cold smirk. After all, Yang Lin had spent an entire day locked in the study with Gu Qingyue, who knew what transpired between them. Are you feeling jealous? Chapter 50. The Unwise Inquiry, Unexpectedly. Yang Lin blurted out a remark that nearly infuriated Yunluo Xia. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to take action against you? Do not forget, I am no longer compelled to conceal my strength. Yunluo Xia shot him a glare, deliberately adopting a threatening tone. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin chuckled heartily. Unfazed by her threats, it took a step closer. Sister Xia, my dear sister, please enlighten me about Feng'er's current condition, so I may find some solace. Thus, Yunluo Xia's tone softened somewhat. She is fine. A bit of rest will suffice. I am here, after all. By the way, did that woman mention anything about me? Yunluo Xia suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. Recalling the words of Gu Qingyue from earlier that day, Yang Lin could not help but smile. Gazing at Yunluo Xia with an amused expression. Who would have thought our sister Xia once held the title of the cult leader? This statement left Yunluo Xia utterly bewildered. What did he mean by having once been a cult leader? She considered herself merely an assassin. And her other role was that of a maid to a princess. Where did the title of cult leader come from? Am I mistaken? Is not the abyss of demons what everyone refers to as the demon cult? Were you not the former leader, the enchanting demoness? Yang Lin observed her perplexed expression and felt equally confounded. Upon hearing this, Yunluo Xia seemed to grasp everything. No wonder Gu Qingyue had sought her out. No wonder that woman had referred to her as the enchanting demoness all along. This was where the misunderstanding lay. Realization washed over her face, revealing her speechlessness. This misconception was rather grand. Throughout, Gu Qingyue had believed she was the enchanting demoness, the Ouyang Yunshuang of the abyss. Seeing Yunluo Xia's reaction, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it clearly at that moment. Thus, he asked, I have always called you Sister Xia, yet I still do not know your full name. Have you not already discerned it? I am Ouyang Yunshuang of the abyss, and my name shall remain unchanged. Yunluo Xia shot him a sidelong glance, deliberately stating. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin nodded, naturally believing her words. Especially since the heroine had referred to her in the same manner. With both of them affirming it, how could Yang Lin doubt her? And what of Feng'er? What is her true identity? Yang Lin pressed on, determined to uncover the truth now that the conversation had reached this point. How did that woman inform you? Yunluo Xia countered instead of answering immediately. Yang Lin was taken aback by her response. The heroine had refused to divulge anything, and if she were to inform Yunluo Xia, it was likely she would remain silent as well. However, curiosity gnawed at him, and he was about to fabricate a lie to deflect the question. Yet, fate intervened, and Yunluo Xia caught him in the act. If you dare to speak falsehoods, I will not hesitate to let you experience the feeling of being a eunuch. At the sound of her chilling tone, Yang Lin felt a tightening sensation and answered truthfully. No, she revealed nothing. It is better that I remain in ignorance. With that, Yunluo Xia breathed a sigh of relief, casting him a lingering glance, her expression softening slightly. Well then, that woman spoke true. Your curiosity should not delve into matters best left unexamined. Thus, Yang Lin could only accept this with a resigned expression, realizing he was currently the weakest. Unable to best anyone, he had no choice but to acquiesce. By the way, Yang Lin seemed to recall something. Gu Qingyue has arrived today. I suspect others will soon follow. To avoid drawing attention, we ought to maintain our usual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yunluo Xia's expression shifted, acknowledging the possibility. Yet, when she observed Yang Lin's feigned seriousness, she instantly realized she had been tricked. She could guess precisely what he was thinking. With a sharp glare, she retorted. Get lost. Understood. Turning on his heel, Yang Lin departed without a trace of reluctance. Ouyang Yunshuang swiftly prepared a meal, first delivering it to Xiao Feng'er's room, where Yunluo Xia accepted it, while Ouyang Yunshuang did not even catch a glimpse of Xiao Feng'er before being dismissed. Though somewhat disheartened, Ouyang Yunshuang dared not show it, maintaining a respectful demeanor as she placed the food down and exited. After attending to Feng'er, she naturally proceeded to the study, laying out the meal for Yang Lin at the dining table. Seeing this, Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction and picked up a piece of meat, offering it to Ouyang Yunshuang. This is your portion. You've worked hard today. Ouyang Yunshuang feigned surprise, though internally she was already cursing him, realizing he had not trusted her and was testing her with poison. Master Yang, she replied, knowing it was not yet the time to reveal her true identity. Yang Lin nodded, signaling her to eat the meat, and after she finished it, he finally let her leave. Thus, Ouyang Yunshuang respectfully exited the study, closing the door behind her. Once the door clicked shut, Yang Lin drew back the curtains in the room and brought the meal to the bedside. Heroine, I wonder if these dishes suit your taste? If there is anything you do not eat, please inform me in advance. No, Gu Qingwei replied nonchalantly. Very well. Yang Lin nodded, selecting a few light dishes, preparing to feed the saintess one spoonful at a time. At that moment, Gu Qingwei could only accept her fate. As all her acupoints were sealed, apart from her mouth and eyes, she had no capacity for movement. She felt like a helpless being, waiting for Yang Lin to nourish her. Yang Lin was cautious, even preparing a fresh towel, wiping her mouth as he fed her. That will suffice, Gu Qingwei eventually spoke. Yang Lin said nothing further, acknowledging that women generally have modest appetites, and the heroine seemed no different. Would you prefer to lie down or watch me eat? Please help me sit up, Gu Qingwei replied after a moment of thought. Lying flat was quite uncomfortable. Her view was obstructed, and she felt a constant sense of unease. Chapter 51. I am still hungry. Following Gu Qingwei's instructions, Yang Lin assisted her in leaving, and subsequently devoured the remaining dishes with great enthusiasm. Gu Qingwei could only watch quietly from the side, refraining from uttering much, as she held no excessive cravings for food. After all, as a practitioner from the heavenly sect, she had long since grown indifferent to such mundane desires. However, Gu Qingwei had more pressing matters to contemplate. How might she escape from this place? Every acupoint in her body had been sealed, and given Yun Luoxia's cultivation level, forcibly breaking through without external aid was virtually impossible. At that moment, Gu Qingwei's gaze fell upon the pot of meat on the table. This was the flesh of a millennium-old snow beast, imbued with spiritual energy far surpassing that of ordinary treasures. If she could harness the spiritual potency of the snow beast's meat to break through her acupoint seals, perhaps she could regain her mobility and escape. Realizing this, Gu Qingwei suddenly spoke up. I believe I am still a bit hungry, and I have only had congee. I haven't yet eaten any meat. Hearing her words, Yang Lin set down his chopsticks and pondered for a moment before cautioning her. You should be aware that this meat may be poisonous, though I cannot ascertain the extent of its toxicity. Gu Qingwei, however, dismissed his concern with a gentle shake of her head. It is of no consequence. With my true energy, such a trivial toxin would not lead to poisoning. I can expel it through my techniques. Although she had never attempted this before, she possessed a degree of confidence. With this assurance, Yang Lin chose not to press further. After all, Gu Qingwei was the one who had slain this millennium-old beast. If there were poison in the meat, she would certainly be aware. It would seem petty for Yang Lin to continue his caution after she had expressed her intent so clearly. Taking a clean bowl and chopsticks, Yang Lin generously served a small bowl of meat and returned to her side, feeding her bite by bite as before. In no time, Gu Qingwei had consumed the entire bowl, and she showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't that Yang Lin was reluctant to share. He simply knew the meat's potency all too well and worried whether the heroine's body could endure such a feast. This meat is quite nourishing, after consuming so much. Are you truly all right? Yang Lin inquired, observing her expression for any signs of discomfort, yet finding none. It is nothing. I am still not full, Gu Qingwei replied calmly. Reluctantly, Yang Lin filled another small bowl and fed it to her, while occasionally sneaking a few bites himself. Soon enough, the entire pot of meat had been consumed, with Gu Qingwei even finishing off the broth. The soup, made from the snow beast's flesh, contained a wealth of essence, and to ensure the medicine's effectiveness, not a drop could be wasted. Yang Lin couldn't help but marvel at her voracious appetite. He himself rarely drank the broth entirely, usually opting for just a sip alongside the meat. He had never witnessed anyone cleanly finish both meat and broth as Gu Qingwei had. It was indeed a bold act, leaving him to wonder if she feared the consequences of excessive consumption. However, since the valiant heroine showed no concern, he felt it would be intrusive to voice his apprehensions again. After breakfast, Yang Lin drew the curtains of the bed once more and returned to his desk, sitting on the mat to practice the star technique, refining the medicinal effects within his body. Not long after, Ouyang Yunshuang quietly entered to clear away the dining utensils. Seeing Yang Lin engaged in his usual practice, with the bed curtains drawn, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated personally attending to Gu Qingwei, especially as the woman was currently incapacitated and required assistance with her meals. Yet, all the tasks had fallen to Yang Lin, leaving Ouyang Yunshuang with no opportunity to interact with Gu Qingwei, thereby rendering her ulterior motives moot. Having waited for such a rare opportunity, the sensation of being so close yet unable to act was maddening for Ouyang Yunshuang. However, she was not one to act impulsively. Rather, her cunning and guile were what earned her the reputation of a renowned seductress. Ultimately, Ouyang Yunshuang chose to observe quietly, tidying up the utensils before discreetly exiting. As time passed and night deepened, Gu Qingwei, who had been lying in bed, suddenly felt an urgent need. Oh no, I drank too much soup at dinner. Typically, she was careful with her diet, favoring lighter meals and consuming only modest portions. When had she ever indulged so recklessly? This oversight left her in a predicament, especially with Yang Lin present. She hesitated, unsure whether to call for him. Before long, Gu Qingwei could no longer endure and called out to Yang Lin. "Young master." Yang Lin, still in a meditative state, had not fallen asleep and remained alert to his surroundings. Upon hearing Gu Qingwei's voice, he withdrew from his practice and opened his eyes to look over. "What can the heroine command? Could you summon your maid for me?" Gu Qingwei referred to Ouyang Yunshuang, who was disguised as a cook, hence her specific request for Yang Lin. Is there something amiss? At this hour, it's likely Ozzy is already asleep." Yang Lin replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwei fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. When had the dignified Gu Qingwei ever found herself in such an awkward situation? She never anticipated that she would feel so constrained before someone of a lower cultivation level. "Should the heroine require assistance, simply tell me. I will not refuse if it is within my power," Yang Lin continued, attempting to alleviate her concerns, adding, "Moreover, given our relationship, is there a need for formality?" Yang Lin saw no issue with this, but Gu Qingwei felt a surge of discomfort at his words. This fellow still remained oblivious to the fact that she was not the same person as the woman from that fateful night. He was still in the dark. She regretted not clarifying the misunderstanding earlier, as it now seemed to entrap her. With no other option, Gu Qingwei remained reticent, denying, "It is nothing. You may continue your practice." "Really?" "Yes." Seeing Gu Qingwei's reluctance to speak, Yang Lin could only scratch his head in frustration. He decided to find Ozzy, although at this hour it felt somewhat intrusive to disturb her rest. Chapter 52. Most embarrassing, nature's urgency. Thus, Yang Lin turned and exited. Quickly arriving at the chamber where Ouyang Yunshuang resided, he gently knocked a few times, and soon the voice of Ouyang Yunshuang responded from within. "It's me. If you are still awake, could you come over to assist? There is something I need to discuss." Yang Lin spoke. Hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang eagerly agreed and swiftly opened the door, following Yang Lin towards the study. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows of the courtyard, a figure appeared intermittently, Yun Luoxia, who had been vigilantly observing the study's movements. Naturally, Yun Luoxia harbored concerns regarding Gu Qingwei, even though she had sealed the latter's movements. She felt compelled to keep a watchful eye. After all, the safety of Xiao Fengge was at stake. Yun Luoxia had to exercise utmost caution, allowing not the slightest misstep. From Yang Lin's remarks, Yun Luoxia surmised that Gu Qingwei had likely mistook her for the demon abyss's enchantress, prompting the pursuit. Yet, this conclusion seemed rather absurd. How could Gu Qingwei have deduced such a thing? During dinner, Yun Luoxia had discussed this matter with Xiao Fengge, who was equally baffled. After much deliberation, they could only conclude that the enchantress Ouyang Yunshuang was likely injured and hiding in Pingyang City, having assumed a different guise, leading to Gu Qingwei's misidentification. However, it appeared that unraveling this mystery would take time, as Yun Luoxia had not previously pursued the enchantress. Observing Yang Lin return to the study with a Z, a bold thought struck Yun Luoxia. Could the enchantress be connected to a Z? After all, a Z had only recently arrived, almost simultaneously with herself and Xiao Fengge. Although her identity appeared unproblematic, Yun Luoxia's instincts hinted at something amiss. Unable to articulate her suspicions clearly, she resolved to continue her watch. Especially since the situation around them required urgent attention, particularly regarding Xiao Fengge, who still bore injuries. Simultaneously, the study's lamp was lit. Ouyang Yunshuang, entering behind Yang Lin, felt a surge of excitement as she sauntered to the bedside and lifted the curtain. At this distance, despite her diminished powers, she felt assured that she could eliminate Gu Qingwei on the spot. "Heroine, I have brought the person you requested. Please instruct a Z. She should be able to assist you. I shall step outside to spare you any discomfort." Old Lu chuckled, speaking before exiting the room to wait at the door. Ouyang Yunshuang stood by the window, gazing at Gu Qingwei on the bed, and respectfully inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "I need to use the restroom," Gu Qingwei murmured, her expression visibly awkward. She could scarcely believe that she had fallen to such a state, requiring another's assistance for such a basic need. Understood. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang's heart filled with a cold amusement. What a serendipitous turn of fate. Just as she had been lamenting her lack of opportunity to engage with Gu Qingwei, the occasion had now presented itself. While she could not eliminate Gu Qingwei outright, she could certainly indulge in a bit of mischief, a fitting repayment for the distress Gu Qingwei had caused her. "I shall escort you now." With that, Ouyang Yunshuang approached, bending down to assist Gu Qingwei to her feet. Gu Qingwei expressed her gratitude softly. At this moment, she was utterly devoid of strength, unable to stand or move. Ouyang Yunshuang quickly discerned that all of Gu Qingwei's acupoints had been sealed, and the thoroughness of it was apparent. Excited yet astonished, Ouyang Yunshuang gained a clearer understanding of Yun Luoxia's formidable abilities. After all, She had witnessed the duel between Gu Qingyue and Yun Luoxia, where in an instant, Gu Qingyue's acupoints had been sealed with such precision. If she were to face Gu Qingyue now, victory was uncertain, and escape could very well cost her life. In the blink of an eye, as Ouyang Yunshuang helped Gu Qingyue, her little scheme began to unfold. As she steadied Gu Qingyue's body, she feigned a loss of strength, causing both to tumble to the ground with a muffled thud. Although the sound was not loud, the stillness of the night meant that Yang Lin, who was not far away, heard it immediately and rushed in. Master, I lack the strength. Ouyang Yunshuang feigned distress, appearing to support Gu Qingyue while actually orchestrating the entire act. How could she deceive Gu Qingyue without a semblance of authenticity? As for Yang Lin, after spending time together, Ouyang Yunshuang had concluded that he was rather dim-witted, so she did not feel the need to be overly concerned. Not to worry, I will take over. Yang Lin hurriedly approached, lifting Gu Qingyue in his arms. Ouyang Yunshuang then pretended to struggle as she rose from the floor. Master, I sincerely apologize. My strength is insufficient to assist the young lady to the restroom. Ouyang Yunshuang expressed her feigned regret, casually revealing Gu Qingyue's urgent need. Gu Qingyue, already embarrassed by her predicament, felt mortified when Yang Lin became aware of her situation. Her expression froze, overwhelmed by shame, to the point that her lips trembled slightly. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, her desire to vanish into the ground palpable. Upon hearing Ouyang Yunshuang's words, Yang Lin suddenly realized, deducing that it was likely the soup they had consumed that evening that had led to Gu Qingyue's urgent need. At this moment, Gu Qingyue had closed her eyes in embarrassment, her countenance reflecting a deep sense of despair. Such an experience was unprecedented for someone of her stature. The esteemed Gu Qingyue of the Tianzong, who now felt utterly helpless. How embarrassing, utterly mortifying. Allow me to assist you. Without waiting for Gu Qingyue's response, Yang Lin took the initiative, carrying her as he exited the room towards the latrine. Ouyang Yunshuang followed closely behind, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing her features. Unnoticed by Yang Lin. Upon reaching the latrine, Yang Lin did not immediately usher Gu Qingyue inside. Instead, he first asked Ouyang Yunshuang to leave. He understood that such awkward matters were best kept among the fewest possible witnesses, as it was hardly necessary for an audience while someone attended to their personal needs. Chapter 53. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Return home. I shall manage here. You ought to rest early. You have worked hard, Yang Lin remarked. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding before turning to leave. She never anticipated that Yang Lin would show such excessive kindness to this woman. On several occasions, she had opportunities, all of which Yang Lin had declined. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not disappointed. She had wished to take action against that insufferable woman. Watching her suffer would have sufficed. Yet she found herself deprived of even that small chance. Meanwhile, Yun Luoxia, who had been observing from the shadows, grasped the sequence of events. As she saw Yang Lin escorting Gu Qingyue towards the restroom, she deduced that Gu Qingyue was likely in need of a toilet. There had been no animosity between herself and Gu Qingyue. It was all a misunderstanding. However, the situation had become complicated. If it were not for her sealing Gu Qingyue's acupoints, the latter would not be in such an embarrassing predicament. Had she unwittingly offended the esteemed Gu Qingyue of the Tianzong? Yet, how could such circumstances be blamed on her? Yun Luoxia felt helpless. Who could have foreseen such an unexpected turn of events? Furthermore, she sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, she distinctly observed a peculiar smile on Ouyang Yunshuang's face. One that seemed to convey schadenfreude. This expression had only emerged when Yang Lin was oblivious, which raised her suspicions. Had it been anyone else? She might not have given it a second thought, but given her current doubts about Ouyang Yunshuang, she could not help but associate it with malice. However, this alone could not serve as evidence. She needed to continue her observations. For the time being, Gu Qingyue would have to endure this predicament. Yun Luoxia was determined to ensure that no further complications arose before Xiaofeng'er recovered. By this point, Yun Luoxia had already contemplated leaving. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that Yang Lin was hardly a paragon of virtue. He was, in fact, a scoundrel, with a beautiful woman present. Combined with his recent indulgence in snow jiao meat, would he truly be able to maintain his composure? Almost instantaneously, she made her decision. Just as she turned to leave, she swiftly returned. At that moment, Yang Lin had not taken Gu Qingyue to the restroom, but instead headed toward the bathroom. Given Gu Qingyue's current mobility issues, the spacious bathroom would likely provide her with greater comfort. This was Yang Lin's line of thinking. Observing from her hiding place, Yun Luoxia noted that Yang Lin had not yet descended into complete depravity. He still seemed to consider Gu Qingyue's needs. Moreover, there was no deep-seated enmity between her and Gu Qingyue. They were, in fact, strangers. Should she intrude now? It would not be an act of rescue but rather one of offense. relieved that events had not spiraled into chaos. Yun Luoxia took a moment to observe before turning to leave. After resolving the matter, Yang Lin carried Gu Qingwei back to the study. To spare her any embarrassment, he kindly rendered her unconscious. In this situation, Gu Qingwei being in a state of oblivion was likely preferable to being awake, had he been in her place. Yang Lin imagined he would have felt utterly defeated. Additionally, the presence of a beautiful woman posed a challenge for a man like Yang Lin, especially after consuming snow jiao meat. Remaining virtuous under such circumstances was a trial indeed. He gently placed Gu Qingwei back onto the bed and covered her with a blanket, feeling a sense of accomplishment in completing his task. Naturally, this sense of achievement was only marginal. Once he had attended to everything, Yang Lin stealthily exited the study and hurried to the backyard to cool off. There was no denying that this was the price of being virtuous. Yang Lin felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, akin to a furnace. If he did not find a way to cool down, he feared he might explode. Unconsciously, he gravitated towards Yun Luoxia's room, but upon seeing the tightly shut door, he realized it would be futile to wait for her tonight. With no other recourse, Yang Lin resorted to practicing martial arts in the courtyard to expend energy and refine his recently acquired phantom stepping technique. The commotion in the yard did not go unnoticed by Yun Luoxia and Ouyang Yunshuang, both of whom were somewhat speechless. They had not witnessed Yang Lin's tranquility during the night for quite some time. Ouyang Yunshuang was particularly anxious. She wanted to confront Gu Qingwei but feared being discovered by Yun Luoxia. The noise from Yang Lin's training would undoubtedly alert them, and venturing over would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, she knew that such opportunities would not linger. Gu Qingwei could not indefinitely regard Yun Luoxia as her equal. This misunderstanding was too easily resolvable. Once they interacted, the truth would swiftly be revealed. At that point, her position would be jeopardized, no longer as secure as it was now. Moreover, Yun Luoxia, who was privy to the truth, might very well release Gu Qingwei, leaving Ouyang Yunshuang to ponder her next move. Today, Ouyang Yunshuang had several chances to seize the moment, all of which Yang Lin had thwarted. She could not discern whether this was intentional or accidental on his part. Moreover, she found herself reflecting on how overly generous Yang Lin had been towards Gu Qingwei. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps Yang Lin had genuinely come to regard Gu Qingwei as his own, mistaking her for that insufferable woman from that night in the cave. A cunning thought crossed her mind. If she divulged the truth to Yang Lin, could she persuade him to eliminate Gu Qingwei? However, this idea was quickly dismissed. The times had changed. Yang Lin was now involved with Yun Luoxia, and whether he still held any lingering feelings for the past was uncertain. Ouyang Yunshuang was not foolish enough to place her life in the hands of an unpredictable rogue. That was a gamble she would never take. Thus, her best course of action was to approach the matter through culinary means. After all, her current role was that of a cook, and her greatest familiarity lay in food. In this regard, she was truly adept. As Yang Lin practiced in the courtyard, an opportune moment arose for Yun Luoxia, who silently entered the study. Upon regaining consciousness, Gu Qingwei sensed Yun Luoxia's presence. At last, what was destined to come had arrived. Slowly opening her eyes, Gu Qingwei accepted the reality that the seductive demoness intended to kill her. She gazed calmly at the figure before her, devoid of fear or any inclination to plead for mercy. Chapter 54. Remained still seated by the bedside. Yun Luoxia said little. Instead, retrieving a blank notebook from beside her and inscribing a sentence, "Do you take me for Ouyang Yunshuang?" Upon reading this line, Gu Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. However, instead of reacting immediately, she fixed her gaze upon Yun Luoxia, seemingly attempting to glean something from her expression. "You are mistaken," Yun Luoxia wrote another line, pausing briefly before continuing to elucidate. "Since you have already deduced the identity of my young lady, you must also know who I am." After writing, she handed the notebook back to Gu Qingwei. At that moment, a hint of confusion flickered in Gu Qingwei's eyes. Recalling her previous encounters with Yun Luoxia and the technique she employed, she began to piece together the truth. The female assassin, who accompanied Princess Xiefeng and utilized speed as her means of assassination, could only be Yun Luoxia. Moreover, there had long been rumors that when Princess Xiefeng vanished, it was Yun Luoxia who had rescued her, subsequently disappearing without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the world. During this time, the Black Guards had been scouring the land, even arriving in Pingyang City. Gu Qingwei had initially thought there might be a secret mission from the court, but now it appeared they were likely searching for the whereabouts of Princess Xiefeng. While everything began to make sense, Gu Qingwei still found herself perplexed as to why a once top-tier female assassin would submit to Yang Lin, a mere weakling of Qi refinement stage. It simply did not add up. "You are not the one I seek. My young lady and I merely needed a temporary refuge and did not intend to expose our actions. Out of necessity, we had to detain you here. And I hope you can understand." Yun Luoxia continued to write, passing the notebook to Gu Qingwei once more. Looking at Yun Luoxia's explanation, Gu Qingyue's heart began to accept the truth with increasing certainty. She had previously crossed paths with the demoness and was well aware of her strength and techniques. During her engagement with Yun Luoxia, the differences in their combat styles were unmistakable. It was evident that a master's techniques and signature moves were ingrained habits, making it nearly impossible for them to be replicated by another. Gu Qingyue realized she had indeed mistaken Yun Luoxia for the demoness, resulting in a significant blunder. Furthermore, she was aware of who the demoness was. If her suspicions were correct, a Z should be Ouyang Yunshuang. Yun Luoxia proceeded to write down her conjecture, presenting it to Gu Qingyue once again. Upon reading this, Gu Qingyue was momentarily stunned, a look of bewilderment crossing her features. Initially, she had harbored doubts about the cook. After all, they were all in Yang Lin's household, and aside from Yang Lin, who appeared normal, the other three had varying degrees of suspicion. However, after her observations and investigations, she had almost instantly ruled out a Z. Now that Yun Luoxia suggested the demoness might very well be a Z, it was only natural for Gu Qingyue to feel a sense of confusion. I find it difficult to provide further explanations, while I possess no evidence. My intuition tells me that a Z is not what she seems, Yun Luoxia wrote, plunging Gu Qingyue into deep contemplation. There is no enmity between us. Thus there is no need for a bitter struggle. My request is simple. Do not expose the whereabouts of my young lady and me. Do not betray us. As for your affairs, we shall remain uninvolved. Reading Yun Luoxia's words, Gu Qingyue did not hesitate, quickly blinking in response. Now that she was aware of Yun Luoxia's identity and that she was not the demoness, there was no reason for her to persist in this conflict. Conversely, having mistaken Yun Luoxia for the demoness and even engaging in combat, Gu Qingyue felt a twinge of guilt. Moreover, even if Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er were wanted by the court, it bore no significance to Gu Qingyue. The Tianzong was indeed detached from worldly affairs and had no obligation to serve the court. Therefore, keeping Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er as secrets was not a difficult task, and Gu Qingyue had no reason to decline. With Gu Qingyue's response, Yun Luoxia felt reassured. As a practitioner of the Tianzong, Gu Qingyue's promise was one Yun Luoxia was willing to trust. After all, they cultivated the heart. To go back on their word could leave lasting repercussions, hindering their cultivation, which was something a Tianzong disciple would dread. Setting the notebook aside, Yun Luoxia swiftly released the acupoints binding Gu Qingyue. As her energy returned, the feeling of weakness dissipated, and Gu Qingyue quickly regained her mobility, feeling revitalized. She stretched her stiff limbs and, emulating Yun Luoxia, picked up the notebook to write a line. Are you certain that the cook is Ouyang Yunshuang? To Gu Qingyue, a Z's suspicion had seemed minimal, and now that Yun Luoxia dared to assert it, she must have her reasons. However, Yun Luoxia did not respond directly to the question, but instead inscribed another line. If she truly is Ouyang Yunshuang, it won't be long before she makes her move against you, and then the truth will be revealed. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyue was initially taken aback, but she soon nodded in agreement. Yun Luoxia's suggestion was indeed feasible, given the enmity between the demoness and herself. If a Z were truly the demoness, she would never allow Gu Qingyue to continue living under her very nose. Gu Qingyue believed that it wouldn't be long before the demoness would act against her. To an outsider, Gu Qingyue appeared completely immobilized, even needing assistance to relieve herself. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to strike? The demoness had been on the run from her pursuers for so long. Surely she was tired of such a life. If she could eliminate Gu Qingyue, the demoness would finally be free from this significant nuisance, and her recklessness would only increase. Very well, let us remain still for now, observing the situation for a while. Gu Qingyue finally nodded, agreeing to Yun Luoxia's plan. To avoid alarming the enemy in the coming days, Gu Qingyue would continue to feign that her acupoints were still sealed, lying on the bed in the study, playing the role of a helpless individual. Time passed unnoticed, and as dawn approached, Yang Lin finally ceased his activities. Dousing himself with a basin of cold water, he felt an invigorating rush. The exhaustion from an entire night of cultivation seemed to evaporate entirely. After pouring several basins over himself, he finally returned to the study. Chapter 55. A reluctant return. Upon returning to the study, Yang Lin quietly approached the bedside where Gu Qingyue lay soundly asleep. After enduring a night of torment from the poison coursing through his veins, he had been reluctant to return to the room for fear of losing control. Yet Gu Qingyue seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Yang Lin let out a soft sigh. Despite their previous encounters, as a man of integrity, he could not take advantage of her vulnerability. With a beautiful woman by his side, it was impossible for him, now no longer the naive youth he once was, to refrain from certain thoughts. The agony of the poison only intensified his struggle, and his ability to endure surpassed that of the vast majority of men. Having practiced throughout the night, it was time for rest. The kitchen offered only a single bed, so Yang Lin resigned himself to sharing it with Gu Qingwei. He slipped off his shoes and lay down beside her. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei, with her eyes tightly shut, felt a rush of anxiety. Her body tense as memories of that fateful night with Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia flooded her mind. She grappled with how to act. Once the enchantress revealed her identity, she would be unable to move. Yet, if Yang Lin were to overstep his boundaries, what would she do? Her heart raced at the thought, and she struggled to control her breathing to prevent Yang Lin from realizing she was awake. While she could regulate her breath, her complexion betrayed her. Yang Lin's gaze caught the faint blush on her cheeks. Curiosity piqued. He took a moment to observe her, noting her flawless skin that appeared almost ethereal. A stark contrast to the dim lighting from their previous encounter in the cave. Lost in thought, he felt a momentary distraction. Clearing his throat, Yang Lin turned away and lay back down, reminding himself of the importance of propriety. Amidst his turmoil, Gu Qingwei was equally distressed. Her body felt as rigid as iron, relying solely on sound and instinct to gauge Yang Lin's movements. Thankfully, after lying down, he only shifted a few times before his breathing steadied. She concluded he must have fallen asleep. With dawn breaking, Ouyang Yunshuang, the chef, arrived in the kitchen as usual, and soon the aroma of cooking filled the air. Shortly after, Yun Luoxia emerged from her room, fetching water from the well, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the study. Typically, Yang Lin would rise early. So why was the study still locked? Had something happened? Could it be that he harbored improper intentions towards Gu Qingwei? Yet, that seemed unlikely, after all. Gu Qingwei's acupoints had already been unsealed, and if Yang Lin dared to act, it would have surely caused a commotion. Shaking her head, Yun Luoxia dismissed her concerns. However, as breakfast was prepared, Yang Lin remained unresponsive. After delivering meals to Yun Luoxia and Xiao Fenger, Ouyang Yunshuang returned to find the study door still shut, her eyes betraying a hint of irritation. Yang Lin had repeatedly disrupted her plans, with her adversary so close yet unable to confront him. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, pondering from another perspective, given Yang Lin's character and the current situation, could it be that he had taken advantage of Gu Qingwei? If that were true, it would be a source of amusement for her. Gu Qingwei, with her ethereal purity, would end up in the arms of Yang Lin, much like herself. If so, perhaps it wasn't such a loss after all. Meanwhile, in the study, as Gu Qingwei listened to Yang Lin's gentle snores, she felt a sense of helplessness. Morning had arrived, and he still slumbered. How could she possibly communicate with a Z? Without contact, she could not discern any weaknesses, nor confirm whether a Z was indeed the enchantress. Sighing briefly, she dismissed these thoughts, fully aware of Yang Lin's condition. After consuming copious amounts of snow dragon meat the previous night, he was severely poisoned. To expel the toxins, Yang Lin had trained relentlessly in the courtyard, enduring the ordeal alone without seeking the aid of any woman. For this alone, Gu Qingwei held a deep admiration for him. Yet, her curiosity lingered. Why had Yun Luoxia consented to such indiscretions with Yang Lin? Given her abilities, she should not have feared him. If she had been unwilling, Yang Lin would have had no chance. It was this very agreement that had led Gu Qingwei to mistakenly identify Yun Luoxia as the enchantress, believing her actions were merely a diversion. However, the situation was far more intricate than she had initially thought. Yang Lin, having slept soundly until midday, finally awoke to the sun's warm embrace. Rising from the bed, he stretched languidly, feeling invigorated. Remembering Gu Qingwei beside him, he turned to find her wide-eyed gaze fixed upon him. At that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt, unable to determine how to respond, ultimately resorting to a sheepish grin. "Ah, you're awake?" he exclaimed. Gu Qingwei replied softly, though it was already well past noon. It was unusual for anyone to remain asleep at this hour. Yang Lin's awkward smile, however, reminded her of the previous day's events in the bathroom. Though she had been unconscious, she was certain Yang Lin had assisted her in changing clothes, garments she had stored in the Starry Jade. Yet, she found herself unable to confront Yang Lin. After all, he had merely acted out of kindness, always considering her needs. It would be unreasonable to harbor anger towards him. "You must be hungry. It's already quite late," Yang Lin noted, scratching the back of his head, suddenly realizing that Gu Qingwei had likely missed breakfast. He felt guilty for having practiced late into the night, only lying down as dawn approached. With barely a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingwei murmured in agreement, acknowledging his words. Sharing a meal might be her only opportunity to connect with a Z. Whether she could ascertain the enchantress's identity would depend on whether there was poison in the food or tea. Chapter 56. Shall we try again? Very well. But it will take a moment. Please wait a while. A Z should have the meal ready shortly, Yang Lin remarked, glancing towards the kitchen. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, do you have any other needs?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Lin. I need to use the restroom." Yang Lin cleared his throat, recalling the events of the previous night, his face flushing with embarrassment. Gu Qingwei's expression froze instantly, leaving her at a loss for words. She was the esteemed Gu Qingwei of the heavenly sect. How had she found herself in such a predicament? Repeatedly exposing her vulnerabilities before a stranger? Such a thing had never happened before, and she would never allow it to occur. However, now unable to formulate a response, Gu Qingwei slowly closed her eyes, her demeanor reflecting a profound sense of resignation. If not for the pursuit of the demoness, she would not have to endure this humiliation. Seeing her silence, Yang Lin naturally assumed she must truly need to use the restroom, perhaps feeling too shy to voice it. However, considering their previous night together, he felt compelled to assist her. "Rest assured, I will not look where I shouldn't." Yang Lin hastily reassured her, although his words seemed rather feeble at this point. Without further ado, Yang Lin stepped forward and lifted Gu Qingwei, who was lying on the bed, into his arms. This sudden action nearly startled her into exclaiming, and she felt an instinctive urge to push him away. Yet, upon reflection, she realized her sacrifice was all to capture the demoness. If she were to break character now, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Reluctantly, Gu Qingyue gritted her teeth and allowed Yang Lin to carry her, feeling an electrifying sensation course through her body. On their way to the bathroom, they passed by the kitchen, where Yang Lin casually instructed Ouyang Yunshuang to prepare lighter dishes for lunch, lest Gu Qingwei find herself in urgent need again. While Yang Lin did not mind helping Gu Qingwei, he was unaware that for her, this was not merely a matter of embarrassment. Had it not been for the pursuit of Ouyang Yunshuang, she would never have consented to such a price. All her grievances were now directed at the demoness, and she vowed to make her pay dearly for this inconvenience. Understood, Ouyang Yunshuang replied obediently, engrossed in her tasks. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei, with her eyes closed in Yang Lin's embrace, was using her senses to assess Ouyang Yunshuang's condition. However, observing from a distance and without her eyes proved challenging, as the aura she detected indicated that Z was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any trace of true energy. Could it be true, as Yun Luoxia had suggested, that she was the demoness in disguise? With this doubt lingering in her mind, Gu Qingwei refrained from making any sudden movements, allowing Yang Lin to carry her towards the bathroom. Watching Yang Lin depart, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a twinge of anxiety, torn between the urge to act against Gu Qingwei or to maintain her composure. A golden opportunity like this could not be squandered, and she would not forgive herself if she did. On the other hand, Yun Luoxia had been closely observing the events unfolding in the courtyard. Seeing Yang Lin carry Gu Qingwei towards the bathroom, her expression grew peculiar. Did Gu Qingwei not regain her strength? Why was she allowing Yang Lin to carry her? Yun Luoxia could not comprehend the situation, but she was certain that if this continued, Yang Lin would be in for a rude awakening. The esteemed Gu Qingwei would not need to play along with Yang Lin as charade under duress. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. A little suffering would be a fitting retribution for him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yun Luoxia felt her spirits lift. She could not deny the resentment she felt for having repeatedly fallen into Yang Lin's schemes. Upon returning to the bathroom, Gu Qingwei's gaze fell upon her clothes hanging on the rack, including her intimate garments, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. Yang Lin noticed her embarrassment and chuckled awkwardly. "These are from last night. I forgot to tidy up." It was evident how immense Gu Qingwei's psychological burden was at that moment. She felt a wave of shame and anger wash over her, but found herself powerless against Yang Lin. Ultimately, she suppressed her emotions, striving to maintain her composure as she spoke in a calm tone. "Please fetch Xia." Yang Lin was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Were these two women not sworn enemies? Why would she want him to call Xia at such a time? "Go ahead," Gu Qingwei insisted, perceiving his skepticism, and emphasized her request. Realizing she was serious, Yang Lin replied, "I understand that you feel embarrassed, but given our relationship, there is no need for such reservations." "I do mind," Gu Qingwei interjected firmly, aware that Yang Lin still misunderstood her identity. "There is no need for such calculations between spouses," Yang Lin continued, believing they had already reached a level akin to marriage, merely lacking a formal title. "We are not." Gu Qingwei felt overwhelmed, interrupting Yang Lin's explanation. She could not fathom how she had ended up in this predicament. Even when being pursued by enemies, she had never felt so fearful. Seeing that explanation was futile, Gu Qingwei resorted to using her telepathic abilities to call out to Yun Luoxia, still in the room. "How much longer must we wait? Last night was already excruciating. If this continues, I might as well end it all." Had she not known that Yang Lin was under a misconception about her, Gu Qingwei would have likely resorted to drastic measures against this rogue. In the room, Yun Luoxia scoffed at her words and swiftly appeared outside the bathroom, deliberately making noise to prevent Yang Lin from acting recklessly. Hearing the commotion, Yang Lin turned, surprised to find the elusive Yun Luoxia, who pushed the door open and entered. Casting a cold gaze upon him, Chapter 57, The Rescue. What are you doing? Yun Luoxia spoke with an expressionless face, her gaze coolly fixed on Yang Lin. In the current situation, Yang Lin found himself rather intrigued, albeit his intentions were noble. Get lost. Just as he was about to explain, Yun Luoxia had no intention of granting him that opportunity. She scooped Gu Qingwei from his arms and coldly added, She is in this state. Do you really need to continue to humiliate her? This time, Yang Lin did not comply obediently. Instead, he mustered the courage to respond. Hearing this, Yun Luoxia couldn't help but smirk disdainfully, retorting, It seems you are the one humiliating her now, doesn't it? Why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to ask you to leave? Yun Luoxia feigned a stern demeanor, hoping to frighten Yang Lin away. To her surprise, he stood his ground, frowning and glaring back at her, showing no sign of departure. Confronted with Yang Lin's sudden assertiveness, Yun Luoxia felt a flicker of surprise. After shooting him an annoyed glare, she huffed, I will release some of her acupoints to restore her mobility. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently. Yun Luoxia felt a twinge of disbelief. When did this fellow become so bold? She then pretended to perform the act of releasing Gu Qingwei's acupoints. And Gu Qingwei feigned recovery, appearing relaxed and at ease. Satisfied, Yang Lin nodded approvingly and spoke gently to Gu Qingwei. If you need anything, just call for me. I will be waiting outside. Let us go. How long are we going to linger here? Yun Luoxia said impatiently, pushing Yang Lin toward the exit. Although she had ostensibly complied with Yang Lin's request, she felt a lingering annoyance within. Once outside the bathroom, Yun Luoxia wore a frosty expression, her eyes coldly assessing Yang Lin. Yang Lin, sensing the shift, altered his demeanor, adopting a tone laced with flattery. I say, how is Feng'er doing? Her condition should be much better now, right? Since Xiao Feng'er was injured, Yang Lin had not seen her, and it would be disingenuous to claim he didn't care. However, with Yun Luoxia by her side, he hoped there would be no significant issues, given her expertise in medicine. Yet, he still had not received the formula for body tempering. Now you remember my lady? I thought you were quite the gallant hero just a moment ago, Yun Luoxia remarked, evidently still miffed about Yang Lin's earlier defiance. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin feigned ignorance and countered, well, it's useless to think about it. Some people made me wait an entire night, yet they never showed up. Yun Luoxia understood the implication, and images flashed in her mind, causing a faint blush to color her icy demeanor. You scoundrel. In truth, after making that remark, Yang Lin felt a twinge of regret. Given Yun Luoxia's temperament, he expected she would unleash her wrath upon him. To his surprise, she remained calm, emboldening Yang Lin to inch closer. By the way, when will you provide me with that formula? I've been waiting every day. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia recalled that indeed, there was such a matter. Yang Lin was still at the qi refining stage, and physical training was essential for him. However, having broken his vows, it was unlikely he could advance further in his cultivation, despite his relentless dedication. Yun Luoxia doubted Yang Lin was unaware. But seeing his determination to train day and night, she felt reluctant to shatter his illusions. Instead, she coldly remarked, I recall that someone has yet to fulfill their promises. How dare you ask me for a formula? Hearing this, Yang Lin chuckled and swiftly moved behind Yun Luoxia, gently kneading her shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Initially, she attempted to resist, but soon relented, allowing him to continue. You are not on the same level as the holy maiden of Tianzhou. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts, whether you heed my warning or not. Keeping your distance from her will only benefit you. Yun Luoxia suddenly cautioned. Yang Lin did not respond affirmatively, yet he did not reject her either, merely stating, I haven't disrespected her in any way. Surprisingly, Yun Luoxia did not counter this time, only letting out a soft huff. Regardless of the truth of Yang Lin's words, Gu Qingwei's acupoints had already been released. If anything untoward were to occur, Yang Lin would ultimately bear the consequences. After a moment, Gu Qingwei emerged from the bathroom, fully aware of the earlier commotion. Observing her, Yun Luoxia withdrew from Yang Lin's grasp and directed her gaze toward the doorway. Understanding what Yun Luoxia wished to inquire, Gu Qingwei immediately conveyed her thoughts through a thread of true energy, whispering into Yun Luoxia's ear, continue. With those two simple words, Yun Luoxia grasped the situation and promptly released Gu Qingwei's acupoints, though merely for show, without any real effect. Gu Qingwei complied, feigning weakness and collapsing to the side. Yang Lin, witnessing this, swiftly stepped forward and caught Gu Qingwei in his arms, lifting her effortlessly. Yun Luoxia, observing this scene, said nothing but shot Yang Lin a piercing glare, as if to warn him, before turning to leave. As Yang Lin watched her retreating silhouette, he contemplated explaining himself. Yet the words caught in his throat, and he ultimately remained silent. Gu Qingyue, having witnessed the exchange, could only sigh inwardly. Perhaps Yang Lin was oblivious. But she was acutely aware that Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia would not linger here for long. This place was merely a temporary refuge, and soon enough, the two would depart. Even if Yang Lin were to develop feelings, it would ultimately be in vain. We're leaving. With that, Yang Lin spoke softly, embracing Gu Qingyue as they made their way back to the study. As they passed the kitchen, Gu Qingyue discreetly observed his sea, hoping to uncover some clue. But it proved futile. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ouyang Yunshuang, though busy with her tasks, was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Something is amiss. This is far too strange. How have Gu Qingyue and Yun Luoxia come into contact again? Have their misunderstandings been resolved? Chapter 58, The Guidance of the Heroine. Although her expression remained calm, Ouyang Yunshuang was internally fraught with anxiety. She was increasingly worried that if Gu Qingyue and Yun Luoxia conspired together, her own situation would become perilous. The mere thought of this possibility sent shivers down her spine, making her reluctant to dwell further on the matter. In the past, when her strength was intact, Ouyang Yunshuang would not have found herself in such a position, evading and fretting over various concerns. Yet now, she had to be vigilant. Soon, lunch was ready, and Ouyang Yunshuang knocked on the study door, bringing the meal. Yang Lin opened the door, taking the lunchbox while also handing her the snow dragon meat he had been consuming as his rations. Over the days, he had gone from having one meal a day to eating it at every meal. One might think he was addicted. Yes, it is stewed, Ouyang Yunshuang replied respectfully, taking the meat and turning to leave. After watching her depart, Yang Lin closed the door and made his way to the table by the bed, setting the food down. He then helped Gu Qingyue to sit up, personally taking care of her once again. However, this was not what Gu Qingyue had hoped for. She had expected the cook to handle such tasks, allowing her to interact closely with a Z and assess whether the other was indeed a demoness. Yet, Yang Lin did not afford her that opportunity, leaving Gu Qingyue with no choice but to accept his attentions with a sense of helplessness. In this manner, she could only scrutinize the food for any signs of poisoning to ascertain a Z's true identity. Before long, Gu Qingyue sampled the meal Ouyang Yunshuang had brought. Finding no irregularities, she then conveyed the news through a long-distance communication to Yun Luoxia. Upon receiving it, Yun Luoxia was taken aback, instinctively peering out the window toward the kitchen. Could it be that she had misjudged? Yet, she distinctly recalled the peculiar smile on Ouyang Yunshuang's face during the night, which was enough to suggest that the cook was not simple at all. Had their intentions been discovered? After all, they shared the same courtyard, and despite her cautiousness, it was inevitable that she would eventually reveal a flaw. In the study, once Gu Qingyue had finished her meal and could eat no more, Yang Lin, adhering to the principle of not wasting, consumed every last grain of rice. He bore no disdain for what Gu Qingyue had left behind. After ensuring that Gu Qingyue had no further needs, he shyly asked, "Might I request your guidance? I have been practicing the illusory shadow steps, but I feel something is amiss in my understanding. As a skilled heroine, you should be able to discern my faults at a glance." Gu Qingyue was taken aback by his request, but eventually nodded in agreement. Yang Lin's heart soared at this, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, recognizing this as an invaluable opportunity for instruction, far more beneficial than his solitary practice. Gu Qingyue said nothing further, merely nodding in acceptance. Though she soon remembered her role in the charade and feigned a blink. Though subtle, Yang Lin noticed the movement and felt a flicker of confusion in his gaze. But he refrained from questioning it, deciding that such matters were beyond his concern. After all, he was merely a small fish in a vast sea, unworthy of interjecting in the affairs of masters. Once he thanked her, Yang Lin helped Gu Qingyue into a chair at the desk, where the view was better, facilitating her guidance. He then demonstrated the illusory shadow steps before her, showcasing all he had comprehended, executing each movement with precision. Receiving the heroine's guidance was a fortuitous opportunity, and he intended to extract as much value from it as possible. It was evident to Yang Lin that Gu Qingyue's prowess far surpassed that of old Lu, a realization that sufficed for him. The technique you are practicing indeed originates from our heavenly sect, created by the sect's founder. At its peak, it is said to be imperceptible, moving through the flowers without disturbing a single petal. I have noticed you tend to practice in the swamp, which can be effective for ordinary techniques, but the illusory shadow steps do not suit that approach. What you ought to do is to attune yourself to nature, grasping every principle of the steps, allowing your form to become ethereal and merge with the natural surroundings. This is the essence of the illusory shadow steps, Gu Qingyue advised. Yang Lin listened intently, committing every word to memory, confident that even if he could not fully digest it now, he would gradually assimilate it during practice. Gu Qingyue was forthcoming with her insights, passionately explaining even to the point of wanting to demonstrate herself, though she restrained that impulse, mindful of not revealing her true identity. The path of cultivation is inherently one of transcendence. The pursuit of speed is ill-advised. A misstep could lead to dire consequences, and everything must unfold in its own time without undue haste. Finally, Gu Qingwei specifically cautioned Yang Lin. She was aware of his circumstances, not only through her own observations but also from what Liu Pei had disclosed. Yang Lin was likely being groomed by Liu Pei to contend for the last spot alongside the son of the king of Mangyang. This was not something Liu Pei had articulated, but a conclusion Gu Qingwei had drawn herself. The legendary and mysterious sect, even the heavenly sect to which she belonged, would yield in its presence. This sect accepted only 8 disciples at a time, each with their own strengths yet united by their unparalleled prowess. With such a select number of disciples, it was no wonder they dominated the martial world. As for Yang Lin, it seemed he was aiming for that final position, perhaps the martial god. Thus, his physical body must have been cultivated to an extraordinarily formidable level, even if his realm was merely that of the qi refinement stage. Soon, half an hour passed, and a knock at the door interrupted Yang Lin's practice. He ceased his movements and opened the door to find Ouyang Yunshuang before him. Yang Lin accepted the prepared meat soup from her and instructed her to tidy up the room. Ouyang Yunshuang respectfully complied, stepping inside and swiftly attending to the dishes used earlier. Yang Lin held little wariness toward her, despite having felt some suspicion initially. After a series of tests revealed nothing amiss, his vigilance gradually waned. Chapter 59. Impeccable carrying the freshly prepared meat soup. Yang Lin approached the desk and looked at Gu Qingwei seated across from him, saying, "Would you like some of today's meat soup?" After a moment's contemplation, Gu Qingwei nodded. Yang Lin hurriedly tidied the table before placing the pot of soup in the center, only to suddenly remember that he had forgotten the bowls and chopsticks. Ouyang Yunshuang, who was cleaning up in the back, immediately noticed and appeared with 2 sets of clean utensils. "Master, these 2 sets are usable and spotless." "Great. Feel free to have a piece as well," Yang Lin replied with a smile as he accepted the bowls and chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang displayed a look of surprise, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She picked up a piece of meat with the spare chopsticks and ate it in front of the 2. After this, with Yang Lin's nod of approval, she left the room with the cleaned utensils. As she watched Ouyang Yunshuang depart, Gu Qingwei's gaze held a hint of perplexity. At the moment, it was difficult to discern whether Ouyang Yunshuang posed any threat. "Come," Yang Lin said, breaking Gu Qingwei's reverie as he filled a small bowl with meat and soup and gently brought it to her lips. Gu Qingwei said nothing further and consumed all the morsels he offered, though this time she refrained from drinking the broth. Yang Lin was initially curious about her choice, but ultimately chose not to inquire. After all, it was beneficial for Gu Qingwei to eat less, allowing him to indulge more, particularly as he was still in a growth phase. Besides, there was nothing wrong with a man eating heartily. Once Gu Qingwei was comfortably fed, Yang Lin began to relish his meal, finishing every last drop of the soup without leaving a scrap behind. Content, he wiped his mouth and glanced back at Gu Qingwei, who was reclining on the bed. "Do you think this method of consuming meat is effective?" he inquired. Gu Qingwei did not offer a definitive response. She could sense the implication behind Yang Lin's words. However, relying solely on raw consumption for cultivation had its limits. The most pronounced effects were likely experienced during the initial stages, and it was evident to her that Yang Lin had not merely consumed it once. He must have discovered the benefits of the snow beast meat and was likely indulging daily. Thus, the efficacy of the snow beast meat would naturally diminish, to the point where even Yang Lin could now perceive it. "What if I were to refine my body using the blood of the snow beast? Do you think that would yield better results?" Yang Lin continued to probe. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingwei finally spoke. "Merely using the blood of the snow beast will not achieve the desired effects. Rather, it would amplify the toxins within, causing more harm than good to your body. What should I do then?" Yang Lin quickly asked. The most useful medicinal materials lay before him, yet he felt utterly incapable of utilizing them, akin to wasting precious resources. "You might consider seeking out your maid. She should know how to handle it," Gu Qingwei suggested. At this, Yang Lin was taken aback, filled with both curiosity and astonishment. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingwei would recommend Yun Luoxia to him. Were they not bitter rivals? Just moments ago, they had been at each other's throats, yet now they were seemingly looking out for one another and offering recommendations. Something felt amiss, but Yang Lin could not articulate his thoughts at that moment. "Are you not concerned she might claim all your treasures for herself?" Yang Lin tactfully refrained from voicing his inner doubts, and instead posed a counter-question. Gu Qingwei did not refute him. Her demeanor remained calm and accepting. However, the more indifferent she appeared, the deeper Yang Lin's confusion grew. Nevertheless, he had obtained what he desired. Besides, if even Gu Qingwei was untroubled, what was there for him to worry about? As the saying goes, when fortune smiles, one should seize the opportunity. He had nothing to lose by acquiring this refining recipe. "Would you care to join me?" It might be beneficial for oversight, Yang Lin asked one last time. Gu Qingwei declined. You go ahead. I wish to rest here for a while. Very well. Before departing, Yang Lin gently assisted Gu Qingwei back to a lying position and merely ajar the door, instructing her to call for him should anything arise. The courtyard of Yang Lin's residence was neither too large nor too small, but as a cultivator, his hearing was significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. He would undoubtedly hear her if she called out. Satisfied with his arrangements, Yang Lin left the study and made his way toward Yun Luoxia's room. As he departed, Gu Qingwei seized the opportunity to discreetly observe Ouyang Yunshuang, hoping to detect any suspicious behavior. However, just as she was about to move, she overheard a conversation between Ouyang Yunshuang and Yang Lin outside. Master, may I come in to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks? Ouyang Yunshuang asked respectfully. Yes, just keep your voice down so as not to disturb the lady inside. When you leave, just close the door gently, Yang Lin instructed. Understood. As their conversation concluded, Yang Lin's footsteps receded toward the hall, while Ouyang Yunshuang entered the study, carefully stepping inside and feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, upon realizing that she was alone in the room with Gu Qingwei, a sudden tension gripped her heart, accompanied by a hint of anxiety. Although the bed in the study was obscured by curtains, Ouyang Yunshuang was acutely aware that the one lying there was none other than the detestable Gu Qingwei. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Ouyang Yunshuang proceeded to tidy up the dishes as she normally would. As she turned her back to the bed, a sudden chill brushed against the back of her neck, sending shockwaves through her. Although she remained outwardly composed, internally she was astounded. Indeed, that wretched woman had truly regained her strength. The icy sensation unmistakably indicated the presence of true energy, even though her own cultivation had significantly diminished. Ouyang Yunshuang was not to be trifled with. Her experience and knowledge far surpassed that of someone merely in the qi refinement stage, placing her several levels above Yang Lin. Ouyang Yunshuang understood that Gu Qingwei was clearly testing her. Maintaining an air of normalcy, she meticulously continued to organize the room, moving deliberately slowly due to Yang Lin's instructions to be gentle. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei lay on the bed, eyes closed, yet her mind was racing with thoughts. Moments ago, she had used her true energy to probe Ouyang Yunshuang's body, but had found no indication of any issues. The cook before her was simply an ordinary woman. After a brief period, Ouyang Yunshuang finished tidying up, took the bowls and chopsticks, and exited the room, following Yang Lin's instructions by closing the door softly behind her. Her footsteps gradually faded as she headed toward the kitchen. Throughout her return to the kitchen, Ouyang Yunshuang exhibited no signs of faltering, as though she were truly just a diligent cook. Chapter 60. Medicinal bath. Indeed, she had restored her vitality. Ouyang Yunshuang maintained her composure, her hands deftly engaged in the rhythmic motions of washing and drying dishes. This was no mere pretense. She keenly sensed that Gu Qingwei had stealthily approached, continually probing the aura within her. Thus, it seemed that this wretched woman had conspired with Xiaoxia. Ouyang Yunshuang mused internally, yet her expression remained unchanged, exuding an air of ease and comfort as she hummed a gentle tune. Observing the kitchen maid and listening to her melodious hum, Gu Qingwei found no discernible flaw. Moreover, Ouyang Yunshuang's aura appeared as normal as any ordinary person's, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the truth. However, this did not alleviate Gu Qingwei's suspicions. She preferred to trust Xiaoxia's instincts over the kitchen maid, for it was clear that Xiaoxia would not intentionally mislead her. Furthermore, having dealt with the enchantress multiple times, Gu Qingwei was well aware of her adeptness at disguise, capable of creating illusions that could deceive even the sharpest eyes. Finding no trace of deceit, Gu Qingwei ultimately chose to retreat, returning quietly to her study and lying back down as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Yang Lin had arrived at the room occupied by Yun Luoxia. Whether by coincidence or by premonition, before Yang Lin could knock, Yun Luoxia emerged from her chamber. Casting a glance at Yang Lin, she led him to the adjacent corridor. What is it that you seek? Yun Luoxia inquired, her tone tinged with annoyance. Though she appeared disinclined to converse with Yang Lin, she nonetheless remained silent, awaiting his words. I have matters to discuss with you. Yang Lin's expression grew serious as he faced Yun Luoxia. To his surprise, she did not interrupt him, patiently waiting for him to continue. The meat we consumed earlier was sourced from a millennium-old snow serpent, and its entire carcass is now within this jade pendant. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxiao immediately recalled the jade pendant in Yang Lin's possession, which she recognized as belonging to Gu Qingwei. I found this jade pendant in the wilderness beyond the city, Yang Lin explained, producing the pendant and presenting it to her. I wish to extract the serpent's blood to refine my body. Can you assist me in this endeavor? However, Yun Luoxia did not reach out to accept the pendant, regarding Yang Lin with a calm expression as she retorted, Are you so certain that I will help you? Who are we to each other? The serpent is already deceased. Extracting the blood should be child's play for you. Yang Lin replied with a smile, embodying a familial familiarity. Yet, Yun Luoxia remained unyielding, silently observing him without uttering a word. In that case, how about I entertain you with my antics? And you assist me in concocting the elixir? Yang Lin proposed without hesitation. Yun Luoxia's expression darkened at his words, her displeasure palpable as she remained silent. Yang Lin, disheartened, sighed and gazed earnestly at her. Before arriving, I indulged in more snow serpent meat. You know how it leaves me feeling restless. And I seek an outlet for this energy. As he spoke, Yang Lin cast a lingering glance at Yun Luoxia, causing her to tremble, whether from fear or ire. It remained unclear. Get away from me. Do not even think of laying your hands on my lady. Yun Luoxia coldly commanded, her voice laced with menace. Unfazed, Yang Lin nodded obediently and, with a soft "oh," turned to make his way towards Xiao Feng'er's room. It was evident that if Yun Luoxia did not acquiesce to his request, he intended to seek her out instead. Yun Luoxia could not allow Yang Lin to disturb Xiao Feng'er. She swiftly seized him, pulling him back. What do you think you're doing? If you dare to pursue my lady, I shall make you regret it. Her voice was icy, her expression revealing her fury. But we are husband and wife. Is it wrong for me to check on her condition? Shouldn't spouses care for one another? Yang Lin feigned innocence, sighing melodramatically. Just you wait, Yun Luoxia retorted, clearly agitated by Yang Lin's antics. Grabbing him as one would a small chick, she dragged him into the bathroom. Go, drain the water from the pool, she commanded tersely. Understanding this as her reluctant consent, Yang Lin hurriedly complied, preparing the bath as instructed. Before long, the pool was pristine, and he placed the jade pendant nearby. Only then did Yun Luoxia take action, pointing her fingers at the pendant without needing to touch it. With a flick of her fingers, a stream of vivid red blood surged forth, cascading into the bath like a fountain, ceaselessly filling it. Yang Lin stood by in astonishment, eyes wide with wonder and envy. Soon, the pool was half filled with blood, prompting Yun Luoxia to pause and glance at the dumbfounded Yang Lin. You may enter now. With no further words, she turned and exited the room. If Yang Lin could not even manage this final medicinal bath, there would be no need for him to refine his body, lest he fall into madness. Upon hearing her words, Yang Lin eagerly shed his clothing, save for modesty, and rushed into the pool. Following the method taught by Lu Pei, he meticulously used the blood to refine his body, though this process would require time, and he would not emerge until its effects were fully realized. Meanwhile, having left the bathroom, Yun Luoxia shut the door, surveying her surroundings for any anomalies before making her way back to the study. To avoid arousing Ouyang Yunshuang's suspicion, she took a detour, steering clear of the kitchen. Seated quietly in a chair by the window of the study, Yun Luoxia remained silent, yet Gu Qingwei, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. No discrepancies detected, Gu Qingwei stated succinctly. Yun Luoxia, taken aback by this revelation, was momentarily stunned. She firmly believed her instincts were infallible. Ouyang Yunshuang was undoubtedly hiding something. Yet, could it be that even Gu Qingwei had failed to perceive the truth? Chapter 61. What are your current intentions? I once harbored doubts regarding your identity as a demoness and investigated your physical condition. Although I found no traces of spiritual energy, the strength of your physique revealed certain vulnerabilities. However, the chef you mentioned appears entirely normal, with no discernible anomalies. Gu Qingwei recounted the information she had gathered in great detail. As Yun Luoxia listened quietly, her astonishment grew. On one hand, Gu Qingwei's methods were astoundingly formidable. On the other, it was alarming to realize that Gu Qingwei had investigated her body without her knowledge. If that were indeed the case, a covert assassination would be effortlessly executed by Gu Qingwei. In such a scenario, Yun Luoxia might not even comprehend her demise until it was too late. Having once been a top assassin, she dreaded the thought of such an occurrence, fully aware of its terrifying implications. Fortunately, she and Gu Qingwei had reconciled. As the holy maiden of the heavenly sect, Gu Qingwei would naturally refrain from employing underhanded tactics. Otherwise, she could have acted during her prior investigation. Thus, what are your thoughts? Despite her inner turmoil, Yun Luoxia concealed her shock and responded with a question. One of the demoness' most formidable abilities is her capacity for disguise. A skill so adept that even I cannot easily discern it. Gu Qingwei pondered for a moment before slowly articulating if it is truly her. Even if she appears flawless now, she will inevitably reveal flaws in the future. But what if I am mistaken? Reluctantly acknowledging the possibility, Yun Luoxia admitted that she had only glimpsed the situation once, after which Ouyang Yunshuang returned to normal. If I were wrong, the demoness could have long since fled, eluding even my pursuit. Gu Qingwei contemplated for a moment before stating, if I were in her position, I would certainly choose to escape. Remaining in Pingyang City would only invite doom. Yun Luoxiao interjected. However, Gu Qingyue's subsequent words awakened her. The entirety of Pingyang City is now teeming with black-clad guards. Escaping is not as simple as it seems. Furthermore, the Wang of Mingyang is en route to Pingyang City and should arrive shortly. Hearing this news, Yun Luoxiao's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a calm demeanor with a hint of iciness in her gaze. Noticing her silence, Gu Qingwei continued. This information is not classified. With a bit of caution, one can discern that the demoness has long been aware of the situation. Faced with so many unknown black-clad guards, she would not take such risks. So you still believe she remains in Pingyang City? Yun Luoxiao inquired. Your words inspire my trust. Gu Qingyue's gaze fixed on Yun Luoxiao as she spoke earnestly. However, if that chef is not the person you seek, wouldn't you be wasting your time? Yun Luoxiao cautioned, recognizing the validity of this possibility. If even Gu Qingwei's methods cannot uncover the chef's true identity, she may indeed be an ordinary woman. Even if that were the case, I would merely be wasting time. The demoness, on the other hand, wishes to recover, and dragging along a damaged body is not advantageous for her. Gu Qingwei spoke calmly, clearly confident in her current strategy. So, what are your plans? Will you continue this pretense? After a moment's reflection, Yun Luoxiao replied, not out of concern for Gu Qingwei, but rather to avert any advantage falling into the hands of that scoundrel Yang Lin. This rascal is always scheming and likely has his sights set on Gu Qingwei. Gu Qingwei is a peerless beauty, and with her incapacitated and lying beside me, I do not believe Yang Lin can resist temptation. If that chef is indeed the demoness, she may have already sensed my restored strength. Continuing this charade may yield little benefit. Gu Qingwei acknowledged this point. After hearing her words, Yun Luoxiao nodded. Given the demoness' cautious nature, if she detects any disturbances, she will likely cease to reveal any vulnerabilities. Continuing Gu Qingyue's pretense would serve no purpose. And what about you? What are your plans moving forward? Gu Qingwei turned the conversation back to Yun Luoxiao. The latter paused, momentarily puzzled by Gu Qingyue's inquiry. Gu Qingwei elaborated. I understand your lady may be injured and still recovering. Yet Pingyang City is inherently unstable, with so many black-clad guards and Mingyang Wang's spies lurking everywhere. Remaining here may prove perilous. Yun Luoxiao frowned at this, uncertain of Gu Qingyue's true intentions, and replied, our plans are our own. You need not concern yourself with them. Yet before she could finish, Gu Qingwei suggested, in truth, given your lady's aptitude, I have mentioned that the heavenly sect is interested in her as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxiao initially considered declining but ultimately refrained from voicing her refusal. She understood that the pursuit of the princess was tied to Mingyang Wang, who had come with numerous spies, intending to uproot the entire Pingyang City. If it were only her own situation, Yun Luoxiao would have no qualms. However, now that it involved the princess, she had to weigh her options carefully. I recognize your dilemma. Hence, I do not expect an immediate response. I shall remain in Pingyang City for a while longer, allowing you time to contemplate. Noticing Yun Luoxiao's silence, Gu Qingwei perceived her wavering resolve and pressed on. Yun Luoxiao did not rush to refuse, instead choosing to keep this option open. If she and Xiaofeng were to confront Mingyang Wang alone, they would likely stand no chance. However, with Gu Qingwei's involvement, the situation would be markedly different. Setting aside Gu Qingyue's own prowess, she had the entire heavenly sect backing her. After mentioning Xiaofeng, Gu Qingwei continued, feeling emboldened to inquire further, and what of Yang Lin? Upon hearing his name, Yun Luoxiao's expression shifted instantly, recalling Gu Qingyue's prior perception as she surveyed the Yang family. The memories of her and Yang Lin's actions caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Why bring up that individual? Yun Luoxiao managed to suppress her embarrassment and responded as calmly as possible. In truth, Yang Lin possesses a solid foundation. Pursuing martial arts and cultivation is not out of the question. Gu Qingyue stated candidly, clarifying that her previous comments about Yang Lin were merely casual remarks. After all, Lu Pei had trained him for many years to compete with Mingyang Wang's son. He could hardly be considered ordinary. Chapter 62. Deeply poisoned. Regarding Gu Qingyue's assessment of Yang Lin, Yun Luoxiao chose not to refute it, as she had already discerned this truth long ago. Rather than attributing Yang Lin's talents to innate gifts, it would be more accurate to credit Lu Pei's cunning, who had kept Yang Lin concealed by his side for so many years. Curiosity piqued, Gu Qingyue inquired, I wonder why your esteemed lady chose Yang Lin and even deigned to become a concubine. It seems entirely unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxiao's expression regained its tranquility, and she replied in a detached tone, this matter does not concern you. Yet, I believe I possess a means to assist your lady with her injuries. Gu Qingwei remarked subtly. Yun Luoxiao was momentarily taken aback by her words, then clarified, this arrangement was made by a friend of mine, providing us with a temporary refuge. Even so, she opted to gloss over the details, knowing that, despite their alliance, she would not divulge everything. It was prudent to say just enough. Gu Qingyue sensed that Yun Luoxia's friend likely had significant ties to the fabled sect, and she realized that further inquiries would yield little insight. With the Mingyang king approaching the city, alongside Princess Xianfeng and various other forces, the atmosphere in Pingyang City had become tumultuous. Countless eyes were drawn to this place. And the truths Gu Qingyue sought would soon surface. Patience was all that was required, and the truth would reveal itself in due time. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yang Lin sat cross-legged in the center of the pool, his bare body submerged in the sanguine liquid. He practiced the starry sky technique, completing one cycle after another. Feeling enveloped in warmth. Unbeknownst to him, his skin radiated heat, causing the blood in the pool to begin to bubble ominously. Furrowing his brow, Yang Lin's expression reflected a blend of agony and discomfort. He could distinctly sense that his skin felt as if it were being scorched. The excruciating sensation was an inhuman torment. Yang Lin understood that this was likely the price to pay for tempering his flesh. Only by enduring could he grow stronger. The pain of body refinement surpassed that of salt and wounds. It was akin to shattering one's skin and bones entirely, for only through destruction could one be reborn. Yet, a flicker of delight surged within Yang Lin as he realized that the speed of his cultivation while immersed in the pool was markedly accelerated. This discovery spurred him to grit his teeth and persevere. As time swiftly passed, the outside world gradually dimmed. Yang Lin completed the final cycle of the starry sky technique, reaching the limits of his endurance. Slowly, he opened his eyes and leaped from the pool, collapsing onto the ground beside it. Gasping for breath, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort wash over him as the pain receded, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing, despite being smeared with blood. Yang Lin's smile was wide, reveling in the euphoric aftermath of his ordeal. The once vibrant blood in the pool had dulled, the water level having dropped nearly 2 fingers. Likely absorbed by Yang Lin. He glanced at his hands, clenching his fists to feel the newfound strength surging within him. An unprecedented sense of stability enveloped him. The degree of his transformation exceeded Yang Lin's expectations. With the abundant energy coursing through him, he mused that he could likely fell an elephant with a single punch. Immersed in joy for a time, he then rinsed off with clean water, donned his clothes, and exited the bathroom. At this hour, Aziz was probably still in the kitchen preparing dinner. Looking in that direction, he spotted Aziz's alluring silhouette, illuminated by the firelight. Her mature charm captivating in its essence. Perhaps it was the effect of the snow serpent's blood that rendered him momentarily entranced by Aziz. But he quickly shook off the reverie, striving to maintain clarity. Women truly possess a remarkable ability to distract from one's purpose. He thought with a self-deprecating smile as he made his way to the study. Upon returning to the study, Yang Lin intended to check on Gu Qingyue, moving toward the bed. However, as he approached, he noticed his heart racing slightly. Gu Qingyue, lying on the bed, furrowed her brow, having sensed Yang Lin's change, even perceiving an added warmth emanating from him compared to the morning. Drawing back the curtain, Yang Lin's smile widened at the sight of the coldly beautiful woman before him. Gently assisting Gu Qingyue to sit up against the bed. "You have absorbed too much blood. The poison within you runs deep," Gu Qingyue assessed with a scrutinizing gaze, offering a warning. No wonder his aura had shifted. It seemed to be yet another consequence of his actions. Gu Qingyue was capable of filtering and refining these toxins through her energy, but Yang Lin, lacking the requisite strength, had inadvertently absorbed both spiritual energy and the toxins, resulting in this predicament. "Isn't this akin to what transpired that night in the cave?" Yang Lin replied with a faint smile. Yet he remained oblivious to the flush spreading across his face and the haziness clouding his gaze. "There are some matters you ought to know," Gu Qingyue began. However, Yang Lin disregarded her words, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. "Now that you have recovered, it would be unfortunate for others to think I took advantage of your vulnerability. I can teach you the calming mantra. It will help you maintain a semblance of clarity amidst chaos." Chapter 63, Temptation of Ouyang Yunshuang. Such matters can be learned at a later time. At this moment, Yang Lin felt parched and somewhat irrational, unable to contain the tumultuous emotions within him as he gazed upon the enchanting celestial figure before him. As his words fell, he attempted to break free from Gu Qingyue's restraint, aiming directly for her lips. However, Gu Qingyue gently pressed her fingertip against his brow, and a refreshing aura instantly emanated from her touch, radiating throughout his body. In that moment, Yang Lin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him, the invigorating chill awakening him to a degree of clarity, allowing him to regain composure. His expression, however, betrayed a hint of disappointment as he slowly rose from the bed. Though no words were exchanged, Gu Qingyue could discern his sense of loss from his demeanor. Without further ado, Yang Lin turned and made his way towards the exit. Observing his departing figure, Gu Gu Qingwei understood the reason behind his discontent. It was all the fault of the demoness, who had disguised herself as her, using Yang Lin to neutralize the poison and leading him to believe he was with her. Even now, Yang Lin remained oblivious to the truth. In a normal state, Yang Lin would not have been so easily swayed. Gu Qingwei could tell this from their interactions over the past few days. Despite his youthful vigor, he had managed to suppress the flicker of desire within him. Yet, due to the influence of the blood of the snow dragon, that flicker of desire had been magnified to an overwhelming degree, rendering Yang Lin audacious. Ultimately, all of this could be attributed to the demoness. Her mischief had wrought considerable havoc. With a sigh, Gu Qingwei lamented that even if Ouyang Yunshuang were not to bear the blame, she would likely have to shoulder some of it. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, having left the study, strode directly towards the bathroom. Upon finding solitude, he felt no sorrow. Rather, he was relieved. This meant that the heroine would likely refrain from asking for the Star Jade again. After all, it had become his prized asset, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed, with countless secret techniques yet to be uncovered. Yang Lin speculated that it would suffice to elevate him to mastery. Even if he could not dominate the continent, he would possess sufficient capabilities to stand his ground. Of course, he was uncertain how long it would take to master these techniques. What he needed most was time. Fully aware that the heroine's departure might coincide with the disappearance of the Jade Pendant. As the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Sect, Gu Qingwei had access to innumerable resources, far beyond his reach. Yet, it seemed that her desire for the Star Jade had waned during their recent encounters, prompting Yang Lin to devise this desperate strategy. It was a last resort, compelling Gu Qingwei to feel indebted to him, and thus, he hoped to receive compensation in the form of the Star Jade, a rationale that held both emotional and logical weight. Moreover, it was insufficient merely to execute this plan. Yang Lin needed Gu Qingwei to comprehend his fervent yearning for cultivation and the significance of the Star Jade to him. Thus, he immersed himself in the bathroom, continuing to refine his body with the blood. As dinner time approached, Ouyang Yunshuang delivered the prepared meals to Yin Luoxia, Xiaofeng'er, and Gu Qingwei, who was seated steadily at her desk. Upon witnessing Gu Qingwei's composed demeanor, Ouyang Yunshuang displayed a trace of surprise and could not help but inquire, "Miss, have you already recovered?" Gu Qingwei offered a brief response, her gaze scrutinizing Ouyang Yunshuang, examining the cook before her. Ouyang Yunshuang, not revealing any signs of distress, scanned the surroundings, failing to detect Yang Lin's presence, before inquiring anew, "Where has the master gone?" "At this hour. He should still be cultivating. Please leave today's dinner here," Gu Qingwei replied candidly. "Understood." Nodding, Ouyang Yunshuang placed the food on the desk and turned to leave, only to be halted by Gu Qingwei's sudden call. "You haven't been here for long, have you?" The question caught Ouyang Yunshuang off guard, and she responded with a composed explanation. "Indeed, it hasn't been long. Following my father's passing, arrangements were made for his burial, all under the master's directive." "What do you think of Yang Lin?" Gu Qingwei continued. Ouyang Yunshuang nodded thoughtfully. "The master has always treated me exceptionally well, far better than anyone else I have encountered." "Oh?" Gu Qingwei raised an eyebrow, and with a subtle gesture, she infused a faint stream of vital energy into Ouyang Yunshuang, hoping to uncover any flaws in her words. "The master's character is truly admirable," Ouyang Yunshuang affirmed, then hesitated before speaking again. "Last night, I was indeed unable to assist you, miss. But the master attentively led you to the bathroom and urged me to leave promptly. I understand this was to spare you any embarrassment. To be honest, miss, you possess a celestial beauty and an ethereal aura, akin to a heavenly being. If the master were to have acted inappropriately, he cannot be entirely blamed." At this point, Ouyang Yunshuang sighed deliberately before continuing. "In my time here, I've never seen the master display such consideration for any other woman. You are the first. I believe the master has genuinely developed feelings for you, and being with him will ensure you are well cared for." As Ouyang Yunshuang spoke, Gu Qingwei observed her intently, unable to discern the authenticity of her sentiments, whether they were sincere or merely a jest. "Oh, is he truly as commendable as you portray?" Gu Qingwei sighed softly, her voice tinged with surprise. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang's face flushed, yet she nodded slightly. "Then does this imply that you harbor feelings for him?" The question rendered Ouyang Yunshuang momentarily speechless, prompting her to hastily shake her head in denial. "I am but a lowly servant. I have no right to aspire to the master. Such words should not be spoken, miss. You would endanger me." At this moment, Gu Qingwei still could not detect any inconsistencies. If this servant truly were the demoness, it could only be said that her acting skills were remarkably refined. Yet, Ouyang Yunshuang continued, "Miss, the deed has already been done. Why must you linger in doubt? Perhaps it would be better to spend some time with the master and address future matters later. I am confident that you will not be disappointed." In response to Ouyang Yunshuang's counsel, Gu Qingwei maintained her calm demeanor. When have I ever claimed to belong to him? Chapter 64, Mutual Testing upon hearing Gu Qingyue's words. Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. Soon after, her cheeks flushed slightly, recalling the delicate matters from the previous night, which, as a mere kitchen maid, she found rather difficult to articulate. At this juncture, Gu Qingwei was also reminded of the events from last night. Though she had been rendered unconscious, the implications were inescapable, and she felt no inclination to inquire further, opting instead to dismiss Ouyang Yunshuang. Nodding in response, Ouyang Yunshuang turned to leave but paused to utter, if nothing indeed occurred last night, it only attests to the master's sincerity towards the young lady. I believe it would be wise for you to contemplate this. With that she exited, closing the door behind her. Gu Qingyue's expression betrayed a flicker of hesitation as she pondered Ouyang Yunshuang's parting words. She could discern Yang Lin's motivations. His actions had solely been for her benefit, devoid of any predatory intentions. Such integrity was rare in this era, and it would not be an exaggeration to regard him as a paragon of virtue. Thus, Gu Qingwei felt no animosity towards Yang Lin. Even in light of his somewhat excessive behaviors, she chose to overlook them. Had it been in the past, she would have swiftly dealt with him to silence him. With this thought, Gu Qingwei found herself unconsciously moving towards the bathroom, speculating that Yang Lin, in his pursuit of cultivation, had likely absorbed a considerable amount of the ancient snow serpent's blood and might still be refining his body. Meanwhile, back in the kitchen, Ouyang Yunshuang savored her self-prepared dinner, reflecting on the earlier encounter in the study. She felt increasingly assured that Gu Qingwei had not acted against her. As she had yet to confirm her identity, everything had merely been a test. With this understanding, Ouyang Yunshuang's anxiety began to dissipate. As long as her true identity remained concealed and she avoided any slip-ups, Gu Qingwei would be powerless against her. The adage that the most perilous places can be the safest rang true. Rather than fleeing from Gu Qingwei, it was far more prudent to remain hidden in plain sight, interacting with her under the guise of a kitchen maid. However, these so-called prestigious sects, though appearing noble, were also bound by their own rigid codes. Had she been in their position, Ouyang Yunshuang would have likely acted without hesitation, eliminating any suspect without regard for the consequences. Yet, it was precisely this restraint that allowed her to evade danger, and she felt a twinge of relief. Contemplating her recent interactions with Gu Qingwei, Ouyang Yunshuang realized she had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, something had transpired between Yang Lin and Gu Qingwei last night. Even if it had not escalated to its culmination, this knowledge could serve as leverage, a means to vex Gu Qingwei. While she may not be able to exact revenge at present, causing Gu Qingwei distress was a source of satisfaction for her. Thus, Ouyang Yunshuang solidified her forthcoming strategy, intending to leverage Yang Lin's involvement to compel Gu Qingyue's departure, thereby buying herself precious time. As the hours slipped by, the night deepened into silence. Awakened to action, Gu Qingwei found herself unable to sleep, her mind restless. Resolute, she rose from her bed and stealthily made her way to Ouyang Yunshuang's room, utilizing her spiritual energy to probe the surroundings. However, the outcome was predictable. For Ouyang Yunshuang, who had prepared for such scrutiny, there were no vulnerabilities to uncover. After completing her reconnaissance, Gu Qingwei departed, stealthily navigating to another room, where she happened upon Yun Luoxia, who stood pensively by the window. While Xiao Fenger had succumbed to slumber, Yun Luoxia appeared lost in thought. A fleeting notion crossed Gu Qingyue's mind. Was she concerned for Yang Lin? Choosing not to disturb Yun Luoxia, Gu Qingwei remained concealed, observing her. Before long, Gu Qingwei witnessed Yun Luoxia quietly exiting her room, heading towards the bathroom. Gu Qingwei discreetly followed, arriving at the bathroom's entrance. At that moment, Yun Luoxia intended to eavesdrop on the sounds within but found nothing. Frustrated, she muttered, "What on earth is Yang Lin up to? Must he exert himself so relentlessly in his cultivation? He has spent nearly an entire day immersed in that pool of blood. I wonder if his body can withstand it." After a moment's hesitation, Yun Luoxia steeled herself and pushed open the bathroom door, entering quietly. By the light of the moon, she spotted Yang Lin seated in the pool, cultivating, and upon seeing he was unharmed, she exhaled a silent sigh of relief. They stood in silence for quite some time. Even Gu Qingwei, cloaked in the shadows, scrutinized Yang Lin. Eventually, Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes, immediately meeting Yun Luoxia's gaze. This time, Yun Luoxia did not conceal herself. She stood beside the pool, looking down at him with a stern expression. "Xia," Yang Lin began, but was swiftly interrupted by Yun Luoxia. "During your first cultivation, hasty actions will only harm your body. Surely, you understand this?" Yang Lin, however, dismissed her concerns, smiling as he replied, "You're just in time. Could you add more snow serpent blood? I feel I've absorbed enough." and my cultivation speed has slowed considerably. Moreover, the physical sensations seem less intense than before. I hardly feel any pain now. Yun Luoxia rolled her eyes at Yang Lin's request, irritation evident in her voice. Why must you torment yourself? Cultivation is not a matter to be rushed. To refine the body, one must break through their limits and continually repair themselves. Otherwise, how can one grow stronger? Yang Lin remained unfazed, responding with a playful tone. But I am cultivating. How can this be construed as self-torment? Surely, these teachings are not merely from Lu Pei. Are they? Is there something amiss? Yun Luoxia found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. The path of cultivation was indeed arduous, often fraught with peril. One cannot expect to become powerful without enduring discomfort. Have you not learned the techniques of the Tian Zone? Chapter 65. A final farewell. Although Yang Lin had never disclosed to Yun Luoxia that he was cultivating the techniques found within the starry jade, it was evident from the aura surrounding him that his true energy was undergoing daily transformations. Naturally, Yun Luoxia was able to surmise the general situation. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded in acknowledgement and began to elucidate. When I refine my physique in the blood pool, I circulate my techniques to absorb the spiritual energy within the blood. It is far more beneficial to temper my body through the starry technique than merely soaking in the pool, is it not? Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, do you not understand? The techniques of the Tianzong are meant for refining energy. Huh. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yun Luoxia in confusion. Is this technique not applicable for body refinement? Yun Luoxia found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, utilizing the technique to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it through the meridians before it converges in the dantian would result in an overall cleansing of one's body through the spiritual energy, a method of body refinement in a sense. However, the efficacy of this approach paled in comparison to direct refinement, which primarily emphasizes true energy. Yang Lin's intention to use blood for body refinement was somewhat counterproductive for him. Initially, Yun Luoxia presumed that Yang Lin, having trained under Lu Pei for so many years, would possess an understanding of the fundamental methods of body refinement. It turned out she had overestimated him. It had always been Lu Pei guiding Yang Lin. Although he had never formally accepted him as a disciple, the distinction was merely nominal, rendering it nearly equivalent. Yun Luoxia possessed methods for body refinement as well, but with Lu Pei as the precedent, she was reluctant to elaborate. Ultimately, she remarked, you should return to rest. This manner of practice is not advisable. As I have said before, too much of anything is detrimental. There is no need to exert yourself so fiercely. Even if you are anxious to cultivate, you must maintain a sense of balance, otherwise, it will be detrimental to your health. Despite Yun Luoxia's admonitions, Yang Lin showed no intention of leaving, remaining submerged in the pool, his gaze fixed intently on her. All right, but you must first refill the pool with blood. When Yang Lin had extracted the blood from the Millennium Snow Serpent, he knew Yun Luoxia had not completely drained it, estimating that only about a third had been taken. He could replenish it at least 2 more times, which would suffice for a considerable period of cultivation. Yun Luoxia cast a deep glance at Yang Lin. Ultimately yielding to his stubbornness, she proceeded to extract the blood once more, just as she had done earlier, and refilled the pool. As she ceased her actions, Yang Lin appeared to recall something and spoke up. The heroine mentioned that you are not the demon abyss sex enchantress. At this, Yun Luoxia raised an eyebrow. Though her expression remained largely unchanged, she turned to face Yang Lin. What? Are you disappointed that I am not the enchantress? Not exactly. Yang Lin scratched his head. Although he said otherwise, he felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, had Yun Luoxia truly been the leader of the demon abyss, he might have gained a formidable ally. While Yang Lin had no specific impression of the demon abyss, a figure of such stature would likely command numerous subordinates and perhaps possess treasures, which would be better than nothing. Seemingly seeing through Yang Lin's thoughts, Yun Luoxia shot him a glare, pulling him back from his fanciful musings. Yang Lin, sensing the shift in mood, hastily redirected the conversation. If you are not the sect leader, then what is your true identity? Did your esteemed heroine not inform you? Yun Luoxia was somewhat surprised by Yang Lin's bewilderment, considering that Gu Qingwei had already clarified that she was not the enchantress, and it would have been natural for her to divulge her identity as well. Yet, Yang Lin appeared utterly oblivious. If your esteemed heroine did not mention it, then there is no need for you to know. Curiosity brings you no benefit, she stated, opting not to reveal her truth to him. In reality, even if she were to disclose it now, it would have little consequence, as she did not believe Yang Lin would betray her or Xiaofeng her. Furthermore, her strength had already been exposed. Whether she spoke of it or not was merely a matter of satisfying Yang Lin's curiosity. However, it was best that fewer people knew about such matters. Yang Lin was merely an ordinary person, and revealing this to him would not serve his interests. With that thought in mind, Yun Luoxia chose not to dwell on the subject and simply gazed at Yang Lin. He stared into her eyes for quite some time, unable to discern anything, and finally let the matter drop. Nevertheless, he huffed defiantly, even if you do not tell me now, I will find out on my own later. Yun Luoxia did not contest this. After all, if Yang Lin were capable of uncovering their identities through his own efforts, it would signify that he had gained sufficient strength, rendering the knowledge irrelevant at that point. And, just as Yun Luoxia thought to depart, Yang Lin suddenly called her back. Is there something you need? If you and Fenger plan to leave, please inform me in advance. At this moment, Yang Lin's demeanor was noticeably somber. Over this period of interaction, despite their constant banter, he had developed feelings for Yun Luoxia. He was not devoid of emotion. Knowing they were to depart would allow him to mentally prepare himself. Yun Luoxia, taken aback by Yang Lin's words, observed the disappointment etched on his face and felt an inexplicable emotion stir within her. Ultimately, she maintained her composure and replied coolly, "We shall discuss it when the time comes." Initially intending to dismiss Yang Lin, this time he refused to relent. "If you do not inform me beforehand, I will seek out Fenger to chat every day. If you remain silent, there are others who will speak." Yang Lin huffed defiantly, clearly determined to confront Yun Luoxia. "You dare?" Yun Luoxia glared fiercely at Yang Lin, clearly taken aback by his audacity. "Humph. If you do not agree, just watch me," Yang Lin retorted, unperturbed by her threats. You scoundrel." Yun Luoxia was genuinely exasperated with Yang Lin, who consistently managed to provoke her emotions, even if it was always in anger. Given her cool demeanor, Yang Lin's ability to elicit such reactions could be considered a skill of sorts. Regardless, Yang Lin now bore the attitude of a reckless individual indifferent to consequences. If she did not acquiesce, he would likely follow through with his intentions to seek out Xiao Fenger. Chapter 66. The Gift of the Fairy. Just say whether you agree or not. Yang Lin tilted his head back. If Yun Luoxia did not acquiesce, it was evident that he would not relent. Very well, very well. At this moment, Yun Luoxia was almost amused to the point of anger by Yang Lin's persistence, repeating the phrase thrice, a glimmer of a smile fleeting across her face. However, the smile carried an unsettling quality. Yang Lin, under the impression that his scheme had succeeded, was about to revel in his triumph when suddenly a flash of cold steel appeared before him. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Luoxia had produced a gleaming white blade that now rested ominously against his neck. Feeling the chilling metal so close, Yang Lin struggled to swallow, acutely aware of the icy sensation emanating from his throat. It seemed that in the next moment, should he dare utter another word, she would swiftly sever his throat. "Go on, you were so brazen just a moment ago. Why not continue?" Yun Luoxia sneered at Yang Lin, who now found himself utterly speechless, paralyzed in place. This woman was truly a madwoman. She meant business. Yang Lin found himself nostalgically recalling the days when Xiao Xia had still been around. At least, then she had pretended to be an ordinary person ignorant of the path of cultivation. Since her true identity had been revealed, Yun Luoxia had cast aside all pretenses, using her prowess to bully the weak. Yet, what could Yang Lin do in the face of this? He could only swallow his pride. Realizing he could gain nothing from this, he decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and shifted the conversation. "Are you here tonight out of concern for my well-being?" Yun Luoxia paused at this, snorted coldly, and retracted her weapon. "You think too highly of yourself. Why would I worry about you?" Despite her words, Yang Lin understood her well, and his smile grew even brighter. He knew she would not come here without reason. Her sharp tongue belied her true intentions. Likely, she had come to assess his condition and perhaps to advise him to rest. After all, Yang Lin had been here for an entire day. Even the most resilient of bodies would tire under such strain. All right, there's no one else here. What benefit is there in being obstinate? Just admit it straightforwardly," Yang Lin said with a grin. "Regardless of your reasons for being here, I am genuinely pleased to see you. Stop being so self-indulgent." Yun Luoxia huffed once more. But what thought swirled within her mind remained a mystery to Yang Lin. She turned and walked towards the door, seemingly unwilling to engage in further banter with him. "Oh, I forgot to mention, since the meat you consumed was poisoned, the toxicity in your blood will only increase. After absorbing so much today, I am sure you can imagine the consequences. You'll have to endure it here tonight. Good luck." With that, Yun Luoxia vanished without waiting for Yang Lin's response. Gazing at the empty doorway, Yang Lin sighed. It is often said that the most venomous hearts are found in the fairest of women. The more beautiful they are, the more ruthless they tend to be. How true that appears to be. Before the arrival of the female hero, everything had been just fine, and now, reflecting on the days before Gu Qingyue's emergence, Yang Lin had lived a life of luxury, aptly described as one of nightly revelry. Now, everything was gone, and he found himself constantly under Yun Luoxia's threat. Had things been different in the past, Yun Luoxia might have stayed with him tonight, sparing him from this torment. However, Yang Lin understood that given her current status, the pretense of humility was no longer necessary. To uphold his dignity, he could not expect her to remain by his side any longer. Thus, he refrained from mentioning it, lest he embarrass himself or provoke Yun Luoxia's ire. They were two individuals from entirely different worlds, and even a fleeting sense of urgency between them was enough to bring Yang Lin some contentment. Regarding impossible aspirations, he deemed it unnecessary to squander further thoughts. With this in mind, Yang Lin sighed once more. Both Yun Luoxia and Xiao Fengge held exceptional identities. They could not remain trapped in this place forever. One day, they would depart. For now, all he could do was continuously cultivate and grow stronger. Only when he reached a point of invincibility could he act freely and navigate this world. To attain such a realm, how could he allow himself to be swayed by mere women? It seemed his pursuit of strength was not yet fervent enough. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword, Yang Lin mused, before plunging himself back into the blood, continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows outside the bathroom, a figure clad in white silently observed the entire exchange. This individual was, of course, Gu Qingwei, who let out a soft sigh. It seemed that aside from Yang Lin himself, there were no ordinary individuals surrounding him. His genuine kindness had only resulted in a web of concealment and deceit. Whether it was Xiao Fengge, Yun Luoxia, or even herself, all seemed to harbor secrets. Only Yang Lin remained blissfully unaware. Gu Qingwei drifted closer, appearing at the bathroom door, her gaze naturally falling upon the starry jade. In truth, the most precious item among all was not the Millennium Snow Dragon, but rather this starry jade. She had invested considerable thought into it, yet ultimately failed to uncover its mysteries, as though it were veiled by a shroud. The deeper she probed, the more perplexed she became. Over time, Gu Qingwei had come to regard the starry jade as merely a fundamental storage artifact. However, it now appeared that Yang Lin shared a connection with this starry jade, and thus she resolved to keep it, as a means of alleviating some of her guilt towards him. Yet, how much could be gleaned from it depended solely on Yang Lin's own fortune. In addition, Gu Qingwei turned her gaze to the corpse of the Millennium Snow Dragon within the jade pendant. Compared to its flesh and blood, the true value of the Snow Dragon lay in its scales. The mature scales of the Snow Dragon were impervious to blades and immune to fire, yet to evolve. The Snow Dragon must undergo a molting process, akin to a phoenix's rebirth. After this rebirth, the Snow Dragon would regrow new scales, which not only possessed exceptional defensive capabilities but also bore the attribute of extended growth. The Millennium Snow Dragon Gu Qingwei had slain was precisely in the state of having completed its molt, entering a period of weakness. Chapter 67, Transformation, with the hope of utilizing the scales from this life for the cultivation of a unique technique from the Tianzong sect. Gu Qingwei's plans were thwarted when the jade pendant was stolen by a demoness, delaying her intentions until now. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you another opportunity for transformation. As for how far you can progress thereafter, that is entirely up to you, Gu Qingwei contemplated. She then channeled her energy, skillfully peeling the scales from the corpse of the snow serpent and seamlessly merging them into the blood pool. All of this occurred without a sound. Yang Lin was utterly unaware that, with the addition of the scales, the blood within the pool began to boil violently, bubbling furiously. Gu Qingwei let out a cold snort. Her true energy surged powerfully as she gently tapped a finger on the surface of the blood. The once turbulent liquid gradually calmed, as if nothing had transpired, and the scales dissolved into the blood as if they had melted away. Unbeknownst to Yang Lin, who remained completely absorbed in his own cultivation, he endured the pain on his skin, feeling the tearing sensation brought on by the contact with the snow serpent's blood. As time passed unnoticed, the dawn broke, and the duration of his cultivation had evidently more than doubled since his last session, though he remained oblivious to this fact. When Yun Luoxia returned to the bathing chamber, she was astonished to find Yang Lin still submerged in the pool, eyes closed in deep meditation. Has he really been practicing all night without pause? She pondered. Observing Yang Lin in the pool, her expression darkened. Is he truly unconcerned about poisoning? Previously, after consuming just a small amount of snow serpent meat, he had already been afflicted with toxins, and now he has been immersed in the pool for an entire night. This blood is from a millennium-old snow serpent, and the toxins within are surely greater than that found in its flesh, especially with such a direct method of body tempering. While it is the simplest approach and yields the fastest results, the absorption of toxins is equally heightened. Even if Yang Lin could initially withstand it through sheer willpower, once the toxins accumulated to a critical point, they could erupt uncontrollably, and at that juncture, mere endurance would not suffice. The consequences could range from losing one's mind to losing one's life. This is no jest. Yet, seeing Yang Lin show no signs of withdrawing from his training, Yun Luoxia could only huff. Even if he succumbs to poisoning, it is of no concern to me. With that, she turned and left the bathing chamber, making her way toward the study. In the study, Gu Qingwei reclined in her chair, eyes closed in meditation. She had spent the previous night safeguarding Yang Lin until dawn, and her face bore traces of fatigue. Has she arrived? Gu Qingwei slowly opened her eyes to find Yun Luoxia standing before her. She had sensed Yun Luoxia's approach while she was still in the corridor. Have you discovered anything? Yun Luoxia inquired, halting at the desk. Gu Qingwei understood that she was asking about the demoness, specifically if it was a Z. Not yet, Gu Qingwei replied, shaking her head. It is possible she is not the demoness after all. Yun Luoxia pondered this, then spoke. However, I am certain I did not misjudge. A Z displayed a distinctly gloating expression, even accompanied by an unusual smile. That is implausible, Gu Qingwei countered calmly. If she were truly the demoness, she would not reveal any vulnerabilities at this time. Yet, the absence of vulnerabilities does not absolve her of suspicion, Yun Luoxia remarked, acknowledging the validity of Gu Qingwei's statement. She recalled how she had concealed her own presence when Gu Qingwei sensed her aura. In fact, she had even gone so far as to feign compliance with Yang Lin to mislead Gu Qingwei. If she could do that, so could the demoness. The absence of evidence does not equate to a lack of suspicion. But if the demoness continues to remain elusive, do we simply wait indefinitely? Yun Luoxia asked after a moment's deliberation, her gaze returning to Gu Qingwei. With a gentle smile, Gu Qingwei replied, if that is the case, it only strengthens the certainty of her identity. Yun Luoxia furrowed her brow at this, but quickly grasped the implication. Gu Qingwei had previously mentioned that the demoness' strength had significantly diminished, likely less than 30% of her peak. If she were to regain her power, the commotion would undoubtedly be considerable. As long as the demoness remained in Pingyang City, she could not hide, unless she remained in a severely injured state, continuously concealing herself, even at the cost of her own strength. However, this scenario was nearly impossible. As the former leader of the Mo Yuan sect, the demoness would never settle for mediocrity. Thus, the absence of any news regarding the demoness further confirmed Aziz's true identity. Yet, one variable remained. If we continue to wait, how long must we endure? Yun Luoxia pressed. Unfazed, Gu Qingwei maintained her composure, as if she had already contemplated this matter. Whether you believe it or not, the demoness cannot hide for much longer. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia experienced a moment of clarity. The current state of Pingyang City was anything but tranquil, with various factions converging. And any hint of disturbance could incite chaos throughout the city, especially with Prince Mengyang, who was undoubtedly focused on her, and Xiao Feng'er. He would not wait for long. In the ensuing turmoil, the demoness could very well take advantage of the chaos to regain her strength. Realizing this, Yun Luoxia refrained from further discussion. She was not in a position to worry about Gu Qingwei. Her primary concern was herself. The information gleaned from Gu Qingwei indicated that time was running short for both her and Xiao Feng'er. It was time to consult Liu Pei about strategies. Rather than remaining passive, it would be far better to actively seek a path forward than to become helpless prey. With that thought, Yun Luoxia turned and exited the study, heading toward the bathing chamber. Upon her return to the bathing chamber, Yun Luoxia had no intention of waiting for Yang Lin to emerge from his meditation. Instead, she unleashed a surge of true energy, cleaving through the blood pool with a resounding crash, startling Yang Lin awake and pulling him from his state of cultivation. Startled awake, Yang Lin opened his eyes to find Yun Luoxia before him, and only then did he relax. However, he quickly noticed that dawn had broken, realizing that his cultivation session had lasted more than twice as long as before. Chapter 68. Not that it's unfamiliar in comparison to his initial experience. Yang Lin reflected on his recent training state and realized that his physical endurance had significantly improved. The excruciating pain that once consumed him had gradually diminished. This indicated that his body was indeed growing stronger, a fact that brought him considerable satisfaction. However, he was not allowed to dwell in his joy for long. As Yun Luoxia coldly interjected, I have matters to attend to. You must promptly visit the Yongxing escort agency and summon Liu Pei. Yang Lin snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to Yun Luoxia, revealing a mix of surprise and disappointment. Are you and Feng'er planning to? Though he was aware that this day would eventually come, he had not anticipated it would arrive so soon. Noticing the change in Yang Lin's expression, Yun Luoxia softened her stance slightly. She understood that he likely felt reluctant at the thought of her and Xiao Feng'er departing. Although their departure was inevitable, it was not imminent. Do not inquire about my affairs with the young lady. If there is a need to leave, I shall inform you in advance. Yun Luoxia replied calmly. Relieved by her words, Yang Lin nodded and rose from the pool. However, as he stood, he realized that he was completely exposed before Yun Luoxia. Though they had seen each other before, she still averted her gaze, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. You scoundrel, what are you trying to do? She chastised, her tone laced with indignation. Despite the crimson scabs covering his body, the outline of his physique was unmistakable. To Yun Luoxia, He appeared as though he were entirely unclothed. Yang Lin smiled broadly, intending to shake off the blood adhering to his skin as he usually did, but this time it seemed more firmly entrenched. And his attempts proved fruitless. With no other option, he turned to Yun Luoxiao, his eyes pleading. Could you fetch me a bucket of water? I need to clean myself. Yun Luoxiao bristled at his command, a frown creasing her brow. You certainly have grown bold enough to issue orders to me. She shot a glare at him, her icy demeanor sending a chill through him. Yet, whether it was due to his habitual disregard or his apparent lack of concern for her threat, Yang Lin stood unfazed. Retorting, if you wish for me to run into the courtyard in my current state for your young lady to see, I am quite indifferent to it. After all, we are already married and should have no secrets. So do wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, he strutted towards the door, feigning nonchalance. You dare. Yun Luoxiao blocked his path, glaring at him once more. Although she was reluctant, she begrudgingly approached the well to fetch him some water. She had no desire for her princess to witness Yang Lin's unsightly form. He had always been brazen, displaying a complete lack of modesty. After filling the bucket, Yun Luoxiao returned to the bathing area, where Yang Lin awaited with arms outstretched and eyes closed. Come on, Xiaoxia. I appreciate your help. Humph. Yun Luoxiao scoffed, pouring the water over him. However, the clear liquid merely cascaded over his body without washing away the blood, which had already formed into scabs. Realizing she had been tricked, Yun Luoxiao fumed. You scoundrel. If you dare to toy with me again, I shall ensure you lose your manhood. In her anger, she struck Yang Lin's shoulder with considerable force, dislodging the layer of scabs and sending him staggering several meters away, though she did not intend to inflict serious harm. The impact left him momentarily unsteady. The spot where she struck burned fiercely, leading him to exclaim dramatically, Oh, I am dying. I cannot go to the Yongxing escort agency now. Feigning pain, Yang Lin clutched his shoulder. In truth, his body was robust, and after days of rigorous training, his physical resilience had reached new heights. Yun Luoxiao recognized this and remained composed, extending her hand threateningly before him. If you do not make haste, I shall ensure you can no longer fulfill your duties as a man. Yang Lin felt a pang of trepidation at her words. Though he was unaware of her true identity, her strength suggested she could indeed carry out her threat. TCH, you lack any sense of fun, he retorted, quickly donning his clothes and bolting for the door. Despite his bravado, he was eager to uphold his dignity as a man. Watching him flee, a faint smile crept onto Yun Luoxiao's face before her expression returned to its usual icy demeanor. Half an hour later, at the Yongxing escort agency, a servant informed Yang Lin, I apologize, but Chief Lu is currently attending to distinguished guests. If you can wait, you may proceed to the study. I am uncertain of the exact time he will be available. Curiosity piqued, Yang Lin inquired, what is the nature of these distinguished guests? The servant replied, It is permissible to inform you. They are individuals from the court, royal attendants. Yang Lin paused, surprised but quickly regained his composure. Royal attendants? They must be eunuchs then. It seems Lu is not merely a chief escort. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then asked, What brings court officials to this remote Pinghong city? And why seek out Chief Lu? The servant could only offer an awkward smile and shake his head. Even if you inquire, I cannot provide an answer, as I lack the standing to know. Yang Lin recognized that he could not fully trust the servant's words. It was evident that the other party had no intention of revealing their plans, regardless of what they knew. After leading Yang Lin to the study, the servant excused himself, leaving Yang Lin to choose a chair and sit down. Chapter 69. The Puppet Master. By noon, Lu Peikai returned to his study. Yang Lin was lounging in a chair at the desk, appearing quite relaxed, occasionally shaking his leg. Observing this scene, Lu Pei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This lad certainly didn't regard himself as an outsider. What business does he have with me? Lu Pei knew that Yang Lin rarely sought him out without cause, and his visits had become increasingly frequent, possibly due to the unrest in Pinghong City. I have no pressing matters, but Xiaoxia and the others do, Yang Lin said, finally setting his legs down and pouring himself a cup of tea, deliberately overlooking the cup Lu Pei had extended. Lu Pei paused, then poured himself a cup from the teapot on the table. Has something happened? No, Yang Lin replied, shaking his head. Currently, Yun Luoxiao and Xiao Feng'er were safe at his home. With the exception of Gu Qingyue, there were no other unusual circumstances. Xiaoxia mentioned that you should visit her in person, as she has something to discuss with you. However, upon seeing Yang Lin's expression, Lu Pei seemed to sense something and deliberately inquired, Are you concealing something from me? Yang Lin remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. If there were a problem, wouldn't you see it for yourself when you visit? Why should I have to say anything? Indeed. Lu Pei nodded, acknowledging the validity of Yang Lin's statement. But instead of agreeing, he remarked, However, given the current circumstances, while you may come, I cannot go. Hearing this, Yang Lin's interest was piqued. In his memories of this body, such a situation had never occurred before. Elaborate. Liu Pei shook his head, seemingly unwilling to explain in detail, merely advising, recently. The entire Pingyang city is in turmoil. Many outsiders have set their sights on my movements. If I were to visit you, it would likely expose Xiao Xia and the others' whereabouts, and that would lead to trouble. Yang Lin's expression grew serious upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that even Liu Pei had become a target. He was no fool and understood the recent upheaval in Pingyang City. Otherwise, Yun Luoxia would not have sent him to see Liu Pei. It appeared that the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. Furthermore, as Yang Lin fell into contemplation, Liu Pei continued, "Now that I have been targeted, you likely will not escape scrutiny either, so remain cautious." In the eyes of the entire Pingyang City, the relationship between Yang Lin and Liu Pei was no longer a secret. To clarify, are they targeting me or Fenger? Yang Lin asked, startled. Liu Pei did not respond directly, instead casting a deep glance at Yang Lin. The answer was evident. When did those individuals begin to focus on you? Yang Lin pressed, seemingly recalling something. Probably before Fenger married into your family, came the reply, causing Yang Lin to furrow his brow. If that were true, those Liu Pei referred to must have known long ago that the person he sought was in his own home. Liu Pei had essentially placed a ticking time bomb in his lap, and Yang Lin was only now becoming aware of it. Observing Yang Lin's expression, Liu Pei knew what was on his mind and suddenly smiled. What is this? You seem to be regretting it now? Yang Lin could only present a look of helplessness. Even if I regret it, what good does it do? At that time, I had no choice. With that, all that remained on Yang Lin's face was a bitter smile. Not quite. You still have options, Liu Pei remarked with a smile, looking at Yang Lin mysteriously. You now have the opportunity to choose to accompany me to meet the puppet master behind the scenes. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had thought he would never have the chance to understand the situation, yet now Liu Pei was offering to take him to meet the puppet master? Was the plot unfolding too rapidly? Let us go, stop dawdling, Liu Pei urged, his voice pulling Yang Lin back to reality. He stood up, preparing to head towards the door. Where are we going? Yang Lin asked, perplexed. You'll know when we arrive. Huayang Lake. A vast body of water that gathers rivers from all directions, serves as a crucial transportation hub connecting the capital and Pingyang City. The fishing and pastoral industries thrive here, and it is not uncommon for monsters to appear. For instance, the deep pool where Gu Qinghua slew a millennium-old snow serpent is connected to this lake. At this moment, deep within Huayang Lake, a massive warship was anchored steadily in the center. King Mingyang stood on the deck, one hand resting behind him, his gaze sweeping across the expansive lake surface. The millennium snow serpent has been vanquished, benefiting the local populace, and all credit should rightfully be attributed to our celestial empire. This statement, uttered by King Mingyang, was laced with a hint of sarcasm. Standing behind him were two individuals with stern expressions. One was Meng Rong, who had previously crossed paths with Yang Lin, and the other was a beautiful woman clad in a yellow qipao. With a smile, the woman remarked, "Isn't this a bit shameless?" "Shameless?" King Mingyang chuckled, his eyes reflecting indifference. "In this world, what does not belong to our celestial empire? The credit for eliminating this threat naturally belongs to us. It has been this way since ancient times. It is the way of heaven." "Father, your words are increasingly reminiscent of the bureaucrats in the court." The stunning woman laughed, her tone teasing. King Mingyang chose not to respond, maintaining a faint smile. Meanwhile, Meng Rong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "They have arrived." Quickly, all three turned their gaze toward the eastern lake where a small boat was gradually approaching the warship. "Is this the young man you claim to have been knocked away by a single punch?" the woman asked Meng Rong with a light smile. Meng Rong nodded. Though with reluctance to admit it, he acknowledged the truth. "However, I did not use my full strength. I didn't even exert half of it." "That doesn't sound like you." The woman laughed lightly, knowing her brother was not one to take defeat lightly. It seemed that the young man before them had taken considerable advantage. "Rest assured, I will teach him a lesson later." The woman, named Meng Qingxiu, was the legitimate daughter of King Meng Yang. "I will reclaim my honor myself. There is no need for you to intervene." Chapter 70, True Countenance Regarding Yang Lin. Meng Rong possessed unwavering confidence, convinced that should he exert his full strength, defeat would be an impossibility. Yang Lin was merely endowed with innate strength. Yet he remained at the third level of the qi refining realm, a far cry from Meng Rong's capabilities. Such a gap in realms could not be bridged merely by sheer force. In the face of an absolute disparity, any excess strength would be rendered futile. Moreover, Meng Rong had yet to reveal other hidden advantages, and should a confrontation ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. "Do not underestimate him," cautioned King Mingyang, casting a glance at his son, Meng Rong. "You have already faced defeat once. Do you wish to suffer a second time?" For King Mingyang, it mattered not whether Meng Rong had exerted his utmost. A loss was a loss, devoid of excuses. Born into royalty, Ming Rong could not afford to falter against a mere commoner, nor could he use a lack of full effort as justification for failure. While Ming Rong could bear the shame of defeat, King Ming Yang could not. Hearing his father's words, Ming Rong clenched his fists, determination etched in his gaze. Today, I shall not falter. I will prove to my father that I will not be bested by anyone. Sister, in the spirit of knowing both oneself and one's adversary. Perhaps it is best to let me take the stage first, interjected Meng Qingqiu, her eyes fixed upon the approaching boat. Honing in on the figure of the young man aboard. No need, Ming Rong replied, his resolve unshakable. Meng Qingqiu, disinclined to argue further, resolved to seize the opportunity when it arose, believing it imperative to teach Yang Lin a lesson. Her brother had never tasted defeat, and to suffer such a crushing loss at the hands of Yang Lin was something she could not overlook. Meanwhile, aboard the small boat, Yang Lin and Lu Pei had taken note of the three figures on the deck. Lu Pei explained, the one standing in the center is King Ming Yang. You should remember Ming Rong, his son. The other is his legitimate daughter, Meng Qingqiu. Yang Lin was taken aback by Lu Pei's revelation. He had not anticipated that Ming Rong was the offspring of King Ming Yang. Although he had sensed Ming Rong's status was not trivial, he had underestimated the gravity of his lineage. In contrast to the two beside him, Ming Rong appeared somewhat ordinary. King Ming Yang's imposing presence and regal demeanor were unforgettable. While Meng Qingqiu exuded an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a noble princess, her skin radiant and flawless, rivaling even the most exquisite of beauties. In such stark contrast, Ming Rong seemed the most unremarkable. You claim Ming Rong is King Ming Yang's son. Surely his abilities cannot be so feeble? Even I could best him. Which seems rather implausible, Yang Lin mused, recalling Ming Rong's dismal defeat at his hands. Coming from a prestigious family, especially one as martial as King Ming Yang's, it was reasonable to expect greater prowess from his son. How could a mere commoner like himself compare? Well, if you truly consider yourself formidable, perhaps you should first challenge his sister, and the truth shall unveil itself, Lu Pei quipped, leaving Yang Lin momentarily speechless. It seemed every woman he encountered surpassed him in strength. Noticing Yang Lin's perplexed expression, Lu Pei refrained from elaborating further, offering only a knowing smile. Yang Lin, feeling a mix of frustration and incredulity, cast a sideways glance at Lu Pei. What is the world coming to? Men seem lackluster compared to these formidable women. Should a confrontation arise, do not foolishly expend all your strength. Strike with intent, but preserve some for yourself, Lu Pei advised. This advice reminded Yang Lin of the opportunity Lu Pei had mentioned earlier, and he gradually nodded in understanding. Bear in mind, the Ming family surpasses us in numerous aspects. If you wish to seize that opportunity, you cannot afford to be complacent, Lu Pei added. Yang Lin nodded again, feeling a renewed sense of anticipation. If that is the case, I am curious about the nature of the grand opportunity you alluded to. His tone had lightened, realizing he had underestimated his own strength, which could now contend with those of royal descent. Lu Pei scrutinized him, sensing a calmness in Yang Lin that was unexpected. Have you recently encountered some fortuitous event? Yang Lin was taken aback by this insight. Lu Pei was indeed astute, able to perceive even the slightest hint of change. Yet, Yang Lin felt no need to conceal his circumstances entirely. I have indeed been fortunate of late. With the guidance of the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Sect, along with her precious token, I have experienced a stroke of luck, everything falling into place. The only regret is that Gu Qingwei is unwilling to rekindle our past connection. Otherwise, I would have truly become a winner in life. Lu Pei remained silent, but offered a cautionary note. Luck cannot be a constant companion. If an opportunity arises, seize it resolutely, yet do not cling too tightly. Lu Pei recalled that he had initially arranged for Xiao Feng'er to wed Yang Lin, hoping her and Yun Luoxia's strengths would aid him. Their combined efforts could foster Yang Lin's growth, creating mutual benefits. However, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia would eventually depart, and if Yang Lin became too attached, it could lead to complications during their eventual separation, a potential obstacle for a cultivator, which was indeed a grave concern. Old man, sometimes I genuinely suspect you have installed surveillance in my home, Yang Lin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Pei, his thoughts unfiltered. Surveillance? You mean having spies? Lu Pei chuckled. You overthink things. I have faith in your abilities. All the resources you possess are orchestrated by me. Do you truly believe I need spies? Chapter 71. A clash of wills. As they were nearing their destination, Lu Pei rose from his seat, his entire demeanor transformed. He resembled a blade concealed within its sheath, now drawn forth to reveal its brilliance, sharp and unwavering, a sight that Yang Lin had never witnessed before. Even when compared to the formidable Ming Yang Wang aboard the warship, Lu Pei seemed equally matched. Yang Lin, observing from a distance, found himself momentarily lost in thought, perceiving the man before him as both familiar and foreign. Ah, so he has finally arrived. On the warship, Meng Yangwang let out a cold snort. His gaze tinged with a hint of nostalgia, naturally gravitating towards Liu Pei, suggesting an acquaintance between them. Liu Pei, however, remained unperturbed. Casting a steady glance toward Meng Yangwang on the deck, undaunted by the royal's imposing presence. Though he stood at a disadvantage, Liu Pei's aura could not be suppressed. And he seemed to tower even slightly above Meng Yangwang. If I am not mistaken, you should still address me as Shu, should you recall our past. These words came from Liu Pei's lips, causing a momentary shock among Meng Qingqiu and Meng Rong on the deck. And even Yang Lin turned in surprise to look at Liu Pei. Humph, a discarded disciple from our sect thinks he deserves my respect? Meng Yangwang's expression remained unchanged as he locked eyes with Liu Pei. Yang Lin felt a surge of information overwhelm him. He had not anticipated the depth of the connection between Liu Pei and Meng Yangwang. Not only were they fellow disciples, but Liu Pei also held a seniority that surpassed Meng Yangwang's. If this were to spread, it could undoubtedly stir quite a tempest. Although Yang Lin had mentally prepared for such revelations, the truth was far more explosive than he had imagined. Oh, the term discarded disciple only holds weight for those who were once accepted. Compared to those who never set foot within the sect, it is a distinction of significance. Liu Pei responded to Meng Yangwang's words with an air of calm, his tone imbued with confidence. It seems your strength has grown considerably over the years, to the point where you speak with such conviction. Meng Yangwang regarded Liu Pei with a penetrating gaze before slowly replying. My capabilities need not be validated by you. Do they? Liu Pei replied with a faint smile, their exchange laden with subtle barbs. Yet you, if my memory serves, have not only failed to surpass your senior brother, but have now fallen short even against your own son. Nay, he is far inferior. Liu Pei's words not only struck Meng Yangwang but also humiliated Meng Rong, leaving Meng Qingqiu speechless. If Liu Pei referred to his senior brother, it would undoubtedly be Meng Rong's grandfather. Indeed, Meng Rong had long lived in the shadow of his father. There was no denying that his grandfather's prowess and accomplishments had reached an almost unattainable height. If his father could replicate his grandfather's legacy, even the court would regard him with trepidation. Meng Qingqiu was acutely aware of this, as was Meng Rong, leaving them at a loss for words. Ah, you possess a modicum of self-awareness. However, your son falls short of your senior brother's offspring, and, alas, even my own humble disciple would easily eclipse him. Liu Pei's words were cutting, each syllable akin to a needle piercing the hearts of the three Ming family members. At this moment, Yang Lin set aside his oar and stood beside Liu Pei, equally composed as he faced the three on the deck. After all, he and Liu Pei were now allies. There was no use in harboring concerns about offending Meng Yangwang. It was better to stand tall and proud. A true man should not bow low or cling to life in desperation. Victories and defeats must be earned through merit, and retribution is the essence of the martial world. Indeed, you possess remarkable talent, but alas, you have not aligned yourself with the right individuals. Meng Yangwang cast a disdainful glance at Yang Lin, smirking as he spoke. Liu Pei, however, remained unflustered, responding, of course, I can be discerning in selecting my disciples, but when it comes to progeny, the outcome is less certain. After all, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Liu Pei left the final phrase unspoken, allowing Meng Yangwang to retain a semblance of dignity. Meanwhile, Yang Lin felt a swell of pride at being acknowledged as Liu Pei's disciple, a title the old sage rarely conceded. In stark contrast, Meng Rong's countenance was ashen, nearly dripping with bitterness. Throughout his life, he had prided himself on being the son of a tiger. Even if he could not surpass his father, he believed he would follow closely in his footsteps. Yet now, Liu Pei's words rendered him worthless, unworthy even of his surname. Meng Rong's pride was deeply wounded, and he could hardly bear the humiliation. Senior, there are some things that perhaps should remain unspoken. Unable to restrain herself, Meng Qingqiu interjected. Unwilling to witness her brother rendered speechless. But it matters not, Liu Pei replied with poise, nodding in acknowledgement. As the elder has said, dragons beget dragons, and my father's son is undoubtedly a true dragon among men. Even if my brother has yet to shine, he is far from being a mere serpent in a pond. His transformation into a dragon is merely a matter of time, as you shall soon see. Meng Qingqiu held steadfast confidence in her brother. Meng Rong's exceptional talent surpassed her own, and as their father's son, his extraordinary lineage lay within him. A true dragon would not remain concealed for long. However, Liu Pei remained non-committal, calmly stating, the true dragon you speak of could not withstand a single blow from my unworthy disciple. At these words, Meng Rong, already pale, seemed utterly frozen, his face battered and bruised by Liu Pei's relentless verbal onslaught. Senior, it is said that even the greatest of men can falter, and my brother had tasks to fulfill, making it impossible for him to give his all. Yet your disciple's victory, devoid of merit, clings to this outcome, which feels somewhat unjust. Chapter 72. "Let us go together," went against Tu Ming Qingxiu's words not only berated Yang Lin but also spared no mercy towards Liu Pei, labeling both master and disciple as unjust individuals right on the spot. Yang Lin, however, remained unfazed. He was devoid of shame and did not feel embarrassed in the slightest. As for Liu Pei, he was not so narrow-minded as to hold a grudge against a junior. His previous aggressive demeanor was merely a tactic aimed at Meng Yangwang, responding to challenges while also countering them. Yet, Meng Qingxiu's eloquence bore a resemblance to that of her father, showing a slight superiority over Meng Rong. Senior. Last time there was no clear victor. Why not allow the junior to experience the prowess of your disciple today and ascertain his true capabilities? Seeing Liu Pei merely smile without intending to refute, Meng Qingxiu gritted her teeth and continued. However, Meng Rong, who had been enduring the scolding, could no longer sit idly by and coldly declared, "Let me handle this." His gaze fixed sharply on Yang Lin, anger surging within him. For he intended to settle the scores from earlier directly with Yang Lin. Meng Yangwang did not intervene, rather. He seemed inclined to let Meng Rong and Yang Lin battle before him, also serving to test Yang Lin's strength in preparation for the upcoming competition. Observing the eagerness of the two to confront Yang Lin, Liu Pei appeared unruffled, wearing a faint smile. "They are eager to spar with you, as the party involved. You ought to express your stance," Liu Pei murmured. At this moment, Yang Lin stepped forward, crossing past Liu Pei, and cast his gaze over the three on the deck, exuding an aura that was equally formidable. Since Liu Pei showed no fear of Meng Yangwang, Yang Lin certainly could not show any signs of timidity. Even if it was an act, he was determined to maintain his faade today, and he did not believe he was destined to lose. You two present quite the dilemma. After a moment of silent contemplation, Yang Lin spoke slowly. Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu remained silent, waiting for Yang Lin's choice. However, the next words from Yang Lin shattered their composure. "If it comes to it, let the two of you come at me together. I am too lazy to choose." Upon hearing this, Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu felt humiliated by Yang Lin's insinuation, their anger becoming palpable. Had it not been for their father's presence, they might have already resorted to violence. Liu Pei's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a twinge of disdain. Where is this brashness coming from today? Or perhaps my earlier display was too intense, leading him to misjudge his own capabilities? Initially, Liu Pei had thought that even if Yang Lin were headstrong enough to challenge the stronger Meng Qingxiu, he might still possess a fighting chance. Yet now, it appeared that Yang Lin's head was made of titanium alloy, boldly challenging both at once. Though the statement seemed innocuous, it sounded audacious to those who heard it. Disregarding the opponents entirely. Indeed, Meng Qingxiu's expression grew increasingly frigid, ultimately resembling a sheet of ice. "You little brat, though young, your audacity knows no bounds." As for Meng Rong, there was no need to elaborate. Having already endured a humiliating defeat, he could hardly believe that in front of their father, Yang Lin dared to brazenly insult him. This was salt in his wounds. This was a direct affront to his dignity. Yang Lin likely had not anticipated that a simple remark would incite the ire of the siblings. Young Master Yang is quite confident, choosing to face two opponents. The silence was finally broken by Meng Yangwang, who spoke slowly. "Since young Master Yang has made such a request, then both of you shall face him together and learn from his abilities." With Meng Yangwang's endorsement, the atmosphere shifted, revealing a hint of danger in his smile as he regarded Yang Lin. In stark contrast, Meng Rong emanated an intense ferocity, resembling a beast poised to strike, ready to tear Yang Lin apart at any moment. Liu Pei could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yang Lin's impulsiveness was one thing, but Meng Yangwang's audacity was another. Were they truly going to take on both at once? Did he not fear that this would tarnish the Meng family's reputation? Even if they triumphed, would that constitute a true victory? Yang Lin found himself momentarily silenced by the trio's overwhelming presence. Their disregard for martial ethics was striking, confirming their familial connection. Yet now that the die was cast, Yang Lin could no longer retract his words. He had issued a challenge and must now face the consequences. He had offered this opportunity, and even if he faced defeat, he would endure it. At worst, he could surrender early to avoid a brutal struggle with the two. Liu Pei had already offended them, and both siblings were eager to reclaim their honor through Yang Lin. With a sigh of resignation, Yang Lin maintained his composure, lifting his gaze gradually. "Since we are at Huayong Lake, let us battle upon the waters. I trust you both have no objections?" Even in defeat, Yang Lin was determined to uphold his bravado, for it was said that one may lose the battle but not the spirit. Only Liu Pei, standing nearby, was reluctant to glance at Yang Lin, contemplating the absurdity of his challenge. Fighting two opponents was one thing, but to do so in the water? Did he not realize his own limitations? Regretting his decision to take Yang Lin as his disciple, Liu Pei lamented his choice. With such a lack of wisdom, what could this young man achieve? Fortunately, Liu Pei had not formally taken Yang Lin as his apprentice. merely referring to him as a disciple, allowing for some distance should the situation turn dire. Well then, since young Master Yang has proposed it, my sister and I have no objections. With that, Meng Qingqiu gracefully descended, landing upon the lake's surface with such poise that not even a ripple was disturbed. In contrast, Meng Rong leaped from the deck, also landing upon the water, yet with less finesse, causing ripples to spread beneath him. Witnessing this, Yang Lin felt a wave of bewilderment. How could he possibly compete with such remarkable agility? Lu Pei shot Yang Lin a glance, as if to say, "Do you still dare to act greater than your means?" "Old Lu, Lu Gu," Yang Lin called softly. "What is it? You were the one who issued the challenge and chose the venue. It is too late to call on me now," Lu Pei replied curtly. He knew this young man had a penchant for showmanship, but he never anticipated it would escalate to this magnitude, directly challenging formidable opponents. Chapter 73. Contest in the water. Despite his outward remarks, Lu Pei sighed inwardly. Over the years, his teachings to Yang Lin had predominantly revolved around physical training methods. While the art of walking on water had been mentioned, it had never garnered significant attention. It seemed that the lad, Yang Lin, had likely disregarded it entirely, leading Lu Pei to anticipate a rather inauspicious outcome for him tomorrow. "I simply wish to convey that I await good news," Yang Lin responded confidently, albeit in a subdued tone. Lu Pei caught his words clearly, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he regarded Yang Lin. Could it be that this young man had secretly trained in some technique unbeknownst to him? Or had he perhaps been instructed by Yun Luoxia and her companions? Though astonished, Lu Pei maintained his composure. "Be cautious. Meng Rong is also at the qi refinement stage, and his cultivation level is formidable," Lu Pei advised, though he refrained from explicitly stating Meng Rong's prowess. Yang Lin discerned that Meng Rong's abilities likely surpassed his own, a realization he had come to during their previous encounter when it was evident that Meng Rong had held back. Acknowledging the warning, Yang Lin nodded and gracefully stepped forward. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he positioned himself at the bow of the boat, casting his gaze toward the brother and sister duo before shedding his outer garment. "As I mentioned, the contest is to occur in the lake, not merely upon its surface. Therefore, I invite you both to follow me," he declared, leaping into the water and diving toward the lake's depths. At that moment, Meng Rong, Meng Qingqiu, and Wang Mingyang all turned their attention to Yang Lin, their expressions betraying unease. Lu Pei quickly grasped Yang Lin's intent and remarked, "Indeed, he specified the lake itself, not the surface." Wang Mingyang, in response, offered no further comment, merely echoing Lu Pei's sentiments. "Since we have made a promise, we must give our all and not underestimate him." Upon hearing this, Meng Rong and Meng Qingqiu furrowed their brows, their gazes fixed on Yang Lin, who had already sunk to the lake's bottom, stirring up a cloud of silt that obscured his figure. Suddenly, the siblings perceived a swift shadow darting from the lake's depths toward Meng Rong. "Not good." Meng Qingqiu reacted instantly, her expression serious as she pushed Meng Rong aside. Both of them swiftly evaded to the sides, narrowly avoiding a black stone, roughly the size of a fist, that shot forth from the water's surface like a cannonball. However, the force of the push caused Meng Rong to lose his footing, plunging him into the water with a splash. Fortunately, Meng Qingqiu, skilled in lightness techniques, swiftly positioned herself to rescue him from the depths. "This fellow is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution," she whispered, and Meng Rong nodded, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he had just assured Meng Yang of his ability to reclaim his lost honor, only to find himself facing an embarrassing setback. Just as Meng Rong acknowledged her warning, he was suddenly yanked downward by an overwhelming force, pulling him deeper into the lake. His complexion paled. He could never have anticipated that Yang Lin's assault would arrive so swiftly. Even Meng Qingqiu, who held onto Meng Rong's shoulder, felt the immense power contesting for control of him. Had she not known Yang Lin was at the lake's bottom, she might have thought a ferocious beast had emerged. Yang Lin's strength was indeed formidable. This time, Meng Qingqiu chose not to release her grip but rather allowed herself and Meng Rong to be drawn underwater by Yang Lin. At that moment, Yang Lin seized Meng Rong's ankle, dragging him down forcefully, unexpectedly taking Meng Qingqiu along for the ride. Yang Lin was relentless, refusing to grant them a moment's respite. With a sudden, circular motion, he swung Meng Rong around like a rag doll. Meng Rong gritted his teeth, feeling as though he were caught in a maelstrom, his body buffeted by tremendous pressure. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time when Lu Pei had disciplined Yang Lin right before his eyes. Back then, Yang Lin had been utterly powerless to resist, and now, Meng Rong found himself in a similar predicament. Meanwhile, Meng Qingqiu had regained her composure and was actively devising a strategy. Yang Lin's strength was indeed extraordinary. The tales of his innate power were no exaggeration. Though her brother's strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to Yang Lin's, especially given the disparity in their cultivation levels. At this rate, Meng Rong would have no opportunity to retaliate, becoming nothing more than a plaything for Yang Lin. Determined not to succumb, Meng Qingqiu focused intently, attempting to align her movements with the currents and gradually lowering her breath. Conversely, Yang Lin sensed a change in her demeanor, having been dragged underwater alongside Meng Rong. He had been acutely aware of her presence during their chaotic tumble, yet now, she seemed to have vanished, leaving only the water surrounding him. In an instant, Meng Qingqiu reappeared, transforming her fist into an open palm aimed directly at Yang Lin's face. In such close proximity, Yang Lin had no choice but to release Meng Rong's, sending him hurtling away with significant force due to the high-speed spin. Damn it! Meng Qingqiu cursed under her breath. Unlike Yang Lin, she could not abandon Meng Rong and was compelled to change direction and rush back to him, prioritizing his safety. This momentary lapse in her defense presented Yang Lin with an invaluable opportunity. Clenching his fist, he launched a powerful strike aimed at Meng Qingqiu. As Meng Qingqiu grasped Meng Rong, she noticed Yang Lin's assault approaching and realized she had no means of evasion. With no choice but to counterattack, she struck back at Yang Lin's chest. However, when her palm met his body, it felt akin to striking an iron plate, sending a jolt of pain through her hand. How could his physical resilience be so astonishing? Despite her distraction, Meng Qingqiu believed she had exerted nearly 70% of her strength. Yet she could not breach Yang Lin's defenses. Undeterred, Yang Lin absorbed the impact and continued his assault, delivering a resounding blow to Meng Qingqiu's shoulder. Chapter 74. An unexpected conclusion. A tremendous force struck, leaving Meng Qingqiu severely injured, her body sliding nearly 5 meters, her shoulder throbbing with pain. Yang Lin's punch carried a hidden energy, wreaking havoc within her, compelling Meng Qingqiu to divert her focus to suppress it with her internal energy. Despite receiving a blow from Meng Qingqiu, Yang Lin was not entirely unscathed. He merely gritted his teeth and endured the pain. This woman possessed considerable strength. Although she did not shake him, he felt discomfort, halting for nearly half a second before once again locking onto his target. Having finally stabilized himself, Meng Rong seized the opportunity and rushed towards Yang Lin, launching a powerful strike aimed at his vital points. However, he was a fraction too late. Yang Lin had already reached Meng Qingqiu's side, his right hand morphing into a claw that seized her throat, pulling her protectively in front of him. Look closely. Your sister is now in my grasp. I may be injured, but I assure you, do not harm her. Yang Lin glared at Meng Rong, tightening his grip. In that moment, Meng Qingqiu had no strength left to resist, still occupied with neutralizing the hidden energy within her, while pain radiated from her neck. She could sense that if Yang Lin were to exert any more force, he could easily crush her throat. If you possess the capability, release my sister. How despicable to use a woman as a shield. With no other recourse, Meng Rong was forced to retreat, halting 6 meters away from Yang Lin. Yang Lin regarded Meng Rong with no intention of loosening his grip on Meng Qingqiu, his gaze laced with provocation. The disdain etched on his face nearly sent Meng Rong into a fit of rage, his fists clenched, his eyes reddening. Yang Lin, uninterested in further entanglements with Meng Rong, began swimming towards the lake's surface, still holding his hostage. Meng Rong could only watch helplessly, astonished that despite losing previously, he had now failed again in a 2-on-1 encounter. From the outset, he had not even had the opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. Yang Lin had kept him under relentless pressure, akin to a punching bag. On the lake's surface, both King Meng Yang and Liu Pei wore expressions of astonishment. Who could have anticipated such an unexpected conclusion to the battle? After a prolonged silence, King Meng Yang broke the quietude, stating, "The successor you have chosen is quite impressive." This was the highest praise King Meng Yang had bestowed upon Yang Lin, surpassing even his own children, let alone others. I merely imparted some cultivation methods to him. He is not truly a successor, Liu Pei replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head slightly, unwilling to conceal the truth. Suddenly, Yang Lin and Meng Qingqiu emerged from the water. Meng Qingqiu's face flushed. Whether from asphyxiation or from the humiliation of losing to Yang Lin, it was unclear. I should be considered the victor, shouldn't I? Yang Lin inquired, directing his gaze towards Liu Pei. Liu Pei, however, was reluctant to respond, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. If one were to argue that Yang Lin had not won, it was hard to ignore the fact that he had taken on 2 opponents and captured one. Yet, to claim victory in such a manner felt somewhat undignified. At that moment, neither Meng Rong nor Meng Qingqiu could discern Yang Lin's true strength. Facing 2 adversaries, he was at a disadvantage, yet he managed to achieve an unexpected victory, making it undeniable that he had triumphed. Before Liu Pei could speak, King Meng Yang had already declared Yang Lin the winner. Yang Lin smiled, turning to Meng Qingqiu. I apologize for any offense. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. Meng Qingqiu dared not express her dissatisfaction. Having suffered a loss, she could only swallow her grievances, casting a furious glare at Yang Lin. Enough. Don't take advantage and act coy. Return promptly. Liu Pei sighed, sometimes finding Yang Lin's antics exasperating. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, Yang Lin seemed to be pulled back onto the boat by an invisible force. This was the first time Yang Lin had witnessed such a display. Astonishment mingled with excitement filled him, realizing that this old man had undoubtedly many more secrets yet to reveal. On the other side, King Meng Yang summoned a column of water that brought Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu back onto the deck. At that moment, the siblings wore expressions that could almost drip water, remaining silent and avoiding King Meng Yang's gaze. "It seems you have made up your mind this time," he remarked without acknowledging their presence. Instead, Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu turned their attention to Liu Pei, sighing softly before their expressions hardened back to their earlier pride and authority. "Actually, I am left with no other choice. If I do not act now, I may truly be buried." Liu Pei smiled, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Humph. If you are half buried, it would be wise to keep your peace. Showing off at such a time is nothing but folly," King Meng Yang retorted, clearly disagreeing with Liu Pei's sentiment. Nevertheless, Liu Pei remained as composed as ever. "Compared to you, I have long been a remnant of a bygone era. But what of it? Should I simply watch as the flower, on the verge of blooming, withers in your grasp? I have never claimed to wish death upon anyone," King Meng Yang stated. In this world, matters extend beyond mere life and death. Without freedom, a bird that once soared through the skies is no different from one that is dead." Liu Pei continued. Upon hearing this, King Meng Yang scrutinized Liu Pei, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Do you truly believe I would act against you? Can you withstand my hand? Or perhaps you should consider it from another angle. Can your father withstand it?" Liu Pei replied with a faint smile, laden with meaning as he glanced at King Meng Yang. This remark elicited furrowed brows not only from King Meng Yang but also from Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu. The siblings perceived Liu Pei's words as disrespectful towards their grandfather and father, yet King Meng Yang's expression became intriguingly contemplative. After a moment of silence, King Meng Yang spoke again. "Whether you can withstand it, I cannot say, but it would be wise for you to pass this challenge first. Please convey my regards to your father." Liu Pei smiled once more, then turned to leave, giving Yang Lin a knowing glance. Yang Lin immediately understood, picking up the oar to steer the fishing boat back in the direction they had come from. The previous conversation had left him with a mix of understanding and confusion. Although he was unaware of the secrets surrounding Fenger, the fact that it had drawn the attention of King Meng Yang and compelled Liu Pei to oppose him was clearly beyond his grasp. Should anything happen to Fenger? Given his current strength, he feared he might not even have the chance to help her. With this thought, Yang Lin recalled Liu Pei's earlier words, "When the time comes, prioritize your own safety. Do not concern yourself with Xia and Fenger." Chapter 75. Are you listening? Gazing in the direction where the fishing boat had departed, three individuals stood on the deck, gripping the railing. It was Meng Qingxiu who first broke the silence. "Father, what is that man's strength?" Meng Qingxiu was, of course, referring to Liu Pei. Having grown up, today marked her first encounter with Liu Pei, who had not revealed his prowess throughout their meeting, except for the final moment when he assisted Yang Lin onto the boat, leaving his true capabilities shrouded in mystery. However, from the dialogue between Liu Pei and King Meng Yang, Meng Qingxiu discerned that this old fellow likely held a rank above her father. If he truly belonged to the same generation as her grandfather and was indeed a fellow disciple, then it implied a significant legacy. "He is your grandfather's peer. You should gauge his strength for yourself," King Meng Yang remarked, subtly affirming Liu Pei's words without elaborating further. "Father, didn't grandfather say that you have surpassed?" interjected Meng Rong, a hint of discontent in his tone. Yet, King Meng Yang interrupted him, stating, "As members of the royal family, wielding power often binds us with numerous constraints." The two siblings were momentarily taken aback, casting puzzled glances at King Meng Yang. In contrast, Liu Pei was unfazed. He had little left to lose. Upon hearing this statement, the siblings seemed to grasp a deeper understanding and nodded in acknowledgement. However, Meng Qingxiu remained unconvinced. Scoffing as she declared, "He cannot possibly be stronger than my father, and that so-called heir of his is no match for my brother. My brother's talents are extraordinary. He is incomparable to those inferior beings." Meng Qingxiu's words did not uplift Meng Rong. Instead, they cast a shadow over his expression as he recalled the earlier events, his frustration mounting. At that moment, King Meng Yang furrowed his brow and turned to Meng Qingxiu. "Can you not see where you truly stand today?" "Humph." Meng Qingxiu huffed once more, convinced that she had not lost at all. In a true contest of strength, Yang Lin would undoubtedly fall short against her, let alone when compared to Meng Rong. That fellow resorted to underhanded tactics. Even if he won, it would hold no honor. We merely fell short of his despicable nature. In response to Meng Qingxiu's retort, King Meng Yang neither denied nor endorsed her claims but continued, "If you find yourself complaining about his underhanded methods, perhaps you should reflect on why Meng Rong was the first to expose a flaw. At that moment, you had already lost, and quite thoroughly, I might add. Upon hearing this, the siblings fell silent, not entirely agreeing with King Ming Yang's perspective, yet lost in contemplation as they revisited the earlier confrontation with Yang Lin. Meanwhile, Yang Lin and Liu Pei navigated a small boat across the lake's surface, enveloped in a long silence. Yang Lin eventually broke the quiet. Old man, bringing me here to meet King Ming Yang today surely wasn't merely to observe my contest with those siblings, was it? Huh, you only just realized that? Liu Pei retorted. Yang Lin chose not to elaborate further. Had it been him alone, he likely would never have had the opportunity to meet King Ming Yang. Individuals of such stature were not accessible to someone of his humble background. Recalling similar occurrences, Yang Lin remembered that Liu Pei had previously invited dignitaries from Pingyang City, under the guise of introducing himself. A vague realization struck Yang Lin. This must be the old man's way of paving a path for him. Despite the frequent beatings he endured from Liu Pei, the old man had not neglected him during critical moments. Of course, it was the previous owner's legacy that he now inherited. After a brief pause, Liu Pei continued, "Inform me, Xiaoxia, the troubles in Huayang Lake have been resolved. The remaining issues within the city must be handled by them." Yang Lin nodded in understanding. He grasped the implications without requiring further explanation. With King Ming Yang now addressed by Liu Pei, the remaining troubles likely stemmed from those within the city, representatives from the court. "Yang Lin, I know you are clever, but some matters must be approached within your means. Do not always aspire to leap to greatness in a single bound," Liu Pei cautioned. Casting a deep glance at Yang Lin, "Only when your strength is sufficient can you roam the vast world freely. Until then, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low. Old Liu, just speak plainly. Don't play these riddles with me. Your demeanor is already irking me." Yang Lin replied curtly as he rowed the boat. "Ah, you are still in the chi refinement stage. Let matters of romance be set aside for now. We shall discuss them after your breakthrough," Liu Pei chuckled. Yang Lin scoffed internally. If he truly desired, he would have long since broken his vows. Yet circumstances had left him with no choice. "Old Liu, I have told you before, with my looks, I wouldn't need to spend a dime at the brothel. Countless beauties would line up to embrace me." Liu Pei sighed. "If you could maintain such a state, what worries would you have regarding your cultivation? What concerns over the enhancement of your strength? Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the allure of beauty. The path of cultivation is often fraught with emotional entanglements. Once ensnared, extricating oneself becomes a challenge. Think carefully, think carefully." As Liu Pei spoke, Yang Lin's curiosity was piqued, and he teased, "Look at you. I hadn't realized you were a master in matters of the heart. Do share your stories with me." "Very well. In my youth, I was quite the handsome lad, renowned across the region, with numerous beauties vying for my attention," Liu Pei recounted. Yang Lin turned to scrutinize Liu Pei, skeptical of his narrative. "Based on appearances alone, I find it hard to believe." Liu Pei added, "What? You doubt me? In my day, I too roamed the brothels without spending a penny." Yang Lin smirked. "You must be jesting. Surely you haven't become so deluded?" Earlier, when conversing with King Ming Yang, Liu Pei had held himself with such pride that one might mistake him for royalty. Now that King Ming Yang and his family were no longer present, there was no need for such pretense, was there? "Are you listening or not?" Liu Pei remarked, noticing Yang Lin's disbelief, nearly amused to the point of laughter. "Yes, yes, I am listening." Chapter 76. "What? Are you longing for women again?" Liu Pei spoke with confidence, as if a gentle breeze had swept over him, transporting him back to his youthful days of vigor. Back then, there were a total of 20 contenders, including myself and the renowned handsome Prince of Wei, all donned in wedding attire, standing at the city gates of Wei to welcome the bride from the Great Xia. The bride was to choose her ideal husband from among us 20. The Great Xia refers to the very nation in which Yang Lin and Liu Pei currently reside, the most esteemed realm at present. Can you guess the outcome? Liu Pei refrained from elaborating and posed a question to Yang Lin. Hearing this, Yang Lin smirked. "You can't possibly mean that the bride chose you over the prince, right?" "Haha, that is indeed the truth." Liu Pei chuckled, his eyes brimming with pride, even more arrogant than when he faced King Ming Yang earlier. At this revelation, Yang Lin's expression shifted slightly. This old rascal was indeed growing bolder with age. Yang Lin remarked, "Did that prince not capture your insufferable expression right then and there?" "Capture? I triumphed through my own merit, in plain sight. Would he dare to resort to trickery?" Liu Pei huffed dismissively. Yang Lin, however, did not respond. Muttering under his breath, "What if the bride simply did not wish to choose a prince and used you as a decoy? That does not necessarily mean you are indeed more handsome than Pan, does it?" Upon hearing this, Liu Pei's expression froze, then he turned to Yang Lin, an unmistakable glint of mischief in his eyes. "Haha, there may be some truth to your words. Yet the fact remains that I am indeed more handsome than that pretty boy." Witnessing Lu Pei's demeanor and tone, Yang Lin sensed impending trouble and quickly nodded in agreement, feigning utmost respect. Yes, Lu Pei is right. The bride must have had a connection with you. Regardless of the reasons, she ultimately chose you. Is that so? Are we fated? Lu Pei murmured. What? Are you longing for women again? Yang Lin responded without hesitation, not to criticize, old Lu, but at your age. Perhaps it would be wise to think less about women. It is detrimental to your health. Upon hearing these words, Lu Pei fell into silence, not even sparing Yang Lin a glance. After Yang Lin finished speaking, he regretted his words. The pressure emanating from Lu Pei was palpable, and he had undoubtedly stepped on this old fellow's tail. Though he was curious about what transpired between Lu Pei and that bride, Yang Lin understood that it was best to remain silent. Before long, the two had approached the banks of Huayang Lake. Lu Pei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Kid, it seems you have recently encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Your strength has notably increased. Caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry, Yang Lin was momentarily at a loss, unsure of Lu Pei's intentions. Yet, this only heightened his apprehension. Have I? I don't think so. I feel just the same. Yang Lin feigned ignorance in response. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a surge of powerlessness as Lu Pei seized him and hurled him by the ankle. Damn it! With a loud thud, he landed on the grassy bank, feeling as if the world was spinning. His backside was nearly in tatters. The ensuing events were predictable. Yang Lin received a thorough beating. Lu Pei, under the guise of testing Yang Lin's training, left him with no room to retaliate, and all Yang Lin could do was lie on the ground, cursing in silence. Upon returning home, despite the unpleasant encounter with Lu Pei, Yang Lin faithfully relayed his words to Yun Luoxia. After hearing the information, Yun Luoxia furrowed her brow, momentarily lost in thought. By the way, there is something I have always wanted to ask. After a brief pause, Yang Lin broke the silence. Between old Lu and King Mengyang, who is more formidable? You have met both, so why not take a guess? Yun Luoxia raised an eyebrow, responding with a question. If I knew that, I wouldn't be asking you, would I? Yang Lin replied, somewhat exasperated. Both Lu Pei and King Mengyang exuded an aura that dwarfed his own, let alone their actual strength. Yang Lin was utterly incapable of discerning it. If even Yun Luoxia was unaware, he certainly had no means of knowing. Humph. Since you cannot guess, it merely proves your strength is insufficient. Perhaps when you reach that level, we can discuss it again. Knowing such things is of no benefit to you. Yun Luoxia scoffed, unwilling to provide an answer. It appears you are also in the dark. Yang Lin's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Keeping such matters from him served no purpose. As expected, his words struck true. For Yun Luoxia extended her hand, as if to punch him. Yang Lin, unfazed, remained calm and swiftly changed the subject. I did not return empty-handed today. I have already sparred with both children of King Mengyang, and I emerged victorious. However, I could not discern their levels. I wonder if you could analyze whether they intentionally went easy on me? Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia displayed a glimmer of interest. She had heard whispers about King Mengyang's woman. Looking at Yang Lin, she remained silent, waiting for further details. Yang Lin recounted the events in detail, even mimicking the final move, prompting Yun Luoxia to portray Meng Qingqiu, while he, as before, reached out to grasp her neck. Yun Luoxia, without protest, followed his lead. Now, let's see if you can strike me. With everything prepared, Yang Lin smiled as he spoke. Hearing this, Yun Luoxia was momentarily speechless, glaring at Yang Lin. How could she exert force in this position, let alone attack? Observing this scene, Yang Lin quickly realized that the woman had not gone easy on him. She truly had no means of countering him. Moreover, with Yang Lin holding her in place, Yun Luoxia could hardly utter a word, struggling in vain, only to find his grip as unyielding as iron, effectively immobilizing her. It was not until Yang Lin came to his senses that he realized he had gone too far. As Yun Luoxia's face turned crimson. My apologies. I assure you it was unintentional. Do you believe me? Chapter 77. To be a true man even in death. Yang Lin awkwardly spoke, casting an apologetic glance at the woman in his arms, Yun Luoxia. She glared at him with fiery eyes, showing no signs of forgiveness. At that moment, Yang Lin felt a tingle of dread. If I release you now, you certainly won't let me off the hook, will you? Yun Luoxia did not deny it. She merely continued to gaze at him. Yang Lin swallowed hard, reasoning that since death was inevitable, he might as well embrace his fate and, in his final moments, act with the dignity of a true man. With a roar, he wrapped his arms around Yun Luoxia's waist and lifted her effortlessly into the air. Their bodies pressed closely together, and Yang Lin took full advantage of the situation, even as his hands wandered indiscreetly. Although he dared not explore the mysterious regions, the softness at his waist was a temptation he could not resist. Yun Luoxia gasped. but her expression quickly turned icy, and the inevitable outcome was clear. Yang Lin found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Had it not been for his well-honed physique, he would have likely been bruised all over by now. Although Yun Luoxia struck him, she moderated her strength, ensuring he would not suffer serious injury, just some superficial wounds, which were trivial for a martial artist like him. Seeing that Yun Luoxia refrained from delivering a fatal blow, Yang Lin clung tightly to her waist, determined to seize the opportunity. After all, it had been quite some time since she had shown him any affection. And now that they were so close, how could he not cherish it? Eventually, fearing she might inadvertently harm him, Yun Luoxia ceased her assault, allowing him to act with impunity in her presence. After a considerable time of playful struggle, Yang Lin reluctantly released her. Your strength is rather average, he chuckled, clearly pleased with his gains. Yet, Yun Luoxia suddenly remarked with a chilling tone, if you don't continue to test your limits, I might just see if I can knock you dead. Her words were laced with malice. Yang Lin felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm an injured man. You cannot treat the wounded this way. As Yun Luoxia advanced towards him with ill intent, Yang Lin's eyelids twitched. Before he could formulate another excuse, she swiftly struck his shoulder. Instantly, he felt weightless, and his body was propelled like a cannonball, flying out of the door and into the courtyard without pause. If there's essay next time, just wait and see how I deal with you, Yun Luoxia coldly huffed, slamming the door behind her, leaving Yang Lin dazed and disoriented. Though it appeared as though he had been sent flying, in truth, he had sustained no real harm. Yun Luoxia had shown restraint. Sitting on the ground and chuckling to himself, Yang Lin eventually stood up and made his way to the bathroom. Although he had rekindled the flame with Yun Luoxia, the playful encounter was better than nothing, leaving him somewhat satisfied. Upon entering the bathroom, he noticed Gu Qingyue's Starjade pendant still hanging on the clothes rack. A sigh of relief escaped him, realizing that the valiant woman truly intended to leave the pendant for him. This was a stroke of immense fortune for him. Without further hesitation, he shed his clothes and plunged into the bath, continuing his practice of blood extraction cultivation. Meanwhile, in the study, Gu Qingyue sat before her desk, perusing the ancient texts collected by Yang Lin. Although engrossed in her reading, her perception extended to the bathroom, encompassing the surrounding area. She had been observing the playful exchange between Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia, noting that Yang Lin's physical strength had notably improved since their last encounter. When acting as a punching bag for Yun Luoxia, he had clearly demonstrated greater resilience than before. Lost in thought, Gu Qingyue continued to monitor Yang Lin's cultivation. And before she realized it, it was time for dinner. As per usual, Ouyang Yunchuang arrived at the study with a meal box. Noticing Yang Lin's absence, she inquired with curiosity, is the master still cultivating? Gu Qingyue nodded in affirmation, her attention momentarily drifting to Ouyang Yunchuang as she continued to probe her with her true energy, a practice she had repeated countless times. Ouyang Yunchuang remained unfazed, as if nothing unusual had transpired, and placed the food on the desk. It seems the master has been so engrossed in his cultivation that he has tea eaten today, she remarked, a hint of hesitation in her voice as her gaze fell upon Gu Qingyue. Should I take him some food? At least he could eat a bit when he has the time. Gu Qingyue considered her words for a moment but chose not to respond, simply nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall head over now, Ouyang Yunchuang declared, picking up the remaining food and making her way toward the bathroom. Upon reaching the door, she softly called out to Yang Lin, but received no reply. The silence was uncanny. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the bathroom door creaked open. Ouyang Yunchuang feigned surprise, yet she understood all too well that this was Gu Qingyue's doing, intending to usher her inside. Maintaining her composure, she called out for the master a few more times. When there was no response from within, she hesitated briefly before entering with the meal box. Soon, the scene inside the bathroom came into view. The air was thick with a metallic scent, and Ouyang Yunchuang feigned shock and fear as she noticed the blood in the bath. She gasped and, suppressing her discomfort, called out, Master! Master! Just as she hesitated, uncertain whether to call Yang Lin again, an invisible force suddenly shoved her from behind, and she instinctively realized that Gu Qingyue had been scheming all along. Ouyang Yunchuang had no choice but to go with the flow, and before she could think further, she cried out and plunged into the bath. Yang Lin, who had been meditating in the blood, finally emerged from his trance, slowly opening his eyes to see a terrified face rushing towards him. Instantly, he recognized it to be his chef, Z, and wondered how she had ended up here. Ouyang Yunchuang struggled, resembling a drowning person, but managed to grasp Yang Lin's form to steady herself. Her entire body was drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. Yang Lin, puzzled, stared at Ouyang Yunchuang, momentarily at a loss for words. Master, I. Ouyang Yunchuang stammered, unable to articulate her explanation. her expression one of sheer panic. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, momentarily glancing to the side. Chapter 78. The flaw. Noticing the lunchbox that had fallen beside the bathtub, Yang Lin seemed to grasp the situation. It must have been brought here to deliver food. However, was it merely a coincidence that it slipped and fell into the pool? Without having witnessed the earlier events, Yang Lin could not draw any firm conclusions. So he feigned a calm demeanor and redirected his gaze to Ouyang Yunshuang. Are you all right? In response, Ouyang Yunshuang still appeared shaken, hurriedly replying, and no. Not at all. Really? Yang Lin was taken aback by her response. Although somewhat puzzled, he maintained his composure. A common woman, submerged in this pool of snow serpent blood, miraculously unscathed? Setting aside the extreme toxicity, the corrosive nature of this substance alone was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Yang Lin, having never endured the torment of blood, felt a natural suspicion arise. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront Ouyang Yunshuang directly, but instead shifted the topic. What brought you here? By diverting the conversation, Yang Lin did not immediately instruct Ouyang Yunshuang to leave the blood, allowing time to discern whether there were any issues. I was in the study, and I mentioned to the master that you hadn't eaten all day. She asked me to bring you food. Ouyang Yunshuang recounted the events with trepidation still evident on her face. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Lin seemed to ponder something before asking. Did the young lady say anything to you? Or ask you to convey a message to me? Not at all, Ouyang Yunshuang replied after a moment of thought. Shaking her head, Yang Lin, feigning indifference, inquired further. Did she eat? She hadn't when I left. I cannot say for certain now, Ouyang Yunshuang answered honestly. Understood. Please ensure the meals prepared for her are light. I believe she would appreciate that. Ouyang Yunshuang nodded at Yang Lin's suggestion. When you arrived, what was the young lady doing in the study? Reading? Yes, but I am unaware of the book's content, Ouyang Yunshuang replied. Mindful of her own limitations as an uneducated cook. Actually, if you have some spare time, you could learn to recognize some characters. I could teach you. Yang Lin spoke casually. At this point, Ouyang Yunshuang was beginning to harbor suspicions about Yang Lin's intentions, questioning why he was asking such trivial inquiries. Yet, she felt compelled to respond, patiently saying, with my intellect, it would be quite challenging to learn. Not at all. The key is interest. If you desire to learn, you certainly can. Otherwise, aside from cooking, there is little to occupy your time. Moreover, should I not be around in the future, you could assist in overseeing the family business, correct? Yang Lin smiled. In response, Ouyang Yunshuang could only nod in agreement. Suddenly, Yang Lin recalled something and shifted to a different topic. Do you think there is a possibility between the young lady in the study and me? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern Yang Lin's true intentions. After a brief pause, she quickly replied, the master is young and accomplished. He is more than suitable for the young lady. The two of you are a match made in heaven, living under the same roof. Yang Lin chuckled at her words. Really? Are we truly that compatible? His gaze fell upon Ouyang Yunshuang as he continued. In truth, you are not lacking either. Your beauty is striking. And your figure is impeccable. Ouyang Yunshuang's face flushed crimson, her head lowering even further. Master, such words should not be spoken lightly. As she lowered her head, her eyes inadvertently fell upon Yang Lin's bare form, leading her to mentally chastise herself before hastily averting her gaze. Yang Lin feigned ignorance. Then remarked, if only the young lady could be like you, then perhaps we might indeed have a chance. In her heart, Ouyang Yunshuang wholeheartedly agreed but did not reveal her thoughts. Yang Lin sighed wistfully, what a pity. She harbors lofty ambitions, and we exist in entirely different realms. At this moment, Ouyang Yunshuang struggled to suppress her amusement, finding Yang Lin's navette quite endearing. What status did the holy maiden of the heavenly sect hold? The thought of her being interested in Yang Lin was nothing short of ludicrous. Ouyang Yunshuang could hardly imagine the spectacle that would ensue if that ever happened. Ah. Recalling the past, she was the one who first pursued me, only for it to end with me harboring unreciprocated feelings, Yang Lin lamented. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang maintained her composure, her head bowed, a flicker of something unusual passing through her eyes. Not just her, others would inevitably depart as well. Ultimately, the only one left by my side would likely be you. After a moment of reflection, Yang Lin's gaze returned to Ouyang Yunshuang, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Back then, I only spent a mere handful of silver taels to acquire you, a lovely maiden. Looking back, it still seems utterly surreal. Master, I am indeed grateful to you. Ouyang Yunshuang responded softly, her mind swirling with incredulity. Do you think I wish to remain here? Who knows what the future holds? But for now, there is no escape. That wretched Gu Qingwei must still be watching me. Any sign of movement, and she will undoubtedly act. Do you think it's possible for me to surpass her in strength one day? Yang Lin mused aloud. his gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Yunshuang's face. After a moment of hesitation, Ouyang Yunshuang tentatively asked, "Is that young lady particularly strong?" In response, Yang Lin did not answer directly but instead laughed heartily, exuding confidence. "Haha. I will definitely surpass her in the future. I am certain of it." "You certainly will, Master," Ouyang Yunshuang feigned agreement, offering compliments. "Indeed, think of it this way. By following me, you will one day stand second only to me, the top chef in the world, a title of great significance," Yang Lin said with enthusiasm. Reaching out to ruffle Ouyang Yunshuang's hair, Ouyang Yunshuang quickly lowered her head, adopting a shy demeanor as she replied, "Then I shall congratulate you in advance, Master." In her heart, she was already silently mocking him, recognizing that while he might dream grandly, he was hardly capable in other aspects. "By the way, I haven't asked if you've eaten yet." Chapter 79, The Enchantment of the Fairy. As he spoke, Yang Lin slowly emerged from the bath, taking a seat on the adjacent steps. "Come here, sit with me and share a meal," he continued, prompting Ouyang Yunshuang to comply shyly. By now, Yang Lin had discerned that this woman was indeed suspicious, having been immersed in the blood of the Millennium Snow Serpent for such an extended period. Her lack of any reaction was hardly the behavior one would expect from an ordinary woman. His earlier casual conversation with Ouyang Yunshuang had been a ploy to prolong her time in the bath. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei concealed herself in the shadows of the bathroom, nearly blending into her surroundings, undetected by anyone. Ouyang Yunshuang's fall into the bath was orchestrated by Gu Qingwei, who sought to uncover any flaws in the enchantress. However, instead of revealing Ouyang Yunshuang's vulnerabilities, she overheard Yang Lin's conversation. Initially, Gu Qingwei had presumed that, having absorbed such a quantity of snow serpent poison and encountering the suddenly appearing Ouyang Yunshuang, Yang Lin might lose control. Yet, he not only maintained his composure but also expressed genuine concern for her well-being. Although Gu Qingwei had always transcended worldly affairs, akin to an ethereal being, Yang Lin's actions and words incessantly stirred her heart. Consequently, her focus shifted entirely to him, causing her to overlook any flaws displayed by Ouyang Yunshuang. After finishing his meal, Yang Lin gently stirred his internal energy, cleansing the remnants of blood from his body. Reflecting on the morning, he realized that such a feat had not been as effortless then, requiring water to achieve cleanliness. "Wait here for a moment, I will fetch you some water," Yang Lin instructed as he glanced back at Ouyang Yunshuang, who was busy tidying up the dishes he had used. At that moment, she was covered in blood, her garments stained crimson. "Thank you, Master," she murmured, lowering her gaze and nodding obediently. Yang Lin smiled, taking the bucket from the bathroom and stepping outside. At that moment, Gu Qingwei returned to her senses, her gaze now fixed upon Ouyang Yunshuang, who mimicked a love-struck maiden, cradling her cheeks as if utterly captivated by Yang Lin. This scene caused Gu Qingwei to frown. If this woman were indeed the enchantress, her acting was impressively extraordinary. Before long, Yang Lin returned, carrying a full bucket of water. After setting it down, he retrieved several articles of clothing from his jade pendant, items that Gu Qingwei had previously stored for change, which would now be suitable for Ouyang Yunshuang. "Azzy, once you are cleaned up, put these clothes on," he instructed. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, "When you wear these, go to the study and observe the heroine's reaction." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang hesitated. "Master, won't this?" "It's fine. If she becomes angry, simply place the blame on me. Besides, you are left with no choice, and the heroine will certainly not hold it against you," Yang Lin reassured her. After a brief pause, he continued, "If she truly becomes enraged, just come find me, and I will explain." While Yang Lin wished to inform Gu Qingwei of his discoveries, he feared it might backfire. If the heroine were to withdraw the jade pendant out of spite and depart, he would suffer a significant loss, forgetting the fact that he had yet to finish the flesh of the Millennium Snow Serpent. In response, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a surge of disdain internally, yet she maintained a respectful demeanor, assuring, "Master, rest assured, I will clarify things with the lady and prevent any misunderstandings." With that, Yang Lin refrained from saying more, placing the garments down before returning to the pool to enter a state of cultivation. Ouyang Yunshuang, meanwhile, shyly glanced at Yang Lin, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, she was about to change clothes with a man present, a reaction typical of any modest woman. She was acutely aware that Gu Qingwei was observing her closely and knew she could not afford to show even the slightest sign of weakness. Thus, Gu Qingwei observed as Ouyang Yunshuang discreetly slipped behind the screen in the bathroom to tidy herself. Her gaze then shifted back to Yang Lin, who had genuinely entered a meditative state, showing no inclination to sneak a glance. Gu Qingwei's opinion of Yang Lin rose another notch. She had not expected him to possess such self-discipline, managing to resist temptation even after being poisoned, fully engrossed in his training. It was noteworthy that Ouyang Yunshuang was a maid acquired for Yang Lin, someone who would readily present herself at his beck and call. Yet, Yang Lin remained indifferent, immersing himself wholly in his cultivation. As the evening deepened, Ouyang Yunshuang emerged from the bathroom, having cleansed herself and donned fresh attire, carrying her belongings as she exited. Simultaneously, the kitchen was once again filled with the aroma of rising smoke. Gu Qingyue also took her leave, returning to her study. In the stillness of the night, two shadows appeared outside Yang's residence. After confirming that the surroundings were clear, they scaled the wall and entered the estate. However, their presence triggered a series of muffled thuds as they fell into a muddy pit, a remnant of Yang Lin's earlier practice with the illusory shadow steps. Though unused for days, the pit remained, its surface hardened and brittle from the wind. Upon landing, the disturbance echoed through the night, leaving the two shadows bewildered. How could a typical household have such a large pit? As their confusion lingered, a figure glided gracefully into view, appearing instantaneously beside the pit. The two shadows froze, their expressions turning grave, but as they attempted to escape the pit, they were forcefully pushed back down. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves lodged deep within the mud, their bodies submerged, leaving only their heads exposed. To their horror, they discovered that their voices had been silenced, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. Chapter 80. The storm approaches. Having completed her tasks, Yun Luoxia cast her gaze towards the study, pondering why Gu Qingwei remained oblivious to such a commotion. Although her heart was filled with doubt, she chose not to disturb her but instead turned to the bathroom. After all, this was Yang Lin's residence, and it was only proper to inform him of the intruders. Thus, she unleashed a surge of true energy, pulling Yang Lin from his meditation. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Yun Luoxia, prompting an immediate grin. "Come quickly. We have intruders in the house," she stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily donned his clothing, ensuring to cover himself appropriately, and with a swift motion, he emerged from the bathroom. "Is it the black-clad guards again?" he instinctively inquired, recalling that these guards belonged to Prince Meng Yang. Logically, with Liu Pei present, they should not have dared to act again. Yun Luoxia shook her head. Neither of the intruders bore the insignia of the black-clad guards. The remaining possibility was unsettling. They are likely henchmen from the Great Xia Court, possibly assassins. She articulated her suspicion. Hearing this, Yang Lin could no longer maintain his composure. "It seems the court is preparing to strike. Only a day has passed since my meeting with Prince Meng Yang, and already, the court's agents have arrived." Although he had anticipated an impending storm, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. "Speak, what can I do for you?" Yang Lin inquired, regaining his composure, a trace of seriousness flickering in his eyes. To his response, Yun Luoxia remained silent, her brows furrowing as she contemplated before eventually shaking her head. Yang Lin was merely at the qi refining stage, and he would not be of assistance to her or the princess. In fact, his involvement might entangle him in peril, making it a fruitless endeavor. With a resigned sigh, Yang Lin suggested, "In that case, allow me to assist you in interrogating these two intruders." Yun Luoxia crossed her arms, glancing at Yang Lin. "I didn't realize you possessed such abilities." Beneath the moonlight, despite having covered his vital areas, his well-defined muscles were undeniably alluring. Even Yun Luoxia felt her cheeks flush slightly, hastily averting her gaze. Unbeknownst to Yang Lin, he missed the subtle shift in her demeanor. He chuckled. "One must try these things. After all, practice makes perfect." This time, Yang Lin was unusually earnest, refraining from superfluous chatter as he approached the mud pit. Old Liu had already assured them that they need not worry about Prince Meng Yang's affairs, yet these henchmen required their own resourcefulness. "This matter does not concern you. Do not involve yourself," Yun Luoxia remarked with a slight pout, letting out a soft huff. Yang Lin, however, chose to ignore her words and continued, "Actually, when you and Fenger first appeared at my doorstep, I thought you were the bride." At this, Yun Luoxia was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, though she maintained a facade of annoyance. "What does that have to do with anything right now?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wanted to tell you that while your previous fragility seemed feigned, I now realize you are quite proud," he replied. The term proud was novel to Yun Luoxia, and she wondered if Yang Lin was complimenting her. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" she queried. "Nothing, merely expressing that you are indeed proud," Yang Lin reiterated, shaking his head. "Humph." Yun Luoxia scoffed softly, flicking her hair as she moved gracefully in the moonlight, exuding a captivating charm. Yang Lin found himself momentarily mesmerized by her demeanor. Was she truly flirting with him? After this brief interlude, Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia redirected their focus to the pit. Under the moon's glow, he could clearly see the pallor of the two individuals, their faces reflecting sheer panic. "You mentioned they are assassins. They wouldn't have prepared poison already, would they?" Yang Lin inquired with a furrowed brow. "Such assassins would typically take their own lives upon failure, leaving no trace behind. Does it matter whether they choose to poison themselves? Yun Luoxia countered, her tone laced with indifference. Yang Lin nodded in understanding. Ultimately, their fate was sealed regardless of the timing. The only concern was whether he could extract any valuable information from them. Listening to their exchange, the two figures in the pit appeared increasingly distressed, likely praying for their own salvation. If we are to interrogate them, we should first remove their mute points, Yang Lin suggested. With that, Yun Luoxia unleashed her energy, swiftly dispelling the mute points of the two individuals. Observing her prowess, Yang Lin could not help but feel a twinge of envy. This was tangible true energy projection, a skill he could only aspire to master in the future. As soon as their mute points were released, the two in the pit exclaimed in horror, You must be Yun Luoxia. Their voices trembled, revealing their fear. This was Yang Lin's first time learning her true name, and he glanced back at her in surprise. Noticing her lack of denial, he understood it was an acknowledgement. Now that events had reached this point, Yun Luoxia saw no reason to hide further from Yang Lin. A beautiful name, indeed, as graceful as clouds drifting in the sky. He mused poetically. Yun Luoxia was taken aback by his sudden verse, realizing he had intended to interrogate them. Yet here he was, reciting poetry instead. Yang Lin grinned, quickly shifting his attention back to the two in the pit. Pray tell, what business brings you to my humble abode at such an hour? The two, visibly terrified, failed to respond. Whether from fear or defiance remained unclear. Noticing their silence, Yang Lin frowned, contemplating, these two are likely mere lackeys, performing the most menial tasks. I doubt they possess any useful information. Simply burying them alive would serve little purpose, since they came seeking you. Perhaps we should allow them to return with a message for their leader? Initially, Yun Luoxia had hoped Yang Lin could extract something worthwhile. But now she found herself disheartened by his analysis. The two in the pit, however, seemed to have found a glimmer of hope upon hearing Yang Lin's words. Chapter 81. What do you mean? Then do tell, what words could you possibly share that would be worthy of their return? Yun Luoxia remarked, somewhat exasperated, already regretting the hope she had placed in Yang Lin. After all, Yang Lin was merely an ordinary lad from the streets. What could he possibly do to oppose the imperial court? Yang Lin smiled mysteriously, glancing at Yun Luoxia behind him. You shall inscribe a few characters on one of them shortly. At this, the others were taken aback. The great Xia is on the verge of collapse. The son of Wei reappears, Yang Lin said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia seemed to ponder, casting a glance at the two individuals mired in the mud. They glared at each other, their teeth clenched in fury. If they were to bear those characters back, it would not only jeopardize their own lives but also doom their entire clan. It appears you two are not as foolish as I thought. You comprehend the implications. Yang Lin chuckled, recognizing their expressions that hinted at the dire consequences of returning with those words inscribed. Just kill me, one of them declared defiantly, exuding an air of unwavering resistance. Yang Lin, however, remained unfazed, responding in a calm manner. Well, even if you wish for death, do not let it occur in my abode. Now, what are your names? Otherwise, even if you were to bite your own tongues in despair, I would still inscribe those characters upon you. This tactic was indeed clever, causing the two to twitch at the corners of their mouths. If they were to perish, their families would also be implicated. It seemed that cooperating with Yang Lin was the only option left to them. Zhang San, Li Si, hearing their names, Yang Lin frowned slightly. They were indeed rather unremarkable, their names chosen so casually. Had you cooperated sooner, we might not have reached this point. Some people are just stubborn, preferring punishment over kindness. Now, do inform me of your positions, or whom you serve. Initially, the two intended to continue resisting, but Yang Lin offered them no opportunity. He turned to Yun Luoxia, instructing, go ahead and inscribe. If someone desires to become the scapegoat in the family tree, I shall not hinder them. With that, Yun Luoxia prepared to act, clearly unable to contain herself any longer. The two men, frightened, could only grit their teeth and reply, we are lieutenants of the Dark Department. Yang Lin nodded slowly. The so-called Dark Department resembled the Emperor's spies, comprising assassins and undercover agents, engaged in covert activities. Continue, Yun Luoxia said, her expression unreadable. Though she felt a measure of surprise at Yang Lin's cleverness, she had not expected him to be so resourceful, managing to subdue these killers without resorting to torture. If memory serves, Prince Meng Yang should still be at Huayang Lake. You have a mission at hand, and time is likely of the essence, Yang Lin continued, casting a penetrating glance at Zhang San and Li Si. Though I could release you both, returning at this juncture would signify mission failure and exposure. You would find it impossible to escape the consequences. However, if you wait until the matter concludes and return amidst the chaos, you might navigate the tumult and preserve your lives. Upon hearing this, Zhang San and Li Si did not openly agree, yet they recognized the merit in his proposal. They understood that failure could lead to dire repercussions, including exposure of their identities. However, I can assist you in this matter. Yang Lin observed the wavering resolve of the two and continued. Once the situation has settled, you can easily shift the blame onto us, claiming we had detained you. Thus, even in the event of accountability, your punishment would hardly be fatal. What do you mean? Zhang Xin finally could not contain himself, looking at Yang Lin with a serious expression. Nothing of consequence, merely sharing the truth, Yang Lin replied with a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat unsettling to Zhang San and Li Si. If it were just the two of you, returning would likely lead to your demise. However, if the other lieutenants fall into our hands, the law does not punish the many. You understand the implication, do you not? Yang Lin refrained from stating it outright, allowing them to deduce the meaning themselves. In his view, capturing two was the same as capturing all. This would also aid Yun Luoxia and Feng Er, achieving a dual purpose. Are you suggesting we betray the dark department? Zhang San, having grasped Yang Lin's insinuation, wore a thoroughly darkened expression, their countenances reflecting their discontent. Ah, one could argue you are perceptive yet foolish. Your demeanor hardly aligns with intelligence, Yang Lin sighed, his gaze at them reminiscent of an immovable wooden block, provoking irritation in Zhang San and Li Si. Do you not realize that if you fall into a pit, you may not escape unconsciousness? What relation do subsequent entrants have to your fate? Even if there were an undercover agent, it would surely be one of the later arrivals. With the conversation having reached this point, if Zhang San and Li Si failed to comprehend, Yang Lin would be left with no further assistance to offer. Let us proceed with the inscription. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. I, Yang, have always believed in mutual consent. Should you oppose? Yang Lin glanced at Yun Luoxia. Let us inscribe. Each shall receive 4 characters. Very well, Yun Luoxia replied with a chilling smile, nearly startling Zhang San and Li Si into submission. The foremost assassin of Wei was not to be trifled with. The enmity between their identities was profound, and they had no faith that she would show mercy. What do you truly wish to know? Zhang San, now visibly distressed, felt compelled to concede to Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia. Yet, Yang Lin did not desire just one of them but both, his gaze naturally settling on Li Si. Do not look at me. I will heed my brother's words, Li Si hastily interjected. You're at that moment. Zhang San's mind was likely racing with countless expletives. All settled, Yang Lin turned back to Yun Luoxia, casting an inquisitive look. He had fulfilled his part. The remaining actions rested with her. He pondered whether he should withdraw if she opposed. However, he ultimately asked, should I remain? Either choice is acceptable. Yet, if I remain, both your and Feng Er's identities will be entirely exposed. Chapter 82. Misunderstanding. What else can I do now that I know? Yun Luoxia let out a disdainful snort. Despite her outward dismissal, a sense of anxiety began to stir within her. Understanding her and the princess's identities meant that Yang Lin had already been drawn into this affair. The potential consequences were beyond her imagination. Yun Luoxia was at a loss as to what to do, even though she and the princess desperately needed allies. She questioned what assistance Yang Lin could truly offer, perhaps something akin to what had just transpired. Yang Lin, however, remained nonchalant, merely smiling faintly before redirecting his attention to the 2 assassins in the mud pit. Subsequently, Zhang San and Li Si recounted everything they knew, and Yang Lin surmised that there were likely no omissions. Both were sent by the secret department to capture the wanted Princess Yefeng, with intel indicating that she was somewhere within Pingyang City. The city was currently swarming with their operatives, with nearly every street sealed off. They had even deployed the most elite troops from the secret department, and the Lord's mansion was heavily fortified, with 3,000 soldiers on standby outside the city. Not to mention countless others within. Even some formidable figures from the court had arrived in Pingyang City. Naturally, Yang Lin was also among the targets of this operation, which explained why Zhang San and Li Si had appeared at the Yang residence. It seems, then, that you were still unable to ascertain the princess's location? Yang Lin listened intently to Zhang San and Li Si, and after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang San fell silent for a moment, hesitating before replying. I only know that the governor personally met with Liu Pei, and there seems to be some wariness regarding the head of the Yongxing escort. Moreover, the current orders are to investigate without making arrests, and we are even prohibited from revealing our whereabouts. Everything must proceed covertly. Zhang San recounted the details candidly. Hearing this, Yang Lin turned to Yun Luoxia, sensing that her intentions were layered with deeper meanings, likely understood only by her. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Luoxia slowly remarked, there must still be significant figures yet to arrive. Yang Lin, puzzled, furrowed his brow in confusion. Given the princess's status, these lackeys would naturally refrain from any rash actions. Yang Lin nodded in agreement, his expression shifting to one of realization as his gaze drifted towards the bedroom. Although Yun Luoxia's words were simple, Yang Lin could vaguely infer that there were other matters concealed within, which Yun Luoxia was reluctant to disclose, perhaps believing that such knowledge would serve no benefit to him. What shall we do with these two? Having obtained what she desired, Yun Luoxia inquired of Yang Lin. Instantly, Zhang San and Li Si tensed. Having betrayed the secret department, their survival now hinged on the countenance of the two before them. The most straightforward solution would be to eliminate them to prevent any future complications. Let them live for now. Anyone with a modicum of insight should understand what they ought to do and what they ought not to do, Yang Lin stated indifferently. Even if there was a need to eliminate them, it was not urgent. With your capabilities, you could take their lives at any moment, he added. Yun Luoxia nodded, acknowledging the validity of Yang Lin's words. In truth, these two were merely pawns, and their lives or deaths held little significance. With that, Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia paid the two assassins no further heed, turning together towards the bathing chamber. Yang Lin required Yun Luoxia's assistance to replenish his blood. After much cultivation, his reserves were perilously low. Yun Luoxia found herself somewhat exasperated. Yang Lin was perpetually consumed by thoughts of cultivation, seemingly oblivious to the limits of his own body. Ultimately, she could not suppress her concern. Excess in all things is detrimental, especially in cultivation. One might risk falling into madness. Furthermore, Liu Pei should have mentioned that even while cultivating the physical body, excessive use of medicinal baths could lead to resistance from the body. Yang Lin merely smiled at her words, brushing them aside. I am fully aware of my own circumstances. I appreciate your concern, Miss Yin. Yang Lin's gratitude for her attention brought a flicker of warmth to his heart. I speak with sincerity, she replied, her expression softened. You understand my current predicament. What if that white-clad heroine, in a fit of pique, takes the jade pendant? What then shall I do? Yang Lin sighed, speaking earnestly. Did you provoke her again? Yun Luoxia blinked in surprise, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Lin. That is the holy maiden of the Tianzhou. If you truly anger her, even I may not be able to intervene. Your audacity knows no bounds, she chastised. Yang Lin felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He was unsure how to articulate his feelings. It was not as though he had intentionally provoked her. He had merely experienced a failed confession. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Ouyang Yunshuang wearing her clothes, aside from that, there was nothing else. You should be cautious, Yun Luoxia warned. Aware that Yang Lin's silence was indicative of impending trouble, upon returning to the bathing chamber, Yun Luoxia quickly noticed that all the scales from the millennia-old snow serpent's corpse had vanished. She had not touched them. Surely they could not have simply disappeared? Something must have occurred. Seeing Yun Luoxia lost in thought, Yang Lin promptly inquired, what happened? Yun Luoxia did not elaborate much, given Yang Lin's abilities. Those scales would be of no use to him, so he could not have taken them. The only one left would be Gu Qingwei. Perhaps she understood the scale's purpose. Moreover, this had originally belonged to Gu Qingwei. It was merely unknown how it had ended up in Yang Lin's possession. Without further comment, she extracted the blood from the snow serpent and poured it back into the bathing pool. Once the task was complete, Yun Luoxia withdrew her hands. Yang Lin, observing her, recalled the nights they had shared. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the poison, he suddenly felt an inexplicable heat coursing through him. Sensing Yang Lin's unusual gaze, Yun Luoxia was startled, causing her to falter slightly in her motion to return the jade pendant. Yang Lin's eyes lit up. Unable to restrain himself as he stepped closer to Yun Luoxia, his hands instinctively reaching for his waist. Yun Luoxia, alarmed, shot him a fierce look. In that moment, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused over Yang Lin, and he immediately realized that he had misinterpreted the situation. Chapter 83. The departure of the fairy. With an awkward smile, Yang Lin quickly turned around, shed his garments, and plunged into the bath with a splash. Hearing the commotion, Yun Luoxia cursed under her breath, realizing that Yang Lin had become increasingly audacious. At that moment, Yang Lin felt a tinge of displeasure. Was it really necessary for her to be so fierce just because he declined her request? After all, wasn't it her own procrastination that led to this misunderstanding? Tired of engaging with Yang Lin, Yun Luoxia turned to leave, while Yang Lin gradually entered a state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Qingwei, hidden in the shadows, observed their every move with keen eyes before slowly stepping out from her concealment. Since merging with the scales, Yang Lin's cultivation speed had significantly diminished. The strength of his blood likely could no longer accommodate his current physique. However, the scales were singular. Once depleted, they would be gone. If he needed to exert more force, the consequences could be dire. Pondering these thoughts, Gu Qingwei's gaze fell upon the jade pendant. And with a flick of her right hand, the pendant floated gracefully towards her. She deftly traced several arcane symbols in the air, accompanied by a waft of fragrant aroma. In an instant, The corpse of the millennium-old snow serpent was crushed into fine fragments, which then transformed into a crimson stream, encircling Yang Lin under Gu Qingwei's guidance. As Yang Lin practiced the star technique, the sanguine essence permeated his pores gradually. At that moment, while immersed in his cultivation, he felt a sharp increase in pain throughout his body, almost doubling in intensity. Though his brows knitted together in discomfort, excitement bubbled within him. Such sensations clearly indicated a forthcoming breakthrough, and the rate of blood absorption was markedly accelerated compared to before. Yang Lin dared not relent. He devoted himself entirely to his practice, maximizing the speed of his technique. As time passed, Yang Lin gritted his teeth against the pain, driven by exhilaration as he greedily absorbed the surrounding essence. Despite the clarity of the pain, he had long grown accustomed to it. Each pang signified a fortification of his physique. Gu Qingwei, observing from the sidelines, regarded Yang Lin with newfound respect. The agony of refining the body, especially during a breakthrough, was something she understood intimately. Yang Lin had endured it all in silence, a testament to his remarkable endurance. Initially, she had anticipated he would succumb to the pain and withdraw from his state of cultivation, perhaps even leap from the pool. Before long, dawn began to break. Emerging from her chamber, Yun Luoxia stealthily approached the bath to assess Yang Lin's condition. Finding no significant issues, she returned to her study, only to discover that Gu Qingwei had vanished without a trace, her presence completely absent. Has she left? Yun Luoxia mused, a slight frown creasing her brow. Ultimately, outsiders could not be relied upon. She had once believed that she and the princess could forge an alliance, yet this outcome proved otherwise. In this light, Gu Qingwei was even less dependable than Yang Lin, who, at least in this moment, had not chosen to depart without a word. In contrast, the duo in the courtyard, Zhang San and Li Si, exhibited a surprising cleverness. Though buried in a pit, they managed to suppress their presence to the lowest degree, even feigning unconsciousness. As luck would have it, Ouyang Yunshuang emerged from her chamber and immediately spotted the two heads protruding from the mud, prompting an exclamation of shock. Zhang San and Li Si were filled with trepidation, fearing that despite their efforts to conceal themselves, they had still been discovered. After all, it was entirely normal for anyone to be startled upon encountering two heads in their own courtyard. What is all the fuss about? Yun Luoxia appeared, her tone laced with irritation. "Take there," Ouyang Yunshuang stammered, pointing at the pit, her face a mask of terror. "Just pretend you didn't see anything and go about your business," Yun Luoxia replied nonchalantly. "Does the master know?" Ouyang Yunshuang asked timidly, seemingly grasping Yun Luoxia's intent. "What do you think?" Yun Luoxia did not directly answer, instead fixing Ouyang Yunshuang with a penetrating gaze. "Just focus on your duties. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "Understood." Ouyang Yunshuang nodded obediently and hurried away, her head bowed. Watching Ouyang Yunshuang's retreating figure, Yun Luoxia felt a flicker of doubt. Had the Holy Maiden of Tianzong truly left at such a crucial moment? Though their time together had been brief, it hardly seemed to align with her character. During breakfast, Ouyang Yunshuang, as was her custom, delivered a portion of the prepared food to the bedroom for Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng before heading to the study, only to find that Gu Qingwei had already vanished. Has she left so soon? I thought she would linger longer, Ouyang Yunshuang thought disdainfully. Yesterday, Gu Qingwei had paraded in her Taoist robe, deliberately circling the study before elaborating on the events that transpired in the bath. Perhaps she had been driven away by her own irritation? Ouyang Yunshuang pondered. Nevertheless, Gu Qingwei was astute. She could not afford to be complacent. Should her whereabouts be exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. The time for caution had not yet passed. Every step must be taken with care. Without further hesitation, Ouyang Yunshuang returned to the bath with her lunchbox. She knocked on the door, but there was no response. Calling out to Yang Lin yielded no sound, either. Feigning uncertainty, she opened the door as she had the previous day and stepped inside to assess the situation. Finding no immediate issues, she turned her attention to the bath, only to realize that even here, the wretched aura of the woman was absent. Could it be that she had truly departed? With a flutter of anxiety, Ouyang Yunshuang called out to Yang Lin once more. Slowly, he opened his eyes, withdrawing from his state of cultivation. At that moment, Yang Lin's body was covered in a crimson hue, save for his eyes, which remained white. The blood had formed a crust upon his skin, and even the slightest movement produced a crackling sound. Feigning fear, Ouyang Yunshuang paled visibly, appearing genuinely startled. Yang Lin regarded Ouyang Yunshuang, an inexplicable heat surging within him. An impulse to rush toward her nearly overwhelming. Yet, Ouyang Yunshuang maintained her usual modest attire, suggesting that the issue resided within him, affecting every inch of his being. This was decidedly abnormal. Yang Lin understood that the blood was tainted. However, even when withdrawing from cultivation, such a stark manifestation should not occur. He had always managed to suppress it. Has the lady warrior awakened? Yang Lin strained to speak, suppressing the discomfort within, his brow furrowed tightly. The young lady seems to be absent from the study. Ouyang Yunshuang replied candidly. Absent. Chapter 84. Have you truly thought this through? Upon hearing those words, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Could it be that he had truly driven her away? Searching around, he found the jade pendant that Gu Qingwei had left behind, and he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this was a token of hope for him. Master, there are two individuals buried in the mud pit outside. Ouyang Yunshuang spoke softly. Yang Lin snapped back to reality at that moment. He found himself devoid of interest in such matters. Even though his heart was ablaze with impatience, the sight of Ouyang Yunshuang seemed to calm him somewhat. Let them remain there, Yang Lin replied. Ouyang Yunshuang nodded in understanding, recognizing that there was no need for further inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Yang Lin regained his composure. Even when presented with breakfast, he felt no appetite and waved his hand, instructing Ouyang Yunshuang to take it away. You eat, he said. Yes, Ouyang Yunshuang acknowledged, clearly perceiving Yang Lin's despondency, likely due to that wretched Gu Qingwei. Could it be that this fellow had genuinely developed feelings for her? Or perhaps what Yang Lin truly desired was the self he had encountered in the cave that day? Such answers were beyond Ouyang Yunshuang's reach as she left the bathroom. The events of that night lingering in her mind briefly. The bathroom fell silent once more, and Yang Lin let out a soft sigh. Oh, what is love in this world, that one must offer oneself so willingly? He mused aloud, not allowing himself further time for idle thoughts. He submerged himself back into the bathing pool to continue his cultivation. Now, all he could do was strive to grow stronger, to become formidable enough to command respect, rather than remain in his current state, akin to an ant. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei had not departed. She lingered in the shop before the estate, contemplating the surrounding calligraphy and paintings. In this world, there are talents aplenty, yet those who truly achieve greatness are but a rare few. No matter how exceptional one's gift may be, if not applied to the right path, it is but a waste. As a practitioner of the way, one must focus solely on their cultivation. The entanglements of love and desire will only hinder one's journey. We must transcend the mundane and earnestly pursue the path. Gu Qingwei sighed softly. She had sensed Yang Lin's presence earlier. Only after Ouyang Yunshuang's departure and Yang Lin's return to his meditative state did she reappear in the bathroom. The previous night, Yang Lin had completely absorbed the essence of the snow serpent's corporeal form, enhancing his physical strength further. Yet, there remained one invaluable component that Gu Qingwei had withheld, the gallbladder of the millennium-old snow serpent. Aside from the inner core, the gallbladder was the most precious asset. Gu Qingwei had refrained from presenting it to Yang Lin initially, fearing that his body might not withstand the strain. After all, starting at the highest intensity could potentially ruin his cultivation and lead to his demise. First came the blood, then the scales, followed by the flesh, and finally, the gallbladder, a gradual process to ensure adaptability. Should Yang Lin manage to endure this final step, he would absorb the vast majority of the snow serpent's cultivation, granting him unparalleled fortune. Yet, even the formidable demoness had succumbed to the toxins of the snow serpent's inner core. Now, having absorbed such a significant amount of the serpent's energy, Yang Lin's toxicity was no less than that which the demoness had faced. Gu Qingwei harbored doubts about whether Yang Lin could endure. However, the very challenge promised immense rewards. Despite her hesitations, she paused only briefly, having spent time with Yang Lin. She recognized his unwavering dedication to cultivation. Even if she left the choice to him, she was certain he would embrace the opportunity. Shattering the gallbladder as before, it was seamlessly blended into the blood pool for Yang Lin to assimilate. Merely moments later, he sensed something was amiss. His body felt like a raging furnace, flames roaring within, nearly scorching him to the core. What on earth was happening? As he grappled with the sensations within, his mind was filled with questions. Could it be that he had absorbed too much toxin, driving him to the brink of collapse? Reflecting on this possibility, Yang Lin felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have sought Gu Qingyue's teachings on cultivation methods first, which might have offered some alleviation. Now, he could only rely on his endurance, gritting his teeth to push through. In another room, Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er were also immersed in their training. After a period of recuperation, Xiao Feng's injuries had largely healed. Given the uncertain environment of Pingyang City, they were both eager to enhance their strength. The more powerful they became, the greater their odds in the battles to come. Since the fall of the Wei Kingdom, the two had remained inseparable, their synergy reaching remarkable heights. Thus, they began to develop a fusion of martial techniques, striving for a synergy that would yield greater strength, a method for rapid growth. Do you think young Master Yang might be pursued by the great Xia court due to our connection? Xiao Feng'er asked, concern mingling with guilt. Furthermore, the events of the previous night had irrevocably entangled Yang Lin in their plight, and returning to safety seemed impossible. It appeared that Liu Pei had already mapped out Yang Lin's future. He would likely participate in the upcoming assessments and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, join a sect. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Luoxia calmly analyzed the situation for Xiao Feng'er, recounting Yang Lin's meeting with King Mingyang under Liu Pei's guidance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng'er nodded. If that were the case, it might not be a misfortune for Yang Lin after all. But, Sister Xia, I am puzzled as to why Chief Liu insisted I marry young Master Yang. Could there be an ulterior motive? Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia had already surmised Xiao Feng'er's intentions. Liu Pei's unwavering support for Yang Lin, even going so far as to place a princess by his side, was indeed to aid him. Rather than seeking to protect Xiao Feng'er, it seemed Liu Pei favored Yang Lin. Why else would he have insisted she remain within the Yang family estate in such a vast city? Have you truly thought this through? Yun Luoxia inquired calmly. Chapter 85, The Affection of Long. Xiao Feng'er nodded thoughtfully. Liu Pei's opponent was King Mingyang, and she feared that he might fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with a hint of uncertainty. In truth, she had previously mentioned this matter to Liu Pei. And although no definitive conclusion was reached, she sensed that Liu Pei was indeed prepared to exert every ounce of his strength. The crux of the issue lay with King Mingyang, who was no trivial adversary compared to the court. He posed a far greater threat and was considerably more challenging to deal with. The predicament Liu Pei found himself in was primarily due to the two of them, and to claim that she felt no guilt would be an outright falsehood. Xiao Feng'er then spoke up, as Liu Pei's disciple. I wish to assist young Master Yang this time. Even Yun Luoxia did not refuse this time, slowly nodding her head in agreement. In light of this, it seemed that they would have to concede to that fellow. Hearing these words, Xiao Feng'er's eyes brightened with a hint of surprise. Sister Xia, you truly agreed? Given that you have already made your decision, what use is my refusal? Yun Luoxia sighed. Although Xiao Feng'er usually followed her lead in matters such as this, she had little room for maneuver. Thus, Xiao Feng'er smiled contentedly, a touch of shyness gracing her features. It seemed that young Master Yang's attentiveness to Sister Xia had not been in vain. Yun Luoxia remained non-committal, reiterating her caution. Let me be clear, while you may assist, it is advisable to limit your interactions with that fellow. Sister Xia, do you truly find me so untrustworthy? Xiao Feng'er expressed her exasperation. For Yun Luoxia had always been excessively protective of her, scrutinizing every detail. However, since the destruction of her family, she had endured numerous hardships, living a life of uncertainty. Her experiences had matured her far beyond her former self. She would not be so easily deceived by an ordinary youth. This matter does not concern you, Yun Luoxia asserted. Proceeding to elaborate, it's simply that he is quite cunning, full of tricks. As the saying goes, it is not the thief you fear, but the one who covets. The more you engage, the greater the opportunity you afford him, so it is wiser to keep your distance. While speaking, Yun Luoxia recounted the events of the previous day's interrogation of the two shadow operatives. Rather than developing any prejudice against Yang Lin, Xiao Feng'er praised him. Young Master Yang is truly astute. He is clearly aiding us. Who knows if this fellow seeks to draw closer to you under the guise of assistance? Who can discern what he truly thinks? Yun Luoxia advised patiently, concerned that if Yang Lin's true nature were revealed one day, he might leave her with nothing but bones. Yun Luoxia herself was the best testament to such dangers, though she could not voice her own experiences, choosing instead to keep them buried deep within. What she could do was ensure that Xiao Feng'er did not repeat her mistakes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng'er recalled her previous encounter with Yang Lin while painting, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yang Lin's gaze had indeed been rather intense, leaving a lasting impression. Yet, her feelings were not of distaste. Rather, she felt a twinge of shyness, even defending Yang Lin. Sister Xia, I understand your concerns, but young Master Yang is quite a good person. There is no need to speak ill of him. Faced with Xiao Feng'er's earnestness, Yun Luoxia found herself at a loss for words. If she did not lay bare her own experiences, no amount of explanation would convince Xiao Feng'er. Forget it. My time here is limited, and once I leave, we shall not meet again. Let us not waste time on this, Yun Luoxia stated. Our departure is imminent. Before then, you may assist him with a spirit-refining session. After that, you likely will not see him again. The so-called spirit refining involved harnessing the power of talismans to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, purifying the true energy within one's body. Although spirit refining might not necessarily elevate one's realm, it could enhance the purity of the true energy within, laying a solid foundation for those at the onset of their cultivation journey, thereby ensuring a more stable future replete with benefits. This process also required a certain level of skill from the talisman practitioner. The higher the cultivation, the better the results. Very well, there is no time like the present. Let us schedule it for this evening, Xiao Feng'er replied, nodding thoughtfully. All right, I will make the arrangements. Yun Luoxiao had not anticipated Xiao Feng'er's eagerness, but she nodded in agreement nonetheless. Meanwhile, in Pingyang City, at the Lord's Manor, the head of the Shadow Department, Xiao Tianyu, had chosen to stay here during his visit to Pingyang City. However, the news had not leaked, and very few were aware of his presence. To maintain secrecy, Xiao Tianyu did not boldly reside in the Lord's Manor, but instead discreetly selected a high-up pavilion to conceal himself. The two individuals sent to investigate Yang Lin had yet to return. As Xiao Tianyu's trusted aide, Zhao Shi knelt on one knee to report the latest developments. At that moment, Xiao Tianyu stood by the window, gazing towards the distant Yang residence, his eyes narrowing. The Yang Lin you mentioned, from what the Lord has relayed, seems to be quite the rare beauty in all of Pingyang City. Is that correct? Indeed, from the portrait, he possesses an exquisite appearance, Zhao Shi affirmed, nodding in agreement. Oh, if that is the case, even if Princess Xianfeng were to marry him, I doubt the third prince would mind excessively, Xiao Tianyu remarked with a nonchalant smile, his gaze holding a peculiar glint, leaving his true thoughts ambiguous. In response, Zhao Shi chose silence. Such matters were beyond his purview. In truth, the third prince whom Xiao Tianyu referred to harbored certain peculiar preferences, seemingly enamored with men, and had kept numerous male courtiers within the palace. Although this fact had not been publicly acknowledged, it was well known within the noble circles of the capital. However, due to the third prince's status, no one dared to discuss it openly. A beauty like Yang Lin would indeed align with the prince's tastes. Have there been any updates from the abyss? Xiao Tianyu inquired further. Recently, it seems the Black Guards have received word that the former leader of the abyss, the demoness, has been spotted in Pingyang City. But she vanished without a trace shortly thereafter, Zhao Shi reported respectfully. Previously, the Millennium Snow Serpent outside Pingyang City was slain by the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Sect, suggesting that the Holy Maiden and the demoness may have encountered one another, leading to a fierce clash with both sustaining injuries, he continued. Is the source of this information reliable? Xiao Tianyu questioned. The slaying of the Snow Serpent is indeed true, but the subsequent battle of life and death. The details stem from the abyss. Their veracity remains to be verified. Chapter 86. Is this woman contemplating murder to silence him? The third prince is soon to arrive in Pingyang City, which is of utmost importance. I do not wish to see any hint of danger in the city at that time. Xiao Tianyu turned around, his gaze carrying a hint of indifference. Zhao Shi, witnessing this, felt a sudden jolt of alarm and promptly lowered his head, saying, I understand, my lord. I will continue to send people to keep a close watch on the Yang family and report to you immediately upon any news. Xiao Tianyu continued. Before the arrival of the third prince, I hope Princess Xianfeng remains at the Yang residence. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Yang family's bathing chamber, Gu Qingyue ground the gallbladder of a 1,000-year-old snow serpent to use for Yang Lin's body refinement. Under her control, the essence permeated perfectly, relentlessly pushing Yang Lin to his limits without overwhelming him to the point of losing control. At this moment, Yang Lin exerted all his strength to operate the starry technique, channeling the absorbed spiritual energy throughout his body, allowing his limbs and bones to indulge in its nourishment. Yet, the spiritual energy derived from the millennia-old snow serpent bore a certain toxicity. Such unrestrained absorption made Yang Lin feel as though he might burst apart. Everything had reached a critical point, and had he not gritted his teeth in perseverance, he would have likely exploded by now. Gu Qingyue had long sensed this. And with a single hand seal, she released a stream of cool, true energy that floated into Yang Lin's body. Those energies and toxins that had reached their limit seemed to have found an outlet, surging deeper into Yang Lin. This Yang Lin was astonished to find that he seemed to have regained a measure of clarity. Could this be a sign of unlocking a new level of realm? Sensing the shift in Yang Lin's mindset, Gu Qingyue furrowed her brow, slightly worried. Although Yang Lin had broken through the critical point, the accumulated toxicity within him had not dissipated and would only increase as he continued to absorb. If it truly exploded, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet now that it had come to this, Gu Qingyue had no way back, and neither did Yang Lin. He had no choice but to endure this ordeal to pave his path toward cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and the sky gradually darkened. Yun Luoxiao emerged from her room and walked to the bathing chamber, surprised to find Yang Lin still in a meditative state with his eyes tightly shut. However, she did not forget her purpose and retrieved a nearby bathing tub, placing it beside the bath. Tonight, the princess would refine Yang Lin's spirit, and naturally, his unclothed state would be most advantageous, making this tub the optimal choice. Soon, Yun Luoxiao filled the tub with water before calling Yang Lin awake. As Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes and saw Yun Luoxiao before him, his gaze sparkled with an intensity that could scorch. Startled by his look, Yun Luoxiao felt a jolt of alarm, her eyelids twitching. This state of his surely indicated something amiss. Having absorbed so much blood, He must be on the verge of an explosive accumulation of toxins, was he not? Yang Lin must be doing this on purpose. That rascal was still thinking about her detoxifying him. Internally cursing, Yunluo Xia maintained her composure and coldly instructed. Quickly clean off the blood scabs from your body and come into the tub. I have an opportunity for you. Opportunity? Yang Lin couldn't help but feel curious at her words. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just hurry up. Move faster, or this chance will slip away. Yunluo Xia said impatiently. Fine, then hurry and bring me water to wash up. Yang Lin stood up, snorting softly. Seeing this, Yunluo Xia truly wanted to slap him. Glaring at Yang Lin, but ultimately complied and fetched water for him. Yang Lin smiled broadly, stepping out of the bath and choosing not to shake off the blood scabs as he normally would. Instead, he stood quietly, awaiting Yunluo Xia's service. Yet, Yang Lin felt somewhat helpless. The toxicity of the 1,000-year snow serpent was beyond his expectations. At this point in his training, he found it increasingly difficult to control his body's instincts. It felt like a bomb ready to explode at any moment, and the consequences would be dire if triggered. As Yunluo Xia poured several buckets of water over him, cleansing his body, Yang Lin cooperatively shook off the blood scabs, finally cleaning himself. However, at that moment, without any warning, Yunluo Xia sealed his acupoint. To his astonishment, she even smiled at him while sealing his mute acupoint. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Momentarily rendered speechless, Yunluo Xia offered no explanation. She simply grasped his shoulders and tossed him into the tub. Is this woman plotting to eliminate him to cover her tracks? Would placing him in the tub lessen the evidence of a crime? To say Yang Lin felt unafraid would be a blatant lie, and it didn't tee in there. Yunluo Xia even covered her eyes with something. Surrounded by darkness, unable to move or speak, it would be a stretch for Yang Lin to claim he was not afraid. Watching this unfold from the shadows, Gu Qingwen made no move to intervene. She seemed to comprehend Yunluo Xia's intentions. Shortly after, Yunluo Xia returned to the bathing chamber with Xiaofeng, the two moving stealthily, not making a sound. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ouyang Yunchuang observed everything with a puzzled expression. What were they planning? Given their extraordinary identities and Yang Lin's presence in the bathing chamber, a sudden realization struck Ouyang Yunchuang. They were likely preparing to refine Yang Lin's spirit. If so, Xiaofeng's skills might also restore her own strength. If that were the case, an opportunity was finally at hand. In fact, Ouyang Yunchuang had considered this ever since discovering Xiaofeng was a talisman master. But Gu Qingwen had always kept a close watch, preventing her from finding an opportunity. Spirit refinement, while more effective for those of lower cultivation, still depended on the talisman master's strength. Even powerful talisman masters could significantly benefit high-level cultivators. In the bathing chamber, Xiaofeng gazed at Yang Lin sitting in the tub, her heartbeat quickening, her cheeks flushing crimson. Noticing her reaction, Yunluo Xia couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Sensing Yunluo Xia's mood, Xiaofeng quickly steadied herself, silently moving behind Yang Lin. With a hand seal, she condensed true energy, and as her gestures danced, a layer of golden inscriptions seemingly emerged on the ground beneath the tub. Observing all this, Gu Qingwei couldn't help but display a hint of surprise upon noticing the inscriptions. Chapter 87. Refining the Spirit. Is this the 6th Transformation Cultivation Array? The 6th Transformation Cultivation Array possesses the ability to harness the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, channeling it within the body, allowing a mortal to contend with the cosmos for spiritual energy. This is not a feat achievable by an ordinary talisman master. Each practitioner of the 6th Transformation Cultivation Array is a formidable being, capable of standing against the heavens. Of course, this does not necessarily imply a battle against the heavens and earth, but rather the ability to seize spiritual power from the cosmos, employing cunning tactics as well. As time passed, the inscriptions beneath the bath became increasingly distinct, and soon the formation took shape. Almost instantaneously, the blood within the bath formed a swirling vortex, propelled by a powerful suction force, ascending towards the tub. Even the hidden Gu Qingwei could perceive the rapid gathering of spiritual energy from the void towards Yang Lin's direction. At this moment, Yang Lin lay in the tub, his features obscured, feeling a tumult of emotions. He could not fathom the true intentions of Yunluo Xia. However, he suddenly sensed a wave of refreshing coolness permeating from the exterior to the interior of his body. He felt rejuvenated. Even the heat within him had diminished slightly. Confounded, Yang Lin could only marvel at the phenomenon, as there was little else he could do. Before long, mealtime arrived, and Ouyang Yunchuang, as usual, delivered food. Ultimately reaching the bathroom, she tread lightly, this time even foregoing a knock, gently pushing the door open. It was only upon entering the bathroom that Yunluo Xia realized the presence of Ouyang Yunchuang. Clearly, it was too late to prevent her entrance. Yunluo Xia could only gesture for silence, urging her not to make a sound. Ouyang Yunchuang nodded in response, her gaze shifting toward Yang Lin. The golden inscriptions on the ground and the surging spiritual energy directed towards Yang Lin were undeniably magnificent. Ouyang Yunchuang recognized the formation, remaining outwardly composed while feeling a surge of astonishment within. Suddenly, a faint noise echoed through the courtyard, drawing immediate attention to Yun Luoxia, who instinctively grasped Ouyang Yunchuang's shoulder and swiftly pulled her out of the bathroom before she could react. At the same time, two figures clad in black stealthily emerged, landing quietly in the courtyard. However, before they could settle, two shadows descended upon them. The black-clad individual's pupils constricted in shock, and they instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, before they could move, they found themselves ensnared in a muddy pit, with only their heads protruding, reminiscent of Zhang San and Li Si from before. To ensure their incapacitation, Yun Luoxia had sealed several key acupoints on their bodies. Consequently, the two black-clad figures could do little more than blink in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zhang San and Li Si, trapped in the pit, felt a surge of elation upon seeing others approach. However, they quickly feigned unconsciousness, shutting their eyes and remaining still. Noticing this, Ouyang Yunchuang, held by Yun Luoxia, realized that these individuals were not targeting Xiao Feng'er, otherwise, their strength would have been futile against such odds. After executing her plan, Yun Luoxia returned to the bathroom, leaving Ouyang Yunchuang outside. Observing Yun Luoxia's retreating figure, Ouyang Yunchuang surmised that the woman likely harbored suspicions about her identity, hence her earlier actions to distance them. As midnight approached, Yun Luoxia finally exited the bathroom with a pale Xiao Feng'er, hastening back to the bedroom. Noting Xiao Feng'er's frail appearance, Yun Luoxia inwardly chastised Yang Lin countless times. "Don't worry, Sister Xia. I'm perfectly fine. I merely assisted the young master in refining his spirit. It is no trouble for me and will not lead to any residual effects," Xiao Feng'er assured, contrasting Yun Luoxia's concerns with her own cheerful demeanor. "You are far too kind to him," Yun Luoxia remarked, casting a resigned glance at Xiao Feng'er. In response, Xiao Feng'er blinked her large, watery eyes. Though she did not speak, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, hinting at her thoughts. "Remember, you and he are merely a sham couple. Surely, you cannot genuinely regard him as your husband?" Yun Luoxia commented, her tone laced with intrigue. Xiao Feng'er could no longer conceal her embarrassment, her face flushing crimson as she shot an annoyed glare at Yun Luoxia. "Sister Xia, if that were the case, you would be the young master's concubine. Would you accept such a role?" While they both understood the absurdity of their banter, their identities were, indeed, as such. "Humph. He can dream," Yun Luoxia retorted, though a hint of uncertainty flickered within her. She recognized that Xiao Feng'er was jesting, yet she felt undeniably ensnared by Yang Lin's charm. The thought of her own identity weighed heavily on her. "Sister Xia, you must realize that with your beauty, which man would not desire you?" Xiao Feng'er teased, a playful glint in her eyes. "Enough. I tire of this banter. You appear exhausted, and I fear you are beginning to speak nonsense." As she spoke, Yun Luoxia helped Xiao Feng'er remove her outer garments. "Rest well tonight and recover swiftly," Yun Luoxia urged. This time, Xiao Feng'er did not protest further, obediently nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yang Lin felt an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping him. This opportunity that Yun Luoxia had mentioned must be precisely this. The sensation was exquisite. Yang Lin surmised that among those in the courtyard, only Feng'er possessed such capabilities. After all, Aziz was merely a cook, an ordinary person, and the female warrior had departed. As for Yun Luoxia, her skills likely revolved around combat and assassination. Moreover, if it were Yun Luoxia orchestrating this, there would be no need for him to be so tightly bound. Yet, Yang Lin found himself somewhat discontent. This opportunity, while remarkable, left him without the means to unbind himself. He merely voiced a casual complaint, which did little to dampen his elation. Gu Qingyue, lurking in the shadows, emerged silently, observing Yang Lin's smiling face with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. What thoughts consumed this young man? Was he contemplating Xiao Feng'er or Yun Luoxia? Without hesitation, she gestured with her right hand, summoning a vibrant red essence from the jade pendant on the rack, which surged toward Yang Lin. Just as Yang Lin began to relish his newfound comfort, a jolt of surprise coursed through him, prompting him to activate the Starry Sky technique to absorb this essence. He recognized it as the essence of the 1,000-year-old snow serpent, and this time, it seemed he was destined to grow even stronger. Beneath the veil of black cloth, Yang Lin's gaze burned with intensity, as if he could pierce through the very fabric that concealed him. Chapter 88. The heroine's sacrifice. Witnessing Yang Lin's exuberance, Gu Qingyue's lips curled into a faint smile as her hands quickened their movements. A substantial amount of the essence from the Millennium Snow WRM rapidly coalesced around Yang Lin. At this moment, Yang Lin had no time for contemplation. He fervently absorbed the influx of foreign spiritual energy. The earlier opportunity had likely been bestowed upon him by Xiao Feng'er, and now it was undoubtedly from Yun Luoxia. After all, it was Yun Luoxia who had previously assisted him in extracting the blood of the Snow Wyrm, and it seemed that the remaining essence in the pool was still available. Seizing this chance, Yang Lin hastened his efforts. He had finally shattered his bottleneck, and he could not afford to squander this moment. Simultaneously, Gu Qingwei fully extracted the essence of the Millennium Snow Wyrm, seamlessly integrating it into Yang Lin's being. Having done all she could, the extent of his absorption now depended solely on him. Based on her recent observations, Yang Lin's body was nearing its limit. Even Gu Qingwei was unaware that after absorbing a significant amount of Snow Wyrm's spiritual energy, Yang Lin's acupoints had already been breached, allowing him to regain mobility long ago. Feeling a considerable reduction in pressure around him, Yang Lin gradually withdrew from his meditative state. At this moment, he was still enveloped in darkness, as the cloth over his eyes had yet to be removed. Through the fabric, he fixed his gaze ahead, firmly convinced that Yun Luoxia stood before him. What reaction would she display if he were to unveil the blindfold? Contemplating this, Yang Lin refrained from removing the cloth. Instead, he rose from the bathing tub and stepped outside. At this juncture, Yang Lin felt remarkably light, effortlessly leaping several meters forward as he extended his hand. Gu Qingyue's eyes flickered, yet she did not evade Yang Lin's grasp, allowing him to seize her. Internally, Gu Qingyue was equally apprehensive. Firstly, from her observations, Yang Lin had likely reached his limits. Absorbing such a vast amount of WRM's poison without release could lead to madness or, at worst, a violent demise. Secondly, after spending these days together, she found herself harboring an inexplicable affection for Yang Lin, a sentiment that even she had not fully recognized. As Yang Lin grasped Gu Qingyue's shoulders, his heart raced with excitement, but he soon sensed something amiss. The height of the person before him was dissimilar to that of Yun Luoxia. Yun Luoxia possessed a tall and slender physique, whereas the woman in front of him was evidently shorter, a realization that struck him immediately upon contact. Yet, the sensations he experienced during his cultivation were distinctly those of the WRM's blood refining his body. Could there be someone else present? As night deepened and Xiao Feng'er fell asleep, Yun Luoxia vigilantly watched over her. Once Xiao Feng'er's breathing grew steady, she averted her gaze. Clearly, Xiao Feng'er's exertion for Yang Lin had taken a toll, and her weakened state tugged at Yun Luoxia's heart. It was precisely for this reason that Yun Luoxia refrained from unblocking Yang Lin's acupoints, deciding instead to let him remain in the bathing tub for a night of reflection. At times, Yun Luoxia found it perplexing why the princess was so infatuated with this scoundrel. Despite her thoughts, the image of Yang Lin's fervent gaze lingered in her mind. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel him from her thoughts, but her efforts proved futile. As the moon waxed and waned, dawn arrived unceremoniously. Yun Luoxia slowly opened her eyes and quietly exited the bedroom, heading toward the bathroom. Upon reaching the doorway, she discovered Yang Lin seated in the courtyard, engaged in conversation with a few assassins. This sight took her by surprise. Had Yang Lin managed to break through his acupoints on his own? If that were the case, she had underestimated him. The assassins, Zhang San and Li Si, soon noticed Yun Luoxia's approach and promptly fell silent. Yang Lin turned to smile at Yun Luoxia. Only then did she inquire as she stood beside him, "Did you manage to extract any information?" The two newcomers, like Zhang San and Li Si, hailed from the Dark Division. Yang Lin briefly explained, "It appears they seek to ascertain my and the lady's whereabouts." Yun Luoxia pondered. "Indeed, just as I suspected. However, they possess additional intelligence." The Dark Division's overseer, Chao Tianyu, had seemingly delayed action, waiting for someone. Yun Luoxia's brows furrowed slightly at this revelation. "Do you know the identity of this individual?" Yang Lin responded, "Based on current clues, it is likely the third prince of the Great Xia, but this remains mere speculation. The pawns before us seem unaware." The two newcomers in the pit displayed pale faces, evidently rattled after Yang Lin's interrogation. The third prince. Yun Luoxia's expression turned contemplative, her gaze fixating on Yang Lin. "If it truly is him, you must be cautious." Yang Lin, taken aback, turned to her. "What is the situation with this third prince?" At this, nearly everyone turned their attention toward Yang Lin, their expressions reflecting a shared intrigue. To put it bluntly, if it is indeed him, he will likely take a particular interest in you. In this regard, my lady is certainly not your match." Yun Luoxia replied with a teasing smile. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned, realizing that this woman's smiles often heralded misfortune. "The third prince has a penchant for keeping male consorts." Zhang San interjected, noting that this was no secret in the capital. Yang Lin's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor stiffening. He shot a resentful glance at Yun Luoxia. "What? Am I not complimenting you? Is that a mistake?" Yun Luoxia replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she teased him. Yang Lin chose not to elaborate further, casting one last glance at Yun Luoxia before turning his attention back, likely cursing her in his mind several times. Given this, we must prepare ourselves. We cannot simply wait and see, Yang Lin stated as he slowly rose, gazing at the 4 assassins in the pit. So you already have a plan? Yun Luoxia inquired, curiosity piqued. Although I am not well versed in the affairs of the capital, nor do I understand why they wish to capture Fenger, it appears that our path to resolution may lie with this third prince, Yang Lin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia's brow furrowed again, as if she was beginning to grasp Yang Lin's intentions. What do you think? With your capabilities, can you capture the thief by first apprehending the king? Chapter 89. If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. Listening to Yang Lin, Yun Luoxia did not respond immediately. Instead, she directed her gaze toward the assassin in the muddy pit. The 2 newcomers evidently had no intention of speaking, choosing instead to lower their heads, trembling visibly. However, Zhang San and Li Si hesitated for a moment before Zhang San finally spoke. With the third prince's arrival, he will undoubtedly be accompanied by the elite of the Black Guards, and given his close relationship with Governor Chao, it is highly unlikely he would be allowed to take any risks. Moreover, the third prince is flanked by 500 retainers, all of whom are masters in their own right, reputedly possessing skills at the least in the realm of Tongxian, which is beyond mere qi refinement. So, does this mean that successfully assassinating him would be an arduous task? Yang Lin pondered aloud. What if there are many? The true threat is negligible, Yun Luoxia scoffed, her expression calm. Currently, the only genuine threat to me and the young lady is that King Meng Yang. And what about the so-called Chao Tianyu? What is his strength? Yang Lin inquired once more. The prowess of Lord Chao is unfathomable. No one knows his true level, Zhang Xin quickly interjected. Li Si chimed in. Indeed, Lord Chao is the strongest among us in the Dark Division. Even the 2 new assassins echoed this sentiment, asserting that Chao Tianyu's martial prowess was legendary and inscrutable. Have you all suffered his wrath before? Why are you so frightened? Yang Lin quipped, somewhat exasperated. Considering Chao Tianyu, one must understand that a person capable of being the head of the Dark Division possesses exceptional strength, Yun Luoxia remarked before pausing briefly. However, when compared to King Meng Yang, he pales in comparison. Hearing Yun Luoxia's tone, Yang Lin turned to look at her. So, you seem quite confident. Chao Tianyu, after all, was the head of the Imperial Dark Division, and Yang Lin believed his strength should be formidable. Although he was unaware of Yun Luoxia's true level, he was somewhat predisposed to take her seriously, feeling that one should not underestimate their opponents. What do you think? Yun Luoxia's tone carried a hint of arrogance, as if she regarded Chao Tianyu as inconsequential. And you, have you ever seen me afraid of anyone? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin contemplated and realized that throughout their acquaintance, he had never witnessed her fear of anyone. Even when encountering female heroes, she maintained her aloof demeanor. Seeing Yang Lin nod in tacit agreement, Yun Luoxia chose not to linger, as she had yet to freshen up since rising that day. The plan was already set. They merely awaited the arrival of the third prince in Pingyang City to act. Watching the woman leave, seemingly unwilling to exchange even a single word with him, Yang Lin felt a surge of irritation and cursed under his breath before retreating to his study. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ouyang Yunshuang prepared breakfast for everyone while eavesdropping on the earlier conversation. It seemed that Yun Luoxia was not afraid of the third prince and that the only true threat remained with King Meng Yang. Analyzing the dialogue, Ouyang Yunshuang sought an opportunity, one that might allow her to regain her strength. To enlist the help of Xiao Fenger, she would likely need to gain the trust of these 2 first. However, before that, she needed to confirm whether Gu Qingwei had left the Yang residence. If that woman remained, Ouyang Yunshuang would not dare to act, even if she had the confidence to do so. Upon returning to his study, Yang Lin secured the door and approached the bed deeper within. As he lifted the curtain, he beheld an exquisite countenance. Gu Qingwei lay quietly on the bed, the covers draped over her shoulders like a celestial being descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. Even a single glance could cause one's heart to race. Devoid of any impure thoughts, merely an object of admiration, Yang Lin smiled serenely, having noticed the faint blush blooming on Gu Qingyue's cheeks. Clearly, she was feigning sleep. At that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. The night prior, when he had removed his eye mask, Gu Qingwei had nearly been startled out of her wits. Fortunately, Yang Lin had reacted swiftly, concocting an excuse that allowed Gu Qingwei to save face. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingwei did not deny the incident. Rather, she tacitly permitted Yang Lin to draw closer. At that moment, Yang Lin, still reeling from the effects of the jiao poison, felt as if he might burst from the tension. Before the enchanting figure, and with the opportunity to rekindle their connection, it was a challenge for him to contain his excitement. although he did not understand why Gu Qingwei had initially rejected him. Her current acquiescence was more than sufficient for Yang Lin. Reflecting on the wonderful moments from the previous night, Yang Lin found himself a bit carried away. Lying beside Gu Qingwei, gazing at her with satisfaction, and could not resist playfully brushing her nose with his fingers. As Yang Lin engaged in mischief, Gu Qingwei could no longer maintain her facade, abruptly opening her eyes to meet the gaze of the man before her. "When did you uncover my identity?" she asked, referring to her guise as the celestial being in the mountain cave, a transformation of the demoness. "Last night." Yang Lin hesitated momentarily but answered her query truthfully. Had it not been for their intimacy the previous evening, he would never have guessed that the celestial being before him was still unspoiled. Moreover, he recalled that the celestial being in the mountain cave was also untouched. Thus, it seemed they were not the same person after all. "Although there was some misunderstanding between us, and the cave incident was accidental, we did." Yang Lin smiled. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Gu Qingwei. Recalling the events of the previous night, Gu Qingwei's face turned as red as a ripe apple, flushing instantly. She quickly interjected, interrupting Yang Lin. "Last night was also an accident." At her words, Yang Lin felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, despite having gained considerable advantage. Why did every woman who grew close to him carry such pride? "Fine, if you say it was an accident, then it shall be an accident." Yang Lin nodded, seemingly unwilling to argue further. However, noticing Gu Qingwei suddenly frown, casting him a resentful glance, Yang Lin paused before saying, "Regardless, the accident has already occurred. You have fallen into my trap, your martial prowess diminished, and now you must comply with my wishes, submitting to me as my woman, with no resistance allowed." In response, Gu Qingwei maintained her placid expression, quietly gazing at Yang Lin. "Oh, not speaking? If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent." Yang Lin chuckled. Gu Qingwei shifted the conversation. "If you encounter that woman from the mountain cave again, the one who impersonated me, what will you do?" Yang Lin pondered for a moment, earnestly looking at Gu Qingwei as he countered, "What do you think I should do?" In reply, Gu Qingwei fell silent, lost in thought. "Perhaps you should enlighten me first about the identity of that impersonator and what transpired between you two," Yang Lin gently urged. Genuinely curious about what manner of woman could successfully impersonate Gu Qingwei and even steal the starry jade from her. Chapter 90 Ozzy, do you know how to sew? The words of Gu Qingwei, mentioning the enchanting demoness Ouyang Yunshuang, caused Yang Lin to widen his eyes in shock, as if clarity dawned upon him. "So, you suspected that Xiaoxia was the demoness because you saw me?" Yang Lin inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. If his assumptions were correct, Gu Qingwei must have grasped the nature of his relationship with Yun Luoxia. Moreover, during their first encounter, Gu Qingwei had mentioned that Yun Luoxia was no longer pure. Contemplating this, Yang Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, Gu Qingwei nodded, her heart a tumult of emotions as she gazed at Yang Lin. Previously, she could not fathom why Yun Luoxia chose to hide away, nor could she understand the reasons for her own self-deprecation. Today, however, she found herself mirroring Yun Luoxia's actions. As this young man before her had disrupted her tranquility, stirring feelings within her that she had not anticipated. Yet, Xiaoxia is not the demoness, Yang Lin murmured to himself. But the demoness is still here, Gu Qingwei stated again. At this, Yang Lin was taken aback. Aside from Yun Luoxia and Xiaofeng, it seemed only the cook he had brought back remained in the residence. "Is it Ozzy?" His heart raced, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Have you noticed any suspicious traits about her?" Gu Qingwei asked, observing Yang Lin intently. Yang Lin was almost certain that Ozzy was no ordinary person. After being subjected to the blood of the Snow Wyrm, her lack of reaction indicated she was anything but mundane. Prior to this, I had consulted Liu Pei, the head of the Yongxing escort agency, to investigate Ozzy, Yang Lin reflected. Furthermore, when both he and Xiaoxia suffered from poisoning after consuming the Snow Wyrm's meat, they had suspected Ozzy's involvement. However, they later discovered that the meat itself was toxic, and subsequent investigations revealed nothing amiss about her. The demoness is known for her ability to disguise herself. It is not surprising that we found nothing, Gu Qingwei remarked, shaking her head. "So, why do you suspect Ozzy?" Yang Lin probed cautiously. "Initially, I suspected Xiaoxia, but later she revealed that on the night of my arrival, she had seen the cook displaying a malicious grin." Recalling that moment caused Gu Qingwei's face to flush slightly, her voice dropping an octave. If the demoness truly is her, why would she hide here? Yang Lin refrained from finishing the thought that lingered in his mind, casting a furtive glance at Gu Qingwei, who met his gaze with a mournful expression, compelling him to seal his lips. "Do not be upset. The atmosphere is too tense. I was merely jesting," Yang Lin quickly added. Gu Qingwei did not dwell on this, continuing, "The demoness cultivation is extraordinary. before reaching the pinnacle of her power. Engaging in intimate relations would cause her to lose 70% of her vital energy. Restoring it would require significant effort, especially now that the entire Pingyang city is under surveillance by the black-clad guards, and with the presence of King Mengyang, it is likely the demoness will exercise caution. Yet, even so, it is unreasonable for the demoness to be concealed here, is it not? Perhaps it is for the Starstone? Yang Lin scratched his head, uncertainty creeping into his tone. If that were the case, you would not have found the Starstone in the first place. Gu Qingwei promptly dismissed this notion. Indeed. Then what do you believe the demoness seeks? After a brief pause, Yang Lin spoke again. If the cook truly is the demoness, then she may have taken an interest in Xiao Feng'er. Gu Qingwei continued her analysis. Feng'er? How could that be? Yang Lin expressed his confusion. With Xiao Feng'er's capabilities, she could easily assist the demoness in regaining her strength. It dawned on him that his own fortune from the previous night had been bestowed by Xiao Feng'er, although he later misidentified the source of his cultivation. He was confident he had not erred in recognizing the individual. This matter does not concern you. Continue as you normally would, and I shall handle the rest. Gu Qingwei advised, intending to end the discussion. Yang Lin hesitated before suggesting, perhaps I could assist you? Gu Qingwei regarded him, awaiting his next words. However, one question remains. Given that you say the demoness powers are diminished, how do I measure up against her now? Yang Lin inquired. Considering the demoness' current state, coupled with the presence of myself, Yun Luoxiao, and Xiao Feng'er, even if she were stronger than you, she would think twice before acting against us, Gu Qingwei replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin could not help but smirk, feeling somewhat indignant. Even with her diminished capabilities, he still found himself at a disadvantage. If I could subdue her, say by grasping her throat, even a demoness could hardly resist, could she? Yang Lin countered. In response, Gu Qingwei recalled how Yang Lin had previously controlled Yun Luoxia by seizing her throat. However, in a defensive scenario, even if you managed to gain control, it does not guarantee you could eliminate her, Gu Qingwei cautioned, shaking her head. Yang Lin did not contest this. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he lowered his head, his face inching closer to Gu Qingwei's. As their noses touched, Yang Lin's smile grew wider. In that moment, looking at the young man so close before her, Gu Qingwei felt no repulsion. Instead, she allowed him to indulge. Had this occurred in the past, Yang Lin's life might have been forfeit. Formerly, Gu Qingwei would have found such behavior incomprehensible, yet now it felt entirely natural, as if she intrinsically belonged to Yang Lin. Along with her corporeal form, regardless of how intimate they became, the passage of time would not breed weariness. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted Yang Lin's moment of levity. Realizing this, he reluctantly withdrew, straightening his disheveled attire before approaching the door. Master, came the voice of Ouyang Yunshuang, who stood at the threshold, having prepared breakfast to deliver. Speak of the devil, Yang Lin mused, recalling Gu Qingyue's earlier words. Zi, do you know how to sew? Yang Lin suddenly inquired. Ouyang Yunshuang paused, momentarily taken aback, before instinctively nodding. Can you embroider? Yang Lin continued. I can, she replied. Although she was a cultivator, Ouyang Yunshuang indeed possessed embroidery skills, albeit limited to one technique. Excellent, I would like several garments made. Would you be able to assist me? This afternoon, if possible? Yang Lin smiled warmly. Of course, Ouyang Yunshuang could not refuse, though she felt a tinge of suspicion about Yang Lin's intentions. After accepting the lunchbox, Yang Lin dismissed her, turning to close the door behind him as he brought the breakfast to the bedside. Chapter 91. A narrow path for rivals Lady Hero. Your powers have waned, and your movements are hindered. Do you require my assistance with your meal? Yang Lin's smile deepened as he raised the lunchbox in his hand. To this, Gu Qingwei did not decline, allowing Yang Lin to make the arrangements. Despite their closer relationship, Gu Qingwei, still inexperienced in matters of affection, felt somewhat out of her depth and was unsure how to interact with Yang Lin. With a grin, Yang Lin returned to the bed and helped Gu Qingwei sit up. They sat side by side, partaking in the breakfast that Ouyang Yunshuang had sent. Did you just suggest she make clothing? Yang Lin's conversation with Ouyang Yunshuang was clearly audible to Gu Qingwei, although she did not grasp the full meaning. She understood that Yang Lin had indeed instructed Ouyang Yunshuang to create something, which could not merely be an innocent desire for new attire. Isn't that the third prince of the Daxia dynasty planning to visit Pingyang City? Yang Lin smiled mysteriously. As the host, I must prepare some gifts for our guest. Wouldn't you agree? Regardless of whether he could accept the third prince's character, Yang Lin, as Liu Pei's protege and the husband of Xiao Feng'er, as well as the man of Yun Luoxia, could not remain aloof from this unfolding turmoil. The reality was that he had little room for choice. Liu Pei and Xiao Feng'er had long since chosen a stance for him. All he could do now was confront the challenges head-on. aiding Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia through this crisis, and assisting Liu Pei in fulfilling his plans. Yang Lin contemplated that with his current cultivation at the qi refining stage, he would stand no chance against the formidable figures of this world. However, he felt he could devise a few strategies against this unknown third prince. And this initial gift would serve as the first step. In truth, with your current level, it may be premature to involve yourself in such murky waters, Gu Qingwei cautioned. The matters at hand extended far beyond just Liu Pei. They also entailed the former princess of the Wei Kingdom, Xia Feng, the only other royal of the Daxia dynasty, Wang Mingyang, and the newly arrived third prince. Each of these individuals held significant influence, and their convergence created an intricate web of complications. How could an ordinary person like Yang Lin navigate such treacherous waters? Let us blame that scoundrel Liu for causing all this trouble. Am I, as a junior, expected to stand idly by? Yang Lin sighed. He recognized that he was facing unprecedented challenges, yet he had come too far to turn back. Time waits for no one. This was not a choice he could make. Should he allow them all to linger until he became invincible before making his entrance? While speaking, Yang Lin fed Gu Qingwei a spoonful of lotus seed porridge, knowing her palate preferred lighter fare, while he indulged in the more robust flavors himself. Gu Qingwei did not voice any strong opinions on the matter, regardless of whether there was a genuine marital bond between Xiao Feng'er and Yang Lin. They were already publicly recognized as a couple, leaving Yang Lin with no escape. Any further discussion would be futile. As noon approached, Yang Lin ventured outside alone, purchasing fine silk and threads, along with some exquisite jade materials. He noticed an influx of unfamiliar vendors on the streets. Remaining composed, Yang Lin concealed his surprise. It was evident that these newcomers were likely spies, and given their proximity to his residence, they were probably here for him. As he walked through the bustling market, Yang Lin noticed numerous merchants glancing his way. Passing by an inn, a familiar figure clad in vibrant red caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, it was Meng Qingqiu, the very woman he had previously encountered in combat. Dressed in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her alluring figure, she was undeniably striking. Her porcelain skin drew the gaze of passers-by, who couldn't help but admire her beauty. Upon recognizing Meng Qingqiu, Yang Lin swiftly turned and walked away, cursing his misfortune. Their initial meeting had left a negative impression on him. Observing Yang Lin's retreat, Meng Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed her eyes, tracking his departing figure. With a soft huff, she dashed after him. Their chase unfolded through the crowded streets, weaving between throngs of people. How can this fellow be so swift? Although she held back her full speed, Meng Qingqiu regarded her own agility as commendable. Yet, amidst the crowds, she found herself unable to keep pace with Yang Lin, who seemed to glide effortlessly without colliding with anyone. Realizing Meng Qingqiu was hot on his trail, Yang Lin inwardly lamented. What is wrong with her? Has she never seen a handsome man before? Why is she so relentless? Recalling his surroundings, he swiftly darted into a nearby alley. Meng Qingqiu followed closely, a mocking smile on her lips as she confronted Yang Lin, cornering him with no escape. What's wrong? Weren't you quite the sprinter? She taunted. Yang Lin regarded the red-dressed woman with calm composure. What is your purpose in pursuing me? He inquired. Then why did you run? Meng Qingqiu retorted. Yang Lin, perplexed, thought. Has she lost her mind? Did I not handle her with restraint at Huayang Lake? If you cease your pursuit, I shall cease my flight. Who instigated this chase? Yang Lin replied, rolling his eyes. Moreover, if someone were madly chasing me, wouldn't anyone run? You. Meng Qingqiu bit her lip in frustration at being labeled as mad. Our last duel remains unfinished. Are you suggesting you've devised a way to overcome me? Yang Lin probed. Meng Qingqiu burst into laughter. With your strength? Do you believe you can surpass me without skill? Initially, she had considered granting Yang Lin a chance by matching their levels. But now her sole desire was to thoroughly defeat him, teaching him a lesson in humility. Realizing that further words would be futile, Yang Lin set down his belongings neatly beside him. He then stood and faced Meng Qingqiu, beckoning her closer with a finger. Come, engage me. What do you mean? Meng Qingqiu asked, confused. Are you not eager to continue our battle? It is only fitting we resume where we left off, unless you intend to play tricks. However, if you wish to start anew, you must first acknowledge that you lost to me in our previous encounter. Chapter 92, The Royal Family. Nothing more upon hearing those words. Meng Qingqiu's expression immediately darkened, her anger surging uncontrollably. Yang Lin had an uncanny ability to strike at the heart of the matter, and regardless of whether she admitted it or not, she felt as if she had already suffered a loss. What? Did I say something incorrect? Or do you believe that because you identify as a woman, I should yield to you? Yang Lin chuckled, proceeding to tease her. It was evident that Meng Qingqiu was seething, her brows furrowing in indignation. Humph, do I need your concession? She retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. Fine. Let us settle this. Did you not claim that our previous battle was unfinished? I am ready to continue. Yang Lin extended his hand provocatively. His gaze locked onto Ming Qingqiu. Infuriated, Ming Qingqiu contemplated whether to simply strike Yang Lin instead of engaging in a contest, especially since they were alone at that moment. This fellow's audacity was utterly infuriating. Just then, Yang Lin delivered a sharp jab. What? Are you contemplating taking advantage of my vulnerability to unleash your wrath? Is this the poise of your royal lineage? Resorting to such underhanded tactics? You. Caught off guard by Yang Lin's accurate assessment of her thoughts, Ming Qingqiu found herself momentarily speechless. Yang Lin continued, if I am not mistaken, you and I will face each other again in battle, but by then, you shall not be able to participate. At this, Ming Qingqiu's expression grew increasingly grim. Are you threatening me? She demanded. Threatening? Does this even count as a threat? Yang Lin remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips. In comparison to my words, your current actions resemble a threat far more. Wouldn't you agree? We are merely reciprocating each other's gestures. I would say we are even. Furthermore, do you subconsciously believe your brother inferior to me? Otherwise, you would not be so perturbed by my earlier comments. When it comes to sharp retorts, Yang Lin was undoubtedly a master, pressed by his relentless verbal assault. Ming Qingqiu struggled to find a retort. Yet, the notion that Yang Lin deemed her brother inferior was something she would never accept. Humph. You are no match for my brother, not by a long shot, she declared coldly. Facts speak louder than words, including the previous 2-on-1 encounter. I have triumphed over your brother twice. This is indisputable, Yang Lin remarked with a faint smile. Ming Qingqiu, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth in frustration, contemplating whether to physically confront Yang Lin to teach him a lesson while they were alone. Look, I am currently offering you an opportunity to assist your brother. Are I not? If you merely continue the last battle and manage to defeat me, then we would be tied 1-1. This is a rare opportunity that will not wait, Yang Lin continued, his demeanor exuding calmness. Do you think I would be foolish enough to fall for your trick? Ming Qingqiu scoffed. To her, it was apparent that Yang Lin was attempting to lead her into a cleverly laid trap, and she would never stoop to such foolishness. Thus, Yang Lin chose not to engage further with Ming Qingqiu, picking up his belongings and making his way toward the exit. As Ming Qingqiu watched Yang Lin approach her direction, a frown creased her brow, her demeanor icy, just as they were about to pass each other. She could no longer contain her frustration and was about to call out to him, unwilling to let him depart so easily. However, Yang Lin seemed prepared, swiftly seizing her throat with his right hand, gripping it like a claw. Despicable. Ming Qingqiu cursed inwardly, but her voice was rendered mute, the pressure on her neck leaving her breathless. Yang Lin showed no mercy, exerting a terrifying strength that caused her complexion to redden. It appears you have made little progress since our last encounter, Yang Lin remarked coolly, tightening his grip and lifting her effortlessly. At that moment, Ming Qingqiu was utterly powerless to resist. Yang Lin had positioned himself cunningly, preventing her from having any chance to retaliate. The royal family, how amusing. Yang Lin's voice dripped with sarcasm as he tossed her aside, sending her sprawling nearly 5 meters away. Although he released his grip, Ming Qingqiu quickly regained her footing and steadied herself, inhaling deeply as she glared in Yang Lin's direction. Yet, he had already vanished without a trace, leaving no opportunity for her to retaliate. You scoundrel! If I ever catch you again, you shall see how I deal with you, she fumed, vowing that if another chance arose, she would strike Yang Lin first to exact her revenge. Meanwhile, having successfully escaped, Yang Lin traversed several streets to ensure he had lost Ming Qingqiu before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Though he had maintained an air of calmness, he was inwardly anxious. Should this woman truly unleash her fury, using her strength against him, he would be at a severe disadvantage. He was fortunate to have escaped swiftly. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Upon returning home, he encountered Yun Luoxia emerging from the backyard, observing Yang Lin with various parcels in hand. Her expression shifted to one of concern. Did you venture into the streets? The entire Pingyang city is swarming with court officials. Your wandering about could raise suspicion. Yang Lin quickly explained. Do not fret. This is material I have prepared to deal with Zhao Tianyu and the third prince. While I cannot guarantee its effectiveness, I believe it is worth a try. He glanced at Yun Luoxia with a smile. Oh? Yun Luoxia's expression softened slightly at his words, her curiosity piqued. Do elaborate. I traveled quite a distance back. I am a bit parched. Yang Lin suddenly cleared his throat, setting down his belongings and settling into a chair. Observing this, Yun Luoxia's brow furrowed once more, her expression darkening as she scrutinized him. I must clarify that this plan of mine cannot be executed without discretion. We cannot allow the wind to carry word of it and alert the authorities before we leave Pingyang City, Yang Lin hastily added. Only upon hearing this did Yun Luoxia's expression darken further as she personally poured him a cup of tea. In the eyes of the current Xia court, Both you and FOMO are considered rebels, Yang Lin stated, taking a sip of tea before continuing. Let us not forget, you are also a rebel. Yun Luoxia remarked with a playful smile, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Lin. Whether I am a rebel or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is the imminent arrival of the third prince. Chapter 93, The Scheme of Division Third Prince? Yun Luoxia was somewhat perplexed. If this third prince is also a rebel, what do you think would happen? Yang Lin stroked his chin and spoke, setting down the teacup in his hand. Hearing this, Yun Luoxia was even more bewildered, furrowing her brows as she spoke. Yang Lin continued to explain, I plan to tailor a dragon robe for this prince, along with a national jade seal. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia was even more astonished, unable to fathom Yang Lin's intentions. If that is not enough, I shall add more fuel to the fire. Besides the aforementioned items, I could also compose several poems denouncing the emperor or perhaps write some secretive messages, Yang Lin elaborated. Are you suggesting that everyone should know the third prince is plotting rebellion? Yun Luoxia seemed to grasp the concept. Not everyone. It suffices if the emperor believes it. The opinions of others are secondary, Yang Lin replied. However, this is the final step. Before that, we must make this precious third prince aware of the consequences of capturing you, instilling in him a sense of caution. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia furrowed her brow again. Contemplating, the royal family is not as simple as you think. While your method to instill caution in the third prince is indeed clever, the key issue is that he may resort to killing to silence any dissent. Yang Lin added seriously, looking intently at Yun Luoxia. Thus, we must be thoroughly prepared. Calculating every step. With my current strength, capturing the leader before the thieves is utterly impossible. I can only engage in subtle maneuvers behind the scenes to assist you as much as possible. This is not merely a subtle maneuver, it is a brilliant scheme. Yun Luoxia surprisingly did not refute Yang Lin, but rather praised him. Yang Lin chuckled at this compliment. It is rare to hear you commend me. Yun Luoxia, however, did not respond, seemingly accustomed to Yang Lin's occasional peculiar remarks. Yet there remains a problem. Who will undertake the embroidery? Neither the lady nor I possess such skills. Yun Luoxia remarked, a hint of helplessness in her expression. I have already inquired about this. A Z is quite adept in this area. You merely need to prepare the fabric and have a rough design in mind. The rest can be handled by a Z with her needlework. It should not pose much of a problem, Yang Lin explained. Upon learning that the helper was Ouyang Yunshuang, Yun Luoxia appeared momentarily stunned, her expression tinged with hesitation. However, she ultimately decided to explain to Yang Lin, there are certain matters you have remained unaware of, and it is time I inform you. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, seemingly predicting what Yun Luoxia was about to reveal, yet he refrained from interrupting immediately. Your cook may very well be the enchantress the saintess sought. She has simply not revealed any flaws. Neither the saintess nor I dare to make a definitive judgment. As she said this, Ouyang Yunshuang deliberately lowered her voice and leaned closer to Yang Lin. Oh, is there a way to confirm this? Perhaps with tangible evidence? Yang Lin feigned surprise, widening his eyes. In response, Yun Luoxia could only shake her head, lamenting the absence of concrete proof. It was merely a point of doubt I observed at the time. Initially, I was quite certain, but as events unfolded, I too began to question whether I had misjudged. What if she is merely an ordinary woman, who, out of concern for you, finds joy in your misfortune? That seems quite reasonable, does it not? Yang Lin appeared deep in thought, then spoke. Shall I attempt to probe and ascertain the truth? There is no need. This matter is not your concern. It is a struggle between the saintess of the Tianzong and the enchantress. We need not intervene. Ultimately, Yun Luoxia shook her head, unwilling to meddle further. How's it not related? Azi is now my hired cook, Yang Lin sighed, hesitating. Glancing at him, Yun Luoxia's gaze bore a hint of reproach. At such a time, you should focus on yourself. If she truly is the enchantress, do you dare to consider what impression you leave on her? Me? What could it be? I am a gentleman, and since she came to my side, I have never treated her poorly. I even share meat with her. As Yang Lin spoke, his voice dwindled, his tone growing uncertain. Sharing meat with her is merely out of fear that a Z may poison it. You are essentially testing her. Yun Luoxia silently observed him, her expression betraying a knowing smile. Yang Lin glared at her, exasperated. This is all your fault. You were the one who suggested she might be poisoning. I am merely following your advice. Oh, so quickly shifting the blame? Yun Luoxia scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at Yang Lin, mumbling, paranoia is your own doing. Who asked you to engage in so many dubious deeds? Me? It seems that phrase should apply to you instead. Otherwise, why would you refuse to let me find Fonger? Yang Lin shot back. Just as he finished speaking, a hand pressed down on him. Yang Lin suddenly felt himself lifted off the ground, his feet no longer touching the floor, as he was propelled into the courtyard. As she delivered the blow, Yun Luoxia cast a furtive glance towards the bedroom, ensuring that Xiao Feng'er was unaware of the incident before she exhaled in relief. This fellow's tongue is becoming increasingly unguarded. If the princess finds out, my reputation will be irreparably tarnished. You! How dare you? Yang Lin scrambled to his feet. Brushing the dust off his rear, pointing an accusatory finger at Yun Luoxia, his frustration palpable. Just because you possess strength, does that give you the right to act recklessly? Your power does not grant you supremacy over others. Having no desire to further engage with Yun Luoxia, Yang Lin retreated to the study. Inside, upon noticing Yang Lin's return, Gu Qingwei quickly scurried back to the bed, hastily lowering the curtains. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yang Lin, who grinned mischievously, closed the door behind him, and approached the bed with fervent anticipation. Diving beneath the covers, the exquisite visage of Gu Qingwei came into view. With such beauty before him, and her compliance palpable, any man in the world would find it utterly irresistible. Yue. Sensing Yang Lin's eager gaze, Gu Qingwei felt no inclination to refuse, her cheeks visibly flushed, and she awkwardly nodded. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was afternoon. Chapter 94. A grateful bow within the confines of the chamber. Ouyang Yunshuang entered with a hint of trepidation, finding Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia already awaiting her presence. For reasons unknown, Yun Luoxia had summoned her. An unusual occurrence for this hour. The peculiarity stirred Ouyang Yunshuang's thoughts. However, upon hearing Xiao Feng'er's request, she was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the golden dragon depicted by her. Are you suggesting that I embroider this dragon on a fabric? Speak not what ought not be spoken. Inquire not what should remain unasked. Attend to your duties and remember your station, Yun Luoxia's cold voice interjected, her gaze fixed intently upon Ouyang Yunshuang's every movement. Yes, Ouyang Yunshuang replied, bowing her head in immediate compliance. Though her demeanor may have appeared bashful, her heart brimmed with elation. The phrase seeking far and wide for something that is right before you aptly described her fortune. She had long desired to engage with Xiao Feng'er, and now, the opportunity had presented itself like a gift from the heavens. All right, Xiao Feng'er interjected, sensing Yun Luoxia's sternness. Relax, there is no need for such tension. This is all for the benefit of my husband. The husband she referred to was, of course, Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang nodded and settled by the window, beginning to study the dragon that Xiao Feng'er had sketched. Meanwhile, her mind raced, forming conjectures. If she were not mistaken, both Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er were likely inept at embroidery, which explained their summons. Although Ouyang Yunshuang herself was not an expert, she had mastered several techniques in needlework. Having once been the leader of the Demon Abyss sect, one must possess a few remarkable skills to command respect. As Ouyang Yunshuang observed intently, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia watched from behind. Xiaojie, do you think young Master Yang has prepared me a plethora of new garments? Should I offer a token of gratitude in return? Xiao Feng'er whispered, her voice barely audible, meant only for Yun Luoxia's ears. She also took the opportunity to mimic Ouyang Yunshuang's technique, hoping to glean some embroidery skills. Yun Luoxia, however, did not respond immediately. Her focus remained on Ouyang Yunshuang. If this woman were truly a seductress, her target might very well be the princess. It was imperative to monitor her every action closely. In the room, the three women harbored distinct thoughts, yet an unusual silence enveloped them. Conversely, in the study, a different scene unfolded. The barrier of true energy rendered their voices inaudible, allowing Yang Lin to unabashedly express his affection, with Gu Qingwei reciprocating, thus elevating their emotional connection to its zenith. As dusk fell and the time for dinner approached, Ouyang Yunshuang instinctively set down her needle and thread, returning to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal, bustling about without a moment's respite. Observing her actions, Yun Luoxia suddenly posed a question. Do you find anything suspicious about this cook? Xiao Feng'er pondered for a moment, blinking thoughtfully. In truth, I mentioned from our first meeting that Ozzy possesses an extraordinary aura that is almost too remarkable. Reflecting on this, she recalled the princess had indeed remarked upon it. Xiaojie, there's no need to be overly anxious. Even if she is a seductress, her proximity to me suggests she seeks something, Xiao Feng'er whispered. Yun Luoxia nodded in agreement. Her reasoning was sound. Yet, concerning young Master Yang's plan, I fear it may lead to peril. The third prince will not spare him, and there might even be murderous intent. Xiao Feng'er expressed her concerns. In truth, Yun Luoxia had already contemplated this scenario. Yang Lin was gambling with his life, banking on the third prince's hesitance. Though it was a clever stratagem, it was fraught with uncertainty. They would need to confer with Liu Pei and arrange for young Master Yang's departure at the earliest opportunity. The farther, the better. When do you think this should occur? Or should we let Yang Lin decide? Yun Luoxia inquired. There is no rush. The imperial robe has yet to be unveiled, and everything is still premature. We shall discuss it further once preparations are complete. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Feng'er replied softly. Speak honestly. Yun Luoxia scrutinized Xiao Feng'er, her intuition suggesting the girl harbored additional plans. Are you harboring other schemes? I shall not divulge. Xiao Feng'er playfully stuck out her tongue, winking at Yun Luoxia. Humph. You refuse to tell me, do you? Then let us see. With that, Yun Luoxia reached for Xiao Feng'er's waist, soon prompting her to yield and surrender. Although no explanation was given, Xiao Feng'er gestured towards the embroidered five-clawed golden dragon, and Yun Luoxia's understanding deepened. If this were indeed the case, they could not afford to rush. They would need to bide their time. Moreover, the holy maiden of the celestial sect had likely not yet departed, thus granting them an additional ally. In truth, the choices laid before them were limited. Xiao Feng'er sighed, a hint of worry clouding her features. Why the sudden concern? Are you not typically astute? Why, when it comes to Yang Lin, do your wits seem to falter? Yun Luoxia teased. Humph. If I truly lacked wits, would I be so compliant to your counsel? Xiao Feng'er retorted, her cheeks flushed with defiance. Yun Luoxia refrained from further argument. With her presence, there was no way Yang Lin would dare harbor inappropriate thoughts towards the princess. As time sped by, the night deepened, and a subtle commotion surfaced outside the courtyard walls. Yun Luoxia, having awaited this moment, swiftly apprehended two figures clad in black, mirroring her earlier method, and deposited them into the muddy pit of the courtyard. Hearing the noise, Yang Lin emerged from the study, coincidentally colliding with Yun Luoxia. This was not merely by chance. Gu Qingwei, sharing the bed with him, had been alert to the slightest disturbance. Yun Luoxia expressed surprise, astonished that Yang Lin had sensed the commotion. When had his senses sharpened so? My strength has recently surged, allowing me to catch the sounds. Yang Lin chuckled, brushing the matter aside. Yet, a twinge of guilt nagged at him. Surely Yun Luoxia would not discern the glaring inconsistency in his explanation that he was hiding someone in his chamber? Though he was uncertain of the source of his unease, it was an instinctive reaction. Yang Lin recognized that, had this been a former era, he would be navigating treacherous waters, risking exposure and dire consequences. Humph. Then you should promptly bow your head and express your gratitude. Yun Luoxia huffed, feigning indignation. Yang Lin's newfound strength was, after all, a consequence of Xiao Feng'er's spiritual refinement. He had devoted considerable effort to her, yet had not even uttered a simple thank you. Chapter 95. Time is running short, all right. Yang Lin readily agreed, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. But it must be when you are lying down. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia momentarily failed to grasp the implication of his words. After a brief pause, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot a fierce glare at Yang Lin, even raising her fist in a mock threat. Yang Lin chose to disregard her, turning his attention back to the muddy pit. To his surprise, two new individuals had arrived last night. It seemed that the dark faction was genuinely intent on confronting him. Drawing from his past experiences, Yang Lin engaged the newcomers in conversation, extracting information that echoed his previous encounters. After inquiring about a few other matters, he finally posed the question, when is the third prince expected to arrive? The two exchanged glances, hesitating before one of them replied, it shouldn't take much longer. Is there no specific time? Yang Lin furrowed his brow, casting a pointed look at them, which prompted a hasty addition. Perhaps in 2 days? At this revelation, both Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia frowned, their expressions turning grave. Clearly, the time left for him was limited. Beyond 100 miles, on Huayong Lake, a small vessel quietly approached the warship of the King of Mengyang, who was currently fishing on the deck. Uncle Meng, I never expected you to be in the mood for fishing at this hour, remarked a young man, paddling closer. The King of Mengyang glanced at him, his gaze as indifferent as ever. Stop pretending. You hardly resemble an ordinary person, he remarked. Indeed, Uncle Meng speaks truthfully. However, throughout this journey, my identity has yet to be uncovered, the young man replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. That merely indicates that those accompanying you have provided exceptional protection at the cost of their own comfort, the King of Mengyang retorted nonchalantly. On the fishing boat, besides the young man, there was another figure clad in a raincoat, sporting a long beard. Pei Shun, the scholar appointed by the emperor. Your Highness possesses remarkable talent. It is only natural to blend seamlessly into any role. Ordinary individuals would find it difficult to discern, Pei Shun remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I have always been this way. It is innate, thus nothing to boast about, the young man scoffed, rolling his eyes. The King of Mengyang chose not to engage further. Returning to his fishing, Uncle Meng, during your time in Pingyang, have you had the chance to see my cousin? The young man shifted the topic, fixing his gaze on the King of Mengyang. No, came the gentle shake of the head from the king. From a familial standpoint, the princess of the former Wei Kingdom, known as the Phoenix, was indeed the young man's cousin, the third prince. However, now that you are all here, the rest is no longer my concern. The king of Mingyang stated directly after a brief pause. The third prince frowned, a hint of intensity crossing his features. Is that legendary abandoned disciple truly someone you fear? Uncle Meng? Is he exceptionally strong? Hearing this, the king of Mingyang smiled calmly but did not directly address the question, instead glancing at Pei Shen behind the third prince. Honestly, it would be more practical to ask him directly. He should know best. Instinctively, the third prince turned around. Recalling that Pei Shen had participated in the assessments of that mysterious sect, though the outcome was predictable, Liu Pei was the one selected. At the mention of this, Pei Shen's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a mild smile, though his eyes gleamed with confidence. However, it is difficult to ascertain who is stronger or weaker now. The king of Mingyang refrained from expressing any opinion. While the king of Mingyang did not claim to know Liu Pei thoroughly, he was acutely aware that a desperate man would fight fiercely. Nevertheless, the scenery of Huayang Lake is indeed splendid. No wonder you have lingered here without stepping ashore. Pei Shen interjected. Nodding in acknowledgement, the king of Mingyang confirmed this observation. Listening to their cryptic exchange, the third prince appeared somewhat puzzled, finally asking, according to the information, "It seems my cousin is already married? Is she now the disciple of that fellow?" The third prince had long been apprised of the situation in Pingyang City and had even heard of Yang Lin's reputation. Indeed, the young man showed great promise for the future. When Yang Lin was mentioned, the king of Mingyang no longer withheld his praise. "Uncle Ming, you're mistaken." The third prince scoffed, a trace of sarcasm in his gaze. That individual likely has no future. He recalled that the youth was quite handsome, a true gem even among the finest. "Ah, but I must say he is not lacking at all. He may even surpass you," the king of Mingyang responded. His eyes fixed on the third prince. The third prince hesitated momentarily, his expression shifting as he finally inquired, "How does he compare to me? Not lacking, perhaps even exceeding?" The king of Mingyang reiterated with a smile. The response visibly altered the third prince's demeanor, and the king of Mingyang added, "And I speak of his entirety, not just a single aspect." At this, the third prince appeared somewhat unsettled, sinking into silence. The character of the king of Mingyang was well known to the third prince. Such effusive praise, even if exaggerated, indicated Yang Lin's remarkable qualities. It seemed the king of Mingyang held this young man in high regard. Pei Shen broke the silence, having formed a tentative assessment of Yang Lin himself. "Indeed, Uncle Ming speaks true. However, I have yet to encounter a talent like him. If he truly possesses the qualities you ascribe to him, I may spare his life," the third prince responded, his confidence restored, a smile returning to his face. The king of Mingyang chose not to reply further, his focus returning to his fishing rod. "Your Highness, the Phoenix Princess is aware of your impending arrival, yet has not fled in advance. There must be preparations underway," Pei Shen contemplated aloud. "With Uncle Ming here, Pingyang City is as secure as a fortress. Even with wings, she cannot hope to escape," the third prince asserted, confident in the king of Mingyang's prowess. In the Yang residence, time was indeed running short. To ensure Xiao Feng'er's safety, Yin Luoxiao remained constantly by her side, never allowing a moment of negligence. Meanwhile, Yang Lin had sequestered himself in his study, and it seemed that Yin Luoxiao understood that he was likely focused on enhancing his strength through diligent practice. Fearing it might not suffice. Chapter 96. Are you aware that you are playing with fire? In this moment, Yin Luoxiao felt a warmth in her heart. Despite finding Yang Lin quite irritating, she sincerely expressed her gratitude towards him. Therefore, she would not disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Little did she know that. At this very moment in the study, the situation was quite different. Yang Lin was acutely aware of the urgency of his circumstances. Time was slipping away, and he faced a profoundly difficult choice. Should he continue his cultivation or spend time with Gu Qingwei? In the past, Yang Lin had contemplated this very issue. Would he truly become ensnared in the comforts of affection? He had once been resolute, believing he could resist the allure of women, much like in a previous life where he would unhesitatingly choose games over companionship. Yet now, confronted with Gu Qingwei, he pondered whether choosing cultivation over her would be disrespectful. With a breathtaking beauty before him, could he truly shut out the world and focus solely on his training? It seemed improbable that anyone could do so. Moreover, who said that accompanying Gu Qingwei could not be considered a form of cultivation? With her guidance, Yang Lin could enhance his progress exponentially. It was akin to standing on the shoulders of giants. The opportunity was right in front of him. Furthermore, the techniques he was practicing appeared to originate from the heavenly sect, and Gu Qingwei was willing to share her knowledge. Was this not a fortuitous encounter? As long as Yang Lin could articulate his questions, Gu Qingwei would answer them thoroughly and generously. However, with this mindset, Yang Lin's requests began to take on an unusual form. Was it possible for her to teach him while also keeping him company, akin to a dual cultivation method? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly. Although it posed some challenges, it did not seem impossible. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. With their fingers intertwined and a refreshing sensation coursing through them, Yang Lin could distinctly feel Gu Qingyue's vital energy flowing into him through their touch. This energy was gentle, harmonizing with his own essence, beginning to circulate through the acupoints of the starry technique. Gazing at Gu Qingyue, Yang Lin's eyes burned with intensity. If she continued to treat him this way, he feared he would truly become dependent on her. Perhaps this was his own form of punishment? Gu Qingyue fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Yang Lin merely smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Having grown accustomed to Gu Qingyue's exquisite beauty and her tender, attentive nature, he realized he might never encounter another woman quite like her. Yang Lin understood that his current strength was far from deserving of Gu Qingyue, let alone fully possessing her. If this continued, she would ultimately become a fleeting dream, and departure would be inevitable. Thus, Yang Lin resolved to grow stronger, strong enough to stand beside Gu Qingyue, even to oppose the entire sect if necessary. Of course, those were future concerns. Yang Lin's journey was still long, yet time was scarce. We still have time, Gu Qingyue murmured softly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Are you aware that you are playing with fire? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's gaze intensified, making Gu Qingyue hesitate to meet his eyes. She quickly redirected her focus to the cultivation, assisting Yang Lin in continuing the flow of vital energy. In a sense, their current state could also be considered a form of cultivation. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunshuang had completed the five-clawed golden dragon, meticulously reproducing it from a painting by Xiao Feng'er. Even Xiao Feng'er, upon seeing it, could not help but praise its likeness. Yun Luoxian nodded in silent approval, her gaze falling upon Ouyang Yunshuang. If the chef were indeed then this legendary figure was extraordinarily talented, leaving even her feeling somewhat inadequate. You flatter me. It is all due to your excellent drawing. I merely copied it, Ouyang Yunshuang smiled in modesty. Yet, the truth remained that without the painting, even her exceptional skills would not have yielded such a lifelike result. Hee. I wonder if you can make garments? Xiao Feng'er inquired. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang nodded. I made quite a few garments back home. If you are skilled, I can promise you a wish fulfilled on behalf of my husband, Xiao Feng'er said with a smile. At this, Ouyang Yunshuang furrowed her brow. She sensed something unusual in Xiao Feng'er's gaze, as if she had discovered a secret. Could it be that this woman was hinting at something? The thought quickened her heartbeat. Though she maintained her composure, promptly responding, as long as the head of the family and the young lady are satisfied, I shall be very happy. Let us focus on the garments first. We can discuss other matters later, Xiao Feng'er suggested. Ouyang Yunshuang nodded in agreement, revealing no further emotion. In truth, if Gu Qingyue were not present, Ouyang Yunshuang would have had no qualms about revealing her identity to these two individuals. After all, the members of the Yang family bore no grievances against her. However, regarding Gu Qingyue, Ouyang Yunshuang was uncertain whether she had truly departed from the Yang family. If Gu Qingyue were to be lurking nearby, observing her, revealing her identity would result in utter failure. Ouyang Yunshuang could not afford to take that gamble. Even the slightest possibility was too risky for her. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. Outside the Yang family shop, the third prince, clad in white, gazed at the entrance. Patient and Chao Tianyu stood beside Gu Qingyue. This is the Yang family, where Yang Lin resides, Chao Tianyu introduced. The third prince nodded. Contemplating for a moment before speaking, standing here is not a solution, let us knock. Yet, upon uttering these words, Chao Tianyu made no move. Instead, turning his gaze to Pei Shan. Pei Shan merely smiled and gestured for Chao Tianyu to proceed. Reluctantly, Chao Tianyu approached with a stern expression and knocked on the door of the Yang family. As the sound echoed, the entire courtyard fell silent. Chapter 97, Come. Let us drink tea. Realizing the situation, Gu Qingyue softly alerted Yang Lin, as someone was knocking on the shop's door. While speaking, she gently tapped Yang Lin's forehead, and a wave of coolness washed over him, alleviating the fiery desires within him. Now calm, Yang Lin frowned and inquired. How many people are there? Gu Qingyue remained silent and held up 3 fingers. At this hour, the only possible visitors were likely from the court. Yang Lin deduced. Then rose from the bed and donned his clothes. I'll go take a look, he declared. Be careful, Gu Qingyue cautioned. Don't worry. You can't do anything to me, let alone them, Yang Lin jested before departing. Gu Qingyue shot him an annoyed glance. Feeling a mix of shyness and anger at his teasing, Yang Lin seemed oblivious to her reaction, lightly brushing his fingers against her nose before leaving, satisfied. As she watched Yang Lin's retreating figure, Gu Qingyue was lost in thought. Once, she believed she could transcend the mundane world, free from its entanglements. Yet now, if she relied solely on observation as before, she would likely never comprehend her current feelings. With this thought, a hint of fatigue washed over her, and she lay back down. During their time together on the bed, Gu Qingwei had almost forgotten her true identity, feeling only like an ordinary woman. Of course, Yang Lin was far from ordinary. He was exceptionally gifted, a true prodigy. Gu Qingwei had thought that by relinquishing her identity and mingling with Yang Lin as an ordinary woman, she would feel discomfort. However, to her surprise, she adapted quickly and even found herself unable to refuse his various requests, even the most intimate ones. In fact, she had begun to anticipate such closeness, feeling a sense of fulfillment in satisfying Yang Lin, as if his joyous smile brought her delight. Now, Gu Qingwei seemed to have returned from her transcendence, rejoining the realm of mortals, transformed once more into an ordinary woman, one whose heartstrings could be pulled by a young man's every word and deed. Exiting the study, Yang Lin coincidentally encountered Xiao Feng and the others. Someone has arrived. Yun Luoxia spoke first, her expression grave. Yang Lin nodded slightly. I'll check the situation. Let us go together, Xiao Feng suggested softly. Yang Lin felt a twinge of surprise. This was not what he had anticipated. Unsure, he glanced at Yun Luoxia as if seeking her opinion. Though her expression was cool, she remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. In truth, she was concerned. What if their visitors intended to take Yang Lin away? In that case, all their preparations would be in vain. Ouyang Yunchuang discreetly observed Yang Lin, thinking he might not yet realize the gravity of the situation, how carefree he was. However, given Yang Lin's status, how could he grasp the implications of a dynasty? Ultimately, Yang Lin led Xiao Feng and the others to the shop. Contrary to Yang Lin's expectations of a direct confrontation, Xiao Feng chose to find a hiding place in the front courtyard. Yang Lin paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood her intent and did not stop her. Instead, he turned to Ouyang Yunchuang. Azzy, please open the door, he instructed, taking a seat in the only grand chair, while Yun Luoxia stood beside him. Ouyang Yunchuang complied and turned to open the door. As the door swung open, the visage of the third prince came into view. Noticing Yun Luoxia, who stood at the forefront, the third prince's eyes brightened. When he turned to Yang Lin, his expression radiated even more delight. It seemed his days in Pingyang City would not be dull. In contrast to the third prince's cheer, Yun Luoxia's demeanor grew more serious. Though she did not overtly display it, she sensed the pressure emanating from Pei Shen, something she had not felt in a long time. Yun Luoxia recognized Pei Shen, the contemporary sage of letters, whose prowess was no jest. Ha! The third prince chuckled lightly, stepping into the shop. His gaze lingered briefly on Yun Luoxia before moving on. He recognized her as the renowned female assassin from the former Wei Kingdom, a companion to the Phoenix Princess. Although her strength had waned, she did not conceal her presence, and while he could not discern any underlying schemes, he felt she posed little threat. Zhao Tianyu followed closely, and as Pei Shen entered, he nodded toward Yun Luoxia. None of the three greeted Yang Lin immediately. Instead, they were drawn to the wares displayed in the shop. After a moment's contemplation, recalling the teacups on the table, Yun Luoxia proactively poured a cup of tea for Yang Lin. However, if Yang Lin's memory served him right, that pot of tea had likely been steeping for half a year. He couldn't help but smirk at the thought, contemplating whether to drink it or not. As they inspected the items, the third prince soon noticed Yang Lin's calligraphy and began to comment. The characters are fine, yet the writing is mediocre. Indeed. While the words carry a certain essence, the execution leaves much to be desired. Pei Shen concurred, stroking his beard. Yang Lin cast a sidelong glance at the two, suppressing a scoff as an idea crossed his mind. He turned to Yun Luoxia with a smile. Xia, please serve these two guests some tea. After all, guests should be treated with hospitality. Sipping tea while appreciating art can elevate one's spirit and perhaps offer a different experience. Hearing this, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Yun Luoxia's eyes, but she complied, pouring a cup of tea for both the third prince and Pei Shen. They turned, curiosity evident in their gazes as they regarded the tea on the table. Clearly, they were taken in by Yang Lin's words, pondering if the tea held any special qualities. Yun Luoxia approached, presenting the tea to them. The third prince, wary, glanced at Pei Shen, seemingly questioning whether the tea was poisoned. Pei Shen frowned, taking one cup and bringing it closer to sniff. Chapter 98, Aged Tea of 6 Months Gentlemen. This is a vintage tea guanyin, with a mere 4 taels produced from an acre of tea field. It is a rare commodity on the market, rumored to have been traded for as much as 100 taels of gold for just 1 tael. Yang Lin spoke with an air of calmness, his earnest tone almost convincing himself. If you wish to savor this tea, you must first purchase a calligraphy piece from me. Aged tea guanyin? Listening to Yang Lin's explanation, Pei Shen was skeptical yet still lifted the teacup to his lips for a small sip. How does it taste? The third prince inquired eagerly. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt relieved that Pei Shen was present, Otherwise, he would have been the one to test the poison. After taking a sip, Pei Shan furrowed his brow even tighter, failing to respond to the third prince's question, instead casting a glance at Yang Lin, his eyes filled with suspicion. Although the tea was not poisoned, Pei Shan was certain there was some underlying mystery within it. I have always favored strong tea, especially this aged Tiguanyin, which is the pinnacle of robust teas, Yang Lin remarked with composure, a subtle smile aimed at Pei Shan. However, merely a small sip would not reveal the full essence of this tea. His words, seemingly riddled with flaws, held an unshakable air of authority, causing Yun Luoxia to hold her breath in anticipation. Yang Lin's audacity was remarkable. To engage in such trickery before the third prince was indeed bold. Moreover, this was no genuine aged Tiguanyin. It was clear that the tea had been steeped for too long, resulting in its peculiar hue. Yun Luoxia even detected a faint unpleasant odor wafting from it. Surely, no one in the realm would dare to offer expired tea to Pei Shan, the emperor's appointed sage of calligraphy. At that moment, Pei Shan was still fixated on his teacup, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. The third prince, noticing Pei Shan's prolonged silence, furrowed his brow and inquired once more, "Is this tea poisoned?" "It is not," Pei Shan finally replied. "Not poisoned." The third prince's brow knitted tighter. If it were indeed free of poison, why the silence and that expression? Is the flavor off? The third prince pressed further. As he could not fathom any other explanation, Pei Shan nodded in acknowledgement. The tea's taste and texture are indeed peculiar. I have never encountered such an odd tea before. Might it resemble the strange wines from the western regions? The third prince continued. If one must draw such a comparison, it would not be entirely inaccurate. I too find the flavor and texture of those wines quite unpalatable. Pei Shan nodded again after a moment's reflection. Listening to their exchange, Yang Lin interjected. One must embrace new experiences to broaden one's horizons, regardless of age. However, you may indulge in this aged tea further. Perhaps it will evoke a sense of nostalgia. In response to Yang Lin's words, Pei Shan chose silence, glancing at the teacup in his hand, then at the cup Yang Lin had placed on the table. After Yun Luoxia poured tea for Yang Lin, it appeared that this cup had remained untouched. While his words may have seemed coarse, there was a semblance of truth. Yang Lin could be excessively obstinate at times. The third prince seemed to grasp Yang Lin's implication, chuckling as he lifted the cup and downed its contents in one go. This action left Yang Lin and Yun Luoxia momentarily stunned. Who would have thought this fellow would be so headstrong? Pei Shan had yet to discern the tea's nature, yet the third prince finished it in one gulp? Disaster. At almost the same moment, Pei Shan and Chao Tianyou's expression shifted dramatically, their focus now entirely on the third prince. The tea was indeed non-toxic, yet its hidden issues remained unclear, and now the third prince had hastily consumed it. However, the third prince was not foolish. Upon tasting the tea, he did not swallow immediately but instead savored it carefully. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he spat out the tea he had yet to fully swallow, casting a frosty glare at Yang Lin. "Oh dear, what a waste," he exclaimed. "This is worth 100 taels of gold. A fine aged tea, and one should take their time to appreciate it without such haste." Yang Lin spoke with a hint of regret, his expression feigning sorrow as if genuinely lamenting the loss. "How long have you kept this aged tea?" The third prince's face turned ashen. He realized he had been played by Yang Lin. Can something that is truly aged not be kept for long? Yang Lin smiled faintly, observing the third prince with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "In truth, it has not been aged for long, merely 6 months, though conventionally it should be a year." "Rascal!" The third prince erupted in fury, his face turning green. Pei Shan's expression also froze. He had taken a sip as well. Chao Tianyu, however, sighed in relief, although it had been aged a bit longer than ideal. At least it was toxin-free. Yang Lin, unfazed by the third prince's ire, remarked, "You both have been disparaging my work. This is merely a reciprocal gesture, quite fair. I would say, your own writing resembles a scribbled mess. Should you blame my critique?" The third prince snorted disdainfully, casting Yang Lin a contemptuous glare. TSK. We both understand the truth between us. There is no need for this charade, Your Highness the third prince. Yang Lin had little desire to continue feigning civility with this man, speaking calmly. Upon hearing this, not only Pei Shan but even Yun Luoxia was taken aback. Having just remarked on Yang Lin's audacity, it seemed she had spoken too soon. Yang Lin had directly revealed the third prince's identity without hesitation. Was he truly leaving no room for subtlety? "I underestimated you," the third prince mused after a brief silence, a smile gracing his lips as his demeanor cooled. "I had thought you merely a facade, but it appears you possess some skill. Your opinion of me is of little consequence. What matters is that I hold you in high regard," Yang Lin replied, casting a deep glance at the third prince before continuing. "Has anyone ever had your fortune read before? Reading fortunes?" The third prince raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. Such street tricks are not something one of royal blood would ever believe. At that moment, Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu had begun to regard Yang Lin with newfound respect. Even when faced with the formidable third prince, he remained composed and engaged in a spirited exchange, even managing to gain the upper hand. No wonder King Mingying held Yang Lin in such high esteem. It was indeed not without reason. Chapter 99. To rebel? What do you mean by that? It was utterly perplexing what Yang Lin intended to convey, prompting the third prince to maintain a composed demeanor and inquire further. Yang Lin proceeded to elaborate. I observe your radiant complexion, your well-rounded brow, and your upright spirit. These are the unmistakable signs of an unparalleled emperor. As he spoke, Yang Lin feigned seriousness while scrutinizing the third prince, his tone growing notably assured. Upon hearing these words, not only the third prince, but also Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng having overheard Yang Lin's utterances, began to piece together his intentions. No wonder he had been laying the groundwork in advance. This was all for this very moment. Is it not a tad too late for you to seek mercy? The third prince regarded Yang Lin, assuming he was merely flattering him in a desperate bid for survival. Just moments ago, he had perceived this individual as somewhat formidable, but now he concluded that he had misjudged him. It is neither an appeal for mercy nor flattery. I am merely speaking the truth, Yang Lin replied calmly, his expression unwavering. Whether your highness believes it or not, the wheels of destiny have already begun to turn. The moment you encountered me, the mandate of heaven cannot be defied. Your future is destined to ascend to the lofty heights. Listening to Yang Lin's declarations, the once confident third prince found his brow furrowing in confusion. If this was indeed flattery, Yang Lin's demeanor suggested otherwise. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to foresee his future? Even Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu partially believed Yang Lin's words. After all, if Yang Lin intended to deceive, he would have no reason to ensnare them in such a trap. The third prince, however, was not easily swayed by Yang Lin's assertions. He scoffed coldly. What a charade! Do you truly think I would fall for your tricks? Whether it is trickery or not is subjective. I am merely articulating the truth. You are born of imperial destiny, and all of this is preordained. This I can assure you. Yang Lin replied with confidence, a slight smile gracing his lips. Before long, you shall become the next emperor, the new sovereign of the Great Xia. Observing Yang Lin's smiling countenance, the third prince furrowed his brow even tighter, an unsettling feeling stirring within him. He sensed that hidden beneath Yang Lin's smile lay a multitude of ulterior motives. Even Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu recognized this. Yet they remained oblivious to Yang Lin's true intentions. Noticing the third prince's hesitation, Yang Lin seized the moment. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with these two behind you and hear their thoughts. Almost simultaneously, as soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the third prince turned to glance at Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu. The two remained silent, with Chao Tianyu feeling a chill run down his spine, opting to lower his head and refrain from speaking. Although both were close to the third prince, the presence of an outsider made it inappropriate to discuss such subversive matters. Even with the third prince's claim to the throne, discussing succession while the emperor still lived could be construed as a curse upon the emperor's life. Should this reach the emperor's ears, the repercussions would be dire. Even their entire family could be imperiled. Yun Luoxia stood quietly nearby, observing with a cold gaze. She found herself somewhat impressed by Yang Lin. While his strength may have been lacking, his talent for fabrication was indeed formidable. Fear not, your highness. Their silence is merely due to caution, but I know I speak the truth, and thus I am guiltless, Yang Lin continued, maintaining his smile. Furthermore, you and these two have been together for so long that you have likely grown accustomed to your royal aura. It is only natural that they fail to recognize it. Royal aura? The third prince continued to regard Yang Lin with a frown, unable to discern his true intentions. Yet he was left with an instinctual feeling that Yang Lin harbored no goodwill. With one proclamation of imperial demeanor followed by another of royal aura. The rhetoric was cryptic and inscrutable. Your visit to Pingyang City is, in fact, a matter of fate. Heaven has decreed that I assist you. Paving the way for your imperial journey, Yang Lin continued. You? On what grounds? The third prince suddenly burst into laughter, setting aside whether Yang Lin possessed the ability. He questioned why Yang Lin would wish to assist him. The third prince could hardly believe that Yang Lin, knowing he intended to kill him, would willingly offer aid. Your Highness, I had prepared everything before your arrival. The dragon robe and the imperial seal, both tailored specifically for you, Yang Lin stated nonchalantly. At this revelation, the third prince was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu stared at Yang Lin, their eyes reflecting disbelief intertwined with a myriad of complex emotions. In that moment, all three comprehended Yang Lin's true purpose. This was not merely assistance, it was a scheme to frame the third prince for treason. As these words echoed, Xiao Feng and Yun Luoxia held their breaths, their attention fixated on Pei Shen and Chao Tianyu. should they dare to act against Yang Lin. The two would be the first to rise in his defense, ensuring no harm befell him. Ah, it seems that even before my arrival in Pingyang City, you have prepared a grand gift for me. What a cunning ploy, the third prince remarked, a smile gracing his lips, though his countenance had grown even colder than before. The charge of treason was no trivial matter. Even as a prince, once branded with such an accusation, his life would be in peril. Oh, it appears you have grasped the weight of my gift. However, this is not the end. I have prepared more for you, Yang Lin said, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The mandate of heaven is difficult to defy. Since ancient times, the arrival of an emperor has always been accompanied by auspicious signs. Thus, your presence in Pingyang City must surely summon such signs. Yang Lin gazed deeply at the third prince, then slowly continued. I have long since prepared a collection of poems extolling the third princess virtues, so that when your highness departs from Pingyang City, the entire populace as well as all of Huayang Lake shall sing praises of your great achievements, leaving no soul unaware, no heart untouched. Chapter 100. In an inexorable scheme, each word spoken by Yang Lin rendered the third prince's expression increasingly frigid, to the point where, upon hearing the final utterance, his visage began to turn an ominous shade. It was unclear whether he was incensed or terrified. The third prince fixated on Yang Lin, his eyes ablaze with fury. His fists clenched tightly, and he felt a palpable sense of dread. Chao Tianyu, upon absorbing Yang Lin's audacious plan, was already as pale as a ghost. His gaze toward Yang Lin tinged with trepidation. Even Patient could no longer maintain his composure, staring at Yang Lin in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the youth's venomous cunning with his tender years, akin to a viper. With a mere articulation of thoughts, Yang Lin had effectively subdued the trio before him, even evoking a silent admiration from Yun Luoxia. This man possessed a remarkable eloquence, one that took Yun Luoxia by surprise. Although she was aware of Yang Lin's high probability of success, the intricacies of his execution unveiled themselves in real time, leaving her astounded. My prince, there is no need for such alarm, for my solitary rumor holds little weight, Yang Lin remarked, observing the third prince, who radiated a menacing aura. Yet, he remained unperturbed, even seeking to provide solace. However, I cannot assure you that a second, third, or even 1,000 others, or perhaps the entire populace of Pingyang, might not echo these sentiments. When that time comes, will your beloved father, the emperor, believe you? Moreover, setting aside your father, I imagine your siblings would be quite inclined to believe such claims, or perhaps they would willingly exert themselves to assist you clandestinely in ascending to the throne. Yang Lin's seemingly analytical discourse nudged the situation toward its most dire implications. The third prince, though acutely aware of this, found himself on guard. For the reality was that Yang Lin's assertions could indeed manifest. Even if, in the end, their father fell to misfortune, those envious siblings would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation, leaving the third prince uncertain of how he might meet his demise. You despicable wretch, are you so certain I will allow you to live, to spread your slander here? The third prince scoffed, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. My prince, do you believe I would dare to stand here, to share your burdens, without any preparations? At that moment, Yang Lin's calm demeanor seemed to evaporate, replaced by a sardonic smile and a sense of assuredness. Ah, you seem quite confident, the third prince remarked, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Yang Lin. I trust you are a discerning individual, aware of who my mentor is? Yang Lin continued. After years of establishing myself in this city, do you think he has made no preparations? Alone, I would never dare to oppose you. I lack the capability. The third prince recognized that Yang Lin referred to Liu Pei, the infamous disciple of the Mengyang king, the one capable of recklessly sacrificing everything. Are you threatening me? The third prince's murderous intent intensified, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. My prince, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must act accordingly. This is not slander. I merely amplify your intentions. I am genuinely assisting you, Yang Lin sighed, appearing almost mournful for the third prince's ignorance. You must recall Huang Song, your loyal retainer, who once penned a poem for you during your grand discussions of ambition. Surely, you cannot have forgotten. As he spoke, Yang Lin picked up a brush from the table and, in full view of all present, elegantly inscribed 4 lines of verse. Even someone as unrefined as Chao Tianyu could discern that the lines were unmistakably anti-Xia. Patient's expression darkened further, casting a bewildered glance at Yang Lin. The third prince, meanwhile, wore an increasingly ghastly expression, as if he were on the verge of tears. The veracity of Yang Lin's words had become irrelevant, even without Huang Song. There would inevitably be others, such as El Song, Hong Song, and He Song, with numerous retainers at his disposal. The emperor could not possibly discern the source of the dissenting poetry. All that mattered was that it originated from his faction. My prince, it appears you are displeased by this expression. If that is the case, I can easily substitute it with others until you are satisfied. Yonglin grinned, poised to write again. Are you so eager to meet your end? The third prince coldly retorted, shattering the paper before Yonglin. In that instant, Yun Luoxia stepped in front of Yonglin, her gaze icy as she regarded the third prince with palpable menace. Meanwhile, Xiao Fenger, lurking in the shadows, was ready to assist Yonglin at a moment's notice. However, Yonglin merely shook his head, pulling Yun Luoxia back, and stepped forward to face the enraged third prince. Calmly, he remarked, "My prince, I recognize the peril I face. Yet if I can lay the groundwork for your ascent to supremacy, even in the afterlife, I shall count myself among the founding contributors to your legacy. What matter if I stand against the entire Xia? If I can aid you, I will die without regret." Yonglin's words resonated with righteousness, yet the third prince's heart raced with alarm. He pondered his countermeasures, knowing that should Yonglin's words come to fruition, he would find himself irrevocably implicated. Even if the emperor were to disbelieve, seeds of doubt would be sown, leading to an inescapable predicament. After considerable reflection, the third prince ultimately discovered no viable escape, leading him to take a deep breath, his gaze returning to Yonglin. "By your expression, it appears you lack confidence in confronting the emperor of Xia. In that case, you should not be here in Ping'an. Moreover, I have heard that your cousin, Princess Xianfeng, is preparing to rally her former allies, intending to fight alongside you against the court." At this, the third prince's countenance darkened once more, his expression shifting dramatically. Yonglin's intricate scheme left him with no room to maneuver. The interconnectedness of the plan rendered it unsolvable, prompting even Patient to reflect on the phrase, "An inexorable scheme has no resolution." Once the plan was set into motion, even if the whole world recognized the third prince's innocence, the emperor would likely not extend his mercy. Moreover, Yonglin's earlier poem had conveyed a clear message. This was no longer a matter of whether the third prince desired to rebel. Even his retainers, should they choose to rise, would inevitably represent him. Chapter 101. Temporary retreat. Do you believe that with just these few words, you can persuade me to let you go? Is that not a touch naive? The third prince scoffed coldly, his gaze icy as it bore into Yonglin. He had never felt so humiliated as he did today, and he would not permit such a thing to transpire. Any possibility, no matter how minute, must be extinguished at its inception. Despite the third prince's usual fondness for handsome faces, he found himself revolted by Yonglin's striking features today. "Your Highness, it seems you lack intelligence." Yonglin sighed softly, a hint of helplessness evident in his brow. The third prince was momentarily taken aback by this remark, and even Patient and Xiao Tianyu, who stood nearby, turned to Yonglin with expressions of surprise. "What do you mean by that?" The third prince inquired coldly, narrowing his eyes at Yonglin. It was Xiao Tianyu, who had remained silent until now, that suddenly seemed to grasp Yonglin's intention, his countenance shifting dramatically. "My highly effective dragon mastery technique has evidently eluded your highness entirely," Yonglin continued. At this moment, Xiao Tianyu's conviction in his assumption grew stronger. And when he looked back at Yonglin, his eyes reflected astonishment and incredulity. A commoner from Pingyang City, capable of comprehending the palace's intricate power struggles, was indeed remarkable. "Dragon mastery?" the third prince repeated with curiosity. Yonglin then elaborated, "Your Highness, if this dragon mastery were employed against your siblings, do you believe they would stand any chance against your cunning?" Upon hearing this, the third prince understood instantly, his expression darkening with a mix of surprise and foreboding. Indeed, Yonglin spoke the truth. The crime of rebellion was intolerable for him, and it would be even more disastrous for his siblings. Should any mishap occur, their fates would be far worse than his own. The third prince hardly needed to ponder. He could simply adopt Yonglin's strategy, merely substituting the target of rebellion. It was indeed an offensive and defensive plan. Even Patient, standing beside them, could not help but admire Yonglin, his perception of the young man shifting considerably. How can a youth possess such strategic insight? The third prince finally grasped why King Mingyang held Yonglin in such high regard. It was evident that he possessed extraordinary capabilities. "Might I inquire who this is?" Yonglin, noticing the third prince's silence, turned to Xiao Tianyu and asked softly. Xiao Tianyu, momentarily stunned, replied, "I am the superintendent of the dark department, Xiao Tianyu." "Ah, so it is Lord Xiao," Yonglin feigned reverence, nodding respectfully and clasping his hands in greeting. "Given your many years of experience in the palace, do you believe my plan is feasible?" Xiao Tianyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yonglin would pose such a question to him. After a brief pause, he responded, "I cannot ascertain the feasibility of the plan. But as long as your highness commands, I shall not hesitate to brave any danger." Though he did not provide a definitive answer, Yonglin had expected such a response. Lord Xiao indeed needed to demonstrate his loyalty, otherwise, with the third prince's cunning, such an opportunity might not arise again. Xiao Tianyu had no opportunity to refute. With the third prince present, could he dare to voice dissent? You are remarkably confident in the success of your scheme. If I were to quash it with ruthless precision, how likely do you think you would be to escape? The third prince's gaze hardened, a chilling air enveloping the room. Even though he knew he could eliminate Yonglin right then and there, he refrained from acting. The risk was too great. If news of this reached the capital and the court, he would find himself defenseless. With this statement, the third prince's murderous intent was palpable. And the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, the temperature seemingly dropping. Yun Luoxia, observing from the side, furrowed her brow and instinctively moved closer to Yonglin. While the concealed Xiao Feng were prepared to join forces with her should the situation escalate. Xiao Tianyu might be disregarded, but the esteemed patient was not so easily dismissed. His profound abilities posed a significant threat, felt even by Xiao Fenger and Yun Luoxia, who sensed the immense pressure emanating from him. Yonglin, however, remained unfazed. After stopping Yun Luoxia, he continued, "Your Highness, do you believe I would reveal my plans here without any preparation? I have gambled my life on this endeavor. Naturally, having made ample preparations to pave the way for you, I implore you to reconsider your actions." The third prince scrutinized Yonglin intently, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Although Yonglin's plan lay before him, the third prince still hesitated to take a gamble. This was a decisive moment that he had never anticipated. "Your Highness, I urge you to contemplate carefully," Patient interjected, determined to prevent the third prince from acting impulsively due to his rising fury. As Yonglin articulated, while the plan was laid bare, how could one be certain that he had made no preparations? Executing this plan did not necessitate Yonglin's direct involvement. It merely required readiness to relay the information to the court at the opportune moment. Moreover, who could guarantee that Yonglin lacked allies within the court? If he were merely a solitary youth, perhaps he could not achieve such ambitions, but he had the backing of Princess Xiefeng, Yun Luoxia, and Lu Pei from the Yongxing Escort Bureau. If even King Meng Yang could be subdued by Lu Pei, one could only imagine the potential repercussions. To bear the burden of a rebellion charge would be an unmitigated disaster. "Your Highness." The tension in the room was so palpable that even Xiao Tianyu found it hard to remain composed, joining Patient and urging the third prince to reconsider. Faced with their counsel, the third prince's expression fluctuated dramatically. Ultimately, with a cold snort, he suppressed his anger. "Let us conclude today's meeting here. When we meet again, it may not be so amicable." With that, the third prince prepared to leave with Patient and Xiao Tianyu. But at that moment, Yonglin's voice rang out once more. Chapter 102. Deliberate Provocation. Hold on. Yonglin's voice suddenly rang out, halting the third prince in his tracks. In this lifetime, even Yun Luoxia had not anticipated this, casting a perplexed glance at Yonglin. Wasn't he eager for the third prince to leave promptly? Was Yonglin's mind muddled, calling him back instead? What more did he desire? The third prince's countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed he might weep. He had no intention of lingering here a moment longer. As a member of the royal family, he felt utterly humiliated in front of Yonglin today. When had he ever been coerced by another? Who dared to threaten him? Now, confronted by Yonglin, he found himself unable to retaliate, compelled to comply, which was exceedingly vexing. "Your Highness, you did enjoy my aged Tiguanyin tea earlier. Do you not intend to purchase a piece of art before departing?" Yonglin suddenly remarked, tapping the cup of old tea before him, a display of various so-called antique teas. This drew not only the third prince's attention, but also that of Pei Shun and Xiao Tianyu, both of whom furrowed their brows in confusion, gazing at Yonglin. "I have no need for your artwork. It holds no collectible value," the third prince stated bluntly, intending to show no courtesy to Yonglin, sneering at him instead. "Oh, I had believed we had reached a mutual understanding, but it appears I have misjudged the situation. Thus, for the day of your Highness's ascension, I shall exert extra effort to ensure your prompt coronation. This is my lifelong aspiration." Yonglin feigned a sigh, speaking once more. At this point, even the hidden Xiao Fenger was momentarily taken aback. What was the matter with her husband? This issue had seemingly been resolved, yet he insisted on revisiting it. All for a cup of old tea and a piece of artwork? Yun Luoxia was even more exasperated. Yonglin's artwork was mediocre at best, lacking any significant fame or value for collection. As for that cup of tea, it hardly bore mentioning. Those who understood knew its worth. The third prince was incensed by Yonglin's provocations. Was he truly being threatened over a mere painting and an old cup of tea? It was utterly absurd. "Are you threatening me?" the third prince asked in a low tone, his expression unutterably grim. "You initiated this. I was merely conducting business when you three arrived. Denouncing my wares and disparaging my tea. Is that not tarnishing my reputation? Your Highness, if this spreads, how shall I continue to operate my shop?" Yonglin raised his voice slightly, speaking as though he had the upper hand. Yet to Yun Luoxia, this made no sense whatsoever. Was now the time to contemplate the future of the shop? The truth was, since she had joined the Yang family, she had never witnessed it open for business. Yang Lin was clearly just stirring up trouble. However, such sentiments were not something Yun Luoxia could articulate. Even if Yang Lin chose to leap into the fire, she had no choice but to follow. The arrow on the string had to be released. The third prince was evidently taken aback by Yang Lin's words, as were Patient and Chao Tianyu. Had they not witnessed Yang Lin's cunning earlier, they might have thought him utterly foolish. Fine. I'll buy 2 pieces. Is that acceptable? The third prince scoffed, tossing a bag of coins onto the table before turning to leave. Your Highness, do not forget your items. I shall wrap them for you personally. Yang Lin called out, already smiling as he began packaging the paintings. Yet the third prince had no interest in them. He could pay. But what use would Yang Lin's artwork serve? It wasn't he even fit to clean oneself with. Discard them. The third prince snapped impatiently. That won't do. If you do not take them now, there may not be another opportunity, Yang Lin replied, continuing his task without pause. At this, the corners of the third prince's mouth twitched. His foot poised to leave hesitated mid-air before he slowly withdrew it. Finally, he accepted the packaged artwork. Leaving with Patient and Chao Tianyu, their departure swift and tinged with impatience. Yang Lin watched them until they disappeared from view before he slowly returned to his seat. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yun Luoxia, who promptly understood, hurrying to close the shop's door once more. At this moment, Yang Lin finally exhaled, collapsing into the armchair. He felt utterly drained. The confrontation had exerted a pressure more intense than the previous encounter of 1 against 2. Yang Lin turned his gaze towards the concealed Xiaofeng'er, offering her a faint smile. She emerged from the shadows, casting a grateful glance at Yang Lin. Noticing his exhausted demeanor, she felt a pang of sympathy. She had intended to offer him some comfort, but upon sensing Yun Luoxia's inscrutable gaze, Xiaofeng'er obediently withdrew her hand. While she was not concerned for herself, she did worry about the repercussions Yang Lin might face. Yun Luoxia had indeed noticed the exchange between Yang Lin and Xiaofeng'er, and her expression darkened slightly as she shot an irritated glare at Yang Lin. This was clearly instigated by him. What? Now you feel fatigued? I recall you were quite spirited just moments ago, unafraid of the third prince, even threatening him to purchase your artwork. Sometimes I truly wonder if your mind has been muddled, Yun Luoxia chastised, recalling how the third prince had nearly walked away. Yang Lin had audaciously called him back, compelling him to buy his paintings. Was he dancing on the edge of a blade? A path to self-destruction indeed. The crux was that Yang Lin's artwork was already mediocre. Did he truly expect praise? If I had not acted thus, how could I ascertain the third prince's stance towards us? Yang Lin replied with a smile, remaining unfazed by her words. Yun Luoxia paused, suddenly grasping Yang Lin's intention. He was testing the waters, probing the third prince's limits. Members of the royal family excelled at concealing daggers behind smiles, presenting one face in public while harboring another in private. Although it had seemed they had reached an agreement, what would happen once the third prince departed? If he were to strike back, it would undoubtedly be a thunderous assault, leaving no opportunity for preparation. After Yang Lin's probing, he could be nearly certain that the third prince would not take immediate action. This plan had thus succeeded. Chapter 103. Lu Pei arrives. It appears you have grasped the situation, Yang Lin remarked with a smile, observing Yun Luoxia's silence. Although he was aware that Yang Lin's intricate plan was indeed impressive, the smugness of Yang Lin's grin stirred an inexplicable desire in Yun Luoxia to land a punch on him. Meanwhile, the third prince, having departed from the Yang residence, strolled back toward the city lord's mansion. At this moment, he had finally regained his composure, reflecting on Yang Lin's recent statements. It was undeniable that Yang Lin's meticulousness had reached a daunting level. Are you saying I have no recourse and must simply submit to his manipulation? The third prince queried Patient, his most pressing concern being how a member of the royal family could allow themselves to be dictated by a commoner. Setting aside the treasonous implications, if Yang Lin's assertions were true regarding the dragon taming technique being used on his siblings, the third prince felt a foreboding sense that he too might be at Yang Lin's mercy in the future. This notion unsettled him, for he had never submitted to anyone, let alone a commoner. Your Highness, what lies before you is not merely the insignificant Yang family, Patient subtly reminded him. The third prince suddenly realized he had overlooked the presence of others. Not to mention his cousin, standing beside Yang Lin was Yun Luoxia, once the foremost assassin of the Wei Kingdom. Throughout their conversation, the third prince had sensed a faint yet palpable murderous intent emanating from her. This woman was truly capable of violence. Had it not been for her cousin, she might have already acted. Moreover, there was Lu Pei. Although the third prince had investigated Lu Pei numerous times, he remained only partially aware of Lu Pei's true capabilities, leaving him ill-prepared. If I were to confront Lu Pei, would you be able to protect me from him? The third prince tentatively inquired. This seemingly casual question struck at the heart of the matter. In a world dominated by absolute power, numbers and influence were ultimately trivial, a reality the third prince was acutely aware of. Faced with a top-tier powerhouse, even the might of the entire Great Siop could not provide lasting protection. The third prince was not willing to live in constant fear, perpetually anticipating the pursuit of a formidable adversary. Pei Shen's response was rather straightforward. In terms of strength, I may not be vastly inferior to him, but Liu Pei has lived long enough. Upon hearing this, the third prince fell silent once more. He recalled having heard similar sentiments from Wang Mingyang. Could it be that Liu Pei's resolve in battle instilled fear in so many powerful figures? Your Highness, even Wang Mingyang would not necessarily guarantee victory over Liu Pei, a fact you should acknowledge. Furthermore, it appears that Wang Mingyang has reached an understanding with Liu Pei regarding the matters of Pinghang City, and he will no longer involve himself, Pei Shen reiterated. Upon hearing this, the third prince's expression turned grave. In his earlier confrontation with Yang Lin, he had been blinded by anger and failed to consider this crucial detail. Thus, it was not only his cousin and Yun Luoxia. Liu Pei would undoubtedly go to great lengths for Yang Lin as well. Your Highness, and then there is that person in the palace. Pei Shen reminded him once more. Suddenly, the third prince recalled his aunt, realizing the significance of this point. Who could assure him that the evidence of treason in Yang Lin's possession had not reached his aunt, even though she was currently confined to the cold palace? The third prince was unwilling to gamble on this matter. He would not stake his future on the life of Yang Lin. He was not so debased. A member of the royal family should never be compared to a commoner. With this realization, the third prince took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening once again. Lord Xiao, cease sending spies to the Yang family, but ensure that not even a fly escapes their grasp, cutting off their connection to the outside world, he commanded. Yes, I understand. Qiao Tianyu replied, nodding earnestly. While I cannot directly deal with Yang Lin, if others choose to act, that is no concern of mine. The third prince suddenly interjected. If Yang Lin is allowed to manipulate matters, then I am no longer the third prince. Vengeance must be exacted. Pinghang City seems particularly unsettled of late. It is said that many from the abyss of demons have arrived. Let them take action. Lord Xiao, I entrust this matter to you. I trust there will be no issues. Such affairs were best left to the covert operations of the Dark Division, ensuring discretion while allowing him to remain uninvolved. After all, the Dark Division excelled in dealings with such dubious characters. As time swiftly passed, evening fell. A figure moved with remarkable speed, entering the Yang estate unnoticed, making their way to the main hall, eluding even the watchful eyes of the Dark Division spies. The arrival was none other than the spirited Liu Pei. Seated in the Grandmaster chair, Liu Pei emanated a subtle, yet formidable aura. This overwhelming presence was quickly sensed by Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia, who recognized it as the prearranged signal they had discussed earlier. Exchanging glances, Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er exited their rooms, heading toward the main hall. In the kitchen, Ouyang Yunshuang, despite her diminished strength, felt the terrifying aura and diligently continued her tasks. Glancing out of the corner of her eye as Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia departed for the main hall, it seemed another visitor had arrived. Meanwhile, in the study, Yang Lin remained unaware, but Gu Qingwei detected the presence clearly. She dared not speak aloud, instead lowering her breath and using the heavenly sex technique to transmit thoughts over great distances, conveying the message directly into Yang Lin's mind. Liu Pei has arrived. Taken aback by the news, Yang Lin paused to adjust his attire before passionately kissing Gu Qingwei on the cheek. She shot him a shy glare, gently urging him off the bed. Reluctantly, Yang Lin departed the study, only to be struck by a sudden thought. With his current strength, it was odd that he had not sensed Liu Pei's arrival. If he were to go now, would it not expose Gu Qingwei's location? A plan was necessary. Chapter 104. The Princess's Awakening. It was impossible to proceed directly. As Yang Lin closed the door, he pondered the situation. At this particular juncture, it seemed quite reasonable to rise and excuse himself to the lavatory. With this thought, Yang Lin had a sudden inspiration and made his way towards the restroom, feigning ignorance of Liu Pei's presence. However, it was worth noting that even Gu Qingwei dared not reveal her aura in front of Liu Pei, which spoke volumes about the formidable strength this old fellow possessed. His prowess was certainly far beyond that of Gu Qingwei, and it appeared that Yang Lin had previously underestimated him. No wonder even Prince Mang Yang had to show him respect. It was becoming increasingly apparent that this was not without reason. Meanwhile, shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia appeared in the main hall, where Liu Pei had been waiting for some time. I am already aware of the situation, Liu Pei stated bluntly. This young man, Yang Lin, has acted recklessly by confronting the third prince directly. Does he not fear that a single misstep could lead to his utter ruin? He intended to pour himself a cup of tea from the pot before him, but reconsidered, realizing it had likely been sitting there for an indeterminate time, and set it down again. Young Master Yang's plan is quite commendable, With a significant chance of success, Xiaofeng defended him. In truth, she had her own uncertainties before the plan commenced, yet now that it had succeeded, it had proven quite advantageous for them. Your Highness, I am well aware of this young man. Please refrain from speaking on his behalf. Lu Pei waved his hand. Surprisingly, Yun Luoxia took an unusual stance in favor of Yang Lin this time. Yang Lin's strategy has managed to temporarily stall the third prince, granting us a moment to breathe. However, he will undoubtedly not let the princess escape unscathed. I am concerned he might resort to treachery. As she spoke, her brow furrowed with worry. The third prince, with his character, would never let Yang Lin off the hook. Although Yang Lin could have remained uninvolved, he had now been drawn into this turmoil, facing peril to his life. Xiaofeng shared this concern, looking up at Lu Pei. Uncle Lu, I would like to know your plans for young Master Yang. What path should he take moving forward? Observing the seriousness in her eyes, Lu Pei paused for a moment before responding. It seems you have long sought me out. As you suspected, Yang Lin will be brought into that sect, the very one that cast me out. As Lu Pei spoke, a hint of nonchalance graced his features, as though the events of the past had long since faded from his mind. Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. If that were the case, Yang Lin would indeed have a way forward. Joining that sect, even the great Xia would think twice before acting recklessly. In the future, once Yang Lin had honed his skills and re-emerged, even the great Xia would be unable to contend with him. With this thought, Xiaofeng inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, she then turned her gaze back to Lu Pei. And what about you, Uncle Lu? The question caught Lu Pei off guard, as if he were momentarily rendered speechless. In the past, had Xiaofeng not appeared in Pinghang City, Lu Pei would have certainly taken Yang Lin to the sect himself. Yet now, ensuring their safe exit from Pinghang City would be impossible without his presence. Are you planning to remain in Pinghang City? Xiaofeng inquired again, striking a chord with Lu Pei's thoughts. Noticing his silence, she realized she had guessed correctly and fell into a contemplative silence, her expression resolute, as if she had made a decision. Yun Luoxia, though silent, wore a similarly grave expression. At this moment, she too found herself without a better alternative. Suddenly, Lu Pei broke the tension with a chuckle, shattering the hall's silence. Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia looked up in surprise at him. How long do you intend to stay hidden? After eavesdropping for so long, it is time for you to make your presence known. He was, of course, referring to Yang Lin, who had stealthily risen during the night to relieve himself. Scratching his head, Yang Lin emerged from the shadows, causing Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia to blink in astonishment. They had not realized he had been eavesdropping. However, this was information he would eventually need to learn, and knowing it sooner might allow him to prepare accordingly. I was just passing by on my way to the restroom. Do you believe me? Yang Lin joked as he stepped into the room. Lu Pei glanced at him and continued, leave the next steps to me. You should prepare yourselves. We may need to evacuate at any moment. His expression turned serious. Pinghang City was not safe. The lurking demonic forces had begun to stir. The third prince intended to use treachery, and these demons were the perfect instruments. The Yang family was already besieged, surrounded by spies. Their aim was clearly to trap the princess here. Once the third prince's dagger struck, it would be too late to act. Yang Lin listened intently, lost in thought about how to respond. Yet Lu Pei suddenly brought him into the conversation. You will be the primary target, he stated matter-of-factly. What? Me? Yang Lin was taken aback. So, this treachery was aimed at him? Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking that insufferable third prince. How could someone with such a petty temperament aspire to rule? Oh, now you're afraid? When you were provoking him, did you show any mercy? Lu Pei shot him a glare. Yun Luoxia nodded in agreement, having witnessed the events firsthand. Not only did Yang Lin scare off the third prince, but he had also compelled him to purchase his paintings before leaving. Had she been in his position, she would have long since silenced him permanently. Indeed, the third prince's objective in coming to Pinghang City was to take the princess, and you, naturally, are of no consequence to him. Your life or death holds no significance for him, Lu Pei explained. Hearing this, Yang Lin felt deflated, as if all hope had evaporated. Uncle Lu, young Master Yang. Just then, Xiaofeng spoke up, her gaze resolute. Everyone turned to look at her as she continued. I have decided to go with him. If my departure can ensure your safety, I consider it worthwhile. I have always been the one to burden you. Now I wish to do something for you. I no longer want to be the one who is continually protected, hiding behind you all, unable to contribute. Chapter 105. We have yet to share a room at this point. Xiaofeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though they ultimately did not fall. Her steadfast gaze rendered even Lu Pei speechless. Your Highness, what nonsense are you speaking? Yun Luoxia interjected anxiously, genuinely fearing that the princess might take a foolish action. Despite their lengthy companionship, this was the first time Yun Luoxia witnessed Xiaofeng so earnestly, She could hardly believe it was a jest. The hall descended into a brief silence as the others appeared to ponder and deliberate. Fenger, Yang Lin inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he gently ruffled Xiao Fenger's hair. Observing this scene, Yun Luoxia gritted her teeth but ultimately refrained from intervening. Yang Lin continued. If you are considering sacrificing yourself over this, have you thought about Xiao Xia? Your dear sister Xiao Xia has accompanied you all this way. Do you not understand her intentions? She simply wishes to see you safe and happy, free from harm. Even upon your arrival at my home, she has shielded you so diligently. If something were to happen to you, what would Xiao Xia do? At this, Xiao Fenger paused, glancing at Yun Luoxia, who merely snorted disdainfully without uttering a word. Although Yang Lin's remarks lacked depth, they held a grain of truth. Furthermore, there was old Lu, who had lived long enough and had faced off against Prince Mingyang with a fervor that nearly led to violence. Losing one's life for such an old fool was hardly worth it. Yang Lin opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter another word, a loud thud echoed as Lu Pei gave him a sharp rap on the head. You brat, do you say whatever comes to mind? Is your skin itching again? Lu Pei grumbled, clearly annoyed. Yang Lin rubbed the back of his head, grimacing in pain. Can't you distinguish between good and bad words? Can't you see I'm trying to persuade someone? Xiao Fenger remained silent, her head bowed, avoiding Yang Lin's gaze. Regaining his composure, Yang Lin placed his hands on Xiao Fenger's shoulders. And there's me. You? At this moment, Xiao Fenger looked up, locking eyes with Yang Lin's clear gaze. And her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Meanwhile, Yun Luoxia's eyes glared at Yang Lin with an intensity that suggested she might pounce on him at any moment. Her expression rife with resentment. Had she not known that Yang Lin was attempting to counsel the princess, she might have already acted. Yang Lin remained unfazed. Addressing Xiao Fenger earnestly, indeed, there's me. You are my officially recognized wife, and we have yet to consummate our union. How could I simply stand by and watch someone take you away? If they wish to seize you, they must first step over my corpse. Yang Lin's expression was serious, leaving even Yun Luoxia momentarily taken aback. Xiao Fenger blushed deeply, her skin resembling a ripe apple, undeniably alluring. The crucial aspect was that Yang Lin possessed a handsome visage. Such words could easily disarm any girl. Eventually, it was Lu Pei who cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention. He mused to himself that this fellow truly had a way with words. No wonder he had managed to outwit the third prince with mere persuasion. Therefore, Yang Lin resumed. Do not entertain thoughts of self-sacrifice. We will always be here for you. This time, Xiao Fenger nodded resolutely. Observing Xiao Fenger swayed by Yang Lin's words, Yun Luoxia exhaled in relief, grateful to Yang Lin for dissuading her. With Xiao Fenger reassured, the group redirected their focus to the impending threat posed by the demonic abyss. Lu Pei spoke. The emergence of the demonic abyss in Pingyang City seems to be related to their former leader, the enchanting demoness. It is said that she practiced a special technique. If she were to be disrupted before reaching the 9th level, her power would diminish by 80%. And the South would gain this strength. This is why the followers of the demonic abyss have gathered in Pingyang City. And the third prince plans to exploit this to his advantage. Listening to Lu Pei, Yang Lin furrowed his brow, recalling that fateful night in the cave. However, it was precisely due to this technique that he had, despite being disrupted, acquired the demoness power, allowing him to continue his cultivation. Not only that, but he had also managed to recruit the saints of the heavenly sect due to this incident, turning misfortune into fortune and fortune into further fortune. Of course, Yang Lin would not divulge this information. It was best kept to himself. Firstly, there was Xiao Fenger and Yun Luoxia nearby. Revealing such details would alter their perception of him. Secondly, while he trusted Lu Pei, he felt no need to share everything with him, as it bore no significant consequence. Speaking of the demoness, Yun Luoxia interjected, recounting the earlier visit from Gu Qingwei and her suspicions regarding the demoness' identity as the cook. Lu Pei, recalling Yang Lin's request to investigate the cook, turned to Yang Lin. Yang Lin nodded, affirming Yun Luoxia's account. Lu Pei, deep in thought, stroked his chin. Where's that cook? I shall investigate. Yang Lin gestured towards the back courtyard. At this time, Aziz should still be asleep. Yet, this posed no challenge for Lu Pei, who swiftly vanished. He soon beheld the true visage of the cook, Aziz, his brow furrowing even tighter. However, he did not disturb her, quickly returning to the hall to regard Yang Lin. What? Do you seem to have discerned something? Yang Lin inquired curiously, with both Yun Luoxia and Xiao Fenger casting their gazes upon him. Are you all certain that with her beauty, she would need to sell herself to bury her father? Old Lu retorted, somewhat exasperated, as he surveyed the three before him, his eyes conveying a silent question. Have your minds gone awry? This remark struck a chord with Yang Lin and Xiao Fenger. Aziz possessed not only an enviable figure, but also a face that could be deemed exquisite. While she might not surpass Xiao Fenger or Yun Luoxia, she certainly did not fall far behind. Such a beauty could hardly be expected to resort to selling herself for her father's burial. Yun Luoxia, realizing this, had previously assumed Z merely possessed an uncommon aura. Hidden in the study, Gu Qingwei also sensed this exchange, awakening to the realization she had overlooked this crucial detail. Thus, the identity of the demoness was becoming increasingly apparent. Yet, at this moment, Gu Qingwei no longer felt the same urgency to apprehend the demoness as she once had. Even now, knowing the demoness' identity, she contemplated whether to remain and accompany Yang Lin. Indeed, emotions have the power to alter one's perspective. Chapter 106, The Blood Sacrifice of the Gun in the Hall. Yang Lin waved his hand helplessly. Compared to us, Z indeed appeared somewhat ordinary. Which is why I initially overlooked this fact. Moreover, there was Gu Qingwei, Yang Lin thought to himself. Among the four of them, all possessed exceptional looks. It was only natural that Z appeared somewhat plain in comparison. Liu Pei, momentarily at a loss for words, conceded that Yang Lin was indeed handsome. As were the princess and Yun Luoxia. There was a certain logic to this statement. Hold on. Suddenly recalling something, Liu Pei glanced at Yang Lin. Are you implying that I am ugly? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin merely smiled and remained silent, while Yun Luoxia shot him a look. If Liu Pei hadn't said anything, he might not have noticed. Xiaofeng stifled a laugh but quickly suppressed it, realizing it was impolite. You've made quite a bit of progress lately. Come, let me test your skills. Liu Pei approached Yang Lin with an ulterior motive, and what followed was yet another rare opportunity for training. However, due to time constraints, Liu Pei only offered Yang Lin a brief lesson before letting him off the hook. Fortunately, Yang Lin's physical defenses had greatly increased recently, so although he took some hits, they did not cause him much pain. Kid, Liu Pei said, dusting off his hands. His gaze fixed on Yang Lin. Do you want to learn the art of gunplay? Hearing this, Yang Lin sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Until now, this old fellow had only taught him the most basic cultivation methods, focusing solely on physical training while neglecting other techniques, let alone martial arts. Had it not been for obtaining the Starstone and receiving guidance from Gu Qingwei in secret, Yang Lin might have known nothing of any cultivation methods. Gunplay? What is that? Yang Lin asked eagerly. The Breaking Heaven technique is my own creation. If you can master it, you may wield a gun and traverse the world. At this moment, Liu Pei's expression bore a hint of grandeur, and his aura exuded a formidable intent that struck fear into those who felt it. Even Gu Qingwei, lurking in the shadows, instinctively retracted her awareness, not daring to confront Liu Pei's gun intent head-on. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Yang Lin's eyes grew ever brighter. The stronger the Breaking Heaven technique, the better it would be for him. When do we begin? Yang Lin asked, struggling to contain his excitement. Now, Liu Pei replied, and without waiting for Yang Lin's consent. He hoisted him and dashed outside, appearing over 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. As they watched Yang Lin and Liu Pei depart, Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia exchanged glances before closing the door to the Yang residence. Although it was already midnight, numerous pairs of eyes remained fixed in the shadows, and even the best concealment could not escape the perceptions of Xiaofeng, and Yun Luoxia. It seemed Liu Pei spoke the truth. The third prince's scheme had commenced. Though he had bought some time with his treasonous tactics, there was still little left. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Ouyang Yunchuang's back was drenched in cold sweat. Especially when Liu Pei had entered the room, she felt as if her end was nigh. The moment the gun intent erupted, the overwhelming pressure was unlike anything she had ever encountered. If Liu Pei had indeed harbored murderous intent, Ouyang Yunchuang, even in her prime, would not have stood a chance against him, let alone escape. This man's power was terrifying, and a profound fear welled up within her. Fortunately, Liu Pei seemed to have no intention of killing her, and after leaving, Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia did not seek her out immediately. With this, Ouyang Yunchuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least now she could ascertain that Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia likely needed her assistance. After all, their situation was not optimistic, and every bit of help increased their chances of escape. This was equally true for Ouyang Yunchuang. Escaping from Pingyang City alone seemed an insurmountable task. Not to mention the imperial forces, even the followers of the Demon Abyss were formidable adversaries. Not to mention the unknown whereabouts of Gu Qingwei. Returning to the guest room, Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia acted as if nothing had transpired. They refrained from revealing the identity of the demoness, partly because they were uncertain if Gu Qingwei had left, and partly because they preferred to collaborate with the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Sect, a renowned righteous faction, over the demoness. They would only consider revealing her identity if absolutely necessary. Having left the Yang residence, Yang Lin was set down by Liu Pei after they had traveled a kilometer, and he sprinted behind him. Along the way, Yang Lin noticed that all the spies and hidden assassins in their path cowered in fear, not daring to raise their heads. It was as if they were beasts encountering a predator of a higher rank, a primal suppression stemming from their very bloodlines immobilizing them. "Old Lu, your gun intent is truly formidable," Yang Lin remarked, unable to suppress his admiration, fully aware that all of this was Lu Pei's influence. Recognizing this insight, Lu Pei regarded Yang Lin with newfound respect. Perhaps this kid wasn't entirely foolish. Although he had yet to grasp the art of gunplay, he could intuit such things. "One day, you may achieve this as well," Lu Pei said. Yang Lin, upon hearing those words, became even more intrigued by the breaking heaven technique Lu Pei spoke of. The ability to force the Mengyang king to bow was no ordinary feat. "Where are we headed now?" Yang Lin inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Outside the city. To the Black Wind Stronghold." The Black Wind Stronghold was a notorious den of bandits near Pingyang City. The brigands there were notorious for their cruelty, committing heinous acts without mercy, leaving even women and children vulnerable to their brutality, with the chieftain being the most ruthless of them all. Unknown to outsiders, the chieftain of the Black Wind Stronghold was a disciple of the Demon Abyss, trained under one of the 13 demon generals, Blood Demon. These bandits were exceedingly cunning. The city lord had dispatched several extermination squads, all of which returned empty-handed. This left the Black Wind Stronghold as a persistent threat, still thriving in the mountains to this day. Now, Lu Pei intended to use these ruffians as a practical lesson for Yang Lin in the art of gunplay, employing blood as a sacrificial offering. Chapter 107, The Might of the Ascendant Dragon. As Yang Lin and Lu Pei journeyed towards the Black Wind Stronghold, the third prince received the news almost immediately. "Are you saying they have ventured outside the city?" The third prince furrowed his brow, gazing at the informant before him. "Indeed. Based on their direction, it seems they are headed for the Black Wind Stronghold." Upon hearing this, the third prince momentarily lost his composure. At this critical juncture, why would Yang Lin still be heading to the Black Wind Stronghold? Lu Pei was leading the way. Were they clandestinely plotting something? Or had their own plans been uncovered? Contemplating these possibilities, the third prince glanced back at Pei Shen, the only one present who had any insight into Lu Pei. "The Black Wind Stronghold, you say?" Pei Shen pondered, stroking his chin, seemingly perplexed as to why Lu Pei would take such a course of action. "Should we follow them?" suggested the third prince. "Is that necessary? As long as our target remains within the Yang family, their destination seems irrelevant to our purpose," Pei Shen replied thoughtfully. However, at that moment, Chao Tianyu interjected. "The leader of the Black Wind Stronghold has significant ties to the Abyss of Demons, and coincidentally, their people are currently at the stronghold. That is a weapon borrowed by His Highness. Any mishap could alter our subsequent plans." Upon hearing this, Pei Shen's expression shifted. Realizing why the third prince wanted to pursue them, it was indeed the weapon of the Abyss of Demons. Nevertheless, he concluded that they should trail quietly behind. Confident in his ability to remain undetected by Lu Pei, having made the decision, the group swiftly set off, concealing themselves in the shadows as they advanced towards the Black Wind Stronghold. Meanwhile, Yang Lin and Lu Pei had already arrived at the foot of the Black Wind Stronghold. As they surveyed the fortress before them, it was night, and the flickering torches at the entrance provided the only illumination, casting an eerie glow. Numerous bandits patrolled the entrance vigilantly, and there were quite a few on duty during the night. This surprised Lu Pei, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting a smile. "Old Lu, what brings me here? Wasn't it agreed that you would teach me marksmanship?" Yang Lin lowered his voice, acutely aware of the precarious situation they were in at the Black Wind Stronghold. Though he had never been there before, he understood it was a den of thieves, and disturbing those ruffians would surely lead to their encirclement. "Yes, this is your practice ground. What could be more effective than real combat for honing your skills?" Lu Pei calmly replied, retrieving a well-prepared iron spear and presenting it to Yang Lin. "This is merely an ordinary iron spear. Crafted by old Su the blacksmith from the southern city, it is perfectly suited to your current strength." Yang Lin couldn't help but scoff at this. He had never encountered such a miserly mentor and found it hard to believe that Lu Pei could not produce a better weapon. Lu Pei, it seemed, was as tight-fisted as a miser. Then, with a flourish, Lu Pei revealed a brand new silver spear in his hand. This weapon stood in stark contrast to the iron spear Yang Lin held, adorned with a lifelike silver dragon that coiled along the shaft. The dragon's red whiskers fluttering gently in the breeze, emanating a chilling gleam even in the dark. "Look, you have a fine weapon. Why then present me with this inferior piece?" Yang Lin murmured, pointing at the silver spear Lu Pei held. "You, young man, aim too high and cannot reach far. With your current abilities, you cannot wield this ascendant dragon spear." Lu Pei chuckled, his tone slightly exasperated, as if he had anticipated Yang Lin's response. Yet, despite his words, Yang Lin's face was still etched with disbelief, clearly suspecting that the old fellow was deceiving him. "Not believing me? Then try it," Lu Pei suggested. Thrusting the spear into the ground, and gesturing for Yang Lin to grasp it. If you can lift it, it shall belong to you. For Liu Pei, the distinction between a good spear and a poor one mattered little. Once one's marksmanship reached an extraordinary level, one could achieve victory even without a weapon. That is what you said, Yang Lin grinned, reaching out to seize the ascendant dragon spear. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Despite his natural strength, he could barely budge the spear with one hand. How is this possible? Yang Lin, undeterred, gripped the spear with both hands, exerting all his strength to pull it free. Yet, despite his efforts, the spear remained steadfastly anchored in place. Throughout this ordeal, Liu Pei stood silently, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed. After nearly 3 minutes of struggle, Yang Lin, drenched in sweat, finally relented. Did you cast a spell on it? Is this some kind of magical artifact? Liu Pei, however, offered no response. Instead, he effortlessly lifted the ascendant dragon spear with one hand, swinging it lightly, sending a powerful gust that rustled the surrounding trees. I told you, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to lift this spear. Liu Pei was well aware of Yang Lin's capabilities, even with his innate strength and recent progress. Lifting this spear was beyond reach. Moreover, as Yang Lin had noted, this was indeed a genuine magical artifact. A magical artifact allows practitioners to infuse their vital energy into it, amplifying the weapon's damage exponentially. When compared to ordinary weapons, the potency of a magical artifact is on an entirely different level. Furthermore, when a magical artifact reaches a certain caliber, it can even nurture a spirit of its own. However, for Yang Lin, such matters were still far beyond his grasp. The ascendant dragon spear before him was only the lowest tier of the yellow grade. After gauging the spear's power in Liu Pei's hands, Yang Lin begrudgingly picked up his iron spear. All right, do you still wish to learn the breakthrough technique? Liu Pei inquired, somewhat impatiently. Of course, I want to learn. Yang Lin responded without hesitation. Setting the ascendant dragon aside, he was determined to master the breakthrough technique. Liu Pei's first imparted martial skill. Pay close attention. This is unlike any of the lowly techniques you have encountered before. With that, Liu Pei's form shifted. At that moment, grasping the ascendant dragon, his entire aura underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 108. The 9 styles of breaking the heavens. Liu Pei seemed to merge with the silver spear in his grasp, and although Yang Lin watched him charge forward, he could only perceive a sharp aura. This aura appeared powerful enough to cleave through anything, severing all obstacles in its path. In the blink of an eye, Liu Pei had already reached the entrance of the Black Wind stronghold, where the bandits finally caught sight of him. Who dares to trespass upon the Black Wind stronghold? One of them began, but before he could finish his words, Liu Pei unleashed the silver spear, driving it down with tremendous force. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, cleaving the very gates of the stronghold as if they were mere paper. Wood splintered in all directions, and the bandits present were annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. The dreadful energy wave extended nearly 15 meters, gouging a trench almost half a meter deep into the earth. Yang Lin, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. He had always held Liu Pei in high regard, yet he realized he had underestimated this man's prowess. Liu Pei executed such a fearsome strike with an air of nonchalance. Stop gaping, pay attention. Liu Pei's voice brought Yang Lin back to reality. Following that, Liu Pei employed the breaking the heavens spear technique, advancing towards the summit of the Black Wind stronghold. Everywhere he passed, not a single foe remained unscathed. Those wicked bandits, stained with the blood of innocent civilians, fell one after another beneath Liu Pei's spear. Yang Lin trailed closely behind, diligently memorizing each of Liu Pei's movements and techniques, wholly absorbed, even ignoring the gruesome scenes around him. Who among the remaining bandits could possibly obstruct Liu Pei? They had no opportunity to alert others. Liu Pei's assault was relentless, and the time taken to traverse from the peak to the base of the mountain was scarcely 10 minutes. Now, the Black Wind stronghold had once more descended into silence. The bandits decimated by Liu Pei, leaving only the grand hall before them. The master of the Black Wind stronghold must be within. Despite the path having run red with blood, Liu Pei remained unsullied. Even his spear, the Kong Long, burned not a single drop of blood. Yang Lin was utterly captivated by the spear technique, still unable to shake off the shock, and had it not been for Liu Pei's voice, he might have remained lost in thought. It's your turn. Liu Pei's voice suddenly rang out, jolting Yang Lin back to awareness. Huh? Yang Lin was taken aback, unsure if he was ready to step into the fray after merely observing. What are you confused about? You just watched, didn't you? Liu Pei remarked. I did. But I still don't fully grasp it, Yang Lin admitted, glancing at the iron spear in his hand, feeling a surge of uncertainty. While practitioners of the Tao generally possess good memories, even if not achieving complete mastery, they still form deep impressions of what they've witnessed. Liu Pei had indeed demonstrated breaking the heavens from start to finish, and Yang Lin had taken note of it all. Yet, it still felt somewhat elusive to him. It was inconceivable to master it in such a short span. There are 9 styles in total. I've demonstrated them all. The remaining enemies are your practice, Liu Pei instructed. This. Yang Lin hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Liu Pei's earnest expression. You've observed the spear technique, right? I have. And you remember the movements? I remember. Then you've forgotten most of it, haven't you? Well, yes. That's sufficient. Go ahead. While the initial part of Liu Pei's statements seemed coherent, as it progressed, Yang Lin found himself increasingly perplexed. What did it mean that forgetting most of it was acceptable? Why not simply clarify? In truth, Yang Lin had little time to ponder. The remaining bandits had long been waiting in the hall, and upon hearing the commotion outside, they surged forth. There were at least 20 of them, all seasoned fighters, tall and robust, with muscles bulging. Although the strongest among them was merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement. These individuals had lived lives steeped in bloodshed. They were no strangers to peril. The ruckus at the mountain's base had led the Black Wind bandits to believe that enemies were attacking, yet upon seeing only 2 figures, they were momentarily at a loss. However, they quickly fixated on Yang Lin, thrust forward by Liu Pei, deciding to subdue these unfamiliar intruders first. Attack! Barked the leading bandit, his brow furrowing as he waved his machete. Instantly, the other bandits charged, wielding an assortment of weapons, knives, guns, clubs, rushing towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin felt a surge of dread. He recognized that Liu Pei had indeed placed him in a precarious situation. Wasn't he supposed to be learning the spear techniques? Was this Liu Pei's idea of a quick study? Resolving to deal with the bandits first, Yang Lin gripped the iron spear tightly. Even without the breaking the heavens technique or the Konglong, his current strength was more than sufficient to handle these bandits, despite their numerical advantage. Without further ado, Yang Lin lunged forward, spear in hand, towards the horde of bandits. With a disdainful snort, he gripped the spear's tail, striking horizontally. A resounding thud echoed as the foremost bandits were sent flying. With his innate strength, Yang Lin wielded the spear as if it were a whip, each strike sending the bandits sprawling. Even the 3rd-level chi refinement warriors fell severely injured before him, let alone those without any cultivation. In the blink of an eye, only 3 bandits remained, all at the 3rd level of chi refinement. However, 2 were gravely wounded, and 1 sustained lighter injuries. Although they still possessed combat capability, they were significantly weakened compared to before. Don't forget the spear technique, Liu Pei's voice rang out again. Gather strength and unleash it. Break through the heavens, open the gates. Listening to Liu Pei's authoritative words, Yang Lin glanced at the iron spear in his hands. Recalling the techniques Liu Pei had demonstrated and his own insights into striking the bandits. At that moment, he felt a flicker of understanding. Gripping the spear tightly, he assumed a bow stance. The 3 severely injured bandits, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines, their faces paling in terror. Chapter 109. Unleashing Potential Damage. One of the bandits cursed under his breath, abruptly discarding his 2 companions beside him and hurling them toward Yang Lin as human shields. The 2 bandits, thrown into the fray, stood there dumbfounded, glancing back at their assailant in disbelief. Their critical injuries left them devoid of any chance to resist. They could only watch helplessly as they hurtled toward Yang Lin. Don't blame me. Blame this kid instead. He is the one who intends to kill you. The man sneered ominously before turning to flee. However, with a powerful thrust, Yang Lin launched his spear, which soared through the air like a cannonball, piercing through the 2 bandits and subsequently pinning the fleeing bandit to the ground. As the man turned, attempting to escape, he felt the spear penetrate his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. Damn. After completing this grim task, Yang Lin approached slowly, taking a deep breath as he retrieved the spear once more. This marked his first kill since his arrival in this realm. Perhaps having acclimated to the scent of blood from previous encounters, he felt only a slight nausea. But it was manageable. Fortunately, the victims of his trial were mere bandits, notorious for their heinous deeds. Thus, Yang Lin bore little psychological burden from their demise. Liu Pei observed all of this quietly, choosing not to comment, but simply following behind Yang Lin. One could not deny that Yang Lin possessed remarkable talent for marksmanship. With just a little guidance, he had already begun to grasp the fundamentals. Of course, he was merely at the threshold of mastery, yet to unleash the full potential of his skills. How is it? Having slain 3 bandits, I sense that I have gained some insight, Yang Lin remarked, wiping the blood from his spear before turning to Liu Pei, a hint of excitement gracing his features. Liu Pei, however, did not respond directly. Let us deal with the remaining 2 before we discuss anything further, he suggested. Just as Liu Pei finished speaking, the back door was suddenly smashed open with a resounding crash. A man emerged from the hall, bare-chested, with a fur draped over his shoulder and wielding 2 massive axes. A long scar marred his face, stretching from his forehead to his cheek, giving him a fearsome appearance. He was heavily built, clearly not to be trifled with. Yang Lin shifted his gaze, locking on to this imposing figure. The man radiated an aura that was distinctly superior to that of the previous bandits. He was at least at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, if not having already transcended to the foundation establishment stage. Given the overwhelming pressure he emanated, something Yang Lin had not yet witnessed in others, aside from the exceptional individuals he had encountered. Who are you? Why do you disrupt my Blackwind stronghold? I believe we have no grievances, the man, known as Yishao, the leader of the Blackwind stronghold, inquired. Yishao had initially intended to greet his master from the abyss of demons, only to find his stronghold embroiled in chaos upon their arrival. Even he was taken aback by how quickly his subordinates fell. The entire confrontation had lasted no more than 15 minutes. Nothing at all, in truth. I do not even know you, Yang Lin replied candidly. Yi Zhao's brow furrowed at this response, his gaze flitting between Yang Lin and Liu Pei. Yang Lin posed little threat to him due to their disparity in cultivation levels. However, Liu Pei perplexed Yishao. He exuded no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary mortal rather than a cultivator. Yet, there was an almost imperceptible pressure emanating from him. One that Yishao had never felt even from his own master. Yishao was certain that Liu Pei was no ordinary individual. His strength likely surpassed Yang Lin's and could very well overshadow Yishao himself. Otherwise, why would his perception yield no results? Since we have no enmity, might you two retreat? I am willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver as a token of respect, Yishao proposed tentatively. If he could persuade Yang Lin and Liu Pei to leave peacefully, it would suit him perfectly. Money meant little to him. He could always seize more. As for the slain bandits, as long as he was alive, he could restore the Blackwind stronghold, so their deaths were of little consequence. Yet, Yishao seemed to have misinterpreted the situation. Yang Lin chuckled, saying, "It appears you have plundered quite a fortune over the years. You must have taken many lives as well." Yishao paused, momentarily stunned, but he quickly composed himself and replied with feigned deference, "Many have perished in war. I merely sought to survive by collecting their wealth. As long as they do not resist, I would never resort to killing. Yet, some fail to grasp what is truly important, money or their own lives." At that moment, Yang Lin had made his decision. This man was a complete scoundrel, perfect for testing his spear. Even at the brink of death, he remained obstinate. With a cold smile, Yang Lin gripped the spear's end and slammed it heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Though this spear paled in comparison to Liu Pei's, it was forged from fine iron and weighed 300 kilograms. Were it not for Yang Lin's dedication to physical training, maneuvering this hefty spear at his current level would have posed a challenge, but now he wielded it with ease. "Is this your intention? Do you truly wish to fight me to the death?" Yishao scoffed, his eyes fixed on Yang Lin, emanating a barely contained murderous intent. After all, these bandits lived on the edge of violence, their bloodlust intensifying day by day, the stench of blood growing ever stronger. Were it not for his caution around Liu Pei, Yishao would have not wasted words on Yang Lin. "Rest assured, as long as you can defeat him, I will not intervene and will grant you a chance to escape." Liu Pei interjected suddenly, having been an observer throughout. Upon hearing this, Yishao's expression shifted dramatically. The bloodlust that had been suppressed within him was now fully unleashed. Locking his gaze on Yang Lin, he smirked wickedly, his tongue flicking across his lips. Feeling the mounting pressure from Yishao, Yang Lin found himself wanting to curse. What was Liu Pei thinking? Not only did he refrain from intervening, but he also encouraged Yishao to attack him with all his might? Seemingly sensing Yang Lin's frustration, Liu Pei chuckled. "This is merely to awaken your potential. Watch closely. The opponent is about to strike." Chapter 110, The Dawn of Power. As the words fell, Yishao suddenly launched his attack. Gripping two battle axes, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, soaring towards Yang Lin with a speed that far surpassed that of the previous weaklings. "Boy, if you have to blame someone, blame your companion," Yishao sneered ominously, swinging the axes down upon Yang Lin with a terrifying force. The sound of slicing air accompanying the strike as it aimed directly at Yang Lin's forehead. This maneuver was intended to strike a vital point. Not even mere bricks could withstand Yishao's strength, which could easily crush an ordinary person's skull. However, it was unfortunate for him that he was facing Yang Lin. Yang Lin reacted swiftly, raising his spear to intercept the blow. The axes collided with a resounding thud against the spear's shaft. The sheer force compelled Yang Lin to stagger back half a step. Not bad, but still lacking, Yang Lin scoffed, exerting his strength in response. Yishao was momentarily stunned. He had unleashed all his power with that attack. He prided himself on his strength, believing that with the advantage of his cultivation level, those two strikes should have severely wounded Yang Lin. Yet, not only did he fail to break through Yang Lin's defense, but he inadvertently provided Yang Lin with an opportunity to counterattack. With a swift motion, Yang Lin flung Yishao aside. the clash of spear and axe resonating like metal grinding together. Sparks flew as Yi Xiao was sent hurtling nearly 10 meters away, and even upon landing, he skidded for another 5 meters before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, cold sweat began to beat on Yi Xiao's forehead as he fixed his gaze on Yang Lin, his heart sinking. His hands throbbed with numbness. Striking Yang Lin's spear felt like hitting an iron plate. He could not penetrate even a fraction. Conversely, Yang Lin's casual flick nearly sent him flying. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Xiao's mind raced. How could he, with his cultivation suppressing Yang Lin, suffer such a crushing defeat? What I forgot to mention is that although my cultivation may not be impressive, I possess innate strength, Yang Lin chuckled, once more swinging his spear with a speed that rivaled Yi Xiao's. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's pupils constricted, the thought of retreat creeping into his mind. No longer did he entertain the notion of killing Yang Lin to secure his own life. Yang Lin's spear danced like a dragon, beginning to emulate Liu Pei's earlier technique. Each thrust and maneuver striking at intricate angles. Yi Xiao was forced into a defensive retreat, relying solely on his axes to withstand the onslaught. With each collision, he could feel his hands growing weaker, blood seeping from the corners of his palms. It was evident how formidable Yang Lin's strength was. He could hardly believe that the seemingly weak young man wielded a combat prowess far beyond his expectations, shattering Yi Xiao's previous understanding. Yang Lin grew increasingly adept with his spear, yet Yi Xiao, as the leader of Black Wind Stronghold, proved to be far more resilient than the previous foes. After sustaining over a dozen of Yang Lin's strikes, he still managed to remain standing. Of course, Yang Lin was testing his spear skills. Had he unleashed his full power from the start, Yi Xiao would have surely been slain. Realizing he could glean no more experience from Yi Xiao, Yang Lin decided to cease wasting time. With a powerful thrust, he sent Yi Xiao flying once more before preparing to unleash his full strength. In that moment, even Yi Xiao sensed a deadly aura emanating from Yang Lin. Previously sheltered, he had witnessed the devastating power of Yang Lin's spear, which had pierced through 3 opponents while leaving a nearly half-meter deep crater in the granite floor beneath. I cannot remain idle any longer. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and struck his chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Instantly, his skin flushed red, and his aura surged dramatically, his physique expanding significantly. Liu Pei, observing the scene, raised an eyebrow, quickly discerning that this was a form of secret technique that could temporarily amplify one's strength at the cost of significant vitality. Yi Xiao's strike to himself was merely to unleash his latent potential. At this moment, Yi Xiao had completely broken through the foundation establishment stage, ascending to the second tier. You have forced my hand, boy. Even if it costs me dearly, I will take you down with me. Yi Xiao roared, succumbing to a frenzied state, his eyes bloodshot, and blood oozing from his skin. He knew escape was impossible with Liu Pei present. Any hint of retreat would lead to instant death. His only option left was to kill Yang Lin, perhaps earning Liu Pei's promise to spare him. Regrettably, this entire display of power came at the cost of his own cultivation. However, at that moment, as Yi Xiao prepared to strike, Yang Lin had also completed his charge. Instantly, the iron spear in Yang Lin's hand seemed to shimmer with an invisible vortex, the air around him warping slightly. Liu Pei watched in astonishment. Realizing that Yang Lin's talent was indeed remarkable, his previous assessment had not been mistaken. In the next instant, Yang Lin propelled himself forward, spear leading the way, slicing through the air directly towards the frenzied Yi Xiao. With a swift whoosh, Yi Xiao felt a blur before his eyes. When Yang Lin reappeared, he was already upon him. How is this possible? Yi Xiao, now at the second tier of foundation establishment, had believed he could easily crush Yang Lin, yet found himself the one being overwhelmed. Boom. With a resounding crash, Yang Lin's iron spear pierced through Yi Xiao, propelling him nearly 20 meters away before slamming him against the wall with a thud. Yi Xiao spat out a torrent of blood, his body deflating like a punctured balloon as he gazed at Yang Lin, his eyes filled with disbelief. To lose to a mere boy, without even a chance to struggle, was incomprehensible. Clang. As the axes slipped from his grip, Yi Xiao's presence faded entirely. With that single thrust, Yang Lin had slain a second-tier foundation establishment master. A scene that left even him in disbelief. Yet, Yang Lin himself was not in good shape. That strike had drained much of his strength, leaving him reliant on his spear to barely remain upright. Chapter 111. Liu Pei takes action, eschewing martial ethics indeed. To master the essentials in such a short span of time, I must regard you with newfound respect, young man. To Liu Pei's surprise, he offered an unexpected commendation to Yang Lin, leaving Yang Lin momentarily flabbergasted. So, how do I compare to you back then? Yang Lin inquired with curiosity. However, Liu Pei shot him a derisive glance. What is this? Just a single compliment, and you're getting carried away? Haven tea, I already mentioned? This marksmanship is my own creation. How could there be a back then? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's expression shifted to one of realization. He had forgotten that this technique was Liu Pei's original invention. Surely, one must achieve a profound understanding before creating a martial art, right? Otherwise, martial skills would be far too mundane for cultivators. Yang Lin mused internally, though he could not entirely conceal his fatigue, despite having sustained minimal injuries earlier. His excessive exertion left him feeling weak. Did Liu Pei mention that there were still 2 bandits to deal with? Did I mishear? A bitter smile crept across Yang Lin's face. If there were indeed 2 more, his situation would be dire, given his current state. It was uncertain whether he could even stand, let alone confront another foe. Just as Yang Lin pondered these thoughts, an aura, even more terrifying than that of Yi Xiao, surged towards him. His pupils constricted instantly, while Liu Pei appeared unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this development. We have no enmity. Must you pursue relentless extermination? You have already slain Yi Xiao. The Black Wind stronghold has fallen. Would you kindly let me go? The voice echoed in Yang Lin's mind, reminiscent of an ancient transmission technique. Though not a secret skill, it indicated the formidable cultivation of the speaker, whose true energy far surpassed Yang Lin's. Liu Pei remained silent, and Yang Lin dared not speak, acutely aware of his precarious condition. Provoking this individual could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with no chance to escape. The presence emanating from this person was chilling, instilling a profound sense of dread. Starkly different from any cultivator Yang Lin had encountered before, others did not evoke such a bone-chilling sensation. Don't speculate. This person hails from the abyss of demons. The master of that earlier figure, Liu Pei's voice cut through the chilling atmosphere, restoring some semblance of composure to Yang Lin as he furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the voice. A figure cloaked in black robes emerged from the hall, their skin an unhealthy pallor and their gaunt face betraying a skeletal frame. Due to the obscuring robe, Yang Lin could discern little else. Gentlemen, must we engage in a mutually destructive confrontation? While I cannot assure you of victory, I am capable of ensuring that one of you perishes alongside me. The man from the abyss of demons threatened, clearly unwilling to reach that point. After all, perishing here would not be advantageous for him. He had come at the invitation of the third prince, believing that the completion of his mission would elevate him to royal favor, only to find himself embroiled in conflict with Yang Lin and Liu Pei. The annihilation of Yi Xiao and the complete eradication of the Black Wind stronghold were no trivial matters, though the loss of a mere stronghold posed little obstacle for him. This was indeed the territory of the abyss of demons. Could he simply allow it to be trampled? Yet, he was acutely aware of Liu Pei's terrifying strength. Perhaps even more so than Yi Xiao had been. It was exceedingly difficult for him to detect any trace of Liu Pei's presence, as if all perception had been shrouded. Liu, you wouldn't expect me to take action in my current state, would you? Yang Lin cast a helpless glance at Liu Pei, whose expectations seemed unrealistic. At this moment, even lifting his iron spear felt arduous. How could he possibly contend with this being from the abyss of demons? Defeating him and eliminating the threat appeared an insurmountable challenge, given that this individual was undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage. Yang Lin could not even discern the depth of his cultivation, suggesting that this adversary's prowess was leagues beyond his own. To Yang Lin's surprise, Liu Pei merely smiled in response, remaining silent and not contradicting Yang Lin's concerns. Yang Lin's demeanor grew despondent. Surely, this old man could not genuinely wish for him to face death. The exchange between master and disciple had thoroughly incensed the man from the abyss of demons. Blood Ningxi had traversed the martial world for years, encountering countless formidable opponents. Though not invincible, he possessed a sense of pride. The audacity of these two to disregard him ignited his fury. While dying here seemed a trifling matter, Liu Pei had not afforded him the opportunity to retreat. Faced with such circumstances, Blood Ningxi resolved to ensure that one of them would perish alongside him. Observing Liu Pei's demeanor, it appeared he intended for Yang Lin to take action, as if they were engaged in training. For Blood Ningxi, this presented an opportune moment. He could avenge his disciple by slaying Yang Lin, and then find a way to perish with Liu Pei. The forceful method of elevating one's cultivation that Yi Xiao had employed was a technique taught by Blood Ningxi, merely one of many powerful secrets he possessed. If applied to himself, the enhancement would be substantial. Although he might not emerge victorious against Liu Pei, he had the option of self-detonation, having accumulated a plethora of blood souls over the years to nourish his own spirit. Now was the time to utilize that power. Just as Blood Ningxi was formulating his plans, Liu Pei's voice suddenly pierced through, drawing his complete attention. Rest assured, I shall ensure he remains at the same level as you before engaging. I will not exploit my advantage. Initially taken aback by Liu Pei's statement, Blood Ningxi soon dismissed any curiosity about how Liu could equalize their levels. Faced with imminent death, he would not be foolish enough to adhere to martial ethics. When the battle commenced, his priority would be to eliminate Yang Lin first. Reinforcing this resolve, he soon felt a gust of wind and an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, draining the color from his face. As he raised his gaze to see the approaching figure, his countenance turned ashen. Chapter 112. Growing stronger in the Vietnam War just moments ago. Liu Pei was still 100 meters away, yet he had suddenly appeared right before him. Anyone would have been struck with fear, their complexion paling in shock. Xuanwu felt an invisible force gripping his throat, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. His foremost thought was to flee. However, such thoughts were mere fantasies. For Liu Pei had no intention of granting him an opportunity, swiftly delivering a blow. To avoid killing Xuanwu with a single strike, Liu Pei used the butt of his weapon instead of the barrel, pressing it forcefully against Xuanwu's body. At that moment, Xuanwu felt an overwhelming force. As if a truck had collided with him, shattering nearly 60% of his internal meridians. With a grunt, Xuanwu stumbled back, crashing into the wall behind him, which crumbled to pieces, creating a substantial hole. Blood gushed forth, and his breath deteriorated at a visible rate. No martial ethics. Xuanwu attempted to curse, but found his mouth could not move. Blood had silenced him entirely. Seeing this scene, Yang Lin finally exhaled in relief. At the very least, Liu Pei had intervened. And now his opponent was in a state of severe injury, much like himself. It should not be difficult for you now, Liu Pei remarked. Returning to his previous position and planting his weapon firmly in the ground, hands clasped behind his back, Yang Lin sighed, realizing that what was meant to happen would happen. He had to face this ordeal head-on. It is often in the direst situations that one's potential is awakened. To achieve rapid progress, this is a path you must traverse, Liu Pei added, seemingly offering guidance to Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin experienced a moment of clarity. He picked up his long gun once more, his gaze fixed on the now weakened Xuanwu. With his aura diminished, Xuanwu posed no threat to Yang Lin. As Liu Pei had previously stated, Xuanwu's realm had been forcibly suppressed to match Yang Lin's, reverting him to the qi refining stage. Moreover, Liu Pei had struck ruthlessly, destroying Xuanwu's internal meridians. Now, even if he wished to unleash his anger and utilize his power-enhancing techniques, he would find them considerably ineffective. After all, with his meridians shattered, any increase in his true energy would have nowhere to go and might even lead to a catastrophic backlash. Xuanwu's face was a ghastly sight, almost dripping with despair. He glanced at Yang Lin, then at Liu Pei, his expression shifting between hope and dread. Yang Lin chose not to waste words. With a swift motion, he drew his long gun once more, advancing towards Xuanwu. At this moment, Xuanwu had no time to think, summoning the last remnants of his true energy to draw the blood blade from his waist. Yang Lin could distinctly sense that this blade was of a higher caliber than his own iron gun, resembling a genuine spirit weapon. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. Instinctively, he began to execute the breaking heaven spear technique. Gradually mastering its essence, Yang Lin realized that this technique was purely offensive, designed to sweep away all obstacles with unparalleled ferocity. By the time he reached the 9th form, he would be unstoppable. After several exchanges, Yang Lin began to appreciate the sheer dominance of this spear technique. No wonder Liu Pei had created it. He had underestimated this old man. Despite his thoughts, Yang Lin's movements remained swift and decisive. Although Yang Lin's true energy was nearly depleted, his physical strength remained. The time spent cultivating his body now bore fruit, allowing him to wield the 300-kilogram iron spear with ease. Even while facing Xuanwu's assaults, his skin bore many wounds, yet none were life-threatening. Such formidable defense left Xuanwu feeling a chill run down his spine. Using the blood blade, which had claimed numerous lives and absorbed countless souls, Xuanwu found it disheartening that he could not breach Yang Lin's defenses. He began to question whether his years of training had been in vain. Faced with this prodigy, he felt utterly helpless. Yang Lin struck him twice, compounding Xuanwu's already severe injuries and forcing him to spit up more blood. Desperate, Xuanwu thrust the blood blade forward, aiming for Yang Lin's vital spots, attempting to force him back. However, Yang Lin had no intention of retreating, allowing the blood blade to approach his side, while he aimed his spear directly at Xuanwu's heart. By heavens, what is this kid thinking? Does he truly believe he can match my ferocity? With the recent encounter fresh in his mind, Xuanwu doubted whether his weapon could inflict a fatal wound on Yang Lin. The crucial point was that if Yang Lin's spear struck true, it could easily pierce his defenses and reach his heart. Despite appearing to be an ordinary weapon, the black iron spear bore an astonishing weight of 300 kilograms. Coupled with Yang Lin's innate strength, it posed a significant threat to Xuanwu. Ultimately, Xuanwu had no choice but to reposition his attack, attempting to block Yang Lin's spear. With a resounding clash, the blood blade struck against the spear, leaving only a faint white mark. It redirected the spear's trajectory upwards by half an inch, but Xuanwu's hands were left bloodied from the impact, narrowly avoiding a more devastating blow. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanwu retreated swiftly, distancing himself to a safer range, unwilling to engage Yang Lin directly. This fellow's strength was simply too bizarre. Despite his true energy being nearly exhausted, he still unleashed such terrifying power. Xuanwu realized this was purely Yang Lin's physical prowess. Having lived for so long, Xuanwu had never witnessed such a formidable physique. Come again! Yang Lin seemed to have entered a fervor, denying Xuanwu a moment's respite as he charged forward with his spear once more. This time, his speed was even greater than before. Yang Lin was not merely relying on brute force. He was simultaneously recovering his true energy, fighting while regenerating. This seemed unbelievable. Yet his state had indeed improved slightly, even surpassing Xuanwu's condition. After all, Xuanwu was still reeling from Liu Pei's brutal assault, while Yang Lin's fatigue stemmed merely from overexertion. Given time, he would surely return to peak form. Chapter 113. The Wealth is Mine. The women are yours once again. Ningzi was sent flying. The scene had transformed from an evenly matched struggle to one where Yang Lin dominated. Ningzi's expression grew increasingly grim as he watched Yang Lin become more formidable, his heart sinking further. He could no longer afford to remain passive. Resolving himself, Ningzi gritted his teeth and unleashed a furious roar, releasing all the blood souls concealed within his blood blade. Accompanied by a cacophony of howls, Yang Lin felt as if the air around him was filled with the wails of tormented spirits. The blood souls seemed to come alive, relentlessly attacking him. These were the blood souls Ningzi had amassed after slaughtering countless individuals, and their power was unimaginable. It was evident that mere physical strength would not suffice to withstand such an onslaught. With a splatter, Ningzi coughed up blood, his already pale face now resembling that of a ghost. The crimson liquid stained the blood blade, which suddenly erupted with a brilliant red glow. Brandishing the weapon, Ningzi charged at Yang Lin. Yang Lin, sensing the chilling aura emanating from his opponent, furrowed his brow. The haunting roars of the blood souls assailed his mind, creating a disconcerting tumult that hindered his concentration. It appeared that Ningzi's attack was of a psychological nature. The denizens of the abyss were truly insidious. No wonder they were labeled as a cult, enslaving others' blood souls and showing no mercy even to the innocent. Such despicable tactics were utterly abhorrent. Tightening his grip on the long spear, a murderous intent began to surface in Yang Lin's gaze. This marked the first time in a long while that he felt a genuine desire to kill, and rather than considering Ningzi as merely a man, he regarded him as a beast. With a cold snort, Yang Lin thrust the spear forward with blinding speed, even faster than before, reducing the time taken to gather momentum. The spear sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aiming directly at Ningzi. In response, Ningzi summoned the last vestiges of his strength, striking the spear with the blood blade. As the spear passed, even the ethereal blood souls were pierced and shattered, proving no match against the relentless force of Yang Lin's attack. A resounding clang echoed as Ningzi, exerting his final ounce of energy, struck the spear with all his might, only to be sent hurtling backward nearly 10 meters. Yet before Ningzi could catch his breath, Yang Lin's fist followed. Devoid of any flashy techniques and relying solely on raw physical power, the punch landed squarely on Ningzi's chest, creating a deep indentation, likely shattering his heart in the process. Ningzi spat out blood, mixed with fragments of his heart, as he was sent crashing into the rubble with a thunderous impact. Yang Lin stood still, his body trembling slightly, clearly drained from exertion and clinging to life by sheer will. As the smoke cleared, Ningzi reappeared, drenched in blood. His blood blade completely shattered, all the blood souls obliterated by Yang Lin's assault, effectively extinguishing any hope for the weapon's revival. Although it was regrettable that such a potent artifact was destroyed, it was a malevolent tool, and thus, its demise was of little consequence. Yang Lin reassured himself with this thought, before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ningzi, now on the brink of death, displayed a fading light in his eyes, his breaths becoming shallow. At this moment, Liu Pei, who had been observing the battle, finally took action, producing a restorative elixir and administering it to Yang Lin. Moments later, Yang Lin found the strength to rise once more. Well done, Liu Pei remarked, his words genuine and devoid of any other sentiment. Yang Lin smiled at the compliment, feeling a rare sense of pride to receive Liu Pei's praise. However, Liu Pei quickly added, but do not rejoice too soon. You still have much to learn in mastering your spear techniques. Yang Lin retorted, could you refrain from speaking during such moments? Can't I savor the victory for just a little longer? Liu Pei, unfazed, waved his hand lightly, sending a streak of white energy that pierced through Ningzi's forehead, definitively ending his life. Such a wretch deserved no mercy, and Liu Pei had no qualms about it. Yang Lin, witnessing this, felt no emotional upheaval. The world was better off without such scum. Collecting the iron spear Liu Pei had provided, he began to scavenge the remaining resources of the Black Wind bandit stronghold. It was astonishing how much wealth this small band had amassed over the years. The warehouse alone held a significant amount of silver and several hundred pounds of gold. Furthermore, Yang Lin discovered a few young women in the dungeon, likely abducted by the bandits. The fate that awaited them was too grim to contemplate. Had he and Lu Pei not arrived in time, their lives would have been irrevocably shattered. Yang Lin's teeth clenched in fury at the thought of such beasts who devoured others without remorse. All this gold and silver belongs to me. I'll need them for future cultivation and to purchase rare herbs. I can't live off my reserves indefinitely. As for the women, they are yours. I want to contest you for them. Yang Lin began to allocate the spoils. Hearing this, Lu Pei was taken aback, pondering what thoughts occupied Yang Lin's mind. Yet, Yang Lin continued, these women were captured by the bandits. You should handle their release and ensure their safe return home. That would be much quicker than waiting for me. Yang Lin felt somewhat helpless, aware that he was under the watchful eye of the third prince. He wished to help, but with someone tailing him, how could he assist? What if the third prince took advantage of his absence to harm Fenger and the others? Upon hearing Yang Lin's reasoning, Lu Pei's expression softened. The young man had a point. Chapter 114. The tongue that does not wither. Having resolved these matters, Yang Lin set ablaze the entire Black Wind stronghold, effectively granting these bandits their final rights. Until Yang Lin departed with Lu Pei, the hidden third prince remained shrouded in secrecy. Is the Black Wind stronghold truly no more? The third prince pondered, inwardly cursing. Are the forces of the abyss truly so unreliable? Has the plan met its demise before it even commenced? The presence of Xuanwu has completely vanished. Pei Shun interjected, noting that for a fleeting moment, Xuanwu had exuded a chilling, murderous intent. But it had quickly dissipated into silence. Throughout this journey of slaughter, the commotion had not been particularly pronounced, highlighting the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, which had unfolded almost as a relentless onslaught. Could Lu Pei also be one of those chivalrous figures from the martial world? The third prince furrowed his brow and inquired of Pei Shun, who had previously been Lu Pei's adversary and thus held intimate knowledge of him. Pei Shun gently shook his head in response. If he were indeed such a person, could he have allowed the Black Wind stronghold to remain at large until today? But why, then, did they rescue those women? The third prince pressed on. When Yang Lin and Lu Pei departed, they had unmistakably taken several women clad in common garb, their faces drawn and weary, evidently abducted by the bandits. Rescuing a handful of individuals does not necessarily indicate a heart filled with compassion. It could merely be an act of convenience. To a genuine powerhouse, the rest are but insignificant insects. Particularly for cultivators, ordinary folk are merely the lowest of the low. This notion, I believe, the prince has also sensed. To save a few mere insects, would the prince truly engage in a fierce internal struggle? The so-called cultivators are, after all, those who act according to their whims, unbound by external influences. Pei Shun analyzed each point meticulously, and the third prince nodded in agreement after listening to him. It indeed seemed to be the case. Setting aside one's identity as a cultivator, one would naturally regard ordinary people with a measure of disdain. Yet now, the third prince stroked his chin, a frown clouding his brow. He had intended to employ others as mere tools, only to discover that the abyssal forces were woefully inadequate, swiftly obliterated upon arrival. It appears I must devise alternative strategies. Can I still reach out to others in the abyss? I require individuals of greater strength. Sending these misfits only serves to waste my time. The third prince directed this sentiment toward Chao Tianyu, who promptly nodded in agreement and set about arranging tasks. Chao Tianyu was well aware of Xuanwu's capabilities. The adversary was formidable, especially with the blood blade in hand, and the unpredictable blood soul meant that, should a confrontation arise, Lu Pei might not prevail with absolute certainty. Yet, how could such a formidable warrior, alongside an entire band of Black Wind stronghold bandits, be unable to withstand the duo of Yang Lin and Lu Pei? In truth, Yang Lin's combat prowess could be deemed negligible. His meager cultivation hardly merits recognition. It is Lu Pei, however, whom I have underestimated. I never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming individual harbored such depths of strength. Upon returning to Pingyang City, Yang Lin parted ways with Lu Pei at the city gate. Lu Pei needed to tend to the rescued women, ascertain their origins, and find a way to return them, which would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Fortunately, the escort agency had an abundance of personnel, and Lu Pei quickly dispatched them, confident that results would soon follow. By the time Yang Lin returned to the Yang residence, it was already deep into the night. To avoid disturbing anyone, he stealthily slipped back to the study. Making his way to the familiar window, quietly lifting the curtain, he beheld Gu Qingwei, seemingly still lost in slumber. With a smile, he gently patted her rear. Despite the thick quilt, he could still feel her delightful softness, utterly captivating. Startled by Yang Lin's touch, Gu Qingwei's body stiffened momentarily, and he quickly realized she had been feigning sleep. Am I back? Will you not rise to greet your husband? Yang Lin teased. fully aware that this was not the first time she had attempted to play coy. "Who says you are my husband?" Gu Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Her usual demeanor of a valiant heroine replaced by a bashful girl, utterly smitten. Observing her flustered expression brought Yang Lin a sense of relaxation. Despite the bloodshed of the night, the faint scent of blood that clung to him was momentarily suppressed. After a playful exchange, Gu Qingyue's tone turned serious. "Young master, if, hypothetically speaking, Z is indeed the demoness I have been pursuing, how would you wish for me to deal with her?" Yang Lin was taken aback by her question. Momentarily stunned before responding, "What do you think I should do?" Upon hearing his counter, Gu Qingyue shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. "If I were to say to spare her, would you be able to comply?" Yang Lin continued to probe. At his words, Gu Qingyue's gaze dimmed slightly. Yet she earnestly nodded. "I could, as long as it is your request." Yang Lin felt an inexplicable warmth at her response, compared to before. Gu Qingyue had undergone a significant transformation, now considering her own desires, even willing to forego her pursuit of the demoness. This must have taken her considerable internal deliberation before arriving at such a decision. However, with Gu Qingyue already making concessions, Yang Lin could not, in good conscience, accept everything without hesitation. He continued, "Rest assured, regardless of the choice you make, I will respect it. You are a free spirit, even as my beloved. You are not an object to be commanded. What I cherish is a woman unbound by constraints, a celestial being untouched by the muck of the world. And that is you, Gu Qingyue. You belong solely to me, and that knowledge suffices. As for everything else, whatever you wish, I shall accompany you in fulfilling it. This is the only promise I can offer you now. I will endeavor to cherish you in the manner I deem fit, while I await your decision." Chapter 115. Regaining strength in an emotionally charged moment, Yang Lin gazed deeply at Gu Qingyue, feeling the intensity of his gaze, even in the dim light. Gu Qingyue sensed a burning passion that seemed capable of melting her very essence. Perhaps it was precisely this fervor that drew her so deeply into Yang Lin's web. Even knowing she could not extricate herself, she found no desire to struggle. Rather, she wished to sink deeper into his embrace. The saying rings true, "What is love? That it compels one to pledge life and death." Gu Qingyue reflected on this sentiment, yet found herself at a loss for words to refute him. Merely lowering her head in bashful acknowledgement, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks as she slowly nodded in acquiescence to Yang Lin's assertion. "Then, you should fulfill my request now, shouldn't you?" Yang Lin asked, his voice laced with barely contained desire as he observed the enchanting beauty before him. Gu Qingyue's complexion flushed even deeper, resembling a vibrant lantern. She understood Yang Lin's intentions but felt no inclination to refuse. Instead, she pondered how best to please the young man standing before her. Since deciding to surrender herself to Yang Lin, she had spent her days contemplating how to satisfy his desires. It appeared that as long as Yang Lin found contentment, she too would feel fulfilled. Witnessing his smile would elevate her spirits. This peculiar sensation was unprecedented for Gu Qingyue. Seeing her silent agreement, Yang Lin eagerly slipped under the covers, his hands instinctively beginning to wander. However, Gu Qingyue halted him, gazing thoughtfully into his eyes before slowly inquiring, "What about Xiaoxia?" Upon hearing her mention that name, Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of unease crossing his features, though he skillfully masked it, maintaining a composed demeanor. "You must be aware of my situation with Yun Luoxia," he replied, fully cognizant that such matters could not escape Gu Qingyue's keen perception. Surely, she had been a silent observer of his escapades with Yun Luoxia during those few nights. Though this was merely Yang Lin's speculation, it was indeed accurate. Gu Qingyue chose not to disclose her knowledge. Nodding in acknowledgement, she refrained from elaborating further. Despite her silence, Yang Lin perceived her curiosity. In matters of this nature, no amount of eloquence could clarify the complexities involved. Yet, now that the topic had arisen, he steeled himself to speak. "I suspect, like you, Xiaoxia will inevitably depart from my life," he confessed. Gu Qingyue did not refute his words, and even she was uncertain how long their current state could endure. Given the circumstances, time appeared to be running short. Thus, even without a verbal response, Yang Lin discerned the truth from her expression and let out a resigned sigh. "While I cannot guarantee anything beyond this moment, I assure you that in this instant, while I am by your side, my heart harbors only you," he declared earnestly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gu Qingyue. His clear, sincere eyes harbored not a trace of distraction, and the weight of his words momentarily left Gu Qingyue speechless, her previous melancholy dissipating entirely. Indeed, they would eventually part ways, and who were they to demand exclusive claim to Yang Lin? Such a desire would be selfish. As long as she understood that in this very moment, Yang Lin's thoughts were solely of her, that sufficed. For reasons unknown, Gu Qingyue found herself embracing this notion, convinced that it posed no significant moral dilemma. Yang Lin gently took Gu Qingyue's hand, this time refraining from any excessive actions. Merely holding it tightly as he gazed at her, his eyes filled with an unspoken reluctance. The sight stirred a pang of guilt within Gu Qingyue, who felt that her eventual departure would be unduly cruel to Yanglin. He had grown accustomed to her presence, and to abandon him would surely cause him great anguish. Not only would it affect him, but she too would struggle to cope with such a loss. At this moment, Gu Qingyue's resolve solidified. Even upon discovering that the cook was the enchanting demoness, she would refrain from taking action against her, as long as Yanglin remained unwilling. After all, a bond existed between Yanglin and the demoness, and to claim there were no feelings involved would surely be disingenuous. Time slipped away swiftly, the sun gradually rising, casting a gentle light over the world. As per usual, Yun Luoxia stepped out of her room, first glancing toward the study, where the door remained firmly shut. Presuming that Yanglin had practiced late into the night, she opted not to disturb him. Her gaze naturally drifted toward the kitchen, where Ouyang Yunshuang was diligently preparing breakfast for everyone. This time, however, Xiaofeng accompanied Yun Luoxia as she emerged from her room. Her first time leaving her quarters at such an early hour, walking side by side toward the kitchen. Though engrossed in her tasks, Ouyang Yunshuang couldn't help but notice this unusual occurrence, her heart momentarily racing. Had her true identity been exposed? What were they planning to do? At that moment, Ouyang Yunshuang was filled with trepidation, yet she could only feign ignorance, continuing to showcase her impressive acting skills. Azzy, close your eyes, we have something for you. Xiaofeng said cheerfully, a perfect smile gracing her features. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang hesitated, internally resistant, yet ultimately complied with Xiaofeng's request. As the cook of the Yang family, how could she disobey the lady of the house? Gradually closing her eyes and setting down her utensils, Ouyang Yunshuang suddenly felt all her acupoints sealed. Panic surged within her. This is disastrous. Realizing her predicament, despair flooded her heart. With her powers already diminished, she was no match for the two before her, and now, with her acupoint sealed, she felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Even if she wished to resist, it seemed she would have no opportunity to do so. Do not be alarmed. I am restoring your powers. However, once restored, you will experience a period of weakness, so you must endure. Chapter 116. The final preparations. Although her acupoints were sealed, Ouyang Yunshuang could still hear the sounds from outside. At that moment, when Xiaofeng's voice resonated, her heart swelled with excitement. Ouyang Yunshuang realized that Xiaofeng intended to use a talisman to restore her strength, indicating that the latter was aware of her true identity and required her assistance. However, the cautious Ouyang Yunshuang refrained from acknowledging this immediately. Instead, she feigned ignorance and inquired, "Madam, what are you referring to? I do not comprehend at all." Despite her words, Yun Luoxia remained unconvinced and stated, "Regardless of whether you understand or not, we have one question to pose." Ouyang Yunshuang chose silence, patiently awaiting a favorable response. "If your strength is restored, will you stand with us?" Yun Luoxia asked coldly, her tone imbued with detachment. Even if Ouyang Yunshuang regained her power and positioned herself against them, Yun Luoxia was not alarmed with Xiaofeng's alliance. Overcoming Ouyang Yunshuang would not pose a challenge. The earlier encounter with Xiao Ming was a testament to this. He suffered a crushing defeat in mere moments. In comparison, even at her peak, Ouyang Yunshuang likely could not match Xiao Ming's prowess, hence their confidence in restoring her strength. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang did not directly respond to Yun Luoxia's query, but reiterated, "Madam, I am a humble servant of the Yang family, and it is my duty to serve my master unreservedly, as it has always been." This response eased the tension for both Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia. Although it was not a straightforward answer, they discerned that Ouyang Yunshuang had chosen to align herself with them. "Do remember your words," Yun Luoxia added before giving Xiaofeng a knowing glance. Understanding the cue, Xiaofeng promptly activated the talisman in her hand, commencing the process of restoring Ouyang Yunshuang's strength. This intricate talisman array was far more complex than the one used for Yanglin's spiritual enhancement, demanding significantly more energy. This accounted for Xiaofeng's delay in taking action, as restoring Ouyang Yunshuang's strength would likely lead to a subsequent period of weakness. "Rest assured, madam, I will undoubtedly stand by your side," Ouyang Yunshuang affirmed with her eyes closed. As Xiaofeng's array began to unfold, a cascade of golden light enveloped Ouyang Yunshuang, and she felt her power gradually awakening, that long-lost strength finally returning. During this time, Yanglin ventured out nightly with Liu Pei, adhering to a strict schedule. Mastering the breakthrough spear technique was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. Yanglin had only just begun his training and needed extensive practical experience to internalize the technique. Mastering the initial 3 forms would merely signify the beginning. 6 additional forms awaited his gradual understanding, which Liu Pei could not teach. Only Yang Lin's own insight could guide him. Over time, Liu Pei recognized Yang Lin's remarkable aptitude for spear training. The techniques he imparted were swiftly grasped by Yang Lin after just a couple of practical applications. Even Liu Pei had to concede that Yang Lin's talent surpassed his own at the same stage of development. The adversaries they faced during their training were ruthless individuals akin to those from the Black Wind stronghold, infamous for their brutality and disregard for human life. Yang Lin exhibited no hesitation in dispatching them, causing Liu Pei some concern that such relentless killing intent might lead Yang Lin astray. To mitigate this, Liu Pei contemplated introducing Yang Lin to the victims of these villains' transgressions, hoping to solidify Yang Lin's resolve. This strategy appeared effective. After witnessing the plight of the innocents, Yang Lin executed his strikes with greater decisiveness and without the slightest hesitation. As his mastery of the spear technique grew, his actions became increasingly resolute, often achieving one-hit kills against opponents of comparable cultivation levels. Liu Pei found this outcome satisfactory. But Yang Lin had only grasped two forms thus far, still a distance from true mastery. Tell me, if you encounter a good person obstructing your path in the future, would you still strike with such resolve? On a dark, windy night, Liu Pei suddenly posed this question to Yang Lin. Without a moment's thought, Yang Lin replied, "Indeed. So decisive, without even a second of contemplation?" Liu Pei expressed surprise, pondering whether his teachings had gone awry if Yang Lin would show no mercy even to the virtuous. While such intense killing intent could be converted into spear intent if properly restrained, it seemed Yang Lin's mindset had begun to veer towards darkness. "Old man, after all this time together, do you truly not understand my character?" Yang Lin sneered, fixing his gaze upon Liu Pei without flinching. "I may not consider myself a good person, but neither am I a villain like those heartless fiends. Anyone who dares to stand in my way cannot be deemed virtuous. Thus it is only natural for me to eliminate them. Have you considered that the person or the force behind them might be beyond your capacity to confront? Would you still be so quick to draw your weapon?" Liu Pei continued his inquiry. "Only through relentless strength can one be invincible, unstoppable wherever one goes," Yang Lin declared emphatically, wielding his black spear, an aura of sharpness emanating from him. In that moment, even Liu Pei cast a sidelong glance at Yang Lin, astonished by the profound impact the breakthrough spear technique had on him. Yet, ultimately, this could be seen as a fortuitous development for the young man. Meanwhile, on Huiyang Lake, King Mingyang faced off against his two children. The exchanges were fierce, with King Mingyang effortlessly countering both adversaries with one hand. In contrast, Meng Rong and Meng Qingqiu, armed with weapons, pressed their assault yet found themselves utterly outmatched. After several exchanges, rather than gaining ground, they were forced to retreat, particularly for Meng Rong. Wielding a heavy sword, each strike against King Mingyang was effortlessly deflected with a single palm. Meng Qingqiu fared somewhat better, wielding a slender sword, though she too was repelled. She maintained a degree of grace compared to her brother. Chapter 117. Once more, yet still defeated if your prowess is limited to this level. Even if you were to battle Yang Lin again, the outcome would remain unchanged. King Mingyang spoke candidly, his countenance as tranquil as still water, revealing no traces of agitation. He restrained his own strength to match that of Meng Rong and Meng Qingqiu, even utilizing only one hand throughout the engagement. Yet, despite their combined efforts, the duo failed to gain any advantage and found themselves repeatedly pushed back. In terms of combat skills and experience, Meng Rong and Meng Qingqiu were woefully inadequate, particularly lacking the instinct to seize opportunities, an area in which they fell significantly short. "Father, I cannot agree with that statement. If given another chance, I would surely not be defeated by him." Meng Qingqiu huffed, her face betraying her indignation as she retreated to a safer distance. Sheathing her slender sword, ever since her prior defeat to Yang Lin, this matter had weighed heavily on her mind. The last time she had managed to confront Yang Lin, he had managed to elude her grasp, igniting a fierce rivalry between them. Coming from humble beginnings and possessing an unremarkable realm, Yang Lin resorted to cunning tactics. But Meng Qingqiu was convinced that in a fair confrontation, she would emerge victorious. As for Meng Rong, her brother, it was inconceivable that he could be bested by Yang Lin. They hailed from entirely different worlds, and Yang Lin's fate was predestined to succumb to Meng Rong. This was the essence of Meng Qingqiu's pride, as well as her unwavering faith in her brother. Meanwhile, Meng Rong refrained from uttering any harsh words. But his gaze was resolute, his grip tightening around the hilt of his heavy sword. Although he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at Yang Lin's hands, Meng Rong recognized that his raw strength surpassed that of Yang Lin. Yet, Yang Lin's treachery rendered him a slippery opponent, always opting for underhanded tactics, never daring to engage him in a true contest of strength. It felt akin to striking a mass of cotton, no matter how forcefully he struck. There was no solid point of impact. In truth, Meng Rong felt even more indignant than Meng Qingqiu. After all, These two defeats had dealt a significant blow to his pride. He had never before experienced such humiliation, and to endure repeated setbacks at Yang Lin's hands would frustrate anyone. Have you not yet discerned the source of your defeats? King Meng Yang's voice resonated coldly, laced with a hint of severity as he regarded his children. Defeated? The loss stemmed from Yang Lin's cunning. He was inherently inferior to my brother, especially in a 2-against-1 scenario. If I do not exact revenge for the previous affront, I shall not rest easy. Meng Qingxiu snorted, the image of Yang Lin's detestable face resurfacing in her mind, inciting her to clench her fists in anger. Meng Rong was equally determined to reclaim their honor. Observing their attitudes, King Meng Yang felt an inexplicable disappointment, despite his high hopes for them. The reality diverged sharply from his expectations. Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu were drifting further away from the potential he envisioned for them. However, one could not entirely blame them. Their backgrounds and status were worlds apart from Yang Lin's, and it was natural for them to harbor lofty aspirations yet falter in execution. Yet, having faced 2 consecutive defeats, Meng Rong remained oblivious to the truth, which was a significant source of King Meng Yang's disappointment. Your ability to seize opportunities is exceedingly lacking. If you continue in this manner, even if given another chance, you shall still be defeated. King Meng Yang articulated, pinpointing their most critical flaw. Despite this, Meng Qingxiu remained unconvinced, while Meng Rong fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts shrouded. After a brief pause, King Meng Yang continued to elucidate. Do you truly believe that Yang Lin triumphed over you solely through strength during your last encounter? You had numerous chances to prevail, while he possessed only one. Perhaps even half a chance, yet he managed to seize it firmly, vanquishing both of you. If the roles were reversed, could you accomplish the same? Faced with his father's inquiry, Meng Rong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If he were to introspect, he might not be able to achieve such a feat. Meng Qingxiu, ever prideful, retorted, if it were my brother, he would undoubtedly succeed. Regardless, my brother could never be defeated by him. Though she was defending Meng Rong, he felt no joy in her words, for he discerned disappointment in King Meng Yang's eyes. Much of his lifelong effort had been aimed at gaining his father's approval. He had always regarded King Meng Yang as a benchmark for his progress. Yet now, that distance seemed to widen. He chuckled. Upon hearing Meng Qingxiu's declaration, King Meng Yang chose not to elaborate further, suddenly smiling, his voice tinged with subtle emotional fluctuations. You shall have another chance, in a few days. Liu Pei's spear should be fully repaired. With his hands clasped behind his back, King Meng Yang squinted at the shimmering surface of Huayong Lake. The aura of a ruler subtly emanating from him. In that moment, he transformed from a benevolent father into the revered King Meng Yang. I shall not falter this time. Meng Rong finally spoke, sheathing his heavy sword and his gaze growing resolute. Recollecting his previous defeats, the visage of Yang Lin formed in his mind. Indelibly etched in his memory, he was determined to vanquish Yang Lin. Not only to erase the shame, but also to convey to King Meng Yang that he would undoubtedly become the pride of the Meng family. Reclaiming all that was lost with his own hands, Yang Lin was merely a stepping stone on his path to strength. He could not indefinitely obstruct his progress. Indeed, my brother will surely prevail, and I shall avenge the grievance from our last encounter. The thought of Yang Lin daring to choke her and using it as leverage ignited Meng Qingxiu's fury as she spoke vehemently. Yet, King Meng Yang interjected, are you certain you seek vengeance? Or are you merely considering the opportunity to injure Yang Lin first? His words struck at her concealed intentions, momentarily leaving Meng Qingxiu speechless. Though she did not refute him, in truth, her motivation stemmed not from concern that Meng Rong might lose to Yang Lin again, but rather from a desire to ensure a flawless victory. Meng Rong then declared, there is no need for concern. I shall personally reclaim all that has been lost. His tone was resolute as he gazed towards Pingyang City, as if he could see the distant figure of Yang Lin. At this, King Meng Yang ceased to speak, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. For reasons unknown, he harbored a vague premonition that Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu would encounter further tribulations at Yang Lin's hands. Even against Liu Pei, he was confident in his victory. However, the originally assured matchup between Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu now seemed to contain subtle flaws. Though he could not articulate the reasons, an instinctual unease lingered within him. Chapter 118. The impending battle in the days that followed. Every evening, Yang Lin would accompany Liu Pei to practice the breaking sky spear technique, employing the most rudimentary and ancient methods, engaging in combat drills. Liu Pei, however, harbored personal motives for this rigorous training. He was preparing for an impending duel with King Meng Yang, a contest between unparalleled masters where failure was not an option. Thus, Liu Pei cultivated his spear technique through relentless combat, aiming to attain a level of prowess that, while perhaps not invincible, would still allow him to stand unrivaled across the Jiuzhou region. Having remained dormant for far too long, Liu Pei's return to wielding the spear left him uncertain if he could reclaim the glory of his past. He often remarked that he belonged to a bygone era, ultimately outmatched by the passage of time compared to King Meng Yang. Were he to turn back the clock a decade, the upcoming battle would not necessitate such grave concern. Moreover, this confrontation was not solely for his own sake, it was also for Xiao Feng'er and Yang Lin. "Old Liu, how has my spear technique progressed?" Yang Lin confidently pierced the last of the evildoers, cleansing the blood from his spear before casting a proud glance at Liu Pei. Over the course of their training, Yang Lin had grown increasingly adept at the breaking sky spear technique, now steadily approaching the mastery of its third form, a significant milestone in his journey. "You're still far from accomplished. You have merely scratched the surface. What is there to be proud of?" Liu Pei replied, as ever, withholding excessive praise. He was well aware of Yang Lin's character. A mere hint of flattery would send his ego soaring. This young man considered himself a prodigy, a rare talent of the ages. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, true geniuses were as abundant as blades of grass, many fleeting in their brilliance, with some extinguished before their time due to the same reason, excessive ambition leading to downfall. Without the strength to dominate opponents, revealing one's talents prematurely would only result in greater suffering in the arena. However, Liu Pei recognized one admirable trait in Yang Lin, his capacity to endure hardship. His dedication to training surpassed even Liu Pei's own fervor in his youth, which was why Liu Pei initially supported Xiao Feng'er as choice to marry Yang Lin. He believed that for the sake of cultivation, Yang Lin could suppress his innate tendencies. Of course, reality had proven Liu Pei's expectations correct, though in an unexpected manner. "Humph." Yang Lin scoffed lightly in response to Liu Pei's skepticism, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it reached Liu Pei's ears. "It seems you are quite confident in your abilities now, perhaps due to our lack of sparring?" Liu Pei's voice drifted from behind, and upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a tightening sensation of apprehension. This old man was always unpredictable. Perhaps that is unnecessary. I do not possess excessive confidence." Yang Lin chuckled nervously. However, Liu Pei had already spoken, leaving no room for rebuttal. Before Yang Lin could finish his sentence, Liu Pei had taken action. Grabbing a slender twig from the ground, he swung it with such force that it sliced through the air, eliciting a sharp whistle. Yang Lin's face turned pale at the sight. As anticipated, the twig soon came crashing toward him, though a strike from a twig would not inflict internal injuries. The sharp sting upon impact was excruciating, even more so than a direct thrust from a spear. The ensuing moments were predictable. Yang Lin endured a thorough thrashing as Liu Pei wielded the twig with relentless vigor, delivering dozens of strikes without pause. Yang Lin understood that Liu Pei had infused the twig with his inner energy, otherwise, at that strength, the twig would have shattered long ago. "Not bad. You didn't even let out a sound this time," Liu Pei remarked, having stopped after a good 15 minutes, brushing the dust from his hands, seemingly satisfied with Yang Lin's physical resilience. "I thank you." Yang Lin gritted his teeth. Though he bore no severe wounds, his body was a tapestry of bruises. Fortunately, his recent physical training had been intense enough to sustain him through the ordeal. Observing Yang Lin's curses, Liu Pei surprisingly refrained from retaliating, instead quietly watching with a smile. Noticing this unusual demeanor, Yang Lin felt a flicker of realization, his expression turning serious. "Is it nearly time?" Liu Pei nodded, discarding the twig and speaking calmly. "My spear is sufficiently honed. King Meng Yang has waited at Huayong Lake for many days. He has afforded me enough respect. If this continues, one cannot guarantee he won't act rashly." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's expression grew grave. Although he was aware time was of the essence, he hadn't anticipated it would come so swiftly. If Liu Pei were to engage King Meng Yang, what would become of Feng'er and the others? "You intend to use this opportunity for them to escape from Pingyang City, do you not?" Yang Lin pondered aloud. In truth, he had surmised this possibility during their time together in the past few days. Given the current complexities surrounding Pingyang City, where the black-clad guards were omnipresent and the court's secretive agents lurked, it would be nearly impossible for even a fly to slip through the city's grasp. However, if Liu Pei were to duel King Meng Yang, it would create an opening, providing the perfect chance for Xiao Feng'er and the others to flee. Moreover, with two formidable masters clashing, numerous strong fighters would undoubtedly be drawn away from the immediate vicinity, leading to a monumental showdown. "What? Are you reluctant to part with them?" Liu Pei teased. "What do you think? After spending so much time together, is it wrong to form a bond? Besides, Feng'er is exceptionally beautiful, and her maid is equally stunning. Just being near them is a delight." Yang Lin retorted, somewhat exasperated. This day was bound to arrive. They must escape from here to regain their freedom. Liu Pei stated earnestly, disregarding Yang Lin's banter. Yang Lin did not contest this assertion. No one would willingly choose to remain imprisoned, even within the grand palace of the great Xia. Moreover, He could not bear to see Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia trapped in this realm. Their destinies were theirs to determine. No one could obstruct their path, if anyone dared. As Yang Lin had previously stated, they would have to step over his dead body first. Of course, it appeared he would first need to tread over old Lu's. Chapter 119. Strategies. Do you think Feng'er and the others can truly leave Pingyang City unscathed? Yang Lin asked earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Lu Pei. Rather than the question of whether they could depart, Yang Lin's primary concern was their safety. Given their capabilities, such concerns were unwarranted. Yet, Lu Pei shifted his tone, a hint of gravity in his eyes. This elevated Yang Lin's anxiety. The most pressing issue is that scholar, he continued. Yang Lin's heart sank. The scholar Lu Pei referred to must be Pei Shan, who had been conferred the title of Sage of Calligraphy by the Emperor of the Great Xia. Is Pei Shan truly formidable? Yang Lin pondered aloud. Ordinary, yet he has been dispatched by the court specifically to deal with the princess. While it appears that the third prince is orchestrating this operation, the true mastermind is undoubtedly that scholar, Lu Pei explained candidly. Yang Lin found himself puzzled by this statement. Unable to grasp the underlying reasons, Lu Pei then elucidated. The princess is a talisman master. As long as she is not restricted within the Great Xia, her future accomplishments will undoubtedly reach divine levels, perhaps even beyond. The realms of talisman mastery are not confined to this. There exists a divine level above. At such heights, a talisman master can inscribe devastating talismans with mere gestures, capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Of course, these concepts were far beyond Yang Lin's comprehension, and Lu Pei refrained from elaborate explanations. As for Pei Shan, he too was a talisman master. 3 years prior, he had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly stage. And now, his prowess was likely unparalleled. His presence posed a significant threat to the princess. With this newfound understanding, Yang Lin inquired, how does Pei Shan compare to you? The path of cultivation diverged into many paths. He and Lu Pei practiced martial arts, while talisman masters tread a different route. Although their methods differed, their ultimate aspirations converged towards the peak of mastery. I surpass him, Lu Pei stated calmly, exuding confidence. From the moment I entered the sect, I held an advantage over him, and he has never surpassed me since. Even in calligraphy, I remain superior. Indeed, Yang Lin found no rebuttal to Lu Pei's assertion and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. That old fellow's taste in calligraphy is rather lacking. He dares to claim my work is mediocre. He simply lacks the insight to appreciate a masterpiece. While Lu Pei initially agreed, the more he listened to Yang Lin, the more his expression soured. You overestimate yourself. He is the emperor's designated sage of calligraphy, a master in his field. It is merely that I am stronger. Lu Pei interrupted Yang Lin's musings, bluntly stating. When he said your writing was average, he was likely being truthful, not merely lacking in discernment. In response, Yang Lin offered Lu Pei a dismissive gesture. Lu Pei, seemingly oblivious to the meaning, merely regarded him with mild confusion, accustomed as he was to Yang Lin's eccentricities. At present, the third prince, recognizing the threat you pose, is unlikely to act directly against you. Instead, opting for cunning machinations, Lu Pei continued his analysis. As for Ming Yang Wang, with my presence to restrain him, he will not disturb the princess for the time being. However, Pei Shan may align himself with the third prince. While he may not confront her highness directly, he will undoubtedly scheme in the shadows. Yang Lin contemplated this, realizing the implications. Although they could not act overtly, they would certainly employ others to do their bidding. The movements of Feng'er and her companions would inevitably come under scrutiny, complicating the situation immensely. It was conceivable that some loyalists or bounty hunters might unite against them. The adage that a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant held a kernel of truth. Should Pei Shan face both Xiao Xia and Feng'er, what would his chances be? Yang Lin queried. Uncertain, Lu Pei replied enigmatically, leaving Yang Lin to ponder further. He recalled the formidable synergy between Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia, who had swiftly subdued Gu Qingwei, a saintess of the heavenly sect, undoubtedly strong in her own right. Even if she could not match Pei Shan, she would not be far behind. Yang Lin believed that with their combined strength, they could certainly contend with the scholar. This thought brought Yang Lin some comfort. However, there remained an unpredictable variable, the enigmatic demoness whose loyalties were yet unclear. Lu Pei regarded Yang Lin, hinting, given Feng'er and Xiao Xia's strengths, they should manage just fine. Yang Lin responded candidly, regarding the demoness, my feelings are complex, as she was the one who took my first time. Yet, she too experienced her first with me. So in fairness, I gained little advantage, even losing much of my cultivation. Yet, the demoness was no match for the combined might of Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia. Moreover, he had learned from Yun Luoxia that the demoness seemed to have regained her strength. Consequently, it was likely she would ally with them. After all, If she intended to betray them, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia would not be foolish enough to assist her in regaining her power. Nevertheless, Yang Lin chose not to disclose this to Liu Pei, deeming it unnecessary. Liu Pei needed to focus entirely on confronting Meng Yangwang. Yang Lin did not wish for him to be distracted by other matters and risk losing the match. Very well, Liu Pei nodded, accepting Yang Lin's response without question. After a brief silence, Yang Lin suddenly spoke. Old fellow, after this, I hope to see you again. No matter what, you must ensure my entry into the sect. After all, it is your sect, and familiarity facilitates matters. Yang Lin forced a smile as he addressed Liu Pei, though a weight lingered in his tone. Despite Liu Pei's confidence, Yang Lin could perceive that their confrontation with Meng Yangwang would demand Liu Pei's utmost effort. Through their time together, Yang Lin had discerned Liu Pei's genuine care for the original owner of this body. Their bond transcended that of a teacher-student relationship, evoking a sense of kinship between elder and junior. Chapter 120. Who is your wife? What? Are you afraid? Liu Pei turned his head, looking at Yang Lin with keen interest. In his perception, Yang Lin had always been fearless, boldly proclaiming that he would one day stand unrivaled in the world. Such boasts were not new to Liu Pei. Now, hearing Yang Lin attempt to counsel him, Liu Pei felt a flicker of surprise. Afraid? Afraid of your old bones? By the time I'm done with you, there won't be a scrap left to collect. Yang Lin chuckled as he spoke. Liu Pei, upon hearing this, fell silent, merely casting a glance at Yang Lin, leaving his thoughts unspoken. The two remained in silence for a moment before Liu Pei resumed. Let us save our parting words for later. You still have a long way to go. This time, Yang Lin surprisingly refrained from retorting. Liu Pei nodded but then heard the old man declare, Time is of the essence. I'll accompany you for some practice. Time swiftly passed. Since Yang Lin had mastered the third level of the breaking sky spear technique, he had officially entered a new realm. And Liu Pei no longer took him out for training. The reason was simple. The villains surrounding Pingyang City had mostly been eliminated, even if they sought adversaries. There were none left to practice against. With no other option, Yang Lin turned to Gu Qingyue for sparring. With the assistance of this saintess of the heavenly sect, Yang Lin's cultivation progressed rapidly. Moreover, after intense training, he was able to relieve his weary body and mind, achieving a perfect balance between work and rest, which was immensely pleasurable. Yang Lin had grown accustomed to this pattern and worried about what he would do if Gu Qingyue were to leave in the future. One day, a letter delivered by a carrier pigeon informed Yang Lin that the time was drawing near. As he burned the missive in his hand, his expression turned serious. Returning to his study to await the final moments, he suddenly heard Gu Qingyue speak up. Is it Liu Pei? Seemingly having guessed something. Gu Qingyue's words caught Yang Lin off guard. However, he eventually nodded, realizing there was no need to conceal this from her. After all, Gu Qingyue had been obedient to him lately, and even if he confided in her, she would not speak of it and might even assist him. In fact, I too am nearing the time to depart. These days have brought me great joy. Though hesitant to voice her thoughts, Gu Qingyue expressed her intentions. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned and nervously inquired, Are you truly leaving? Despite having mentally prepared himself for this moment, he found that his heart was not as unburdened as he had anticipated. During their time together, Gu Qingyue had indulged his whims without complaint, and Yang Lin had thoroughly immersed himself in this enjoyment. Now, as the moment of parting approached, he understood why Gu Qingyue often referred to it as his punishment. Sending you off 1,000 miles, we must eventually part ways. This is what your calligraphy conveys, and I believe you understand better than I. Gu Qingyue's face bore the marks of reluctance. Like Yang Lin, she could not face this reality with the detachment she wished for. Her idealism had proven naive. The notion of love, born of unknown origins and deepening profoundly, aptly described their current state. All right. Yang Lin gazed deeply at Gu Qingyue, remaining silent for a long while before earnestly nodding. This response took Gu Qingyue by surprise, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. However, your departure now will only be temporary. When I soar to great heights, I will surely seek you out at the heavenly sect. Yang Lin spoke with conviction, enunciating each word clearly, wishing for Gu Qingyue to remember them well. Yet, Gu Qingyue understood that Yang Lin's words were likely mere dreams. The vastness of the heavenly sect was far beyond his imagination. I look forward to it. Gu Qingyue replied sincerely, even though she knew the improbability of such a scenario. The words slipped from her lips. After expressing them, even she could scarcely believe she had uttered such sentiments. Do you think those old fellows at the heavenly sect will stop me? After all, I am merely seeking my wife. Yang Lin jested, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Who is your wife? Gu Qingyue shot him a glare, half teasing, though it was merely a fleeting glance without further rebuttal. Soon, her expression turned grave. You know, the heavenly sect, as a prestigious orthodox faction, has many rules. Disrupting their established order is not as simple as you might think. The Gu Qingwei referred to were the venerable ancestors of the heavenly sect, powerful beings whose capabilities were beyond compare. Each one could stand alone as a formidable force in the world. Otherwise, how could the heavenly sect endure for millennia on this continent? The depth of their legacy is not something that can be easily divulged. Regardless of their agreement or disapproval, I am resolute. The heavenly sect is certain to be mine. You cannot escape my grasp. Yang Lin maintained his unwavering confidence. If they consent, then all is well. If not, I will persuade these stubborn old-timers until they agree. In their presence, I shall reclaim you. I have always believed in winning people over through virtue. As he spoke, he shook his fist confidently. His gaze fixed upon Gu Qingwei. In response, Gu Qingwei suddenly smiled, her beauty radiant, leaving even Yang Lin momentarily entranced. Simply exquisite, even after all this time. I cannot get enough. I await that day. Although Gu Qingwei understood that such a day was likely far off for Yang Lin, she still spoke earnestly. Perhaps to instill hope in him and to hold on to her own cherished memories. As her words lingered in the air, Yang Lin unexpectedly leaned in to kiss her. Gu Qingyue's body stiffened for a moment, but she soon surrendered, knowing this was their final encounter and wishing to indulge Yang Lin. They maintained their embrace in silence for a moment, yet it was Yang Lin who ultimately withdrew first. Breathing heavily, he realized that if they continued, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Gu Qingwei too recognized that if they persisted, she might truly be unable to leave. A change of subject was necessary. With a flushed face, she asked, "What about your concubine, the enchantress? Do you have any plans for her?" Chapter 121. A bit of melancholy. The enchanting figure referred to by Gu Qingwei is undoubtedly the chef Ouyang Yunshuang. However, thus far, Gu Qingwei has yet to uncover any suspicious traits about her, and therefore hesitates to draw any conclusions. Hasn't the identity of the enchantress already been confirmed? Yang Lin inquired. Perplexed. According to Yun Luoxia, the enchantress should have regained her strength by now. Moreover, Xiao Feng'er had paid a considerable price for this, having been weakened for several days. It remains uncertain whether she has fully recovered. Yang Lin had presumed that Gu Qingwei was already aware of this, but it seems she is not. Gu Qingwei shook her head at his words, stating, "I possess roughly an 80% certainty regarding whether Azi is the enchantress, for I still perceive no flaws in her. Over the past few days, she has examined Azi's body almost daily, and each time the outcome was the same. Her meridians appear blocked, resembling an ordinary person." At this, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that her strength had been restored? How could it still be undetectable? Could it be that Ouyang Yunshuang has been suppressing her own cultivation through some special means? If that is the case, then the enchantress indeed possesses remarkable restraint. Yang Lin recalled that Yun Luoxia had mentioned sealing several of the enchantress's major acupoints. Without unlocking them, she should still be incapable of regaining her full power. This thought crossed Yang Lin's mind, yet he knew that Yun Luoxia had not disclosed this information to Gu Qingwei, and he would not be the one to reveal it either. "What are your plans?" Yang Lin asked. Aware that Gu Qingwei was preparing to depart and likely had matters to entrust to him. "Rest assured, I will not allow the enchantress to conspire against you in the shadows," Gu Qingwei replied. This time was likely a matter of life and death for Yang Lin, and she was even contemplating whether to secretly assist him, potentially leveraging her connections with the Tianzhou. After all, the adversaries Yang Lin and his companions face are the great Xia dynasty, alongside the formidable Meng Yang. If an enchantress were added to this already dire situation, it would undoubtedly exacerbate their plight. While others might fare reasonably well, an enchantress could strike them from the shadows, particularly under the same roof. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Gu Qingwei was determined to prevent such an occurrence, setting aside her feelings for the enchantress. Her bond with Yang Lin forbade her from standing idly by. "I have taken some measures concerning Azi. If she is not the enchantress, then everything will proceed smoothly. But if she is and intends to act against you, then her fate will be sealed," Gu Qingwei stated deliberately, seemingly searching for a reaction on Yang Lin's face. Yet, Yang Lin exhibited little emotional change, merely nodding. In truth, Yang Lin understood that Gu Qingyue's actions were motivated by her regard for him, as she was likely aware that he harbored feelings for the enchantress. For a young man experiencing the stirrings of love, forgetting such sentiments is no simple task. He could not offer Yang Lin anything substantial, nor could he promise him anything, so in other matters, Gu Qingwei endeavored to make amends as best she could. Perhaps this was one of the ways she sought to compensate. In this piece of star jade, Yang Lin retrieved the jade pendant from his waist, recognizing that it originally belonged to Gu Qingwei, having fortuitously come into his possession. In the past, he would have gone to great lengths to keep it. However, given his current relationship with Gu Qingwei, he felt he could not be so selfish. After all, while the star jade remains an enigma to him, he can discern its extraordinary nature, and it is likely of significant importance to Gu Qingwei. However, Gu Qingwei shook her head, returning the pendant to Yang Lin. You should keep this jade. You will need it more than I do. She paused momentarily, as if anticipating something, and smiled at Yang Lin. Did you not just mention wanting to ascend to the Tian Zone? How can you achieve that without this star jade? Yang Lin was taken aback by her words. Then clutched the star jade tightly in his hand, his gaze becoming resolute. Do you need my assistance? Before departing, Xuanwu could not help but inquire, referring to this upcoming endeavor. Prior to this, she had already conferred with Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er. However, plans changed rapidly, and she had pretended to leave. Lacking the time to inform them, she had been hiding in Yang Lin's study, concealing this from both Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er. If her previous collaboration was merely out of consideration for Xiao Feng'er, now Xuanwu genuinely wished to aid Yang Lin. Yet, Yang Lin smiled and shook his head. Some matters must be faced by me alone. I cannot forever rely on you to shield me. When will I ever get the chance to ascend to the Tianzong and claim my bride? He jested. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu nodded, refraining from further hesitation. In that moment, she leaned in and gently kissed Yang Lin, a gesture they had shared countless times before, yet her cheeks remained as crimson as a ripe apple. Before Yang Lin could comprehend the moment, a gust of wind rushed through, and the door to the study creaked open slightly. When he regained his senses, Xuanwu had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty study, Yang Lin suddenly felt a wave of wistfulness wash over him. She is gone, just like that. And today, it seemed, was not solely her departure. Yang Lin sighed softly, the weight of his despondency evident. And he remained silent for a considerable time before shaking off the melancholy. Now was not the time to dwell on such emotions. Preparations for the forthcoming actions must be made, as success or failure hinged upon this moment. No, it must be success. Yang Lin needed to ensure that Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er could safely exit the city. However, before proceeding, Yang Lin intended to speak with Ouyang Yunshuang. After all, this woman had been masquerading as an ordinary chef, lingering in his vicinity for quite some time. What exactly were her intentions? Moreover, it must be noted that Ouyang Yunshuang's current predicament is largely due to him, as he had taken away a significant portion of her power. If it were Yang Lin in her position, he would likely be consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Though Ouyang Yunshuang had indeed broken his rules regarding the Qi refinement realm, ultimately, it could be said that he had gained much from this encounter. To avoid being caught off guard by any retaliatory strikes from Ouyang Yunshuang, Yang Lin resolved to gauge her intentions first. This would also play a crucial role in the actions to come, lest they find themselves facing yet another adversary before the battle had even begun. Chapter 122, Death Beneath the Peony. Even as a ghost, still charming knock, knock, knock. Just as mentioned, Ouyang Yunshuang arrived, her voice resonating from outside the door. Master, it is time for breakfast. Hearing this, Yang Lin smiled and promptly opened the door, revealing Ouyang Yunshuang's visage. I was just about to seek you out. Ouyang Yunshuang appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a dubious glance at Yang Lin, uncertain of his true intentions. Did the master summon me? She inquired, placing the meal box on the table. Yang Lin settled beside the table and replied with a grin, indeed. I actually wish to inquire about something. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang's heart sank. Could he have uncovered her true identity? That seemed implausible. She had been meticulous in her disguise, managing to deceive not only Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er but also Xuanwu. How could Yang Lin possibly discern her flaws? Although she had regained her powers, the acupoints sealed by Yun Luoxia rendered her merely an ordinary person. Thus, Ouyang Yunshuang resolved to maintain her guise as a cook, remaining concealed within this residence until the opportune moment to escape. However, she had already determined that, when that time came, she would ensure Yang Lin received a proper lesson. During her time at the Yang household, she had endured considerable discomfort. After all, she was a dignified enchantress and the former leader of the demon abyss. Yang Lin treated her as a mere servant, commanding her to perform various tasks. Anyone would feel indignant in her position. Moreover, the unfortunate state she found herself in was inextricably linked to Yang Lin. It was time to settle both new and old grievances. Yang Lin would not escape her eyes. Master, if there is anything this servant can assist with, please feel free to ask. There is no need for formality, Ouyang Yunshuang said respectfully, bowing her head beside Yang Lin. Do not speak like that. Here, we are all equal. I have never regarded you as a mere servant, but rather as family. Yang Lin replied with a smile. Now, do not just stand there. Come, sit and join me for breakfast. Ouyang Yunshuang found herself at a loss, unsure of Yang Lin's thoughts. Could it be that he had devised yet another scheme to torment her? Despite her disdain, she complied with Yang Lin's request, sitting opposite him and retrieving a clean bowl and chopsticks for herself. That's the spirit. Eat well, indulge yourself without reservation. There's no need to leave anything for me, Yang Lin insisted, watching her attentively as she began her meal. Faced with this unexpected warmth, Ouyang Yunshuang feigned modesty. Though inwardly, she had likely cursed Yang Lin 1,000 times. This rascal seemed intent on making her uncomfortable. After a few tentative bites, Yang Lin suddenly asked, "Zi, I have always wanted to know, during your time here, have I treated you poorly?" "Indeed, I have not been treated poorly. I have been toiling daily with laundry and cooking. Serving you like a servant. Is that not being poorly treated?" Ouyang Yunshuang internally scolded, yet her outward demeanor was entirely different. "The master has always treated this servant well. I am quite happy here." "That is good to hear. Your happiness is what matters," Yang Lin said, seemingly satisfied with her response. He then continued, "And if one day I were to grant you your freedom, how would you feel about that?" At this, Ouyang Yunshuang realized that Yang Lin had likely surmised her true identity, yet he was merely probing her intentions, concerned about potential retaliation. She smirked internally but maintained her respectful facade, responding, "No, this servant would never leave the master. I wish to remain by your side, serving you for eternity, without any ulterior motives." Hearing this, Yang Lin's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts. This woman was indeed as he had suspected. She had no intention of letting him go. Despite his recent surge in strength, he was not naive enough to believe he could best an enchantress. If Ouyang Yunshuang were determined to take revenge, he knew he would have little chance of escape. Rather than passively awaiting his fate, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity, ensuring he gained some advantage. With this realization, Yang Lin's expression shifted, and he regarded Ouyang Yunshuang with a newfound intensity that startled her. She quickly adopted a bashful demeanor, lowering her gaze to avoid his stare. "Zi, I recall you mentioning that you did not wish to serve your master in such a manner," Yang Lin stated. Ouyang Yunshuang was caught off guard but nodded obediently. "Then allow me to ask you directly, do you harbor feelings for me?" Yang Lin boldly inquired. Given the circumstances, he decided to be audacious, after all. If one must face the flames, they might as well do so with flair. What? Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily stunned. What was his intention behind such a question? Surely, this could not bode well. Yet, she could not refute him, and thus feigned surprise, hastily replying, This servant is unworthy of loving the master. As long as I can serve you, that is sufficient. I dare not harbor affection." Yang Lin interrupted her, his tone turning serious. "In this world, there is no such thing as being unworthy or daring when it comes to affection. To love is to love, and to not love is to not love. There need not be an abundance of reasons. I ask you again, do you like me? Simply answer yes or no. I desire no other response." Faced with Yang Lin's insistence, Ouyang Yunshuang struggled to suppress her rising anger while maintaining her pretense of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she finally responded, "I do like you." To be honest, Ouyang Yunshuang was tempted to slap Yang Lin right then and there. This scoundrel, on the brink of doom, still sought to tease her. Were it not for her fear of Gu Qingwei lurking in the shadows, she would have surely abandoned her act long ago. This was the source of her greatest trepidation, compelling her to endure Yang Lin's antics until now. "Like is sufficient. I now offer you an opportunity to become my woman. How do you feel about that?" With his target ensnared, Yang Lin wasted no time and spoke plainly. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a surge of rage. Wishing she could tear Yang Lin apart and swallow him whole, her teeth grinding in frustration. "You scoundrel." Chapter 123. A family does not speak as strangers. The head of the household chuckled. How could a mere servant be worthy of the master? Ouyang Yunshuang quickly feigned a look of astonishment, lowering her head and refraining from responding to Yang Lin's remarks. Although she was uncertain of Yang Lin's true intentions, she was acutely aware that he harbored no goodwill. Moreover, with Madame Feng still present, how could a mere servant dare to compare herself with her? After a brief pause, Ouyang Yunshuang hastily added a remark, fearing that Yang Lin might entertain inappropriate thoughts. Yang Lin, clearly taken aback by Ouyang Yunshuang invoking Xiaofeng, realized he could not retreat now. To do so would only reveal his cowardice. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he understood he could not show weakness, lest the enchantress succeeded in her schemes. "No worries. In this household, my word is law. If I say you are comparable, then you are. Return for now, and I shall seek you out shortly," Yang Lin said with a smile, cheerfully enjoying the breakfast prepared by Ouyang Yunshuang. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a surge of anger and contemplated striking Yang Lin, yet ultimately restrained herself, respectfully nodding before exiting the room. Watching her depart, Yang Lin finally set down his bowl and chopsticks, narrowing his eyes as he gazed toward the study door, listening intently until her footsteps faded entirely. It seemed the enchantress had no intention of letting him off easily, as he could discern from Ouyang Yunshuang's earlier words. Since he was already embroiled in this predicament, he might as well see some advantage. Fortunately, with the backup left by Gu Qingwei and the seal placed on Ouyang Yunshuang's vital points by Yun Luoxia, Yang Lin was able to benefit from the situation. Reflecting on this, Yang Lin felt an increasing fondness for Gu Qingyue, who had truly been his lucky star. During this time, she not only indulged his desires but also imparted numerous techniques to him, far surpassing the single set of marksmanship Liu Pei had taught him over such a lengthy period. Moreover, when combined with the stellar art he was currently practicing, the techniques of the Tianzong seemed to wield significantly greater power. Of course, Yang Lin was merely memorizing these techniques for now. He had yet to allocate sufficient time to cultivate them. He resolved to revisit them gradually when his strength was adequate. Yang Lin was acutely aware that excess could be detrimental, especially in cultivation. He must remain grounded and proceed step by step. Otherwise, in the end, he would only be a jack of all trades without mastery in any, which could prove fatal in the path of cultivation. Yang Lin did not wish to blend in with the masses. He aspired to stand out in the world, to assist Liu Pei, to reclaim Gu Qingyue from the Tianzong, and perhaps even to secure Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia. He understood that he must strive for excellence, perfecting all aspects of his cultivation. After finishing breakfast, Yang Lin left the study and approached the quarters of Xiao Feng'er and her companion. The two appeared to have anticipated his arrival, leaving the door ajar as they sat quietly awaiting him. Is it time? Xiao Feng'er was the first to speak. After several days of rest, she had evidently recovered. Her complexion markedly improved. Just as before, when she was weak, Yun Luoxia had not allowed Yang Lin to come near, denying even a fleeting chance to meet. Upon reflection, it seemed Yun Luoxia was generally unwelcoming, a fact Yang Lin had grown accustomed to. At this moment, both women wore expressions of grave concern, for they understood that today might be their last opportunity to escape the encirclement of Pingyang City, and indeed, their best chance. Should their mission fail, not only would Liu Pei suffer, but Yang Lin would likely be drawn into the fray, and even Xiao Feng'er and her companion might not meet a favorable outcome. Particularly for Yun Luoxia, Xiao Feng'er was deeply worried. After all, Yun Luoxia was a notorious fugitive on the wanted list of the Great Xia dynasty. If captured, the consequences would be dire. Today is the day, Yang Lin said, after a moment of silence, responding honestly. Lao Lu wishes for us to accompany him to Huayang Lake. Upon hearing the name Huayang Lake, both Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er fell silent. They knew that awaiting them at Huayang Lake was none other than the current Wang Mengyang, a figure who had single-handedly defeated the monarch of the Wei Kingdom, laying waste to the entire Great Wei. Xiao Feng'er had witnessed this event firsthand, seeing her own father fall to Wang Mengyang with but a single move. That moment had haunted Xiao Feng'er like a nightmare. She would remember Wang Mengyang's visage even if reduced to ashes. His overwhelming power was undeniable, and even with the combined strength of herself and Yun Luoxia, they could not hope to withstand him. Were it not for Liu Pei's intervention, Xiao Feng'er believed she would have never escaped Pingyang City. It seems Liu Pei intends to clear away the extraneous obstacles for us, paving a bloody path for our escape, Yun Luoxia said solemnly, breaking the silence. Yang Lin and Xiao Feng'er nodded in agreement, realizing the advantage of eliminating unnecessary distractions for their flight. The remaining individuals would have to be dealt with by the pair. Prepare yourselves. Let us not allow Lao Lu's efforts to be in vain, Yang Lin said, his expression equally grave as he patted Xiao Feng'er on the shoulder. He understood that no amount of comforting words would suffice now. Standing by her side and helping her escape this cage was the greatest assistance he could offer. This time, Yun Luoxia surprisingly did not obstruct Yang Lin, recognizing that after today, the princess and Yang Lin might not meet again. She chose to tolerate his momentary boldness, but only this once. Should he overstep again, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Young Master Yang, thank you, Xiao Feng'er said softly, feeling a warmth from Yang Lin's hand. Her cheeks slightly flushed. It's nothing. Why should family speak as strangers? Yang Lin smiled, moving behind the two. Yun Luoxia appeared momentarily dazed, questioning Yang Lin's intentions with a hint of wariness. At Yang Lin's words, Xiao Feng'er softly acknowledged, her cheeks reddening further. And if we are to express our gratitude, it should be to Lao Lu, for he is the true outsider in our midst, is he not? After all, we are still married. And Xiao Xia is my personal maid, leaving only Lao Lu, who shares no blood ties, yet risks himself for our sake, Yang Lin jested. Yun Luoxia shot Yang Lin a fierce glare, having just resolved to overlook his antics, only for him to begin acting foolishly again. However, just as she relaxed her guard, Yang Lin suddenly broke into a wide grin. Chapter 124. Embracing once I attain fame in the future, I shall surely seek you both to reminisce. As his words fell, Yang Lin extended his arms, drawing both individuals into a warm embrace. The suddenness of this gesture caught even the ever-vigilant Yun Luoxia off guard, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. Xiao Feng'er's face blushed a deep crimson, burying her head in embarrassment, too shy to glance at Yang Lin. The crucial aspect was that Yang Lin, not only embracing them, also took a deep inhalation of their fragrance, following it up with an exclamation of delight. How delightful! This series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye, propelling Yun Luoxia into a fit of rage as she quickly regained her composure, her internal energy barely contained. Had it not been for Xiao Feng's presence, she would have undoubtedly retaliated against Yang Lin with a fierce strike. However, it seemed that Yang Lin had anticipated her reaction. After enjoying the moment, he released them as if jolted by electricity. In an instant, he vanished from the room, employing his ethereal movement technique to escape. That insufferable scoundrel! Yun Luoxia cursed fiercely, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at the spot where Yang Lin had disappeared, gritting her teeth in resentment. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng's cheeks remained flushed, radiating warmth as if she were ripe. This was her first encounter of such intimacy with a man. Miss, see? I told you this scoundrel harbored vile intentions. We should never have believed his words. Yun Luoxia turned back, resuming her cautionary admonitions to Xiao Feng to steer clear of individuals like Yang Lin. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Feng appeared unfazed by Yang Lin's embrace, softly asserting, "Indeed, young Master Yang is quite deserving of a reprimand. It's one thing for him to embrace me, but to include Sister Xiaoxia as well? It's fortunate that Sister Xiaoxia didn't retaliate against him on the spot." Of course, the latter part of her thought remained unspoken. Having exited the room, Yang Lin adjusted his attire and recalled the words he had exchanged with Ouyang Yunchuang, subsequently making his way towards her direction. All the while, Yun Luoxia, who had pursued him outside, observed this with growing unease, especially considering Ouyang Yunchuang's enchanting yet perilous identity. At this critical juncture, should Yang Lin provoke the enchantress and calamity ensue, their meticulously laid plans would be thrown into disarray. The enchantress had regained her strength, although her acupoints remained sealed. It was conceivable that she might possess alternative means to break free from her restraints. Contemplating this potential, Yun Luoxia exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Feng, and they both nodded in silent agreement to stealthily follow Yang Lin. Upon Yang Lin knocking on the door, they drew closer. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunchuang, having departed from Yang Lin's room, was seething with anger, devising numerous schemes for retribution. However, upon returning to her own chamber, she gradually regained her composure. Firstly, she was concerned about Gu Qingyue lurking in the shadows, uncertain if the woman had truly vacated the premises. Secondly, with Xiao Feng and Yun Luoxia present, she could not act overtly against Yang Lin. After all, if her assumptions were correct, their plans were set to unfold imminently, with Yang Lin being an integral part of those machinations. Should any misfortune arise, it was likely that Xiao Feng and Yun Luoxia would turn against her, not out of deep affection for Yang Lin, but because their escape from Pingyang City hinged on the outcome. Having pondered these matters, Ouyang Yunchuang felt a sense of calm wash over her as she recalled Yang Lin's earlier demeanor. It appeared he genuinely intended to pursue her relentlessly. Had he uncovered her true identity? She quickly dismissed this notion, confident that with Yang Lin's intellect, he would not unravel her ruse easily, for she was quite assured of her acting prowess. Thus, she would have to continue her charade as the cook for a while longer. In truth, it wouldn't be long. Within just a few days, Xiao Feng and Yun Luoxia would be departing. That would also signal her own escape from this confining prison. It was akin to being bitten by a dog. After all, this was not her first experience with the same mutt, even if it meant yielding to that rascal Yang Lin. With this thought, Ouyang Yunchuang cursed Yang Lin silently for several minutes before shedding her garments and lying down on the bed, awaiting the outcome. A short while later, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Yang Lin's infuriating voice. "Azzy, you must be inside." Upon discovering that the door was unlocked, Yang Lin stepped inside. He turned back to glance at Xiao Feng's room, noting that her door was also closed, which satisfied him as he shut the door behind him. Little did he know, Xiao Feng and Yun Luoxia were holding their breath, stealthily positioned outside the room. "Azzy?" Yang Lin called once more before taking a seat at the dining table in the small sitting area of the suite, which consisted of 2 rooms. Ouyang Yunchuang typically rested in the inner room, while the outer space served as a makeshift lounge. Hearing Yang Lin call her name again from outside, Ouyang Yunchuang gritted her teeth, consumed by a desire to slay him on the spot, mentally cursing him as she mustered the courage to step out, fully aware of the humiliation she would endure. "Well, it's not as if this is the first time Yang Lin has seen me exposed." She reassured herself with this thought, although her movements remained somewhat stiff, even without the need for acting. Master Ouyang Yunchuang timidly spoke as she approached Yang Lin. Yang Lin, having poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and upon turning, was nearly taken aback by the sight before him, almost spitting out his drink. Goodness, what is the meaning of this? Swallowing the tea, Yang Lin coughed awkwardly, striving to maintain an air of calm while hastily averting his gaze. Should he continue to gaze, he could not guarantee his body's reaction would remain subdued. In truth, Had he not been concerned about Gu Qinghua possibly not having genuinely departed and lurking in the shadows, he would have reveled in the view without restraint. After all, as a vigorous young man, who could resist such temptation? Moreover, Ouyang Yunshuang possessed an exquisite figure, perfectly sculpted, even in her state of undress. Radiating Vitality Chapter 125, Cultivating Good Causes, Reaping Good Results. Master, did you not say you wanted me to be your woman? Ouyang Yunshuang felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, cursing Yang Lin inwardly. Earlier, in the study, he had clearly hinted at his intentions. Yet now he pretended to be completely unaware. Was this not a deliberate attempt to humiliate her? Her resolve to ensure that Yang Lin would pay for his transgressions grew stronger by the minute. Yes, but not entirely, Yang Lin coughed lightly. Realizing that he had merely sought to tease her, yet she had taken him seriously. Did she not consider the circumstances? After all, Gu Qinghua, Yun Luoxia, and Xiao Feng'er were all awake and would hear any commotion. Even if Yang Lin had such desires, he likely lacked the courage to act on them. While it was true that Ouyang Yunshuang was now a chef purchased by Yang Lin, and thus he could dictate her fate, Yang Lin's desires had not yet reached such extremes. Master? Ouyang Yunshuang's face flushed crimson, her gaze lowered as she dared not meet his eyes. A hint of confusion lacing her tone. Cough, cough. Yang Lin feigned a cough, feeling a surge of tension. The pressure was immense. And maintaining an image of propriety in the face of such temptation was no small feat. Actually, I did not finish my earlier statement. When I said be my woman, I meant that I wish for you to regard me as family, to support each other in times of need, as family should. Yang Lin earnestly misrepresented his intentions. You misunderstood. Ouyang Yunshuang's heart seethed with disdain for Yang Lin, wanting to retort, yet she maintained a facade of indifference, apologizing instead. I am sorry, master. It was my misunderstanding, and I shall not overthink it again. You do tend to overthink at times. And you are often reluctant to heed my words, Yang Lin continued. I understand my mistake. Please punish me, master, Ouyang Yunshuang exclaimed, her heart racing with concern over Yang Lin's true intentions. Let bygones be bygones. I will not hold past grievances against you. As a family, we must understand and tolerate one another. Who among us is without faults? Yang Lin probed, testing the waters. Indeed, master speaks wisely. I shall remember this and serve you faithfully for life, Ouyang Yunshuang replied, inwardly scoffing at his words. However, Yang Lin's countenance shifted at her response. Did this not imply she intended to remain by his side for eternity? Sister, I have made my intentions clear, and you compelled me that night. He lamented internally, maintaining a serious facade. But let us not dwell on me. It seems Lady Feng'er has been quite kind to you lately. The sudden change in topic caught Ouyang Yunshuang off guard, yet she nodded obediently. Lady Feng'er appears to treat you even better than she does me. Therefore, I hope you will assist her when she is in need. I believe it will be a simple matter, like sewing her clothes, as your skills are commendable. Yang Lin suggested. Having no way to escape, Ouyang Yunshuang thought it prudent to seize opportunities for Xiao Feng'er. Although the demoness was not of noble lineage, any additional support could increase the chances of escape. Outside the door, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia listened intently to their conversation. Initially, Yun Luoxia intended to reveal Yang Lin's true character to Xiao Feng'er, but she was taken aback by his act of virtue. In a secluded space, Ouyang Yunshuang had made her intentions clear, yet Yang Lin maintained his composure. Now, he was even considering Xiao Feng'er's well-being. Yun Luoxia could see the faint smile on Xiao Feng'er's face, clearly touched by what she had heard. Rest assured, if my lady is in need, I will not hesitate to assist, Ouyang Yunshuang affirmed. This statement held truth. Her recovery depended heavily on Xiao Feng'er. Although Ouyang Yunshuang had once been the leader of the abyssal sect, she understood the value of gratitude. At this critical juncture, if Xiao Feng'er encountered trouble, she would surely help, but that did not mean she would sacrifice her life for her, as that was simply unrealistic. That is good, Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Ouyang Yunshuang's words secured at least a measure of support. As for himself, he still intended to make one last stand. First, put on some clothes. Do not catch a chill, Yang Lin added, maintaining his calm demeanor. In truth, he was struggling to contain himself, if Ouyang Yunshuang delayed any longer. He feared he might lose control. Her figure was more potent than any aphrodisiac. Yes, Ouyang Yunshuang nodded stiffly, her face even redder than before, as she hurried into the inner chamber to don her garments. Upon her return, she appeared composed once more. With this, her resentment towards Yang Lin diminished slightly. The fact that he had restrained himself in the face of temptation, while also considering Xiao Feng'er, earned him a modicum of respect in her eyes. Outside, upon hearing Yang Lin's statement, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with questions. What did he mean by put on some clothes? Had she not been dressed moments ago? Yun Luoxia's expression darkened, while Xiao Feng'er's cheeks deepened in hue. What further unnerved Yun Luoxiao was hearing Xiaofeng murmur. Young Master Yang is indeed a man of virtue, never taking advantage of others in their moments of vulnerability. Yun Luoxiao was left exasperated, her frustration mounting. Have I not treated you well since you arrived in my household? Yang Lin inquired, gazing at the now-dressed Ouyang Yunshuang. The master's kindness is etched in my heart. Without you, I would not be who I am today, Ouyang Yunshuang responded respectfully. Yet, Yang Lin found her words unsettling, feeling as though she was challenging him. Enough. He fell silent, casting a deep glance at Ouyang Yunshuang before rising from his seat. Having spoken so plainly, if Ouyang Yunshuang sought trouble with him again, Yang Lin would have no choice but to confront it directly. I shall offer you one final piece of advice, Yang Lin said, seemingly recalling something important as he regarded Ouyang Yunshuang. Please, master, share it, she urged. Good deeds will be rewarded, while evil deeds will be punished. Cultivate good causes to reap good results. With that, Yang Lin turned and departed. Chapter 126. The winds of change. After uttering his final words, Yang Lin turned and departed, leaving Ouyang Yunshuang in contemplative silence. Prior to Yang Lin's exit, Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia, who had been lurking outside the door, had already slipped away, ensuring that everything transpired without a sound. In the solitude of the room, Ouyang Yunshuang's emotions fluctuated like the changing weather, her mind grappling with the true meaning behind Yang Lin's last statement. Although she had regained her strength, her acupoints remained sealed, preventing her from ascertaining whether any other issues lingered within her body. If it were the case that Xiaofeng had left some hidden complications while aiding her recovery, the mere thought sent a shiver through Ouyang Yunshuang's pupils, and anxiety began to gnaw at her. If this were indeed true, it would imply that her very life was precariously held in Xiaofeng's hands. In truth, given Xiaofeng's character, Ouyang Yunshuang was reluctant to believe she would resort to such treachery. After spending time together, she had come to understand Xiaofeng quite well. However, the presence of Yun Luoxiao, once the most formidable assassin of the Wei Kingdom, complicated matters. Her meticulous nature meant that any hint of weakness could easily be detected, compelling Ouyang Yunshuang to exercise utmost caution within the Yang household, fearful of exposing her identity. After deep contemplation, Ouyang Yunshuang found herself increasingly unsettled. It seemed her desire to confront Yang Lin would have to be set aside for the moment. Regardless of the nature of Yang Lin's relationship with Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia, who could guarantee that they would not aid him, their interactions thus far had revealed no cracks in their alliance, and Ouyang Yunshuang could not risk her safety on such a gamble. Moreover, there was the wretched Gu Qingwei to consider. Surely, that woman would not have vacated the premises. What if she lurked in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness? Rather than seeking retribution against Yang Lin and placing herself in jeopardy, Ouyang Yunshuang deemed it wiser to relinquish that thought altogether. Reflecting on her time at the Yang residence, aside from her initial grievances with Yang Lin, she had not suffered any significant injustices, save for the earlier incident with the poison. Yet, in similar circumstances, she might have also been subjected to such trials. After all, who would readily believe in the sudden appearance of toxins? Having reached this conclusion, Ouyang Yunshuang resolved to abandon further contemplation and focus on maintaining her current guise as a cook. Once the affairs in Pingyang City concluded, she would seize the opportunity to depart, allowing herself to roam the vast world beyond, free and unburdened, rather than allowing momentary anger to lead to lifelong regrets. Time, as always, flew by, and before long, it was afternoon, with but 2 hours remaining until the appointed hour. Lu Pei personally drove the carriage to the Yang residence, intent on collecting Yang Lin and the others for their journey to Huyang Lake, which was likely to be the final battlefield. Dressed in coarse linen, Lu Pei bore the appearance of a humble farmer, with his long spear wrapped tightly in cloth beside him and a bamboo hat perched atop his head. In stark contrast, Yang Lin and his companions were a striking assembly of handsome men and beautiful women, including Ouyang Yunshuang, whose figure, though less remarkable in appearance, was nonetheless alluring. The disparity between them and Lu Pei was glaringly obvious. Once they boarded the carriage, Lu Pei set off toward the outskirts of Pingyang City, steering towards the lake shores. Meanwhile, in the city lord's manor, the third prince, who had awaited news for several days, finally received word. Lu Pei and Meng Kuo were indeed slated to engage today at Huyang Lake. The third prince gazed out at the ominous skies, his expression grave. Meng Kuo, the true name of the king of Mengyang, was confirmed. Beside him, Chao Tianyu nodded, acknowledging the widespread knowledge of the impending confrontation, which left no room for secrecy. Even the covert operatives had arrived early to establish defenses at Huyang Lake, where not only Lu Pei and Meng Kuo would be present, but also Princess Xiafeng. She was the objective of their mission in Pingyang City, and there was no chance they would allow her to escape. Let us depart, the third prince commanded, his fingers stroking his chin. It was time to meet with his cousin. The scholar beside him appeared lost in thought, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. At that moment, the entirety of Pingyang City felt unusually still, the foreboding atmosphere weighing heavily upon its inhabitants. Even the common folk sensed the impending turmoil and hastily returned to their homes. After a half-hour's journey, Lu Pei and the others approached the shores of Huayong Lake, the outline of the lake becoming discernible. Within the carriage, each occupant seemed lost in their own thoughts, and Yang Lin, observing them, shook his head in mild exasperation. His own nerves were taut as they were all bound together in this venture. Should disaster strike, they would all plummet into the depths together. Thus far, Yang Lin lacked a precise understanding of Meng Qua's capabilities, only speculating that he might be on par with Lu Pei. However, the exact difference in strength remained elusive to him. Naturally, Yang Lin hoped Lu Pei would be the stronger of the two, yet recently, Lu Pei had been imparting his finest techniques to Yang Lin, as if preparing him for a final farewell, sharing profound life lessons that left Yang Lin increasingly uneasy. Old Lu, could you enlighten me about that mysterious sect you mentioned? Why were you cast aside? Yang Lin inquired, his voice resonating within the carriage. Xiao Fenger and Yun Luoxiao perked up, attentively awaiting Lu Pei's response, their curiosity piqued by tales of the fabled sect that had captivated so many, drawing countless aspirants who would strive to gain entry. Yet, the sect only accepted 8 disciples at a time, and even the most gifted royal heirs found it nearly impossible to gain admission. That was a long-forgotten tale, better left unspoken. However, if you must know, there is but one reason. Lu Pei paused momentarily before continuing. I was not strong enough. At this, Yang Lin nodded silently, a mix of astonishment and concern washing over him. If even Lu Pei deemed himself insufficiently strong, what hope did he have of being chosen? The weight of Lu Pei's expectations weighed heavily on him. Should he falter, it would bring great embarrassment to them both. The sect only accepts 8 disciples. Lu Pei's voice broke the silence once more. However, 6 of those spots have already been filled, only 2 remain. But in truth, there is only one position left for you to contend for. Chapter 127. A great enemy approaches. One of the 2 available slots had already been allocated. Due to the significant debts owed by the sect to this individual's family, exchanging one slot was undeniably a profitable arrangement for the sect. Therefore, all you need to do is seize this last opportunity. Lu Pei had no intention of concealing anything, sharing some insider information with Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin furrowed his brow, developing a certain bias against this unfamiliar sect. Are you implying that this sect accepts disciples through favoritism? What about ordinary folks like me? Surely, we are at a disadvantage, Yang Lin scoffed. Are you truly belittling yourself? This is not like you at all. You have always been quite confident. As you often say, in heaven and on earth, you are unparalleled, Lu Pei teased with a smile. Yun Luoxiao nodded in agreement, recognizing that Yang Lin indeed exhibited such a quality. As Lu Pei pointed out, displaying an irritating air about him. Even Ouyang Yunchuang shared this sentiment and silently commended Lu Pei. However, Xiao Fenger seemed to harbor less prejudice against Yang Lin, though she did not speak in his defense. Yang Lin continued, if we are to debate strength, I have no objection. Yet the crux lies in favoritism. If it relies on connections, I am utterly powerless, for you know my circumstances well. What connections do I possess? Lu Pei, while partly agreeing with Yang Lin's statement, also held reservations. He knew Yang Lin's background intimately, yet Yang Lin's understanding of his own situation was another matter entirely. However, Lu Pei refrained from voicing this and instead responded, you are under my tutelage. Can you possibly be inferior to others? My backing is a distinct advantage compared to the rest. Yang Lin could not help but smirk, feeling somewhat incredulous. He thought to himself, you, old man, have been expelled from the sect, and yet you still dare to boast? Yet, upon reflection, Lu Pei had once been a member of that sect and was undoubtedly familiar with its assessments, even possessing insights that others might not know. If this were the previous life, it would be akin to having the exam answers beforehand. Achieving high scores would be effortless. So, according to your logic, I am essentially using favoritism and, in a way, receiving answers directly? Yang Lin remarked. However, the others appeared somewhat puzzled by his analogy. Lu Pei quickly regained his composure, having grown accustomed to Yang Lin's eccentricities during this period. In this chaotic era, the once mighty Xia dynasty had already brought down several nations. Yet an age-old adage rings true. Heroes emerge in tumultuous times. Although it is a period of disorder, it also presents opportunities. The chance lies before you. Whether you can rise above or become invincible is contingent upon your own fortune, Lu Pei stated earnestly. After a brief pause, he added, practice the marksmanship I have taught you diligently. It will prove far more useful than many other martial skills. Yang Lin did not contest this. For the breaking sky technique was one Lu Pei had mastered over a lifetime, its power undeniable. Nonetheless, Yang Lin held little enthusiasm for firearms. Their bulk made them cumbersome. and, more critically, he believed they lacked the elegance of a sword. He envisioned a scenario where he could dramatically summon a sword, striking down opponents with a force akin to thunder. That, he thought, embodied true grace, aligning with his vision of a chivalrous hero. In contrast, wielding a gun would make him resemble Liu Pei, garbed in rough cloth like a mere peasant, a far cry from the image of sophistication. As the group engaged in light banter, the carriage arrived at the banks of Huayong Lake, where a striking figure clad in red captured their attention. As they approached, the silhouette of the woman became clearer. Yang Lin's brow furrowed slightly at the sight. Meng Qingqiu. His mood soured upon seeing her, his expression darkening. Aside from Ouyang Yunshuang, it seemed the others recognized Meng Qingqiu. As the carriage drew close, Meng Qingqiu greeted them with a faint smile. Her demeanor poised as she addressed Liu Pei. Uncle Liu, my father has instructed me to await your arrival here for some time. You are all welcome to accompany me to the center of the lake. While her words were respectful, her gaze and tone conveyed no deference towards Liu Pei. In her eyes, her father was invincible, and despite Liu Pei being a disciple of her grandfather, he was merely an adversary to her father, thus unworthy of her courtesy. Relay to your father that we can proceed on our own. There's no need for unnecessary sentiment, Liu Pei replied, pulling on the reins to slow the carriage. Meng Qingqiu, standing on the flatboat, was momentarily bewildered, only to witness Liu Pei swiftly gesture. A gust of wind propelled the boat towards the lake's center at an alarming speed. Had she not been quick on her feet, she would have likely tumbled into the water, drenched and embarrassed. Yang Lin's pupils constricted slightly at this scene. Although he had anticipated Liu Pei's strength, he was taken aback by the sheer force displayed with a mere wave of his hand. If that force were to strike him, he would undoubtedly bear bruises. Are you prepared? Liu Pei inquired, having completed his actions. He dismounted and turned his attention to Yang Lin and the others. At that moment, Yang Lin felt a weight of gravity settle in his heart. What was inevitable had come, and they could only proceed step by step. Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia exchanged determined glances, each seeing resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunshuang lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. Observing the silence among them, Liu Pei smiled before cheerfully announcing, "Let us depart. What is destined must come, and what is to be must be. My good nephew has awaited this day for quite some time." Meng Kuo. Xiao Feng'er's expression shifted to one of profound seriousness as she murmured those two words. The familiar face lingered in her mind, her father, the former emperor of the Wei Kingdom, who had fallen to Ming Yanguang with a single move. Chapter 128. The mysterious gunman now, facing Meng Kuo. It would be a lie for Xiao Feng'er to claim she was unperturbed. Whether they could escape from this predicament and what the future held for them depended entirely on this final struggle. Yang Lin and several others boarded a small boat that had long since docked along the shore. It was merely an empty vessel, devoid of any provisions. And to reach the center of the lake, they would have to row with their own hands. As everyone settled into their seats, Liu Pei's gaze fell upon Yang Lin, followed by Xiao Feng'er and the others. Yang Lin, taken aback, wondered, "Why are you all looking at me? Do you expect me to row the boat?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the absurdity of his question. Aside from himself, it seemed Liu Pei was the only one capable of rowing. Although Yun Luoxia was also a martial artist, she was, after all, a woman, Xiao Feng'er's personal maid, and Yang Lin dared not issue commands to her. The other two women were hardly worth considering. Liu Pei needed to conserve his strength for the impending confrontation with Meng Kuo. It would be utterly heartless to exhaust him now. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Lin reluctantly grasped the oars and began to row toward the lake's center. This minor exertion was trivial for him, as his training had long focused on physical prowess. Even without tapping into his full potential, Yang Lin's strength surpassed that of most martial artists. Meanwhile, on the lake's surface, aside from a massive warship, several other vessels were anchored, some quite substantial in size. One ship even bore a dragon flag, a symbol reserved for royalty. Yang Lin could easily surmise that the third prince was aboard that vessel. The others likely belonged to various factions or the court, but such matters held little significance for Yang Lin. What truly mattered was that on the warship, Meng Kuo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the expanse of Huayong Lake from a lofty position, emanating an air of invincibility that seemed to belittle all in his sight, as if he were the monarch of heaven and earth. At this moment, Liu Pei stood at the bow of the boat, wielding a long spear wrapped on his back. As the small boat glided forward, he remained undaunted by Meng Kuo's gaze, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Even as the two locked eyes, an invisible pressure enveloped the entirety of Huayong Lake. The atmosphere charged with an almost palpable tension, akin to the scent of gunpowder ready to ignite. "I am Meng Kuo, the one who suppresses all adversaries in the world." His voice boomed across Huayong Lake like thunder from the heavens, reverberating powerfully. He then swung his sword, cleaving the air, and a towering wave surged from the lake. Rising nearly 20 zhang, its overwhelming force capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the world. This spectacle left Meng Rong, who stood behind Meng Kuo, utterly astounded. He had always viewed Meng Kuo as his idol and an insurmountable target, having never witnessed Meng Kuo's full strength before. He was left in shock despite having mentally prepared for it. The third prince, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. Realizing that the strength of the Wang of Mengyang surpassed his expectations, it seemed he had underestimated his uncle. The scholar patient maintained a faint smile, though his eyes narrowed slightly, astonished by Meng Kuo's prowess. Only Chao Tianyu expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "The Wang of Mengyang has surely increased in strength since we last met." Liu Pei, however, appeared unfazed, still poised at the bow with his spear. His aura intensified, each moment amplifying the overwhelming might of his weapon, casting a palpable dread over all present. Even Meng Kuo cast a glance at Liu Pei, despite his years of seclusion from the martial world. Liu Pei's spear still radiated an undeniable brilliance. Renowned for his spear techniques, Liu Pei had earned the moniker the mysterious gunman in the martial community, dressed in coarse cloth. His spear like thunder, striking swiftly without leaving a trace. Now, the two men stood at an impasse, the air thick with anticipation, the scent of gunpowder lingering heavily between them. "My dear nephew, it seems you have not abandoned your training over these years," Liu Pei remarked. Unafraid to meet Meng Kuo's gaze, Meng Kuo responded with a cold smile. "That sentiment should be directed at you, after years of retreating from the world. I feared your spear might have dulled, rendering this encounter rather dull. I know you have awaited this day for many years. You had the chance to challenge me before. But alas, you chose to hide behind your father like a coward," Liu Pei replied with unwavering composure. "You should count yourself fortunate, had he not been my father. Both of you would have been captured by me, much like the Emperor of Wei." Meng Kuo's voice resonated again. At this, even Xiao Fenger clenched her fists. Before her stood her father's murderer, the embodiment of her family's destruction, a bitter enmity that she felt powerless to avenge. Yun Luoxia gently placed a hand on Xiao Fenger's stiff shoulder, prompting her to draw a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous emotions. This was not the moment for rash actions. One must preserve their strength for future battles, and survival was the priority. As if the fall of the Wei Kingdom were solely your achievement. "My elder brother cannot compete with you in terms of shamelessness," Liu Pei replied nonchalantly. "Is it not true? Was it not under my command that the Wei Kingdom was utterly vanquished? How many masters and troops did I dispatch, only to return empty-handed? It was only when I intervened, a single strike across the heavens, that I severed the fate of the Wei Kingdom. Such credit is rightfully mine," Meng Kuo declared, his voice imbued with an air of invincibility that could not be contested, even with his sword sheathed behind him. "Arrogant." Yang Lin could only think of one word to describe Meng Kuo in that moment. It was overwhelming arrogance. In comparison, he felt utterly insignificant. They often say not to boast, lest one attract lightning, and Yang Lin found himself eager to witness when Meng Kuo would face such a fate, as he flaunted his bravado so shamelessly. Yet, to the eyes of others, Meng Kuo's demeanor was not mere arrogance. It was the manifestation of absolute power, an undeniable force capable of overwhelming all. Chapter 129. A stick of incense, Words are futile. Today, a battle is inevitable between us. My gun has grown restless with anticipation. Liu Pei snorted coldly, and in an instant, the cloth wrapped around his long spear exploded into fragments, sending forth towering columns of water. Surrounding Liu Pei, 9 towering columns of water shot skyward, reaching a height of 20 zhang, seemingly heralding his breakthrough 9 techniques. A sight that could rival the earlier display of Meng Kuo, even surpassing it. Yang Lin observed quietly from the back, his eyes wide with astonishment. For someone at his modest level of qi refinement, this day was truly an eye-opener. Ultimately, his perspective had been too limited. He thought himself prepared. Yet he now realized he had underestimated both Liu Pei and Meng Kuo. The realms of these two had likely transcended his own by a considerable margin, akin to an insurmountable chasm. No need to rush. Suddenly, Meng Kuo spoke, his gaze fixed on Liu Pei, his demeanor consistently calm and unflustered, as though he had long foreseen the outcome and felt no urgency or seriousness. His nonchalance seemed to convey his status as a king, the only non-surnamed king of the Great Xia, embodying its profound legacy. "I shall grant you another stick of incense as time. It appears your gun intent has yet to reach its zenith. In such a state, you stand no chance against me," Meng Kuo remarked coolly, his tone tinged with indifference. Upon hearing this, Liu Pei paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. He recognized Meng Kuo's intent to assist him, even providing him with time. However, Liu Pei did not voice his thoughts, and Meng Kuo continued. "As a condition for granting you time, I propose that Meng Rong and Yang Lin engage in another bout." Upon hearing this, Liu Pei seemed to grasp the implications and was not surprised, while Yang Lin wore a look of astonishment. He certainly had not anticipated that today's contest would involve him. Another match against Meng Rong? This fellow still brooded over his previous defeats? Yet, given Meng Rong's temperament. Having lost to a commoner like himself twice, he must feel quite disgruntled. Especially with Meng Qingqiu whispering in his ear, seeking revenge was certainly a given. Moreover, had Lu Pei not previously stated that his greatest rival in this sect competition was Meng Rong? It seemed this clash was indeed unavoidable. And with the time of a stick of incense, Yang Lin appeared to contemplate something, stroking his chin, his gaze steadily growing resolute. He then exchanged glances with Meng Rong, and sparks of rivalry ignited in their eyes. Let us limit this contest to the duration of a stick of incense. The victor shall be determined by the two of them, Meng Kuo proposed, assuming the role of Meng Rong's elder as he extended the challenge to Lu Pei. Lu Pei felt it both inappropriate and unreasonable to refuse. He turned to Yang Lin, who nodded in affirmation, and Lu Pei thus acquiesced. Very well. Since my disciple has agreed, it would be unbecoming of me to hesitate. Lu Pei laughed heartily, then brandished his long spear, unleashing an unparalleled surge of true energy that cascaded towards the center of the lake, forming a 10-meter-wide ice platform upon the surface. This true energy. Yang Lin felt the overwhelming force and was profoundly stirred. Firstly, Lu Pei's externalized true energy had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, and today he was indeed witnessing something remarkable. Secondly, with Lu Pei possessing such strength, the written examination should be within reach, allowing Yang Lin to momentarily relax. However, before Yang Lin could finish his reflections, Meng Kuo also made his move. With a flourish of his sword, he released his true energy, solidifying another ice surface atop Lu Pei's creation, one that was even larger in area. This seemingly effortless strike demonstrated tremendous power, dousing Yang Lin's previous sense of assurance with a cold splash of reality. Meng Kuo was no ordinary opponent. Truly, he lived up to his title as the king of Meng Yang. It was no wonder he could defeat the Emperor of Wei in a single strike, verily. The rumors were accurate. Observing all this, Meng Rong was the first to speak. Father, I shall proceed. With that, he stepped forward, drawing the heavy sword from his back, his aura surging dramatically until it reached its zenith. At the pinnacle of qi refinement, he stood on the cusp of foundation establishment. Moreover, it seemed Meng Rong had already brushed against the threshold of foundation establishment. With just the right opportunity, he could break through entirely. Truly, he was a prodigy. Achieving such heights at his age, no wonder the king of Meng Yang would promote his son. Given his talent, if provided with time, the next generation's king of Meng Yang would undoubtedly be him. The sage of books, Pei Shun, also expressed his admiration. Brother, do your best. Before departing, Meng Qingqiu encouraged Meng Rong. Initially, she had intended to challenge Yang Lin to a duel herself to settle the score first. However, she was halted by Meng Kuo's gaze. In such a setting, Meng Qingqiu dared not defy her father's wishes and could only obediently step back. Nodding towards Meng Qingqiu, Meng Rong propelled himself from the deck of the warship and crashed onto the icy surface of the lake with a thunderous impact, creating a sizable ice pit. He then raised his heavy sword and thrust it towards Yang Lin, embedding it into the ice with a flourish, his gaze reflecting a hint of provocation. At this moment, Lu Pei turned to Yang Lin and said, I shall take a stick of incense as time to clear away some distractions. I will return shortly. Though his words were vague, Yang Lin understood that Lu Pei intended to eliminate the skilled adversaries lurking around Huayong Lake, as previously planned, while also testing his own spear. These hidden masters posed an obstacle to Xiao Feng'er's escape, just as Lu Pei had anticipated. Go ahead, I will handle things here and buy you some time. Yang Lin nodded. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by Meng Kuo, as well as Lu Pei. Had it been Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxiao engaging in battle, they would likely face opponents far more formidable than Meng Rong, perhaps even that elder beside the third prince. The moment Yang Lin laid eyes on the man claiming to be the sage of books, he sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Moreover, it was said that he was once Lu Pei's adversary, suggesting that even if this man was weaker than Lu Pei, he would not be significantly so. If they were to confront him, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxiao would have little to no hope. Chapter 130. We are peers in this moment of procrastination. The task now rests solely on Yang Lin's shoulders. He mused to himself, then drew forth the iron spear gifted to him by Lu Pei. Although it was crafted from ordinary fine iron, in Yang Lin's hands, it felt as though it were imbued with divine assistance. With a sudden flourish, he hurled the spear towards the center of the lake, and then propelled himself forward, astonishingly catching up with the spear. Standing upon it, he soared through the air, slicing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, he landed firmly on the icy surface. This dramatic entrance eclipsed even that of Meng Rong, attracting considerable attention from the onlookers. Even the third prince narrowed his eyes as he regarded Yang Lin, pondering aloud, who do you think is stronger, this lad or Meng Rong? His inquiry was directed towards the sage of books beside him. The sage smiled enigmatically, refraining from giving a direct answer. Strength can only be determined through combat. However, I believe the Emperor may already have his own conclusions. And I, of course, believe Ming Rong to be the stronger one, the third prince confidently asserted. He has Uncle Ming's guidance since childhood, ensuring his strength is formidable. And he must possess ample hidden cards. The sage, while not disputing this, merely remarked, Liu Pei was once the renowned Ma'i spear master. And Yang Lin is his disciple, trained specifically to join that sect. At these words, the third prince fell silent, seemingly reconsidering his earlier conclusion. As Yang Lin showcased his prowess before the crowd, Yin Luoxia felt no joy, her expression darkening. Is this fool courting death? At such a critical juncture, he ought to conserve some strength. It's all that Master S fault. Earlier, Liu Pei and Ming Kuo had engaged in a display of skill, and Yang Lin had undoubtedly absorbed their techniques, truly, like master, like disciple. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng'er felt an inexplicable tension, her small hands clenching tightly against her chest. She was unaware of Ming Rong's true capabilities, but in her eyes, Yang Lin's strength appeared insufficient. What would happen if he lost? Such uncertainties loomed large. Young man, from our very first encounter, I have held high hopes for you. Your talent is remarkable, and your intellect is sharp. I would like to take you as my disciple. Meng Kuo remarked, his gaze fixed upon Yang Lin, a faint smile gracing his features. In that moment, he seemed less a rival and more a benevolent elder. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of astonishment and confusion. Should he rejoice or mourn? After all, Meng Yang Wang was a figure of great renown. Extending an olive branch to him, who among the cultivators of the Great Xiao would not yearn for such an opportunity? Yet, Yang Lin was Liu Pei's disciple, although unspoken. This fact did not diminish their bond. Moreover, he was aware of his own extraordinary talent and striking appearance. Yet he questioned the necessity of being taken as a disciple now. Were all these eminent figures so capricious? The crux of the matter lay with Liu Pei. If he were to accept Meng Kuo's offer, would Liu Pei not have a heart attack upon his return? Who could bear the thought of risking their life only to find their home pillaged? Seeing Yang Lin silent, Meng Kuo continued, if you agree, I shall show mercy in our upcoming contest, sparing Liu Pei's life. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin no longer hesitated. With a smile, he clasped his hands and replied, I appreciate your intentions, Meng Yang Wang, but if I were to take you as my master, our generational hierarchy might become rather convoluted. Oh? Meng Kuo seemed momentarily taken aback, not quite grasping Yang Lin's meaning. Yang Lin elaborated, I am Liu Pei's disciple, and Liu Pei is a contemporary of your father, the previous Meng Yang Wang. Thus, we are peers. His voice, though soft, resonated across the expanse of Huayang Lake, reaching every ear present. Is this fellow mad? The third prince was taken aback by Yang Lin's words. Why would he invoke such a topic before Meng Kuo and claim parity? Was he courting disaster? Haha, how amusing. I begin to understand why Liu Pei chose you, the sage of books chuckled, offering no further commentary. Beside them, Chao Dinyo's lips twitched in disbelief. Who would have expected Yang Lin to possess such audacity? This rascal. Yun Luoxia realized she had just chastised him. Yang Lin's tongue was like a thorn, leaving anyone who provoked him pricked and wounded. Xiao Feng'er stifled a laugh, finding Yang Lin's boldness amusing. Meanwhile, Meng Rong's expression darkened, his gaze fixed coldly on Yang Lin, the malice within him intensifying. If Yang Lin and Meng Kuo were peers, did that not make him Yang Lin S. Jr.? By this generational reckoning, he would be in the position of a grandson. Meng Qingqiu's face turned a sickly green with fury. Meng Kuo had always been an insurmountable figure in her eyes, a sacred and untouchable goal. The audacity of Yang Lin to place himself on the same level as Meng Kuo was intolerable. Were it not for Meng Kuo's presence, she might have already acted against him. Yet Meng Kuo regarded Yang Lin with a deep, contemplative look. After a moment of silence, he chuckled. Good lad. It seems you have made up your mind. I apologize. I prefer to be the elder, and thus, there is no need for this disciple business. Let things unfold as they will. I trust old Liu can handle it, despite his age. Yang Lin maintained a facade of respect, but his words bore no trace of deference, engaging Meng Kuo as if they were equals, perfectly embodying the audacity of his earlier declarations. Very well, Meng Kuo declared thrice, affirming Yang Lin's refusal. He then resumed his earlier demeanor of cold detachment, regarding all with disdain. Let us commence. This was, of course, a signal for the contest between Yang Lin and Meng Rong to begin. At this moment, Meng Rong was already seething with rage, his pent-up fury impossible to contain. With a swift motion, he drew the heavy sword embedded in the ice, the resulting gust cleaving a fissure in the ground. Please. The heavy sword pointed directly at Yang Lin, fury igniting in Meng Rong's eyes. He was determined to reclaim every ounce of humiliation he had suffered. He would prove to all that he was superior to Yang Lin. He would only be stronger. Chapter 131. Relentless retreat. Before him stood a once defeated foe. And although Yang Lin maintained a fa of ease, he dared not let his guard down as he brandished the black iron spear. In his previous victories, it seemed he had employed some cunning, and Meng Rong had likely not exerted his full power. Particularly in their first encounter, it could be considered a fair duel. Meng Rong had claimed to have used merely 60% of his strength. If he were to unleash his full potential, he would undoubtedly be formidable. At this moment, Yang Lin's gaze sharpened, and he slowly uttered a phrase. No sooner had the words left his lips than Meng Rong launched an attack. With a resounding thud, a footprint was imprinted upon the icy surface as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, wielding his heavy sword with the intent to cleave Yang Lin. Meng Rong's martial arts were characterized by their dominance and immense power. Each strike was executed with grandiosity and lethal force. Under Meng Kuo's tutelage for so long, Meng Rong had also endeavored to temper his previously sluggish speed. It became evident from the outset that Meng Rong's newfound speed surpassed the typical capabilities of his current level. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Yang Lin, his heavy sword crashing down upon him. The gust of wind generated by the strike caused Yang Lin to slightly alter his expression. Indeed, Meng Rong, when fully committed, was no mere adversary. The speed and strength behind that blade, if it were to connect, would surely cleave him in two. Yang Lin, however, was not foolish enough to test the blade with his flesh. With a swift motion, he activated the phantom shadow step, lightly tapping the ground. Despite the weight of the spear in his hands, he moved with grace, narrowly evading the initial strike. With a thunderous crash, the heavy sword missed its target and struck the ice, leaving a deep gouge in its wake. Meng Rong did not relent. Following his missed strike, he launched another assault. This time, his speed seemed to increase further, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at Yang Lin's vital points. The two engaged in a relentless chase. Meng Rong's speed escalated with each passing moment, and he showed no mercy with every swing of his sword. In contrast, Yang Lin found himself retreating under the onslaught. His movements graceful yet perilously close to danger. After a string of over 10 exchanges, it appeared that Yang Lin had been thoroughly subdued, devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. Humph, look at you, underestimating my brother. Now you see how formidable he truly is. If this continues, your defeat will only grow more catastrophic. Meng Qingxiu remarked softly, a hint of pride in her tone. However, Meng Kuo, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unconvinced by her assertion. The third prince observed the contest with disappointment. He had anticipated that Yang Lin would at least hold his ground against Meng Rong, and though he might ultimately lose, it would not be to such a degree. Yet, it seemed all hope was lost. Meng Rong's momentum had surged, and with his heavy sword in hand, he would only become stronger as the battle progressed. Yang Lin appeared destined for a dismal defeat. Your Highness, at that moment, the scholar saint interjected. Observe Yang Lin, though he narrowly avoids each strike. Have you noticed that Meng Rong's sword never truly threatens him? Not even a tear in his garments. This remark caught the third prince's attention, and upon closer inspection, a look of surprise crossed his face. Are you suggesting that Yang Lin has been concealing his true strength? No, he is merely stalling for time. Perhaps to assist Liu Pei? The scholar saint offered no further comment, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if everything were understood without words. Meanwhile, Yun Luoxia grew increasingly anxious, watching Yang Lin endure a barrage of attacks. She inwardly chastised, what on earth is he trying to accomplish with his abilities? This should not be the case. Besides, he has been training with Liu Pei. He must have grasped that stunning spear technique by now. Even if he cannot win, he should not be retreating so completely. Amidst her confusion and concern, Yun Luoxia felt helpless, merely observing from the sidelines. Xiaojia, if it comes to it, we should intervene to save young Master Yang, Xiao Feng'er whispered, equally tense. Remaining passive might allow them to stay unscathed, but intervening would expose them to the crowd, the consequences of which could be dire. For this dangerous endeavor, Yun Luoxia did not reject Xiao Feng'er's suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly nodded. She understood that even if she declined now, Xiao Feng'er would not stand idly by, and it would be wiser for them to face the situation together. It was all Yang Lin's fault. He trained so diligently, appearing to be so ambitious, yet faltered at the crucial moment. If Xiao Feng'er were to come to harm because of this, Yun Luoxia would never forgive Yang Lin in her lifetime. At this juncture, the battle had already progressed through dozens of exchanges. Yang Lin and Meng Rong circled one another on the platform, yet no victor had emerged. Yang Lin, though seemingly beleaguered, for no wounds, while Meng Rong appeared to be panting, his heavy sword still quick, yet showing signs of fatigue compared to the beginning. With a resounding clash, Yang Lin raised his spear and forcefully blocked Meng Rong's sword, which had come at an acute angle. The impact reverberated through his hands, sending a powerful force that pushed Meng Rong back. Surprised, Meng Rong regarded Yang Lin with newfound respect. There was something peculiar about the strength behind that strike. Even at a distance, he could still hear his sword humming, a slight tingling in his grip. This fellow, Ming Rong seemed to grasp the situation. After all this time, Yang Lin had been holding back his strength. The first time we fought at the Yongxing Escort Bureau, you only utilized 60% of your strength. Did you not? Yang Lin inquired, his spear tilted in a challenging manner. At that time, I had a task to attend to. So I could not fully engage with Brother Yang, Ming Rong replied, nodding, a hint of gravity in his expression as he sensed a shift in Yang Lin's aura. And the second time, here at Huayang Lake, I defeated you and your sister with 1-2. Do you acknowledge this event? Yang Lin pressed further. This time, however, Ming Rong fell silent, his countenance growing increasingly grim. How could he concede? In his eyes, Yang Lin's previous victory had been achieved through underhanded tactics, lacking any honorable merit. Moreover, Ming Qingxiu had consistently claimed that she would not lose to Yang Lin, and the words had taken root in his mind. It seems that you royals are not as perceptive as this low-born commoner, Yang Lin remarked with a faint smile, an air of enlightenment evident in his gaze. Chapter 132. The first move of breaking the sky. As the words fell, Yang Lin's long spear struck the icy surface with a resounding clang, while he fixed his gaze upon Ming Rong across from him. At that moment, Ming Rong felt a sudden jolt of alarm, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart. He could distinctly sense that Yang Lin before him seemed to possess an added intensity compared to earlier. You've been attacking me for quite a while. You must be weary. It's now my turn to strike, Yang Lin declared. Upon hearing this, Ming Rong's pupils dilated in shock, and in response to his astonishment, his heavy sword was already crossed defensively over his chest. A powerful sense of suffocation enveloped him, leaving him unable to associate this feeling with Yang Lin. After all, he had been relentlessly pursuing Yang Lin until he had rendered him defenseless. Now, the tides of battle had shifted, and Ming Rong found it difficult to accept this new reality. In the next instant, Yang Lin assumed a bow stance, raising his iron spear to gather strength, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. With a swift whoosh, Yang Lin's body propelled forward like a cannonball, moving with such speed that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. The first move of breaking the sky. During their initial contest, Yang Lin had exerted all his strength, yet Ming Rong had only used 60% of his power and still fell to defeat. Faced with Ming Rong's full might this time, Yang Lin understood the necessity of unleashing his utmost capabilities right from the outset. Moreover, the incense stick's time limit he had been striving for had finally elapsed. He had merely been stalling while Ming Rong relentlessly pursued him. To his surprise, Ming Rong had assumed that this was Yang Lin's true strength, revealing a certain naivety in his character. As Yang Lin's spear thrust forward, even Ming Qua, who stood on the warship, furrowed his brow, sighing as if he had already foreseen the outcome. At this moment, Ming Rong could barely keep pace with Yang Lin. Relying solely on instinct to defend passively, he crossed his heavy sword, enveloping himself in a protective aura of true energy. With a resounding clash of metal, Yang Lin's spear collided forcefully with the heavy sword, and Ming Rong's body was visibly propelled backward. To his astonishment, the heavy sword in his grasp exhibited visible cracks. With a sharp crack, it was pierced through by Yang Lin's iron spear, shattering into 2 pieces before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. At this instant, Ming Qingxiu gasped in disbelief. The power of Yang Lin's thrust was such that even if Ming Rong had summoned all his true energy to resist, he would have been unable to withstand it, inevitably being pierced through. The astonished third prince stared incredulously at Yang Lin, realizing that the one who had been on the receiving end of blows had, in an instant, turned the tides of battle with just this singular move. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Lin, who had been playing the part of a fool while hiding his true capabilities. Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia sighed in relief upon witnessing the scene. They had initially wondered how much Yang Lin had truly progressed through his training, but it now appeared that he had been concealing his strength all along. Yang Lin himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his spear would possess such formidable lethality, capable of shattering such a weighty weapon. This was Ming Rong's weapon, undoubtedly forged from high-grade materials. Its strength beyond question. Was it that he was too powerful, or was Ming Rong simply too weak? For a fleeting moment, Yang Lin felt a sense of confusion. Yet he refrained from pursuing the kill, halting the spear mere inches from Ming Rong's chest. Ultimately, Yang Lin chose to withdraw. Although life and death were often disregarded in contests, the possibility of excessive force leading to fatality lingered. Even if Ming Rong were to perish by his hand, Meng Qua, as the king of Ming Yang, would not dare to voice any grievances. After all, numerous influential figures were present, including dignitaries from the Great Xia, as well as chivalrous heroes from the martial world. As long as Meng Qua valued his own reputation, he would not seek retribution against Yang Lin. However, at this moment, Yang Lin sought to avoid further entanglements. He was already overwhelmed as it was. Moreover, Lu Pei likely did not desire him to exert excessive force. After all, he had only instructed him to delay for a brief moment. You've lost. Do you wish to continue fighting? Yang Lin inquired, raising the spear towards Ming Rong. In light of this outcome, Yang Lin reflected for a moment. He had simply assumed that Meng Rong was concealing his strength, and thus, when unleashing his full potential, he expected a formidable response. Yet, he had neglected to acknowledge his own rapid advancement during this time. From the blood of the Millennium Snow Dragon to Xiao Feng'er's body refinement, and Liu Pei's spear techniques, each of these factors combined had transformed Yang Lin into a far more formidable contender than the novice he had once been. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he had nearly delivered a fatal blow to Meng Rong right from the start. This outcome seemed almost inevitable. It appeared that Meng Rong's own progress had been minimal, indicating that talent played a crucial role in cultivation. Yang Lin mused upon this. Meanwhile, Meng Rong's expression was a tumult of colors, reflecting his turmoil and reluctance to accept defeat. However, the undeniable truth lay before him, even if he wished to argue. The opportunity had slipped away. The onlookers from the previous encounters had been few, if not non-existent, allowing Meng Rong to harbor hopes that he had merely held back, thus avoiding a true defeat. But today, the spectators were keenly observant, witnessing Meng Rong's desperate struggle against Yang Lin, only to see him utterly vanquished despite his efforts. Despite unleashing numerous attacks and granting Yang Lin ample opportunities, he had been unable to seize a decisive victory. In contrast, Yang Lin had consistently evaded his assaults, ultimately delivering a single strike that led to his downfall, even reducing Meng Rong's heavy sword to rubble beneath his spear. This alone spoke volumes. In comparison, Meng Rong felt that his previous advantages were nothing but a farce, laughably insignificant. Impossible. How could my brother lose? How could he be defeated by him? How could he lose to this guy Meng Qingxiu in disbelief? Struggled to accept the reality before him as he watched Meng Rong being held at spear point by Yang Lin, witnessing the conclusion of the duel. A loss is a loss, Meng Qi stated coldly. Even if Meng Rong refused to acknowledge it, with Meng Qi's words, he had no choice but to concede defeat. At this moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, as if the outcome of this duel had caught everyone off guard. Unexpected and astonishing Chapter 133. A single move leads to defeat. Thank you, King Mengyang. Yang Lin swiftly retracted the long spear in his hand, offering a respectful nod to Meng Qi on the warship before turning to acknowledge Meng Rong with a subtle gesture, then retreating back to the small boat. At this moment, Meng Rong stood frozen in place, clutching the broken sword, seemingly still dazed by the recent defeat. Haha, indeed, my disciple has the upper hand. Your son still has much to learn. A hearty laughter echoed across the sky as Liu Pei finally arrived. He, like Yang Lin, wielded a long spear, soaring gracefully from afar and landing steadily on the small boat. Upon meeting Yang Lin's inquiring gaze, Liu Pei slowly nodded, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He was relieved that he had not misjudged Yang Lin. This young man had avenged him. In contrast, Meng Qi, devoid of any chance for rebuttal, could only command with a stern expression, "Come back." This was directed at Meng Rong, who could only clutch his broken sword and return to the warship, his head bowed. Lacking the courage to meet Meng Qi's gaze, he understood his father's disappointment in his performance today. Beside him, Meng Qingxiu's eyes were fixed on Yang Lin, brimming with a desire to leap forth and tear him apart. "Father," she began, taking a step forward to address Meng Qi. However, before she could finish, Meng Qi interrupted her sharply. "Silence. Do you not realize how embarrassing this is?" Meng Qi was well aware of Meng Qingxiu's intentions. She merely sought to redeem Meng Rong by challenging Yang Lin to a duel. Under normal circumstances, he might have allowed it. But today's main event was his duel with Liu Pei, and the bout between Meng Rong and Yang Lin was merely a precursor. Meng Rong had consistently asserted his superiority over Yang Lin, claiming he would seize the opportunity to reclaim everything he had lost. Yet, what was the reality now? Meng Rong had confidently entered the fray, only to experience a crushing defeat, turning the tables unexpectedly. Yang Lin, with minimal effort, had triumphed with a final blow, leaving Meng Rong not only defeated but utterly humiliated. Now, the disparity in strength between Meng Rong and Yang Lin was glaringly apparent, a chasm far beyond mere perception. Even if granted another chance, nay, 100 or 1,000 chances, Yang Lin would likely emerge victorious again. Meng Rong's loss was evident. Yet Meng Qingxiu still contemplated confronting Yang Lin for retribution. What did this signify? To outsiders, it appeared as if the Ming family could not bear to accept defeat. When one possesses absolute strength, they may act with arrogance, indifferent to the opinions of others. However, on this warship, only Meng Qi could afford such arrogance. Meng Rong and Meng Qingxiu were still too young. Even if one were to concede, Meng Qi believed that Meng Qingxiu, stepping up, would likely not best Yang Lin in his current form. This was not an attempt to dampen her spirits but rather a reflection of the truth. His focus needed to remain on the impending duel with Liu Pei. He did not wish to be distracted by other troubles. Having completed these thoughts, Meng Qi took a slow step forward, causing a column of water to erupt from the surface of Huayong Lake, perfectly supporting his foot. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gracefully stepped onto the water column, advancing toward the icy platform, landing steadily moments later. Such a display of prowess elicited gasps of awe from the onlookers. It is our turn now, with his sword slung over his back. Mengqua's gaze settled on Liu Pei. Liu Pei responded with a subtle smile, lightly springing from the small boat to the icy platform. The time for confrontation was at hand, and there was no escaping it. What was inevitable must be faced head-on. It is easy to boast, but to defeat me is no simple task. Mengqua regarded Liu Pei with a calm demeanor, his voice measured, as if he already envisioned the outcome. Liu Pei, however, was unfazed, replying lightly, "Even if I were to lose today, we would be even, for the score stands at 1-0. And my disciple appears to surpass your son significantly." Though Liu Pei had anticipated Yang Lin's victory over Meng Rong, the actual outcome uplifted his spirits beyond expectation. With so many spectators witnessing Meng Rong's dismal defeat, it surely struck a blow to Mengqua's pride, yet his composure was impressive, earning Meng Rong's newfound respect. In Meng Rong's understanding, Mengqua placed great importance on victory and defeat, striving for invincibility for himself and his offspring. Yet the current reality contradicted Mengqua's expectations, as he displayed no signs of fury or distress, seemingly unaffected by the situation. As anticipated, I had faith in Yang Lin from the outset. Your disciple truly possesses remarkable potential. Mengqua's words were sincere, otherwise, he would not have sought to take Yang Lin as his apprentice. He had also foreseen Yang Lin's refusal. Had he agreed, it would have disappointed Mengqua. For those who could turn traitor in a moment of crisis would have limited future achievements, a trait Mengqua despised. Let us dispense with idle chatter. My spear is honed and ready. Liu Pei brandished his weapon, the long spear gleaming silver under the sun, its fierce energy poised to erupt toward Mengqua. With a cold snort, Mengqua responded in kind, wielding his sword with a fierce intent. The two energies clashed, igniting sparks in the void. Draw your sword. As their eyes met, the battle commenced in an instant. Mengqua commanded, "Draw your sword." And with that, his long sword was unleashed, vanishing from sight in the next moment. Liu Pei smirked coldly, his spear in motion, mirroring Mengqua's speed. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, colliding in the air. Each clash reverberated with explosive sounds, and the once pristine, icy platform soon bore the scars of their fierce engagement, reduced to rubble. Was this what it meant to witness a clash between top-tier warriors? Though the details remained invisible, only the fleeting lights of their movements were discernible. Yang Lin remained transfixed, seemingly perceiving the exhilarating duel not through sight but through the depths of his heart. Chapter 134. Liu Pei's defeat. The expressions of the onlookers varied greatly. Even Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia struggled to keep pace with the two combatants, anxiously awaiting the conclusion from the deck of the ship. The third prince wore a frown. Despite his formidable strength, he could not discern the intricate details of their battle, as the sheer power and speed of such elite fighters were beyond his comprehension. Conversely, the sage of books observed with keen interest, his previously indifferent demeanor replaced by a hint of gravity, suggesting that he was taken aback by the prowess displayed by both warriors. Meng Rong and Ming Qingxia were equally perplexed by the unfolding events, yet they awaited the outcome with bated breath. In their eyes, Mengqua was destined to triumph. There was no conceivable way he could lose. As the only noble of a different surname in the Great Xia, Mengqua had earned his title through sheer determination and strength. While he was not solely responsible for his rise, as the current Wang of Mengyang, his abilities were beyond reproach. With Meng Rong already defeated, the prospect of Mengqua faltering would deal a devastating blow to their family, an outcome they dared not contemplate. In a flash, Mengqua and Liu Pei clashed repeatedly, their forms a blur of motion until they collided once more, ricocheting apart with a sharp sound. At that moment, the spectators finally caught a glimpse of their visages. Liu Pei stood atop the icy surface, his spear plunged deep into the frost, serving as a support for his weary body. A long, deep gash ran from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, a visible testament to his grave injuries, the pallor of his face betraying the loss of vitality. As he spat a mouthful of blood, it stained the clear ice beneath him. His gaze, filled with disbelief, turned towards Mengqua, a mix of astonishment and confusion evident in his expression. In stark contrast, Mengqua also bore numerous wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, unlike Liu Pei, he lacked any life-threatening injuries. As he too coughed up blood, his complexion gradually turned pale, yet his eyes remained sharp, coldly fixed on Liu Pei. With a swift motion, Mengqua drove his sword into the ice, kneeling on one knee, seemingly struggling to maintain his composure. Observing their conditions, it appeared both had emerged from their encounter worse for wear, each suffering significant damage. Yet, Liu Pei understood the reality of the situation all too well. Though their skirmish had been brief, they had exchanged blows more than 50 times. With each encounter, Liu Pei realized that his strength paled in comparison to Mengqua's. Meng Quo's attacks were not only fierce, but also cunning, each strike landing precisely where Liu Pei could not reach. The wound on his chest was a direct result of Meng Quo's skill. Throughout the confrontation, Liu Pei had been consistently on the defensive, hardly finding an opportunity to retaliate. Even the most formidable techniques seemed ineffective against Meng Quo's relentless assault. To Liu Pei, Meng Quo was a monstrous force, utterly overpowering him. However, in the final exchange, Meng Quo unexpectedly held back, for had he not, the injuries Liu Pei sustained would have been far more severe. In fact, as he departed, Meng Quo had even patted himself down, a gesture that suggested he had intentionally allowed some injury to occur. Struggling to rise, Meng Quo wiped the blood from his sword and slowly raised it, pointing it at Liu Pei. Your strength is commendable, but it was I who gained the upper hand. It seems you are running low on energy now. I wonder if you can withstand what is to come. Meng Quo's voice carried a hint of condescension, though his pale countenance revealed a trace of exhaustion. At that moment, Liu Pei seemed to grasp Meng Quo's intentions. He was now committed to the fight. With no retreat possible, not only was he unable to best Meng Quo, but he was also obliged to follow the script laid out before him by Meng Quo. Little did he know, despite his meticulous preparations, he had overlooked a fundamental flaw. No matter how fiercely he fought, he could not surpass Meng Quo. The disparity in their strengths had far exceeded Liu Pei's expectations. It appeared that the Mai spearman was destined for defeat. The sage of books furrowed his brow. While the outcome was somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. In his view, although Liu Pei was strong, Meng Quo was equally formidable, and crucially, he was significantly younger. While cultivators could extend their lifespans, they could not escape the laws of age, especially when competing within the same realm. Furthermore, Meng Quo's ascent to the position of Wang of Mengyang suggested that his abilities were far more complex than they appeared. He likely had additional trump cards yet to be revealed. Liu Pei's impending loss was not unwarranted. Given the current circumstances, even if Meng Quo emerged victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, aligning with their anticipated outcomes. As Liu Pei faced inevitable defeat, the gaze of various factions around Huiyang Lake turned towards Yang Lin. However, their interest lay not in him, but rather in Xiao Fenger and Yun Luoxia, who were now wholly reliant on Liu Pei. With Liu Pei's imminent failure, their fate seemed bleak, and escape from Pingyang City appeared impossible. The third prince's eyes narrowed as he glanced first at Xiao Fenger, then shifted his focus to Yang Lin. This audacious individual had dared to threaten him with treason, compelling him to submit. The third prince had never encountered such insolence. He vowed to exact revenge, already contemplating ways to torment Yang Lin. Meanwhile, on the warship, Meng Rong finally exhaled, though his expression remained sour. Even if Meng Quo triumphed, it did not absolve him from his defeat by Yang Lin. In that contest, he was unequivocally the loser. He had come to terms with this outcome, for he was not one to shy away from failure. Beside him, Meng Qingxia was filled with excitement, her heart racing with anxiety for the outcome. I knew father would emerge victorious. He is invincible and cannot be bested by anyone. Everything seemed to be unfolding in an increasingly unfavorable direction. Chapter 135. A temporary ceasefire. Yang Lin furrowed his brow as he surveyed the situation in the arena. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that they were at a significant disadvantage. The duel between Liu Pei and Meng Quo was pivotal for the trajectory of events to follow. Yet both combatants were wounded, with Liu Pei evidently suffering the more severe injuries. Yun Luoxia and Xiao Fenger also wore expressions of concern, as if they had already mentally prepared themselves for a fierce confrontation ahead. At that moment, Yang Lin suddenly heard a familiar voice echoing in his mind, which brought a semblance of relief to his expression. He stepped forward slowly, leaving Yun Luoxia and Xiao Fenger momentarily stunned. What could Yang Lin possibly do at such a precarious time? They could only watch Liu Pei continue the duel to see who would ultimately prevail. The outcome seemed increasingly apparent. Perhaps Liu Pei could minimize Meng Quo's combat effectiveness, which would be a small consolation for them. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Lin boldly declared, even channeling his energy so that Meng Quo could hear him clearly from afar. Prince Mingyang, I propose we pause this battle for a moment. With his words, Yang Lin instantly became the center of attention, drawing the gazes of all present. Yet, the expressions directed at him were laced with mockery and disdain. This was a battle beyond his involvement. He should withdraw promptly. Liu Pei frowned at Yang Lin's audacity and said in a low voice, You know this is not a fight you can meddle in. Withdraw at once. He understood Yang Lin's penchant for clever tricks, but such tactics were futile against overwhelming power. Meng Quo's strength far surpassed Liu Pei's expectations, diverging entirely from his assumptions. The narrative had shifted to align with Meng Quo's will, leaving Liu Pei with no recourse. Even if Meng Quo sought his life, Liu Pei could only comply, for his sole desire was to ensure Yang Lin and Xiao Fenger could escape. That singular thought consumed him. Now, with Yang Lin stepping forward and becoming a target for ridicule, even if the third prince wished to spare him, It would be an arduous task. This predicament was self-inflicted. Wasn't Yang Lin typically clever? He often boasted that even if he faced demise, he would survive to the end. Yet now, he was choosing to accompany them to their graves? Lu Pei struggled against the urge to chastise Yang Lin. But he could only watch as Yang Lin foolishly placed himself in jeopardy. Meng Qi cast a cold glance at Yang Lin and spoke icily. Do not assume that your weakness deters me from taking action. This duel concerns only Lu Pei and me. Should you insist on interfering, I shall show no mercy. Meng Qi's words rang true. To intrude at such a critical juncture could indeed lead to Yang Lin's demise, and no one would rise to defend him. Do you believe this duel pertains solely to you and him? It now affects everyone present, Yang Lin asserted, turning to Lu Pei with earnest conviction. The certainty in his gaze made even Lu Pei hesitate momentarily. Could it be that this young man possessed a hidden advantage, capable of devising a plan with his limited strength? Without further addressing Lu Pei, Yang Lin turned to Meng Qi, wearing a faint smile as he continued. Rather than viewing this as a mere duel, it is more akin to a grand chessboard at Huayang Lake. Meng Qi paused, intrigued, observing Yang Lin with a smirk. Awaiting his elaboration, Yang Lin continued, moreover, the players in this game extend beyond just the two of us. And even the pieces on this board are far more numerous than what is visibly apparent. His words hinted at deeper implications, suggesting that other entities might be concealed within the surroundings. However, Lu Pei was the first to dismiss this notion. He had meticulously scoured Huayang Lake, eliminating all hidden adversaries. To ensure absolute safety, he had even circled the area thrice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned so late. What do you mean by that? Meng Qi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yang Lin. If others were indeed hidden, Meng Qi's acute senses would have detected them. Yet, Yang Lin's unwavering confidence compelled Meng Qi to consider the possibility. For in his experience, Yang Lin was not one to make unfounded claims. His boldness must be founded upon some form of assurance. If Prince Meng Yang is in no hurry, I suggest you wait a moment. The answers you seek shall soon reveal themselves, Yang Lin replied with a mysterious smile, deliberately withholding further details. Surprisingly, Meng Qi did not reject Yang Lin's proposal. Instead, he sheathed his sword, seemingly willing to listen. Meng Qi exchanged glances with Lu Pei, who, despite his reluctance, also withdrew his weapon, recognizing the need to acquiesce to Meng Qi's decision. For Lu Pei, this temporary cessation of hostilities represented an optimal opportunity to recuperate and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Though he remained uncertain of Yang Lin's intentions, he felt compelled to trust his lead, eager to discern what hidden schemes lay beneath Yang Lin's enigmatic demeanor. Little did Yang Lin realize that, despite being the weakest among them, he was now orchestrating the entire scene, earning the respect and astonishment of those around him. His brilliance seemed to overshadow the others, even causing Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er to marvel at how he had managed to sway the opinions of those present. The most straightforward resolution would have been for Meng Qi to eliminate Lu Pei, leaving the aftermath detrimental to their side. Yet, Yang Lin's ability to persuade Meng Qi to temporarily halt the conflict was astonishing. His gaze then shifted toward the figure of the scholar patient on the lake's surface. Upon feeling Yang Lin's gaze, Scholar Patient looked puzzled and inquired, "What is it, young friend? How may I assist you?" Scholar Patient, "Might I implore you to withdraw 300 miles?" Yang Lin boldly suggested, astonishing everyone, including Lu Pei, with his audacity. It was evident that Pei Shun could effortlessly seize Xiao Feng'er, as his mission was to escort her back to the court. Before Pei Shun could respond, the third prince had already burst into laughter. Chapter 136. The chess game. Have you lost your mind? Why should we retreat now? Once Lu Pei is defeated, you will all be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. The third prince smiled coldly, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he looked at Yang Lin. Oh, it seems His Highness the third prince has forgotten our previous conversation. Do you believe that capturing us today will render my words ineffective? Yang Lin smiled, effectively silencing the third prince's impending retort. Indeed, even if Yang Lin were to perish here, and both Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia were taken back to the court, the treason he envisioned would still hold significance for the third prince. This threat remained potent, causing the third prince to grit his teeth and glare at Yang Lin, ultimately deciding to keep his mouth shut. With that, the Sage of Letters, sporting a smile, spoke. "Young friend, this request seems rather unreasonable. Patient. His message has been conveyed quite clearly. Retreat is out of the question." However, Yang Lin appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He continued, "Sage of Letters, are you not curious about the future course of this chess game? Do you think all the visible pieces have already made their appearances?" Continuing with this line of insinuation, the Sage of Letters remained calm and composed, a smile gracing his lips. Yang Lin's rhetoric might intimidate Meng Qi, but it would not necessarily have the same effect on him. Yet, Yang Lin pressed on. "Moreover, are we not already lambs awaiting slaughter? What difference does a brief delay make? The critical point is that Wang Mingyang has temporarily ceased hostilities. Do you believe you can swiftly eliminate Liu Pei and seize his opponent? Yang Lin chuckled, shifting the focus onto Wang Mingyang. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang shot a glance at Pei Shun, who was taken aback. This crafty Yang Lin truly knew how to divert trouble. Naturally, I dare not compete for Wang Mingyang's opponent, Pei Shun thought, eager to express his position. He was on a mission, and although the third prince was ostensibly in charge, he was, in fact, the one tasked with fulfilling that mission, so no mistakes could occur. Yet, retreating 300 miles was something he could not agree to. I can choose not to act. However, if action is to be taken, how about waiting for 300 miles? Pei Shun spoke, providing only verbal consent. But that was sufficient for Yang Lin. What he sought was merely a stance from the other party. The third prince could only snort in response, with Pei Shun's agreement. He had no choice but to watch helplessly, unable to alter the situation. His vulnerabilities were firmly grasped in Yang Lin's hands, preventing any significant upheaval. Yang Lin's gaze shifted back to him, causing the third prince to feel a chill down his spine. What more did this fellow want? Your Highness, since the Sage of Letters does not intend to leave, why not withdraw 300 miles now? This statement, seemingly casual, carried a hint of command that was perceptible to discerning ears. You, the third prince, infuriated, was about to retort when Yang Lin interrupted him. Are you truly planning to stay and assist us in besieging Wang Mingyang? Yang Lin scoffed. Since the Sage of Letters will not act against them, Yang Lin's sole target was now Wang Mingyang. With the third prince's vulnerabilities still in Yang Lin's grasp, he had no choice but to comply with Yang Lin's words. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi turned his gaze back to the third prince, who felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite his status being the highest here, he found himself being the first to be dismissed from the scene. Reluctantly, the third prince gritted his teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Yang Lin before turning to leave with Chao Tianyu. However, to ensure a timely retreat, the third prince would not venture too far. As Yang Lin suggested, withdrawing 300 miles would suffice, allowing him to return at the first sign of trouble. Once these individuals departed, Huiyang Lei fell into a brief silence. A masterstroke indeed. The third prince has been thoroughly cornered by you. Meng Qingxiu scoffed, clearly looking down upon Yang Lin's underhanded tactics. Oh, as long as one achieves their objectives, it is a clever strategy. Yang Lin responded with a subtle smile, narrowing his eyes slightly. Humph, what of it? Ultimately, these are merely despicable tricks, effective only against those with vulnerabilities. Meng Qingxiu again snorted, clearly filled with disdain for Yang Lin. Yet, when Meng Qi noticed the change in Yang Lin's expression, an ominous premonition surged within him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Yang Lin then spoke, a hint of mirth in his tone. So, Miss Meng, you should have no fear of such tactics? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingxiu confidently replied, Fear not. Such lowly methods will crumble before my fists. As she spoke, she confidently brandished her small, delicate fist at Yang Lin, displaying her bravado. However, this action caused Meng Qi's expression to drastically change as he coldly commanded, Qingxiu, return at once. Almost instantly, Meng Qi, Liu Pei, and the others recognized the red long dress beneath which lay the dragon robe, its golden hue far too conspicuous. Even a slight glimpse was enough for them to identify it immediately. Even Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxiao noticed it, though the reactions of others remained unknown. Startled by this sudden command, Meng Qingxiu was not foolish. She quickly sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated to the cabin. How could this be? Why am I wearing this garment? Meng Qingxiu clearly remembered never donning it, nor did she possess such attire. Even Meng Rong beside her had not noticed when his sister had acquired this additional clothing. At that moment, when Meng Qi turned back to Yang Lin, he regarded him with newfound respect. You are impressive, worthy of my recognition. Meng Qi spoke calmly. Unexpectedly, the charge of treason that had been directed at the third prince was now being repurposed against his own daughter. Furthermore, all of this was executed so quietly that it evaded Meng Qi's perception. Setting aside how Yang Lin accomplished this, he had already surpassed Meng Rong by a significant margin. At this moment, Meng Qi felt a genuine admiration for Yang Lin. Even Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxiao were astonished, recognizing that Meng Qingxiu's outfit was precisely the one prepared for the third prince. Chapter 137. The chess player is also a piece. Wasn't this imperial robe originally prepared for the third prince? How did it end up on Meng Qingxiu? The two of them were utterly puzzled. Perhaps only Yang Lin knew the reason. Meng Qingxiu certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to don the robe herself, implying that someone was covertly assisting her. The individual capable of donning this attire right before Meng Qingxiu and Meng Qi, undetected, must possess formidable strength. The one orchestrating all of this was undoubtedly Gu Qingwei, who had departed earlier. The voice that had echoed in Yang Lin's mind belonged to Gu Qingwei, utilizing the Heavenly Sect's long-distance sound transmission technique. It was precisely because of Gu Qingyue's covert support that Yang Lin could confidently step forward. He could not simply stand by and watch Liu Pei perish here. Now, with an additional ally, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, to think that such a tactic could compel me to retreat, is that not a touch naive? Seeing through Yang Lin's ploy, Meng Kuo spoke calmly. Although the crime of treason is a grave one, Meng Kuo is not a blood relative of the great Xia Emperor. He maintains his position as a foreign prince through his own strength. Thus, even if the Emperor harbors suspicions, it is not of great concern to him. Yang Lin continued. Indeed, but has Prince Ming Yang considered that you have already overshadowed the Emperor? The true master of the great Xia, can he simply overlook your rising power? An old saying goes, a cup of wine can dissolve military power, but I find it hard to believe that Prince Ming Yang harbors such intentions. Upon hearing this, Meng Kuo furrowed his brow. He had long sensed the Emperor's wariness towards him. Despite appearing amiable on the surface, the Emperor was likely wary of him. At critical moments, Meng Kuo could not fail to notice the precautions taken against him. To put it bluntly, he was probably already a thorn in the Emperor's side. Should an opportunity arise to weaken him, the Emperor would undoubtedly seize it. Prince Ming Yang, the Emperor has dispatched you to Huayang Lake to capture the Phoenix Princess. It appears to be an expression of importance towards her, but have you considered that in this situation, you are both a player and a piece? Is it possible that this is a trap designed specifically for you? Yang Lin's words were startling. The others were taken aback, and Meng Kuo fell into deep contemplation. If what Yang Lin suggested were to come to fruition, it would be terrifying for everyone present, especially for Meng Kuo. The shift from dominance to passivity could occur in an instant. Even Liu Pei had fallen silent, no longer attempting to interrupt Yang Lin. This is merely your wishful thinking, a figment of your imagination. I am steadfastly loyal to His Majesty, who has always trusted his allies without suspicion. Since I have been assigned to this task, he would naturally not sabotage me from within. Meng Kuo spoke after a moment of contemplation, attempting to counter Yang Lin's assertions. Nevertheless, his tone was noticeably less assertive than before, revealing lingering doubts. Yang Lin smiled, evidently having grasped the nuances of the situation. Indeed, given Prince Ming Yang's current strength, the Emperor would not overtly confront you. After all, should a conflict arise, you could potentially destabilize the foundations of the Great Xia. If I were in your position, I would ensure that those sent to deal with you had no ties to my own faction, ideally selecting some of your enemies. Thus, I could reap the benefits of their conflict without direct involvement. Upon hearing this, Meng Kuo cast a penetrating gaze at Yang Lin. He had already begun to suspect this. And Yang Lin's words seemed to rationalize everything. Liu Pei frowned, still skeptical. What sort of person could evade his perception? If this were indeed the case, Meng Kuo would find himself in serious trouble. Should they both end up gravely wounded, a hidden master could swoop in like a lurking predator. And it would not only be Meng Kuo who suffered, all would be ensnared. If Yang Lin's theory held true, the Emperor of the Great Xia would be exceedingly formidable. Silence enveloped the lake, an eerie stillness that suggested everyone was engrossed in Yang Lin's hypothesis. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Even the animosity between Meng Kuo and Liu Pei seemed to dissipate, as if they were preparing for Yang Lin's portentous claims. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed ominously. Hee hee. Meng Kuo, do you remember us? As the voice faded, four shadowy figures descended from the bank of Huayang Lake, landing directly on the icy surface. Upon witnessing their arrival, Liu Pei was momentarily taken aback and turned sharply to Meng Kuo. Meng Kuo's expression darkened slightly. It seemed these individuals had indeed evaded Liu Pei's senses, remaining hidden in the shadows. This suggested that Yang Lin's assertions were indeed accurate. They were ultimately not the players in this game, but rather mere pawns trapped in a web. You. Meng Kuo narrowed his eyes, scanning the faces of the four figures. A sense of familiarity washing over him as long-buried memory surfaced. The Jiang and Phantom Thieves? Indeed. It seems you still remember us. We are fortunate indeed. The figure in a black robe replied with a mocking laugh, their icy presence seemingly thickening the air around them. Upon hearing the name Jiang and Phantom Thieves, Yang Lin glanced back at Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia, as if seeking clarification from them, for his knowledge of the martial world was limited. Yun Luoxia finally spoke. It is said that the Jiang and Phantom Thieves specialize in tomb raiding, particularly the graves of powerful cultivators, which can also be described as celestial realms. Legend has it that the four of them once unearthed the tomb of an evil cultivator and became tainted by the malevolent energy within, resulting in their current ghastly forms. Just remember, they are not good people. Yang Lin nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Meng Kuo scoffed coldly. I never expected you four to still be alive. I should have slain you all with a single sword strike back then. Do you regret that now? But even if you do, it is too late. You were destined to die. At this point, the chilling laughter transformed into a roar of fury, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against Meng Kuo. Humph. Back then, When I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I sought you phantom thieves for assistance, and I slayed 7 of you with a single stroke to aid my foundation. Now, facing you again, the outcome remains unchanged. Meng Kuo retorted with a cold snort, his sword poised defiantly, his gaze sharp as ever. Chapter 138. The Enchantress Strikes. Strengthening our cause. Observing Meng Kuo's formidable presence, he was capable of subduing 4 opponents single-handedly, despite his grievous injuries. His aura, however, remained undiminished. What transpired in the past is distinct from the present. Do you truly believe we would arrive unprepared? The sinister voice echoed ominously. And as the words lingered in the air, the waters of Huayong Lake began to churn violently. In an instant, 3 figures emerged from the depths, encircling Meng Kuo, with Liu Pei caught in the trap as well. The adversaries had multiplied from 4 to 7, causing Meng Kuo's brow to furrow. The essence of these 3 individuals bore a familiar resonance. It appeared they were adversaries from his past. After all, Meng Kuo had amassed numerous enemies on his journey to power. Otherwise, he would not have secured his position as the king of Mengyang. At this moment, Meng Kuo did not regard these foes with much concern. He was intent on confirming one matter, whether these individuals were indeed summoned by the current emperor, as Yang Lin had suggested. Although Meng Kuo had his suspicions and had been probing for the truth, witnessing such an ambush weighed heavily on his heart. His gaze fell upon the book sage, and the sharpness in his eyes caused Patient's expression to shift uneasily. This was troublesome. Patient felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known the situation would escalate so, he should have heeded young Lin's advice and retreated 300 miles. After all, leaving would allow him to observe from a distance. Remaining here only invited unnecessary complications. Patient clearly understood Meng Kuo's suspicion that these hidden masters were dispatched with a purpose. The crux of the matter was that Patient had no inkling of the hidden foes lurking beneath the water's surface. If he could not provide Meng Kuo with a satisfactory explanation, it would undoubtedly provoke the king's wrath. Meng Kuo, I assure you these individuals have no connection to me. Believe it or not, the book sage lamented, his words lacking conviction despite their truth. Ha, Meng Kuo. Did you ever contemplate that the ruthlessness you once displayed would lead you to this very moment? The 7 assassins surrounding him were all driven by a deep-seated vendetta against Meng Kuo. Whether it be family, brothers, or themselves, they had all suffered at his hands. And now they were back, akin to ravenous wolves poised to rend him apart at the first opportunity. Meng Kuo scoffed, turning his gaze from Patient back to the 7 adversaries. Presently, he possessed no evidence to link these individuals to Patient, nor could he substantiate that the assassins were acting on the Emperor's orders. Thus, further words would be futile. Yet, Yang Lin's warnings lingered in his mind. Here on the surface of Huayong Lake, they were mere pawns, while the true players orchestrated events from the shadows, perhaps even from 1,000 miles away. Liu Pei's complexion shifted as well. Gravely injured and in a precarious state, the sudden appearance of so many assassins compounded his woes. In his prime, Liu Pei might have felt intimidated, but now, with Meng Kuo having severely wounded him, he faced the additional threat of these frenzied foes. The fact that these individuals could evade his senses, hiding beneath the waters of Huayong Lake, suggested that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. There might even be a hidden mastermind at play. Blocking Meng Kuo was already challenging, now, with 7 more foes. Liu Pei feared he would be unable to ensure Yang Lin's safe passage. Observing the unfolding scenario, Yang Lin furrowed his brow. Although it seemed the 7 assassins were not targeting them directly, if they were indeed dispatched by that treacherous emperor, the ultimate focus would likely shift to Xiaofeng. If Meng Kuo fell, it would surely spell disaster for them. Yang Lin was unwilling to witness such an outcome and turned to the peacock, hastening towards her. Noticing his approach, the peacock's brow slightly furrowed. With your strength, dealing with one of these assassins should be manageable, should it not? Yang Lin inquired softly. However, the peacock scoffed at his suggestion. She had never considered intervening. Her presence here was merely to observe the unfolding drama. Once the powerful combatants engaged in a mutual destruction, she would seize the opportunity to escape. She intended to distance herself, and after resolving the lingering issues left by Xiaofeng within her, she would reclaim her former glory as the renowned enchantress of the martial world. Yet, just as the peacock contemplated declining his request, Yang Lin revealed the starry jade pendant at his waist. The instant she beheld the jade, her pupils constricted, and she regarded Yang Lin with a penetrating gaze. At such a moment, he dared to threaten her. Was he implying that Gu Qingwen, the contemptible woman, still lurked in the shadows, cautioning her against reckless actions? If that were indeed the case, the peacock would be compelled to assist, regardless of her initial reluctance, setting aside the possibility of escaping amidst the chaos. Who could guarantee that the deranged Gu Qingwen would not seize the opportunity to ambush her? The animosity between them was profound, not easily erased by the passage of time. That wretched woman would not abandon her pursuit until she had captured the peacock as well. Having completed his part, Yang Lin turned and departed, confident that the peacock would ultimately acquiesce. Meanwhile, the assassins seemed to grow increasingly impatient, rearranging their positions to effectively encircle Meng Kuo and Liu Pei, ensuring that they could deliver a crippling blow at the first opportunity. Having endured the full force of the famed Mai spearman, Meng Kuo cannot possibly be unscathed. Let us strike together and eliminate him, one assassin proclaimed, receiving immediate agreement from the other 6. Meng Kuo frowned, casting a glance at Liu Pei across from him. It appears our contest will have to be postponed. I am currently injured and can only handle 3 of them. The remainder is up to you, he stated. Liu Pei shot him a glare. Clearly, my injuries are more severe than yours. Do you think this is reasonable? As the two conversed, the peacock, having agreed to Yang Lin's request, gracefully approached them. At this moment, she shed the guise of the cook, finally revealing her true visage. Her exquisite features radiating a bewitching charm that could captivate all who beheld her. As the peacock alighted beside Liu Pei, she spoke not a word, yet he comprehended her unspoken intent. One of the assassins, however, immediately recognized the peacock, and a glint of greed sparked in his eyes as he appraised her with an insatiable gaze. The forbidden techniques practiced by the former leader of the Abyss, a power that, prior to attaining the 9th tier, allowed her to transfer a substantial portion of her strength to her consort, was a veritable boon for those among them who were cultivators, akin to a celestial furnace. Chapter 139. Are there more experts? Do not even mention these sinister and malevolent individuals, even the 3rd prince. Upon hearing the news of the demoness, once harbored such thoughts. However, given his evident lack of strength, he realized he could not subdue the demoness. Thus, he contemplated a more feasible approach, to seek out exceptionally gifted women to cultivate, and upon their reaching a certain level of prowess, to draw from their abilities for his own gain. It was akin to nurturing a multitude of cauldrons, thereby propelling his own cultivation to unprecedented heights. At that moment, several assassins appeared to be seized by a similar notion. Yet, the peacock showed no trepidation, as if she had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Even when she was the leader of the demon abyss, these so-called followers had entertained similar ideas. Even now, as she fled, the demon abyss continued its pursuit, one of its motives being precisely this. Cackling, one particularly peculiar assassin with a hooked nose and a thunderous voice exclaimed, "What luck! To stumble upon such an unexpected gain today, beyond merely avenging old grievances. This woman, surely no one shall contest her with me?" Aside from a few assassins disinterested in the cauldron matter, the remaining 2 exchanged glances. Though they were somewhat unwilling, they acknowledged their inferiority in strength and thus chose to relent. "Oh, let us see if you possess the strength to back up your words." However, I recall that when Elder Wang once apprenticed under Master Zhu, there was supposed to be a connection with Long Yang. I wonder how far Master Zhu has developed Elder Wang's abilities. I am rather curious. The peacock smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Upon hearing these words, the assassin surnamed Wang seemed to have been pricked at a festering wound, his face flushing with rage. "Wait until I capture you. Then we shall see if you can still be so sharp-tongued." His malevolence intensified, causing even the assassins beside him to furrow their brows in concern. Below, Yang Lin looked on in confusion and turned to glance at Yun Luoxiao, seeking answers. Yun Luoxiao then spoke. Master Zhu once wreaked havoc upon an entire temple, using it as a means to cultivate. Eventually, he was pursued by the Buddhist sect and had no choice but to wander through the Central Plains. Ultimately, he was apprehended by the court's criminal department and imprisoned. You can imagine the circumstances surrounding his incarceration. As she continued, Yun Luoxiao's expression soured, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. At that time, this Wang was present. Somehow, he later became an apprentice under Master Zhu. After mastering his skills, he escaped from prison. That is all I know. Yang Lin nodded in response, though his expression remained grim. What is happening in this world? First, a 3rd prince leaves, and now another named Wang appears, each one more troublesome than the last. Moreover, the proportions seem off. There is something distinctly amiss. While they conversed, Meng Kuo, Liu Pei, and the peacock had already engaged in battle. Naturally, Elder Wang targeted the peacock. The peacock, having regained her strength, worried about the troubles left by Xiao Fenger within her. Yet she was resolute in shielding them from these assassins. Facing one opponent, or even 2, she felt confident. As for Liu Pei, he was obstructed by another assassin. The remaining 5 assassins coordinated their efforts towards Meng Kuo. In their view, avenging their grievances took precedence, and Meng Kuo's combat prowess was simply too terrifying. He must not be allowed to free his hands. They deemed it imperative to eliminate him at the first opportunity, handling the remainder at a more leisurely pace. Thus, Meng Kuo found himself in a 1 versus 5 scenario. However, he exhibited no signs of panic. Standing upon the lake's surface, sword in hand, His aura surged as his voice thundered once more, echoing across the heavens and the earth. I am Meng Qua, here to suppress all enemies in this world. Kill. The sword energy surged forth, terrifying in its might, as if it could cleave the very fabric of existence. At this moment, Meng Qua finally ceased holding back. Be cautious. Just as Yang Lin prepared to focus intently on the battle, the voice of Gu Qingwei resonated in his mind again. These individuals have managed to conceal themselves beneath the water for so long due to the presence of a talisman master. Yang Lin halted, hastily relaying the information to Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er. There is another talisman master. These assassins rely on the talismans to mask their presence, evading the perceptions of both Meng Qua and Liu Pei, remaining hidden until now. Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er were initially taken aback, but then enlightened. No wonder even Meng Qua and Liu Pei failed to notice. If that is the case, the concealed talisman master must possess at least heavenly level capabilities. 7 cultivators? Along with a heavenly level talisman master, this unseen mastermind had truly invested heavily to contend against them and Meng Qua. No sooner had the words left Yang Lin's mouth than he and Xiao Feng'er beheld an astonishing sight upon the distant lake's surface, where an array of fantastical creatures materialized, each appearing vibrantly alive, as though they had crossed over from a painted scroll. Be wary. Gu Qingyue's voice echoed once more in Yang Lin's mind, a soothing chill enveloping his senses. These are mere manifestations of talismans, not tangible entities. Realization dawned upon Yang Lin. He was the weakest among them. While Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er had clearly reacted in the first instance. Whoever you may be, lurking in the shadows, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself for a meeting? At that moment, Pei Shen's voice rang out. Although he was a sage of literature, he possessed considerable skill in painting as well. Observing the talisman rendered image before him, Pei Shen discerned that the hidden talisman master was likely no ordinary foe. However, no response came from the other side. Pei Shen then turned his gaze to Yang Lin, recalling how he had once critiqued Yang Lin's calligraphy and paintings. Now, he sought Yang Lin's opinion on the image before them. My young friend, what do you make of this painting? Yang Lin chuckled softly and replied, in my humble opinion, this hastily crafted piece lacks the merit to even be displayed in my shop. It would only serve as kindling in the kitchen. From a distance, it may seem passable, but upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be crude, with lines and textures unworthy of scrutiny. Should you wish to improve, perhaps this kind sir could visit my establishment to glean a few insights from my works. It would surely be preferable to his haphazard attempts, and if comprehension eludes him, he might enjoy a cup of my aged pu'er tea, which may yield unexpected rewards. Chapter 140, The Hidden Sigil Master. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the expressions of Yun Luoxia and Xiao Feng'er shifted dramatically. Yang Lin truly spoke without restraint. Offering such a scathing critique was one thing, but to bring up that cup of aged tea was another. Was it not Yang Lin who had once deceived Pei Shen with similar bravado? Indeed. As Pei Shen absorbed Yang Lin's comments, the smile on his face faltered momentarily, only to quickly revert to a nonchalant demeanor. This was not the time to expose Yang Lin. He must continue to play along with this young man. Oh, so you hold a rather low opinion of this painting? Pei Shen inquired with a smile. Indeed, it pales in comparison to your esteemed works, and I dare not even mention my own. Yang Lin's audacious confidence left those around him feeling rather embarrassed. Whether it was due to Yang Lin's remarks or some other sentiment, the concealed sigil master finally spoke. The voice emanated from a giant python depicted in the painting, its tone ambiguous, making it impossible to ascertain the speaker's identity. As if the serpent itself had come to life. Humph. I would relish the opportunity to see just how exquisite your painting truly is. Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? What is this timidity, my friend? Before Yang Lin could respond, Pei Shen interjected, actively seeking the hidden figure. Unfortunately, the opponent's concealment was so adept that even Pei Shen's formidable prowess yielded little success. If you cannot even discern my location, then you are hardly worthy of my appearance. The python retorted as it spoke again, while the surrounding avian and terrestrial creatures surged forward without losing momentum. Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia exchanged glances. Realizing that remaining passive was no longer an option, they needed to disrupt the sigil master's schemes. The nature of sigil attacks was unpredictable, and once ensnared, even Xiao Feng'er might find it challenging to extricate herself. At that moment, Yang Lin suddenly declared, Fear not, with the esteemed sage of books here, we shall encounter no peril. He will shield us from all harm. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed sir? Yang Lin's words left Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia momentarily stunned. Shouldn't Pei Shen be the one to escort them away? Strictly speaking, he ought to be considered an adversary? Yet, to their surprise, Pei Shen nodded in agreement with Yang Lin's assertion. I have come today to escort the Princess of the Phoenix back to His Majesty, and it is my duty to ensure her safety, Pei Shen stated, a smile gracing his lips. In the midst of his words, Pei Shun had already made his move, wielding a floating dust with an effortless flick, causing ink droplets to materialize and transform into various creatures that charged toward the advancing fauna. The surface of Huayang Lake resembled a chaotic arena where animals clashed and tore at one another, compared to the frenetic battle on Lu Pei's side. Yang Lin found Pei Shun's actions much clearer. The speed of the other combatants rendered the nuances of their clashes nearly imperceptible, whereas the sigil master's pace allowed Yang Lin to observe the unfolding confrontation distinctly, as he watched Pei Shun duel with the hidden sigil master. Even Xiao Feng'er couldn't help but focus intently, seemingly gleaning much from the encounter. In a moment of curiosity, Yang Lin asked, "Feng'er, how do you compare to them in terms of prowess?" Xiao Feng'er furrowed her brow and replied earnestly, "The strength of Pei Shun and his companions is likely above the celestial level, possibly even divine. They are not far from the legendary pinnacle of the ancestor realm." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's understanding deepened. It appeared that even sigil masters could reach the ancestor realm. It was no wonder the emperor had dispatched Pei Shun to retrieve Xiao Feng'er. Her significance was clear, and Yang Lin resolved even more fervently to prevent her capture. Pei Shun and the giant python exchanged blows for several rounds, neither side gaining the upper hand. Pei Shun appeared unhurried, probing the foe's capabilities, yet he was puzzled. There seemed to be few sigil masters in the world who could match his skill. From the nature of the opponent's attacks and sigil types, Pei Shun could glean little about his adversary. Moreover, the opponent seemed to exert no discernible aura throughout the engagement, making it nearly impossible for Pei Shun to locate him. While it was within Pei Shun's capabilities to employ a special sigil to mask his presence and achieve complete invisibility, finding the opponent's position alone would be a daunting task. He suddenly turned to Xiao Feng'er, saying, "Princess, it is time for you to take action." At this, Xiao Feng'er understood. Pei Shun was seeking her assistance to pinpoint their foe. Nodding determinedly, she formed a connection with her sigil, and her beautiful eyes began to shimmer with golden light. Golden inscriptions swirling within her pupils. Yang Lin, feeling anxious, cast a glance at Xiao Feng'er, inwardly cursing Pei Shun. This old fellow, despite his own formidable abilities, could not locate the opponent and now relied on his own Feng'er. Should anything happen to her, Yang Lin vowed to eliminate Pei Shun without hesitation. Sensing Yang Lin's growing concern, Yun Luoxia interjected, "This is one of the young lady's innate gifts, the seven-colored golden eyes, capable of perceiving all sigils. She has now cultivated it to the golden level, nearing the final stage of the seven-colored transcendence. As long as we are not facing an ancestor realm sigil master, she can dismantle his sigils." Hearing this, Yang Lin finally felt a sense of relief. However, he had not anticipated that this was merely one of her innate abilities. By comparison, he couldn't help but feel somewhat ordinary. He mused silently about whether his innate strength counted for anything. In that brief moment, Xiao Feng'er seemed to have discerned the opponent's position and pointed toward the northeast. Realizing this, Pei Shun swiftly flicked the floating dust in his hand, sending dozens of ink droplets shooting toward the direction Xiao Feng'er indicated. Indeed, the giant python, which moments ago had appeared substantial, now seemed to waver. And after evading a few droplets of ink, it ultimately dissipated into thin air. Chapter 141. The appearance of the saintess as the colossal serpent vanished. The spot pointed out by Xiao Feng'er began to distort, the facade peeling away to reveal the scene within. On the surface of the lake, 5 figures cloaked in black materialized once more. Among them, the 2 individuals at the forefront were adorned with a serpent-shaped mask and a bronze mask, respectively. The 3 others concealed their faces beneath their robes, rendering their visages indistinguishable. The figure in the serpent mask waved his right hand, effortlessly dispersing the ink that Pei Shun had hurled. A voice, ambiguous in its gender, echoed, "Indeed, the 7-colored golden eyes are as legendary as they claim." The tone was laced with admiration, almost tinged with envy. For the practitioners of talismans, the 7-colored golden eyes were akin to a boon. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yunshuang had already subdued the black-clad assassin before her, yet she hesitated to strike, occasionally creating distractions to feign her exertion. She had no intention of engaging. It was Yang Lin who had forced her hand by pressing a blade against her neck. Successfully intercepting one of them was already a considerable act of mercy. As for the others, she believed Lu Pei and his companions could devise their own strategies. However, the moment Ouyang Yunshuang laid eyes on the 5 figures in black, her attention was instantly captured by the bronze mask. The familiar aura emanating from it was unmistakable to her. A surge of murderous intent welled up within her, and her anger erupted like a volcano. With a disdainful snort, Ouyang Yunshuang unleashed a fist. The black-clad assassin, expecting to engage Ouyang Yunshuang in a prolonged battle, was instead obliterated in an instant due to the staggering disparity in strength. "It is you." Ouyang Yunshuang's voice, brimming with fury, drew the attention of the others, including Lu Pei and Ming Kuo, who hesitated in their assault. The bronze mask turned towards Ouyang Yunshuang, though the features beneath remained obscured. Yang Lin sensed a sinister smile lurking there. My dear disciple, I never anticipated our paths would cross again. It appears your cultivation has been restored, the bronze-masked figure remarked, his gaze greedily appraising Ouyang Yunshuang. A wave of revulsion washed over her at the sight of this individual. While she often berated Gu Qingyue as a wretched being, her feelings were more annoyance than hatred, as Gu Qingyue had relentlessly pursued her. However, the figure before her, the one behind the bronze mask, evoked genuine loathing, explaining her intense anger. Upon hearing the exchange between the demoness and the bronze mask, Pei Shin seemed to grasp the identity of the latter immediately, retrieving his floating dust. He elucidated, so it is the demon abyss sect leader, Qiu Daochen. I did not expect even you to be present. Qiu Daochen? The leader of the demon abyss? Yang Lin's face bore a look of confusion. Wasn't Ouyang Yunshuang the former leader of the demon abyss? Did this man usurp her position? Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed he was also her master? Humph. The demonic arts you practice have long since rendered you a grotesque creature, neither male nor female, Ouyang Yunshuang scoffed coldly, her anger unwavering as she glared at Qiu Daochen. Ah, my dear disciple, you needn't fret about such matters. Should you willingly return with me, I possess alternative methods. Qiu Daochen's laughter dripped with malice. Even Yang Lin could discern the sinister nature of this so-called master, who not only had usurped Ouyang Yunshuang's position but also sought to exploit her as a vessel. It was no wonder Ouyang Yunshuang's fury was so profound. Had he been in her place, he would have dismembered Qiu Daochen without a second thought. Dream on. Whether you can depart from Huayang Lake alive remains uncertain. Ouyang Yunshuang retorted coldly, brandishing her sword. Her aura surged, reaching its zenith, an overwhelming intent to kill radiating from her. Yet, despite the fierce demeanor of Ouyang Yunshuang, Qiu Daochen appeared undeterred. After a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure. Hee, after a few days apart, I see my dear disciple's temper has grown. I wonder if your skills have improved enough to truly bring me down upon this lake. Confident in his own capabilities, Qiu Daochen was aware that although his demonic arts had not yet reached perfection, they were formidable enough. The final piece of his power, he believed, lay in Ouyang Yunshuang. If he could absorb her strength, then upon achieving mastery, none present would stand against him, not even Meng Qua. The entire martial world would be turned upside down, rewritten in his favor. How about me? Just then, a voice as ethereal as a celestial melody resonated across the surface of Huayang Lake. While others were perplexed, Yang Lin's heart leaped with joy. He recognized it as Gu Qingyue's voice. She was finally making her appearance. As her voice echoed, Gu Qingyue, resembling a celestial being, manifested from thin air, gracefully gliding through the air, suspended above the void. The once assured Qiu Daochen found his composure faltering at the sight of Gu Qingyue's sudden arrival. The saintess of the Tianzong, Gu Qingyue. Even though he suspected that Yang Lin had been receiving assistance from the shadows, he could not have anticipated it would be her, complicating matters considerably. The Tianzong? When did they start meddling in court affairs? The figure in the serpent mask spoke again, clearly taken aback by Gu Qingyue's emergence. Affairs of the court? Are you sent by the court? Or have they allied with the evil sect? Gu Qingyue replied, her expression stoic, her tone calm, her sword humming softly, poised for action. No. The serpent-masked figure found himself at a loss for words, his response cut short. Gu Qingyue's gaze, indifferent yet piercing, shifted from the tempestuous Ouyang Yunshuang to Qiu Daochen and the three black-clad figures behind him. Excellent. All three of the current elder leaders of the demon abyss, including the sect leader, are gathered here today. I shall eliminate you all, restoring peace to the martial world. Her words flowed forth with unparalleled confidence, suggesting that even the demon abyss leader appeared inconsequential in her eyes. At that moment, Gu Qingyue resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, her ethereal presence rendering Yang Lin momentarily speechless. Just days ago, this ethereal figure had catered to his every whim, fulfilling his unreasonable demands. Now, reunited after a brief separation, though his heart brimmed with countless words, they coalesced into the fervent gaze he directed towards her. Chapter 142. Youngster, you talk too much. Upon the sudden appearance of Gu Qingyue, Ouyang Yunshuang's heart sank. She had always kept a wary eye on Gu Qingyue, fearing that the woman had never truly left. It seemed her instincts were correct. However, Ouyang Yunshuang's strength had been restored, and she no longer felt the same fear of Gu Qingyue as before. Even if she could not defeat her, escaping was a trivial matter now. The arrival of the heavenly sect added to the commotion, indeed. Today was proving to be quite lively. Patient smiled, observing the increasingly intricate scene before him. It appeared that this game had spiraled beyond control. He wondered if the current emperor had considered the implications of this situation. Disciple, the heavenly sect intends to annihilate us all. Are you certain you do not wish to join forces with your master? Let us deal with her first. Qiu Daochen suddenly shifted his tone, proposing an alliance with Ouyang Yunshuang. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang hesitated. This was indeed a viable option. After all, whether alone or together, neither she nor Qiu Daochen could guarantee victory against Gu Qingyue, let alone defeat her. However, if they were to unite, the prospect of resolving this troublesome adversary became feasible. Yet, just as Ouyang Yunshuang was lost in thought, Yang Lin unexpectedly stepped forward. Azzy, do not heed the words of this old demon. Your destiny is to stand alongside the holy maiden of the heavenly sect, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, the duality of existence. Though your paths may diverge, your statuses remain equal. Should you heed this old demon's counsel and ally with him today, even if you best the holy maiden, you shall forever remain beneath her shadow, unable to rise again. You will merely be a demoness, perpetually pursued, never to attain supremacy. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Qiu Daochen's demeanor shifted. Who would have thought that a seemingly feeble youth could articulate such profound reasoning? A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Ouyang Yunshuang, enlightened by Yang Lin's statement, glanced at Gu Qingyue and then at Yang Lin, as if a decision had crystallized within her. In the past, Gu Qingyue would have never considered an alliance with Ouyang Yunshuang, likely meeting her demise instead. But with Yang Lin's presence, his words held weight, and she was inclined to listen. Youngster, it seems you talk too much. Observing Yang Lin sway the demoness, the serpentine-masked figure appeared irate, charging toward Yang Lin. With a flourish of his hand, he unleashed several seals that morphed into animals, rushing toward Yang Lin. However, Pei Xin would not stand idly by. If he was to protect Xiaofeng'er, he would see it through. Your opponent is me. Do not overstep your bounds. Pei Xin smiled faintly, stepping into the air and continuing his duel with the bronze-masked figure. Their strengths were comparable, and the bronze mask would find it impossible to breach Pei Xin's defenses in a short span. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng'er and Yun Luoxiao were already poised for action. Individually, they may not have been significant players in this battle, but united, their power surged exponentially, compelling all present to reconsider their strategies. Qiu Daochen, seemingly impatient, paid no further heed to Ouyang Yunshuang, his gaze fixated on Xiaofeng'er. Your Highness, the Phoenix Princess, are you interested in your father's relics? At this, Xiaofeng'er grew tense. You possess relics of my father? Indeed. If you agree to return with me to the great Xia court, you shall certainly behold your father's treasures. Qiu Daochen replied with a smile. Yet before Xiaofeng'er could ponder this, Yang Lin interjected, do you truly believe this old monster? Even if he possesses relics, once Azzy and Qingyue dispatch him, you can claim them without needing to follow him. At Yang Lin's words, Xiaofeng'er nodded in understanding, her anxiety subsiding as she dismissed Qiu Daochen's deceitful claims. Humph, you talk too much, youngster. Qiu Daochen shot a venomous glare at Yang Lin, his eyes brimming with malice. Nonetheless, Yang Lin remained unfazed, relishing the current dynamic where his adversary detested him yet could not eliminate him. The entire battlefield seemed orchestrated according to his design, and this enjoyment of strategic maneuvering was a delightful surprise. As Yang Lin wore a smirk that invited conflict, Ouyang Yunshuang gritted her teeth, yearning to strike him. Even Yun Luoxia cast a disapproving glance at him. His penchant for reveling in chaos was undeniable. Just as the tension escalated, Yang Lin boldly declared, everyone, what are you waiting for? Hurry and finish this, so we can return home for some braised chicken wings. Upon hearing this, even Liu Pei felt exasperated, a vein of frustration evident on his forehead. He had initially believed himself a player in this duel, only to find everything veering beyond his control. Not only did he have to collaborate with Mengque to execute their performance, but now he was also subjected to Yang Lin's whimsical ramblings. When did it become his turn to be bossed around by Yang Lin? Yet, the troubling fact remained that Yang Lin had indeed succeeded. Humph. When the time comes for me to capture you, I hope you can still be as sharp-tongued as you are now. Qiu Daochen glared fiercely at Yang Lin before addressing the three elders behind him. You three continue with your mission to escort the Phoenix Princess away. As for that boy, just ensure he remains breathing. I am quite curious to see how resilient his tongue truly is. As for the holy maiden of the heavenly sect and my dear disciple, I shall handle them myself. With that, Qiu Daochen soared into the air, charging toward Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingyue. The three elders of the demon abyss received their orders without hesitation, brandishing their weapons as they advanced. Xiaoxia, let's go. Xiaofeng'er clasped her hands together, entering combat mode, while Yun Luoxia stepped forward to shield her. However, before they could make a move, Liu Pei, who had been feigning inactivity, finally ceased his charade. Unparalleled gun intent erupted at that moment, targeting the assassins ahead. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad assassin had no time to react, helplessly witnessing the silver spear pierce through his chest, obliterating his corporeal form in an instant. After executing this maneuver, Liu Pei unleashed his spear, the Konglong, like an arrow, slicing through the void toward the three elders of the demon abyss. The three elders, confident in their abilities and their seamless collaboration, were caught off guard, never anticipating that the severely wounded Liu Pei had concealed such strength. The incoming shot was simply beyond their capacity to block. Chapter 143, True Identity with a Splatter of Blood. One of the elders was slain instantly, having had no opportunity to react. The remaining two were momentarily stunned, and in that brief hesitation, they missed their chance to escape. At this moment, Liu Pei descended like a deity of death, covering several miles in a single stride, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The dragon's roar buzzed as it swiftly returned to Liu Pei's hand. Flee. At this juncture, the two elders could think of nothing but escaping. Capturing the princess was no longer their priority, preserving their own lives was paramount. Yet, while they were swift, Liu Pei was swifter. With 2 shots, he struck with lethal precision, causing the elders to vanish into oblivion, their faces etched with despair even in death. Did you think to touch Princess Xiafeng without consulting me? Liu Pei stood resolutely, exuding an imposing aura. Even Yang Lin had to concede that Liu Pei had truly cornered them. The battle concluded almost instantaneously, by the time Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia regained their senses. The 3 elders had been reduced to mere remnants by Liu Pei's hand. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Daochen's eyes twitched involuntarily. He had miscalculated, and now he faced total defeat. With the 3 elders slain, he found himself trapped under the combined efforts of Gu Qingwei and Ouyang Yunshuang. The critical point was that these 2 women seemed genuinely united, with no intent of underhanded tactics. Even when Qiao Daochen attempted to exploit their mutual aggression, he found it utterly futile. Both Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwei were entirely focused on him, showing no inclination to turn against one another. Despite Qiao Daochen's formidable strength, he found himself unable to escape from the clutches of these 2 adversaries. Meanwhile, Pei Shun and the masked figure were engaged in a fierce back and forth, their contest proving to be evenly matched. In contrast, Meng Kuo faced 5 assassins alone. Among them were 4 skilled thieves whose coordination was impressive, making their combined strength formidable. It seemed he was becoming ensnared in a stalemate, and he bore new wounds as the 4 thieves grew increasingly exhilarated. Everyone claims your strength is unmatched in the Great Xia, but today proves this to be mere empty rhetoric. Let us intensify our efforts. Meng Kuo is on the brink of collapse. Severely injured, he must contend with our 5-person siege. Next year on this day shall mark his demise. The 5 assassins appeared invigorated, their assaults growing more ferocious. Yet Meng Kuo, wielding his sword, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Just as the 5 launched a desperate assault, a flash of golden light erupted, and a fierce sword intent manifested, piercing one assassin's chest in an instant. The assassin stared in disbelief at the horrific wound, feeling life slip away as he gazed at Meng Kuo with fear and resentment, ultimately becoming a lifeless corpse that sank into the Huayang Lake. As the pace slowed, the onlookers finally grasped the scene before them. Meng Kuo, still holding his sword, bore even more injuries than before. After forcibly slaying one adversary, he spat out a mouthful of blood and glared coldly at the remaining 4. The 4 assassins displayed fear, realizing that their initial confidence in overpowering Meng Kuo was misplaced. They had felt the weight of that last strike. Meng Kuo had concealed his true strength all along. His apparent injuries and retreat had been a ruse. Meng Qingxiu and Meng Rong, his siblings, were unaware of this, their hearts racing with worry for their wounded brother. Yet the current situation was beyond their intervention. Their abilities were far too lacking. Once more, Meng Kuo commanded coldly, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes as he charged forward. The remaining 4 assassins were nearly paralyzed with fear, their thoughts consumed with survival rather than offense. They scattered in panic, but with their abilities. Escaping the reach of Meng Kuo's sword was impossible. After a few futile struggles, time was no longer on their side. Yang Lin surveyed the battlefield, his gaze finally settling on the masked figure. The assassins could only infiltrate the crowd undetected thanks to this sigil master. Without him, their efforts would have been futile. Yang Lin had a premonition that this figure might hold the key to unraveling the day's events. Contemplating this possibility, Yang Lin glanced at the grievously wounded Liu Pei before turning to Yun Luoxia and Xiaofeng. If you 2 were to join forces against the masked figure, what are your chances of success? Yang Lin inquired earnestly. Both Yun Luoxia and Xiaofeng paused, their expressions revealing uncertainty. Yang Lin continued, I sense he is pivotal to this game. If we can subdue him, perhaps everything will become clear. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng and Yun Luoxia exchanged understanding glances. Liu Pei, having overheard, interjected without waiting for the women to speak. Leave this to me. Did you not say to resolve matters swiftly? Despite his injuries, Liu Pei's presence remained undiminished, particularly the overwhelming intent of his weapon, which astonished Yang Lin. Could he also rise to Liu Pei's level, or even surpass him? Your wounds. Yang Lin expressed concern, hesitating to ask. These minor injuries will not be my end, Lu Pei replied nonchalantly, already advancing towards the masked figure. However, since the beginning, Lu Pei had not fully sensed the masked man's essence, yet now, upon closer inspection, he felt a sense of familiarity. You. With a hint of puzzlement in his gaze, Lu Pei's movements slowed momentarily. Perceiving this, Pei Xin sensed something amiss and retreated. Despite their prolonged engagement, he had yet to discern the masked figure's true identity. Lu Pei's demeanor suggested recognition. Do you know this person? Lu Pei suddenly inquired as he looked toward Meng Kuo. After Meng Kuo dispatched the last assassin, he floated mid-air, a look of confusion crossing his face. What? Am I supposed to know him? There are not many sigil masters today who can match Pei Xin's renown. Meng Kuo pondered, his expression shifting as he seemed to grasp the masked man's identity. If this were indeed the case, he realized he had made a significant blunder. Pei Xin chuckled ruefully, ultimately refraining from further action, retracting his floating dust. Chapter 144. Ancestral Seal, Celestial Talisman. As the crowd momentarily ceased their actions, Xiao Feng'er appeared to have discerned the identity behind the serpentine mask, her excitement palpable. Are you Aunt Lu? She inquired eagerly, her gaze fixed on the masked figure. Yang Lin, taken aback by this revelation, found the situation spiraling beyond his control. How could a familiar face emerge amidst such chaos? Given Xiao Feng'er's reaction, she must be well acquainted with the individual behind the mask. Yet, why had she previously allied with those of dubious intent against them? Before Yang Lin could process the unfolding events, Aunt Lu, concealed beneath the mask, preemptively spoke. What are you waiting for? Come with me and eliminate Meng Kuo. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia's expressions shifted, as they instantly accepted that the person before them was indeed Aunt Lu. Even Lu Pei, brandishing his spear, redirected his attention towards the distant Meng Kuo. In an instant, Meng Kuo found himself besieged once more, surrounded by 4 individuals, including Xiao Feng'er. Yang Lin, observing the scene, felt utterly perplexed. What was happening? Why had the target shifted back to Meng Kuo instead of confronting the shadowy figure behind it all? Frowning in confusion, Yang Lin struggled to comprehend the current developments. Meanwhile, Meng Kuo stood resolute with his longsword, exuding an air of authority despite his injuries. Alone, he faced Lu Pei and the others without losing his composure, maintaining an overwhelming presence. Have you all made up your minds? Meng Kuo inquired, his gaze settling on Lu Pei. Lu Pei, expressionless, retorted. That question should be directed at you. Are you truly prepared? Even now, you still have a chance to hesitate. With a dismissive smile, Meng Kuo wielded his sword. I am Meng Kuo, unrivaled in the world. More adversaries will avail nothing. His voice reverberated through the air, a testament to his arrogance rooted in unmatched strength, leaving even Yang Lin feeling a twinge of inadequacy. Perhaps this confidence stemmed from his power. Yang Lin yearned for the day he could utter such words. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence. Aunt Lu interjected, swiftly forming talismans in her hands. Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia exchanged glances, initiating their collaborative efforts with a singular focus on Meng Kuo. Despite their numbers, the pressure they felt was exponentially heightened. Celestial Binding Seal, Xiao Feng'er declared, a cold snort escaping her lips as golden inscriptions proliferated in her grasp, coalescing into a circular formation that manifested beneath Meng Kuo's feet. Standing firm, Meng Kuo made no immediate move, his curiosity piqued as he awaited the outcome of this quartet's combined assault. Lu Pei, on the other hand, remained vigilant, ready to counter any sudden strike from Meng Kuo. Yet, Lu Pei knew Meng Kuo would never resort to underhanded tactics. He preferred to confront his opponents head-on, unyielding in his might. As the celestial binding seal neared completion, an immense force sought to restrain Meng Kuo's movements. However, Meng Kuo remained unfazed, pressing his sword downward, effectively pinning the formation to the icy platform beneath them. To add to the predicament, the very creator of the formation, Xiao Feng'er, was also drawn towards the platform below. Miss! Yun Luoxia exclaimed, instinctively reaching for Xiao Feng'er, only to find herself similarly pulled down. Celestial Binding Seal is designed for ambush, but to execute it so brazenly before my eyes underestimates my prowess, Meng Kuo calmly remarked, having seen through Xiao Feng'er's intentions. You need not instruct me, Your Highness. Lu Pei retorted, brandishing his spear, which seemed to conjure a silver dragon from the void, its roar resounding as it surged towards Meng Kuo. In response to the approaching dragon, Meng Kuo's demeanor shifted. He wielded his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy to meet the onslaught. The air crackled with explosive force, a testament to the ferocious clash of formidable energies, capable of shredding any weaker opponent to pieces. Spirit of all beings, Aunt Lu was equally engaged, having completed her formation, summoning an array of creatures, all birthed from the water. Given that the surface of Huayang Lake was abundant with water, Aunt Lu's strategy wielded a significant geographical advantage, amplifying the spell's potency. With their dual assault, even Meng Kuo found himself exerting considerable effort to withstand the combined strike. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng'er and Yun Luoxia regained their composure on the platform. Xiaofeng'er regarded Aunt Lu with intrigue, pondering the nature of the spirit of all beings. If her memory served her right, Aunt Lu was renowned for her mastery over wood, adept at various with spirit talismans. Yet, this current invocation seemed to draw from water, which appeared incongruous with her established expertise. However, upon surveying the surrounding environment, Xiaofeng'er realized the rationale. The water was the only resource available at Huayong Lake. Rather than forcefully invoking with spirit talismans, it was more prudent to harness the water to maximize the talisman's efficacy. After all, they were contending with the contemporary Mengyang king. Without exerting their utmost efforts, how could they hope to match his might? Your Highness, to subdue him, we require your intervention. Our time is limited. Aunt Lu called out to Xiaofeng'er, having managed to confine Meng Kuo alongside Lu Pei. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng'er nodded resolutely, her form ascending once more as she rapidly crafted talismans, golden inscriptions manifesting upon her brow. Ancestral seal, celestial talisman. As the celestial talisman emerged, the sky itself seemed to be bathed in a golden hue, the true energy within the bodies of all present appearing momentarily influenced, even causing Meng Kuo's expression to shift. Chapter 145. Seizing the opportunity for an ambush as the celestial talisman emerged, Meng Kuo felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him as a grayish luminescence surrounded his body, distorting his surroundings. Upon witnessing the talisman, Pei Xin could not help but sigh, his eyes reflecting a tinge of envy. The celestial talisman, a secret treasure passed down through the Wei Kingdom, had always been in the possession of Xiaofeng'er, which was one of the reasons many sought to capture her. While the talisman may hold little significance for ordinary cultivators, it is an unparalleled treasure for a talisman master. The intricacies of its advantages were likely known only to Xiaofeng'er herself. Otherwise, how could she possibly restrain Meng Kuo with her current strength? At present, Meng Kuo was besieged by many, and logically, Pei Xin should have intervened to assist, as he was dispatched by the current emperor and should align with Meng Kuo to retrieve Xiaofeng'er. However, after a moment's hesitation, Pei Xin chose to watch from afar, opting not to interfere. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations and seemed orchestrated by the emperor. What would the outcome be? Surely the emperor understood that even if Pei Xin did not bring Xiaofeng'er back, he would still anticipate the results. Rather than offend Meng Kuo to fulfill his mission, it was wiser to observe and wait for the opportune moment to act. With this thought, Meng Kuo began to feel more at ease, standing quietly on the lake's surface, awaiting the final outcome. Yang Lin, too, found himself in a similar predicament, as the battles before him were beyond his capacity to engage. Despite believing in his physical strength, he knew that intervening in such a conflict would likely result in his immediate demise. While Yang Lin might not fully grasp the situation, he remained by Lu Pei's side, waiting for the ultimate resolution. Given the current circumstances, Meng Kuo appeared to be under control. Capturing him seemed merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos, causing Yang Lin to furrow his brow. Bastard! Prepare to face your end. It was Ming Qingxiu who had finally made her move, soaring toward Yang Lin with the intent to strike at his vitals. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Ming Qingxiu aimed to subdue Yang Lin before dealing with the others. With Meng Kuo besieged by Lu Pei and Xiaofeng'er, capturing Yang Lin could provide leverage to extricate her father. Furthermore, Ming Qingxiu had long harbored resentment toward Yang Lin and saw this as an ideal moment to confront him. Fool! Yang Lin scoffed at Ming Qingxiu's approach, rolling his eyes. It was said that those with ample physical endowments lacked intellect, and this seemed perfectly exemplified by Ming Qingxiu. Even in such tumult, she sought to trouble him, which was a generous assessment of her cognitive abilities. Ming Qingxiu infused her long whip with true energy and lashed it fiercely toward Yang Lin. Her strength surpassed that of Ming Rong, and thus her speed was formidable as well. Nevertheless, Yang Lin, while observing the unfolding situation, remained vigilant against surrounding threats. As he sensed Ming Qingxiu's intent, he swiftly brandished his spear. With a forceful thrust of the breaking the heavens technique, he lunged at Ming Qingxiu. Her whip was instantly deflected, and the surge of Yang Lin's overwhelming true energy sent Ming Qingxiu staggering back several meters. Regaining her balance, Ming Qingxiu glared at Yang Lin, astonished by the significant improvement in his strength within such a brief span. It was no wonder her brother had suffered defeat. Yet, despite this revelation, Ming Qingxiu had no intention of halting her assault. Seizing the moment, she aimed to continue her attack on Yang Lin. However, he calmly spoke. If you wish to witness your father being mercilessly beaten to death, then by all means, continue your assault. At his words, Ming Qingxiu's brow furrowed momentarily before a sardonic smile crept across her face. Do you truly believe such grandiose claims? My father is absolutely invincible, even against Lu Pei and the others. Meng Qingxiu held unwavering confidence in Meng Kuo, dismissing Yang Lin's assertions as mere fabrications. Nevertheless, Yang Lin responded with a cold, exasperated smile, rolling his eyes at her. To say you lack intellect would be an understatement. Even if you succeed in capturing me, what then? Do you believe your brother can withstand Yun Luoxiao's assault? Or evade Lu Pei's spear? Upon hearing this, Meng Qingxiu's heart sank as she belatedly realized she had momentarily forgotten about her brother. Abruptly turning toward the warship, a wave of regret washed over her. Just as she contemplated retreating, Yang Lin extended his spear to block her path. You've come this far. Why turn back now? Remain here and witness this duel to its conclusion. After the outcome is revealed, if you still wish to confront me, I shall oblige, Yang Lin stated calmly. Meng Qingxiu shot him a fierce glare, though she did not refuse. Yet, uncertainty began to creep into her heart. I understand your desire to aid Meng Kuo, but at our current levels, we cannot interfere in such a high-stakes battle. If you enter, your fate is sealed. Death is the only outcome. If you wish for Meng Kuo to be distracted on your behalf, ignore my warning. But if you wish not to become a burden to him, stay here and protect yourself. Yang Lin continued, genuinely advising Meng Qingxiu. Though she absorbed his words, her attitude toward him remained unfriendly, her frustration palpable. She had come to confront him, yet now she was forced to listen to his admonitions. Could she swallow that indignation? Nevertheless, Yang Lin's arguments held merit, leaving Meng Qingxiu with no rebuttal. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accept his counsel. Even if you are correct, I will not spare you. In response, Yang Lin merely smiled serenely, choosing not to engage further with Meng Qingxiu. He sheathed his spear and resumed watching the conflict, uninterested in her. Meng Qingxiu glared at Yang Lin, her face darkening with anger. His blatant disregard for her felt like a provocation, as if he completely underestimated her. Yet, the reality was that despite his seemingly diminutive stature, Yang Lin played an irreplaceable role in this tumultuous affair, something even Meng Qingxiu had to concede. Rest assured. Do you not trust in your father's strength? He will emerge unscathed, Yang Lin asserted confidently. Regardless of the circumstances, Meng Kuo was Lu Pei's nephew. It would be unreasonable for Lu Pei to strike with lethal intent. Thus, when Yang Lin observed the force surrounding Meng Kuo, he remained calm. Suspecting that these cunning old foxes were likely staging a performance for the unseen puppeteer. Chapter 146. Indeed, it is you observing the current scene. Meng Qingxiu turned back and shot a fierce glare at Yang Lin, ultimately resigning to trust him. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Lin's assertions were undeniably accurate. Even if she could overpower him, what would become of her brother? In that scenario, she would possess a hostage, but so would the adversary, rendering her efforts futile. At this juncture, her only course of action seemed to be, as Yang Lin suggested, to patiently await the outcome. With this thought in mind, Meng Qingxiu let out a cold snort, clenched her fists tightly, and abandoned her intention to continue attacking Yang Lin. Meanwhile, Gu Qingwei and Ouyang Yunshuang were fiercely engaged in battle with Qiu Daochen. Although Qiu Daochen faced two opponents, he managed to maintain a graceful composure. However, it was evident that a breakthrough was not feasible for the two of them in the short term. One was a holy maiden of the Tian Zone, and the other was a renowned demoness. The key was that they had united their strengths, leaving Qiu Daochen unable to find an opening. Yet, this was not the most critical issue. What truly troubled him was the realization that he had become isolated. The elders and assassins he had brought along had all been eradicated. The only one remaining, the snake-masked figure, had unexpectedly turned traitor at the call of Xiaofeng, defecting to the enemy without hesitation. In the end, he was left utterly alone, blocked by Gu Qingwei and Ouyang Yunshuang. No, he could not simply await his fate. Qiu Daochen thought to himself. Since he was the sole survivor, there was no longer any reason to persist in the fight. His priority now was to devise a means of escape. The adage "as long as the green mountains remain." One need not fear the absence of firewood echoed in his mind. If he were to lose his life here, he would indeed have lost everything. Suddenly, Qiu Daochen's gaze fell upon Yang Lin and Meng Qingxiu not far away. They were the only two who he could realistically capture. Moreover, one was the heir of Lu Pei, and the other was the daughter of Meng Kuo. If he were to seize them both, he would have bargaining chips. Escaping would then be a mere formality. Furthermore, he might even have the opportunity to abduct Ouyang Yunshuang as well. After all, though Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwei had temporarily allied, there remained animosity between them. Additionally, Gu Qingyue's presence here seemed linked to that young man, Yang Lin. Although he was unaware of the nature of their relationship, Qiu Daochen understood that if he used Yang Lin as a hostage, Gu Qingwei would likely be more than willing to capture Ouyang Yunshuang for him. With this possibility in mind, Qiu Daochen resolved to await the opportune moment, knowing it would soon arrive. While Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwei were collaborating, their thoughts remained focused on Meng Kuo and the others. Yang Lin and Meng Qingxiu were anticipating the results, and they too awaited the outcome of the duel unfolding on the other side. The fate of this game hinged entirely on whether Meng Kuo would emerge victorious or defeated, determining who would ultimately claim the title of victor in this contest. On Meng Kuo's battlefield, his figure was enveloped in a swirling yellow light, obscuring the nature of his predicament. This was all thanks to the celestial talisman, which had temporarily ensnared him. Within the yellow glow, Meng Kuo appeared beleaguered but steadfastly wielded his sword, stably defending against the surrounding assaults. Given his current state, it was clear that the yellow light would not breach his defenses. At that moment, a voice resonated from afar. Upon hearing it, Meng Kuo's expression shifted to one of clarity. Indeed, it is you. Defeated by the celestial talisman, you have your own obligations to fulfill. Why persist any longer? It is true that with the talisman in play, I could leverage its power, but given your current strength, it seems a far-fetched dream for you to overcome me. Meng Kuo responded candidly. Why prolong this? Everything that could be done has been accomplished, and further entanglement would only lead to unnecessary casualties. The voice echoed once more. This time, Meng Kuo did not resist. He finally eased his offensive, allowing the luminous energy to encroach upon him. The opponent was correct. This grand spectacle was approaching its denouement. Though his pride forbade him from being defeated by someone weaker than himself, this was not the moment for stubbornness. It was time to conclude this performance. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the prolonged yellow light erupted, revealing Meng Kuo's disheveled form to the spectators. He appeared utterly drained, having succumbed to the combined efforts of Liu Pei and his allies. Observing Meng Kuo's surrender, Liu Pei seemed to discern a glimmer of understanding. Xiaofeng, too, breathed a sigh of relief, her face pale. The exertion of wielding the celestial talisman had taken a severe toll on her. Realizing the situation, Yun Luoxiao hurried to support Xiaofeng, her eyes filled with concern. Father. Witnessing this scene, Meng Qingqiu's heart raced with anxiety, prompting her to rush toward Meng Kuo. Simultaneously, Meng Rong, as his children, shared in the worry for their father's safety. Yang Lin observed the unfolding drama with a sigh. It seemed that the conclusion was finally at hand. Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwa shared the sentiment, their movement slowing as the outcome became evident. However, in that fleeting moment of collective relaxation, Qiu Daochen seized the opportunity. Now is the time. Exploding into action, Qiu Daochen unleashed a torrent of true energy, instantly breaching the defenses of Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwa, hurtling towards Yang Lin. His figure transformed into a streak of light, moving with such swiftness that Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwa could not intercept him in time. This is bad. As Qiu Daochen's target became apparent, Gu Qingyue's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of urgency. In an instant, her true energy surged forth, emanating an overwhelming force that even startled Ouyang Yunshuang. At that moment, Gu Qingwe fully unleashed her fury, transforming into a beam of light as she pursued Qiu Daochen. Yet, a disparity in their strengths ultimately remained. Before Gu Qingwe could catch up to Qiu Daochen, Yang Lin and Meng Qingqiu would likely already be in peril. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was taken aback. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, reacting swiftly as he positioned himself in front of Meng Qingqiu. With his spear held horizontally, he gathered all of his true energy in front of him, prepared to endure the impending assault. At that moment, Meng Qingqiu, seeing Yang Lin standing before her, felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. This guy just moments ago, she had been ready to shout for his defeat. Yet this rascal had voluntarily placed himself in front of her, ready to shield her from Qiu Daochen's attack. Chapter 147. A sword in the blink of an eye. As Meng Qingqiu's emotions became increasingly complex, Qiu Daochen was almost upon them. Yang Lin felt every muscle in his body tense, confronted by an overwhelming onslaught that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. To claim he felt no fear would be an outright falsehood. The suffocating sensation of facing death was a feeling he had never encountered before. Yet, in this dire moment, a streak of light, swifter than Qiu Daochen, sliced through the void, bearing a sharp intent of the sword, and in an instant, it pierced through Qiu Daochen's body. At that moment, Qiu Daochen halted abruptly, his hand mere inches from Yang Lin, while a gaping wound had appeared in his chest. A long sword, emanating a faint glow, hovered ominously behind Qiu Daochen's head. Was this not Meng Kuang's cherished weapon? The crowd turned abruptly, astonished to see the seemingly unconscious Meng Kuang, now gazing with an air of authority and fury at Qiu Daochen, now a lifeless corpse. Qiu Daochen's eyes were filled with disbelief as he struggled to shift his gaze toward the elevated figure of Meng Kuang, his emotions a tumultuous mix. How could this be possible? As the final words escaped his lips, Qiu Daochen's vitality was irrevocably severed, and he fell into the water with a resounding splash. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, collectively drew a sharp breath. The unconscious Meng Kuang, from hundreds of meters away, had severed Qiu Daochen's life with a single strike. Such terrifying prowess wielded with just one sword, left the entire assembly in awe. It was known that even when Ouyang Yunshuang and Gu Qingwei joined forces, they could not guarantee a complete victory against Qiu Daochen. At best, they could only hope to entangle him. A moment of carelessness could have allowed Qiu Daochen to exploit a weakness, endangering both Yang Lin and Ming Qingqiu. In contrast, Meng Kuang, appearing gravely injured, had still managed to unleash such a formidable sword strike. This was ample evidence that Meng Kuang had been performing all along. His true strength had likely not even reached 50%. The serpentine-masked figure sighed, unable to contain his exasperation at this turn of events. However, having reached this juncture, Meng Kuang chose to abandon his pretense, gracefully descending onto the icy platform, summoning his sword back to his hand. Father! At almost the same moment, Meng Rong and Ming Qingxiu rushed to Meng Kuang's side, anxiously inspecting his injuries. Yet, Meng Kuang dismissed their concerns with a wave of his hand. As he had previously stated, with the individuals present, it seemed a far-fetched notion that any harm could befall him. Now, among the outsiders, only Pei Shun remained. Particularly after witnessing Meng Kuang's extraordinary swordsmanship, Pei Shun felt an immense relief for having never crossed Meng Kuang. Otherwise, had that sword struck him, he could not be certain he would have survived. Meng Yongwang was indeed worthy of his title. No wonder his accomplishments overshadowed others, compelling the current emperor to resort to indirect means to undermine him. As for the outcome, one could only wonder if the emperor had anticipated such a scenario. Little one, how do you perceive our battle today? Meng Kuang suddenly inquired, directing his attention toward Yang Lin. Yang Lin, taken aback, met Meng Kuang's gaze and pondered briefly before responding. Though I faced defeat today, I still hold the title of the current Meng Yongwang, a title befitting the strongest of the great Xia. If I am indeed the strongest, then I shall not be defeated, Meng Kuang replied dismissively. True, yet you have expended considerable energy. It is perhaps time for you to rest, Yang Lin continued. Understanding the essence of Yang Lin's words, Meng Kuang ceased to linger on the matter. Turning his attention to Liu Pei, I may disregard others, but you must accompany me today. At this, Liu Pei's expression softened, for although he bore grievous wounds, his blood-soaked garments had turned a deep crimson. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Without further ado, he simply nodded in acceptance. However, upon hearing this, Yang Lin grew anxious, casting a concerned glance toward Liu Pei. Liu Pei returned a reassuring look, as if to convey that this was the best possible resolution. Sacrificing himself to secure Yang Lin's future and ensure Xiaofeng's safe departure mirrored his initial intentions. Regardless of the process, at least the goal had been achieved. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, Liu Pei bore no grievances. I can accompany you, but you must spare Yang Lin and Xiaofeng, Liu Pei insisted, seeking Meng Kuang's promise to ensure his companion's safety. Meng Kuang, without hesitation, nodded slowly in agreement. This assurance allowed Liu Pei to breathe easier as he turned to the serpentine-masked figure. I must entrust you with the remaining matters. Please ensure the princess is taken to safety and escort Yang Lin to the sect. The first part of Liu Pei's request was swiftly accepted by the masked figure. Yet he hesitated regarding Yang Lin. If you wish to eliminate any chance for this lad to enter the sect, I could assist him on his journey. Surely, you have not forgotten the sect's rules? Liu Pei could only smile bitterly at this remark. He was well aware of the regulations. However, after today's battle, Yang Lin had undoubtedly made numerous enemies, including those from the great Xia dynasty. The challenges he would face from all directions were uncertain, let alone his prospects of entering the sect. Seemingly reading Liu Pei's thoughts, the masked figure added, throughout history, none who have become disciples of the sect have avoided countless trials and tribulations. If he cannot withstand this minor ordeal or fails to survive, it would merely signify that his fate has reached its conclusion, and he is destined to remain unlinked to the sect. Every disciple who has entered the sect has been a prodigy of the realm. The so-called harmony of time, place, and people cannot be achieved solely through talent. It demands opportunity and effort as well. Upon hearing these words, Liu Pei appeared to waver, while Yang Lin chuckled and said, Old fellow, you might want to worry about yourself instead. Follow Ming brother back. Do not falter under the duress of severe punishment. At Yang Lin's playful teasing, Liu Pei shot him a fierce glare. This lad had always been like this, never taking things seriously at critical moments. Fear not, I will indeed enter the sect. Otherwise, all your guidance would have been in vain, Yang Lin suddenly declared with a serious tone, determination glimmering in his eyes. This was his confidence in himself and his abilities. He was no longer the inexperienced fledgling who had just traversed into this world, with countless opportunities bestowed upon him. Yang Lin firmly believed that he could surpass those who had resorted to underhanded means. Chapter 148. What is this fellow doing? It was nearly time to depart. At that moment, Meng Kuo spoke up, and with a mere wave of his hand, the ice upon the lake astonishingly transformed back into water, causing the entire platform to gradually dissolve. Now, Only the massive warship remained, imposing from a distance, yet colossal up close. Liu Pei returned to the warship alongside Meng Kuo, where Meng Rong and his sister were also present. The four of them quietly observed Yang Lin, who was floating on the water's surface. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the capital, Liu Pei remarked, his words directed at Yang Lin, watching him in silence. Your injury should not be severe. I deliberately avoided your vital points when I struck earlier, Meng Kuo interjected. Upon hearing this, Liu Pei's expression faltered, feeling a tinge of frustration, despite his preparations. He realized he was no match for Meng Kuo. It was true what they said. The waves behind pushed the waves before, and he, the former wave, would eventually be washed ashore. Liu Pei remained silent, but Meng Kuo was unfazed, continuing, in truth, with him present, along with you. If you insisted on escaping, I would undoubtedly be unable to pursue you. The him he referred to was the man with the serpentine mask. Although he possessed formidable strength, he acknowledged certain truths that could not be ignored. Liu Pei scoffed lightly. Do you think that if Meng Yangwang had intervened, it would not be strange if nothing occurred upon the waters of Huiyang Lake? Meng Kuo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Meng Yangwang has never failed. Whether it be myself or the previous generation, never failing does not necessarily equate to a favorable outcome, Liu Pei remarked with indifference. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. You must have experienced this firsthand. If Meng Yangwang had always been mediocre, I doubt we would witness such a transformation today. Liu Pei continued, yet Meng Kuo dismissed his words with a calm demeanor. If you were in my position, would you willingly concede to those weaker than yourself? I am the current Meng Yangwang, yet I am also a warrior at heart. If I no longer sought victory, my life would be nearing its end. Liu Pei fell into silence, resonating with Meng Kuo's sentiment. After all, his own extensive preparation for their confrontation was a testament to his own aspirations. Even though he ultimately faced defeat. I'll share a saying from Yang Lin, Liu Pei remarked, seemingly contemplative. Life seldom goes as one wishes. Even if you are the current Meng Yangwang, this situation is no exception. With a faint smile, Meng Kuo replied, in truth, with Yang Lin's abilities. If he manages to grow, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass yours. Meng Kuo had always held a sense of admiration for Yang Lin, seeing him as one of the most exceptional young talents he had encountered. As they spoke of Yang Lin, Meng Qingqiu, standing nearby, seemed to sense something and turned her gaze in his direction, her brows furrowing slightly. What is that fellow doing? Liu Pei followed her gaze and saw Yang Lin floating on the water, rummaging through a corpse. Seeing this scene, Liu Pei couldn't help but twitch his lips. This fellow was indeed quite shameless. Fortunately, he had not taken Yang Lin as a disciple. Otherwise, he would have to bear the burden of such an association. Now, at this parting moment, Yang Lin was about to become a solitary figure, yet he showed no inclination to bid farewell to Liu Pei, nor to Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia, instead choosing to scavenge for corpses. In the recent battle on Huiyang Lake, the fallen black-robed figures had strengths far exceeding Yang Lin's. To him, these individuals likely harbored martial arts secrets or rare treasures. While others might find them worthless, for Yang Lin, they represented significant opportunities. In the future, he would have to rely on himself, so he needed to accumulate some initial capital. Otherwise, how could he compete with the other prodigies in the martial world? Meanwhile, standing on the fishing boat, Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia finally noticed Yang Lin clutching a black-robed corpse, feeling around for something. After exchanging glances, they both smiled knowingly. They too had engaged in similar acts during their escape, recognizing the necessity of resource replenishment to avoid eventual depletion. Ouyang Yunshuang, unable to contain herself, swiftly appeared near Yang Lin, casting a cold gaze his way. What are you up to? Yet, Ouyang Yunshuang was cautious, aware that Gu Qingwei was watching closely. Any rash actions could provoke an immediate response from her. Can't you tell? I'm here to seek my fortune, Yang Lin replied candidly, confident in the presence of his allies, doubting Ouyang Yunshuang would dare to act against him. Ironically, the corpse he was examining belonged to Qiu Daochun, who was, in fact, Ouyang Yunshuang's master. Ouyang Yunshuang's expression darkened, a hint of anger flickering in her eyes, as she emitted a faint chill, fixing her gaze on Yang Lin. This is my master's corpse. Though unspoken, Yang Lin understood her intent and felt somewhat exasperated. One must adhere to the principles of precedence. I found it first, thus it is rightfully mine. Besides, there are still over a dozen other corpses here. At this, Ouyang Yunshuang paused, acutely aware of the other gazes upon her, especially Gu Qingwei's. Even if she were genuinely angered, there was little she could do to Yang Lin, let alone seize the corpse from him. With no other choice, she could only huff in frustration, swiftly moving on to other corpses. Her method of scavenging was much more straightforward than Yang Lin's. With a mere gesture, she could obliterate a corpse, causing it to explode into a mist of blood, revealing its hidden treasures in an instant. Watching this spectacle, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel envy. This was the proper way to obtain equipment, far more efficient than his own method, and it certainly had a dramatic flair. Nevertheless, Yang Lin soon discovered a black storage bag on Xiao Daochun's body, and his heart raced at the sight. Given Xiao Daochun's strength, the contents within must be exceedingly rare. The others, aside from Ouyang Yunshuang, were all focused on Yang Lin's actions, amused by his seemingly naive demeanor. Reminiscent of their own past selves. Chapter 149. What advice does young Master Yang have? At that moment, Lu Pei's voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, Pei Shen retracted his smile and promptly assured, I have seen nothing of today's events. Lu Pei, unceremoniously, remarked, if you have seen nothing, then why linger here? Have you not yet realized that you are the only outsider present? Awakening from his stupor, Pei Shen glanced around and begrudgingly nodded, I indeed find myself alone. With that, he decided against prolonging his stay and turned to leave. Currently, both Yang Lin and Xiao Feng needed to conceal their whereabouts and depart from the realm of Huajiang. As a representative sent by His Majesty, remaining here would be rather conspicuous. Yang Lin, maintaining an air of composure, put away the storage pouch he had just acquired and glanced back at Lu Pei. With Ouyang Yunshuang assisting in organizing his equipment, Yang Lin felt no urgency. After all, with Gu Qingwei present, Ouyang Yunshuang's efforts were merely serving his own needs. Why should he exert himself further? You have laid a solid foundation. There is little more I can teach you, Lu Pei said with a rare smile directed at Yang Lin. However, Yang Lin, upon hearing this, felt somewhat displeased. I recall you once promised to help me break through to the qi refining stage, yet that has yet to materialize. With your current prowess, you no longer require my guidance. To join a sect, you need only approach the mountain gate. The rest of the journey is virtually assured, Lu Pei replied, shaking his head as his gaze settled on Yang Lin. Oh, how remarkable. I have yet to witness such confidence from you. Were you not previously vocal about my inadequacies? Yang Lin chuckled teasingly. Surprisingly, Lu Pei did not contest this. That was to cultivate your understanding of the principle that overconfidence leads to failure. If I did not impose strict standards upon you, your future achievements would be negligible. Yang Lin did not refute Lu Pei's words. The old fellow spoke truthfully. Without a solid foundation, if one were merely content with minimal progress, the prospect of making a name in the Jianghu was utterly unattainable, let alone achieving unparalleled greatness. He was acutely aware that the bodies drifting on the surface of the water could very well represent his own fate. After a moment of silence, Yang Lin regarded Lu Pei and pondered aloud. If I were to declare that I would surely surpass both you and King Ming Yang in the future at this moment of parting, would that be overly presumptuous? I await that day with anticipation, interjected Ming Kuo, seizing the opportunity to speak before Lu Pei could respond. Observing this exchange, Ming Rong tightly clenched his fists, his expression rife with reluctance and complexity. Having been bested by Yang Lin on multiple occasions, he had never endured such a profound defeat. Enough. During this farewell, I have no taste for lamentations. A man should traverse the world with a carefree spirit, Lu Pei hummed lightly, making no intention of prolonging the conversation with Yang Lin as he turned to enter the cabin. As the warship pivoted to depart, those destined to leave must indeed take their leave. At this moment, Ming Rong stood upon the deck, looking down at Yang Lin with a gaze imbued with determination and coldness. Our contest is far from over. A future battle awaits us. This time, Yang Lin offered no rebuttal to Ming Rong, instead smiling quietly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Our next encounter will likely be at Huangquan Mountain, correct? The Huangquan Mountain he referred to was the location of the enigmatic sect he intended to join, and Ming Rong would undoubtedly pursue him there. I hope that when next we meet, you will indeed overcome your inner demons, Yang Lin mused, reflecting on Ming Rong's 3 consecutive losses. It seemed only natural for a person to develop inner turmoil after such defeats. As for any pretentious remarks, he deemed them unnecessary, for there was no need to provoke someone further. Besides, he and Ming Rong bore no profound enmity. Their rivalry was merely a contest between prodigies, not something to dwell upon excessively. In this regard, Yang Lin took the initiative, remaining unconcerned. The crux was that Meng Kuo had just played his part in today's grand performance, making their respective statuses abundantly clear. Not only Ming Rong, but also Meng Qingxiu, had fixed their gaze upon Yang Lin before departing, their looks seemingly intent on devouring him whole, leaving Yang Lin somewhat bemused. This woman truly lacked rationality. Could she not bear to lose gracefully? Young Master Yang, at last, Xiao Feng'er called out from the small boat. Turning back, Yang Lin met her and Yun Luoxia's eyes, a wave of reluctance washing over him. Compared to Lu Pei, it was Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia whom he found most difficult to part with. Both women were intricately entwined with his life. We will meet again in the future, won't we? Surely we will? Yang Lin inquired softly, brimming with hope. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng'er solemnly nodded, as if weighing her response with great care. Good. That affirmation was sufficient for Yang Lin. He continued, I hope that when we next meet, you will still be the Xiao Feng'er of today, as I only recognize Xiao Feng'er. At his words, a faint blush graced Xiao Feng'er's cheeks. She seemed to grasp the deeper implications of his statement. Xiao Feng'er was Yang Lin's concubine, a role she embraced, unconcerned with titles of the royal family of Wei. With that, Yang Lin's gaze fell upon Yun Luoxia. Sensing his scrutiny, she raised an eyebrow. What is it? Are we to part with dramatic flair? Though her words were sharp, she made no move to deter him, patiently awaiting his words. When we next meet, I believe I shall still remember you, Yang Lin said with a deliberately cheerful tone. Hearing this, Yun Luoxia bit her lip and shot him a fierce glare, yet surprisingly refrained from further retorts. Their time together had seen her suffer losses, but she had also bested him on occasion. Perhaps they had reached a sort of equilibrium? Finally, Yang Lin's gaze settled on the masked figure. Though he remained silent, the individual seemed to sense his attention, and that indistinguishable voice echoed once more. What advice does young Master Yang have? Chapter 150, The Hunyuan Sect. Duanjin, although I do not know who you are, I am aware that Minghua holds great trust in you, as does Liu Pei, Yang Lin stated calmly, casting a profound glance at the serpentine mask, seemingly attempting to glimpse the visage hidden beneath. The mask silently met Yang Lin's gaze, not responding immediately, as if it had anticipated his intentions. Indeed, it soon spoke. One thing I can assert with certainty is that you are not the Aunt Lu spoken of by Feng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng'er, Yun Luoxia, and Gu Qingwei immediately turned their attention to the masked figure. Yang Lin continued, I can sense your attitude towards Minghua is rather peculiar. It does not reflect the animosity one would expect between two adversaries. It is all too apparent. You are not Aunt Lu? Xiao Feng'er regained her composure, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Yang Lin pressed on, however, you must have intricate ties to the sect Liu Pei mentioned, correct? Despite Yang Lin's deductions, the serpentine mask remained evasive, responding, since Liu Pei has not divulged my identity to you, I believe it is unnecessary for you to know. Indeed, I cannot deny that. Since Liu Pei is willing to trust you, I shall extend that trust as well, Yang Lin replied, nodding gently, seemingly indifferent to uncovering the identity of the masked figure. He added, I merely wish to ascertain whether Feng'er and the others will be safe in departing from this place. I think, rather than fretting over their safety, you should contemplate your own escape from Huayang Lake, the masked figure suggested, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting Ouyang Yunshuang, the meaning behind his gaze unmistakable. The demoness possessed formidable strength, and it seemed that Yang Lin bore something she desired. Initially taken aback by this remark, Ouyang Yunshuang soon smiled alluringly. Casting a deep look at Yang Lin, you jest, young Master Yang. I owe a debt of gratitude to you. How could I possibly wish him harm? Such treachery is beneath me. Despite her words, there lingered a hint of disbelief in her tone. In truth, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a flicker of uncertainty, as the masked figure had indeed touched upon her thoughts. Now that the conflicts had subsided, should Xiao Feng'er and the others decide to sever ties, Ouyang Yunshuang might find herself unable to escape, compelled to remain here. You need not worry. I am untroubled, Yang Lin stated candidly. His greatest concern was that Ouyang Yunshuang would not act against him. Should she dare, he would seize the opportunity to ambush her. After all, Gu Qingwei was present, and Yang Lin did not believe Ouyang Yunshuang could conjure any significant upheaval. Oh? Observing Yang Lin's unwavering confidence, the masked figure grew intrigued, yet soon noticed Gu Qingwei at a distance, a flicker of understanding illuminating his mind. Notably, during the previous skirmish, when Qiu Daochen nearly succeeded in ambushing Yang Lin, Gu Qingyue's emotions had seemed on the verge of collapse, a sentiment even the distant masked figure could perceive. Senior, might I inquire your name before you depart? Yang Lin turned to the serpentine mask once more. Hunyuan Sect, Duanjin, came the response, the voice no longer ambiguous, now distinctly that of a graceful woman. Duanjin, it seemed, had finally chosen to reveal her true identity. The name of the Hunyuan Sect, the enigmatic sect she spoke of, resonated with significance. Hearing this, a gentle smile graced Yang Lin's face, as his earlier concerns for Xiao Feng'er and the others dissipated entirely. This woman was evidently of the same lineage as Liu Pei. The distinction of elder or junior was inconsequential to Yang Lin. Duanjin regarded Yang Lin with newfound respect, surprised that he had deduced her identity from such subtle clues. She gazed deeply at him, stating, no wonder Minghua holds you in such high regard, and Liu Pei ultimately chose you, in comparison. You seem more fitting for the Hunyuan sect than the princess of the immortal phoenix. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he attempted to comprehend her implication. Xiao Feng'er, too, was drawn to Duanjin's words, glancing back at her. Finally, breaking her silence, Gu Qingwei spoke softly. Feng'er, she is more suited to our Tianzhou. Duanjin looked at Gu Qingwei, not refuting her statement. However, your Qianzong ultimately cannot contend with the great Xia. Oh, are you suggesting that the Hunyuan sect surpasses our Tianzong? While the words were spoken, Gu Qingwe's eyes brimmed with pride, clearly not undervaluing the Hunyuan sect. In response, Duanjing simply shook her head gently. In terms of scale, we Hunyuan sect are but a small faction, dwarfed by the vastness of the Tianzong. Yet, as the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all essential organs. While we may be small, we possess our own advantages when the day of reckoning arrives. None within our sect shall become a burden. At this point, Gu Qingwei chose not to comment further. The Tianzong had long transcended worldly matters, adhering to the philosophy of natural order. Whether or not to welcome Xiaofeng'er into their sect would ultimately be determined by fate, as the so-called Great Xia dynasty would not pose a significant obstacle. However, the crux of the matter lay with Xiaofeng. Even Gu Qingyue's stance was merely an influencing factor, not a decisive one. Having exhausted the topics at hand, the small fishing boat gradually drifted away into the distance, with Xiaofeng'er and Yun Luoxia occasionally glancing back at Yang Lin. He watched the two depart, feeling an emptiness within his heart. Perhaps that was the essence of parting. Even though his conversations with Xiaofeng'er had been few, the memory of their exchanges lingered in his mind, often accompanied by the image of her slightly blushing face. Every recollection of such moments brought an inexplicable joy to Yang Lin. He had often lamented that, even knowing it was a mere illusion, having such a charming companion was an extraordinary gift. As for Yun Luoxia, there was no need to elaborate. Although they held no formal title of husband and wife, they shared a bond of intimacy that surpassed mere familial affection. Despite their frequent banter, their relationship evolved gradually, with feelings deepening over time. If you truly find it difficult to part, I can arrange for you to encounter them midway. Gu Qingyue's voice unexpectedly broke the silence, prompting Yang Lin's heart to leap as he turned around, a grin spreading across his face. Chapter 151. The Robbery of the Demoness in the Realm of Farewells. It is customary to reserve the most significant goodbyes for the final moments. This is known as the grand finale. Yang Lin, still immersed in the water, quickly plastered a smile on his face. Gu Qingwei softly spoke. You have mastered the phantom step. You could effortlessly stand upon the water's surface instead of remaining submerged. Hearing this, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. After the ice platform vanished, he had simply plunged into the water, not realizing he could indeed stand upon its surface. They have departed, and I too must take my leave, Gu Qingyue said, her gaze fixed on Yang Lin, her mind drifting back to the moments they had shared. Though their time together was brief, each memory softened her expression. Yang Lin hastily interjected, Are you in such a hurry to leave as well? There are no feasts that do not come to an end. We must part ways eventually. Gu Qingwei sighed softly in her heart. If that is the case, you should not be in a rush. I wish to wait for the last mountain with you, to witness the first rays of dawn illuminating the future. Upon seeing the anticipation in Yang Lin's eyes, Gu Qingyue found herself unable to refuse. In truth, she too harbored a flicker of hope for what he described. And she nodded gently. Among the crowd, it was Gu Qingwei who felt the least urgency. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ouyang Yunshuang confirmed that Xiaofeng'er and Yun Luoxia had finally vacated the lake's surface. Relieved, her gaze shifted to Gu Qingwei and Yang Lin. Observing the two, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a twinge of confusion and suspicion. These two are certainly acting strangely. Reflecting on Gu Qingyue's earlier near outburst, Ouyang Yunshuang began to piece together the puzzle, but hesitated to believe the implications. Could even a fairy be swayed by earthly desires? If so, one could comprehend the allure of a dazzling individual. Yet why was it Yang Lin who captivated her? What charm did he possess? Furthermore, even if there were romantic entanglement, was there any need for such public displays of affection? Contemplating this, Ouyang Yunshuang furrowed her brow, intending to discreetly depart while the two conversed. However, just then, a sword whooshed through the air, hovering before her face and blocking her path. Even in its dilapidated state, Ouyang Yunshuang recognized it instantly as Gu Qingyue's sword. This woman has indeed been watching me, she thought, suppressing a few curses, then turned to face Gu Qingwei. Although Ouyang Yunshuang felt wary of Gu Qingwei, she was not intimidated. Despite their disparity in strength, Gu Qingwei would find it challenging to slay her. Even if we were to engage in 100 rounds, a victor would remain elusive between us. Ouyang Yunshuang scoffed, emboldened by her restored power. Did you think I was oblivious to your presence? Gu Qingwei suddenly spoke. Ouyang Yunshuang was taken aback, an ominous premonition washing over her, yet she maintained her composure. Responding coolly, what do you mean by that? Your disguise is flawless, convincing enough to embody a mere kitchen maid. Yet you have overlooked one crucial detail, Gu Qingwei observed, her gaze unwavering. Ouyang Yunshuang's unease intensified as she struggled to fathom Gu Qingyue's meaning. I have always been benevolent, even towards a kitchen maid devoid of abilities. I would willingly cleanse her impurities and refine her essence. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang's heart sank, realizing that she had mistakenly believed Xiao Feng'er had tampered with her body, only to discover that it was Gu Qingyue's doing all along. What have you done to me? She demanded, fear creeping into her eyes. Gu Qingyue smiled, a chilling grin that sent shivers down Ouyang Yunshuang's spine. What I have done would benefit an ordinary person greatly. However, you are not ordinary, you are a demoness. And in certain circumstances, my actions may backfire. Ouyang Yunshuang's expression turned grave. She cursed Gu Qingyue under her breath but could not formulate a more substantial retort. She dared not provoke Gu Qingyue further, fearing that if pushed too hard, this woman might become desperate enough to take her life. At that moment, Gu Qingyue, disinterested in Ouyang Yunshuang's plight, turned her attention back to Yang Lin. If I were to hand this woman over to you today, how would you deal with her? Ouyang Yunshuang cursed inwardly, hurriedly assessing her own condition. Ever since Xiao Feng'er had helped restore her strength, Ouyang Yunshuang had been vigilant about her health. And this occasion was no different. Yet, she had found no issues. Had it not been for Yang Lin's insinuations, she would have remained oblivious. Yang Lin then interjected. She has helped me gather so much equipment. Even if there are no merits, there is certainly effort involved. We need not be excessively harsh. Ouyang Yunshuang's expression froze upon hearing this. The rascal intended to seize the treasure she had collected, leaving her empty-handed in the end. Observing Ouyang Yunshuang's growing frustration, Yang Lin innocently inquired, wasn't Azi assisting me just now? I thought she was collecting everything for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingyue's gaze shifted towards Ouyang Yunshuang. At that moment, Ouyang Yunshuang felt a prickling sensation, wishing she could strip the two of their skins alive. Yet, she could not openly confront Gu Qingyue. Resigned, she forced herself to say, indeed, the maid was indeed aiding her master in tidying the battlefield. Oh. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, extending his right hand and smiling. Then what are we waiting for? Hand over everything you just collected. While the act of scavenging gear was indeed exhilarating, nothing compared to the thrill of robbing Ouyang Yunshuang directly. Glancing at Gu Qingyue, who remained unmoved, Ouyang Yunshuang deduced that Gu Qingyue's earlier words likely hinted at a deeper issue within her body, one that was well concealed and had evaded her perceptive senses. Seeing Ouyang Yunshuang's continued silence, Gu Qingyue surmised that she was still questioning the integrity of her own condition, given the circumstances. Chapter 152. Nothingness. Since Ouyang Yunshuang harbored doubts, Gu Qingyue would not shy away from the trouble. She needed to provide her with undeniable proof. With a flick of her finger, the long sword hovering above Ouyang Yunshuang's head emitted subtle ripples, seemingly drawing upon the true energy within Ouyang Yunshuang's body. An invisible force seemed to momentarily impede Ouyang Yunshuang's movements, making even the slightest gestures feel exceedingly burdensome. At this moment, Ouyang Yunshuang's suspicions were utterly confirmed. Her countenance darkened, as if she were about to weep. This woman had indeed not deceived her. She had truly left her mark within Ouyang Yunshuang. You have disguised yourself flawlessly, even managing to deceive me for a time. From the outset, my suspicion was never directed at you, but rather at Yun Luoxia. However, while examining Yun Luoxia's condition, I found no trace of true energy, yet those strange meridians certainly did not belong to an ordinary person. This was undeniably abnormal. Yet, within you, the meridians appear as those of a common individual, devoid of any flaws. Gu Qingyue continued, but you must understand, since I suspect you, I will naturally think more thoroughly. If you were merely an ordinary woman, the impurities within you would pose no issue. However, if you are indeed a demoness, once your strength is restored, will these impurities not merge with your foundation as your cultivation advances? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang felt an overwhelming urge to kill. She finally understood why she had been unable to sense it. This impeccable act had ultimately left her with a hidden disaster. Despicable villain. Ouyang Yunshuang spat coldly, gritting her teeth while glaring fiercely at Gu Qingyue. Gu Qingyue's expression remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to Ouyang Yunshuang's words. In comparison, you have impersonated me and even attempted to capture Yang Lin to extract poison. Who, then, is the more despicable? Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Azi. Yang Lin interjected softly, his tone noticeably gentler. Now that we have reached this point, sometimes it is wiser to concede rather than to stubbornly persist. Regaining her composure, Ouyang Yunshuang felt an urge to slap Yang Lin, yet she could not afford to act so rashly. She needed to adopt a more humble demeanor, even towards him. The master speaks true. This time, it was my oversight. I am willing to surrender all the treasures I have collected. With that, Ouyang Yunshuang placed the items she had gathered into a storage bag and tossed it into Yang Lin's hands. It was a white bag, which Yang Lin received with a faint smile, though he cast a profound glance at Ouyang Yunshuang. I recall that when you first came to my home, you stole some meat. While it is true that a chef must not refrain from tasting, are you certain that you haven't hidden anything away this time? At Yang Lin's words, Ouyang Yunchuang felt like weeping with frustration. This fellow truly had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. However, she maintained a facade of grievance and replied, I would not dare. Despite her protest, Yang Lin appeared unconvinced and turned to glance at Gu Qingwei. Gu Qingwei then spoke up. She has indeed not concealed anything. With that, Yang Lin slowly nodded, finally feeling reassured. Honestly, I am not afraid of you hiding something. But you must understand that last time, after stealing a bite of meat, you inexplicably fell victim to poisoning. What if there are peculiar substances this time as well? You must realize this concern is for your own good. Hearing this, Ouyang Yunchuang could only respond with a strained smile. Yes, I understand the master's intentions. Oh, it seems you are quite dissatisfied with me. Your smile is so unappealing. Perhaps you should refrain from it? Yang Lin teased. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunchuang nearly panicked, quickly altering her expression to a charming smile, delicate yet alluring, like a flower poised to bloom. Good, good, good. Now, this is how you should present yourself. With her compliance, Yang Lin lost interest in further teasing her. At this moment, Ouyang Yunchuang truly loathed Yang Lin, her teeth itching with the desire to strike him if given the chance. Suddenly, Gu Qingwei interjected, shall we simply strip her of her martial prowess? Eliminate future troubles? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunchuang's heart sank once again, her expression becoming pitiable as she turned to Yang Lin with pleading eyes. Although she was reluctant to admit it, her life was indeed in Yang Lin's hands. However, Yang Lin merely shook his head gently, gazing deeply at Ouyang Yunchuang, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Never mind. If her powers are truly stripped away, with so many enemies made, her demise would surely be a grim one. All actions bear consequences. Retribution is an unerring law. As we approach parting, Azzy, I have a piece of advice to impart, though I am uncertain if you will heed it. Ouyang Yunchuang promptly nodded, urging, Master, please speak. Any approach from the opposite sex carries ulterior motives and ill intentions, including mine. Therefore, be vigilant. The world of martial arts is vast, and even you may one day feel weary. Should that time come, you may seek me out. I will always reserve a position for you as my chef. Yes, I shall remember. Ouyang Yunchuang nodded, yet her heart was filled with discontent. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as though Yang Lin harbored ulterior motives towards her. Even at this juncture, was he still not willing to let go? Having uttered these words, Yang Lin sighed deeply, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. Let her go. Old Lu and Fenger have departed, and while I feel sadness and reluctance, they were destined to leave. But now even my chef is leaving, and I truly feel an emptiness within, as if I have lost everything in a single day. As his words fell, Yang Lin ceased to resist, allowing his body to descend into the depths of the lake. Even Gu Qingwei fell into silence. Throughout these days, she had sensed that the people surrounding Yang Lin would depart one by one, leaving him utterly alone, herself included. Ouyang Yunchuang curiously looked at Gu Qingwei. Since the conversation has reached this point, may I inquire about one matter? Gu Qingwei raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying, her gaze still fixed on Yang Lin at the bottom of the lake. What is it that you see in him? Is it him? Gu Qingwei's lips parted slightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of tenderness, heartache, and reluctance. In the realm of mortals, without experiencing the journey, how can one speak of transcendence? Chapter 153. Supreme Forgetfulness. Have you truly developed feelings for that young man? Ouyang Yunchuang gazed at the woman before her, Gu Qingwei, and felt an unfamiliarity. It was hard to believe that someone so transcendent, seemingly from another realm, would be swayed by mundane emotions. Who could have anticipated that such a person would succumb to human affections? Though Ouyang Yunchuang had once speculated that Gu Qingwei might fall for Yang Lin, the reality of it left her incredulous. At that moment, Gu Qingwei remained fixated on Yang Lin, who lay submerged at the bottom of the lake, his eyes tightly shut. This would undoubtedly become an unforgettable memory, something unseen, thus unforgettably unique. Much like love, only through personal experience can one achieve true forgetfulness. The path of cultivation is an endless pursuit, always chasing and perpetually on the journey. Upon hearing these thoughts, Ouyang Yunchuang appeared to comprehend but couldn't suppress a playful smirk. Isn't that a bit cruel? You may easily forget, but what about him? He is merely an ordinary citizen. If you feel such emotions for him, his feelings must be even stronger. You seem to forget. I doubt he could ever forget you. In response, Gu Qingwei simply remarked, he has vowed to one day confront the heavenly sect and take me away right before those old geezers. I eagerly await that day. Ouyang Yunchuang cast a dismissive glance at Gu Qingwei. That young man once claimed that as long as I followed him, he would rise above all. Can such words be taken seriously? It's rare to have such ambitions, but do you not think this is beneficial for him? Finally, Gu Qingwei raised her brow and regarded Ouyang Yunchuang. The latter felt a twinge of disbelief. It was one thing for Yang Lin to be naive, but why was Gu Qingwei still so innocent? Such words should not have escaped her lips. Initially, I did harbor murderous intent, Gu Qingwei confessed candidly. Ouyang Yunshuang paused, recalling the past with a sudden jolt. Gu Qingwei continued, back then, when you fell into that blood pool, you should have realized it was my doing. Ouyang Yunshuang fell silent, knowing instinctively that Gu Qingwei had orchestrated the event. After all, it was improbable for her, even as an ordinary person, to stumble so easily. If something had truly transpired then, you would have been aware. Though Gu Qingwei did not articulate it plainly, Ouyang Yunshuang understood the implications. Unfortunately, the person you chose turned out to be a paragon of virtue, so he never entertained any illicit thoughts. In truth, Gu Qingyue's willingness to be by Yang Lin's side was fraught with complexity, when every thought of hers was tethered to his every action. She did not seek to extinguish those feelings, but rather hoped to provoke Yang Lin's darker inclinations, to reveal his true nature, and to find closure. Yet, in the end, Yang Lin never crossed that line, solidifying his place in Gu Qingwei's heart. This did not dishearten her. Instead, it heightened her interest in his movements, even prompting her to assist him in his cultivation. Until the very moment she surrendered herself to him, Gu Qingwei had choices, yet ultimately, she made none. From that point onward, she relinquished all defenses, choosing to embrace the mortal realm alongside Yang Lin. In time, she experienced the most fervent form of love through him, the unparalleled yearning, and the indelible memories that came with it. He is not exclusive. Gu Qingyue's gaze returned to Yang Lin, her tone light, as if sharing a secret. Ouyang Yunshuang acquiesced, fully aware since her arrival at the Yang residence. But if he is not exclusive, why did you ultimately choose him? She inquired, her confusion evident. It was clear that Gu Qingwei had no obligation to intervene in the conflict. She could have simply reaped the benefits from the sidelines. Yet, she chose to act. And against all odds, it was for that rascal. Gu Qingwei, however, did not directly answer, instead posing a question of her own. Do you know why Xiao Feng'er would accept being Yang Lin's concubine rather than his primary wife? Ouyang Yunshuang was equally puzzled. And Gu Qingwei explained, ultimately, you will leave, so his lack of exclusivity may be a blessing in disguise for you, alleviating any burdens when the time comes. No. Gu Qingwei shook her head. From your current perspective, you seem unable to grasp one of the most vital feelings in love, possession. Ouyang Yunshuang paused, as if struck by a revelation, and laughed. Are you saying that when this young man is intimate with Yun Luoxia, you feel jealousy? Gu Qingwei remained silent, continuing. I am quite concerned about how you once impersonated me to take away his innocence. Ouyang Yunshuang froze, surprised that Gu Qingwei still remembered this incident, something she had often wished to forget herself. Yet, realizing that their paths were fundamentally divergent, she pondered why Gu Qingwei was sharing such profound thoughts with her now. Did you never consider letting me go? Ouyang Yunshuang questioned, her gaze wary as she looked at Gu Qingwei. Do you believe I should let you go? Or that it would be normal for me to do so? Gu Qingyue's brow arched in response. Ouyang Yunshuang felt a weight settle in her chest, sensing an invisible pressure that drained color from her face. In this moment, she found herself utterly defenseless against Gu Qingwei's words. You should be grateful that Yang Lin does not wish for your demise, nor does he want you to relinquish your powers, Gu Qingwei continued. Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yang Lin before asking, Are you saying you would truly let me off the hook for his sake? However, I must confirm one thing. After I depart, will you still harbor resentment towards him? Gu Qingyue's voice softened, her gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Yunshuang. Chapter 154. The Inevitable Farewell and Response. Ouyang Yunshuang merely smiled coldly. Do you truly wish to maintain the status quo, clinging to the remnants of your feelings for him? So, you have never intended to let him go? At this point, Gu Qingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of murderous intent. Rather than allowing Yang Lin to remain a future threat, it would be wiser to eliminate this scourge at once. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yunshuang's heart jolted. She quickly replied, Even without your urging, I have no intention of pursuing that boy any further. At most, I will give him a beating. He has already coerced me into swearing an oath during his time at the Yang family, a vow I truly cannot break. As Ouyang Yunshuang spoke, she displayed a sincere expression, seemingly earnest in her words. Thus, Gu Qingwei lost interest in further entangling herself with Ouyang Yunshuang and stated plainly, in that case, you may leave. Ouyang Yunshuang was momentarily taken aback by this response, staring blankly at Gu Qingwei, her heart still tinged with suspicion. Are you truly willing to let me go so easily? Until Yang Lin reaches Huangquan Mountain, I will keep a close watch on you. Any sign of trouble, and you shall bear the consequences. Gu Qingyue's tone carried a hint of threat. Ouyang Yunshuang, taken aback by these words, realized the woman harbored no good intentions. However, since Gu Qingyue was allowing her to leave, it was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Compared to her own predicament, it would be better to let Yang Lin off the hook for now. After all, they might never have another opportunity to meet again. Casting a glance at Yang Lin, Still submerged in the depths of the lake, Ouyang Yunshuang turned to depart. Her immediate task was to extricate herself from the constraints imposed by Gu Qingwei. She could not allow herself to be manipulated any longer. At that moment beneath the lake's surface, Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Beholding the unparalleled beauty of Gu Qingyue's visage, "It is time to leave. Is there anything you wish to take with you?" Gu Qingyue's voice resonated within Yang Lin's mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Lin gently shook his head. There was nothing of necessity to take along, or perhaps, all that he desired had already departed. The surroundings were now completely surrounded by pursuers. The only possible escape route was by water. "Allow me to guide you from there." Gu Qingyue's voice echoed once more. Yang Lin nodded in response, wrapping his arms around her waist as they embarked on their journey, akin to fish gliding through the water towards the horizon. On the shores of Huayang Lake, the third prince, along with Chao Tianyu and the scholar saint, stood upon the deck of their grand vessel, gazing towards the direction of the recent battle. "They have already departed." The scholar saint spoke expressionlessly, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Upon hearing this, the third prince furrowed his brow, tightening with frustration. Having come to Pinghong City, not only did they fail to accomplish their mission, but they returned empty-handed? Perhaps His Majesty never truly expected His Highness to succeed in this endeavor. "This matter is unrelated to you." Pei Shen gently shook his head. The third prince's expression froze at Pei Shen's words. While the truth seemed to align with this notion, it was particularly hurtful to hear it from Pei Shen. "Your Highness, what can ever be accomplished to perfection? Even His Majesty, despite commanding the realm, is burdened by countless matters that weigh upon him. Perfection is an unattainable ideal." Pei Shen continued, introspective. "What do you mean?" "Menqua?" The third prince pondered before speaking. Chao Tianyu, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words. While both the third prince and Pei Shen could discuss His Majesty with composure, he could not. He was merely a pawn, ever mindful of his position, lest he invite disaster upon himself. "This has nothing to do with me. I have said nothing." Pei Shen laughed, not clarifying his words. The third prince, however, remained unconvinced, softly remarking, "Although Menqua seems to have emerged victorious, the true triumph belongs to my father. Menqua's strength has been laid bare. Dealing with him in the future should be considerably simpler." As he spoke, the third prince wore a subtly mysterious smile. Pei Shen offered no comment, instead reflecting on the earlier confrontation between Menqua and Liu Pei. Defeating Liu Pei with a single strike, such combat prowess could hardly be discerned by mere assassins. It was evident that Menqua had merely been putting on a performance, and the identity of the orchestrator was all too clear. "Your Highness, regardless of circumstances, we cannot return empty-handed. This would surely be difficult to explain." After a prolonged silence, Chao Tianyu finally spoke, awakening the third prince to this reality. He turned his gaze towards the depths of Huayang Lake, a cold smirk forming on his lips. "Did someone not leave us a poem? The matter of the rebels is now firmly established, is it not? Who better to serve as a rebel than him?" Upon hearing this, Chao Tianyu pondered briefly, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Your Highness, you are indeed astute." "Oh, what makes you say that?" The third prince glanced at Chao Tianyu with interest, eager for his response. "Your Highness, although our mission was not accomplished, we have the opportunity to identify the foremost rebel against the great Xia. Is this not a significant achievement in itself?" "A rebel? Are you referring to Yang Lin? Given his status, what merit does he possess to be labeled as such?" The third prince furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Even Pei Shen awaited Chao Tianyu to elaborate further. Indeed, his own status may not warrant such a title. But let us not forget his connection to Princess Yanfeng. To call him the foremost rebel is hardly an exaggeration. Chao Tianyu laughed, confidence radiating from his demeanor. In this light, the third prince appeared to grasp the implication, murmuring to himself, "This does indeed hold validity." That poem, coupled with the Prince of Wei, would suffice to label him a rebel. He could use this verse to tarnish His Majesty's reputation, and we could naturally turn the tables upon him when the time comes. Rewarding Yang Lin would undoubtedly incite others to act on our behalf, allowing us to avoid direct confrontation with him. Chao Tianyu continued. Upon hearing this, the third prince finally nodded in agreement. Chapter 155. Aunt Lu, your scheme is indeed feasible. The third prince stroked his chin, a hint of a smile finally appearing on his face. This plan, conceived by His Highness, is undoubtedly ingenious, beyond mere words. At this moment, Chao Tianyu fully embraced his role as a sycophant, promptly offering his compliments. "Excellent. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Given your familiarity, it should be a simple task to ensure that this lad's name is known far and wide, should it not?" The third prince continued, a cold smirk gracing his features. Outside Pinghong City, in a vast area, there stood a nameless mountain, serene and picturesque, with emerald waters stretching endlessly. At this hour, the night had deepened, and it should have been desolate. Yet atop the mountain, a tent could be seen, surrounded by dancing fireflies, their flickering lights resembling stars scattered across the night sky. Within the tent, soft murmurs occasionally broke the stillness, and as the moon waxed and waned, dawn approached rapidly. Yang Lin led Gu Qingwei to the edge of a mountain cliff, gazing toward the distant east, where the sky was painted a deep crimson. The two stood in silence, watching as the horizon lightened, the sun rising higher and higher. The morning sun was indeed breathtaking. Even Gu Qingwei could not help but exclaim from the depths of her heart, gazing at the slowly ascending red orb, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over her. Prior to this, Gu Qingwei had witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets, yet those scenes had always felt somewhat bland. On the peaks of the Tianzong, where mountains rose and fell, the vistas surpassed this moment 1,000-fold. Yet, even so, Gu Qingwei felt that the present scenery was the most beautiful and memorable of all, not for any other reason, but because the fair maiden stood beside her, a presence incomparable at any time. In truth, no matter how splendid the dawn, it pales in comparison to you in my eyes. Yang Lin's voice suddenly broke the silence, imbued with a gentle tone. You ought to forget about me, Gu Qingwei said abruptly, turning to face Yang Lin, her gaze fixed upon his sun-kissed face. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Yang Lin appeared even more alluring at this moment, surpassing the morning sun. Why should I forget? Did I not once tell you that you are one of my motivations for cultivation? Forgetting would bring me no benefit at all. Yang Lin chuckled, dismissing Gu Qingwei's words lightly, then affectionately brushed his fingers against her nose before continuing. When I next stand before you, I assure you, you shall lose any opportunity to refuse me. At this declaration, Gu Qingwei understood that no further words would hold any weight, that speaking would only exhaust her. All she could do now was hold Yang Lin tightly. Yang Lin slowly closed his eyes, endeavoring to savor every moment, to imprint it in his memory, to revel in it all. At some point, Gu Qingwei had vanished, yet a faint, lingering fragrance seemed to have seeped into his being, refusing to dissipate. Some paths, ultimately, I must traverse alone. Yang Lin sighed softly, returning to the tent with the intention of resting a while longer. Ever since he had been with Gu Qingwei, he realized he had scarcely taken a moment to rest. Aside from his cultivation, all his energy seemed devoted to her, especially during the previous night, when they had both unreservedly expressed themselves, knowing that separation loomed. In Pinghang City, the streets and alleys were plastered with wanted posters bearing Yang Lin's and Xiao Feng'er's names. Once a figure of modest renown, Yang Lin had now become a notorious fugitive, his infamy spreading like wildfire. Moreover, the bounty on his head had already reached levels commensurate with Xiao Feng'er and her companions. An astonishing sum indeed. At the bounty board, a crowd of citizens engaged in animated discussions about the individuals depicted. Many had encountered Yang Lin and were familiar with his exploits, eagerly sharing their insights. No wonder he had no intention of marrying. It was all for the Princess of Wei, how unsurprising. Yet, alas, even though he had wed, his life of luxury was now in jeopardy. Having become a wanted man known throughout the realm, I told you, a pretty boy like him could hardly be a good person. Look at that shop of his. I recall it hasn't opened in at least half a year, not even once. As the crowd began to disperse, an elderly woman clad in black approached Yang's shop with a cane, her expression betraying a hint of anger as she gazed at the tightly shut doors. What is that fellow, the mysterious cloth gunman, intend? How dare he allow the princess to marry such a pretty boy? With that, the woman vanished in an instant, reappearing within the confines of the estate. Simultaneously, from her cane, a small black snake, about a foot long, emerged. Little Black, go inside and search thoroughly for anything of interest. Upon uttering these words, the woman's posture straightened, her back no longer hunched, her wrinkles seemingly vanished, revealing a visage of youthful beauty. This was none other than Aunt Lu, renowned as the foremost talisman master of Wei, as mentioned by Xiao Feng'er. Originally, Aunt Lu had reached an agreement with the Emperor of the Great Xia. As long as she could assassinate Meng Kuo at Huayong Lake, she would be able to take Xiao Feng'er away. However, just as she had arranged for others to lie in wait, she was ambushed, awakening only to find the battle had ended. Even now, Aunt Lu could not fathom who possessed the audacity and capability to launch such a surprise attack against her, and moreover, to do so with such precision. Most importantly, it seemed the assailant had no intention of killing her, merely wishing to restrict her movements. Before long, the small black snake returned to Aunt Lu's side, its mouth carrying a gray hat. Just one person? Aunt Lu furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with this outcome. Little Black was a jade black snake, born with the innate ability to track, and was quite intelligent. Upon hearing this, Little Black nodded, prompting Aunt Lu to reluctantly say, "Find him." With that, Little Black slithered back into the cane. This direction should lead westward, since he is a disciple of the mysterious cloth. His destination must be the Hunyuan sect, Huangguan Mountain. Chapter 156. The temple at midnight. Upon arriving at this place, Aunt Lu no longer lingered. After casting a fleeting glance back, she turned and vanished from sight, leaving the young family behind. As night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, a bright moon illuminated the sky, accompanied by twinkling stars. In a remote town, Yang Lin, cloaked in black, stood before a notice board. Staring at the announcements with a sense of dread, he was taken aback by the swiftness of the third princess actions. Within mere days, he had become a wanted man, with a bounty exceeding 100,000 silver coins. Such high-level bounties were typically reserved for nefarious scoundrels. What had he done to deserve this? With a resigned smile, Yang Lin casually tore down one of the wanted posters, a memento of his predicament. Glancing around, he noted the profound darkness of the night. The only light came from the moon above, casting an eerie glow on his surroundings. The darkness was palpable, concealed within the shadows. Yang Lin reflected on his previous experiences with old Liu, who had taken him on a murderous spree. It seemed that the intention had not merely been to hone his marksmanship, but rather to acclimate him to a life on the run. It appeared that this training was proving somewhat beneficial. Once out of the town, Yang Lin dared not tarry any longer. Choosing a direction, he plunged into the forest, where he could better conceal his presence. He was keenly aware that venturing into populated areas could lead to his exposure. He had no desire to end up imprisoned before reaching Xuanwu Mountain. Given the amount of the bounty, it was likely that many were already searching for him. Before departing, Gu Qingyue had meticulously charted a route to Xuanwu Mountain for him, allowing him to evade most of his pursuers. The remaining threats he could handle on his own. They were not insurmountable. Following the prescribed path, Yang Lin traveled for nearly 4 days. He had become a true night owl, resting by day and journeying by night, striving to avoid drawing attention. At last, he left the realm of Lanzhou, where Pingyang City was located, and reached the territory of Qinzhou. Continuing westward would lead him to Xuanwu Mountain, situated at the heart of Quanzhou. As dawn approached, having traveled throughout the night, Yang Lin began to seek a place to rest. He scaled a small hill and fortuitously discovered a dilapidated temple at its summit. It appeared deserted, with only a few rickety tables and chairs remaining, along with a crumbling statue of Buddha. Pausing at the entrance, Yang Lin surveyed the interior, noting that it seemed to have been long abandoned. Even the old tree outside exhibited signs of decay, its leaves scattered across the ground, and its trunk hollowed out by some unseen force. During this time, Yang Lin had cultivated a habit of caution. After thorough inspection, he confirmed that the temple was indeed forsaken and suitable for a night's refuge. However, this was merely a fade. Entering the temple, he continued to observe meticulously, ensuring his safety before daring to make any noise. Eventually, he found a relatively intact room in the inner courtyard, which appeared to have once served as a grand hall. The statues inside lay toppled and dismembered. He could only speculate whom the monks had worshipped here, as these remnants were too degraded to discern their original forms. Once assured of his safety, Yang Lin produced a piece of yellowed cloth, laying the clean side upon the floor. In his days as a fugitive, he had refrained from lighting a fire, relying solely on the provisions he had secured. Following the battle at Huayong Lake, he had scavenged from the corpses of skilled opponents, accumulating a wealth of items, even collecting everything the enchanting demoness had found. Yang Lin was confident that the treasures in his possession surpassed those held by the third prince. He had amassed a plethora of martial arts manuals and techniques. Although he had yet to thoroughly examine them, he intended to keep what was useful and trade the rest. Preparedness was paramount. Moreover, he had acquired 3 storage bags, one of which he gifted to Gu Qingyue. For she had generously bestowed upon him the starry jade, he could not allow her to return empty-handed. Among these supplies were ample provisions, which proved exceedingly convenient for Yang Lin. Additionally, he discovered various elixirs with diverse effects. After a brief examination, he selected a pill designed to enhance physical strength and, after a moment's contemplation, swallowed it whole. Since consuming the blood of the Millennium Snow Serpent, he had developed a peculiar resistance to toxins, rendering common venoms ineffective against him. Thus, he was untroubled by the prospect of poisoning. Nevertheless, the strength-enhancing pill was still worth taking. Who would ever complain about having a more robust physique? This was not his first encounter with such enhancements. During his time on the run, he had nearly exhausted all his stock of fortifying pills. After consuming the elixir, Yang Lin swiftly entered a meditative state, practicing the starry technique to refine the effects of the medicine within his body. As evening fell, a crisp voice from outside startled him from his meditation. "Ah, who would have thought I could find a dilapidated temple in this desolate wilderness? Just the perfect place to rest." Hearing the commotion, Yang Lin furrowed his brow, hurriedly gathering his belongings and retreating to a concealed spot. Peering out at the entrance of the temple, he soon spotted a young man, strikingly handsome, accompanied by a young woman clad in a pale red gown. They entered the temple at a leisurely pace, the girl seemingly injured, hopping along with difficulty. Had it not been for the young man's support, she likely would have collapsed. The youth bore a sword at his waist, adorned with fine embellishments that suggested he hailed from a wealthy family. There were indeed people, yet the young man's vigilance was acute. He quickly detected Yang Lin's presence concealed within the hall. In truth, Yang Lin had merely been observing them through the window. Illuminated by the moonlight, clad in black at this late hour, hidden within the temple, he could hardly be mistaken for a benign individual. Chapter 157. Unwelcome Visitors? Having been discovered, Yang Lin chose to abandon any pretense of concealment and strode forth with an air of confidence, scrutinizing the two individuals before him. As Yang Lin assessed his counterparts, the young man also regarded him, eventually breaking the silence with a remark, "Your countenance seems quite familiar. Have we perhaps crossed paths before?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Could this man have seen his likeness on a wanted poster? Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, revealing his identity was not an option. Since the other party had initiated the conversation, Yang Lin decided to play along, responding, "I find you quite familiar as well. Perhaps we indeed met somewhere." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Lin sensed a whiff of treachery upon first laying eyes on the young man. Such individuals tended to be exceptionally cunning, warranting caution on Yang Lin's part. The young man continued, a smile gracing his lips. "Since our meeting seems fated, it indicates a connection between us. I wonder if you would be so kind as to assist us with a small favor." Puzzled, Yang Lin's brow furrowed slightly, and the smile that adorned his face faded considerably. To ask for assistance right upon their first encounter seemed rather dubious. He remained silent, observing the two, awaiting their next move. Noticing Yang Lin's reticence, the young man pressed on, denying him the opportunity to decline. "My companion has been bitten by a venomous snake, and I wonder if you could help draw out the poison. If you do, I assure you, I will reward you handsomely." Yang Lin cast a wary glance at the young man before his gaze settled on the young woman. It must be said that the women he had encountered recently were all remarkably beautiful, and this delicate girl before him was no exception. Her pallid complexion suggested she might indeed be afflicted by venom. Furthermore, the young man's demeanor did not strike Yang Lin as deceitful. It appeared he merely wished to spare the girl from the ordeal of having the poison drawn out himself, seeking instead to thrust that burden upon Yang Lin. In this desolate wilderness, it was hardly surprising that he seemed familiar with Yang Lin. However, one had to wonder if this fellow was of sound mind. In such a remote area, if he was too frightened to act himself, he ought to seek help elsewhere rather than approach a stranger. Just as Yang Lin pondered this, the young man swiftly drew his sword, its blade gleaming as it pointed directly at Yang Lin. Despite the smile on his face, his tone dripped with blatant menace. "You wouldn't refuse such a small favor, would you?" Unfazed, Yang Lin regarded the young man with a calm curiosity. "And what is the nature of your relationship with this lady?" "The specifics of our relationship are of no concern to you. Merely know that it is quite profound," the young man replied, seemingly reluctant to divulge further. Yang Lin chuckled and shook his head. "In that case, I would not wish to offend the lady. If your bond is indeed significant, it would be most fitting for you to take action yourself." The young man laughed, clearly unimpressed by Yang Lin's retort. "I believe you are overthinking this. Once you extract the poison, a sincere apology will suffice. We are quite forgiving, and I assure you we will overlook this incident." Yang Lin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His initial instincts about the young man had proven correct. He was indeed a duplicitous scoundrel. The venom affecting the girl must be exceptionally potent, for otherwise, the young man would have taken it upon himself to administer the antidote. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin decided to inquire further, "What kind of snake has bitten the lady, and what is the nature of its venom?" Finally, the previously silent young woman spoke, her voice a delicate melody, albeit weakened by her affliction. "A fire-scale snake." Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Yang Lin's brow furrowed once more. He had never encountered such a creature and was uncertain of the potency of its venom. Seeing Yang Lin's hesitance, the young man appeared increasingly impatient, ready to speak coldly when Yang Lin raised a hand to interrupt him. "Might I inquire your esteemed name? If you seek my assistance, I must know your background." The young man, without hesitation, revealed his name. "You sure? Of the Shu sect?" "The Shu sect?" Yang Lin's brow furrowed at the mention of this name, if memory served. It was a sect known for its expertise in concealed weaponry, and not without a notorious reputation. The Shu sect was reputed to possess unparalleled knowledge of poisons, and it was said that the world's most exotic toxins hailed from their ranks. Yang Lin had always looked down upon members of this sect, deeming them treacherous and deceitful. The young man before him only confirmed Yang Lin's preconceived notions. The Shu sect, known for its mastery of exotic toxins. "If you fear to absorb this poison, why would you expect me to do so? It is tantamount to sending me to my demise," Yang Lin stated forthrightly, not one to be easily swayed. "Oh, it seems you possess some discernment," the young man remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes at Yang Lin's immediate recognition of his identity. However, with his ruse exposed, he no longer felt compelled to feign civility, coldly retorting, "In that case, encountering us is merely your misfortune. You will either absorb the poison or face dire consequences." 50%? Yang Lin scoffed, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Do you truly guarantee such odds? If the girl is indeed of great importance to you, how could you possibly hesitate to take that gamble?" "Humph. Do you think I would deceive you regarding such matters?" The young man scoffed, dismissing Yang Lin's doubts with disdain. At this juncture, Yang Lin shifted his focus to the young woman in the flowing dress. He was now weighing whether to seize the hostage or to eliminate the treacherous young man with a single blow first. The young man seemed to sense Yang Lin's intentions and warned coldly, "I advise you to tread carefully. Knowing our affiliation with the Shu sect, you should be aware of the consequences of provoking us. You may find yourself unaware of your own demise." Chapter 158. The notion of murder. Upon hearing the youth's words, Yang Lin's furrowed brow transformed into a mask of tranquility. It appeared that he had no alternative left today. With that thought, he took deliberate steps towards the girl in the long dress. Observing Yang Lin's apparent readiness to comply, the youth retreated a couple of paces. Gripping his longsword tightly, his gaze fixed on Yang Lin, prepared for any treachery. Upon reaching the girl, she whispered her thanks. Lifting her skirt to reveal a small section of her snow-white calf, marked by 2 blood-red bite marks, unmistakably from a venomous snake. Yang Lin's eyes narrowed as he noticed the faint bluish-purple hue surrounding the bite marks, indicating that the poison had likely infiltrated her body. Given the severity of the venom, it was evident that it had merely been contained by someone's true energy, allowing her to endure thus far. This suggested that both individuals before him possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have reached this point. Crouching slowly, Yang Lin began to formulate a different plan, deciding it prudent to avoid a confrontation with the pair for the moment. He chuckled softly, "There is no need for such tension, my friend, even without coercion. I could not ignore a young maiden in distress. It is only natural to assist in the face of injustice, especially in this desolate wilderness." With that, he extended his hands, gently resting them on the girl's calf. The youth's brow furrowed deeply at this scene, seemingly ignited by a murderous intent. The girl's previously pale face flushed with color upon Yang Lin's touch, a novel experience for her, having seldom interacted with the opposite sex. Unfazed by the reactions around him, Yang Lin lowered his head and began to absorb the venom. With his current physique, he believed the snake venom would scarcely harm him. He doubted that the so-called fire-scale snake could be more venomous than the legendary 1,000-year snow serpent. After all, one was merely a snake, while the other had transcended into a serpent and, potentially, could evolve into a dragon, a true divine beast. However, the mere possibility, no matter how minuscule, was not worth risking his life, especially given that he was a stranger to these two, hardly knowing their names. Had it been his beloved wives, he might have considered taking such a risk. As he leaned closer to the crimson bite marks, feigning the intention to absorb the venom, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, obscuring the moonlight. Furrowing his brow, Yang Lin thought, what a sudden change in weather. Something felt amiss, and upon glancing up, he discovered a massive creature blocking the moonlight at the entrance of the temple. With a hiss, Yang Lin instinctively recognized the creature's identity, sending a chill down his spine. A colossal, fire-red serpent appeared at the temple entrance, peering inside with an inquisitive gaze. The trio stood not far from the entrance, and given the serpent's size, it could reach them in an instant. The girl's complexion turned ashen again at the sight of the serpent, devoid of any color. As if haunted by fear, the youth was equally paralyzed, his body stiff as he stared at the serpent, his heart racing uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, he flicked his right hand, unleashing a barrage of concealed weapons and poison arrows aimed directly at the serpent's head. Not stopping there, he swiftly swung his sword toward the serpent, not to inflict harm, but to create an avenue for his escape. True to his intentions, he managed to retreat several paces back to safety. Yang Lin and the girl were momentarily stunned by the youth's rapid flight, especially the girl, her eyes filled with disappointment as she bit her lip, realizing she was too enfeebled from the snake venom to flee. This scene was difficult for Yang Lin to bear. The girl was indeed lovely, a natural beauty. So why had she set her sights on such a coward? Yang Lin considered himself far from a paragon of virtue, yet he perceived himself as a man of integrity compared to the youth. The serpent, provoked by the assault, clearly intended to retaliate, and with no target in sight, it turned its ire towards Yang Lin and the girl. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Yang Lin dashed forward, positioning himself before the girl. He knew that carrying an injured person would only hinder his speed, and without hesitation, he clenched his fist and struck at the serpent's head, simultaneously employing an evasive maneuver to avoid its fangs. After all, given the serpent's massive size, even without venom, a bite could prove excruciating. As he prepared to deliver a devastating blow, he was astonished to witness the serpent's form shrinking rapidly. What had once been a serpent the size of a basketball diminished to that of a dragon's eye. In mere moments, the creature transformed into a small snake, which then landed gracefully on the girl's shoulder, playfully flicking its tongue and brushing against her cheek. Yang Lin turned, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. The once pale girl, now seemingly revitalized, her complexion restored to a rosy hue, exuded vitality. "Are you not afraid?" she inquired, her voice melodic yet laced with concern. "Did you not see how far, young master, you jumped? This is the fire scale snake, known for its potent venom." Yang Lin, still processing the bizarre transformation, mused about the snake's venom and wondered how it could possibly inflict the same wounds seen earlier. Suddenly, clarity struck him as he observed the bond between the girl and the small serpent. "Pray tell, is this serpent your pet?" he asked, regaining his composure. "Not exactly. Little Fire is my friend," she replied after a contemplative pause, her eyes sparkling as she nodded gently. "And what of this disciple from the Shu sect?" Yang Lin inquired, unable to resist probing into her story, a playful smile gracing his lips. "He was merely an encounter along the way," she stated plainly, seemingly reluctant to delve into the topic of the youth further. Chapter 159, Serendipity. Upon hearing those words, Yang Lin furrowed his brow, intrigued by the events that had transpired between the two individuals before him. Yet, it was evident that they were no ordinary people, and caution was prudent to avoid any potential misfortune. Noticing Yang Lin's silence, the young girl appeared curious and inquired, "Were you not afraid when you stood in front of me? That little fire snake is quite poisonous, you know." Without hesitation, Yang Lin casually replied, attempting to dismiss her concern. "I was indeed afraid, but there was no time to hesitate. Moreover, I had no idea you were acquainted with that snake." The latter part of his statement was true. He could hardly fathom that this girl kept a snake as a companion, especially one with such unpredictable size. Although he had heard of similar spirit beasts before, witnessing one firsthand was a novel experience. Even the millennia-old snow dragon in Huayang Lake was merely a tale he had heard, never having seen its true form. "Since you were so frightened, why did you not flee? Why stay behind to save me? Was it all for my sake?" she continued, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, undeniably alluring. Yang Lin, seasoned and worldly, was not swayed by her charms and maintained his vigilance. He did not immediately deny her assertion, as he had only intended to subdue the snake and had not contemplated much beyond that. Yet, in a roundabout way, he had indeed saved her life. "Perhaps it was to save you. Besides, if I had decided to escape, I would have needed to lure the snake away first. I could not merely stand by and watch it take your life," Yang Lin replied nonchalantly. In truth, any normal adult male would not idly observe her demise, of course. That did not apply to the young man who had fled at the sight of the serpent. "Does that mean you have feelings for me?" The girl's tone shifted abruptly, and she gazed at Yang Lin with hopeful, starry eyes. Even the little fire snake on her shoulder seemed to fixate on him, occasionally flicking its tongue. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, feeling incredulous. What was wrong with this woman? Was she feigning ignorance or genuinely naive? It appeared she had been led into this desolate wilderness by that young man named Yushur. In that moment, Yang Lin felt it best to avoid entanglement, as his own life was paramount. He was not the type to be easily swayed by fleeting emotions. "Even if I were to admit it, would you believe me?" Yang Lin cast a dubious glance at her. To his surprise, the girl nodded vigorously, seemingly convinced by his words. The more she believed, the more Yang Lin's wariness heightened. He did not trust in the notion of serendipitous fortune. Caution was prudent, and until the circumstances became clearer, it was best not to entertain any illusions. May I ask why you followed him here?" Yang Lin inquired, as the presence of the two in such a remote location was indeed suspicious, especially at this juncture. "The young master you said there are antidotes on this mountain, so he brought me here," the girl replied candidly, appearing to hold nothing back. Yang Lin frowned, feeling at a loss for words. "You cannot possibly believe that, can you?" "Not at all. I was never poisoned, and thus do not require an antidote." "Why would I trust him?" The girl displayed a surprising level of intelligence, rendering Yang Lin momentarily speechless. Knowing that the other party was lying yet still having followed him into this wilderness left Yang Lin uncertain whether this girl was genuinely innocent or cleverly cunning. Regardless, since she was not poisoned, there was no reason for him to remain any longer. Whatever transpired between them was of no concern to him. "Since you are unharmed and not poisoned, I shall take my leave," Yang Lin declared, preparing to turn and depart as night had fallen. And it was time to continue his journey. "Ah, did you not say you liked me? Shouldn't you accompany me?" The girl appeared disheartened, gazing at Yang Lin with eyes full of longing, projecting a pitiful demeanor. Yang Lin, however, felt no sympathy for her plight. He found her increasingly suspicious. Moreover, he had never professed any affection, Such declarations on a first meeting were rather abrupt. Was she perhaps caught up in romantic fantasies? With a steely resolve, Yang Lin replied. Unrequited feelings serve no purpose, do they? A mutual journey is preferable. Both parties must willingly engage, otherwise it becomes coercive. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl countered. Who says it cannot be mutual? I like you as well, so now you can accompany me, right? Yang Lin's exasperation deepened. He hastily added, I apologize. But I am already committed. Thus, even if I were to like you, it is of no consequence. It seems our timing is unfortunate, fated yet incompatible. Ah? The girl clearly did not anticipate Yang Lin's candidness, her surprise evident. Indeed, so let us part ways here. You should await the next person you fancy, Yang Lin urged. However, the girl's next words left Yang Lin bewildered. Having a family is no obstacle. It does not affect my feelings for you. As long as we can be together. I would willingly accept the role of a concubine or even a servant. At this point, Yang Lin felt no joy whatsoever. He was at a loss for words. Was escape even an option now? This girl had seemingly latched onto him. In their brief acquaintance, she had already expressed such bold intentions. He had merely intervened in a moment of injustice, yet he had unwittingly attracted a romantic enthusiast. Dear lady, some matters should not be spoken lightly. And certain jokes are best left unsaid. Yang Lin, in his exasperation, attempted to counsel her, but before he could finish, a figure suddenly loomed larger before him and promptly dove into his embrace. Chapter 160, A Wife Found by Chance? Confronted with this sudden scene, Yang Lin found himself momentarily at a loss. The girl in the long dress leapt into his embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist. Everything I said earlier is true. As long as I can stay by your side, I am willing to do anything you desire. As she spoke, a serious expression adorned her face, sending waves of unease through Yang Lin. Indeed, it was a feeling of trepidation. He could clearly sense the formidable strength in her grip around his waist. Yang Lin's physique had undergone numerous enhancements, and he had never felt inferior to anyone in terms of physical prowess. Yet, even so, he could feel the immense pressure emanating from the girl's hands, hinting at her terrifying power. Dear girl, matters of the heart are not to be trifled with, Yang Lin said, taking a deep breath and adopting a serious tone. Even if I were to charm you with sweet words, it would merely be deception. No matter how joyous or pleasing it may sound, it would ultimately be insincere. Love is never a jest. It is an ethereal sentiment, a vow to sacrifice everything for one another, not something to be declared lightly. However, even with Yang Lin's earnest words, the girl remained undeterred, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon him. Just being here with you makes me happy. That is what liking someone means. Dear girl, liking someone is not merely about verbal declarations. It requires unwavering commitment. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It must be genuine and enduring. Can you promise that tomorrow, or the day after, you will still feel the same way about me? Yang Lin continued, his tone heavy with sincerity, akin to a mentor advising a younger counterpart. Hesitating, the girl pondered aloud. Is it really so difficult to like someone? You are still young. When you grow up and truly encounter someone you love, you will understand whether I am right or not. Ah, must I wait until I grow up? Can I choose you now? The girl queried, her eyes still locked onto Yang Lin's. Then can you guarantee that for your entire life? You will love only me? Yang Lin seized the opportunity to retort. The girl's hesitation was palpable. She did not respond immediately. See, your hesitation proves you cannot make such a promise. Therefore, your current affection is not genuine. It lacks the depth of true emotion, Yang Lin asserted quickly. Yet, the girl gently huffed, a hint of stubbornness on her face. No, I can absolutely do it. Yang Lin felt exasperated, his frustration rising as he realized the girl had absorbed none of his advice. What an absurd day it was, encountering such troublesome romantic entanglements. Even in the depths of this secluded forest, he still found himself ensnared by this woman. Then what can you offer as assurance? With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Yang Lin pressed on. The girl's arms, which had felt like a binding lock around his waist, appeared deceptively weak. Yet he estimated she could embrace a tree of considerable girth. Fortunately, upon hearing Yang Lin's question, the girl released her grip on his waist but immediately seized his wrist, as if fearful he might slip away. With her gaze still fixed on him, she suddenly asked with utmost seriousness, How long can you live? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What was her intention? Did she harbor sinister motives? I merely wish to inquire if humans typically live for about 100 years, she clarified. Humans? The term sent Yang Lin's mind reeling. The weight of the revelation was overwhelming. However, he instinctively nodded. Although he believed his journey and cultivation might extend his lifespan, the ultimate realm of ascension remained an uncertain aspiration. That's acceptable. The girl sighed in relief upon receiving his affirmation, patting her chest confidently. I can vow to love you exclusively throughout your life, purely and solely. Before Yang Lin could fully process her declaration, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his fingertip. A drop of blood oozing forth. The girl took his finger and gently pressed it to her forehead, murmuring incantations under her breath. The words were soft, barely audible, resembling some form of a contract. Dazed by the unexpected turn of events, Yang Lin wondered what she was attempting. Was she casting a spell upon him? In his previous life, he had heard whispers of foreign sorcery capable of manipulating thoughts and destinies, even causing harm. Once she completed her ritual, Yang Lin sensed a newfound clarity, as if he could feel her joy and sorrow, even grasp her thoughts. Done. The girl released his hand, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. From this moment on, I belong solely to you. I will love no one else. At that instant, Yang Lin noticed an inscription materialize on the girl's forehead, swiftly fading and merging with her fair skin. Stunned and curious, he asked, "What did you just do?" "You claimed I couldn't make a promise, yet I have forged a pact with you. I will always cherish you, and am willing to do anything for you throughout your life," she replied with a smile. Although Yang Lin could not discern the veracity of her words, he felt an innate sincerity radiating from her. It was a sensation he had not experienced moments ago. Could it truly be the effect of that so-called contract? "What is your name?" After a brief hesitation, he finally inquired. "Su Xiaoqin," the girl in the long dress responded. Gazing at the innocent and spirited girl before him, Yang Lin ultimately refrained from asking the question that lingered in his mind. "Are you truly human?" Chapter 161. The people in the temple Xiaoqin. "Do you not think your decision is rather hasty?" Yang Lin remarked as he pushed himself off the ground. Noticing that Su Xiaoqin had already retracted her powers, the overwhelming force that had previously enveloped him had dissipated, leaving her form considerably more delicate. "I don't think so. I believe." At this juncture, Su Xiaoqin suddenly paused, her expression transforming into one of astonishment as she gazed at Yang Lin. "I seem to have forgotten to ask you your name." Hearing this, Yang Lin could only feel a sense of disbelief. How could this woman, who professed a lifelong affection, not even know his name? It felt almost an exaggeration to call her decision hasty. "You may call me Yang Lin," he replied, resigned to introduce himself. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when the young woman in the flowing dress morphed into a small gray-white fox, landing gracefully in his embrace. The vibrant red snake, which had previously rested on Su Xiaoqin's shoulder, also slithered into Yang Lin's wrist without awaiting his consent. Well, who would have thought that a wanted criminal would so boldly announce himself? "What gives you such audacity?" A voice emanated from the temple, cold and foreboding, indicating that the newcomer bore ill intentions. At the sound of this, Yang Lin's brow furrowed and his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the shadows from which the voice had emerged. "Brother Yang, the approaching figure seems formidable. Their aura is quite powerful," came Su Xiaoqin's voice, inexplicably echoing in his mind. Confusion enveloped Yang Lin as he struggled to comprehend the bizarre turn of events, a sudden fox and snake, coupled with the enigmatic presence in the temple. Just then, a figure darted forth from the temple with remarkable speed, eluding Yang Lin's perception until they stood directly before him. The newcomer was none other than Aunt Lu, the chief priestess of the fallen state of Wei, as mentioned by Xiao Fenger. Upon her arrival, she quickly assessed the surroundings. Noting the traces left behind, the escape route crafted by a hidden weapon, and the lingering faint fragrance in the air, her gaze turned toward Yang Lin with suspicion. That scent was undeniably left by Su Xiaoqin, though now she had taken the form of a small fox. Yang Lin recognized the misunderstanding but felt no inclination to clarify, especially since he was unfamiliar with this individual, who seemed to harbor ominous intentions. "You seem to be quite fortunate, surrounded by such beauty," Aunt Lu commented with an impassive demeanor, her eyes fixated on Yang Lin. For reasons unknown, he sensed an undercurrent of anger and a hint of murderous intent in her gaze. Perplexed, he wondered how he could have possibly offended her, as he had never crossed paths with her before. Aunt Lu's hostility stemmed from Xiao Fenger. She could not fathom Yang Lin's audacity to take a royal princess as a concubine. In all the realm, few would dare to commit such an act. "Do we know each other?" Yang Lin could no longer contain his curiosity and cautiously countered, attempting to limit his words. "Now, I ask, and you answer. Should you dare to waste my time, do not say I did not warn you. Even if Lu Pei is your master, I could still kill you today." Aunt Lu's voice was frigid, her gaze sweeping over Yang Lin with indifference. Her words implied a connection to old Lu, which piqued Yang Lin's curiosity even further. Before he could respond, Su Xiaoqin's voice echoed in his mind. "This woman is the chief priestess of the former Wei." Yang Lin's expression momentarily faltered upon hearing this. Xiao Fenger had indeed mentioned her and referred to her as Aunt Lu. "Young man, do not entertain any ill intentions. Your meager tricks will not escape my notice." Aunt Lu sneered, observing Yang Lin's silence. Realizing he had been caught off guard, Yang Lin quickly nodded. No, no, I will answer your questions honestly. I shall not utter a single unnecessary word. As for the veracity of his statements, that would depend on her attitude, he mused internally. Yang Lin, do not be afraid. The chief priestess before you may seem sharp-tongued, but at heart, she possesses kindness, never resorting to unwarranted violence against the innocent, save for her enemies. This is what Xiaohua has conveyed to me. Su Shaoqin reassured him, and Yang Lin nodded, understanding that Xiaohua must be the small fire snake accompanying her. At that moment, Aunt Lu's voice cut through the air. I ask you, where has the princess gone? When Aunt Lu had arrived at the Yang family, it had been deserted, leaving her with scant clues, all of which pointed to Yang Lin. It was as though the princess had vanished into thin air, prompting Aunt Lu to pursue Yang Lin through the wilderness. The princess. Yang Lin hesitated, aware that she referred to Xiao Fenger. Yet he could not be certain of Aunt Lu's loyalty. Therefore, he opted for a feigned ignorance. Could you specify which princess you are referring to? There are many across the realm. Aunt Lu's gaze bore into him, her voice laced with frost. So, you claim to know many princesses? Not at all. I am acquainted with only one, the former princess of Wei, Yang Lin replied, shaking his head. Aunt Lu felt momentarily at a loss for words. Was this young man toying with her? I am speaking of her. Very well, I shall answer your inquiries, but first, I must ascertain your identity. Should your intentions be to capture her, I will never divulge anything, Yang Lin asserted with solemnity. And if I choose to remain silent, what then? Aunt Lu regarded him once more. Then it suits us both. I have no desire to disclose anything either, Yang Lin replied, his demeanor now considerably more composed. Humph. Are you not afraid I might take action and end your life? Aunt Lu mocked. What of it? Death is but a fate to be faced. Who in this world is free from fear? Yang Lin replied nonchalantly. Do you truly fear not death? Aunt Lu scrutinized Yang Lin intently, attempting to glean something from his expression, but her efforts would be in vain. Yang Lin's demeanor remained placid, as if he had already come to terms with whatever lay ahead. Indeed, I fear death, but in this transient life, there are certain matters that hold greater significance than one's own existence. Chapter 162, Yang Lin. Is that correct? Do you think that with just a few words, I would refrain from ending your life? The most deceptive thing in this world is the tongue of men. Aunt Lu spoke with a cold smile, seemingly skeptical of Yang Lin's assertions. Heh, that merely indicates that you have encountered too few men. Do not be so one-sided. Particularly when it comes to me. Yang Lin replied with a faint smile, maintaining his composure as he continued. I have heard it said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean. What we witness is that women, too, can be quite deceitful, and the more beautiful they are, the more adept they become at it. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu's brows furrowed slightly, but after a brief moment, she realized that this young man was clearly attempting to change the subject and had not addressed her question at all. Brother Yang Lin, just now, Xiaohua mentioned that the high priest has objections to your taking a concubine. You should not regard Her Highness the Princess as a concubine. It tarnishes the royal family's reputation. Su Shaoqin's voice chimed in again. Yang Lin felt a surge of incredulity. Was there dissatisfaction with him as the prince consort? The truth was, this was never his original intention. Blame it all on that old scoundrel Lu. If it weren't for his words, Fenger would not have to take on the role of a concubine. Yang Lin thought to himself, placing the blame squarely on Lu Pei. Yang Lin, is that so? Aunt Lu tightened her grip on her cane, her gaze fixated on Yang Lin, stepping forward with a hint of malice. Yet, even in the face of this, with pressure mounting upon him, Yang Lin held his head high, showing no sign of submission. I, Yang Lin, may possess nothing else, but my backbone is famously unyielding. Whatever tricks you have, feel free to show them. If I bow my head, I shall write my name backward henceforth. However, Aunt Lu paid no heed to Yang Lin's display of fortitude. Instead, she approached him slowly, her voice laced with a cold laugh. In fact, in the former Great Way, there existed a particularly notorious punishment specifically designed for men, known as the palace punishment. Upon hearing those words, Yang Lin felt a tightening in his lower body. Although he had never heard of this term before, he could intuitively grasp the nature of the punishment from the first character, palace. Color drained from his face, though he still forced himself to maintain an appearance of bravado. What's the matter? Are you frightened now? Aunt Lu sneered. However, Su Shaoqin's voice interjected at the perfect moment. Brother Yang Lin, Xiaohua said that the high priest holds no murderous intent. It is all a ruse meant to intimidate you. Xiaohua advised you not to be afraid. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a surge of confidence. Although he still felt a bit apprehensive, he stubbornly replied, As I mentioned earlier, whatever tricks you may have, I shall not be afraid, nor will I yield. It seems you hold your dignity in high regard. But should the palace punishment be executed, that may no longer be the case, Aunt Lu cautioned once more. Heh, then let it come. In this life, one must stand for something and refrain from others. Regardless, I have reached this juncture, and I must maintain my bravado. Even if I feel fear, I cannot let it diminish my spirit. Isn't this the most severe punishment for a man? You truly feel no fear? Aunt Lu continued to scrutinize Yang Lin. Yet she would receive no answer. As I stated earlier, death is but a single word. Even if I am afraid, I shall not utter it. Aunt Lu finally withdrew her gaze, seeming somewhat satisfied with Yang Lin's response. I hope that when you encounter others in the future, you can exhibit this same fortitude. Yang Lin dared to turn back to Aunt Lu, realizing he had passed her test, and the burden in his heart had lightened considerably. I stand by Princess Feng's side, Aunt Lu affirmed truthfully. However, now it was Yang Lin who expressed skepticism, maintaining a vigilant demeanor as he retorted, "How can you prove that?" Aunt Lu was taken aback, having never considered this question, and found herself at a loss for how to provide proof. Nevertheless, Yang Lin's vigilance was not entirely unwelcome to the princess. So Aunt Lu did not hold it against him. You should have noticed that behind Her Highness the Princess, golden inscriptions sometimes appear, forming the shape of a phoenix. Normally, they are concealed beneath the skin. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Lu identified a relatively crucial piece of evidence to share with Yang Lin. However, upon hearing this, Yang Lin appeared utterly bewildered, having no idea what Aunt Lu was referring to. Sensing this, Aunt Lu gazed at him with a hint of confusion. Do you truly not know? Yang Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. It's not that. How could I possibly see something so private on her back? Private? Have you not already wed the princess? This fact made Aunt Lu feel compelled to execute Yang Lin on the spot every time she thought of it, but ultimately, she was forced to accept it. Yang Lin explained, though we are wed, we have yet to consummate the marriage. I am still in the qi refining stage, so I cannot. Upon hearing Yang Lin's explanation, Aunt Lu suddenly understood, even feeling a sense of relief, and cast a disdainful glance at him. Even if you were not in the qi refining stage, you would still lack the qualifications to share a bed with Her Highness. Humph. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a twinge of indignation, and his expression darkened. Next time we meet, I will certainly share a bed with Fenger. You dare. Aunt Lu glared at Yang Lin. Looking at this woman before him, Yang Lin felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered her somewhere before. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Why do you sound just like Xiaoxia? Always so verbose and meddling." Xiaoxia? Upon hearing this name, Aunt Lu recalled that she had forgotten about Yun Luoxia. With her presence beside the princess, how could Yang Lin possibly get close to Her Highness? It seemed she had worried unnecessarily. So, where has Her Highness gone? Speak plainly. Not wishing to waste time on such matters, Aunt Lu resumed her previous line of questioning. Yang Lin, however, shook his head. Even if you say that, I still cannot verify your identity. What do you wish to do? Aunt Lu felt momentarily speechless. But reflecting on their earlier conversation, it was indeed challenging to provide proof, especially since Yang Lin was unaware of the golden phoenix inscription on Xiao Feng's back. Chapter 163. The gossip about Lu Pei. I recall that Feng Er once mentioned you were someone close to her mother. Yang Lin pondered for a moment, as if a thought had struck him, and promptly spoke. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu nodded, revealing no intention to conceal anything. If that is the case, you must be quite familiar with old Lu as well, Yang Lin remarked, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes, his smile brightening considerably. Old Lu has always been half-hearted in sharing his own affairs, and with such an intriguing source of gossip before him, how could Yang Lin resist the opportunity to delve deeper? Aunt Lu, unaware of Yang Lin's thoughts, contemplated for a moment before nodding and inquiring. What would you like to know? I am eager to learn about the events involving old Lu, Wei Meinan, and Feng Er's mother, Yang Lin asked without hesitation. Having been curious about this matter for quite some time, yet old Lu had remained tight-lipped. Ironically, the more he refrained from speaking, the more intrigued Yang Lin became. To his surprise, he had encountered Aunt Lu today and seized this splendid opportunity. If you are indeed someone close to Feng Er's mother, I believe you should have a clear understanding of this matter. Aunt Lu cast a skeptical glance at Yang Lin, her expression shifting. Lu Pei has truly divulged such matters to you? Huh, you don't know old Lu? Yang Lin seized the chance to counter, gazing deeply at Aunt Lu, as if questioning her authenticity. Given old Lu's nature, would he not occasionally boast about such illustrious deeds? Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing as she regarded Yang Lin. Well, do enlighten me about the illustrious deeds. What exactly did Lu Pei share with you? Upon hearing this, Yang Lin frowned. Addressing Aunt Lu somewhat irritably, do you still wish to know about the princess's travels? Right now, I am the one asking questions, seeking to confirm your identity. Thus, Aunt Lu grew weary of her fixation, realizing that this young man was rather astute and had not fallen into her trap. Very well, would you like to know? What was old Lu like in his youth? Yang Lin inquired, recalling Liu Pei's fervent claims of his youthful handsomeness, which he had always regarded with skepticism. His appearance? Aunt Lu mused for a moment before responding. He was rather decent, though certainly not comparable to the handsome Wei Main and you speak of. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin continued, what about the bride? Who did she ultimately choose, Liu Pei or? Although Yang Lin's inquiry was somewhat vague, Aunt Lu immediately grasped his intention, a slight smile curling at her lips, as if she could predict his next question. Did Liu Pei tell you that he was the one chosen by the bride? Is that not the case? Yang Lin queried with curiosity. Indeed, he was correct. But it was not due to his good looks, nor any particular interest in him, Aunt Lu affirmed with a nod. Oh, what was the reason then? Yang Lin's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. It was because of another woman. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt as though his mind had exploded, momentarily at a loss. It appeared that today's gossip was indeed fruitful. Had he not inquired, he would have remained oblivious to such explosive revelations. In the past, there were two extraordinary women who captivated the world, both endowed with innate spiritual prowess destined to become talisman's masters, much like Xiao Feng'er. However, they resided in opposite regions, never converging. With their unparalleled beauty and prodigious talents, they were naturally subjects of comparison. One of these women was Feng'er's mother, Princess Yunran, who had never encountered Zhuang Jin until just before her marriage, yet had always kept an eye on his movements. Upon discovering that Zhuang Jin's beloved was Liu Pei, Yunran naturally felt a twinge of curiosity towards him. Thus, before her distant marriage into the Great Wei, upon arriving in the capital, she fortuitously met Liu Pei outside the city, leading to a bold idea. The night before the wedding, the handsome Wei Meinan, Feng'er's father, sought to meet Yun in advance to confirm the itinerary and related events for the following day. So, was Feng'er's mother swayed towards old Liu because of Master Zhuang Jin? Yang Lin inquired, intrigued. Otherwise, do you believe that Liu Pei's background, looks, and abilities could possibly rival the handsome Wei Meinan of that time? Aunt Lu replied with a faint smile. Yang Lin nodded slowly, then suddenly laughed. Did Feng'er's father, that handsome Wei Meinan, enjoy fishing alone? When did this passion begin? Upon hearing this, even Aunt Lu was curious, surprised by Yang Lin's familiarity with past events. It seemed that Liu Pei had indeed shared nearly everything with him. If one were to pinpoint, it likely began after the birth of the princess, Aunt Lu noted. Well aware that besides Wei Meinan, she had knowledge of other princes in the Great Wei, given her former role as the high priestess. Following that, did old Liu maintain any contact with Feng'er's mother? Yang Lin seemed to have recalled something, prompting him to ask. Aunt Lu shook her head in response. Liu Pei is merely a roguish wanderer, unworthy of any connection with the Empress of Wei, whether in status or qualification. If that is the case, Yang Lin nodded, feeling somewhat contemplative. It appeared that sometimes so-called affection might not stem from the heart, but rather from comparison. In this regard, Yang Lin had experienced similar sentiments in his past life. Some so-called close friends would pursue their friends' boyfriends, not out of love, but simply believing that their friend did not deserve such a high-caliber partner. One might say that Yang Lin still struggles to comprehend the psychological logic behind such behavior, concluding that he must be somewhat normal. The tale Aunt Lu recounted was quite reminiscent of this dynamic. Of course, this is merely speculation. The thoughts of those involved at the time could only be known by inquiring directly with them. Chapter 164. Youthful Understanding of Emotions. It seems you understood what I said. Aunt Lu looked at Yang Lin with a hint of confusion, observing the contemplative expression on his face, as if he had grasped the story she had just shared. This young lad, despite his tender age, how could he have such profound emotional experiences? And yet, he is capable of such reflections? In response, Yang Lin merely smiled and shrugged it off, claiming, I learned it all from books. With enough reading, one naturally comes to understand. Then you should be able to tell me the whereabouts of the princess, right? Aunt Lu, however, had no interest in Yang Lin's musings. Her sole concern was the princess's sudden disappearance. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't too worried. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a twinge of guilt. However, given the circumstances, he could only muster the courage to admit, in truth, I do not know where Feng'er has gone. What did you say? Aunt Lu's demeanor immediately cooled, astonished that this impudent boy had tricked her. Think carefully. Why would I know the whereabouts of Feng'er and the others? They left before I departed from Huiyang Lake. Yang Lin hastily clarified. I should have mentioned that sooner. Why didn't you just say so? Aunt Lu, admitting her irritation, added, if I had claimed ignorance, would you have believed me? Yang Lin continued to defend himself. At that moment, Aunt Lu was nearly beside herself with frustration. Had he not been considered one of their own, she might have slapped him into silence. Feng'er and Xiao Xia are undoubtedly safe, so you need not worry. If you truly care, you might want to be concerned about old Liu. His situation is far from optimistic. Yang Lin sighed, expressing his concern. That old fellow left with Meng Kuo, and after that fierce battle, he sustained serious injuries. I wonder if he has recovered. Mentioning Meng Kuo caused Aunt Lu's expression to darken, her gaze turning icy. Brother Yonglin, the high priest carries a murderous intent. We should remain discreet. Su Shaoqin interjected at that moment, startling Yonglin. He was grateful for Aunt Lu's warning. Had he spoken carelessly again, he might have faced dire consequences. With this thought, Yonglin gently patted the little fox nestled in his arms, thankful for the creature's timely intervention. Tell me about the battle and the events that transpired in between. Aunt Lu's cold gaze remained fixed on Yonglin, her chilling aura unchanged. Thus, Yonglin swallowed hard, attempting to maintain composure as he recounted the details of that day. This woman, known as Aunt Lu in Feng'er's tales, was the former high priest of the Great Way. In any case, she could be considered an ally, as long as Yonglin did not overstep his bounds. He presumed she would not harm him. After he finished his account, Aunt Lu quickly deduced the identity of the person behind the serpentine mask, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Duanjin, aside from her, no one would dare challenge Meng Kuo for Lu Pei. Curious about her reaction, Yonglin noted that Aunt Lu seemed less than fond of Master Duanjin. Elder, have you had some past grievances with Master Duanjin? He inquired, intrigued. A blood feud, she replied tersely, her anger palpable in those simple words. Though Aunt Lu and Duanjin had scarcely met and shared no significant interactions, it was because of her that Aunt Lu had been rendered unconscious, missing out on many opportunities after the battle concluded. Yonglin pondered, recalling that she had seemed so hostile towards Duanjin just moments ago. What had changed so dramatically in such a short span? If this were true, and if Feng'er and Xiao Xiao were still with Duanjin, did that not place them in peril? His heart skipped a beat as concern washed over him. Aunt Lu's expression was shifting, her gaze flickering. If Duanjin had indeed played a role in incapacitating her, then the events surrounding the battle began to make sense. Duanjin's identity and her unrequited affection for Lu Pei might have driven her to partake in the conflict. Her intention, it seemed, was not to favor either side in the battle but to broker peace between them. The outcome of the Huayang Lake conflict had indeed reflected this. As Meng Kuo emerged unscathed, carrying Lu Pei away, Duanjin had taken the princess and Yun Luoxia, while Yonglin set forth to Huangquan Mountain, just as planned. Rest assured, the princess and her companions are safe, and Lu reassured him, understanding his worries. In fact, remaining by Duanjin's side is currently the safest option for the princess. With that, Yonglin finally breathed a sigh of relief, content to know that Feng'er and Xiao Xiao were unharmed. As for the enmity between Aunt Lu and Duanjin, Yonglin wisely chose not to pry. It was of no concern to him. Observing Yonglin, Aunt Lu appeared to have a realization. Considering Duanjin is a disciple of the Hunyuan sect, it is highly likely she will return to Huangquan Mountain, much like you. Your current strength is far from sufficient. Encountering even a single spirit beast could cost you your life, Aunt Lu suddenly remarked. Yonglin was momentarily taken aback, looking at her in confusion. What do you mean, Elder? Aunt Lu turned her gaze to the ancient tree outside the temple. Given your relatively trustworthy demeanor, I will assist you in reaching Huangquan Mountain. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yonglin glanced at the little fox in his arms and nodded. I appreciate your kindness, Elder. Have you been traveling at night recently? Aunt Lu inquired, observing that darkness had already enveloped the world, the moon and stars being the only witnesses. During the day, there are too many people and too many eyes, especially considering my current identity. Yonglin sighed in resignation. Are you aware of your identity yet still so careless? Aunt Lu rolled her eyes at him. I wonder what you have overheard during our earlier conversation. Yonglin chuckled awkwardly. Everything, Aunt Lu replied calmly. Yonglin could only chuckle sheepishly, realizing that his earlier exchange with Su Shaoqin had undoubtedly been overheard in its entirety. Fortunately, he had maintained a respectable demeanor, refraining from uttering anything too inappropriate. Thus, his reputation remained intact. Chapter 165. My confrontation with Meng Kuo, however. Aunt Lu seemed to have noticed the change in Yonglin's expression, realizing what was on his mind, and specifically cautioned him. Do not become too complacent. Aspiring to be the prince consort is not as simple as you think. With your current capabilities, you are still far from it. The future of Her Highness the Princess is destined to be at the pinnacle of the realm, reviving the Great Way and leading it back to prosperity. If your intentions are merely superficial, I advise you to abandon this notion before you bring shame upon yourself. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yonglin's face faded slightly, and he replied earnestly, Are you suggesting that I should write a letter of divorce, severing my thoughts of Feng'er? At this, Aunt Lu's expression shifted noticeably, her gaze turning cold. Who in this world would dare to write a divorce letter to Her Highness the Princess? Alternatively, you could ask Feng'er to write one for me. If she is willing, I could accept it. Yonglin spoke nonchalantly. I would do it regardless. Aunt Lu snorted coldly, seemingly having already decided that upon her next encounter with the princess, she would ensure that the princess dismissed this young man from her thoughts. Such an inexplicable engagement would only serve to hinder her highness. At this juncture, both fell into silence, the atmosphere growing tense. Yang Lin felt quite displeased, gently stroking the little fox in his arms, showing no intention of speaking. What are you standing there for? Casting a glance at Yang Lin. Aunt Lu stepped out of the temple first. Seeing this, Yang Lin internally scoffed. Though he felt somewhat dissatisfied, he chose to follow. That said, Su Xiaoqin likely wished for Aunt Lu not to discover her presence. Or perhaps she felt some trepidation, as so far, the other party seemed oblivious to Su Xiaoqin's existence. Nevertheless, despite Aunt Lu's unyielding demeanor, she was ultimately of the same ilk, and her connections with Fenger and Xiaoxia made her, in a sense, an ally. In stark contrast, Su Xiaoqin, despite her amiable demeanor and willingness to be close, left Yang Lin with an unsettling feeling. He couldn't shake the notion that he had inadvertently boarded her ship. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. After considerable deliberation, he resolved that following Aunt Lu would be the more prudent course of action. As the two traversed the night, carrying the little fox, Yang Lin soon sensed a chilling sensation, realizing something was amiss. He distinctly recalled the little fire snake that accompanied Su Xiaoqin had burrowed into his wrist. Engaged in conversation with Aunt Lu, he had neglected to pay attention to the snake, but now, as he focused, he found it absent from his entire being. Having searched for it for so long, his concern deepened. Something was definitely wrong. After some time, Aunt Lu suddenly inquired, "Do you have a fondness for foxes?" Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Glancing down at the little fox in his arms, he instinctively replied, "Indeed, this little fox is very obedient. I intend to keep it close as a companion to stave off loneliness." "You, a grown man, keeping a pet?" Aunt Lu appeared somewhat bemused, clearly taken aback by the notion that a man could have an affinity for such adorable creatures, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Yang Lin could only smile awkwardly in response. Yet he was curious. Could Su Xiaoqin, like the legendary beasts, emit some sort of aura, perhaps a mystical energy? If so, would powerful warriors be able to detect it? However, one thing Yang Lin was certain of was that Aunt Lu had not sensed Su Xiaoqin's presence, at least not up to this point. Moreover, Su Xiaoqin's strength was undoubtedly inferior to Aunt Lu's. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such fear. Thus, when compared to old Lu and Meng Qua, Aunt Lu must be considerably weaker. With this thought, Yang Lin felt a surge of curiosity, yet he refrained from directly questioning Aunt Lu, opting instead for a different approach. "Elder, what do you think of old Lu's strength? To this day, I cannot comprehend why these experts prefer to keep their abilities concealed." As he spoke, Yang Lin feigned a look of helplessness, seemingly dissatisfied with old Lu's secrecy regarding his true prowess. In response, Aunt Lu furrowed her brow, contemplating before she answered. "Our areas of expertise differ, and our paths of cultivation diverge. In different scenarios and methods, the outcomes of contests may vary." From this, Yang Lin discerned that old Lu's strength likely surpassed Aunt Lu's significantly. Aunt Lu turned to Yang Lin. "You are still young, and your strength is lacking. What you need is to be grounded, rather than aiming for the unattainable. Lu Pei's realm is not something you can aspire to, at least not at your current level. You have yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage. Speak of it when you truly possess the capability." Yang Lin sighed upon hearing this, a hint of melancholy creeping onto his face. "You compel me to think. I have no choice in the matter. In the future, there will certainly be a confrontation between Meng Qua and myself." Hearing this, Aunt Lu halted in her tracks, momentarily taken aback. Yang Lin, seemingly anticipating her reaction, maintained his composure. "In Pingyang City, I have triumphed over Meng Qua's son, Meng Rong, thrice. Yet old Lu has lost to Meng Qua, so as his disciple, I must restore some honor for this old man." "Young man," Aunt Lu regarded the confident Yang Lin and felt compelled to douse his enthusiasm with cold water. "To defeat Meng Qua? I doubt anyone would dare to utter such bold claims, not even your master, Lu Pei. You have no idea what level of existence Meng Qua represents in the realm of cultivation," she continued. "Elder, do you perceive me as a frog at the bottom of a well, only able to gaze at the sky?" Yang Lin retorted. After a moment of reflection, Aunt Lu smiled and nodded. "You do possess some self-awareness. However, dear boy, not all who dwell at the bottom of the well are mere frogs. Perhaps there resides a dragon from the abyss? Whether I am a frog or a dragon remains uncertain. The answer may very well lie in the not-so-distant future." Yang Lin replied with a confident smile, filled with faith in his future. Aunt Lu gazed deeply at Yang Lin, and it seemed she finally understood why Lu Pei had chosen him as his disciple. This young man shared enough audacity with Lu Pei to be worthy of his lineage. Chapter 166. The Hunyuan Gate. Meng Qua is still too early for you. What lies ahead is to quickly devise a way to pass the trials of the Hunyuan Gate. This time, Aunt Lu's tone was considerably gentler compared to before, as if her hostility toward Yang Lin had diminished. After speaking, the two continued to stride forward, taking advantage of the moonlight to hasten their journey. Observing this, Yang Lin smiled and quickened his pace, closing the distance between him and Aunt Lu. Senior, I must admit that my knowledge of the Hunyuan Gate is rather limited. Would you kindly elaborate on it in detail so I may prepare myself mentally? Throughout their acquaintance, Liu Pei had never mentioned this sect to Yang Lin. In fact, he had only recently learned its name. Has Liu Pei not informed you about it? Aunt Lu inquired, surprised as she glanced back at the bewildered Yang Lin. Yang Lin could only shake his head in response, feeling a tinge of disdain. Liu Pei had kept things hidden. Had it not been for the recent events, he would have remained unaware of the old rascal's formidable prowess. Having assumed he was merely slightly stronger than those in the Qi refinement stage, perhaps only at the foundation establishment level. Aunt Lu found this amusing, pondering how Liu Pei could have failed to mention Yang Lin, leaving her curious about his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, Aunt Lu succinctly recounted the situation of the Hunyuan Gate to Yang Lin. As he listened and nodded, he seized the opportunity to strengthen his rapport with Aunt Lu, ensuring that she would not take offense and strike him down in anger. I believe I heard that a prince from the Great Xia intends to participate in the Hunyuan Gate's entrance trials, Yang Lin remarked, his curiosity piqued. Aunt Lu did not conceal this information, recognizing that such matters were widely known and no longer secrets. As a prince of Great Xia, his participation in the trials would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Indeed, he is the 8th prince of Great Xia, Prince Jiao Tian, Aunt Lu confirmed with a nod. Is there a time limit for this so-called entrance trial? Yang Lin pondered for a moment before continuing. The Hunyuan Gate operates differently than you might expect. They only recruit the most suitable disciples, and as for time, it is not a constraint for them, Aunt Lu explained further. However, if someone has already passed the trial before your arrival at Huangquan Mountain, subsequent candidates will have no chance. Even if they arrive, they will return empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin frowned, realizing that this was not in line with his earlier assumptions. He had initially believed that the trial would involve candidates testing their mettle within a specified time frame, akin to a tournament where the best would emerge victorious. Actually, as Yang Lin hesitated, Aunt Lu continued, since Liu Pei has taken an interest in you, and you've met Duan Jin, your talent should guarantee you an opportunity to participate in the trials, so do not worry excessively about that. Then, does that mean I've taken a shortcut? Yang Lin inquired, intrigued. A shortcut? If one must categorize it as such, perhaps. However, when Liu Pei left the sect, he left behind a considerable mess. Aunt Lu remarked with a knowing smile. Eager to glean more information, Yang Lin leaned in closer. For this pertained directly to his upcoming trial and his chances of successfully entering the Hunyuan Gate. Liu Pei severed the arm of the current master of the Hunyuan Gate. Aunt Lu stated with an enigmatic smile. Yang Lin, who had initially harbored hopeful expectations, found his expression frozen, as if he had bitten into a bitter gourd. You should now understand that whether or not you gain entry into the sect is beyond our control. It ultimately depends on whether the sect master consents. Aunt Lu added with a chuckle. The sect master must possess rather ordinary strength, I presume? Yang Lin managed to force a weak smile, reasoning that if Liu Pei could sever an arm, the master's prowess could not be formidable. Do you think that has any bearing on your participation in the trials? His strength is secondary. What matters is whether he possesses the vision to accommodate you, Aunt Lu advised, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Yang Lin. Yang Lin quickly responded, surely, one who ascends to the position of sect master cannot lack vision. He must possess a level of inclusiveness, at the very least. As for that, I cannot say, but you shall soon discover the truth, Aunt Lu replied, leaving the matter for Yang Lin to ponder. With a sigh, Yang Lin found himself once again grappling with a lingering question. Must I join the Hunyuan Gate? Prior to Liu Pei expressing his expectations, Yang Lin had no concept of the Hunyuan Gate. It seemed that everyone around him, save for himself, believed he ought to join this sect. While he trusted Liu Pei would not lead him astray, it appeared that entering the Hunyuan Gate was not as simple as one might hope. Senior, what kind of opponents do you think I will encounter next? Is there any way I can prepare myself in advance? Yang Lin turned to Aunt Lu for insight. After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Lu replied, the first is the Prince Jiao Tian you mentioned earlier. He possesses immense strength. At 3 years old, he could lift a cauldron, and by 5, he could withstand 100 men. His talent is extraordinary, and he is determined to secure success in this trial. Additionally, there is Ming Rong, whom you previously defeated. He is also among the contenders. During this time, both his father and grandfather will likely exert all efforts to enhance his capabilities, so by the time the trial arrives, Ming Rong is expected to experience a significant leap in strength. Furthermore, there are rumors of a talented youth from the Titan sect beyond the pass. said to have been born under auspicious signs. He has already assumed significant responsibilities within the sect at a young age, and his prowess in martial arts is unparalleled. He, too, has set his sights on this trial. Aunt Lu continued for a while longer, naming individuals from the greatest sects, all of whom were exceptionally gifted and formidable adversaries. While she was uncertain whether these individuals would participate in the Hunyuan Gate's trials, one thing was clear: every disciple of the Hunyuan Gate was undoubtedly a paragon, among the best of the best. "Oh, I just remembered something," Yang Lin interjected after hearing Aunt Lu's words. "Is Mingque the same generation as I?" Aunt Lu frowned slightly, regarding Yang Lin with a knowing look. "In a sense, yes. Liu Pei and Mingque's father, the previous King Ming Yang, were fellow disciples. Thus, it follows that you are indeed of the same generation." Chapter 167, Shaoqin presents a gift indeed. That was precisely what I conveyed to Mingque. Yang Lin chuckled, seemingly pleased with himself. Observing his demeanor, Aunt Lu found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It is important to note that Mingque, as Aunt Lu's most formidable adversary, single-handedly obliterated the Great Wei, and now, the most powerful dynasty, the Great Xia, boasts him as its only foreign prince. His various titles are known throughout the realm. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu now relies on Xiao Feng'er's mother to survive. And even to seek vengeance against Mingque, she must bide her time for the right opportunity. Ironically, Yang Lin, this young man, is of the same generation as Mingque, thus elevating his status. As night deepened, the two soon arrived at a mountain peak, the name of which remained unclear. After some discussion, they decided to rest there for the night. With a wave of her hand, Aunt Lu summoned a gust of wind from her sleeve, clearing a patch of ground for them to sit upon. She then produced provisions and water from her pack, offering a share to Yang Lin. This intrigued him, as he had not anticipated that Aunt Lu possessed a storage bag. Suddenly, Aunt Lu remarked, "Fox meat, when roasted, is quite delectable. With the right seasonings, it can be transformed into a truly exquisite dish." Yang Lin froze momentarily, instinctively glancing at the small fox nestled in his arms, its large eyes fixated upon him. Observing the little creature, Yang Lin, who had never intended to feast upon it, found any such thought now completely dismissed. "Let it be, Senior. I am not hungry to that extent. I intend to nurture it," he replied, shaking his head. In truth, consuming it might have some benefits, as it could be considered a fox demon, likely possessing an inner core. "Suit yourself," Aunt Lu said, showing no inclination to press further. She planted her serpentine staff into the ground and seated herself cross-legged. A small white snake silently emerged from the staff and swiftly coiled around Aunt Lu's wrist. Yang Lin was taken aback, surprised to discover that she also had a little snake, and it was white. He pondered the whereabouts of the little fire snake he had been searching for, having not found it despite his efforts. While contemplating, Yang Lin divided his provisions with the little fox, recalling that, in his previous world, foxes were omnivorous and could eat anything. The little fox eagerly devoured the offering, appearing to relish it. "Brother Yang Lin, my breed is not like that of ordinary foxes. My mother once told me I am a six-tailed demon fox." Su Shaoqin's voice chimed in his ear, prompting Yang Lin to nod slightly. Aunt Lu seemed to notice the little fox, glancing at it before feeding the small white snake in her hands. After a hearty meal and drink, the two immersed themselves in their respective cultivation, undisturbed. The little fox remained quietly by Yang Lin's side, occasionally glancing at him and then at Aunt Lu. As noon approached, Aunt Lu gradually opened her eyes. Noticing Yang Lin still in a meditative state, she silently departed. The little fox, having observed this, promptly alerted Yang Lin, who slowly opened his eyes. "It seems she has gone towards a water source in the east, perhaps to bathe?" Su Shaoqin's voice continued, and upon hearing this, Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. It made sense, after all. Even the most formidable of experts are women, and a desire for cleanliness is entirely natural. "Brother Yang Lin, I have a method that could endear you to the Grand Priest, perhaps even earn her gratitude. Would you care to hear it?" Su Shaoqin's voice chimed once more. Yang Lin paused, glancing back at the little fox, uncertain of her intentions, yet he chose not to interrupt her, waiting for her to elaborate. Moreover, Yang Lin was cautious about speaking. Given Aunt Lu's strength, her senses were likely spread across the entire mountain peak, especially at this moment. If he were to speak, she would undoubtedly hear him, exposing everything. "I have already sent the little fire snake to her. Once it bites the Grand Priest, Brother Yang Lin can assist in extracting the poison. In this manner, you will be considered her savior." Su Shaoqin's voice echoed again. However, upon hearing this, Yang Lin could not muster any joy. The scheme felt painfully familiar. Was this not how Su Shaoqin had initially clung to him? Now, she was attempting the same ruse again. Moreover, the Grand Priest was not some insignificant figure from the Tang sect. Noticing Yang Lin's shifting expressions, Su Shaoqin hesitated and spoke again. "Brother Yang Lin, do you dislike this idea? Was I too rash in not consulting you first?" After saying this, She pondered whether to call back the little fire snake, only to realize that it had already reached the water source, which appeared to be a small waterfall. Her call was drowned out by the roar of the falls, rendering it ineffective. In an instant, Su Shaoqin felt a twinge of urgency. Gazing at Yang Lin with a pleading expression, Yang Lin sighed softly, gently stroking the little fox's head to convey that it was all right. After all, the Grand Priest was a powerful figure, and dealing with a bit of snake venom should be manageable. Nevertheless, Su Shaoqin continued. The little fire snake has already bitten the Grand Priest, targeting her shoulder. Brother Yang Lin, the little fire snake is no ordinary serpent. Its venom is particularly unique and difficult to resolve, unless it is mixed with my saliva. The venom can induce paralysis, rendering the Grand Priest immobile. At this revelation, Yang Lin's expression stiffened. He had previously assumed Su Shaoqin refrained from appearing due to her lesser strength compared to Aunt Lu. But it now seemed that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. To possess the capability to incapacitate Aunt Lu and inflict such injury was no trivial feat, Brother Yang Lin. As long as you are happy, you may command me to do anything, Su Shaoqin said, lifting her head to gaze at Yang Lin, her demeanor cheerful, albeit through the guise of the little fox. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin could only feel a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Su Shaoqin's naivety was truly remarkable. Very well. It appears the Grand Priest has realized she has been poisoned and is attempting to counteract it, though she is likely to find her efforts futile. The little fire snake's venom is not so easily remedied. Chapter 168. Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts in this regard. Su Shaoqin was quite confident. The little white snake belonging to the High Priest had emerged, seemingly of an extraordinary breed, resembling a pure-blooded emerald water snake. Albeit a timid one. Startled by the little fire, it had chosen to regard her as its elder sister. The little white snake appeared concerned about the High Priestess' injuries, and it seemed to have made its way here. As the High Priest was incapacitated due to the poison coursing through her veins. Relying on her keen perception, Su Shaoqin relayed the situation to Yang Lin, who felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing her words. As expected, it wasn't long before Aunt Lu's little white snake darted out, rushing towards Yang Lin, confirming everything Su Shaoqin had said was true. At that moment, Yang Lin's expression stiffened slightly. He had never anticipated that such a formidable figure as the High Priest, capable of effortlessly ending lives, would find herself entangled with a little fox spirit. If this were to be disclosed, few would believe it. Gazing at the little snake before him, Yang Lin recalled the saying, "Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts." Moreover, these were sentient beasts capable of speech. It seemed he would need to remain vigilant in the future and not be overly naive. However, putting these thoughts aside, aiding Aunt Lu in dispelling the poison took precedence. Although he understood the unfolding events, Yang Lin feigned ignorance and asked the little white snake, "Why have you returned alone? Where is your elder?" As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet, pretending to be concerned. Upon seeing Yang Lin stand, the little white snake immediately turned and darted towards the source of water. Yang Lin hastened to follow, though he found the snake's performance somewhat lacking. Having already become a traitor, could it not act a bit more convincingly? Yet, perhaps the term traitor was misguided. By relation, the little white snake should be on his side. It seemed the only outsider remaining was Aunt Lu. Yang Lin pondered this as he pressed on, soon hearing the sound of rushing water, indicating they were nearing the source. After navigating through a thicket, a small waterfall came into view, alongside a modest pool of water. Additionally, Yang Lin spotted a black robe laid out on the bank, undoubtedly left behind by Aunt Lu. As the High Priest, Aunt Lu was required to maintain her body in a state of purity, necessitating daily baths, which had become a routine for her. However, due to recent events, she had been unable to find the time to bathe, finally seizing the chance now. Unfortunately, before she could enjoy the refreshing experience, she found herself afflicted by a peculiar poison, and by the time she regained her senses, she had already lost the ability to move. This turn of events was abrupt. Even though Aunt Lu had been attentive to her surroundings, she had failed to detect any signs of danger and was caught off guard. Moreover, there were few toxins in the world capable of affecting her, and she had coincidentally encountered one. Aunt Lu had no choice but to channel her energy to resist the potent poison within her body, while the little white snake, hidden in her belongings, sensed her distress and hastily made its way toward Yang Lin. In that moment, Aunt Lu realized something was amiss. She was entirely exposed, and if Yang Lin were to stumble upon her, it would be disastrous. Yet, it was too late to stop the little snake. As she was paralyzed and unable to call out to it, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Seeing the clothing by the shore, Yang Lin slowed his pace, and the little white snake emitted a few soft sounds, seemingly guiding him towards the water's edge. At that moment, Aunt Lu stood beneath the waterfall, allowing the cascading water to wash over her, her long hair cascading around her. accentuating her fair and delicate skin, akin to a beautifully carved jade. Such a scene was indeed a feast for the eyes. "Elder?" Yang Lin hesitated for a moment, then called out from the shore. However, there was no response. He repeated her name several times, yet still received no reply. Had it not been for Su Xiaoqin's reminder that Aunt Lu had indeed blinked a few times, indicating she heard him, Yang Lin would have continued calling out in vain. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely anyone would open their eyes. How embarrassing. While hesitating, Yang Lin empathized with Aunt Lu's predicament, feeling it akin to Gu Qingwe's situation when her acupoints had been sealed. Even if one was aware, feigning ignorance seemed the wisest course of action. After a lengthy internal struggle, Yang Lin resolved to approach her. To that end, he deliberately increased his noise, ensuring Aunt Lu could hear him clearly. After all, he was merely helping, not sneaking about. Aunt Lu, of course, was aware of Yang Lin's approach, but crucially, she lacked the energy to concern herself with him. The peculiar poison coursing through her system was affecting her, and she had yet to comprehend its nature. She could only focus on protecting her heart, but the toxin was spreading through her, rendering her unable to speak. The little white snake, which had been following Yang Lin, appeared anxious, glancing around with concern for Aunt Lu. As Yang Lin advanced, he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, hoping to catch sight of the little fire spirit. Unfortunately, it seemed adept at concealing itself, and he ultimately found nothing. With no other options, he turned his attention back to Aunt Lu, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Elder, what has happened to you? Is there anything I can do to assist?" As the sound of his voice grew closer, Aunt Lu could no longer maintain her composure. With a resolute effort, she opened her eyes, fixing her gaze on the little white snake. Yang Lin quickly pretended to deduce. "Could it be that you have been poisoned by a snake? If I am correct, you may blink twice." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu immediately complied. "Could it be that it was this one?" Yang Lin pointed at the little white snake and continued his charade. Aunt Lu did not blink, prompting Yang Lin to feign realization, nodding as he said, "Then that means there are others nearby. Fear not, with my current strength, even if that snake remains, it would struggle to penetrate my skin. Moreover, even if I were at risk of poisoning, given your perilous situation, I would never stand idly by." With these bold declarations, Yang Lin wasted no time, harnessing his speed as he dashed across the water's surface, racing towards the base of the waterfall. Chapter 169, The Poison. Cured yet reinfected. Before Aunt Lu could comprehend the situation, Yang Lin had already appeared at her side. She felt a pair of strong hands suddenly encircle her waist, lifting her effortlessly and transporting her back to the shore in an instant. Yang Lin, cradling Aunt Lu in his arms, surveyed the surroundings to ensure they were alone. At that moment, Aunt Lu's body was completely numb, rendering her incapable of exerting any strength. She could do nothing but nestle within Yang Lin's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, resembling ripened fruit. As the former Grand Priestess of the Great Way, Aunt Lu had maintained her sanctity by refraining from allowing any male to come so close to her, aside from her daily baths. Moreover, having just bathed, she was devoid of any clothing, and being held in such a manner by Yang Lin filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Feigning concern, Yang Lin scanned the area once more and murmured, "Could it be that the venomous snake has truly departed?" Following this utterance, the voice of Su Xiaoqin echoed in his mind. "Xiaohua is currently hiding in the water." Yang Lin cast a glance back at the pond, but alas, he could see nothing. In truth, it was no surprise that Yang Lin could evade Aunt Lu's perception with his current abilities. It would be remarkable if he could have spotted her. After a fruitless search, Yang Lin turned his gaze back to Aunt Lu's eyes and stated, "Elder, I must extract the poisoned blood from you, so I need to ascertain the location of the wound. If it is on your upper body, blink twice. If it is on your lower body, blink 3 times. With great difficulty, Aunt Lu suppressed her shame and discomfort, blinking twice. "Is it the front or the back?" Yang Lin inquired further. Aunt Lu blinked twice more to indicate it was on the front. Yang Lin then lowered his gaze, eventually discovering a crimson bite mark on her shoulder, a remnant of the snake's fangs. "I see it, Elder. What follows may be intrusive. I hope you can forgive me." Yang Lin spoke softly, then, without hesitation, lowered his head. Witnessing this, Aunt Lu felt utterly mortified, tightly shutting her eyes. If such an ordeal was inevitable, she would rather faint or believe it to be a mere dream. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqin was not idle. Given the intensity of Aunt Lu's poisoning, Yang Lin alone could no longer suffice to extract the venom. An antidote was imperative. Through their combined efforts, Su Xiaoqin soon felt a significant alleviation of her symptoms. Her senses gradually returned, and her aggression began to dissipate. Just as Yang Lin was about to speak after withdrawing, he was suddenly propelled backward by an immense force emanating from Aunt Lu, sending him crashing several meters away. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have certainly met a disastrous fate. Aunt Lu, blushing profusely, uttered not a word as she hastily wrapped herself in her clothing. struggling to rise after the fall. Yang Lin gingerly checked himself, grimacing at the pain. How was it that his noble intentions had led to such an outcome? Bah, what nonsense, this grand priestess, utterly ungrateful. Su Shaoqin's voice resounded in Yang Lin's mind, evidently expressing indignation on his behalf. Furthermore, Yang Lin sensed that the girl seemed eager for Xiaohua to take action against him in retaliation. Alarmed, he quickly patted the little fox's head and shook his head at her. Only then did Su Shaoqin relinquish the thought. However, it was a futile gesture, for Xiaohua had already taken refuge within Aunt Lu's attire, and as Yang Lin had just shaken his head, Aunt Lu found herself ensnared once more. At this moment, Aunt Lu felt utterly desolate, her body once again succumbing to paralysis, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yang Lin then realized that Su Shaoqin was not merely speaking for effect. Xiaohua was indeed ruthless, attacking without hesitation. The execution of her actions left him at a loss for words. Observing the incapacitated Aunt Lu before him, Yang Lin was somewhat speechless, pondering how such a woman had survived thus far. Did she possess no sense of vigilance? To fall victim to the same trap twice, and within a mere quarter of an hour, was perplexing. Aunt Lu was now in a state of utter despair, having barely recovered before succumbing to poisoning anew. This time on her calf. The rapid onset of the toxin was exacerbated by her recent recovery, rendering her condition even more dire than before. Before long, even blinking became a laborious task. This time, Yang Lin did not rush to her aid as he had previously, having learned from his prior experience. He chose to remain composed, cradling the little fox in his arms and absent-mindedly stroking her head while seated on the ground. After a lengthy pause as his irritation subsided, Yang Lin finally called out a few times to Aunt Lu. Now, she was unable to respond, and the embarrassment from their earlier encounter weighed heavily on her heart. Yang Lin called out several more times before rising and approaching her, quickly reaching her side. "Elder, have you been poisoned again?" Yang Lin inquired knowingly. While Aunt Lu felt exasperated, she could not articulate a response. As he spoke, Yang Lin extended his hand to wave before her eyes, checking for any sign of awareness. Aunt Lu shot him a glare, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. Unexpectedly, Yang Lin remarked, "Ah, so you were fine. That's a relief. I thought you had been bitten by the snake again, seeing you so still." He feigned a look of relief, leaving Aunt Lu utterly speechless, unable to voice her grievances. Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Lin, and he asked, "Elder, why are you silent? Is it a lingering effect of the poison?" "No. This doesn't seem like a residual effect. Could it be that you were bitten again?" He pretended to ponder aloud, deliberately putting on a show for Aunt Lu's benefit. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu could only helplessly blink at Yang Lin, conceding that he had guessed correctly. Consequently, Yang Lin displayed a look of incredulity, his expression tinged with a peculiar mix of disdain, causing Aunt Lu's cheeks to flush with embarrassment and indignation as she glared at him. Yang Lin, however, chose to ignore her reaction, adopting a serious demeanor. If he was to play this role, he would see it through to the end, feigning ignorance of the situation. Chapter 170. Am I to be bitten as well? Can the location of the bite be determined? Yang Lin, as before, first inquired about the location of the snake bite. For it is only in knowing this that the antidote can be administered. After some investigation, they discovered that the wound was on the calf. Yang Lin approached cautiously. Having learned from the previous encounter, this time, he refrained from acting impulsively and instead began with a question. "Let us agree that you, esteemed elder, shall not behave as you did earlier. I mean no offense. It is in goodwill that I approach this matter. It would be unseemly if you were to turn against me again." Yang Lin spoke softly. Aunt Lu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, blinking in acknowledgement. The memory of being exposed to Yang Lin earlier filled her with an indescribable shame, and coupled with her previous harshness, she felt disinclined to ask anything of him. If only she knew that the true mastermind behind everything was the little fox nestled in Yang Lin's arms. Otherwise, she might have harbored darker thoughts. "Very well, esteemed elder. Since you have agreed, I shall place my trust in you once more. However, could you close your eyes beforehand? It would spare us both the discomfort of awkwardness." Although this seemed a rather naive solution, it was better than having none at all. The truth was that while Yang Lin could extract the poison, it was ultimately the saliva of Su Shaoqin that served as the genuine antidote. He was indeed concerned that Aunt Lu might uncover the truth, leading to dire consequences for him. Upon hearing his request, Aunt Lu shot him a glare but eventually complied, closing her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Su Shaoqin's voice echoed in Yang Lin's mind. "Brother Yang Lin, the high priestess should be quite grateful to you now, having saved her twice, even enduring a beating." Yang Lin, upon hearing this, refrained from responding, thinking that Su Shaoqin was quite naive, given the current circumstances. It was already a mercy that Aunt Lu did not seek his life, let alone express gratitude. After a brief period of treatment, Aunt Lu felt a refreshing sensation gradually spread through her limbs, restoring the strength that had been sapped from her paralyzed body. This time, rather than turning against him as before, Aunt Lu slowly retracted her leg. Yang Lin's expression grew serious as he feigned inquiry. Is it possible to locate the venomous snake that bit you? Having been bitten repeatedly and still unaware of the fire spirit snake's whereabouts, he was now curious whether Aunt Lu's strength was lacking or if the snake was simply formidable. Aunt Lu furrowed her brow, recalling that she needed to locate the snake, and extended her senses outward. However, at that moment, Su Shaoqin's voice rang out again. Brother Yang Lin, the little fire spirit is hiding on you. Yang Lin's heart sank at this revelation, feeling a surge of panic. If Aunt Lu discovered this, he would find himself at a loss for words. To his surprise, Su Shaoqin quickly offered a suggestion. If all else fails, let the little fire spirit bite you as well. That way, the high priestess will not grow suspicious. Yang Lin, initially taken aback, recognized the merit in this idea, yet he hesitated due to the potency of the fire spirit snake's venom, which even the high priestess struggled to handle. Just as he prepared to decline, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Noticing Yang Lin's reaction, Aunt Lu immediately turned her gaze towards him. Su Shaoqin quickly reassured him. Brother Yang Lin, this bite is harmless. I've already informed the little fire spirit. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin instinctively feigned immobility, as if hindered. He then exclaimed, My shoulder. Before he could finish, he closed his mouth, pretending he too had fallen victim to the snake's venom. Aunt Lu, sensing the situation, swiftly directed a palm towards Yang Lin's shoulder, but as she drew near, her touch softened considerably. Originally intent on pursuing the venomous snake, she realized the fire spirit snake had vanished without a trace. Marveling at the speed of the creature, she needed to quickly remove Yang Lin's clothing to examine the wound. Upon seeing the injury on his shoulder, Aunt Lu frowned, her gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. She had never encountered a snake of this kind, one that could elude her senses so effortlessly. With no means to locate the snake, she knew she had to administer the antidote to Yang Lin. With a swift gesture, she pressed her fingers gently onto his wound. Accompanied by a subtle flow of energy, Yang Lin felt a pulling sensation at his shoulder, as if the venom were being drawn out. To his disappointment, he had hoped Aunt Lu would employ a method akin to his own. Yet this disappointment was fleeting. For Su Shaoqin's voice chimed in once more. The high priestess seems to be studying the venom. Startled, Yang Lin paused, but before he could fully grasp the situation, Su Shaoqin continued, If necessary, let the little fire spirit bite the high priestess again. Otherwise, your lack of poisoning will soon be exposed. Yang Lin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Having already been bitten twice, was he to endure yet another? However, before Su Shaoqin could act, Aunt Lu reacted swiftly, seizing Yang Lin's form and summoning her serpentine staff. The two dashed away, swiftly descending the mountain. Meanwhile, the fire spirit snake, which had been lurking in the shadows, finally revealed itself at the water source, flicking its tongue as it pursued the direction Yang Lin had vanished into. Impressive. It seems she has indeed detected the little fire spirit, Su Shaoqin remarked, her tone laced with surprise. Yang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate to be discovered, for otherwise, the esteemed high priestess might have been ensnared by these two mischievous entities, catching him unawares. Upon exiting the mountain, Aunt Lu did not cease her rapid pace, moving with the swiftness of light, showing no signs of slowing down. Earlier, while administering the antidote to Yang Lin, she had sensed a flicker of danger and had promptly taken him away, leaving no opportunity for the lurking snake. Yet to this day, Aunt Lu remained oblivious to the identity of the serpent that had bitten her. After sprinting nearly 300 miles, Aunt Lu finally came to a halt, revealing a city before them. How do you feel now? She inquired, casually setting Yang Lin down. As he moved slightly, Yang Lin feigned a response. It seems the poison has subsided. Chapter 171. Close your eyes upon hearing those words. Aunt Lu let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet, recalling her recent experiences, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. Having been poisoned repeatedly, her entire body paralyzed, rendering her unable to speak. She had encountered such a terrifying toxin before, yet it was only when it was inflicted upon her that she truly comprehended its horror. I have indeed underestimated the toxins of this world, Aunt Lu mused. Throughout her life, she had harbored a deep-seated respect for the various formidable beings and monsters that roamed the earth, never underestimating any peril. However, now, having been struck down in succession, she felt a lingering unease. Previously, she could attribute her defeat at the hands of Master Dui Jin to her own carelessness. But to nearly be vanquished by a mere snake in this insignificant nameless mountain was an excuse that felt inadequate. Senior, what kind of species was that snake? Yang Lin inquired softly, ever vigilant of Aunt Lu's expression. Aunt Lu's face was grave as she contemplated for a moment before responding. Although I cannot ascertain its exact species, I know that its ability to strike me twice in such a short span and evade my senses suggests that its strength is likely on par with that of the master DUI gene you previously encountered. Yang Lin was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that a small fire spirit snake could possess such formidable power. Just then, Su Shaoqing's voice chimed in. Brother Yang, do not heed the high priest's exaggerations. Little fire cannot compare to her. Its success is merely a result of innate talent. Otherwise, it would struggle to approach the high priest. Innate talent? Yang Lin paused at these words, though he had heard of pure-blooded monsters possessing similar extraordinary abilities. Witnessing it firsthand was still quite astonishing. Up ahead is Mo City. Let us rest here for the day. Moreover, I need to procure some necessary supplies for our journey tomorrow night, Aunt Lu suggested after a moment of silence, glancing toward the city ahead. As she spoke, Aunt Lu waved her hand, and her dark robe fell into Yang Lin's grasp. Do not forget your current identity. Be vigilant. As long as the officials in the city cannot confirm your identity, they will not easily investigate. Yang Lin nodded in understanding. It was quite logical, after all. There were countless individuals in the world who preferred to conceal their identities. It was only natural. Even the authorities could not conduct random searches among such individuals, as many of them were formidable figures in their own right, unless they wished to court disaster. Let us proceed. As Yang Lin donned the robe and veil, Aunt Lu followed suit, concealing her identity. With a gentle shake of her cane, its color transformed from a deep black to a desiccated yellow, making her resemble a frail old woman. Walking beside Aunt Lu, Yang Lin seemed to have an epiphany and quietly asked, Am I now considered part of the wandering world? Indeed, Aunt Lu replied with a slight nod. I once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, free and unfettered in the Jianghu. I never imagined that I would realize such a wish so swiftly, Yang Lin expressed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Yet, Aunt Lu paid little heed to his words, perceiving Yang Lin's sentiments as somewhat naive given his age. Do not dismiss it. I believe many men share a dream similar to mine. It is just that I did not expect to be fortunate enough to realize it. Those who cannot fulfill their dreams will likely spend their lives toiling for survival, Yang Lin lamented, his eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy. However, Aunt Lu could not help but scoff at his remarks. You should know that Lu Pei despises swords above all, especially sword wielders. Do you not fear that the next time you encounter him, he might break your legs? In response, Yang Lin chuckled. A gun would suffice, clad in black. Standing with a firearm, that sounds rather dashing. Aunt Lu regarded him thoughtfully before suddenly asking, Do you envision a future of wandering aimlessly, never considering aiding the princess and restoring the grandeur of the Wei dynasty and reclaiming its rightful lands? Yang Lin hesitated momentarily before answering, Of course I do. However, that ambition does not conflict with my desire for freedom in the Jianghu. When Foma requires my assistance, I will not stand idly by. Yet, given my current strength, I doubt it would make a significant impact. Even if I boast, would you believe me? It is far better to be grounded in reality. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu refrained from pressing the matter further, recognizing that Yang Lin was still too young. Noticing her silence, Yang Lin continued, his steps unwavering. Do you know what my greatest realization was from the battle at Huayang Lake? Intrigued, Aunt Lu remained silent, eager to listen. The essence lies in one's own strength. While I could engage in banter with the renowned King Ming Yang at Huayang Lake, it was merely talk. I could do little beyond that. Yet Mingque is different. He not only speaks, but can also make things unfold as he dictates. That is true power, absolute strength. Even the Emperor of the Great Xia refrains from confronting Mingque with overwhelming force, resorting instead to underhanded methods by hiring assassins from the Jianghu, never daring to reveal himself. The Emperor of the Great Xia indeed fears a confrontation with Mingque, but Mingque, in turn, dares not rebel. You underestimate the royal family's depth and overrate Mingque, Aunt Lu interjected, her gaze tinged with indifference. Yang Lin offered no rebuttal, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he chuckled. Perhaps, after all, I've just emerged from Pingyang City and have yet to witness much of the world. As their conversation unfolded, they drew ever closer to the city gates. At that moment, Aunt Lu placed her hand on Yang Lin's shoulder. Close your eyes. Chapter 172, Manage Yourself. Upon hearing Aunt Lu's words, Yang Lin did not hesitate. He closed his eyes and embraced the little fox in his arms. With a swift motion, in an instant, both Yang Lin and Aunt Lu vanished from sight, only to reappear within the city. Such speed far surpassed his own. And to claim that Yang Lin was not envious would certainly be disingenuous. As they walked along the bustling streets, observing the vibrant scenes around them, Yang Lin felt a sense of superiority compared to the former Pingyang City. The citizens moved about in a lively manner, creating a bustling atmosphere. Initially, Yang Lin feared that their attire might appear conspicuous amidst the crowd. However, it soon became apparent that his concerns were unwarranted, as he spotted no fewer than 4 individuals dressed similarly during their brief journey. While passing a notice board, Yang Lin and Aunt Lu paused, instantly recognizing the wanted poster featuring Yang Lin's likeness. His bounty had skyrocketed to 400,000 taels of silver, a significant increase from before. Aunt Lu expressed surprise at Yang Lin's ability to compose such a rebellious poem, casting him a curious glance. "When did you become the leader of the Great Way?" she inquired with a furrowed brow. The poster clearly stated that Yang Lin, as the son-in-law of the Great Way, was also the leader of the rebellion, leaving Aunt Lu feeling somewhat perplexed. Yang Lin was too weary to respond, letting out a soft sigh as he said, "Let us move on." Upon seeing the rebellious poem, he had already deduced that it was the handiwork of the third prince. This scoundrel had the audacity to attribute his own words to Yang Lin. Could he not pen a different verse? As for being labeled as the foremost rebel and the leader of the Great Way, Yang Lin was indifferent. After walking a bit further, they finally stopped at a tavern, recognizing the need for a place to rest. Entering, Aunt Lu requested 2 exquisite rooms from the waiter, casually tossing a gold ingot into his hands. The innkeeper's face lit up with joy, and he immediately dispatched the waiter to make arrangements. Soon, they traversed the hall and leisurely made their way to the rear courtyard, finding their designated rooms. Yang Lin observed closely along the way and noted that many patrons were indeed martial artists, and the establishment seemed to have little scrutiny regarding their identities. As long as one had the means, entry was granted. This explained their smooth passage into the inn. Receiving the key from the waiter, Yang Lin and Aunt Lu exchanged glances before opening the door. Just then, Aunt Lu offered a cautionary reminder. "This inn appears to have some background, which is why it attracts so many martial artists. Just stay in your room and refrain from causing any trouble, and you will be safe." With that, Aunt Lu entered her room and closed the door. Yang Lin, not wishing to linger, followed suit, shutting his door and scrutinizing his surroundings. The accommodations were indeed commendable, a room with a sitting area, and the furnishings appeared quite new, as if recently renovated. At that moment, a familiar voice broke the silence, tinged with curiosity. "It seems the walls of this room can obscure external perceptions. I cannot sense anything from outside." As her voice faded, the little fox in Yang Lin's arms transformed, and Su Shaoqin reappeared, nestled comfortably against him. Yang Lin's mouth twitched as he gazed at Su Shaoqin, torn between laughter and tears. "Brother Yang Lin," she called softly, her cheeks flushed, her hands draped around his neck. Yang Lin sighed in exasperation. "Aren't you afraid now?" "Not at all. I can assure you that the high priest is entirely unaware of my presence," Su Shaoqin replied with a smile. "Then she likely cannot hear us speak?" Yang Lin asked, ensuring their safety. "Just speak quietly," Su Shaoqin whispered back. Reassured, Yang Lin nodded and gently set Su Shaoqin down, removing his disguise. In front of him, Su Shaoqin appeared somewhat shy, her cheeks still rosy. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "Where has the fire spirit, little Hua, gone?" Su Shaoqin did not answer immediately, but instead regarded Yang Lin with a silent gaze. Suddenly, a head emerged from Yang Lin's chest. It was the elusive fire spirit snake, now peering up at him with wide, blinking eyes. Yang Lin fell silent, struck dumb. He was reminded of the fable of the farmer and the snake from his past life. Was he now harboring a snake? "Little Hua, what have you been up to?" he asked, his curiosity piqued as he looked at the fire spirit snake. Su Shaoqin then explained softly. "Little Hua can change size at will, even shrinking to a point where it goes unnoticed." As Yang Lin extended his hand, the fire spirit snake obediently leapt onto his palm, demonstrating its ability to alter its size, shrinking down to the size of a grain of rice. Yang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the spectacle, momentarily lost in thought. "Aside from changing size, can little Hua alter its shape?" "Shape?" Su Shaoqin paused, intrigued. "You mean like transforming into a human?" Yang Lin nodded in affirmation. In response, Su Shaoqin said, "That is not possible. Little Hua is not yet 1,000 years old and cannot take on a human form." 1,000 years? How long will that take?" Yang Lin asked, astonished. "Little Hua is currently 950 years old, so at least another 50 years, Su Shaoqin calculated. Yang Lin's curiosity deepened as he regarded Su Shaoqin. "And how old are you now?" At this, Su Shaoqin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, muttering, "A girl's age should not be disclosed so freely." Yang Lin did not press the matter further. After all, if one required 1,000 years to transform, Su Shaoqin must be close to that age herself. Returning his gaze to the fire spirit snake, he asked, "Can I communicate directly with little Hua? Can it understand human language?" "It is possible." After some contemplation, Su Shaoqin nodded slowly and added, "Brother Yang Lin can also form a bond with little Hua, ensuring its loyalty to you alone." Chapter 173. Full acceptance. Upon hearing those words, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he slowly extended his finger, gently sliding the tip across his fingertip, which instantly tore open a small wound. A drop of fresh blood gradually fell, landing on the forehead of the fire spirit snake. Just like last time, Yang Lin soon felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him, followed by the emergence of a strange voice in his mind. Master. Yang Lin was startled by the voice and looked down at the fire spirit snake, curiosity prompting him to ask, "Were you just speaking to me?" The fire spirit snake appeared to understand, nodding in response. At that moment, Yang Lin experienced a profound realization, feeling a sense of wonder. Although he did not comprehend the principles behind this contract, he chose to remain cautiously vigilant. After all, the two beings before him were utterly unfamiliar, and their kindness felt almost surreal, as if he were dreaming. "Brother Yang Lin?" Suddenly, Su Xiaoqin called out softly, her voice gentle and tinged with an unusual tone. Yang Lin turned to look at her, noting that her cheeks were as flushed as ripe apples. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaoqin lowered her head, seemingly unable to meet his gaze. "Brother Yang Lin, I want to truly become your woman." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Hearing this, Yang Lin was not immediately elated, but rather taken aback, his gaze piercing into Su Xiaoqin. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. After the battle at Huayang Lake, he had learned to remain composed even in the face of such matters. "Do you truly feel this way?" Yang Lin asked earnestly. Locking eyes with her, Su Xiaoqin did not respond verbally, merely nodding gently, her head bowing even lower than before. Yang Lin scrutinized her, wishing to glean something from her expression, but all he could discern was her shyness and the deepening crimson of her cheeks. He recalled a conversation with Aunt Lu where he had mentioned that, due to still being in the qi refinement stage, he had not consummated his relationship with Xiao Fenger. Su Xiaoqin must have overheard that. Could it be that she was in cahoots with Aunt Lu, prompting her sudden appearance and now seeking to undermine his cultivation? This possibility loomed large in Yang Lin's mind. After all, he was immersed in the treacherous world of the Jianghu, and he understood the necessity of maintaining a degree of vigilance. Considering this potentiality, Yang Lin decided to play along, allowing his gaze to wander unabashedly over Su Xiaoqin. "Let me confirm once more. This truly comes from your heart, and you are genuinely willing?" He inquired again, his tone softening slightly. Su Xiaoqin nodded fervently, her face now an even deeper shade of red. "Yes, brother Yang Lin, I like you, and I wish to entrust everything to you, sincerely." Her voice trailed off to a near inaudible whisper. Meanwhile, in the official residence of Mo City, for constables gathered, their expressions somber. "This marks the 10th incident. If we fail to capture this lecher, we will surely become the laughingstock of the citizens. How can we show our faces in Mo City afterward?" One of them, Huang Ming, remarked with a serious countenance. The other three constables furrowed their brows at his words. One of them lifted his teacup, taking a quiet sip. "Based on our current leads, it is highly likely that this lecher is hiding in the Fueying Tavern," he suggested. Fueying was indeed where Yang Lin and Aunt Lu were currently situated, and the tavern had a solid backing, favored by many practitioners of the Jianghu. If we rashly proceed to search, we might offend those behind it. That would not bode well. Another constable expressed, his face etched with concern. "Humph. What of it? The prince behind this matter is not even in Mo City at present. Should anything arise, he likely would not be overly concerned." Huang Ming countered after a moment of contemplation. "But what if something goes awry? If we manage to apprehend him, that would be well and good, but if we fail, we may find ourselves bearing the blame." One constable hesitated. "That prince is currently in the capital, far removed from Mo City. What is there to fear?" Huang Ming replied nonchalantly. "Are you more afraid of him than our city lord? The city lord has issued a strict order. If we do not catch this criminal, we will all face dire consequences." At this, the other three constables wisely fell silent. It was indeed as Huang Ming had said, the lecher had previously assaulted an official, leading to the murder of a female officer, an act that had incensed the lord of the city, prompting this gathering of theirs. Enough talk. According to our plan, we will act tonight. Seal off the entire Fueying Tavern, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground. We will capture this lecher and present him to the city lord for judgment." Huang Ming concluded decisively, and the others could only nod in agreement. As evening descended upon Fueying Tavern, Aunt Lu, clad in black, quietly departed. She needed to procure some medicinal herbs for future use. The recent events in the mountains had served as a wake-up call. She did not wish to find herself ensnared in such perilous circumstances again. Though she had been fortunate to escape this time, she pondered what might happen if luck were not on her side in the future. Moreover, Aunt Lu had begun to harbor a certain apprehension towards the white snake she had raised, realizing the necessity of preparing substances like sulfur for protection. Various creatures instinctively reacted to certain special medicines. Thus, having some on her person would be prudent, ensuring that even if capture proved elusive, she would not be as vulnerable as she had been this time. Meanwhile, in a private room within the tavern, after over an hour of contemplation, Yang Lin had come to the conclusion that even if Su Xiaoqin were a figurative fox, Her composition was akin to that of Gu Qingwei and Yun Luoxia. He began to suspect whether Su Xiaoqin was truly an undercover agent sent by someone else. Yet, her innocent shyness and the purity radiating from her essence seemed far too genuine to be mere pretense. Chapter 174. The filth beneath the tavern. As Yang Lin reminisced about his first encounter with Su Xiaoqin, he recalled her terrifying strength that could easily dominate him. If her intention was to harm his cultivation, it seemed unnecessary to resort to such a self-sacrificial method, didn't it? Surely, there were alternative approaches. If Su Xiaoqin were indeed an undercover agent, why did she comply with his every whim, seemingly eager to fulfill his requests? Could it be that all of this was merely an act, concealing a more elaborate scheme, waiting for him to fall into the trap? At that moment, Yang Lin reclined on the bed, gently stroking Su Xiaoqin in his embrace, his gaze falling upon a pool of bright red blood that had even stained the sheets. A wave of unease washed over him. Perhaps he was overthinking things. The Su Xiaoqin before him might simply be innocent, devoid of ulterior motives. He shook his head, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Was it not during moments like these that he often gained clarity? Disregarding further contemplation, Yang Lin's attention returned to Su Xiaoqin. If she were, in fact, a seductress plotting against him, then his best course of action would be to win her over. A smile crept onto his lips as he thought that once he thoroughly subdued Su Xiaoqin, he would gain an additional ally, which seemed advantageous for him. With this thought in mind, he gently tapped Su Xiaoqin's shoulder and softly called out, "Xiaoqin." Upon hearing her name, Su Xiaoqin slowly lifted her head, her flushed cheeks still radiant, making her irresistibly alluring. "From now on, you shall be my woman. Regardless of your past, you will belong to me henceforth," Yang Lin declared. Su Xiaoqin nodded obediently, her voice tinged with shyness as she replied, "Yes, I will only belong to brother Yang Lin from now on." Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Yang Lin found himself at a loss for words, a burning desire igniting within him, nearly overwhelming his restraint. As the moon hung high in the night sky, in a secluded loft behind the tavern, the notorious rogue Tian Qi lay languidly on a soft bed. Cradling the tavern's owner, Zhu Xinhong, a woman clad in black had entered the private room, exuding formidable prowess. Zhu Xinhong, already over 60, appeared to be in her 40s. Teasingly provoking Tian Qi with a strand of her hair. Tian Qi frowned, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I've made too many mistakes recently. The city's constables are already on to me. If we act now, it might be. What is there to fear? Do you not remember where you are? Even if Huang Ming had the audacity, he wouldn't dare to wreak havoc in the tavern. You are perfectly safe here," Zhu Xinhong assured confidently. "And the city lord? The last person I killed was the apprentice of the city lord's wife." Tian Qi raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Zhu Xinhong as he reminded her. "Huh? Who told you to choose the wrong target? If you had eliminated the city lord's wife, I guarantee the city lord wouldn't have dared to make a sound." Zhu Xinhong chuckled, dismissing Tian Qi's concerns. What could be done? Who could have anticipated that the one in the city lord's bed was not his wife? But her apprentice? Tian Qi replied, feeling somewhat exasperated by the misunderstanding, which seemed too convoluted to unravel. Zhu Xinhong merely laughed softly. "Do not worry. Huang Ming has only his limited henchmen. Even if you were to include the city lord and his wife, with me here to shield you, what is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Tian Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly closing his eyes. "All right, since you say so, it would be unrefined of me to refuse further. I need to rest and recuperate my strength. The target is conveniently located in the tavern, so you may handle the rest." 20 years ago, Tian Qi was a notorious thief, foolishly extending his hand into the Fueying tavern, only to be swiftly subdued by Zhu Xinhong. Yet, rather than ending his life, she had chosen to keep him as her male companion. Though Zhu Xinhong had long since lost her youthful allure to Tian Qi, even if she were to strip bare and tempt him, he would not spare her a glance. However, given Zhu Xinhong's formidable presence, he found that his only option for survival was submission. Ultimately, he endured the indignity of remaining at Zhu Xinhong's side, with the hope of escaping once he had served her well. Little did he know, the martial arts she practiced were designed to absorb yang energy, nearly draining him dry. Fortunately, Zhu Xinhong did not allow him to die outright, but instead taught him a counter technique, enabling him to absorb yin energy. Together, these practices formed a perpetual cycle, allowing him to return to his old ways as a thief. After each encounter, Tian Qi was required to transfer the energy he had gathered back to Zhu Xinhong, which was his only value for survival. He had initially contemplated escape, only to discover that if he failed to deliver the absorbed energy to Zhu Xinhong in time, he would soon succumb to the freezing poison within him. Realizing that Zhu Xinhong possessed a complete set of techniques, he ultimately dismissed the notion of escape, as he needed to recover his strength after each mission and lacked the energy to acquire her methods. Meanwhile, Outside the private room of the tavern, Zhu Xinhong, accompanied by several maidservants clad in crimson, carried tea as they proceeded deeper into the establishment. After knocking on the door, Zhu Xinhong found no response, causing her brow to furrow. Without hesitation, she lightly pressed her right hand against the door's seam, effortlessly unlocking it with a surge of energy, all while maintaining silence. She then waved for her attendants to discreetly depart, and upon entering the room, she discovered it was empty. With a serene smile, Zhu Xinhong approached the edge of the bed and gently sprinkled a prepared purple powder upon it. Once everything was arranged inconspicuously, she nodded in satisfaction. Although she could not ascertain the identity of the occupant, she was confident that anyone who had taken refuge in the tavern would ultimately have to acknowledge her authority. Upon leaving the room, Zhu Xinhong's keen instincts detected something amiss. In a swift motion, she reappeared atop the tavern. Chapter 175, Exposure of Movements. As she surveyed the scene, Zhu Xinhong noticed that the exterior of the tavern was now teeming with officials. A slight frown crossed her brow. How unexpected that Huang Ming ultimately chose to side with the city lord. However, it was not entirely surprising, given that Imo City was somewhat distanced from the imperial court. A cold smile crept onto Zhu Xinhong's lips, her gaze darkening with a hint of foreboding. While others might be unaware of the tavern's true background, Huang Ming could not possibly be oblivious. Since he had come today, it was clear he had made his choice. The encirclement of Fui Ying was undoubtedly related to the case involving the city lord's wife and her apprentice. Nevertheless, there were numerous martial artists residing in the tavern, making it far from simple for Huang Ming to uncover the truth. If he was so keen on investigating, he could take his time. Having no desire to engage further with Zhu Xinhong, she let out a derisive laugh before turning to leave. Tian Qi, regardless of his reputation as a notorious thief, was burdened with numerous murder charges. Even if he were to abandon his pursuits, he would never allow Huang Ming to benefit from it. This credit was reserved solely for her own people, and besides, Tian Qi still had a task at hand, to collect the essence from that mysterious woman in black. Huang Ming acted swiftly, soon surrounding the entire Fui Ying tavern, leaving no avenue for escape. For constables positioned themselves at each corner, effectively sealing off all major exits. As for the main entrance, Huang Ming personally stood guard, accompanied by a contingent of officials. And even a squad from the city lord's army had been dispatched to join the effort. Please be informed that Constable Huang Ming of Imo City wishes to speak with your esteemed owner, Zhu, he announced, adopting a courteous yet firm demeanor as the tavern's manager approached to greet him. Upon hearing this, the manager nodded hastily, promising to relay the message before dashing into the depths of the tavern. Huang Ming understood that this investigation would undoubtedly offend certain martial artists. But it was unavoidable. He was merely following the city lord's unyielding orders, with no room for negotiation. The Fui Ying tavern housed not only martial artists but also numerous affluent merchants of considerable stature. Thus, Huang Ming's inquiry was bound to upset many. Before long, Zhu Xinhong emerged from the tavern, flanked by several maidservants clad in red. Upon encountering the elderly yet ostentatiously made-up woman, Huang Ming felt a surge of revulsion, inwardly cursing his misfortune. How unfortunate to witness someone of such advanced age still caked in thick cosmetics, pretending to be youthful. It was likely that not only Huang Ming, but anyone else would be equally discomforted by her appearance. Yet, Huang Ming found himself intrigued. Despite her reputed strength, why had Zhu Xinhong failed to preserve her beauty? For practitioners of the Tao, such a feat should not be overly challenging, one would assume. After a moment of internal deliberation, Huang Ming spoke first. Owner Zhu. Oh, Constable Huang, what brings you here at such a late hour? Have you come to lodge with so many officials? She jested, her voice laced with mockery as she gracefully descended the steps. Owner Zhu, I assure you, we are here in pursuit of justice. Specifically to investigate the recent case involving the lecherous Tian Qi. We have received intelligence suggesting that he may be concealed within the Fui Ying tavern. Are you implying that we are harboring criminals? Zhu Xinhong's brow furrowed, her tone tinged with displeasure. Owner Zhu, you misinterpret my words. I do not accuse the Fui Ying of sheltering criminals. Rather, it is possible that Tian Qi has stealthily infiltrated without your knowledge, Huang Ming clarified, shaking his head in response to her indignation. Possible? So you are not certain? You presume to search the Fui Ying based on mere conjecture? It seems you have little regard for our establishment, Zhu Xinhong retorted with a cold smile, her voice imbued with frost. Owner Zhu, you understand the implications of my words quite well. I need not spell it out for you, Huang Ming replied, unperturbed by her veiled threat. Oh? So should I express my gratitude to Constable Huang for this revelation? Zhu Xinhong laughed lightly. Owner Zhu, I would appreciate your cooperation. I prefer not to make things difficult for anyone, and I kindly ask that you do not make it difficult for me either, Huang Ming managed, suppressing his discomfort as he spoke. Very well, since Constable Huang has articulated his position so clearly, It would be a bit ungracious of me to refuse, Zhu Xinhong conceded, a smile gracing her lips as she sighed softly. However, should your investigation disturb our guests, I must remind you that I had warned you. Offending so many individuals, even as a constable, may not bode well for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming frowned. He had already anticipated the consequences of his visit. If it were any other matter, he might have refrained from coming. But Tianqi had harmed not just anyone. He had taken the life of a female official from the city lord's court, a representative of the imperial court. Huang Ming's voice turned cold. I believe the patrons of the tavern will understand the necessity of this inquiry. After all, we are all reasonable individuals here. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xinhong regarded Huang Ming with newfound respect. She hadn't expected him to be so astute, deftly shifting the blame onto the city lord and the court, ensuring his own hands remained clean. Thus, she nodded and replied, in that case, please proceed as you see fit. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality. Thank you. Huang Ming replied, eager to distance himself from Zhu Xinhong. He gestured for his subordinates to follow, leading them into the tavern without hesitation. Zhu Xinhong stepped aside, her expression souring as she watched Huang Ming and his entourage depart, her mind racing with concerns over whether this search would disrupt her plans. Upon entering the tavern, Huang Ming surveyed the lively patrons. Without hesitation, he bellowed, esteemed guests, brave heroes. His thunderous voice resonated throughout the tavern, silencing the chatter as all eyes turned toward him. Even those who had been asleep stirred, peering out from windows to ascertain the commotion. In that moment, Yang Lin, who had just weathered a storm of turmoil, was startled. Sitting up straighter. Ah, there are quite a few people outside, murmured the still sleepy Su Xiaoqin as she blinked awake. Yang Lin's heart raced at her words, his expression growing grave. Xiaoqin, you must hide quickly. These individuals may very well be here to apprehend me, and our senior should be arriving soon. Chapter 176. Xiaoqin's terrifying perception. It's all right. The high priest departed some time ago, Su Xiaoqin spoke, then transformed into a small fox, settling in Yang Lin's embrace. Yang Lin, taken aback by her words, instinctively inquired, why didn't you tell me earlier? At that moment, Xiaoqin found it inconvenient to speak, her shy voice resonating in his mind. Yang Lin suddenly enlightened, realizing that she indeed lacked the opportunity to do so, as he had restrained her. He felt a twinge of guilt for misjudging her, and gently stroked the little fox's head. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. I am Huang Ming, a constable of Mo City. Today, I am investigating a recent case of lewd criminals. I apologize for the disturbance and hope for your understanding. Should anyone provide a clue to help me capture these miscreants, our office will offer double the reward, amounting to 150,000 taels of silver. Hearing this, Yang Lin furrowed his brow. What exactly were the lewd criminals Huang Ming referred to? He vaguely recalled seeing a bounty notice regarding a certain Tianqi at the announcement board earlier, although he understood that these coffins were not intended for him. Yang Lin knew that should he be discovered, he too might be apprehended. His bounty was significantly higher than that of the so-called lewd criminal Tianqi. Hastily, Yang Lin donned his clothes, swiftly moving to the window, which was now surrounded by officers, effectively sealing all exits. His brow furrowed further. It appeared that escaping this place would not be so simple. With so many officials present, should his identity be revealed, he would find it nearly impossible to flee. As if sensing his thoughts, Su Xiaoqin's voice echoed in his mind once more. Brother Yang Lin, there is no need for fear. The strength of the people in this tavern is quite mediocre, save for that old woman. Yang Lin paused, contemplating for a moment, recalling the tavern's owner whom he had seen in the corridor. In comparison to the high priest, who possesses greater power, he asked, aware that understanding his adversary's strengths was crucial. She is certainly inferior to the high priest. Additionally, I must inform you that the old woman visited the high priest's quarters and seemed to have carried out some dubious activities, Su Xiaoqin revealed. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's expression turned serious. It seemed the situation in the tavern was quite extraordinary. No wonder the constables had come here. Perhaps the so-called lewd criminal had connections to this establishment. Upon pondering this, a thought struck Yang Lin. Could it be that the lewd criminal had an interest in the elder Lu? While this was merely conjecture, he did not dismiss the possibility. However, now was not the time for such concerns. Aunt Lu was not in the tavern, and his priority was to evade notice and escape. Xiaoqin, can you devise a way to help me leave here quietly? Yang Lin inquired, feeling somewhat helpless after contemplating for a moment. Given his current strength, he certainly could not achieve this on his own. After a brief pause, Su Xiaoqin responded thoughtfully, there is a way, but if I act, I will leave a trace, what you humans refer to as demonic aura, which would surely alert the high priest. Yang Lin was taken aback, realizing that such a phenomenon truly existed. However, it was not entirely surprising, as even a fox could speak. Other extraordinary occurrences were not beyond reason. Can you sense the auras of everyone in this tavern? He suddenly asked. Su Shaoqi nodded. This was not overly challenging for her. With this knowledge, Yang Lin formulated a plan. Could they locate the lewd criminal the officers sought? If they found their target, the officials would likely depart, allowing him to escape unscathed. Though it was a viable plan, Su Shaoqi cast a doubtful glance. I can. But I am uncertain what the aura of that lewd criminal is like, making it difficult to detect. Yang Lin stroked his chin, contemplating. I have had dealings with these officers before. Based on their modus operandi, they would not recklessly appear without evidence. Therefore, their target must be within this tavern. And since the lewd criminal recently committed offenses, he would likely still carry the lingering sin of other women. That should help us locate him. As he pondered and analyzed, Su Shaoqi nodded in understanding. However, as they began their search, her gaze fell upon Yang Lin. The aura he described seemed to emanate from him as well. Realizing her implication, Yang Lin sighed. Not including me. The little fox grinned and nodded, resuming her search for other targets. Soon, she provided a revelation. Many men in the tavern bore the scent of other women, but one was particularly notable. His aura was strong, heavily infused with that of the tavern's old woman, alongside others who seemed absent from the establishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin quickly deduced that this individual was likely the one the constables sought. He urgently confirmed, "What is he doing now?" He appears frightened, hiding behind the window. Peering through the gap, his complexion pale and yellowed, with murky eyes quite unlike a normal person, Su Shaoqi described. Listening to her account, Yang Lin became increasingly convinced that this man was indeed the notorious criminal responsible for multiple heinous acts. What astonished him further was Su Shaoqi's ability to perceive not just auras but also the individual's demeanor and appearance with such clarity. It seemed he had been too naive about the extraordinary beings and occurrences in the world. Ultimately, Yang Lin realized that his experiences were limited. And thus he was taken aback. Given your remarkable abilities, you must be able to sense if those officers possess images of the wanted criminal. Can you determine who they seek? Yang Lin pondered aloud, gently stroking the little fox in his arms. He could not help but feel fortunate to have Su Shaoqi by his side, a true stroke of luck. Chapter 177. The cunning Huang Ming. In response to Yang Lin's inquiry, Su Shaoqi nodded affirmatively. Noticing the affectionate gaze from Yang Lin, Su Shaoqi felt immense joy. Bringing happiness to Yang Lin was her greatest delight. Additionally, being able to assist him filled her with a sense of fulfillment. At this moment, the corridor inside and outside was completely sealed off by the officials led by Huang Ming. Even if Tianqi had wings, escape was impossible. Huang Ming strode through the courtyard, keenly observing his surroundings, his expression grave and tense. He distinctly sensed numerous cold, murderous glances lurking in the shadows. For a moment, he could not ascertain whether this was the work of that old woman or the result of offending those in the martial world. As the proprietor of the tavern, Zhu Xianhong naturally followed Huang Ming closely, yet she maintained a considerable distance to avoid interfering with their investigation. With a faint smile, Zhu Xianhong reminded him, Huang Constable, do not blame me for not warning you beforehand. Here at Fuying, aside from our regular guests, those present in this courtyard are either affluent or noble. If any offense occurs, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming furrowed his brow, yet he was not intimidated by Zhu Xianhong's words. Since he had come here today, he was well prepared. His purpose was to apprehend the lascivious Tianqi, and the matter concerned no one else. Thus he would not interfere. Once again, he implored Zhu Xianhong to be lenient and facilitate their investigation, assuring her that they meant no offense. Oh, Huang Constable, how can you say that? You have already arrived. Could I possibly not assist you? Zhu Xianhong feigned modesty, her demeanor provoking discomfort in those present. However, I cannot speak for the guests here. Whatever they decide, I have no control over. Moreover, even if you, Huang Constable, were to visit, should the guests choose not to cooperate, the princess would find herself powerless. Zhu Xianhong's words were not uttered in a hushed tone. Nearly all the martial artists residing in the tavern could hear her clearly. Huang Ming's expression soured considerably. Initially, these martial figures might have been willing to cooperate out of respect, but Zhu Xianhong's remarks would likely sway many to reconsider. As anticipated, shortly after Zhu Xianhong finished speaking, a powerful voice resonated from the upper floor. Huang, do not claim I did not give you a chance. If you wish to search my room, you might as well invite that old city lord to join. Perhaps then we can negotiate. Otherwise, a robust man leaned out from the second-floor window, arms crossed, smirking at Huang Ming below. Recognizing the man almost immediately, Huang Ming noted his reputation in the martial world. He was well known for his formidable martial arts prowess, having triumphed over numerous sections. Zhu Xianhong merely smiled and observed, eager to see how Huang Ming would navigate this predicament. The reputation of the hero is indeed well known to me. If you could assist me in apprehending this villain, it would greatly benefit the common folk, and I would gladly offer you a reward of 150,000 taels of silver, personally delivering my apologies in the process. Such treasures are fitting for a hero, and the populace would be immensely grateful. Huang Ming clasped his hands in a solemn gesture, his expression imbued with genuine respect. Clearly, the robust man appreciated Huang Ming's approach, as his gaze softened after hearing those words. Observing this exchange, Zhu Xianhong was taken aback. She had thought her tactic was subtle, yet Huang Ming's flattery had proven even more effective. After a brief silence, Huang Ming seized the moment to continue. Esteemed heroes, I know you are all champions of righteousness and would never harbor a fugitive wanted by the court. I have unwavering faith in each of you. And even if that scoundrel were to hide in your rooms, I would not pursue the matter further. Instead, I would reward you with 100,000 taels of silver in gratitude for your integrity. Although Huang Ming's words were somewhat awkward, the martial artists present were astute enough to grasp the underlying implications. Even the previously mentioned robust man smiled faintly, admiring Huang Ming. You are not entirely foolish. Huang Ming replied with a smile, Hero, you understand, as a constable, my actions are dictated by duty, not personal sentiment. I have no intention of making enemies of you esteemed heroes. That would be unwise. Upon hearing this, the robust man seemed pleased, promising, you have piqued my interest. I hereby declare you may search my room at your discretion. Whether you find anything or not, I will accept the outcome. At these words, Huang Ming expressed his sincere gratitude, his hands clasped in a deep bow. Zhu Xianhong watched in astonishment as Huang Ming, in a matter of minutes, managed to turn the tide of the situation back in his favor, revealing his undeniable skill. Just then, the window of the topmost private room swung open, revealing a figure clad in black robes. It was Yang Lin, deliberately lowering his voice to create a resonant and magnetic timbre, a stark contrast to his previous tone. The crowd fell silent, including Huang Ming and Zhu Xianhong, as they turned their gazes upward toward the top floor. Cloaked in darkness, it was impossible to discern the figure's age or gender. Yang Lin's deep voice resonated once more, regarding the reward of 150,000 taels of silver you mentioned. I hope to utilize it to establish a porridge stall south of the city, aiding those in need and benefiting the common people. The figure's declaration of such a substantial sum could incite greed among many martial artists, potentially leading to trouble for Yang Lin. However, he did not lack for money, nor did he need to risk himself for the sake of the reward. Huang Ming's eyes lit up at this statement, as he perceived the implications behind Yang Lin's words. Could it be that the hero knew the whereabouts of the lascivious villain? Chapter 178, A Fatal Strike, an Unbreakable Bond. At this moment, Zhu Xinhong's gaze was as icy as a winter's night, fixated on Yang Lin. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she instantly recognized that Yang Lin had arrived alongside the woman in the black robe. Though their attire was unremarkable, the pair had reserved 2 premium private rooms upon entering, making it impossible for Zhu Xinhong to forget them. In the northwest corner of the tavern's courtyard stood the moon viewing pavilion, nestled within a modest chamber. Without hesitation, Yang Lin spoke with straightforwardness, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing the location he mentioned, Zhu Xinhong's eyes widened, her pupils constricting as her gaze bore down on him with palpable coldness. Yang Lin, seemingly undeterred by her piercing stare, mused to himself about the elderly woman's attire, wondering if she might have been better suited as a matron in a brothel rather than the proprietor of this establishment. Huang Ming, observing Yang Lin, found himself both astonished by the location mentioned and filled with doubt. Could a mere man accurately ascertain such a place? If you harbor doubts, my words may hold little weight, yet you might inquire with the elderly lady beside you. She should possess the knowledge you seek. Yang Lin's deep voice resounded once more, laced with a hint of nonchalance. At this proclamation, Huang Ming was momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning to regard Zhu Xinhong behind him. Her expression froze, and the desire to eliminate Yang Lin flickered in her eyes. With a fierce glare directed at him, she feigned ignorance, stating, I am unaware of what you speak. The audacity of Yang Lin to refer to her as old woman ignited a fury within her. Sensing the shift in Zhu Xinhong's demeanor, Huang Ming, attuned to the tension, wasted no time. With a decisive wave of his hand, he signaled for his men to apprehend Yang Lin. The forces of the city lord's mansion, having long been poised for action, surged forth with unprecedented speed. As Yang Lin faced Zhu Xinhong, his expression remained inscrutable, yet his tone betrayed no fear. Am I mistaken? At your age, one could indeed refer to you as an old woman. His words elicited laughter from the surrounding guests, their tones tinged with mockery. You seek your own demise. Zhu Xinhong seethed, her rage palpable as her eyes reddened, her features twisting into a menacing visage, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Boredom. Yang Lin's calm voice interjected again, his disinterest in further entanglements with Zhu Xinhong evident. However, he benevolently cautioned Huang Ming. He is adept at evasion. Ensure you are prepared. Should he escape, do not blame me for the oversight. In response, Huang Ming chuckled confidently, gazing toward the northwest courtyard. If your assertions hold truth, then Tianqi will find no escape. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed from the direction of the courtyard, the sound of a door being forcefully smashed. Inside, Tianqi, who had been watching the commotion, turned pale upon hearing Yang Lin's revelation. Before he could react, the soldiers of the city lord's mansion had already encircled his location. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianqi kicked open the door and bolted, his speed remarkable as he darted several meters away. However, Huang Ming was prepared. The officers who had been lying in wait atop the rooftops now descended upon him, chains in hand. Escape is futile. With adversaries above and below, the phrase "no way out" aptly described Tianqi's predicament. His face is pale as a ghost. Tianqi desperately evaded his pursuers, calling for assistance while shouting Zhu Xinhong's name, imploring her for rescue. Yet, at this juncture, Zhu Xinhong could not afford to acknowledge any connection to him. With a furrowed brow, she coldly declared, "A mere flower thief dares to utter my name. Seeking your own death." You. Unable to contain his fury at Zhu Xinhong's transformation, Tianqi erupted, hurling invectives. "Old hag, now you recognize the treachery of burning bridges? Every crime I committed, was it not under your command? You forced my hand." In that fraught moment, Tianqi revealed his truths, determined to expose her even at the cost of his life. Huang Ming's belief in his words was inconsequential. Zhu Xinhong could not be allowed to remain unscathed, even if it meant Tianqi's demise. As Tianqi laid bare his grievances, Zhu Xinhong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. In an instant, she vanished from sight, reappearing before him with lightning speed. Without hesitation, she struck, her palm connecting with Tianqi's face before anyone could react, even Huang Ming. With that single blow, Tianqi, who had been resolved to kill or be killed, fell lifeless to the ground, leaving behind a cold corpse. The gravity of the moment weighed heavily upon the onlookers, their expressions sobering as they grasped the depth of Zhu Xinhong's concealed prowess. Few, if any, could rival her strength. Huang Ming felt a ripple of unease course through him, realizing Zhu Xinhong's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Her lethal efficiency in dispatching Tianqi left no room for doubt. Even the city lord himself would likely struggle against her might. In stark contrast, Yang Lin remained unfazed by Zhu Xinhong's sudden outburst. Having witnessed far greater spectacles, he found little reason to be intimidated. Yet, he pondered the urgency of her actions. Even if Tianqi sought to tarnish her reputation, was immediate violence truly warranted? Moreover, Tianqi's final words, coupled with his defiant expression, hinted at deeper secrets. After dealing with Tianqi, Zhu Xinhong slowly turned her gaze upon Yang Lin, choosing to depart with a fleeting motion. Though swift, Yang Lin perceived her intent. Furrowing his brow, he discerned that a rift had formed between him and Zhu Xinhong, suggesting that more lay beneath the surface. However, he felt no trepidation. With Aunt Lu's presence and the formidable fire spirit snake and Su Xiaoqin by his side, he possessed ample resources to contend with any threat. Just as these thoughts crossed Yang Lin's mind, Xuanwu emerged, staring at him with wide eyes and shaking its head. The voice of the fire spirit snake resonated within Yang Lin's mind. Xuanwu has no desire to bite her. The stench of this woman is unbearable. Chapter 179. Tread carefully. Upon hearing these words, Yang Lin furrowed his brow, but refrained from further comment, gently stroking the head of the fire spirit snake. Sensing the change in Yang Lin's expression, the fire spirit snake hastily added, "Master, if she dares to lay a hand on you, I will surely bite her." This assurance brought a satisfied nod from Yang Lin. Thus, the capture operation concluded prematurely due to Yang Lin's remark. Once all the officers had retreated, Huang Ming lifted his gaze towards Yang Lin. "Hero, it is thanks to you that we were able to swiftly apprehend the criminal. I shall certainly keep my promise and allocate the entire reward to establish a porridge stall to aid the impoverished." Yang Lin, however, chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding slowly. Had it not been for his concern about stirring up trouble, he would have accepted the reward without hesitation. Yet now, with the fire spirit snake and Su Xiaoqin by his side, he contemplated whether he might capture a heavily wanted criminal to amass wealth. Yang Lin mused, seemingly forgetting that his own bounty was the highest of all. "May I know the name of the great hero, so I can bestow a proper title upon the porridge stall?" Huang Ming respectfully inquired, raising his fist in salute. Upon hearing this, the assembly of martial artists pricked up their ears, eager to discern the identity of this enigmatic figure. Even Zhu Xinhong, who had just departed, paused at the corner, keen to ascertain who had offended her. After all, the world of martial arts was vast, and there were many she could not afford to provoke. She was not foolish enough to rush headlong into danger. Just a nameless youth, nothing worthy of renown. If a name must be given, let it be Mo City. Yang Lin's response exuded an air of nonchalance, as if he squandered wealth without care, yet Huang Ming was not naive. The ability to perceive Tian Qi concealed within the tavern from merely a private room suggested that this individual possessed strength far beyond that of the others present. Huang Ming did not consider himself a match for Yang Lin. If Yang Lin chose not to disclose his name, he would not press the matter. Moreover, Huang Ming had encountered numerous martial artists in similar situations before. The world was fraught with dangers, with true masters lurking in the shadows, proving that there is always someone greater. Fully aware of this reality, Huang Ming had entered with a lowly demeanor, almost humble, wary of offending the martial artists present. With no answer forthcoming, Huang Ming chose not to linger on the matter. After bidding farewell to Yang Lin, he departed alongside the retreating officers. The tavern gradually returned to its usual calm. At that moment, a shadow appeared atop the roof, wielding a serpent-shaped cane, having witnessed the entire scene unfold, and could not help but sigh. Has this lad lost his mind? Is he truly oblivious to his current status and still seeks the limelight? After a round of observations, Aunt Lu finally returned. In truth, she had been aware of Huang Ming's actions beforehand, prompting her return to take Yang Lin away. However, having arrived too late amidst the bustling crowd, she had opted to remain hidden, waiting for the right moment. Had the situation necessitated intervention, she would not have hesitated to rescue Yang Lin. Unexpectedly, it turned out that these individuals were not here to apprehend Yang Lin, but were after another wanted criminal, which is why she had not revealed herself throughout the ordeal. Upon returning to the tavern, Aunt Lu did not head to her own quarters, but instead approached Yang Lin. How did you discern Tian Qi's whereabouts? This puzzled her, as Yang Lin's abilities should not have allowed for such a feat at that moment. Yang Lin sat on the bed, gently cradling the little fox in his arms. He blinked before beginning to explain. Do you remember me mentioning that this little fox is no ordinary creature? Her sense of smell is exceptional. She detected the scent of that lecher. Aunt Lu frowned upon hearing this, momentarily taken aback. She glanced at the little fox and then back at Yang Lin. Are you certain this fox can actually smell it? Moreover, what does a lecher even smell like? A lecher, a flower thief, undoubtedly carries not only the scent of a man but also the fragrances of other women. Especially after committing numerous crimes, the scent would be plentiful. Yang Lin smiled as he elaborated. Aunt Lu seemed to grasp the implication, though it had not occurred to her before. But even if this fox can indeed smell, how would it communicate that to you? Don't tell me you understand the language of foxes. Aunt Lu scrutinized Yang Lin, attempting to glean the truth from his expression. Yet, Yang Lin appeared completely prepared, revealing no flaws, and replied earnestly, I have said she is quite extraordinary. She is my closest companion. As he spoke, Yang Lin gently stroked the little fox's head, and Su Shaoqin clearly relished this gesture, even stretching languidly. Before Yang Lin, Aunt Lu found it hard to believe his claims. However, since he was unwilling to divulge more, she recognized that pressing him further would be futile. After all, everyone possesses their own secrets, and they had yet to reach a level of intimacy that allowed for complete candor. Nonetheless, there was one matter Aunt Lu felt compelled to bring to Yang Lin's attention. You have undoubtedly offended the tavern owner. The lecher Tian Qi likely shares a significant connection with her. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin seemed to recall something, not responding directly to Aunt Lu's warning but instead stating, I just remembered that the tavern owner visited your room before the constables arrived. I wonder what for. Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Though she could not articulate it, reflecting on the earlier events, she sensed that the middle-aged tavern owner was no harmless character. I do not know what she did, but I am certain that woman is no good. You would do well to exercise caution, Yang Lin advised once more. In contrast, he felt that offending Zhu Xinhong was of little consequence. At least for the time being, she would not act against him. However, Aunt Lu's room was different. Zhu Xinhong had indeed entered, and Yang Lin was unaware of what actions had transpired within. Although Su Shaoqin could perceive some things, she had been interrupted by Yang Lin at the time. With the moment past, Yang Lin felt powerless to assist further. Chapter 180. Capturing Zhu Xinhong. After pondering for a moment, Aunt Lu decided not to waste any more time and glanced at Yang Lin, saying, Take care of yourself first. However, before leaving, she turned back to Yang Lin, as if struck by a sudden thought, and advised, Remember to open the window. The structure of this tavern is peculiar. It can shield the perceptions of cultivators. If you don't open the window, I won't be able to rescue you the moment you find yourself in danger. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin nodded obediently, as he had no inclination to refuse such a request. Consequently, Aunt Lu felt no need to say anything further and returned to her room. Beginning to survey her surroundings, Aunt Lu was well aware of the forces behind this tavern. After the fall of the Great Wei, When she left the capital alongside the queen and returned to the capital of the Great Xia, she had not been idle. She meticulously investigated every prince of the Great Xia royal family, along with various other details. This tavern was established by one of the princes, with Zhu Xinhong merely serving as a puppet in the faade. Otherwise, given Zhu Xinhong's status, the city lord's residence would have no reason to fear her, even if she possessed formidable strength, as it was backed by the entire Great Xia court. Not even the renowned figures of the martial world dared to openly confront the court. Could it be that my identity has been exposed? After a lengthy search, Aunt Lu still found no answers, contemplating only this singular possibility, which she quickly dismissed. When she left the capital, only the emperor of the Great Xia and the mother of the princess were aware of her identity. Moreover, throughout her journey, Aunt Lu had been exceedingly cautious, never revealing her true self. Even if her identity had been discovered, it was unlikely to have happened here. Continuing her search within the room, Aunt Lu still detected nothing amiss. After a moment of silence, she opened the window, sat on the bed, and began her cultivation, all the while maintaining her awareness of the movements both inside and outside the room. As night deepened, young Lin lay in bed, cradling the little fox in his arms, feeling somewhat melancholic. With the window now open, Aunt Lu could sense his actions, making Yang Lin hesitant to engage in any overly intimate behavior with Su Xiaoqin. Having tasted forbidden fruit, they both harbored desires yet were unable to act freely, leaving them both in a state of discontent. Just then, Su Xiaoqin's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with excitement. It seems the old hag is making a move. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, but did not outwardly react. With Aunt Lu present, there was no need for him to take action himself, or rather, to instruct the fire spirit serpent to act. In the courtyard of the tavern, a shadow flitted by, swift and silent. After several twists and turns, Zhu Xinhong finally arrived at an elegant room, her expression dark and her movements swift and precise. Managing not to alert anyone. Humph, I haven't even made my move, yet you dare to strike first. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhu Xinhong's eyes as she swiftly approached the innermost elegant chamber, where Aunt Lu was located. Just standing outside the door, Zhu Xinhong sensed that Aunt Lu had returned. With a swift motion, Zhu Xinhong pressed her palm downwards, unleashing an invisible surge of true qi that seeped through the door crack and into the room. Every action of Zhu Xinhong was closely monitored by Su Xiaoqin, who related to Yang Lin through a communication technique. Yang Lin merely whispered, "There is someone." His voice was soft, yet Aunt Lu, meditating on the bed, heard him immediately. Her eyes snapped open, certain that Yang Lin was referring to someone outside her door. Aunt Lu sprang from the bed, her gaze fixed on the door, her body tense and alert. Although puzzled by how Yang Lin had sensed the intruder, given that she herself had not detected anything, she resolved to inquire after the matter was settled. For now, her focus was on how to deal with the person outside. The true qi from Zhu Xinhong continued to seep through the door crack, steadily advancing toward the bed. After a prolonged silence, Aunt Lu, sensing no unusual disturbances, furrowed her brow, realizing that remaining passive was not a viable strategy. If the adversary employed any sinister tactics, they could very well find themselves in peril. With this thought in mind, Aunt Lu swiftly moved behind the door, delivering a decisive strike with her palm. The true qi surged through the door and struck Zhu Xinhong squarely in the chest. Zhu Xinhong, who had been concentrating on controlling her true qi, was caught off guard by the silent attack, resulting in her spitting blood and collapsing against the door. The commotion was significant, and Aunt Lu heard it clearly, reflecting that Yang Lin had indeed spoken the truth. There was someone outside the door. Without hesitation, she launched another strike. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Xinhong instinctively attempted to flee, but as she turned, she found her feet seemingly ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering her unable to escape. At that moment, the door swung open, and Aunt Lu, with a cold gaze, seized Zhu Xinhong by the neck. Zhu Xinhong's face turned pale. Having suffered multiple injuries, she was gravely weakened. Aunt Lu showed no sign of restraint, fully intent on dealing with this ambush. If Zhu Xinhong had not possessed sufficient strength, those 2 strikes would have sufficed to end her life. "What do you intend to do, lurking outside my door?" Aunt Lu demanded coldly, maintaining her grip on Zhu Xinhong. Yet, Zhu Xinhong was hardly in a position to admit her intentions, trembling as she replied, "I merely happened to pass by." In truth, Zhu Xinhong had long sensed Aunt Lu's formidable prowess, but she was taken aback by how far beyond her expectations Aunt Lu's strength was. With just one move, she had been gravely injured, and with the second, she was captured. Previously, Zhu Xinhong had been confident in her abilities, even unafraid of the city lord. Yet here she was, apprehended by Aunt Lu with overwhelming force. Aunt Lu did not believe Zhu Xinhong's words for a moment, her gaze icy as she emanated a faint aura of menace. "Regardless of your intentions, I shall eliminate you, and that will be the end of it. No, you cannot kill me. I am a person of the principally. Zhu Xinhong hastily declared, revealing her identity. Chapter 181, Silencing Witnesses, a conclusion. Upon hearing these words, Aunt Lu showed no concern whatsoever. She would not yield to a mere principally, let alone the emperor himself. The crux of the matter was that Aunt Lu was already aware that this information held no significance for her and would fail to instill any fear. Not long from now, she remarked with a hint of mockery in her gaze, the entire great Xia dynasty will accompany you in your demise, including the principally you so readily mention. With that, without a moment's hesitation, Aunt Lu swiftly ended Zhu Xinhong's life by snapping her neck. Just as she concluded her grim task, Yang Lin emerged from the room, witnessing Aunt Lu discard Zhu Xinhong's lifeless body onto the floor. Looks like everything is taken care of. Yang Lin cast a glance at Aunt Lu, who, disinterested in his inquiry, commanded him instead, quickly, take the body back and hide it in your room. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. He had offered her assistance out of goodwill, only to find himself tasked with cleaning up the mess. Yet, Aunt Lu, having finished her orders, turned and shut the door, leaving him no room for negotiation. A whirlwind of frustration coursed through Yang Lin's mind, and he found himself contemplating Aunt Lu's ancestry. After confirming that the corridor was deserted, he reluctantly dragged Zhu Xinhong's still warm body back to his room. Earlier, in front of Huang Ming, he had feigned generosity, donating 15,000 taels of silver. He thought surely fate would not continue to conspire against him. With this in mind, Yang Lin began to search Zhu Xinhong's body, reasoning that a woman who attempted to ambush him must possess some skills or treasures, perhaps even a technique or elixirs, which he desperately needed. Aunt Lu, meanwhile, had noticed the peculiar scene unfolding beside her. She chuckled softly, aware of the common practice among those in the martial world to loot the deceased. For treasures and techniques were coveted by all who would refuse a chance at acquiring a superior skill. Yet, the sight of a handsome young man rummaging through the body of an aging woman was undeniably strange. Unperturbed by Yang Lin's actions, Aunt Lu's senses expanded to encompass the entire inn. With the owner deceased, this would surely attract unwelcome attention. Should anything feel amiss, she would swiftly escort Yang Lin away to avoid any trouble. On the other side, Yang Lin rummaged through the remnants of the old hag, discovering a small gray pouch that felt like coarse fabric. Disheartened, he pondered why such a seemingly rare item was in the possession of Zhu Xinhong, a mere tavern owner whose abilities were significantly lacking compared to the renowned masters he had previously encountered. Just as he hesitated, a voice echoed in his mind. That of Su Shaoqin, brother Yang Lin. There are many treasures inside. Along with some food and water, there are also quite a few garments. Surprised, Yang Lin marveled at Su Shaoqin's extraordinary ability, which seemed to surpass even that of Gu Qingwei and Yun Luoxia. While those skilled individuals required physical contact to perceive treasures, Su Shaoqin could discern them from a distance, merely by glancing. There also appears to be a small box containing a unique jade, she added. After a brief pause, Su Shaoqin continued, prompting Yang Lin to place the pouch before her. Understanding her intent, she gently placed her paw upon it, causing a wooden box to materialize from within. Ancient and seemingly aged, this box seems to possess a mechanism, Su Shaoqin noted. As she tapped it with her paw, the box astonishingly vanished before Yang Lin's eyes, leaving a piece of yellow jade in his palm, roughly the size of his hand. Examining the jade closely, Yang Lin hesitated, questioning its worth compared to his own piece of star jade. Brother Yang Lin, it seems this jade harbors a hidden legacy. You might awaken it with your blood, Su Shaoqin advised. Legacy? The word struck Yang Lin with surprise, drawing comparisons to the star jade. Noting his hesitation, Su Shaoqin took action, biting his finger to draw blood, which he let fall onto the jade. As his blood touched the surface, a ripple formed, absorbing it before promptly reverting to its original state. Now, take the jade and press it to your forehead, she instructed. Following her guidance, Yang Lin complied, and as the jade approached, a cool sensation enveloped him, coursing through to his mind. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness, revealing a vivid image that began to unfold before him. With a sudden chime, the jade disintegrated into powder, settling at Yang Lin's feet. Yin-yang transformation Qigong? He pondered, an expression of intrigue crossing his face as he recognized the connection between the deceased Zhu Xinhong and the already departed Tian Qi. As Yang Lin contemplated, Su Shaoqin's voice returned. Brother Yang Lin, the high priestess's situation appears dire. Though uncertainty lingered in her tone, she relayed the information to him. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu, having dealt with Zhu Xinhong, exhaled in relief, her tension easing as she sat on the bed to meditate while remaining attuned to the tavern's atmosphere. After a moment of silence, she felt reassured, yet as time passed, memories of her past began resurfacing. She recalled the moment in the mountains, bare and vulnerable, with young Lin assisting her in her darkest moments, a scene that replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with an unfamiliar warmth. Despite her many trials and tribulations, including the downfall of her homeland, she had never before encountered such an embarrassing situation. Chapter 182. Thrice in a day, poisoned again despite the tumultuous thoughts within. Aunt Lu held a relatively favorable impression of Yang Lin. After all, she had been completely vulnerable, and it was evident what such a situation could signify for a young man brimming with vitality. Yet, Yang Lin had exhibited remarkable restraint, refraining from any impropriety and simply assisting her in expelling the toxic blood before stepping back. However, as Aunt Lu pondered, she realized that Yang Lin was still at the qi refining stage, which seemed to have inherently restrained him. Even if he harbored desires, he lacked the courage to act upon them. Aunt Lu had always been confident in her physique and appearance, and it was implausible to think that Yang Lin could maintain complete composure, especially considering her figure, which had once evoked envy from Feng'er's mother, a clear testament to her allure. Lost in thought, Aunt Lu unexpectedly found herself fantasizing about kissing Yang Lin. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she jolted awake, shaking her head as if to dispel such imagery. Yet, it was not long before that vision re-emerged, more intense and profound than before. At that moment, Aunt Lu felt her heart racing uncontrollably, her face growing ever more flushed. The strangeness of her thoughts bewildered her, particularly the fact that the object of her desire was Yang Lin. The more she tried to suppress these thoughts, the more uncontrollable they became, and she finally recognized that something was amiss. Her entire body felt weak, to the point where she could no longer maintain her meditation. Panic washed over her as an inexplicable heat began to spread throughout her being. Gasping for breath, she collapsed onto the bed, unable to endure any longer. The shameful thoughts continued to erode her rationality. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She was almost certain that Zhu Xinhong had played a nefarious role in this predicament. She recalled Yang Lin's prior warning about Zhu Xinhong having entered her room. It must have been during that time that Zhu Xinhong left something behind. And standing outside her door earlier, she was likely manipulating some mechanism. With the memory of Yang Lin's warning about the possible connection between the lecherous Tian Qi and Zhu Xinhong, everything clicked into place. The poison she had succumbed to was undoubtedly of a lascivious nature, perhaps not lethal, but it would incite an overwhelming desire for carnal knowledge. The crucial issue was that the onset of the poison had thoroughly disrupted Aunt Lu's thoughts, leaving her no time to formulate a countermeasure. Her luck seemed unparalleled. To be poisoned 3 times in a single day was an absurdity that would make others doubt the authenticity of her prowess. As she attempted to circulate her qi to suppress the poison, a soft moan escaped her lips, and the sound sent a jolt of electricity through her being, nearly causing her to explode with confusion. The unbearable heat coursed through her, leaving her unable to think clearly, while the shameful thoughts continued to invade her mind, accompanied by a yearning exploration towards Yang Lin next door. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqin was relaying Aunt Lu's condition, prompting Yang Lin to pause his practice of the yin-yang transformation technique. Observing the little fox in his arms, a sense of perplexity shadowed his brow as he awaited Su Shaoqin's next words. After a moment of sensing, Su Shaoqin hesitantly conveyed, "Brother Yang Lin, it seems the high priestess desires to find someone to mate." Such bluntness left Yang Lin momentarily stunned. His gaze fixated on Su Shaoqin. The little fox nodded. "Indeed, that old hag appears to have done something to the high priestess. She is now poisoned." In an instant, Yang Lin grasped the situation. Coupling this with his recent acquisition of the yin-yang transformation technique and the demise of the lecherous Tian Qi, it all began to make sense. Zhu Xinhong was undoubtedly the puppeteer behind this scheme, seeking to absorb Aunt Lu's vital essence. The yin-yang transformation technique essentially involves the harvesting of yang to replenish yin and vice versa. By combining both, one could siphon all of Aunt Lu's essence to Zhu Xinhong, thereby enhancing her own cultivation. To Yang Lin, this technique was not inherently evil. For normal cultivation partners, it could foster mutual growth and rapid enhancement. However, in the hands of someone like Zhu Xinhong, driven by greed, it had led to disastrous outcomes. Overindulgence in the practice of harvesting yang and yin could easily drain a person dry. In the past, Yang Lin might not have understood this. But during his time with Gu Qingyue, he had learned much about cultivation principles. Thus, the connection between Tian Qi and Zhu Xinhong became starkly clear. And the women who had perished at the hands of the lecherous man were likely entangled in Zhu Xinhong's web as well. Moreover, due to Zhu Xinhong's flawed understanding of the technique, obsessed with absorbing the maximum essence, she had failed to refine the yang energy within her, leading to its accumulation in her body. Although her aura seemed formidable and her realm impressive, in a confrontation, she would reveal herself to be nothing more than a paper tiger. This explained why Aunt Lu had easily subdued Zhu Xinhong. who had been unable to put up any resistance. In fact, Zhu Xinhong's overharvesting had accelerated her aging, which was why she appeared so haggard. Otherwise, with a cultivator's vitality and her level of cultivation, she would not look so aged. Zhu Xinhong's attempt to harm Aunt Lu was likely motivated by a desire for her robust qi. Yet Yang Lin could not fathom why this woman had no defenses against poison. To be poisoned 3 times in one day, and each time so severely, left Yang Lin at a loss for words. Nevertheless, in matters of lustful poison, he had some knowledge. Aunt Lu's strength should suffice to see her through without issue. Furthermore, rushing to her aid at this juncture would be unwise, setting aside how he even came to know of her plight. Her current state would only lead to trouble if he intervened. Even if he were to lend a hand, it would have to be at the last moment. Otherwise, once Aunt Lu regained her senses, she might very well flay him alive. Intending to be helpful, Yang Lin was dismayed to find himself burdened with the reputation of a lecherous beast, an absurdity he had no desire to embrace. Resolute in his decision, Yang Lin relaxed, stroking the little fox's head with a gentle smile, curving his lips. Brother Yang Lin, should I keep a constant watch on the situation next door? Su Xiaoqin's voice chimed in once more. Hearing this, Yang Lin nodded. At times, Su Xiaoqin's perceptiveness was truly remarkable. He hadn't even voiced his thoughts, yet she had already anticipated them. With such keen awareness, Yang Lin felt as though he held a supercharged radar in his hands. Chapter 183. Utilizing another's blade to kill, stealthily undertaking a scheme upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Su Xiaoqin obediently complied, keeping a vigilant eye on the circumstances next door. Meanwhile, Yang Lin delved into the intricate study of the yin-yang transformation qigong, increasingly captivated by its remarkable intricacies. It was no wonder that Zhu Xinhong had succumbed to the perils of her practice. The true mastery of this technique should ideally rest with a male practitioner, and it was evident that its originator was a formidable male cultivator. Zhu Xinhong's misguided approach was bound to lead her astray, and if she continued to accumulate excessive yang energy, it could very well result in her demise due to bodily overflow. This old hag must truly be out of her mind, Yang Lin mused, shaking his head in incredulity. Just as Yang Lin was engrossed in his studies, Su Xiaoqin's voice suddenly broke through. Brother Yang Lin, something seems amiss with the high priest. No sooner had the words left her lips than a gust of wind rushed towards him, and his surroundings blurred momentarily. When his vision cleared, he found himself face to face with Aunt Lu, cloaked in black and gazing intently at him. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat, leaving no room for hesitation. His thoughts quickly communicated with Su Xiaoqin and the fire spirit serpent, who understood immediately. The fire spirit serpent leapt onto the back of the little fox, and the two of them deftly leapt through the window, ensuring it was closed behind them as they floated into Aunt Lu's room, where they promptly secured the window. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoqin transformed back into her human form, her red dress billowing gracefully. She settled beside the bed, cradling the fire spirit serpent in her hands while gently teasing it with her fingers. I always suspected that the high priest had ulterior motives towards brother Yang Lin. Her intentions to seduce him are transparent. Why else would she bathe in broad daylight? The fire spirit serpent seemed to comprehend, nodding while blinking its large eyes. However, little fire, you too find brother Yang Lin scent delightful, do you not? The two exchanged glances, both nodding in unison. Yet the fire spirit serpent flicked its tongue as if to convey something, and Su Xiaoqin, understanding its silent communication, whispered, indeed, there's a hint of jealousy. But as long as I can stay by brother Yang Lin's side, his happiness is my joy as well. The fire spirit serpent quickly nodded in agreement, affirming Su Xiaoqin's sentiments. I've seen through your thoughts long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to acknowledge brother Yang Lin as your master, Su Xiaoqin remarked playfully, glancing at the fire spirit serpent. To this, the serpent wished to give its dear friend a thumbs up, though alas, it had yet to fully transform. Little fire, as we accompany brother Yang Lin in the future, we must exercise restraint, especially now, at the onset of our journey. We must be cautious not to appear greedy, lest we drive him away. Su Xiaoqin spoke earnestly, gently stroking the fire spirit serpent's head. Meanwhile, at the city lord's residence, the returning Huang Ming and 3 constables presented the lifeless body of Tian Qi before the city lord. Casting a glance at the cold remains, the city lord showed no reaction, his voice cold as he commanded, dispose of it in the back mountain to feed the wolves. Understood, the guards replied, promptly adhering to the city lord's orders. What is that old hag's situation? The city lord inquired of Huang Ming, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ming replied, the old hag is furious, and to distance herself from the incident, she personally took Tian Qi's life. It seems that his final words hinted at an unusual relationship between them. A cold smile crept across the city lord's face, as if he had anticipated this outcome. I once thought this old hag would keep the spoils for herself, ensuring that the glory would fall to someone under the reign of King Li. Huang Ming continued, however. An unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure in a black robe revealed Tian Qi's whereabouts while at the tavern. He recounted the events that transpired within the establishment in detail. The city lord raised an eyebrow, surprised yet intrigued. It seems the Fueying Tavern is poised for some excitement. Huang Ming understood well that the figure in black had irreparably offended Zhu Xinhong, and a confrontation was inevitable, the outcome of which would soon unfold. Thanks to you for tonight. Without your assistance, my sister-in-law would have perished unjustly, the city lord remarked. Your Excellency flatters us. It is merely our duty, the 4 constables, led by Huang Ming, replied hastily. The city lord smiled slightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he stated, you are all aware that the court has issued a bounty for the notorious Yang Lin, correct? Reports suggest he is heading towards Huangquan Mountain, seeking entry to the Hunyuan sect. Thus, the likelihood of him passing through our Mo city is quite high. We should remain vigilant in the coming days. Upon hearing this, the constables frowned, their uncertainty evident. Individuals from the Jianghu who wish to conceal their identities may prove difficult to apprehend, even if we attempt to investigate, one constable voiced. Having slain Tian Qi, we have undoubtedly incurred the wrath of Prince Li. Should this news reach him, we may find ourselves in dire straits, the city lord spoke slowly. Surveying the 4 constables before him, Huang Ming and his companions immediately turned grave at this remark. Their willingness to take such risks was entirely predicated on the protection offered by the city lord. They were bound by their mutual interests, each serving to balance the other. I have devised a plan. If we eliminate Zhu Xinhong, not only will the news not reach the prince, but we can conveniently shift the blame onto another. The city lord continued, raising his teacup and taking a delicate sip, as if everything was unfolding according to his design. Huang Ming recognized that he had boarded a ship of no return. His only choice was to follow the city lord down this perilous path. Please, Your Excellency, provide further guidance, he implored. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? The city lord replied, his words veiling a deeper meaning as he merely uttered Yang Lin's name. The constables immediately grasped the implication. Your Excellency seems to have everything prepared, Huang Ming observed. Aware that the city lord would not speak so openly without a plan in place, perhaps assassins were already en route to the tavern. The city lord, however, offered no explicit confirmation, merely smiling faintly. Chapter 184. What did I do last night? At this moment, the city lord was not at all anxious. After all, Zhu Xinhong still had to contend with the mysterious figure in the black robe at the tavern. It was prudent to wait for the outcome before deciding on any course of action. Should the black-robed figure emerge victorious, he would be Yang Lin. However, if not, Yang Lin would undoubtedly seek vengeance on his behalf. Regardless, Zhu Xinhong had to perish. The 4 constables, including Huang Ming, exchanged glances laden with newfound respect for the city lord. It was evident that such a position required meticulous foresight, a quality they knew they lacked. Although Huang Ming outwardly praised the city lord, inwardly he recognized the man as duplicitous and treacherous. From the onset, he had ensnared the 4 of them in his schemes while reaping the benefits from the shadows. In the case of capturing Tian Qi, the city lord had remained conspicuously absent, only dispatching a small contingent of soldiers to assist. The risks were borne entirely by Huang Ming and his fellow constables. Had Zhu Xinhong turned hostile or if other martial experts lurked within the tavern, the 4 might not have escaped unscathed. Had it not been for the black-robed figure's provision of the fugitive's whereabouts, Huang Ming would likely have failed to apprehend anyone and would have incurred the wrath of the martial world, leading to trouble that would ultimately fall upon them. While the city lord remained unscathed, you are undoubtedly more informed than I, the city lord declared after a brief pause, addressing Huang Ming and his companions. When the matter concludes, I shall leave the aftermath to you. Ensure that no word of this escapes. The 4 constables had no choice but to acquiesce. Cooperating with the city lord was their only viable option. Without his support, they were merely insignificant constables, enjoying a modicum of respect in Mo City, but reduced to mere dust in the eyes of the court. Should the prince backing Fuing pursue the matter, they would find themselves in dire straits. Indeed. I trust you are well aware, the city lord continued, his tone laced with an implicit threat. If any word leaks out, the repercussions will not fall on me. You would do well to weigh your options carefully. Upon hearing this, the constable's expressions turned grave as they nodded slowly. They had no alternative but to comply, resigned to a path that led into darkness. Satisfied with their response, the city lord nodded once more, choosing not to elaborate further. Huang Ming and the others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took their leave after a brief exchange with the city lord. As they departed, the city lord's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the sudden emergence of a mysterious figure would disrupt his meticulously laid plans. In this operation, he had never considered that Huang Ming and his companions might capture Tian Qi. Given Zhu Xinhong's nature, she would inevitably have ensured Tian Qi's demise by her own hand. Now, In a bid to avoid trouble, she had killed Tianqi before numerous witnesses. The city lord had hoped to use this opportunity to draw closer to the prince behind Fu Ying, but now it seemed that his schemes had become utterly superfluous. All due to the unforeseen appearance of the black-robed figure. With secrets laid bare, the city lord found himself bereft of options, his carefully orchestrated strategy in ruins, which naturally bred resentment within him. These martial figures were, as always, fond of meddling in affairs that did not concern them. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze flickering momentarily, lost in thought. As dawn broke, the kitchen of the tavern began to stir with the scent of smoke rising with the crowing of roosters. Inside the private room, an unusual silence prevailed as Yang Lin and Aunt Lu lay together on the same bed. Both feigned slumber, though it was clear they were all too aware of the reality of their situation. Yang Lin's heart brimmed with reflection as he pondered the uncanny parallels between his current predicament and his first encounter. That fateful night in the cave had echoed this very scenario, albeit with a different mindset, as he had been untouched by experience then. Last night, however, he had surrendered himself completely to Aunt Lu, reveling in the sensations she provided. To maintain his persona, he had repeatedly asserted that he remained in the qi refinement stage and could not break his vows. The outcome, however, was predictable. Aunt Lu, affected by poison, had long since succumbed to her instincts. Would she hold him accountable later? The thought sent a chill through Yang Lin. If that were the case, how could he possibly respond? And to preserve his facade, would he need to awaken feigning a lost and disheartened demeanor, considering that having broken his cultivation, future progress would be exceedingly difficult? What exactly did I do last night? Lying in bed, Aunt Lu felt as though her mind might implode. A chaotic tempest swirling within. Her face burned crimson, a deep shade of violet, while her scalp tingled with embarrassment. She wished fervently to vanish into the ground, utterly ashamed to face anyone. Most troubling was the realization that she had forced Yang Lin into this situation, particularly the events of the previous night, which she could scarcely bear to recall, let alone confront the extent of her indiscretions. Yet, the more she resisted, the clearer the memories became. Especially the image of Yang Lin, who, while protesting, had insisted he was still in the qi refinement stage. Aunt Lu dared not open her eyes. Nor did she wish to awaken, uncertain of how to confront Yang Lin. Had she irrevocably severed his future path? The thought weighed heavily upon her heart, perhaps more painful than taking his life. As fellow cultivators, Aunt Lu understood the terrifying implications of breaking one's vows at such a juncture. A tumult of regret, shame, and frustration intermingled within her, leaving her at a loss for how to amend the situation. Cursed be that old monster. Even in death, he could not rest, leaving her with this disarray. Feigning sleep persisted for some time. Aunt Lu knew she could no longer avoid facing the reality of her actions. It was imperative to clarify matters with Yang Lin and determine how to proceed, as it bore significant implications for his future. Despite her outwardly cold demeanor, she harbored no true animosity towards him. Chapter 185. Aunt Lu does not blame you. Aunt Lu began to speak slowly, her eyes firmly shut as she mustered the courage to express, I too was powerless in that situation. I was poisoned at the time. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Lin gradually opened his eyes, his demeanor surprisingly calm as he softly replied, I understand. The moment Aunt Lu heard Yang Lin's voice, her embarrassment deepened, leaving her at a loss for how to face him, prompting her to keep her eyes tightly closed. Her cheeks burned with a fervent heat, and she struggled to articulate a response, eventually managing to ask, Your health should be fine, right? Yang Lin recognized that Aunt Lu was likely recalling the words she had spoken earlier. Indeed, in the realm of qi refinement, one must not break their vows. And Yang Lin currently appeared to be in that same realm. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Lin's tone carried a hint of melancholy as he refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own. What do you think? Aunt Lu fell silent, unsure of how to continue the conversation. If it had only been Yang Lin, perhaps a dialogue could have ensued, but the gravity of the situation was compounded by Yang Lin's lineage as Lu Pei's disciple. It was evident that the old man invested considerable effort to cultivate Yang Lin, hoping to guide him into the Hunyuan sect, particularly given Yang Lin's extraordinary talent. A true dragon among men. The realization that she had jeopardized all of that weighed heavily on Aunt Lu, especially since just days prior, Yang Lin had been envisioning a life of adventure as a swordsman. A profound guilt enveloped Aunt Lu's heart. Had it not been for last night, Yang Lin's future would have been resplendent, embodying the heroic figure he had often described. Your cultivation, Aunt Lu began, but the words faltered on her lips. Yang Lin was acutely aware that he held the upper hand in this exchange, and he was no fool to let such an opportunity slip away. One must not break their vows in the qi refinement realm, he stated, causing Aunt Lu's already flushed face to redden further, as if it might ignite. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I remember starting my training with old Lu when I was just a teenager. He always criticized my lack of talent, refusing to take me on as a disciple. If I had persevered and insisted he teach me body refinement, he would have remained unwilling. Over the years, I have faced countless trials without distraction, practicing intensively every 3 days and lightly every 2, enduring excruciating pain from numerous medicinal baths. The suffering was beyond what any human should bear. Even when my body was battered, I never gave up. Old Lu even went so far as to push me off a cliff over 20 meters high. I was trapped for hours, nearly losing my life in pursuit of my training. As Yang Lin recounted his arduous journey with dramatic flair, Aunt Lu's regret deepened. She wished she could kneel before Yang Lin and beg for his forgiveness. He spoke extensively about his training, his aspirations, and his desire for vengeance against Meng Qua, spilling forth his thoughts without reservation. Aunt Lu listened attentively, refraining from interruption, recognizing that the fault lay with her. She believed Yang Lin was surely hurt and needed to express his feelings as a form of release. Once he finished, Aunt Lu finally spoke, her tone gentle and laced with remorse. Even if one breaks their vows, it is not entirely irreparable. I share all this not to impose guilt upon you, but rather to convey that you need not bear the burden of self-reproach. Yang Lin disregarded her attempts to assuage his feelings and continued. What transpired last night was not an act of coercion, it was mutual. I do not blame you, and besides, I was merely receiving your antidote, which can be seen as an act of kindness. Despite his words, Aunt Lu felt a tumult of emotion stir within her as Yang Lin turned to meet her gaze. At that moment, her heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from her chest. Yet, Yang Lin unexpectedly declared, even if I were not a virgin, I still possess the confidence to defeat my adversaries and join the Xuanwu sect to fulfill my dreams. Aunt Lu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Yang Lin would voice such convictions, rendering her speechless. It seems you do not believe me. If that is the case, would you care to make a wager with me? Yang Lin smiled lightly. What shall we wager on? Aunt Lu inquired softly, understanding that Yang Lin's elaborate words were intended to alleviate her guilt. The fault lay with her, yet Yang Lin was shouldering the responsibility. From now until the assessment, I will need your assistance in my training. If I succeed in passing the Xuanwu sect's evaluation, you must grant me my wish, whatever it may be, without refusal. Yang Lin stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation, having carefully considered his words. But if I do not pass the evaluation, I will comply with whatever you ask of me without question. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu fell silent, glancing at Yang Lin before eventually nodding slowly in agreement. With that, Yang Lin extended his hand with a satisfied smile, proposing, then it is settled. Let us seal this pact with a promise. Aunt Lu, momentarily taken aback by his radiant smile, instinctively reached out her hand, joining him in this childlike gesture of commitment. Though she understood the lack of real consequence, she willingly played along. You truly need not feel guilty about yesterday's events, Yang Lin reiterated sincerely, as he recognized that he had ultimately benefited. However, Aunt Lu remained unconvinced, still burdened by the belief that she had ruined Yang Lin's cultivation and shattered his innocence. All of this was her fault. In truth, you bestowed upon me something of immense importance last night. In this regard, you too were a victim, and thus, there is no reason for your guilt. He continued to persuade her. Hearing this, Aunt Lu bit her lip, fully aware of what Yang Lin referred to as that important aspect, recalling her own previously unblemished state. Chapter 186. A try observing the silent Aunt Lu. Yang Lin did not wait for her to speak, but seized the moment to continue, regardless of what transpired yesterday. I shall take responsibility. From this moment forth, you are mine, my woman, and I will be unwavering in my commitment. Yang Lin's expression was earnest, his gaze fixed upon Aunt Lu's eyes, filled with sincerity. In Yang Lin's eyes, Aunt Lu saw no trace of ulterior motives, only the resolute honesty that followed a firm decision. Upon realizing this, Aunt Lu instinctively shook her head in refusal. No, you need not feel accountable for yesterday's events. Then, does that mean you are choosing to abandon me now? Yang Lin looked at Aunt Lu, disappointment flickering in his eyes. A pang of unease struck Aunt Lu's heart, prompting her to hastily deny his implication. Weren't we just in agreement? We said we would stay together, did we not? At the very least, you must remain with me until we complete the assessment at Xuanwu Gate, Yang Lin asserted, his gaze steady on Aunt Lu. Although he had not explicitly stated their commitment to remain together, the implication was clear. Whether it be through companionship during cultivation or fulfilling future desires, the prerequisite was their togetherness. Even if Yang Lin were to fail the assessment, he would still heed Aunt Lu's wishes. Aunt Lu was momentarily speechless, realizing the validity of his statement. She felt a shiver run down her spine, questioning whether she had indeed agreed too hastily. Seeing her silent contemplation, Yang Lin understood she was weighing her options and knew he had to act swiftly to maintain her resolve. Is it not possible to grant me a chance? At the very least, let us endeavor to try together first. If it proves unsuitable, We can discuss other matters later, he earnestly proposed. In the face of Yang Lin's genuine concern and understanding, Aunt Lu, regardless of her lingering hesitation, could not summon any thoughts of refusal. Ultimately, she slowly nodded in agreement. A radiant smile illuminated Yang Lin's face, and gazing at Aunt Lu, whose cheeks flushed, his spirits soared. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had he perhaps overindulged? How many had there been already? But then again, it was not he who had orchestrated the circumstances. The individuals had willingly approached him, and thus, it bore little weight on his conscience. The advantages of years spent honing his skills were now evident. Yang Lin felt assured that regardless of how many he faced, he would remain vigorous and steadfast. With these reflections, Yang Lin's gaze upon Aunt Lu intensified with fervor, his desire growing more pronounced. Although Aunt Lu was preoccupied with her own thoughts, she sensed the shift in Yang Lin's demeanor, causing her heart to race. Despite her formidable strength, yesterday had marked her first experience. To claim she was untroubled would be a fabrication. In an attempt to redirect the conversation, Aunt Lu stammered, "Do you smell something strange? It seems like the scent of a corpse." Yang Lin paused, realizing the implication of her words. The old hag's remains were still in the room. Frowning, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Particularly given the intensity of their earlier confrontation, the thought that the old woman had been spectating was unsettling. As the proprietor of the tavern, backed by the royal family, her prolonged absence would undoubtedly attract attention. Remaining here poses a risk. "We must depart the city as soon as possible," Aunt Lu remarked, her demeanor finally steadying. Yang Lin fully concurred with her assessment, but harbored concerns of his own. "We can leave, but I must ask, once we are away from here, you will not renege on our agreement, will you?" At this, Aunt Lu's face flushed, casting a reproachful glance at Yang Lin. Unfazed, he embraced the moment, displaying a playful grin. "I rather enjoy seeing you this way. Do ensure you continue to look my way, or I might feel quite disheartened." As she gazed at his handsome smile, Aunt Lu's cheeks deepened in color, and she found herself unable to meet his gaze. Recognizing her discomfort, Yang Lin tactfully refrained from pressing further, knowing they had time ahead. The journey to Xuanwu Mountain would surely be anything but dull. Yang Lin was not one to be easily distracted. He understood the pressing need to remain discreet and began to gather his belongings, ensuring they would not reveal their identities in Mo City. Otherwise, complications would surely arise. Once they were dressed, the long-awaited Su Xiaoqin leaped through the window, transforming back into a little fox and landing in Yang Lin's arms. Aunt Lu frowned slightly, surprised by the fox's remarkable intelligence, having never encountered such awareness in a creature before. "I told you my little fox was extraordinary. She is quite astute," Yang Lin chuckled, affectionately stroking the fox's small head. "She must be a spiritual beast, right?" Aunt Lu speculated, her gaze lingering on the little fox. "Brother Yang Lin, it seems the high priestess has changed significantly." Su Xiaoqin's voice echoed in Yang Lin's mind. He paused, glancing at the fox in his embrace and then at Aunt Lu across from him. "It appears the high priestess has been thoroughly captivated by Brother Yang Lin," Su Xiaoqin remarked after a moment of silence. Yang Lin silently acknowledged this observation. Indeed, Aunt Lu exhibited a gentler demeanor than before. However, he dared not delve further into the reasons behind her transformation. He understood that deep within her heart, there was not so much affection as there was regret, guilt, and perhaps a measure of self-pity. Moreover, given his own capabilities, how could he claim to have conquered Aunt Lu? Even if it were to happen, it would be a matter for the future, and when the time came, he would not shy away from acknowledging it. For now, the relationship between him and Aunt Lu was merely a misunderstanding. She remained unaware, and he had no intention of revealing the truth, for fear of inciting her anger and facing dire consequences. "Are we leaving now?" Yang Lin inquired, glancing at Aunt Lu, who stood by the window. Yet her expression had darkened, her eyes betraying a hint of gravity. "Attempting to leave now may not be as straightforward as we hope," she replied. Outside the window, or rather throughout the entire Fueying Tavern, the forces of the city lord and the officials had encircled the area, leaving no avenue of escape. The rift between the city lord and the Fueying Tavern had widened irreparably, with Zhu Xinhong at the center of it all. Chapter 187. Transferring risk. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. If this were indeed the case, would he and Aunt Lu not also become embroiled in this predicament? The tavern had been sealed off, and escaping would necessitate evading the forces of the city lord's mansion and the officials. The crucial concern lay in the fact that these were merely the overt threats. Who could ascertain whether they had dispatched hidden sentinels? If discovered, it would spell trouble. Moreover, Aunt Lu shifted her gaze to the lifeless body resting coldly upon the ground, her brow furrowing as she spoke. "I fear we have been made scapegoats." "What?" Yang Lin's countenance grew graver at her words. Considering the events of the previous day, coupled with the elusive city lord, It seemed increasingly plausible. The city lord had likely harbored a disdain for Zhu Xinhong for quite some time, yet had hesitated to act due to her backing. It was only after Yang Lin had exposed Tian Qi's whereabouts that the subsequent events had unfolded. Furthermore, the city lord was not merely biding his time. He was waiting for an opportunity to observe the outcome of the confrontation between himself and the old witch. Once the results were in, Yang Lin could surmise the ensuing developments. If he were to falter in this bout, what would follow would be of no concern to him. They would devise their own means, for the city lord was intent on the demise of the old witch. Aunt Lu continued her analysis. But I have prevailed. And I even assisted them in capturing the scoundrel yesterday. Surely that counts as a merit? Yang Lin hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Aunt Lu. If the old witch were merely an ordinary individual, she might indeed express gratitude, turning a blind eye to your affairs. However, Aunt Lu continued, it is evident that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. This old woman is clearly not so simple. They wish for me to bear the blame. Fearing to offend her patron? Yang Lin indicated the corpse of Zhu Xinhong on the ground, as if struck by a sudden realization. Aunt Lu nodded in agreement. The area had been cordoned off, closely monitored, confirming Yang Lin's earlier suspicions. This was also what Aunt Lu had surmised, and the truth seemed to be drawing near. Leaving here shouldn't prove too difficult, should it? With you here, we ought to be able to slip away unnoticed, Yang Lin pondered aloud, looking to Aunt Lu. Yet Aunt Lu appeared contemplative, her gaze drifting out the window, a trace of gravity in her eyes. To depart in such a manner would be rather advantageous for them. Moreover, if the current Great Xia were to maintain its stability and peace, it would pose greater challenges for us in the future. Yang Lin could discern that Aunt Lu intended to leverage this opportunity to incite some turmoil. The princes had always been at odds with one another. Now was the perfect moment to stoke the flames, and it would not be too late to depart thereafter, seemingly having resolved on their course of action. Aunt Lu turned to Yang Lin. Have they not already devised a plan for us? They seek to make you the scapegoat. You are the one who committed the crime. Why must we not turn the tables? Aunt Lu regarded Yang Lin with a penetrating gaze, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that a bit too obvious? Such a trap would be easily discernible upon reflection. What we need now is not a flawless plan, nor do we require every detail to be meticulously accounted for, Aunt Lu scoffed. The princes have long viewed each other with disdain. All it takes is a single reason for them to act. They will naturally turn against one another, intent on destroying each other. Yang Lin nodded in understanding, recalling something as he retrieved a storage pouch. Aunt Lu blinked in surprise upon seeing the grayish-black pouch. She had not anticipated Yang Lin possessing such an item. If we are to frame someone, we naturally require some evidence. Inside, there is a jade seal. Could you assist me in retrieving it? This was something Yang Lin had prepared for the third prince, which ultimately went unused, and thus remained with him. A jade seal? Aunt Lu's brow furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with skepticism. Yang Lin, sensing her astonishment, quickly clarified, it's a replica, a forgery. I originally intended to use it against the third prince, but it was never employed. Aunt Lu nodded in acknowledgement, lightly gesturing. And the jade seal floated out of the pouch, a pale yellow hue resting in Yang Lin's palm. Adding this to our scheme will undoubtedly lend greater credibility, Yang Lin remarked with a smile. However, Aunt Lu appeared unconvinced, her brow knitting slightly. But this looks overly fabricated. It is evidently a counterfeit. Didn't you just say that authenticity is inconsequential? Yang Lin countered. We are merely providing them with a modicum of evidence. There is no need for excessive scrutiny. Yet Aunt Lu's expression shifted to one of doubt as she scrutinized Yang Lin. Do you realize that this jade seal bears a striking resemblance to that of the Great Way? Have you never seen the jade seal of the Great Xia? Yang Lin paused, taken aback. He had not considered this, as the seal had been crafted by Xiao Feng and her companions, and he had never contemplated this aspect. If this were indeed the case, would the jade seal not become useless? With a sigh, Yang Lin's disappointment was palpable. However, Aunt Lu remained silent, gently beckoning, and the jade seal floated back into her hands. An invisible force emanated from her palm, causing the jade seal to spin rapidly. Yang Lin watched in awe as the seal began to transform, and after a brief moment, it completely morphed into a different appearance. Once she completed this transformation, Aunt Lu returned the now altered jade seal to Yang Lin's hands, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Now it appears more fitting. Yang Lin marveled at the newly transformed jade seal, exclaiming, it changed so quickly, that's truly impressive. It's merely a simple trick, nothing to be astonished by. Aunt Lu replied coolly. Wasting no further time, she waved her hand, and the old witch's corpse was swiftly propelled out the window, landing in the courtyard below. Simultaneously, the jade seal in Yang Lin's grasp followed suit, descending rapidly alongside the body. In synchrony, both Yang Lin and Aunt Lu donned their hats and obscured their faces with dark cloth, mirroring their entrance as they prepared to depart. Chapter 188. Conclusive evidence. What we must do now is to patiently observe the situation and see how they react. If they insist on making us the scapegoats, we will have no choice but to pose as the third prince's undercover agents, solidifying the belief that he was the one who committed the murder. Aunt Lu spoke softly beside him, her voice barely above a whisper, wary of the experts lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing her words, Yang Lin did not inquire further. He obediently nodded and slowly reached out to embrace Aunt Lu, his hand resting on her waist. Feeling Yang Lin's bold gesture, Aunt Lu's body stiffened in surprise. She had not anticipated such audacity from him and instinctively wanted to pull away. However, recalling their prior agreement, she ultimately remained still. Do not be shy. I am merely preparing for our escape. This will be more convenient and swift, Yang Lin said with a proud smile, offering a gentle reminder. Suppressing her discomfort, Aunt Lu's cheeks flushed as she shot Yang Lin a reproachful glare, yet she did not push his hand away. Yang Lin smiled calmly, clearly satisfied with Aunt Lu's current demeanor. Nevertheless, he did not forget about Su Shaoqin nestled in his arms. He placed the little fox on his shoulder to facilitate their forthcoming actions. Brother Yang Lin, I too wish to be held by you. Suddenly echoed Su Shaoqin's voice in his mind, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yang Lin momentarily froze at this revelation but quickly composed himself and embraced Su Shaoqin. If Aunt Lu were still in her human form, he would be in quite a predicament, caught between two embraces. The thought startled him, while it might be enjoyable. If Aunt Lu were to discover this, he would be in grave trouble. He promptly dismissed the notion. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the thud of the old hag's corpse hitting the ground swiftly drew the attention of many. They immediately recognized the body as that of Zhu Xinhong. Someone shouted, and the entire tavern's focus shifted to the corpse, even those hiding in the rooms peering out curiously. The officers, who had been waiting patiently, along with the troops from the Lord's manor lying in ambush nearby, promptly rushed into the courtyard on the 9th floor. Yang Lin and Aunt Lu remained quietly on the 2nd floor, observing. Before long, Huang Ming indeed appeared, quickly making his way to the corpse. Upon seeing it, he instinctively looked up towards the private room, his gaze locking with Yang Lin's. To his astonishment, he noticed a woman in a black robe standing beside Yang Lin. This sight startled Huang Ming. He had thought Yang Lin was alone, but now realized he had an accomplice. Given that Zhu Xinhong was no weakling, having met her demise at their hands spoke volumes about their strength. Huang Ming surmised that the figure in black could not possibly have triumphed without sustaining injuries. Yet here was Yang Lin, seemingly unscathed, accompanied by a partner. Understanding the implications, Huang Ming concluded that with the strength of his group, they could not contend with the black-robed figure. He would need to summon the Lord for assistance. Provoking the black-robed individual recklessly could lead to disastrous consequences. The matter at hand involved more than just their group. It implicated the Lord and the prince backing him. I shall inform the Lord, spoke a constable waiting nearby. Promptly departing. Watching the constable leave, Huang Ming's expression darkened. He recognized that the man was not genuinely going to report, but rather fleeing out of fear for his own safety. However, those nearby soon sensed something amiss and hurriedly called Huang Ming's attention to the light yellow jade seal on the old hag's body. Huang Ming's heart sank at this sight, his complexion shifting dramatically. Although he had only glimpsed its outline, he understood the significance of this object. To ascertain the situation, Huang Ming swallowed hard, drew his dagger, and carefully pried open the corpse to reveal the jade seal before the others. Upon seeing it, they instinctively took a step back. Though it seemed they recalled something and managed to shield the view from onlookers. Such an artifact could not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, they would be unable to silence the tongues of those who witnessed it. At that moment, Yang Lin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. The Fuiying Tavern's owner, Zhu Xinhong, was a pawn of Prince Li, deliberately hiding in Mo City to recruit soldiers. The jade seal in her possession serves as the most compelling evidence. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming and the others turned pale, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. The patrons inside the tavern were equally astonished. None could have anticipated such a turn of events. With great difficulty, Huang Ming raised his head to look at Yang Lin in the black robe, respectfully clasping his fists and saying, "My lord, I did not realize you." Under the third prince, Li Chang, Yang Lin casually fabricated a name, his voice calm and measured. Huang Ming's expression transformed into one of surprise. Who would have thought the figure in black was associated with the third prince? The third prince was the very support behind the Lord. How could he send someone to Mo City without the Lord's knowledge? Even the Lord, who had been lurking in the shadows and had just been summoned, found himself momentarily stunned, feeling perplexed. How could the third prince have sent someone to Mo City without him being informed? With trepidation and confusion, the Lord found himself unsure whether to reveal himself or remain hidden. Do you have doubts about my words? Yang Lin's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness emanating from his gaze, his tone turning frigid as he regarded Huang Ming, clearly displeased. Sensing Yang Lin's shift in demeanor, Huang Ming's heart raced. And he quickly bowed, recalling, it was my overthinking. I would not dare. At this moment, disbelief was no longer an option for Huang Ming. His own thoughts had ceased to matter. What was truly significant was that Yang Lin had killed Zhu Xinhong, and he now stood as a representative of the third prince. Now that you have confirmed my identity, why do you not act promptly? Do you wish for me to personally seal this place? Yang Lin spoke again, his tone laced with indifference. This unexpected demand plunged Huang Ming into a dilemma. After all, he was merely a lowly constable. Why should he be caught in the crossfire of the conflict between two princes? Chapter 189, Sowing Discord at this moment. Huang Ming wished he could be the one lying on the ground. Faced with Yang Lin's demands, he dared not make a move, instead mustering the courage to refuse. My lord, this matter concerns His Royal Highness, the Prince of Li, and I truly cannot make a decision. Perhaps you could discuss it directly with the city lord? However, before Huang Ming could finish his sentence, Aunt Lu, who had been silent beside him, gently interjected, lowering her voice deliberately. There's no need for that. The city lord has already arrived. Hearing this, Yang Lin's voice turned cold, his gaze shifting towards the front of the courtyard. As if he could see the city lord lurking in the shadows, he scoffed. The esteemed city lord of Mo City dares not meet even a mere servant of the prince? Or do you simply not regard the third prince at all? The city lord, concealed in the darkness, narrowed his eyes, hesitating. He too was an individual left in Mo City by the third prince. If Yang Lin truly was a servant of the third prince, he should have approached him first upon arriving in Mo City. There was no reason for this behavior. Could it be that Yang Lin was an impostor? Considering this possibility, the city lord did not rush to conclusions. Instead, he appeared before everyone with a calm demeanor. Looking up towards Yang Lin, I am Mo Jian. May I ask if you are indeed a servant of His Royal Highness, the third prince? Mo Jian scrutinized Yang Lin, hoping to discern something from his expression, but the latter's face was obscured by a veil, leaving him with no insights. What? After such clear words? Do you still doubt my identity? Yang Lin spoke coldly, his tone laced with disdain for Mo Jian. Clearly, Yang Lin held Mo Jian in contempt, his status seemingly overshadowing that of the city lord. It was the kind of presence that only true dignitaries possess. Yet, Mo Jian remained unfazed, his expression composed. The third prince once invited us to the capital for a discussion. I was fortunate enough to have met His Highness. Before Mo Jian could finish, Aunt Lu interjected, His Highness has a fondness for green. The dragon robe he wears is predominantly deep green. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a flicker of suspicion. He had not anticipated that someone in the world would share such a peculiar preference for green. Indeed, the tastes of these individuals were quite odd. However, Yang Lin knew that if he were to maintain his ruse, he must be more meticulous. He coldly snorted, directing his gaze towards Mo Jian. If you wish to test me, present questions only I would know. You cannot play tricks here. The fact that the third prince favors green is common knowledge throughout the capital. As soon as these words left his mouth, Huang Ming's expression froze. Though he was indeed aligned with the third prince, his encounters with him were few, and he had learned of the prince's preferences only through hearsay. Before Mo Jian could gather his thoughts, Yang Lin continued, Do you know that His Royal Highness recently visited Pingong? Mo Jian was instantly taken aback. How could he possibly know that? Yang Lin seized the moment to solidify his identity. Furthermore, the third prince composed a poem. I met a wise ruler and reported to him that the city is filled with golden armor. Yang Lin recited the lines casually, but Mo Jian, in his eagerness to flatter, hastily praised, indeed, a splendid poem by His Royal Highness. Internally, he was already convinced of Yang Lin's identity to a significant degree. Yang Lin paused, casting a deep glance at Mo Jian, who had just declared the lines a good poem, seemingly oblivious to the underlying treason implied in them. Of course, the poem spoke of subjects plotting against their rulers, rather than the prince himself. Yet, it was clear that Mo Jian lacked even a basic cultural foundation. Incapable of grasping such a simple verse, no wonder he remained a mere city lord in this Mo City. Yang Lin's voice rang out once more, laced with disdain. Your lack of insight ensures you will never rise beyond this position. Aunt Lu, overhearing Yang Lin's words, furrowed her brow. Mo City was not small by any means. If ranked by size, it could rival Pingyang. Mo Jian's face darkened at Yang Lin's words, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he furrowed his brows, clearly sensing the weight behind Yang Lin's remarks. My initial plan only involved your city lord's estate, Yang Lin stated, his impatience growing evident. Does the prince's authority still hold sway in Mo City? With this declaration, Yang Lin's tone bore an edge of anger, prompting Mo Jian to hastily bow and clasp his fists in deference, quickly assuring, "It certainly does. It absolutely does." At this moment, Mo Jian had all but confirmed Yang Lin's identity. Although he lacked the means to verify it and had no tangible evidence, Yang Lin's assertions were compelling, and he articulated them with conviction. Most importantly, as someone close to the third prince, and given the demeanor Yang Lin exhibited, it was clear he held a significant status. Mo Jian could not afford to risk offending such a powerful figure and jeopardize his future. Witnessing this scene, Lu realized that Yang Lin's words had taken effect, successfully intimidating Mo Jian with just a few remarks. Even she began to regard Yang Lin with newfound respect, recognizing that this young man was far from ordinary. Yang Lin felt a measure of satisfaction and, patting the concealed Su Shaoqin in his arms, lowered his voice in feigned solemnity. "Is this how you listen to the third prince? Is this how you interpret his commands?" Yang Lin's cold gaze fixed on Mo Jian. The latter felt an unprecedented pressure, compelling him to kneel without hesitation. Seeing Mo Jian's submission, Huang Ming and the others immediately followed suit, sinking to their knees. Meanwhile, those gathered from the martial world held their breath, not daring to make a sound as they observed the unfolding spectacle. Firstly, Zhu Xian Hong, as a subordinate of the Prince of Li, has been secretly hoarding the royal seal in Mo City to recruit troops with the intent of rebellion. This has been thoroughly investigated and the evidence is irrefutable. Secondly, the third prince is quite pleased with his actions and hopes that word of this will spread beyond Mo City, as the capital is ultimately too solitary and proud. What the prince cares about is the well-being of the common people across the realm. Yang Lin's tone shifted to a semblance of jest as he directed his gaze at Mo Jian. "And this last point is for you, City Lord." Perceiving Yang Lin's gaze, Mo Jian felt as though his heart was being clutched tightly, slowly lifting his head to meet Yang Lin's eyes, his heart racing with excitement. And he eagerly nodded in affirmation. Chapter 190, Should you consider Shaoqin? However, upon witnessing Mo Jian's seemingly enlightened expression, Yang Lin felt a surge of incredulity within. This old fellow knows nothing. "Brother Yang Lin, what exactly is this third point? I don't quite understand," inquired Su Shaoqin, her tone laced with curiosity. Yang Lin gently ruffled the little fox's head but refrained from answering, instead glancing at Aunt Lu. No longer probing for further elaboration, Aunt Lu shook her head and softly remarked, "It is time to depart." Thus, Yang Lin chose not to dwell on the third point any longer, leaving it for Mo Jian to decipher on his own. He reached out and gently wrapped his arm around Aunt Lu's waist. With a swift motion, Aunt Lu summoned her cane, and in an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, whisking Yang Lin away from the tavern. Meanwhile, Mo Jian and Huang Ming called out loudly from below, bidding farewell to the esteemed guests, their hearts already convinced that Yang Lin belonged to the third prince. However, hidden in the shadows, observing the entire scene, was Ning Hongye, a loyal retainer of the true third prince, her face marked with a hint of skepticism. Watching the direction in which Yang Lin had vanished, her expression grew grave. She could suddenly ascertain that the poem was certainly not penned by the prince himself. While she remained uncertain about Yang Lin's true allegiance to the prince, she speculated that it was highly likely he was sent by another prince to deliberately muddle the waters. Seizing this opportunity to incite discord between the prince and the Prince of Li, for Yang Lin's assertions starkly contrasted with the third prince's intentions, which were never to provoke a conflict with the Prince of Li. Additionally, Ning Hongye sensed an ominous undertone in the poem. Having come to this realization, Ning Hongye chose not to linger in the tavern any longer. After leaving behind the payment for her meal, she turned and departed. Moments later, she sought out a calligrapher, meticulously transcribing the line from the poem that Yang Lin had recited. Upon reading it, the calligrapher's face paled with a mixture of horror, his hands trembling slightly. Noticing this, Ning Hongye asked with curiosity, "Is there something wrong with this line of poetry?" Though she was not well versed in poetry, she recognized the profound fear reflected in the calligrapher's expression. The calligrapher seemed hesitant, struggling to articulate his thoughts, wavering for a considerable time. Sensing the unease, Ning Hongye commanded coldly, "Speak swiftly." Finally, the calligrapher stammered, "This is a poem of treason." "Are you certain?" Ning Hongye's pupils constricted in shock, her gaze piercing into the calligrapher, an icy glint in her eyes. "Why, yes, and I believe I can discern the author," the calligrapher replied, his voice quivering. After a brief moment of hesitation, he divulged his thoughts. "What?" Ning Hongye looked at him in surprise, not expecting such an unexpected revelation. "Speak." "It is the work of Yang Lin, the #1 rebel of Dawei, with a bounty of 400,000 taels on his head," he explained. "Though I am merely a calligrapher, I have studied poetry extensively and am familiar with the works of various renowned poets. I have read Yang Lin's poetry. While he may not be widely recognized, his style is distinctive, making him identifiable. I have even seen his portrait, and I must admit, Who would have guessed he was such a young dandy? His poems vary in style yet maintain a clear signature, making identification straightforward. Even if this particular poem were not his, it would undoubtedly originate from the same hand. As for the author, I cannot say. Upon hearing the calligrapher's explanation, Ning Hongye's brow furrowed deeply, her lips twitching slightly. If this were true, everything began to fall into place. As she contemplated this, a sense of clarity washed over her, allowing her to piece together the events that had transpired. Yang Lin's passage through Mo City had long been anticipated. Given his intent to participate in the assessment at the Hunyuan sect, making Mo City an unavoidable stop. Coincidentally, upon his arrival, the previous day's incident unfolded, leading to today's accusations. Yang Lin was not only exonerating himself, but also diverting attention and inciting trouble for the third prince, achieving dual objectives. Even the third prince found himself at a disadvantage against Yang Lin, who was indeed extraordinary. However, as a retainer of the third prince, Ning Hongye could not allow the situation to unfold unchecked, nor could she stand idly by while the prince was unjustly branded a traitor. Humph. If you dare to target the prince, prepare to face the consequences. With a cold huff, Ning Hongye vanished from sight. Meanwhile, nearly 300 miles outside the city, amidst the mountains, Aunt Lu halted with a hint of exasperation, her cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Yang Lin. Throughout their journey, Yang Lin had been quite audacious, taking advantage of her at every turn. The key issue was Yang Lin's audacity, even after releasing her. His expression remained unchanged as he spoke about retrieving his storage bag. All right, after such a long journey, it's time to rest. I have a tent. Please help me set it up so we can recuperate tonight and continue our travels tomorrow. However, upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Aunt Lu's heart skipped a beat. She could easily deduce his intentions. Sensing her hesitation, Yang Lin pressed further. After such a long journey, I truly feel fatigued. As his words fell, Aunt Lu did not indulge him. She extended her finger and gently tapped Yang Lin's forehead, sending a chill of true qi coursing through his mind, leaving him feeling significantly refreshed. Ugh, not again. How come all these masters possess such skills? Yang Lin exclaimed. Did you not promise me you wouldn't turn against me? He was clearly dissatisfied with Aunt Lu's actions, recalling her earlier assurances of loyalty, yet here she was, acting contrary to those words. Hearing Yang Lin's complaint, Aunt Lu felt a twinge of shame, her cheeks reddening slightly. She chose silence over a response. In his mind, Yang Lin then heard Su Shaoqin's voice. Brother Yang Lin, if the high priest is unwilling, would you consider Shaoqin? I am willing. Yang Lin ruffled the little fox's head again but did not reply, his gaze still fixed on Aunt Lu. Chapter 191. Once or twice. It's all the same, you had promised me before, and we even sealed it with a vow. Yang Lin began slowly, his gaze fixed intensely on Aunt Lu. Her face flushed, and Lu felt a shiver run down her spine. After a prolonged silence, she softly replied, not far from here, there is a Mount Yuanong. An esteemed recluse resides there, renowned for his medical skills. He may be able to assist you. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's heart raced, yet his expression remained composed. What do you mean by that? You have only recently broken your vows. Seeking his help might still offer you a chance. Do not let your mind wander. As she spoke, Aunt Lu's cheeks grew even warmer. However, Yang Lin paid no heed to her embarrassment, his fervent gaze unwavering. An ancient saying comes to mind, one envies not the immortals, but the Mandarin ducks. Another echoes, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. It seems I am beginning to understand. Listening to Yang Lin's words and feeling the weight of his gaze, Aunt Lu's heart raced, and she dared not meet his eyes. You need to calm down. If I were to remain calm now, would that not render me less of a man? Yang Lin chuckled softly. This remark only heightened Aunt Lu's anxiety, causing her to feel a prickling sensation on her scalp. Once you recover and break through to the qi refining realm, we can. The words lingered on her lips, but she swallowed them back, her complexion akin to a ripened fruit. Ah, you have already deceived me once. Must you continue this charade? By that time, you might no longer acknowledge me. It would be futile for me to say more. Yang Lin's eyes held a hint of melancholy. It had barely been a day since their last encounter, and already Aunt Lu seemed to waver. What would happen in the future? Who could predict? Yang Lin was no naive child to be easily deceived by Aunt Lu. In the past, Yun Luoxia, too, had suffered once her true identity was revealed. Xiaoxiu had not shown her affection since. Do not be anxious. You still have a chance to redeem this. It would not hurt to consult the recluse first, Aunt Lu said, striving to maintain her composure. I will certainly accompany you to Mount Huangguan. There is still time. Despite her reassurances, Yang Lin understood well that even if he remained persistent, it seemed futile. Aunt Lu would not indulge him much further. How far is Mount Yuanyang from here? With a sigh of resignation, Yang Lin asked after a moment of searching. Not far. Northeast, approximately 400 meters, Aunt Lu replied, relief washing over her as Yang Lin acquiesced, fearing he might change his mind again. Do you know this recluse? Yang Lin inquired further. Aunt Lu shook her head. He was once a man of the Great Way. After its fall, he sought refuge in Mount Yuanyang, having healed many wounded soldiers from the Great Way. If you mention your affiliation with Great Way, I believe he would be inclined to assist you. Yang Lin paused, a touch of incredulity washing over him. Was he that misleading? He had only recently established a connection with Great Way. Aunt Lu chuckled softly, casting a glance at Yang Lin. At present, you are not only a man of Great Way, you are also its future. Yang Lin smiled at her words, recognizing the truth in them. After all, the bounty on his head was substantial, and claiming otherwise would likely be met with disbelief. Moreover, the essence of all nations ultimately belong to the same central planes, their speech, actions, and even appearances indistinguishable. Claiming allegiance to Great Way would reveal no discrepancies to discerning eyes. Are you not coming with me? Yang Lin asked, a flicker of apprehension in his heart. If Aunt Lu accompanied him, their identities might soon be exposed. Yang Lin was no longer innocent. He had shed his youthful naivety for some time. While Aunt Lu might not perceive it, the recluse, well versed in the healing arts, would likely notice subtle details that a mere martial artist could not feign. Do you intend to go alone? Aunt Lu responded, taken aback by his query. Yang Lin shook his head, revealing the explanation he had long prepared. I worry for your dignity. After all, he is a recluse of great repute. Should you accompany me, he would surely discern that my innocence has been bestowed upon you. If that were to come to light, I would have to explain the circumstances, though he did not elaborate further. Yang Lin sensed that Aunt Lu understood his implications. At that moment, Aunt Lu felt a slight tremor in her spine. Yang Lin's reasoning held merit. Given her non-virgin status, the recluse would undoubtedly see through the facade. Aunt Lu already found herself in a precarious position. The thought of another person knowing this secret left her trembling. After a lengthy silence, her thoughts racing, Aunt Lu's gaze wandered before she finally spoke. Perhaps you should go alone. Yang Lin's expression shifted to one of mischief, his gaze upon Aunt Lu growing fervent once more. In truth, I already have a path illuminated by a recluse. Once or twice seems inconsequential, does it not? Moreover, I am untroubled. Even if he proves incapable, it matters not. But should I lose you, I would rather forego treatment altogether. Please, do not deny me any longer. Faced with Yang Lin's fervent gaze, Aunt Lu lowered her head, her cheeks ablaze, resembling a ripened apple. In the past, she would never have bowed to anyone, not even the emperor of the Great Xia. Her lifetime of pride forbade such submission. Yet, before Yang Lin, Aunt Lu found herself at a loss for words to refuse him, her heart a tumult of emotions. Even as the words hung on the tip of her tongue, she hesitated, unable to voice them. Yang Lin seemed to sense her turmoil and pressed on. I merely wish to know your stance. With that simple statement, the last vestiges of Aunt Lu's defenses began to crumble. Seizing the moment, Yang Lin took her hand. Noticing her lack of resistance, he smiled with satisfaction. If yesterday was an accident, given that Aunt Lu had been poisoned, her subsequent denial was somewhat understandable. Today was different. They were both fully aware of their actions, and whatever transpired henceforth was a mutual accord, devoid of any pretense of regret. Chapter 192. Mount Yuanyang. As the warmth of the day faded, the sky gradually succumbed to darkness, with the setting sun painting the horizon a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. Inside the tent, Aunt Lu leaned beside Yang Lin. Although it was not their first encounter, she still found it difficult to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yang Lin presented the little fox nestled in his arms to Aunt Lu and gently said, her name is Xiaoqin. On this night of my departure, I entrust her care to you. Aunt Lu nodded in agreement, cradling the little fox tenderly in her embrace, stroking its soft fur. Even now, she dared not look directly at Yang Lin. His fervent gaze was too intense, sending shivers down her spine, concerned that she might lose her composure. Her primary worry remained for Yang Lin, whose stamina was astonishing. Just as Aunt Lu accepted the little fox, Su Xiaoqin's voice echoed in Yang Lin's mind. Brother Yang Lin, I want to accompany you. Unfazed, Yang Lin gently patted the little fox's head and replied with a smile. Stay here and take good care of your Aunt Lu. Upon hearing this address, Aunt Lu's face turned a deeper shade of red, her head bowing lower, her expression imbued with shyness. Su Xiaoqin, sensing the moment, refrained from pressing further and simply replied in her mind, Okay. Aunt Lu, I'm going to seek that renowned physician. Is there anything you wish for me to bring or any message to convey? Yang Lin turned to look at Aunt Lu, who he learned not long ago was named Lu Ruoying. He had previously referred to her as senior, but continuing to do so now felt somewhat distant and awkward. Other than that, you must tell him that you hail from the Great Way, Lu Ruoying advised after a moment's contemplation. Yang Lin nodded. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Can I truly place my trust in him? Indeed, I cannot guarantee much, but he is undoubtedly a good person. If he were not, then it seems there would be no good people left in the world, Lu Ruoying replied earnestly. Satisfied, Yang Lin ceased his inquiries, quickly tidied up his belongings, and set off in the direction of Mount Yuanong. As he departed, Lu Ruoying's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, her mind drifting back to the events of the day, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and a smile that could not be concealed. Meanwhile, Su Shaoqin, nestled in her embrace, felt a twinge of envy, wishing she could share such moments with Yang Lin. However, with Lu Ruoying by his side, opportunities for such closeness seemed scarce. After leaving the nameless peak, Yang Lin quickened his pace. His physique had transcended the refinement stage, enabling him to move with a speed and stamina unmatched by ordinary martial artists. He dashed forward, covering several kilometers in a flash. Though Su Shaoqin did not follow, the fire spirit snake comfortably coiled upon Yang Lin's shoulder. Master, I can sense your happiness. Is it because of the high priestess? It inquired telepathically. Yang Lin smiled serenely and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, his spirits were high, not solely due to Lu Ring, but also because of the companionship of those around him. Does that mean you enjoy having me nearby? The fire spirit snake seemed excited by Yang Lin's response, flicking its tongue eagerly. Naturally, little fire. You are truly one of a kind. I have never encountered a spirit beast quite like you before, Yang Lin replied, his words eliciting delight in the creature. Rest assured, I will always remain by your side, the fire spirit snake vowed, its voice echoing within Yang Lin's mind. Yang Lin smiled. Yet a question nagged at him. If Su Shaoqin were to depart in the future, would the fire spirit snake choose to follow her? Or would it stay with him? Such musings could wait. For now, he felt as though he were in a dream after leaving Pingyang, hoping to prolong this enchanting period. Master, why not let me be your steed? I could carry you, the fire spirit snake suggested. However, Yang Lin quickly dismissed the idea. He was on his way to meet a legendary figure he had never encountered, and trust was not something he could extend lightly. Although Lu Ruoying assured him of the man's good nature, the fact remained that a good person does not necessarily align with Yang Lin's interests. Caution is the mother of safety, and the perils of the world were not to be taken lightly. The distance of several hundred miles was not daunting to Yang Lin. For even if his speed did not match Lu Ruoying's, his endurance prevailed. The benefits of his robust physique became evident as he sprinted forth. By the time the sun had fully set, Yang Lin had arrived at the foot of Mount Yuanong. Before him stood an ancient stone tablet inscribed with the words Mount Yuanong. As he gazed upward, he vaguely discerned hidden structures within the mountain, including a prominent temple. Gently, he stroked the fire spirit snake's head, and it instinctively shrank in size, concealing itself against Yang Lin as if it had vanished. Yang Lin marveled at this transformation. He had previously believed that only the Rui Jingu Bang wielded by Sun Wukong could change size at will. Yet here was his living fire spirit snake, capable of such feats. The night had enveloped the mountain forest in tranquility as Yang Lin ascended step by step towards the summit. His heart not truly desiring to meet the so-called sage. Lu Ring had sent him here merely to address the breach of his cultivation. Yet Yang Lin had long since transcended such limitations. The efficacy of any remedy was uncertain, and he felt no pressing need for it, as he could still pursue his cultivation independently. Chapter 193. Has the master passed away? As for other matters, Yang Lin deemed them unnecessary. He was robust and vigorous, certified and recommended by several goddesses, therefore, he required no treatment. If need be, he could concoct an excuse to gloss over the situation. Yang Lin pondered this, and indeed, it echoed the saying that one lie often necessitates countless others to cover it up. It seemed he was straying further down this path. Reflecting on it now, it would have been wiser to reveal the truth to Lu Ruoying in the morning. Even if he had broken his vows, it would bear no consequence. In comparison, fabricating other lies now seemed far less prudent. However, this thought merely flickered in Yang Lin's mind before vanishing. Lying felt more advantageous after all, for the tender moments shared during the day were not something honesty could procure. With that thought, Yang Lin could not help but chuckle, recalling how distant Lu Ruoying had once been toward him, her demeanor frigid. Now, her demeanor had transformed completely, displaying a gentle shyness that was utterly captivating. It was likely that any man in the world would find it impossible to resist her allure. As Yang Lin meditated on this, the voice of the fire spirit serpent suddenly resonated in his mind. Master, it is eerily quiet here. The silence is somewhat unsettling. Yang Lin snapped back to reality, realizing the truth in its words. Throughout his journey, aside from the sound of his own footsteps and the chirping of insects in the forest, he had indeed noticed an unusual lack of other sounds. The silence felt excessive, prompting Yang Lin to quicken his pace. Just as he neared the summit, the fire spirit serpent spoke again. Master, I believe I caught a familiar scent. It is that of Yushur. Yang Lin paused, recalling who Yushur was. and cast his gaze toward the temple atop the mountain, narrowing his eyes. He had no doubt about the fire spirit serpent's sense of smell. Thus, you sure must be within the temple. Even if he were not present, he had once lingered here, leaving behind a trace of his scent. This disciple of the Shu sect had once been tested by Su Shaoqin, but unfortunately he had failed. Later, it had been Yang Lin's turn. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Yusher's reputation as a cunning and despicable individual. Had the fire spirit serpent not reminded him, Yang Lin might have completely forgotten about his existence. As he approached, Yang Lin finally discerned the outline of the temple. From a distance, he observed a plaque hanging at the entrance, boldly inscribed with the characters Yuan Yang Ing Temple. At first glance, nothing seemed amiss, yet Yang Lin quickly sensed something was off. The temple appeared to have been neglected for quite some time, overgrown with weeds and adorned with cobwebs. Was this reclusive master truly so careless as to let his dwelling fall into disarray? From the outside, Yang Lin even questioned whether anyone resided within. It seemed as if it had been abandoned for at least half a year to reach such a state. The more he hesitated, the more he felt compelled to press forward. Soon, he stood before the door and, peering through the crack, noticed that while the door was closed, it was not locked. Despite this, Yang Lin refrained from barging in recklessly. Unfamiliar territory called for caution. After a moment of contemplation, he called out from outside, raising his voice as a way to probe the situation. I'm Yang Dianfeng, here to seek an audience with the esteemed master. I hope the master will make an appearance. In this current situation, Yang Lin felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, if the master were not inside and Yusher were lurking within, would he not be at risk? Thus, he did not disclose his true name, opting instead for an alias. After waiting for a moment without receiving any response, he called out 3 more times, yet still, no reply came. As if there were no one inside at all. The fire spirit serpent's voice echoed once more, Master, it seems there is no one residing here. I cannot sense any other presence. Hearing this, Yang Lin hesitated briefly before pushing open the temple door and stepping inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with a scene of withered branches and fallen leaves scattered across the ground, indicating that it had been a long time since anyone had tended to this place. Yang Lin proceeded cautiously, scrutinizing his surroundings. Upon reaching the main hall, he was taken aback. A white-haired elder lay sprawled on the ground, clad in a loose grayish-white robe. Yang Lin's heart sank at the sight, his expression growing serious. Master, this individual has been deceased for quite some time. There are signs of skeletal remains, the fire spirit serpent informed him. Yang Lin nodded, his sense of vigilance heightening as he approached the steps of the main hall, eager to investigate further. The temple was not particularly large, comprised of 3 structures. Upon entering, the main hall was directly ahead, with side chambers on either side. Hanging in the hall was a portrait of the Taoist ancestor, all appearing harmonious except for the lifeless body on the ground, now nearing skeletal remains. The fire spirit serpent's voice resonated in his mind. Master, I can assure you that Yusher has been here before. Yusher. Upon hearing this name, Yang Lin's gaze fell upon the skeletal remains. Could this be the reclusive master he sought? He dared not confirm, for he had never seen him, and the body was so decayed that the face was beyond recognition. In truth, before arriving, Yang Lin had envisioned countless scenarios for meeting this hermit master, but never anticipated arriving only to find him deceased. The circumstances of their meeting left Yang Lin somewhat disoriented. Regardless, Lu Ruiying held this master in high regard. And given that Yang Lin was now the prince consort of Wei, it seemed only fitting that he should pay his respects in this final moment. With this thought in mind, Yang Lin ceased his inquiries and stepped out into the courtyard. Little fire, please search for traces of Yusher and ascertain his whereabouts, he instructed softly. Upon hearing this, the fire spirit serpent hastily departed, following its keen sense of smell. Yang Lin retrieved a short knife, its blade glimmering in the moonlight, and began to chop wood in the forest. If he were to send the master off properly, a coffin was essential. Lacking a ready-made one, he would have to craft it himself, while the fire spirit serpent was tasked with uncovering Yusher's whereabouts. Yang Lin felt an instinctual unease that things might not be as simple as they appeared. Yusher, a treacherous individual, was likely up to something nefarious in this Yuan Yang Ing temple. Chapter 194, The Guardian of the Underground Palace. As the saying goes, a person cannot be revived after death. After Yang Lin had buried the esteemed individual, he certainly intended to explore the temple further, perhaps discovering some beneficial techniques or elixirs. The coffin he crafted served as a final homage to the deceased, and it also aided in appeasing Lu Ruiying, who had brought him to this place. Yang Lin had little impression of this esteemed figure, having never even laid eyes on him. The only sight he bore witness to was the lifeless body before him. Moreover, this task was merely a trifling effort for Yang Lin. In a matter of moments, he had constructed a coffin, and with a bit more diligence, he sketched out the necessary embellishments. My master, I have traced the whereabouts of Yusher. He followed a small path behind, leading down to the expansive underground palace, which seems to be quite grand and filled with numerous jade statues. The fire spirit serpent, returning from its reconnaissance, reported the scene to Yang Lin. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, matters were proving more intricate than he had initially anticipated. Nevertheless, he continued his work, diligently completing the last few steps. Once everything was prepared, Yang Lin dug a grave in the rear courtyard of the temple. He then transported the coffin into the main hall, positioning it before the corpse. With a respectful demeanor, he offered a slight bow before reverently placing the body into the coffin. Just as Yang Lin completed this task, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. The ancient voice nearly startled Yang Lin. "Young man." Upon hearing these words, Yang Lin halted his actions, his heart racing with unease. Surely, this was an illusion. Could it be that the old man before him had not truly passed? Or perhaps, like some reclusive sage, he had managed to preserve his last breath, awaiting a condition for revival? Alternatively, could he be some ethereal entity, existing within a medium to prolong his existence? Though his imagination wandered, Yang Lin could not deduce the truth. Gazing at the skeletal remains before him, a shiver of horror creeping into his heart. "Do not fear. What speaks to you now is merely a fragment of my spirit, devoid of any capacity to harm." The old man's voice resonated softly. It was then that Yang Lin confirmed the voice was indeed emanating from the corpse before him. "Esteemed elder, might you recognize the high priestess of Wei? Her name is Lu Ruoying. She sent me here to seek you." "Ah, I do not recall. I am but a whisper of my former self, and many memories have long since faded," the elder replied, his voice echoing once more. Hearing this, Yang Lin furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss as to how to ascertain whether this was truly the person he sought. "Esteemed elder, is there anyone else in this temple, or are you its sole inhabitant?" Yang Lin decided to change his line of inquiry. The elder quickly confirmed, indicating that he was still capable of answering some straightforward questions. "I was once a martial artist of the chi refinement stage, but due to an unfortunate incident, I broke my cultivation. Is there a way to rectify this and continue my path of cultivation?" With the elder's identity established, Yang Lin pressed on, aware that time was of the essence. "Indeed, I possess a medicinal pill that can fortify your foundation and replenish your essence, hidden within the depths of the mountain behind the temple. There lies a constructed underground palace, containing what you seek. It may prove useful to you." The elder's voice faded slightly, suggesting that his spiritual energy was depleting. At this rate, it seemed the elder would not last much longer. Yang Lin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Do not mention it. Before you arrived, another individual came here, but he stole the key to the underground palace. I fear this person harbors ill intentions and may desecrate the palace. Therefore, I beseech you to grant me one final request. Protect the palace from vanishing." The elder's voice echoed once more, and Yang Lin immediately realized that the person who had come before him must be Yu Shi. "What would you have me do?" "Esteemed elder, what treasures lie within this underground palace that merit such protection?" Yang Lin inquired, bowing in respect, despite addressing the lifeless form before him. After all, it was a simple task, and not one that posed any difficulty for him. Within resides a statue of a jade throne, an ancient relic meant to suppress malevolent entities. I discovered it nearly 2,000 years ago, but there was something unusual accompanying it. Upon approaching, one could discern a faint heartbeat. The elder's voice explained Yang Lin's lingering questions. At this, Yang Lin could not help but feel skeptical. Such claims sounded somewhat fantastical, akin to listening to tales of the divine. Could there truly be deities or demons in this world? The events I recount are indeed real. The Jade Maiden transformed into a stone statue to subdue evil spirits, which also hail from ancient times and genuinely existed, the elder continued. When I realized this, I chose to come to Yuanyang Mountain, hoping to contribute to the Jade Maiden's efforts in containing the malevolent forces here. Yang Lin remained unconvinced by the elder's words. Maintaining a vigilant inquiry, "Esteemed elder, what do you believe the individual who entered the underground palace intends to accomplish? What is his purpose for coming here?" "The palace contains some medicinal pills I have crafted, as well as manuscripts. However, I am not concerned about those. I fear this person may be swayed by the malevolent forces, destroy the statue, and seize the treasures meant to subdue evil. If that were to occur, calamity would surely follow." The elder's voice conveyed a hint of panic and concern, and despite his efforts to remain composed, Yang Lin could still sense the remnants of emotion within the spirit. The treasures meant to subdue malevolence. Yang Lin pondered the elder's words carefully, committing them to memory before continuing. "Are there any mechanisms within the underground palace that I might employ? The palace's location is shrouded in mystery, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to enter. Thus, I did not set up many defenses," the elder replied honestly. "Then, esteemed elder, what precisely is this protection meant to suppress malevolence?" Chapter 195. inheriting the legacy regarding the unknown subterranean palace and the jade statue. Yang Lin naturally wished to inquire as thoroughly as possible. However, the crucial matter was that the elderly man before him clearly had little time remaining and could no longer provide further answers. The old man's voice resonated with urgency, growing fainter by the moment. My time is limited. I cannot continue to answer your questions, young friend. You must protect the underground palace and safeguard the jade statue within. It is the last vestige left for humanity by a formidable ancient power. As he spoke, the old man's voice gradually faded, and after a moment's pause, no further sounds could be heard. Yang Lin then realized that this final remnant of spirit had likely exhausted its energy. He had no doubts about the authenticity of the words imparted to him by the venerable hermit, and it was clear that the subterranean palace concealed profound secrets. Moreover, Yushur had already ventured inside, heading directly towards the palace with intentions that did not bode well. If Yang Lin had not witnessed this, it might have been better. Yet now that he had encountered it, he could not simply stand by. Gazing at the cold corpse before him, Yang Lin solemnly bowed in respect, sealing the coffin and ensuring a peaceful rest. After completing these tasks, he fashioned a gravestone for the elder and placed it in the soil before returning to the main hall. Little fire, it is now your time to perform, Yang Lin announced. The fire spirit snake, which had been awaiting Yang Lin's command, quickly nodded and, with a swift motion, leapt from Yang Lin's shoulder. Upon landing, it had grown considerably larger, exceeding a foot in length. The fire spirit snake lifted its head, quickly discerning the direction, and darted towards the left. Arriving at a section of the floor tiles, with its tail, it gently struck the tile, shattering it, and revealing an underground passage. This must be the hidden route to the subterranean palace, concealed in this very spot. Yang Lin had been using his perception to observe the surroundings but had failed to detect this secret passage, which suggested that some means had been employed to obscure it. Alternatively, it could be that Yang Lin's current strength was insufficient to perceive everything clearly. Without further hesitation, Yang Lin hurried towards the passage. At this moment, the fire spirit snake had once again increased in size, now larger than Yang Lin himself. Master, allow me to carry you down. It will be much quicker. The voice of the fire spirit snake echoed in Yang Lin's mind. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Lin stepped onto the snake's head without further delay. With Yang Lin now aboard, the fire spirit snake swiftly plunged into the depths below. Although the speed was rapid, Yang Lin experienced little discomfort. After descending nearly 20 meters, they finally reached the end of the passage. Once this was accomplished, the fire spirit snake shrank back to about a foot in length. Walking ahead to clear the way for Yang Lin, Yang Lin felt immense satisfaction with the performance of the fire spirit snake. Having such a companion by his side was indeed a blessing. Sensing Yang Lin's contentment, the fire spirit snake appeared quite pleased, occasionally flicking its tongue as it obediently led the way. Yang Lin smiled in return. Although he had grown accustomed to the presence of the fire spirit snake and Su Shaoqin, it was still peculiar to have a snake and a fox by his side, leaving him with an almost dreamlike sensation. Now that the hidden passage had ended, they continued down a staircase constructed of marble. Each step was taken cautiously, the path winding and intricate, in stark contrast to the previous straight corridor. Yang Lin deliberately controlled his footsteps to emit no sound and quietly inquired of the fire spirit snake, "Have you seen what Yushur is doing down below?" Little Fire had only stolen a glance previously and did not know the specifics, but it seemed that Yushur was meditating, presumably cultivating some technique. Hearing this, Yang Lin frowned. If this fellow was indeed cultivating, it was likely that he was surreptitiously practicing his own techniques and perhaps even consuming Yang Lin's elixirs. It was known that the hermit had entrusted the underground palace to Yang Lin before his demise, thus everything contained within rightfully belonged to Yang Lin. Moreover, since he had assisted in the elder's burial, both sentiment and reason dictated that this inheritance was his, including the elixirs mentioned by the elder. The thought of this treacherous individual enjoying what rightfully belonged to him incensed Yang Lin. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He and the fire spirit snake quickened their pace, delving deeper into the heart of Yuanyang Mountain. Before long, the fire spirit snake suddenly halted, surveying the dark surroundings, which were so obscured that even with its keen eyesight, it could barely discern the outline of a stone door. It appeared they were nearing the entrance. This subterranean palace truly lived up to its name, hidden so deep that ordinary individuals would likely never discover it. Even if a normal person stumbled upon the hidden passage and descended, they would not be foolish enough to venture so deeply without knowing what awaited them. "Master, if you wish to enter through here, you must push the stone door. However, once it makes a sound, Yushur will undoubtedly be alerted. Should I incapacitate him first?" The fire spirit snake inquired thoughtfully. After a moment's reflection, Yang Lin readily agreed to the fire spirit snake's suggestion. "Very well, Little Fire, proceed." With Yang Lin's consent, The fire spirit snake shrank once more and slithered through the crack in the door. Inside the underground palace, Yushur sat at a stone table, where various elixirs were laid out before him. At that moment, he was in the process of refining an elixir he had just consumed. This place was practically tailor-made for him, and upon discovering it, Yushur was overjoyed. As he meditated, a fiery red snake silently approached from behind. Once inside the underground palace, the fire spirit snake had grown larger again, sensing it was close enough. It abruptly whipped its tail down with such force that it created a gust of wind. Feeling the rush of air behind him, Yushur's eyes flew open, and he realized he was under attack, but it was already too late to react. The massive tail struck him squarely on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The fire spirit snake retracted its tail, having ensured that Yushur was indeed incapacitated. Were this not the case, it certainly would have delivered a second strike, perhaps even lethal. Chapter 196. The mysterious ancient turtle. Having completed all that, Xuanwu diminished in size once more, settling back onto Yang Lin's shoulder. It was only then that Yang Lin stepped inside, raising his gaze to behold the sight of the underground palace, which left him momentarily astonished, captivated by the surrounding brilliance of golden light. At the heart of the expansive chamber lay a pool constructed from piled stones, and at its center stood the jade statue mentioned by the elder. Beneath the statue, Yang Lin discerned a figure resembling a stone turtle. Its tusks protruding and its head extended, pointed directly at the jade figure above. Even though it was made of stone, Yang Lin could still sense an air of defiance emanating from it. This must be the jade maiden the elder spoke of, Yang Lin realized as he examined the statue closely. The sculpture was exquisitely detailed, capturing even the nuances of the figure's expression. Dressed in a flowing red gown, she appeared ethereal, radiating a delicate blue luminescence, crystalline and translucent. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and even in statue form, it was evident that this jade maiden possessed a striking figure and a celestial beauty. Her cold gaze, seemingly frigid, was fixated upon the stone turtle beneath her. The two locked in a silent standoff. In her hand, she held a flute adorned with 7 star-like engravings, perhaps representing the North Star or something similar. Though Yang Lin could not ascertain its significance, it was clear to Yang Lin that the Jade Maiden, in life, must have been a breathtaking presence, capable of enchanting all who beheld her. After observing the centerpiece, Yang Lin turned his attention to the surrounding artifacts, quickly locating the elixirs and alchemical furnaces described by the elder, along with signs of habitation. This must indeed be the secluded retreat of that esteemed individual. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, startling Yang Lin as he turned to its source. Yushur had surprisingly risen from the ground once more. It seemed that Xuanwu's earlier effort had not been sufficient to keep him unconscious for long. Yang Lin maintained a facade of calm, while Xuanwu appeared somewhat astonished at how swiftly Yushur had regained consciousness. "How is it that you can appear here while I cannot?" Yushur inquired, his tone laced with incredulity. "You must not have anticipated that I would find my way here as well." Yang Lin smiled, maintaining his composure. "I had underestimated your resilience to survive the clutches of that monstrous beast." Yushur, having gathered himself, fixed his gaze upon Yang Lin, recalling the terror that the great serpent had instilled in him, prompting his retreat. Yet, as Yushur's eyes fell upon Xuanwu perched on Yang Lin's shoulder, his pupils constricted in alarm. Yang Lin chuckled, extending his hand, prompting Xuanwu to leap into his palm. "This is whom you were searching for, I presume? My apologies. But Xuanwu is now my companion, and I assure you, she is quite safe and thriving." Yushur's expression darkened at this revelation, his eyes darting warily towards Xuanwu, and he spoke in a cold tone. "I must admit, I underestimated your strength." "Oh, is that all?" Yang Lin replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Aren't you curious about the fate of the crimson-clad maiden who accompanied you? How is she faring now?" At this, Yushur momentarily faltered before adopting a mockingly icy demeanor, glaring at Yang Lin as though issuing a warning. "What have you done to her?" Indeed, Yushur had once been captivated by Su Shaoqin, acknowledging that he had never encountered a beauty quite like her, so mesmerizing that he had been drawn in at first glance. "Rest assured, Su Shaoqin is also my friend, and indeed, one of my closest companions," Yang Lin stated, refraining from divulging further details to someone of Yushur's disposition. However, upon hearing this, Yushur seemed to grasp the underlying implications of Yang Lin's words, his mind racing with vivid images that birthed a desire to eliminate Yang Lin altogether. "I should have dispatched you in that dilapidated temple. Ah, what a pity that would have been. Yet, I must thank you. Had you not spared me, I would not have experienced such a wondrous journey." Yang Lin replied with a grin. But upon uttering this, Yushur could no longer restrain himself, launching an attack. With a swift motion of his hand, 3 concealed projectiles shot forth. Yang Lin clearly saw the glimmering black needles hurtling toward him, undoubtedly laced with deadly poison. A mere scratch could lead to severe injury or worse. This so-called Shu sect certainly possessed its own insights regarding hidden weapons and their applications, Young Lin mused. Initially planning to dodge, but Xiaohua acted first. Expanding in size, she flicked her tail, effortlessly swatting the projectiles out of the air. Yusher's pupils dilated in shock at this turn of events. He reacted swiftly, retreating in haste, instinctively fearing Xiaohua. He understood that his techniques could not breach her defenses, and if she grew any larger, a single lash of her tail could obliterate him. Xiaohua hissed, her serpentine eyes glinting with murderous intent, genuinely prepared to strike, for Yusher had dared to attack Yang Lin. With a swift motion, she surged forward, her form expanding yet again, unleashing her tail toward Yusher. As the massive tail approached, Yusher's expression shifted to one of despair. He could not match Xiaohua's speed and could only watch helplessly as her tail collided with his waist. With a thunderous impact, Yusher was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall before crumpling to the ground. Yang Lin chuckled softly, gently stroking the scales of Xiaohua, his demeanor relaxed. In stark contrast, Yusher now found himself in a pitiful state. The recent blow had left him grievously injured, and as he struggled to rise, blood poured forth, draining the color from his face. He glared at Yang Lin, his eyes filled with resentment, yet mingled with a palpable fear of Xiaohua beside him. Kid. Just then, a deep, chilling voice resonated in Yusher's mind, its tone laced with an eerie coldness. Hearing this voice, Yusher momentarily froze. But his expression quickly returned to one of malice as he continued to glare at Yang Lin. For that voice warned him to avoid provoking Yang Lin. Chapter 197. The goddess Yuji. The voice that just spoke was that of the suppressed stone turtle, communicating directly with Yusher through his sound transmission technique. You are no match for the person and serpent before you. If you wish to avoid death, follow my instructions, and I can save your life. Shatter this wretched statue and release me. I shall lend you my strength. The cold voice continued, causing Yusher's expression to shift. Yang Lin observed the silent Yusher, sensing something amiss, for the fear that had once graced his countenance had vanished, leaving behind hesitation. Yang Lin understood that this individual harbored nefarious intentions. To safeguard against any unforeseen developments, he patted Xiaohua's back, prompting the creature to dart forward at remarkable speed, too swift for Yusher to react. The chilling voice echoed in his mind. There is no time to hesitate. Destroy the statue. At that moment, Xiaohua's tail lashed out towards Yusher, who, bereft of time for contemplation, propelled himself forward with all his might, only to be struck again by the serpent's tail. Yusher crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up blood, the excruciating pain gnawing at his nerves. Act swiftly, your opportunities are dwindling. The icy voice resounded once more, its volume amplified, reverberating in Yusher's mind like thunder. The once drowsy Yusher was jolted awake. His wits sharpened. Despite the agony coursing through him, he mustered the strength to rise again, only to discover that his spine had been shattered by Xiaohua's strike, rendering him immobile. Are you not adept with hidden weapons? Use them to shatter the statue. Once it is destroyed, I have ways to save you. The cold voice urged. Yang Lin, recognizing the gravity of the situation, resolved to eliminate all threats without hesitation. Yusher had already proven himself capable of endangering Yang Lin's life, demonstrating a heartlessness that disregarded the lives of others. Xiaohua, responding to Yang Lin's command, obediently proceeded to shatter Yusher's limbs. The surge of pain washed over him, his agonized screams echoing through the air. At that moment, he had lost all capacity for movement. The chilling voice conveyed a sense of disdain. Indeed, a useless waste of space. I should not have relied on you. Yang Lin, undeterred, ordered Xiaohua to end Yusher's life. Allowing this menace to remain in the world posed a risk to others, even if it did not threaten him directly. Today, Yang Lin resolved to act in accordance with justice. Very well. Xiaohua nodded obediently, poised to carry out Yang Lin's command and deliver the fatal blow to Yusher. However, at that instant, a melodious and crisp sound of a flute resonated, freezing Xiaohua's raised tail in midair, rendering it immobile as though subjected to an unseen force. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. It seemed that the only source of the flute's melody within the tomb could only be the statue itself. Turning slowly towards the direction of the goddess, he felt a mix of trepidation and astonishment. At that moment, another crisp and cold voice resonated within the tomb, imbued with an innate chill that seemed to lower the temperature of the entire chamber. Young man, why do you, a member of the human race, associate with beasts? The voice questioned Yang Lin. Yang Lin respectfully clasped his fists, adhering to the proper etiquette expected of one addressing an elder, recognizing that, despite the circumstances, the speaker was still a member of the human race, far more trustworthy than the stone turtle beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to you, this person is named Yusher, and he is not from the Xuanwu sect. However, he is no virtuous individual. He is insidious, ruthless, and devoid of humanity. Yang Lin explained calmly. Upon our first encounter, he compelled me to partake in drugs for the sake of his companions, even threatening my life should I refuse. Esteemed goddess, you are surely capable of discerning the intricacies of this matter. He wishes for my demise. How could I allow myself to be at his mercy? As Yang Lin concluded, you sure, suppressing his agony, tremulously interjected, no, great goddess, do not trust him. He seeks to collude with that great serpent to slay me here. Upon hearing this, both the goddess and Yang Lin's expressions darkened. Yusher's treachery was evident as he resorted to slandering Yang Lin. Yang Lin regretted not having allowed Xuanwu to end Yusher's life at the outset, thus avoiding this complicated situation. To associate with beasts is already a grave error. To conspire with them to slay your own kind is to tread a path of moral decay. The icy voice proclaimed again. Yang Lin's frown deepened. The goddess seemed unable to distinguish between right and wrong, her judgment clouded by past grievances against beasts. Yang Lin raised his gaze towards the statue, asserting, not all beasts are malevolent, there exist both good and evil among them. If a beast saves your life, would you still wish to slay it? He grew weary of addressing the figure as an elder. Her inability to discern the nuances of morality rendered such titles unwarranted. I have never encountered a situation as you describe, the cold voice replied. Listen closely, I spoke of a hypothetical scenario, not one that has necessarily transpired, Yang Lin retorted. Even if not all must be exterminated, humanity should not ally with beasts. That is fundamentally incorrect. The cold voice reiterated its stance, deepening Yang Lin's furrowed brow. The speaker seemed oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Did she truly believe that all beasts could be easily subdued and slain? O revered goddess, he is a traitor to humanity. I am already under the control of the beasts. Engaging in further discussion is futile. Eliminate him to save humanity. You sure? Seizing the opportunity, screamed desperately, now placing all his hope in the statue. Yang Lin's expression darkened. He could not even bear to cast a glance at you sure. Recognizing the absurdity of his words. Chapter 198. I believe in her senior. Not everyone in this world is inherently good. Human hearts are inscrutable, and demons are no exception. Not all demons are as you imagine, solely bent on wreaking havoc upon the world. Yang Lin spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the statue of the goddess, unperturbed. I trust Xuanwu. I believe she would not commit any wrongdoing, nor act without discernment or indiscriminately slay the innocent. That is why I am willing to stay by her side. I can assure you that if Xuanwu were ever to err, I would bear the burden alone without complaint. Yang Lin's words came from the depths of his heart. He sensed that when Xuanwu was near him, she never harbored any malicious thoughts or ulterior motives. Although he understood that both Xuanwu and Su Shixin likely had their own agendas by following him, his intuition told him that such matters might not necessarily bring harm to himself. If the time comes, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to endure. The goddess's voice echoed once more, clearly skeptical of Yang Lin's assertions. In her eyes, he was merely a fool blinded by demonic charm. However, her demeanor had softened compared to earlier. Master, Xuanwu's grateful voice resonated in Yang Lin's mind. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side. Please believe in me. I will continue to grow stronger until I can shoulder any responsibility. And I am certain that I will be your most trustworthy companion. Yang Lin reaffirmed his conviction. Even if he were to refuse, he knew he would not stand a chance against Xuanwu and Su Shaoqing together. Their combined strength could likely overpower even Lu Ruoying, let alone the current elder. Goddess, why waste words on him? His companionship with demons speaks volumes. He has long since turned his back on humanity. Just eliminate him and be done with it. You sure? Undeterred, hoped to manipulate the goddess into acting. After all, it seemed that only she could assist him now, or he would surely perish beneath the tail of that great serpent. No matter what you say, demons are ultimately demons. They will not allow you to grow stronger. Remaining by your side only serves their ulterior motives, and you will regret it only when it is too late. The goddess's voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. Yang Lin did not argue but said, I understand what Xuanwu is thinking. I have sufficient trust in her. After forming the pact, Yang Lin could indeed perceive her thoughts. At that moment, Xuanwu gazed at Yang Lin, her heart swelling with unexplainable emotions. Yusher could no longer contain himself and roared, What are you waiting for? Goddess, swiftly take action and kill him. Fearing that the longer he delayed, the more likely Yang Lin would convince the goddess. He felt his situation growing desperate. In his final moments, Yusher appeared frantic. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind once more. Do not place your hopes on that wretched creature. She is already out of strength. If you wish to survive and seek vengeance, shatter that statue at once, or you know the fate that awaits you. Upon hearing this, Yusher fell into utter despair, a cold sweat breaking out over him. He had thought he had grasped a lifeline, but who could have imagined that the goddess was merely a shell? Her power long depleted? He had believed he could rely on her to eliminate Yang Lin, only to find he had overestimated her strength. Yang Lin regarded the jade statue before him, realizing that no amount of persuasion would sway the goddess. Thus, he decided to approach the matter from another angle. Senior, I am here at the behest of a powerful figure who tasked me with guarding this underground palace and the goddess statue. I must not allow the sealed evil to be unleashed upon the world again. That powerful figure foresaw that Yushur, with his ulterior motives, would seek to destroy the statue for his own gain, which is why I have come here. As Yang Lin spoke, Yushur grew frantic, flames of anger igniting within him. He understood that if this continued, he would have no chance of turning the tide. In a moment of desperation, Yushur bit off one of his own teeth and, using it as a concealed weapon, hurled it directly at the statue. The speed was astonishing, reaching the statue in an instant. At that moment, a chill ran through Yang Lin's mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus. When he regained his senses, he realized it was too late. He could not intercept Yushur's tooth in time. However, Xuanwu reacted swiftly, her speed remarkable. In the final moment, she shielded herself with her hard scales and caught the tooth, which clattered to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Yang Lin realized they had narrowly avoided disaster. The jade statue might have been destroyed otherwise. He shot a cold glance at Yushur and then addressed the goddess, Senior. You must see now that I have not deceived you. My words ring true. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the surroundings. The goddess remained mute, but to Yang Lin's astonishment, Xuanwu, seemingly unable to control herself, opened her mouth wide and began to devour the statue. In no time, the entire goddess statue was consumed within her. Master, my body is no longer under my control. I did not intend to, she conveyed telepathically. Before she could finish, a voice full of chilling malice reverberated throughout the underground palace, the same voice that haunted Yushur's mind. Ha ha ha, in the end, this little serpent proves to be quite effective. With the statue's suppression lifted, the immense stone turtle began to crack, showing signs of impending breakthrough. Yang Lin's expression darkened immediately. Though he was unsure of what transpired, he understood that it was certainly the cause of the disturbance. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, channeling his immense strength into a powerful punch aimed at the stone turtle's head. He exerted all his might into this blow. One punch was insufficient, so he followed with another, and another, until the underground palace reverberated with thunderous impacts as Yang Lin poured every ounce of his strength into the assault. The stone turtle appeared flustered, its body visibly deteriorating, as its cold, threatening voice echoed throughout the palace once more. Chapter 199. Shatter his head, you wretched creature. Once I am free, I shall skin you alive and subject you to eternal torment. The deafening roar seemed capable of shattering souls. To counter the statue of the goddess, the pool below began to tremble, and so did the colossal stone turtle. After a brief silence, the goddess finally spoke again, her voice emanating from within the belly of the small fire spirit. Shatter his head. Such a simple and brutal command resonated with Yang Lin, leaving no time for further contemplation as he summoned all his strength and struck the stone turtle's head with great force. The malevolent entity grew furious. Its weakness had been exposed, and it was on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. However, with Yang Lin's final blow, the turtle's head was crushed, fragments scattering across the ground and tumbling into the pool. Yang Lin observed the now stabilized stone pool, his gaze filled with uncertainty and trepidation. For thousands of years, this malevolent force had been suppressed, yet it still possessed such formidable power. Should it manage to break free, calamity would surely follow. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, a pulsating roar erupted once more, the increasingly dense sound sending shivers down the spine. Humans, you all deserve to die. The cold, venomous voice bellowed again, causing Yang Lin's expression to darken as he realized the situation was far from simple. In that instant, he felt a chilling presence creeping up from behind. The body of the previously shattered stone turtle began to emanate a crimson light, seemingly drawn towards the fragments in the pool. To everyone's astonishment, the red glow began to lift the turtle's shattered head, as if intent on restoring it. Quick, do not let it succeed. The goddess's voice rang out once more from within the small fire spirit. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin wasted no time. He swiftly turned and kicked the fragments away, preventing their restoration. The pieces scattered once more, and the cold voice fell silent, though the red glow persisted, wrapping itself around Yang Lin. As he came into contact with the crimson light, Yang Lin found himself enveloped, feeling as though a mysterious force had seized him, lifting him off the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the red light's grasp. What should I do now? Panic set in for Yang Lin, knowing that the suppressed malevolent force was no benign entity. Being ensnared by it could spell danger, and he had no desire to gamble with his life. Yet, when he posed his question, the goddess was silent for a moment before finally responding, I do not know. I have never encountered such a situation before. At those words, Yang Lin's heart sank. It was hopeless. He could only resign himself to fate. No, I cannot just sit back and await my demise. Just as Yang Lin hesitated, the red light intensified, akin to blood flowing from the turtle's body, relentlessly eroding his flesh. He felt a frigid aura penetrating his skin, seeping into his being. I'm doomed. Yang Lin realized there was no time left. The crimson light grew ever more potent, the invasive force increasing with each passing moment. He felt his body temperature plummeting rapidly. If this continued, he would soon become an ice statue, with no other recourse. Yang Lin closed his eyes and commenced the operation of the star technique, attempting to refine the encroaching coldness within him. Initially, each step of the refinement was exceedingly arduous. But gradually, he sensed the coldness beginning to wane, reaching a balance with the rate at which it was entering his body, alleviating his physical strain. Encouraged, Yang Lin pressed on with the star technique, accelerating its pace to absorb the malevolent cold entirely. Meanwhile, the small fire spirit, witnessing Yang Lin ensnared by the red light and motionless, felt a surge of urgency. Master, are you all right? I'm coming to assist you. In a fit of desperation, the small fire spirit had no choice but to dash forward, raising its massive tail and striking the stone turtle's body with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the stone turtle trembled violently, the impact evidently slowing the flow of red light. Even the crimson aura enveloping Yang Lin began to quiver. Seeing this, the small fire spirit seized the moment, repeatedly striking with its tail. With each successive blow, cracks began to form on the turtle's shell. As Yang Lin absorbed the surrounding red light, his demeanor grew steadier. However, Yushur, who had arrived in the tomb first and consumed a few elixirs without gaining any advantage, was seething with envy at Yang Lin's fortunate predicament. Unable to tolerate the sight, Yushur roared with all his might, "Great turtle, if you do not awaken soon, your body shall be destroyed." His voice reverberated throughout the tomb, confident that the ancient creature would not simply perish, for it was sealed here for a reason. Hearing Yushur's outburst, Yang Lin's expression darkened further. This man was incorrigible. He mentally commanded the small fire spirit, "First, eliminate this scoundrel." Understood. Upon sensing Yang Lin's directive, the small fire spirit sighed with relief and immediately turned its wrath towards Yushur, swinging its tail with blinding speed. In that moment, Yushur, severely wounded with broken limbs, could not escape and could only watch in despair as the strike approached. Just then, the cold voice returned, echoing throughout the tomb as if it were directly in their minds. Detestable humans. At the sound of the voice, even the small fire spirit froze, its descending tail halting in midair, ultimately failing to strike Yushur. Upon hearing the voice, Yushur felt a glimmer of hope and exclaimed excitedly, "Great turtle, you are indeed unharmed." And within the small fire spirit, the goddess's voice resonated once more. Chapter 200. The Art of Possession. The voice of the divine maiden echoed from within the belly of the small fire, warning, "Be cautious. For this fellow's consciousness has been shattered. Do not allow him to possess you." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's expression turned grave, realizing that he was the most viable option for the possession. Is there truly no way to prevent this? Yang Lin inquired with furrowed brows. For possession seemed ethereal and elusive, something he had never witnessed before. If he could see his adversary, perhaps his fist might hold some value. Yet possession evidently pertained to the realm of the soul, beyond his sight and grasp. The very thought was unsettling. Guard your consciousness and ensure he does not succeed. The divine maiden continued, addressing Yang Lin. He paused, taken aback, then asked, "If I lack a spiritual ocean, does that mean I cannot be possessed?" "Indeed. But if your willpower is sufficiently strong, you can resist," she explained. Yang Lin furrowed his brow once more, pondering the precise measure of strength required. How was he to know? "If I am insufficient, do you possess any other means, or can you assist me?" He pressed urgently. "I can assist," she responded. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of frustration. Why not simply state that you could help instead of beating around the bush, instilling unnecessary fear? As that chilling voice faded, a spectral figure materialized atop the remnants of the stone tortoise, slowly revealing itself before the onlookers. The apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the stone tortoise, fixating intently on the small fire's belly, undoubtedly exchanging glances with the divine maiden. "You imprisoned me for countless centuries. I shall ensure you pay the price. This vendetta will be avenged 1,000-fold." The chilling voice reverberated once more, yet the divine maiden, undaunted, retorted icily, "If you possess the capability, feel free to try." The stone tortoise, however, did not linger on this exchange but turned its gaze towards Yang Lin, enveloped in crimson light, its eyes glowing ominously. "Despicable human, I shall devour you today." Yang Lin, unfazed, feigned calmness, declaring, "Do not attempt to intimidate me, with the divine maiden by my side. Even if you possessed 100-fold courage, I doubt you would dare." Though he spoke bravely, to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. These entities were entirely foreign to him. If one were to draw a comparison, this spectral figure resembled the ghost spoken of in folklore. Nevertheless, Yang Lin was certain of one thing, whether it be the stone tortoise or the jade princess in their prime. Their power likely rivaled that of Liu Pei and his companions. To cling to such futile delusions as death approaches. If the wretched being you speak of were truly so formidable, do you think it would remain within the belly of that serpent? Scoffed the stone tortoise. Do not heed his words. He can only rely on empty threats to undermine your resolve. Steadfastly guard your heart, and do not allow him to seize an opportunity. The divine maiden's voice resonated within Yang Lin's mind. Instantly, he comprehended that the adversary was merely attempting to frighten him. Indeed, this stone tortoise, harboring such animosity, had yet to take tangible action. It had only engaged in verbal assaults. If the divine maiden were truly as you say, how could she have suppressed you for millennia? After a moment of composure, Yang Lin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the apparition. Young one, I shall not engage in a battle of wits with you, but I am curious, how can your frail human form withstand the essence of my blood? The apparition sneered coldly, seemingly unaffected by Yang Lin's words, merely watching him with a chilling gaze. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin's heart sank, realizing that the old creature spoke of something sinister. A flicker of worry igniting within him. Yet the divine maiden's voice came just in time. Fear not, for I have subdued him for thousands of years. This ancient demon's power has long dwindled to less than 1% of its former self, and the essence it speaks of no longer possesses its former dominion. However, the apparition seemed to anticipate her words, responding with a cold laugh. Indeed, you have confined me for millennia, and my strength has been significantly diminished. Yet you should never have shattered my shell. Yang Lin turned sharply, and after a brief silence, the divine maiden replied. The shattering of the tortoise shell has indeed affected the constraints within, loosening the seal. Thus, the apparition laughed once more. It seems that after all these years, you have not lost your wits. You remember the seal. Did you truly think I had been vanquished? The ancient one merely awaited a suitable opportunity. As long as I draw breath, your power shall never be restored. After thousands of years, do you believe you can return to your former glory? The divine maiden retorted coldly, clearly defiant of the apparition's claims. Yet the apparition displayed no urgency, its gaze fixated on Yang Lin. Indeed, I may not be able to exert much strength, but seizing this human's body is still within my reach. Yang Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Why was he now the focus of their discourse? If possession were the goal, he was not the only candidate. Wasn't Yushur still alive, albeit severely injured and incapacitated? Should you possess the ability, feel free to act. The divine maiden's voice rang out once more. At this moment, Yang Lin found himself on the verge of exasperation. What a predicament, a celestial conflict where mere mortals suffer. Their deadly struggle had no bearing on his fate as an insignificant youth. Moreover, as the possession was aimed at Yang Lin, the divine maiden seemed rather generous, even inviting the old tortoise to make a move. Do not attempt to bluff. We are well aware of our respective strengths. I shall not be swayed. I will not believe you can protect this human. The apparition's voice echoed again, accompanied by a piercing laugh, transforming into a black whirlwind that surged towards Yang Lin. However, at that very moment, a melodious flute tune resonated, filling the air with an imperceptible wave that radiated from the small fire's belly, swiftly enveloping Yang Lin. Yet, just as the apparition was about to reach Yang Lin, a chilling laugh erupted, and it abruptly altered its course, darting away in another direction. Chapter 201. Mutual Destruction from Beginning to End. The shadow's target was never Yang Lin. As soon as the shadow changed direction, it charged towards Yushur's position, reaching him in an instant. At this moment, Yushur had long lost the ability to move, his limbs shattered, left to be at the mercy of others. Young man, encountering me is your fortune. Now allow me to restore you. Accompanied by a chilling laughter, the shadow penetrated Yushur's mind before the eyes of the crowd. Yushur barely had time to react. After a brief moment of stupor, he felt a searing pain in his head, followed by the complete dissipation of his consciousness. His once normal eyes were now filled with darkness, a pair of black pupils surveying the surroundings. When Yushur lifted his head again, the voice that emerged was the same chilling sound from before, accompanied by laughter, as his mouth split open, blood gushing forth, looking particularly horrific. Kill him. Yang Lin reacted immediately, urging Xuanwu to act swiftly before the malevolent entity had time to recover, insisting they must eliminate it without delay. Upon hearing Yang Lin's command, Xuanwu promptly raised its tail and struck down fiercely. After being possessed, Yushur's expression darkened, the smile on his face freezing as he raised his hand to block the impending attack. However, this body ultimately belonged to Yushur, and against the might of Xuanwu, it could offer no resistance. The mere touch of that arm resulted in it being crushed on the spot. The tail landed solidly on Yushur's chest, visibly indenting a significant portion of it, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Following this brutal blow, Yusher's aura diminished at a visible rate, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yang Lin quickly urged Xiaohua to continue striking, not allowing Yusher the chance to react. Obediently, Xiaohua lifted its tail once more to strike, but Yusher moved in an instant, narrowly evading this assault and darting towards Yang Lin with remarkable speed. Nearly gliding along the ground, Yang Lin's expression twitched upon witnessing this. It seemed the creature had set its sights on him, and he could not allow it to succeed. Without hesitation, he stomped down hard. Yusher, charging towards him, was struck on the shoulder by Yang Lin's foot with a resounding crash, pinning him to the floor, leaving several cracks in the stone beneath them. One could only imagine the weight behind Yang Lin's foot. Yet, Yusher's chilling voice echoed again, laced with a hint of mockery. "Do you think this will stop me?" Hearing this, Yang Lin was taken aback, thinking to himself, this old tortoise can take a beating? Without further hesitation, he pressed down with all his might, cracking the floor even further, the sound of Yusher's bones creaking audible. Yet the strike, which could have taken Yusher's life, seemed only to sink a few inches into his shoulder, failing to shatter it. Realizing the severity of the situation, Yang Lin frowned and increased his strength. Yet, Yusher's cold voice once again emerged. "You underestimate me, even after 1,000 years of imprisonment. My strength is not something a mere human like you can contend with. Though this body is weak, with the infusion of my essence, it is beyond your capacity to destroy." Yusher had charged towards the red light, his defense as a turtle undeniable. With the blessing of his essence, his body began to visibly recover, even his strength incrementally enhancing. How can one know unless they try? Yang Lin scoffed, and with the old tortoise's confidence evident, he raised his foot, gathering momentum for another strike. Not only that, he lifted his other foot as well, determined to test just how resilient this old tortoise truly was. Instinctively, Yusher wanted to retract into his shell, but the truth was he had no shell to retreat into, relying solely on his physical form to withstand the assault. With two resounding thuds, Yang Lin's feet landed squarely on Yusher's back, the sounds of cracking bones echoing again, this time even more severe than before. Despite Yusher's enhanced physique, he could not help but scream in agony, spewing forth another mouthful of black blood, his recently restored body suffering yet another devastating blow. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly incapable as Yang Lin's feet pressed down on his back, forcefully targeting his neck. Realizing the dire situation, Yusher cried out in distress while attempting to break free from Yang Lin's grip. Yet Yang Lin was unrelenting, not only securing Yusher in place but relentlessly stomping down on his neck, the most vulnerable part of the human body. Once crushed, it mattered not if one was a 1,000-year-old tortoise or a 10,000-year-old turtle, death awaited all. Sensing Yusher's immobility, Yang Lin recognized he had seized the opponent's weakness and was determined to suppress him thoroughly. However, this malevolent entity had survived for a millennium. Eliminating it would likely be far more complex than he had anticipated. Continuing his assault, Yang Lin called out to the goddess residing within Xiaohua. "Elder, do you have any means to utterly obliterate it? In the past, it would have indeed posed some difficulty, even I could only bind and seal it. However, now that it has possessed this human form, annihilation has become considerably simpler," the icy voice of Yu Ji responded. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired about the method of extermination. "I have imprisoned it for 1,000 years, confining it in this subterranean palace, devoid of sunlight. This time, it will finally come to an end," the goddess declared, but she did not disclose the method of destruction, instead speaking to herself. Upon hearing this, Yusher's pupils constricted, and Yang Lin could sense a hint of panic emanating from him. "Old hag, it has been over 1,000 years. What do you still intend to do?" Before Yusher's words could fully escape his lips, a chilling blue light emanated from Xiaohua's belly. As the moment crystallized, it unmistakably formed the ethereal figure of a celestial being. This must be the remnants of Yu Ji's soul, Yang Lin mused. Although unable to discern the figure's features, he could distinctly feel the pressure radiating from the apparition. Concerning this man and tortoise, Yang Lin had long been psychologically prepared. Their power undoubtedly surpassed his reach. Yet, seeing these two phantoms before him, he realized he might have underestimated them more than he thought. "Long ago, I had already prepared the means to destroy you. But at that time, I could not ensure 100% success, so I held back. However, now," the apparition chuckled coldly before raising the jade flute in its hand to its lips. Accompanied by a melodious tune, the entire subterranean palace resonated with an icy sound. Chapter 202. Choosing submission. The melodious and sacred sound of the flute transformed into a series of mystical seals, continuously flowing towards the center of Yusher's brow, targeting the malevolent spirit within him. "Wretched being, our battle is far from over. I will first restore my strength, and then we shall engage in another 300 rounds." Yusher, clearly flustered, resorted to this clumsy provocation, shouting with great fury. However, the goddess had awaited this opportunity for a millennium. How could she possibly relent? She continued to play the jade flute, its enchanting notes resonating endlessly. Human, will you merely stand by and watch this vile creature perish alongside me? I am your goddess. Seeing that her words had no effect on the goddess, Yushur redirected his focus towards Yang Lin. Yet, although Yang Lin could not comprehend the intricacies of their battle, he understood what needed to be done. Observing the goddess's ethereal form, he noted that as the melody progressed, the once solid figure began to fade, indicating a potential mutual destruction. This was the goddess's choice. As a mighty being of humanity from a millennium ago, she willingly sacrificed her lifetime of cultivation to suppress these fragments, enduring a millennium of silence, and now chose mutual destruction. Yang Lin, both emotionally and rationally, found no justification to intervene. Was it truly worth sacrificing oneself for such a wretched creature? Young one, exercise caution. This malevolent spirit may retaliate in its final moments, potentially causing you harm. The goddess's voice echoed in Yang Lin's mind, yet the flute's melody persisted unabated. Momentarily taken aback, Yang Lin quickly regained his composure, channeling more energy into his feet, his internal essence surging forth. Ah! Yushur's anguished cries resounded once more, and Yang Lin was astonished to discover that the old fiend seemed to feel pain as his body crumbled. Could it be that by intensifying his efforts, he could aid the goddess in obliterating this old tortoise's soul entirely? Perhaps this approach could even save the goddess's life. With this thought, Yang Lin exerted even greater force, and Yushur's screams grew louder, unceasing in their intensity. Young lad, there is no need for such measures. To slay him is my destiny after a millennium. The goddess's voice returned to Yang Lin's mind. He paused, sensing that she had discerned his intentions. Yet, was it truly worthwhile to perish alongside such a malevolent entity? After a millennium, why cling so desperately? Engaging in a mental dialogue with the goddess, Yang Lin expressed, is it truly worth it to embrace mutual destruction? The goddess fell silent for a moment before responding. Even if I were to annihilate him, I would exhaust my spiritual consciousness, and though I would not perish, I would inevitably fall into a deep slumber. Hearing this, Yang Lin understood that his suspicions were indeed correct. As long as she survived, there might be a possibility for her to reform her physical body, perhaps even to live again. What did life or death matter? After a millennium, he had long perceived the nature of existence and death. Sustained by this lingering obsession, he had persevered to this point, and it seemed that his wishes would ultimately be fulfilled. Living is preferable to dying. Are you not curious about the current state of the human race for which you would stake your life? Yang Lin's words prompted another silence from the goddess. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not curious. However, at that moment, she could conceive of no better alternative than to eliminate the malevolent spirit. Allowing this wicked entity to return to the world would undoubtedly result in untold suffering, and she dared not gamble with such a fate. Recognizing the impact of his words, Yang Lin lowered his gaze to Yushur, instinctively applying more pressure with his feet. Feeling the physical disintegration, Yushur's wails intensified, more harrowing than before. Old tortoise, I can offer you a chance at survival. Would you care to hear it? Enraged at this, the malevolent spirit retorted, I am an ancient divine AO, not a tortoise. Do not conflate me with such a lowly breed. Yang Lin, unfazed, replied, in this moment, do you believe it matters how you are addressed? Or is your life the priority? An AO bears a shell, just as an old tortoise does. There is little difference between the two. As he spoke, Yang Lin increased the pressure beneath his feet, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Yushur screamed, seemingly tormented down to his very soul. Finally, Yushur fell silent, too pained to continue his defiance. You must realize, had I not intervened, the goddess would surely have slain you, obliterating even the last remnants of your spirit, leaving you in utter nothingness. Do not underestimate this obsession that has endured for a millennium. Unless you are utterly destroyed, she will not cease her efforts. As Yang Lin spoke, the flute's melody never faltered. The malevolent spirit understood this well. He recognized the truth in Yang Lin's words. Yet he could not fathom how Yang Lin intended to spare his life. Despicable human, what do you truly seek? If you wish to survive, submit to me. Obey my commands, and become my servant. Thus, you may avoid death and perhaps even return to your former glory, living freely once more, Yang Lin articulated slowly. However, upon hearing the word submission, Yushur immediately rejected the notion. As an ancient divine AO, how could he submit to a mere human? If it were a powerful being of humanity, it might be different, but to him, Yang Lin was merely an insignificant insect, a lowly creature devoid of worth and unworthy of submission. Yet, upon hearing Yushur's refusal, Yang Lin calmly intensified his grip, leading Yushur to yield under the pain. Think carefully. Acquiescing may grant you a sliver of hope, even if that hope is but 1%. But if you refuse, your demise is inevitable. Yang Lin did not seek to save the malevolent entity. He aimed to protect the goddess. If he were to kill the spirit, the goddess would inevitably perish as well, vanishing from existence without a trace. However, if Yushur were to submit and comply, it would be better than allowing the goddess to perish alongside him. Indeed. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Yushur's expression shifted. Even the ancient divine Ao was ultimately a creature of instinct, ingrained with the desire to survive after a millennium of existence. They were not like humans, who would forsake their lives for a cause. Chapter 203, The Tortoise Demon Blade. After a prolonged internal struggle, accompanied by the combined efforts of the goddess and Yang Lin, Yushur, or rather the malevolent entity, finally succumbed, utterly defeated. Stop. I am willing to submit. I am willing. The voice of the malevolence echoed, ultimately choosing the path of submission over death. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin ceased his actions, granting the entity a moment to breathe, though the goddess did not relent. Young man, I hope you understand one thing. Even if he chooses to submit now, it is merely out of necessity. He cannot wholeheartedly pledge allegiance to you. The goddess's voice resonated. Indeed, although Yushur professed submission, his gaze towards Yang Lin still bore traces of disdain and contempt. Yang Lin recognized that his current strength was woefully inadequate. A mere grain of sand compared to these ancient powers, the disparity was insurmountable. Senior, one day in the future, I will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of humanity. Yang Lin declared with unwavering conviction. Let us hope so, and may you not regret today's choice, the goddess replied, and as her words faded, a black blade sword from Yang Lin's storage pouch, a manifestation of the goddess's influence that he did not obstruct. The blade hovered above Yushur's head, and as a melody played, a dark aura slowly siphoned from the shattered form of Yushur, gradually filling the blade. Vile creature. Despicable. The malevolence's voice returned. Fully aware that the goddess intended to refine him into a spirit and bind his essence within the blade, effectively locking his soul away. In contrast, the malevolence preferred to possess a corporeal form, yet Yushur's body was irrevocably damaged, and neither the goddess nor Yang Lin would permit him to restore himself with blood. Becoming a spirit was, therefore, his best option, albeit the malevolence was dissatisfied. As an ancient deity, he believed that if he were to become a spirit, it should be within a divine weapon, not a mere ordinary tool unworthy of his essence. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lin was filled with astonishment and exhilaration. Today had broadened his horizons. He had long known of the existence of spiritual weapons, wherein the essence contained within was the spirit itself. The soul of this ancient tortoise should possess significant quality. Confining it within this blade would surely yield a powerful weapon. Although Yang Lin had compelled the malevolence to submit, his true intention resembled that of a pact between a demon and a human, never anticipating the current outcome. As the last remnants of dark energy merged into the demonic blade, the tortoise's soul was entirely sealed within. The goddess's ethereal form grew increasingly insubstantial, on the brink of vanishing. With her final reserves of strength, her voice echoed once more. Young man, tread carefully on the path ahead. This is your choice, and you must bear the consequences. The malevolence is not dead. Should it retaliate, summon me before your demise, and I shall ensure we perish together. To Yang Lin's surprise, the demonic blade began to speak, its voice cold and ominous. Fear not. Since I have chosen to submit, I shall not go back on my word. Yet, Yang Lin could detect a hint of disdain in its tone, lacking in sincerity. Summon? How shall I summon you, senior? Is there a method? Yang Lin inquired. Understanding that the transfer of the spirit had likely drained the goddess's strength, and she would soon enter a state of dormancy to recover her essence. When she next awoke, it could be ages hence. Within the pool, beneath the original position of my statue, lie 10 ice spirit pearls, intended to suppress the malevolence. Now that it has escaped, the pearls are rendered useless, yet they contain my cultivation. Today, you are fortunate. Refine the pearls, and once you have assimilated 3, you will know how to summon me. At your current level, summoning is beyond your capability. Even if I were to tell you, it would only burden you further. Hearing the goddess's words, Yang Lin could not help but smirk, realizing that her concerns stemmed from his inadequacy. He was unworthy of such knowledge. The phrasing felt oddly familiar, as though he had encountered it before. Understood. Without contradiction, Yang Lin nodded in agreement. After a millennium, it seemed a chapter could finally conclude. As the goddess's voice dwindled, her form returned to the belly of Xiaohua, falling silent. The chamber fell back into tranquility, save for the demonic blade suspended in midair. Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, descending from the corpse beneath him, seizing the blade and claiming dominion over it. Upon grasping the demonic blade, Yang Lin immediately felt an icy aura, as though it sought to envelop him, without the support of his internal energy and the star technique to suppress it. He feared he would soon become a mere sculpture of ice. It appeared that wielding the true potential of this blade would not be a simple task. Compared to the ordinary black blade he had possessed before, the current demonic blade emanated a faint purple hue, its surface glistening with a transformed luster, as if the very essence of the scythe had altered through this process. Regaining his focus, Yang Lin appeared to recall something and spoke to Xuanwu. Xuanwu, let's keep the goddess's statue within you for now. Be sure not to damage it. At Yang Lin's words, Xuanwu nodded in agreement. Having completed these tasks, Yang Lin approached the stone tortoise with its shattered head, from which a continuous stream of red light flowed. With a mere thought, he halted the crimson glow, retracting it back into the tortoise's body. Seeing this, Yang Lin's heart leapt with joy. It seemed he could control this essence, once more focusing his will. A deep red blood pearl floated forth from the statue, landing gently in Yang Lin's palm. Gazing at the crimson orb, he felt a twinge of curiosity. He had sensed it moments ago, and with a mere thought, it had emerged. Xuanwu, seemingly aware of its significance, swiftly explained, Master, this is the demon core of that ancient tortoise, akin to a human's golden core. Although she stated this, Yang Lin could detect an undertone of excitement in her voice, as if she had stumbled upon a precious treasure. Chapter 204. Opportunity. Would you like to eat this? Yang Lin inquired, considering that it was the inner core of the ancient divine tortoise, which would likely hold significant benefits for his companion, the spirit beast Xuanwu. However, upon hearing this, Xuanwu quickly shook its head and earnestly gazed at Yang Lin, its voice resonating within his mind. Master, I do not require this inner core. I only need you to share some of the blood with me. Taken aback momentarily, Yang Lin did not hesitate to gently draw forth the red light associated with the blood of the ancient divine tortoise. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could now control this process. The crimson light, guided by his will, soared towards Xuanwu. Ecstatic, Xuanwu opened its mouth and eagerly absorbed the blood. As it consumed the essence, a faint glow enveloped its body, suggesting a potential breakthrough. Yang Lin, recognizing the significance of this moment, chose not to intrude but instead found a suitable spot nearby to sit cross-legged, contemplating the inner core in his hand. This was the inner core of a millennia-old divine tortoise, brimming with an abundance of true energy or demonic power, far exceeding his imagination. Should he manage to absorb the entirety of this power, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Liu Pei had previously indicated that Yang Lin's current strength was already sufficient to break through to the qi refinement stage. He merely lacked an opportunity. And perhaps this was precisely that moment. After ensuring no threats lurked nearby, Yang Lin securely closed the stone door of the underground palace. As for Yushur, he had long since become a lifeless corpse, posing no further danger. Having completed these preparations, Yang Lin glanced at Xuanwu, who was still engrossed in absorbing the precious blood. After a moment of reflection, he decided to share a portion of the divine tortoise's blood with Xuanwu once more. He could see that this essence was indeed a tremendous boon for the spirit beast, as its overwhelming aura continued to grow, hinting at a possible breakthrough. Though Yang Lin was not well versed in the realms of spirit beasts, he understood that their cultivation was not dissimilar to that of humans. Missing this chance for advancement could mean waiting an indeterminate time for the next opportunity. After tending to these matters, he chose a quiet corner of the underground palace to sit down and retrieve the inner core. Simultaneously, he took out the starry jade. Having noticed earlier that it seemed to resonate with the inner core, the jade emitted a soft glow, intensifying as it approached the inner core. Yang Lin sensed that it likely concealed some secret, for he had never truly examined its potential since acquiring it. Even the ancient Qingwei had been unaware of the jade's hidden treasures, treating it merely as an ordinary storage item, a gross misallocation of its true value. Unfortunately, Yang Lin's current strength was insufficient to explore its depths, but now that he had found an object that resonated with it, he felt compelled to bring the two treasures together. Anticipating some extraordinary phenomenon, Yang Lin was soon disheartened to find that the starry jade, which had previously reacted, had returned to a state of calm, the gentle glow now completely extinguished. Puzzled, he attempted to separate and then reunite the two items. Yet the earlier vibrancy failed to manifest. After several fruitless attempts, he realized that further effort would only waste time. It would be more prudent to absorb the inner core of the demonic beast. What he needed most at this moment was strength. Only by growing sufficiently powerful could he shoulder all burdens and fulfill his aspirations, venturing into the world while aiding Xiao Feng'er. Yang Lin had not contemplated the matters beyond this point, as they felt too distant and elusive. With a resolute mindset, he adjusted his state to its optimal condition, exhaling a deep breath before grasping the inner core, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. As the inner core entered his body, he distinctly felt it transform into a torrent of profound spiritual energy, integrating with him. The energy surged like ocean tides, continuously washing over him. Initially, Yang Lin managed to operate the starry technique to absorb the released energy, but soon he realized he could no longer bear it. The overwhelming spiritual force flooded his entire being, nearly filling him to the brim. At that moment, Yang Lin felt as though he were swelling, the expansion accelerating, accompanied by a suffocating sense of helplessness. Additionally, waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, akin to 1,000 thorns piercing his heart, an agony beyond description. He could not utter a sound, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and blood oozed from his skin, quickly staining his garments crimson. Just then, the red light from the statue, representing the ancient divine tortoise's blood, began to swirl towards him at great speed, enveloping him in its embrace. With the last remnants of the essence drawn away, the statue crumbled into ashes, dissipating into the ether. Yang Lin, however, was too consumed by his suffering to notice. His only concern was whether he could survive this ordeal. The unparalleled pain relentlessly tore at his flesh and spirit, and as the red light enveloped him, it pressed inward with a fervor. On the verge of collapse, Yang Lin felt as though the situation had only worsened. No, I cannot die like this. He had already faced death once, having fought to return to life. Could he truly surrender it all now? Foolish child. Do you believe that your frail body can withstand the power of the ancestor? You are gravely mistaken. It will not be long before you explode from within. And even I will be unable to save you. Chapter 205. Emergence. The divine tortoise, confined within the blade, slowly began to speak. Its tone laced with disdain and mockery. Yang Lin had allowed the goddess to seal him within this sword. While he had indeed survived, he had irrevocably lost his freedom. For a beast, freedom ranks just below life itself. They fear death, yet they despise captivity, and would never bow beneath any entity, let alone a human. However, at this moment, Yang Lin had no time to concern himself with the tortoise's plight. He was wholly absorbed in the cultivation of the star technique, tirelessly absorbing the influx of spiritual energy within him. Crack! At that instant, a crisp sound echoed as the piece of star jade before Yang Lin unexpectedly split apart, releasing a burst of milky light that surged into his mind. Furthermore, a fragment of that milky radiance landed steadily upon the blade that housed the tortoise. The tortoise, which had been ridiculing Yang Lin moments ago, suddenly realized something was amiss. Its voice trembled with terror as it shrieked. You. How do you possess this power? You are one of the ancient flame clan. The tortoise's voice diminished, vanishing amidst a growing panic. The once menacing demonic blade, which had exuded a chilling aura, now appeared clear and radiant. The last vestige of malevolence had been entirely purged. The demonic blade was transformed, likely into a divine weapon. Simultaneously, Yang Lin, as the milky light integrated into his being, absorbed the accompanying techniques from the star jade. Initially, he did not comprehend the potential of this milky energy to aid him. Despair had begun to creep in, and he was almost ready to surrender and wait. However, once the star power melded into him, the star technique activated rapidly, spinning wildly and voraciously, drawing upon the seemingly infinite spiritual energy within Yang Lin. Not only had the tortoise's power been summoned, but even the strength he had absorbed from Ouyang Yunshuang was now fully mobilized. Previously, the activation of the star technique would merely create a small vortex, drawing only a trifling amount of spiritual energy during cultivation. Yet now, that small vortex had transformed into a cosmic expanse, resembling a galaxy. The capacity to absorb power was boundless. Even a doubling of this influx would be manageable. Though Yang Lin did not fully understand the nature of these events, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived and resolutely resolved not to let it slip away. He propelled the star technique with fervor. As all the spiritual energy surged towards his dantian, Yang Lin resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming the surrounding spiritual forces, merging them with his own for his benefit. Young one, I am the last patriarch of the ancient flame clan. To ensure humanity's continuation, I sacrificed everything to seal the malevolent spirits. Now, what you hear is the last remnant of my consciousness. Since our paths have crossed, it signifies a fateful bond between us. This star jade conceals my lifetime of techniques and power. Once you fully refine and absorb it, you may ascend to the pinnacle of the mortal realm. The star technique is the sole key to obtaining all of this. Whether you succeed depends on your own fortune. I must caution you, without a sufficiently robust body, be wary of exploding from within. The aged voice gradually faded into oblivion, leaving Yang Lin to return to consciousness. He found himself in an extraordinarily enigmatic space, surrounded by an ethereal void, unable to discern the current state of his own body. It must be said that his internal condition was dire. His meridians were entirely clogged with demonic energy, and the demonic core was terrifyingly potent. Yang Lin could not help but chuckle bitterly. Moreover, as the techniques and power from the star jade flooded into him, he felt as though his entire being was congested, even his mind overwhelmed. Had it been anyone else witnessing such a scenario, they would have likely succumbed to despair. Yet, after enduring prolonged, arduous training, Yang Lin had grown accustomed to such challenges. He understood that by gradually absorbing the energy, he could dissipate it all. Furthermore, the elder had mentioned the need for a formidable body. Was this not tailor-made for him? The strength of Yang Lin's physique was now beyond his own comprehension. Even Liu Pei had remarked that his physique seemed to exceed that of Liu Pei's. This was no jest. As Yang Lin's realm ascended, his physical strength would undergo successive breakthroughs, and only with sufficient power could he unleash the full potential of his body. Was not the opportunity laid before him precisely this? Realizing this, Yang Lin hesitated no longer and began to fervently absorb the spiritual energy within him. The practice was always tedious and lengthy. Initially, Yang Lin could only focus on absorbing spiritual energy. However, as time passed, he began to cultivate, while simultaneously studying the techniques in his mind. Yang Lin discovered that his consciousness was exceptionally clear, allowing him to grasp complex methods with ease and commit them to memory. Through mental simulation of his cultivation, he became proficient in various techniques and martial skills. Eventually, he became unsatisfied with mere visualization and began to manifest a small figure in his mind, mirroring his own appearance, as he practiced all the techniques and martial arts, enhancing his combat skills. Throughout this protracted period, Yang Lin lost track of time, and when he finally regained awareness, he realized that all the spiritual energy within him had been thoroughly absorbed. Whether it originated from the demonic core or was contributed by the star jade, it had all been transformed into his essence. The techniques and martial skills in his mind were now fully mastered. At this moment, Yang Lin understood it was time to emerge from his seclusion. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find darkness before him. With a flick of his finger, a cracking sound echoed as the blood cocoon encasing him shattered, leaving him entirely bare, his garments torn alongside the shell. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, Yang Lin recognized that he was still within the subterranean palace. After a brief physical stretch, his body emitted a series of crackling sounds. Observing his current form, he noted his skin was as fair as jade, and he had grown significantly taller, reaching a height of nearly 6 feet. Though his physique was lean, his muscles were remarkably resilient. Even standing still, he could sense the latent explosive power within. Chapter 206. Perhaps I have grown stronger. As Yang Lin slowly closed his eyes, he sought to assess his current physical state. However, the astonishing scene within him left him utterly astounded. At that moment, it felt as if his body could encompass the entire universe, with vast galaxies and countless stars, an inexhaustible source of true energy that even he found terrifying. Exiting his meditative state, Yang Lin quickly donned a piece of clothing and surveyed the familiar surroundings, unaware of how long he had lingered there. Master. At that moment, a voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to Xuanwu. Turning around, he was surprised to find not the fiery little serpent he expected, but a stunning maiden with flowing red hair and a peach-like complexion. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes, and inquired, Xuanwu? Yes, master. It is I, Xuanwu. She replied with a sweet smile, her mood evidently buoyant. But how did you transform? He asked, intrigued. In response, Xuanwu explained that after consuming the blood essence of the ancient divine tortoise, her cultivation surged. Initially, it was insufficient, but upon exiting her meditation, she discovered the additional blood essence Yang Lin had left for her. With that essence, she was finally able to attain full realization, taking human form and breaking through the final barrier. The form she bore now was a result of her breakthrough, and she had initially worried that Yang Lin might not favor it. Yet, when she found him in the underground palace, he was enveloped in a blood cocoon, prompting her to wait silently by his side. To her delight, she discovered that the fluctuations emanating from Yang Lin's cultivation could also impact her own progress. Thus, she chose to accompany him in his training, and during that time, she had awakened briefly to calculate that he had been cultivating for nearly a week. Listening to Xuanwu's explanation, Yang Lin nodded slowly, realizing that a week had slipped by unnoticed, time passing swiftly. However, within the depths of his cultivation, it felt as though he had traversed centuries. Perhaps this was the enigmatic nature of such a profound meditative state. Reflecting on his journey through the underground palace, Yang Lin felt immensely grateful for the benefits he had reaped. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the black blade that lay on the ground into his hand. At this moment, Yang Lin felt confident that he could subdue the ancient tortoise. Yet, as he searched for its trace within the blade, he found nothing. The malevolent energy had been entirely purified, and the black blade had now transformed into a soulless weapon. This peculiar scene prompted Yang Lin to recall the moment during his cultivation when the celestial jade shattered, seemingly releasing a fragment of spiritual energy that had evolved the demonic blade. Thus, it seemed the ancient tortoise had perished completely, leaving behind only its power and cultivation, which Yang Lin had fortuitously inherited. Moreover, the celestial jade had fully integrated with him. Without hesitation, Yang Lin focused his intent and refined the demonic blade, using his own strength to forge a spirit from it. For someone of Yang Lin's current cultivation level, this task was exceedingly simple. "Master, you seem different from before," Xuanwu remarked, unable to fathom the depth of his cultivation. She observed him curiously. Unlike before, she could no longer gauge his strength, as he now appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any discernible aura. This situation could imply two possibilities. Either Yang Lin had truly lost his cultivation and become an ordinary individual, or his prowess had surpassed her own, rendering her unable to perceive it. Naturally, Xuanwu preferred to believe the latter, yet the reality of either scenario seemed nearly impossible for an ordinary person. "Perhaps I have indeed grown stronger," Yang Lin mused, his mindset having transformed after what felt like centuries of cultivation. His aura had become significantly steadier. As for why Xuanwu could not sense his cultivation, it was simply concealed by Yang Lin himself. It was safe to say that unless he chose to reveal it, virtually no one could detect it, not even Meng Kuo. Yang Lin was eager to confront Meng Kuo and test the extent of his current strength. With a smile, he sheathed the black blade and gently ruffled Xuanwu's hair. Now in human form, her joy was evident, her emotions written plainly on her face. "Let us go. It is time. We must not keep Lu Ruoying and Su Shaoqin waiting." With that, Yang Lin took a step forward and reappeared at the stone door of the underground palace. Before departing, he collected the essence left by Yu Ji. Though it had little value given his current cultivation, he also possessed other means to awaken Yu Ji from her slumber, but with the ancient divine tortoise now deceased, he decided to allow her to remain within Xuanwu. Contemplating briefly, he flicked his finger, shattering the stone door with a resounding crash, causing the entire palace to tremble. "Let us go," Yang Lin commanded, and immediately, Xuanwu felt a gentle wave of true energy supporting her body as they soared into the air. The speed was so swift that Xuanwu barely had time to react before she found herself suspended atop a mountain peak. Yang Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying a celestial being descended from the heavens, radiating an unparalleled aura that even Xuanwu could not help but revere. Indeed, her master had transformed, becoming a figure of strength that she could only admire. This realization brought her joy as she cherished the prospect of remaining by his side. "Let us return." Observing the surroundings, Yang Lin quickly sensed the presence of Lu Ruoying and Su Shaoqin, and with a swift motion, he flew towards them. The two figures glimmered like streaks of light, soon appearing above Lu Ruoying and Su Shaoqin. Throughout this time, Lu Ruoying had remained in place, waiting patiently with the little fox that was Su Shaoqin, anticipating Yang Lin's return. Though a week had passed, Lu Ruoying understood the complexity of Yang Lin's situation and knew that time was of the essence. This indicated that Yang Lin was still alive, which brought her happiness and a steadfast patience as she awaited his return. Chapter 207. You seem different as they approached their destination. The little fire immediately transformed back into a crimson serpent, albeit one that appeared somewhat altered. Its form now more refined with colorful stripes adorning its body. With a swift motion, the serpent darted into Yang Lin's sleeve, coiling around his wrist. Yang Lin did not resist. He gently descended, appearing before Lu Ruoying and Su Shaoqin. Upon witnessing Yang Lin's sudden arrival, Lu Ruoying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the sight before her, while Su Shaoqin reacted swiftly, leaping from Lu Ruoying's embrace and landing in Yang Lin's arms. Though Su Shaoqin and Lu Ruoying had enjoyed a harmonious week together, the sight of Yang Lin evoked overwhelming excitement within her. Yang Lin's gaze was filled with affection as he tenderly stroked Su Shaoqin's hair. After a brief moment, his eyes shifted to Lu Ruoying, who still appeared dazed, and he slowly uttered, "I am back." The sound of his voice jolted Lu Ruoying from her reverie. She noticed the dramatic transformation in Yang Lin, to the point where even he seemed unrecognizable. "You seem different." Lu Ruoying's cheeks flushed as she beheld Yang Lin, whose intense gaze radiated warmth. Previously handsome, he now exuded an unparalleled charm, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Lu Ruoying had never encountered such a remarkable individual, let alone a man of his caliber. Indeed, much has transpired. Yang Lin recounted his experiences within the underground palace, omitting the details of his 100-year cultivation but mentioning that he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and had significantly enhanced his abilities over the past week. Listening to Yang Lin, Lu Ruoying observed him closely and was astonished to realize that she could no longer fathom his strength. It seemed to have surpassed her own. Could it truly be that he had surpassed her in just a week? Although Lu Ruoying's heart resisted this notion, the evidence before her rendered any arguments futile. "Let me protect you now. I am quite strong," Yang Lin declared earnestly, extending his hand to gently brush Lu Ruoying's cheek, tucking away a loose strand of hair. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruoying felt her cheeks grow warm, caught between the instinct to reject or accept his gentle touch. In the past, While she would not have outright rejected such attention, she would have felt discomfort. However, after a week apart, she had found herself constantly thinking of Yanglin, feeling an inexplicable void in his absence. Only upon his return did her heart feel whole again. Yes. Without hesitation, Lu Ruoying nodded slowly, implicitly accepting Yanglin's words. The two exchanged pleasantries, conversing as if they were young lovers, with Yanglin maintaining a serene smile while Lu Ruoying's heart raced as if she were truly in love. Well, a week has already passed. It is time we head to Xuanwu Mountain. Yanglin had not forgotten the purpose of his journey, to visit the Hunyuan sect. This path had been laid out for him by Lu Pei, and although he now possessed sufficient strength, he still wished to witness it for himself. Regardless of whether he would be accepted, Yanglin believed that Xuanwu Mountain would be a significant battleground for his reputation. By the way, I have gathered some news during my time in the nearby towns. Tomorrow morning, the Hunyuan sect will hold a competition. And it is said that a new disciple will emerge from the participants, Lu Ruoying recalled, addressing Yanglin. Upon hearing this, Yanglin nodded slowly, glancing at the time and estimating that dawn was only a few hours away. If we depart now, even at full speed, it would take until tomorrow evening to reach the Hunyuan sect, and I fear. Lu Ruoying frowned, realizing that if they missed the selection of the disciple, even if Yanglin arrived later, it would be too late. Despite having Lu Pei and Duan Jin assisting him, who could guarantee that Yanglin's strength would surpass that of the chosen disciple? As Lu Ruoying hesitated, Yanglin smiled and reassured her, "It is sufficient. We will make it in time. Perhaps we can even enjoy breakfast at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain before we ascend." Lu Ruoying was puzzled by Yanglin's unwavering confidence when suddenly, she felt her body begin to rise gently, following Yanglin as they walked in midair. She could distinctly sense an invisible force lifting her, allowing her to float above the ground, walking in midair, and carrying someone with you. Realizing this, Lu Ruoying's pupils constricted in astonishment, turning to Yanglin, who wore a broad smile. She understood that this incredible feat was his doing. In just a few days, Yanglin had reached such heights? To achieve such a feat, one must at least be at the golden core stage, let alone while carrying another person. Even Lu Ruoying herself could not manage such a thing. She usually relied on her legs for travel. You have broken through to the golden core? Lu Ruoying could no longer contain her curiosity, gazing at Yanglin with wide eyes. Yanglin pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. I suppose so. For him, breaking through to the golden core had occurred decades ago, so his response was not a lie. Upon receiving Yanglin's confirmation, Lu Ruoying felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. To have advanced to the golden core stage in just a week sparked her curiosity about the opportunity Yanglin had encountered in the underground palace. Let us depart, Yanglin softly urged, accelerating their pace, prompting Lu Ruoying to grasp his waist tightly in surprise. Yanglin thoroughly enjoyed the closeness, oblivious to the blush adorning Lu Ruoying's cheeks. Xuanwu Mountain and the Hunyuan sect awaited them. As dawn began to break, it was destined to be a bustling day at Xuanwu Mountain. Various sects had already gathered at the foot of the mountain, not participating in the selection themselves and thus lacking the privilege to ascend. However, those disciples who were competing had begun their ascent, step by step. Chapter 208. Awaiting for a long time as time elapsed, the sun gradually ascended, drawing closer to the moment of the contest. The gates of the Hunyuan sect were not particularly bustling. Rather, they exuded a sense of simplicity and a return to the essence of nature. Nestled against the mountains, the entire Xuanwu Mountain resembled a sword piercing the heavens, shrouded in swirling mists. Among the competitors was Ming Rong, who, after undergoing rigorous training under Meng Kuo and his grandfather, had made remarkable strides in strength. He had even transcended the foundational stage, reaching the first level of the Tongxian realm, placing him among the stronger contenders. In addition, numerous formidable individuals were vying for the coveted position of the final disciple, promising an intensely competitive atmosphere once the contest commenced. Atop the mountain gate, Hunyuanzi, the sect leader, had long awaited the arrival of the disciples. Observing the disciples ascending step by step, Hunyuanzi stood with his hands clasped behind him, his white beard fluttering gracefully before him, embodying an ethereal presence. Given the significance of recruiting disciples for the Hunyuan sect, Hunyuanzi was personally present. This time, the contestants hailed from diverse corners of the world, and it was undeniable that their quality surpassed that of previous years. Notably, upon spotting Ming Rong, Hunyuanzi nodded in apparent approval. Besides Ming Rong, only a handful of others garnered similar appreciation. In truth, the trials had commenced the moment they set foot on Xuanwu Mountain. The endless staircase before them was no ordinary flight. It was crafted from the Wanshuan stone, capable of sealing true energy, coupled with the formations established by the talismanic masters. Entering the staircase's vicinity rendered the use of true energy impossible, while the pressure on their bodies multiplied. The ascent became increasingly strenuous, with many already struggling to maintain their posture, drenched in sweat. This staircase comprised 1,000 steps, and only those who successfully ascended would qualify for the ensuing contest. Historically, it was known that nearly 90% of participants would be eliminated by this trial alone. The Xuanwu sect's reputation attracted numerous hopefuls, eager to test their luck. To deter opportunists, this was merely the first phase of the trial. Failing to conquer this challenge meant that further participation would be a futile endeavor. Currently leading the ascent was a burly man from the Xuanwu sect, the young master of his generation. Gifted from a young age, he possessed immense physical strength, complemented by years of rigorous training and body refinement techniques, rendering the pressures he faced negligible. Following closely behind was Meng Rong, who, bolstered by his cultivation and recent advancements, managed to keep pace, with less than 300 steps remaining to the summit. These final 300 steps were particularly daunting, representing the first trial for these prodigies. Trailing behind was an elegantly dressed scholar, whose frail physique still pressed on. He adjusted his breath, ascending steadily behind Meng Rong, his pace measured yet seemingly at full exertion. Xuanwu took special note of this scholar, recognizing that he was preserving his strength throughout the trial. Despite his delicate appearance, the scholar's physical fortitude was formidable, and Xuanwu suspected that his strength could rival that of the Xuanwu sect's young master. Further down the line was a young woman, a rare sight among the competitors. With her long ponytail and spirited demeanor, she was no less formidable than the three before her, embodying the spirit of a heroine. She closely trailed the scholar, leaving the other contestants far behind. The four of them advanced step by step, drawing ever closer to the summit. After half an hour, the Xuanwu sect's young master reached the peak first, followed by Meng Rong, then the scholar, and finally the young woman. All four, upon reaching the summit, were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground to catch their breath. With only 1 hour remaining for this initial trial, those who failed to reach the summit within this time would forfeit their chance to continue. Observing the scene, it seemed that only a few would succeed in the trial. After a brief respite, the four atop the peak exchanged nods, acknowledging one another as they turned their attention to the remaining contestants. The ascent tested both physical strength and endurance. Those who could persevere had a significant chance of success. With half an hour still left, several more contestants managed to reach the summit. The many had already succumbed to exhaustion and opted to withdraw. Continuing in such a manner could jeopardize their health. Xuanwu glanced at the time. The sun had fully risen, leaving only a scant quarter of an hour until the trial concluded. Currently, only 10 individuals had successfully reached the summit. Meng Rong scanned the area for Yang Lin but was taken aback to find him absent. Had Yang Lin been intimidated and chosen not to participate in the trials of the Xuanwu sect? Or had he encountered unforeseen misfortune on his way to Xuanwu Mountain? Contemplating this, Meng Rong felt a deeper concern for the latter possibility. He had longed for an opportunity to confront Yang Lin once more, as he had suffered defeat at Yang Lin's hands previously, a humiliation he yearned to rectify. But if Yang Lin did not appear, how could Meng Rong justifiably best him in the arena? Would that mean the shame of his prior defeat would be forever unavenged? As the weight of this realization dawned on him, Meng Rong clenched his fists, his gaze reflecting a sense of unwillingness. Even if Yang Lin were to arrive now, with insufficient time remaining, he would not be able to reach the summit. After all, it had taken Meng Rong nearly half an hour to ascend from the foot of the mountain to the peak, even with immense strength. Yang Lin could not possibly accomplish this in under 15 minutes. With a sigh, Meng Rong conceded that perhaps he had been too fixated on this outcome. Xuanwu, too, furrowed his brow. He had been aware of Yang Lin's intention to participate in the trials and recognized him as Liu Pei's disciple. Yet, seeing that Yang Lin had not even made an appearance, Xuanwu felt a twinge of disappointment regarding the individual Liu Pei had favored. Chapter 209, 8 Steps to the Summit. As time slipped away, with less than 10 minutes remaining, the stairway before the Xuanwu sect was eerily vacant. As participants gradually relinquished their efforts, just when everyone assumed that the number of disciples who would succeed in the trial would be capped at 10, a figure emerged before the crowd, clad in a black robe and possessing a tall, striking stature. The individual turned to greet the stunning woman behind him before ascending the steps with deliberate grace. This enchanting woman was none other than Lu Ruoying, cradling Su Shaoqin in her arms, with the little fire spirit nestled closely against her. The figure in the black robe was, of course, Yang Lin. Choosing a minimalist approach for the trial, he had set off from the nameless mountains the previous day, arriving at the foot of Xuanwu Mountain before dawn. After enjoying a delightful breakfast with Lu Ruoying, he strolled leisurely to the base of the mountain. With only a quarter of an hour remaining before the trial concluded, Yang Lin bid farewell to Lu Ruoying and embarked on his ascent. Noticing the arrival of the black-robed figure, Xuanwu furrowed his brow, surprise flickering in his gaze. He realized he could not penetrate Yang Lin's essence. The man before him resembled a bottomless black hole, eluding comprehension no matter how long he stared. Even when Xuanwu employed his true energy to probe Yonglin's secrets, the attempts vanished without a trace. Meng Rong and the three talented individuals beside him simultaneously sensed the presence of the black-robed figure, casting their gazes toward Yonglin. With only 10 minutes left, they reasoned that no matter how formidable the black-robed individual might be, it was impossible to reach the summit in such a brief span. "Do you believe he can reach the top?" the young sect master inquired, his laughter ringing out. However, the trio, including Meng Rong, harbored doubts. They were acutely aware that it had taken them nearly half an hour to reach the summit, and even if Yonglin was exceptionally gifted, achieving such a feat in just 10 minutes seemed implausible. "From my perspective, it is exceedingly difficult," the scholar sighed, seemingly lamenting Yonglin's impending failure, having already resigned himself to the notion of Yonglin's defeat. The young woman, meanwhile, merely scoffed, choosing not to respond to the young sect master's question. For her, the success of others was irrelevant. Her singular aim was to become the last disciple of the Xuanwu sect, embodying the belief that no one could outshine her. Meng Rong, however, exhibited a flicker of hesitation as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the black-robed figure, though he could not recall where he had encountered it. In contrast to the others, Yonglin maintained an air of calm and composure. The moment he set foot on the staircase, he discerned that the steps were not crafted from ordinary marble. While he could still suppress the true energy within him, had this been in the past, he might have been hindered. Yet, the current Yonglin was no longer the same. "What can a mere stone do to deter me?" Yonglin mused with a serene smile beneath his hood, as he gracefully took his second step. This movement elicited gasps from the audience, for he instantly traversed nearly 30 steps, his speed akin to flight, truly astounding. The spectators below, though perhaps unaware of the significance, were struck by awe, while those who had participated in the trials regarded Yonglin as a monster. Despite the preceding steps being relatively unremarkable, no one had ever leaped 30 steps without so much as a hint of struggle, not even the top 4 who had reached the summit. The young sect master, who had been laughing moments before, found his expression darkening, his mirth entirely evaporated. "This fellow," he thought, casting a wary gaze at the black-robed man, his eyes reflecting a fleeting hostility, yet this sentiment was short-lived. After all, Yonglin was still a great distance from the summit. However, the subsequent scene left everyone astounded once more. As Yonglin stepped forward again, he ascended 50 levels in an instant. Following this, he took a third step, soaring past 100 levels. With each subsequent step, Yonglin navigated the staircase with the ease of walking on flat ground. The so-called pressures posed no challenge to him, proving utterly ineffective. The stairway consisted of 1,000 steps, with each level increasing the pressure. By the time one reached the 1,000th level, the force could crush a piece of ordinary granite. Only the elite among practitioners could withstand such pressure. Yet, Yonglin scaled the summit with 8 effortless steps, rendering even the final level incapable of presenting any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, the crowd found themselves in stunned silence, the only sounds being the distant calls of serpents and birds echoing through the mountains. This individual cannot be a monster, can he? How did he achieve this? The feat of ascending 8 steps to the summit had never before occurred in the history of the Xuanwu sect. The spectators below stood in utter disbelief, watching Yonglin reach the summit in mere minutes, their expressions frozen in astonishment. This was the Xuanwu sect, a place meticulously designed for trials, where they had witnessed the struggles of the most gifted individuals, regardless of their lineage. Everyone had to conceal their brilliance here. No one could reveal their true prowess. Yet, Yonglin was the glaring exception. "Master, the time is nearly upon us." A voice emerged from beneath the black robe, snapping the dazed sect master back to reality. He cast a deep glance at Yonglin before finally speaking. "As of now, 11 individuals may progress to the second stage of the trial." Xuanwu's announcement jolted the other participants from their astonishment. Having witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, it was a feat in itself that they could regain their composure. The gazes directed at Yonglin were now akin to those reserved for a monster, especially Meng Rong, whose eyes reflected a mix of confusion and fear. If he were to encounter Yonglin in the forthcoming trials, he doubted he could withstand even a single blow. To exhibit such terrifying strength amidst the 1,000 steps was, without a doubt, a formidable display of might. However, it wasn't long before these prodigies concocted justifications for themselves, convincing one another that Yonglin must have uncovered the secret to the steps, exploiting a loophole. Surely, his true strength could not be vastly superior to their own. Chapter 210. No need. With this realization, the confidence of the crowd was immediately restored. They had not anticipated that ascending the stairs had its own secrets. Had they known earlier, their arduous climb might have been spared. This thought lingered in their minds. Yet, only Xuanwu understood that these individuals were merely deceiving themselves. Yonglin's prowess was beyond even his perception as the sect leader. Could it be that this person's strength surpassed his own? The mere possibility of this notion caused Hunyuanzi's expression to shift. After all, they were currently recruiting disciples. Why would Yang Lin seek to join the Hunyuan sect? However, seeing that Yang Lin remained silent, Hunyuanzi decided to play along, opting to observe further. If Yang Lin's intentions were indeed harmful to the Hunyuan sect, the truth would eventually reveal itself. In other places, Hunyuanzi might have been cautious, but here at the Hunyuan sect's mountain gate, even the foremost expert of the current Great Xia, Meng Kuo, would have difficulty gaining any advantage. The second trial, in fact, was quite simple. Hunyuanzi had prepared a trial stone for each participant. As long as each person infused their genuine energy into the stone and successfully activated it, they would pass. However, this seemingly simple task tested each individual's innate talent, their control over genuine energy, and their cultivation level. Moreover, Hunyuanzi had previously cautioned that each trial stone contained a mysterious technique. No one knew what was hidden within, if luck and strength aligned. One could acquire this technique while passing the trial. The Hunyuan sect would not reclaim this technique, offering it as a welcoming gift for entering the sect. Regardless of whether they would ultimately succeed in joining as the last disciple, this technique would not be taken back. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the many talented individuals present. It was understood that the techniques offered by the Hunyuan sect were of exceptional quality, and their generosity in presenting them was remarkable. It was no surprise that the Hunyuan sect had such a formidable reputation. This was merely the beginning. Soon, under Hunyuanzi's guidance, the group stood before the trial stones. There were 20 stones in total, each person allowed to select one for testing. As long as they could activate their chosen stone, they would proceed to the next stage. Once Hunyuanzi had explained the specific rules, the talented individuals were eager to begin. They eagerly lifted the stones before them. The young sect master took the lead, choosing the largest stone, claiming it was the one that most appealed to him, and urged others not to contest it. The crowd readily accepted this, as the young sect master's strength was evidently the most formidable in the first trial. Only Meng Rong, the scholar, and the young woman seemed capable of challenging him, though they appeared disinclined to compete. Consequently, the others did not harbor any thoughts of contention. Meanwhile, Yang Lin remained at the back, showing no inclination to be the first to choose. In response, the young sect master cast a deliberate glance at Yang Lin, clearly attempting to provoke him, eager to gauge the depths of Yang Lin's strength after his impressive display in the previous challenge. Unfortunately for the young sect master, Yang Lin had no intention of making a move, choosing instead to quietly observe from the rear. Before long, Meng Rong and the others selected their preferred stones, while Yang Lin continued to stand still, merely wandering among the stones. Upon arrival, Yang Lin had already discerned that these stones were merely ordinary testing stones, enhanced by some peculiar inscriptions to create the current effect. Hunyuanzi's words proved accurate. Each stone indeed contained a technique, but these techniques were far too rudimentary for Yang Lin to find appealing. Thus, he remained stationary, utterly uninterested in engaging with these trivial artifacts. It was not just these stones. Even the techniques practiced by Hunyuanzi, the sect leader, were unlikely to pique Yang Lin's interest. Since the others were so eager to choose, he decided to allow them to go first. After a prolonged pause, Yang Lin finally approached a seemingly inconspicuous stone and stepped forward. The others had already begun their trials, placing their hands on the stones, exerting their utmost to channel their genuine energy in an attempt to activate the stones before them. Yet no matter how hard they tried or how fervently they channeled their energy, it felt as though their efforts vanished without a trace. However, Meng Rong and a few others, after several attempts, seemed to uncover the method, gradually controlling their genuine energy according to the rules of the trial stone and infusing it within. Indeed, results soon followed. The first to react was the scholar, whose stone emitted a faint glow, and an influx of information surged into his mind. Realizing this was the technique spoken of by Hunyuanzi, he sat down to enter a state of meditation. Next was the young woman, followed by Meng Rong, while the young sect master was the last to activate his stone and enter into a meditative state. Observing the progress of these four, the remaining talented individuals grew anxious, employing every conceivable method in their attempts to activate their own trial stones. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, the stones remained unresponsive. Half an hour passed swiftly. After such a lengthy period, another individual grasped the underlying principle. The others became increasingly agitated, akin to ants on a hot pan, but no matter how desperate they became, failure remained their only outcome. At this moment, Hunyuanzi's voice resonated slowly, announcing that only 10 minutes remained for the trial. Upon hearing this, the remaining participants were struck with alarm. Would they truly halt their progress at this stage? Meanwhile, Yang Lin, who had been inactive until now, slowly extended his right hand and gently tapped the stone. Instantly, that stone erupted in a dazzling radiance, its reaction far more intense than any before it. As earlier, A stream of milky white light surged toward Yang Lin's brow. Yet, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yang Lin flicked his finger, scattering the luminous essence. Chapter 211. Arrogance unbridled before the gathered crowd, Yang Lin effortlessly dispersed the white light, a clear declaration that he required no so-called techniques. Moreover, the trial stone before him continued to radiate brilliance for nearly 10 seconds until a sharp crack echoed through the air. Upon witnessing this, Xuanwu's expression shifted dramatically, uncertain of its implications. As anticipated, moments later, the trial stone erupted, transforming into countless specks of starlight that scattered across the ground. The stone had been shattered by Yang Lin's true energy, an occurrence unprecedented until now. How could this be possible? The commotion drew the attention of others, particularly Meng Rong, whose pupils constricted at the sight. In comparison to his own abilities, Yang Lin's display was undeniably more extravagant. What had transpired during Yang Lin's time away? Meng Rong pondered, his expression growing increasingly somber. Was it possible that he would once again be outshone by Yang Lin? With the stone's destruction, Yang Lin recognized that he had indeed passed the trial. He settled onto the ground, slowly closing his eyes as if in meditation, awaiting the conclusion of the others' trials. Xuanwu, however, remained fixated on Yang Lin, seemingly oblivious to the others. There was no denying the profound impact Yang Lin had made on him. Xuanwu even found himself unable to penetrate the veil of mystery surrounding Yang Lin. Was this individual truly here merely to learn? Unbeknownst to him, Xuanwu harbored suspicions that Yang Lin might be here to challenge the sect. It was unheard of for someone to shatter a trial stone with true energy. While Xuanwu believed he could accomplish the same feat now, as the head of the Xuanyuan sect, he wondered if it was somewhat unfair to compete against Yang Lin. Where had Liu Pei discovered such a prodigy? Xuanwu recalled the words of Zhuan Jin upon his return. He must keep an eye on Yang Lin, for he might bring unexpected surprises. Indeed, Yang Lin offered not only surprises but also considerable shocks. His prowess surpassed Xuanwu's wildest expectations. Before long, an hour had passed, and those who had successfully endured the trial gradually emerged from their meditative states. Though they could not fully grasp the techniques acquired, they had certainly taken their first steps towards understanding, their memories now filled with the remaining aspects of the techniques to be revisited later for practice. The first to exit the meditative state was Meng Rong, his speed considerably faster than the others. However, he felt no joy in this moment. Instead, his gaze fell upon Yang Lin, who had just witnessed the latter shatter the stone. In an effort not to be outdone, Meng Rong had attempted the same, but found his true energy insufficient, nearly exhausting him in mere seconds. He was genuinely curious about how Yang Lin had achieved such a feat. Next to emerge was the young sect master, whose physical prowess and training speed indeed earned him the title of a dragon among men. Unlike others who appeared somewhat clumsy while practicing techniques, the young sect master excelled. Following him was the young lady, and finally, the scholar. Among the remaining disciples, 2 more had also passed the trial. Thus, a total of 6 individuals, including Yang Lin, had successfully navigated this second stage, which had eliminated 5 participants. It was commonly said that the trials of the Xuanyuan sect sought the most exceptional individuals in the world, and this assertion seemed entirely warranted. Each disciple participating in the trials was undoubtedly a genius in their respective sects, yet after merely 2 rounds, only 6 remained. As Xuanwu surveyed the successful candidates, his gaze ultimately settled on the still meditative Yang Lin. In contrast to the others, Yang Lin appeared remarkably composed, embodying the tranquility of a monk in deep meditation, as if everything unfolded according to his expectations, or perhaps he remained indifferent to his surroundings. Nevertheless, Xuanwu felt compelled to speak, addressing the other 6. "You may depart. The final disciple to join our sect has been confirmed." As these words left his lips, the expressions of the remaining 6, including Meng Rong, shifted dramatically. What did this mean? They had all passed the second round of tests, only to be abruptly dismissed? What kind of rule was this? Was it true that the Xuanyuan sect valued connections over merit? "I refuse to accept this," one of the newly successful disciples exclaimed. Stepping forward, he was one of the 2 who had passed the trial aside from Meng Rong and the others. Though not among the strongest, he was certainly not the weakest. Aware that he might not match Meng Rong and his companions, he still wished to contest for the final spot. "Indeed, I too refuse to accept this. Why must we leave after passing? If we must depart, it should be contingent upon the next trial. The winners and losers can be determined there. If defeated, we would leave without complaint," another voice chimed in. Similarly, Meng Rong and his companions were also discontent, their gazes fixed firmly on Xuanwu. Clearly, they were not in agreement with his decision. "It appears you hold a strong disagreement with my decision," Xuanwu mused, stroking his graying beard, unfazed, a smile gracing his face. Senior, while our strength may seem insignificant in your eyes, those standing here are all exceptional individuals. Our futures are undoubtedly boundless. We implore you to reconsider. You might just change your mind, Meng Rong interjected, confident in his own abilities, believing he could contend with anyone, regardless of who the chosen candidate might be. Upon hearing this, the young sect master, the scholar, and the young lady also stood in solidarity against Han Yuanzi's decision. Being prodigies in their own right, they possessed a certain pride they would never concede without having fought. To earn their respect, a display of sufficient strength was necessary. If they were to be dismissed without a fight, that was simply unacceptable. Do you not wish to inquire who this chosen candidate is? Han Yuanzi chuckled, prompting the others to finally focus their attention on him. Chapter 212. Time is of the essence who? The question echoed through the air as everyone spoke almost in unison, except for Meng Rong, who seemed to sense something and cast his gaze upon Yang Lin. At this moment, Yang Lin remained undisturbed, akin to a monk in deep meditation, oblivious to the happenings around him, still engrossed in nourishing his spirit. His power had undergone tremendous transformation, and he was determined to seize every moment to adapt to the true energy coursing within him. Only through complete understanding could he unleash his full potential. The master of Han Yuan slowly extended a hand, pointing in Yang Lin's direction. The crowd turned abruptly, finally noticing the individual seated nearby, eyes closed, seemingly engaged in cultivation. Who was he to warrant such attention? The disciple who had spoken first hesitated, contemplating what sort of person could elicit such remarks from the master of Han Yuan. After scrutinizing Yang Lin for some time, he discerned that there was no trace of energy emanating from him, appearing instead as an ordinary person. Despite sensing something unusual, he remained perplexed, feeling a sense of indignation. If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have remained unaware of his existence, another disciple chimed in. Although the young sect leader and the scholar remained silent, disdain flickered across their faces. To them, Yang Lin's showmanship masked an utter lack of real strength. Even if he had breezed through the first challenge, it was merely due to having discovered the right method. They suspected there might be some connection between Yang Lin and the master of Han Yuan, allowing him to bypass the usual channels to arrive here. As tensions rose, Yang Lin continued to sit there, seemingly oblivious to the brewing storm, a situation that was unprecedented. Conversely, the young woman and Meng Rong regarded Yang Lin with grave expressions, hinting at a wariness towards him. Meng Rong's apprehension was understandable, having faced Yang Lin multiple times and knowing his capabilities. But the young woman's ability to perceive Yang Lin's exceptional nature spoke volumes about her own talents. My friends, if he were to voluntarily withdraw, you would still have a chance to compete. However, as long as he remains, he is the sole candidate in my mind, the master of Han Yuan remarked with a smile. Though Yang Lin kept his eyes closed, his awareness remained attuned to the environment. Upon hearing the master's words, a smirk involuntarily crept across his lips. This old trickster was skillfully deflecting the consequences onto him. It was evident he intended for others to gang up on him. Were it not for Liu Pei's reputation, Yang Lin would have relished the opportunity to retaliate. With the master's statement, the two disciples exchanged knowing glances and nodded, advancing toward Yang Lin. Their intent was clear. They would compel him to withdraw and vacate his spot. Should he refuse, they would be left with no choice but to force him to capitulate. Fellow cultivator, we have all endured numerous trials to arrive here, so surrender is out of the question. We kindly urge you to step aside and relinquish your spot. One of them sneered, the tension palpable as they towered over Yang Lin, exuding an air of hostility. Should Yang Lin dare to object, they would strike without hesitation. As Yang Lin finally opened his eyes and rose, brushing the dust from his clothes, the action appeared mundane, yet in the eyes of the others, it was marked by mediocrity. Given their prowess, they could have effortlessly dispelled the dust with their true energy. It seemed inconceivable that Yang Lin could only rely on his hands. What if I refuse? Yang Lin spoke slowly, his expression calm as he regarded the two before him. In that case, we shall have no choice but to escort you down the mountain, they replied almost in unison, their gazes sharpening with a hint of menace. Yang Lin understood that mere words would not sway them. It was time for them to confront the consequences of their actions. Come at me together. Let us not waste time, Yang Lin declared. And the audacity of his words shocked not only the two disciples before him, but also Meng Rong and the others behind him. Even they, who had fought valiantly, would not have dared to utter such bravado. Those who had made it this far and still stood were undeniably formidable, yet Yang Lin's challenge was bold, indeed. It was audacious. The two disciples exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, they decided to teach Yang Lin a lesson for his insolence. They launched their assault together. Despite having only just met, their synergy was apparent. They targeted Yang Lin's vital points, employing 60% of their strength. Fully aware that someone favored by the master of Han Yuan could not be underestimated. Yet, as their attacks descended upon him, Yang Lin remained motionless. allowing their blows to land upon him. The dull thuds echoed in the air, yet the anticipated outcome of his defeat failed to materialize. Instead, he stood unwavering, as if untouched by their efforts. With a casual yawn, Yang Lin remarked, "Have you already exerted your strength? Perhaps you should try a little harder. I can take it." His formidable physique, augmented by the ancient divine blood essence within him, had elevated his defenses to an extraordinary level. Even the master of Hunyuan himself might struggle to inflict harm upon him. Seeing the disdain in Yang Lin's gaze ignited the fury within the two disciples. They could not abide this apparent mockery. Without hesitation, they distanced themselves and, after a brief moment of gathering their strength, charged at him with all their might. Chapter 213. Overpowering the talents this time, the two did not hold back any longer. They unleashed all their true energy in a desperate attempt to strike a fatal blow against Yang Lin. In their minds, no matter how formidable Yang Lin's defenses were, he could not possibly withstand the full force of their combined assault for long. However, they soon realized that the situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. As their fists descended, a muted thud resonated, followed by two distinct cracking sounds. Not only did their attacks leave no mark on Yang Lin, but instead, their arms were shattered under the overwhelming force. Throughout the encounter, Yang Lin had not lifted a finger, allowing them to flail about in futility. They could not even breach his defenses, resulting in their own limbs breaking instead. "Look, I did nothing. They broke their own arms," Yang Lin remarked with a helpless wave of his hand. He had not expected these two to possess such frail physiques, unable to withstand even a fraction of his power. As they beheld their shattered arms, both let out simultaneous cries of agony. Yet, the arrogance they had displayed moments ago was now replaced by utter humiliation. Upon realizing their predicament, they dared not utter another sound, gritting their teeth as their faces flushed crimson. Hunyuanzi observed the entire scene, astonished by Yang Lin's defenses. It was evident that even when the two had joined forces, they had failed to provoke even the slightest fluctuation of true energy from Yang Lin. He had withstood their attacks solely with his physical prowess. With such a body, he was more than capable of representing the Hunyuan sect in the competition for the final position of Wuxing. "Who else? Would the four of you care to join in as well?" "I am pressed for time," Yang Lin declared nonchalantly, yawning as he sat on the ground. He added, "Let me be clear, if you can breach my physical defenses, I will voluntarily withdraw." At this moment, Yang Lin had long ceased to care about his status among the disciples of the Hunyuan sect. After all, Liu Pei had initially invited him to join out of concern for his safety, fearing that his weak abilities would expose him to danger in the martial world. The idea was to cultivate his strength within the sect until he could stand alone in the world. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Yang Lin's prowess had yet to find a challenger. To him, the elder on the high platform appeared commendable, yet the elder seemed disinclined to engage with him. As for Xiao Shou, it would not be prudent for him to approach for a spar. Thus, Yang Lin turned his attention to other competitors, finding the two before him utterly unremarkable and somewhat tedious. The young sect master and the scholar exchanged glances before shifting their focus to Ming Rong and the young woman. From their previous encounter, they could discern that Yang Lin's physical defenses could only be described as monstrous. Even the young sect master, who specialized in physical training, felt a twinge of inferiority when faced with Yang Lin. "Let us confront him together. This fellow is no ordinary opponent," the young sect master spoke first, his voice cold. His words soon garnered the agreement of the other three, including Ming Rong, who was well aware of Yang Lin's strength. The remaining two, having witnessed the earlier bout, understood the difficulty posed by Yang Lin. Without further hesitation, the four sprang into action, encircling Yang Lin from four directions. Each of them unleashed their initial attack with caution, primarily to gauge Yang Lin's capabilities. Despite the ferocity of their earlier assaults, they had only observed. It was through personal experience that they would truly comprehend Yang Lin's terrifying prowess. Yet, as their combined assault struck Yang Lin, they realized what the previous duo had encountered. Their attacks felt as though they were crashing against an impenetrable wall, utterly incapable of making an impact. Not only did their blows fail to penetrate, but they were also met with a force that sent tingling vibrations through their hands. The four of them retreated to a safe distance. Uncertainty etched on their faces as they gazed at the seated Yang Lin. Ming Rong, in particular, felt a tempest raging within him as he regarded his numbed fist. How had Yang Lin become so formidable in such a short time? What trials had he undergone to attain such strength? Setting aside Yang Lin's realm, the sheer terror of his physicality surpassed the imagination of Ming Rong and the others. They had not utilized their full strength. Yet their previous attack had drawn upon nearly 60% of their power. Still, they had failed to breach Yang Lin's defenses. Even Hunyuanzi, observing from the high platform, felt a shift in expression. Yang Lin had also withstood their blows with his bare body, without the slightest ripple of true energy. What manner of monster is this? Xuanwu mused, a bittersweet smile forming as he contemplated the emergence of a martial talent not seen in a century for the Hunyuan sect. Once Yonglin joined, his reputation would undoubtedly eclipse that of all other disciples, including the sect leader himself. Curiosity welled within Xuanwu. He felt a compelling desire to test Yonglin's strength himself. Is this already over? Please, exert yourselves further. I am sturdy enough to endure. Yonglin spoke slowly, appearing utterly bored. Ladies and gentlemen, unleash your full strength. Do not hold back any longer. His power far surpasses ours, and perhaps through sheer effort, we may yet contend for the final spot. If we do not strive, we shall have no choice but to concede our place. Meng Rong finally broke his silence. The four had labored for years towards this day, almost since the dawn of their memories, all for this singular goal. Now, faced with the insurmountable obstacle that was Yonglin, if they did not even make an effort, all their past endeavors would be rendered meaningless. Very well. The other three responded in unison, their expressions shifting from ease to an unparalleled solemnity. After a silent agreement, they immediately summoned their most potent techniques. Their true energy surged forth, revealing their respective realms. Surprisingly, the most powerful among them was the young woman, who had reached the 5th level of the Tongxian realm, far surpassing the others. For a full half-minute, the four of them concentrated their energies, preparing to unleash their strongest blows. Child, if you fall to this attack, you will still have the honor of defeat, the young sect master declared coldly as he initiated the assault, swiftly followed by the scholar, then Meng Rong, and finally the strongest, the young woman. Chapter 214, Confronting the Primordial Child Boom. A single strike sent plumes of dust into the air, engulfing Yonglin in a thick, swirling haze, obscuring the situation within. Emerging from the smoke were the three young women, Meng Rong and her companions, who cautiously withdrew from the billowing cloud. The four of them focused their gazes on the smoke, eager to discern the unfolding scene. They were certain that their previous attack had struck Yonglin, who, throughout the encounter, exhibited no intention of evading, opting instead to withstand the blow with sheer physicality. Regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, the mere fact that he remained unscathed was enough to astonish the four of them. It was crucial to acknowledge that this was a combined effort of their utmost strength. Even innate warriors would struggle against such a formidable assault, let alone endure it with nothing but their bodies. Above, on the high platform, the primordial child narrowed his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he let out a soft sigh. It seemed that the desired outcome was still beyond reach. As the smoke began to dissipate, Meng Rong and her companions were ultimately confronted with an unforgettable sight. Yonglin remained seated in tranquility, untouched and unblemished by their earlier onslaught. The remnants of their power seemed as fleeting as a gentle breeze against him, had it not been for the large crater left in the ground. They might have thought nothing had transpired at all. How could this be possible? Shock was etched onto their faces, and after exchanging glances, their collective gaze fell upon Yonglin. Rising slowly to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes, his expression one of serene indifference. "Is this the extent of your power? I must admit, I find it somewhat disappointing," he remarked with a gentle sigh. Contemplating the limits of his own physical capabilities through their trial, yet it was evident that they were insufficient. Without further ado, he advanced forward, exuding a palpable aura that enveloped Meng Rong and her companions. The overwhelming pressure descended upon them in an instant, their expressions shifting from shock to sheer terror. Their faces paled as they felt as if an insurmountable mountain bore down upon them, suffocating their breath. This terrifying presence eclipsed even the intensity they had felt earlier. The pressure emanating from Yonglin intensified gradually, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently, their legs sinking into the floorboards. It is worth noting that beneath them lay solid rock, weathered by thousands of years of exposure, yet now it crumbled under the weight of Yonglin's force. "Shall we continue?" Yonglin's voice resonated with a calm detachment. Meng Rong and her companions gritted their teeth, unwilling to concede. Yet the power Yonglin displayed far exceeded their expectations. Ultimately, it was the scholar who faltered first. He cried out in surrender, collapsing to his knees, shattering the floor beneath him. "Well done," Yonglin replied with a placid smile, waving his hand to send the scholar away. It was not that Yonglin lacked control over his pressure, but rather he was yet unable to achieve such precision. However, this was merely a fleeting moment. Mere seconds later, his mastery of pressure multiplied exponentially, targeting every inch of the remaining three with pinpoint accuracy. I concede. The young master could no longer endure the torment. He felt his bones creaking, on the verge of shattering under the strain. If this continued, he feared for his very life. "Enough," Yonglin spoke gently, and the pressure enveloping the young master vanished entirely. Gasping for air, he was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Meng Rong and the girl had held out remarkably well thus far. The girl, drawing upon her immense true energy, had managed to persist, but her reserves were rapidly depleting. "I withdraw." The girl wisely chose to concede. Recognizing the futility of further resistance against Yang Lin, whose prowess was simply beyond comprehension. Even if she survived this ordeal, surpassing Yang Lin in the future seemed an impossibility. Very well, Yang Lin said with a serene smile, alleviating the pressure from the girl. Now only Meng Rong remained, gritting her teeth in stubborn defiance. She refused to accept defeat. Why was it that despite her relentless efforts, she was still unable to overcome Yang Lin? The disparity between them was not merely disheartening. It was insurmountable. The chasm had grown so vast that Meng Rong could only look up at him, realizing that she might never bridge the gap. A profound sense of despair gnawed at her heart, yet she persisted, even as her bones began to crack and her skin showed signs of blood. Yang Lin furrowed his brow, recognizing that Meng Rong was at her wit's end, clinging only to the last vestiges of her strength. Why persist? Even the most fervent determination cannot grant you another chance, Yang Lin spoke softly. Meng Rong could not respond. She was utterly overwhelmed by the pressure, her breath labored. Her consciousness fading. Enough, Yang Lin gently gestured, sending Meng Rong flying away from the oppressive force. Freed from the pressure, she succumbed to unconsciousness, crashing against the massive boulder behind her. In her final moments of awareness, she beheld Yang Lin's indifferent expression. She understood then that she would forever lag behind him. Perhaps, as Yang Lin had once proclaimed, she could challenge her father, Meng Kuo, but she would never surpass him, just as she could never hope to surpass Yang Lin now. As the dust settled, the primordial child gracefully descended to the forefront of the gathering. This friend shall become the final star of the primordial sect, and may well be the strongest martial star in history. I trust no one has any objections? Having learned from the recent lesson, the crowd dared not voice dissent, resigning themselves to silence, begrudgingly accepting their defeat against Yang Lin. Their circumstances were relatively fortunate. Meng Rong, however, was gravely injured and unlikely to awaken any time soon. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave, the primordial child said, still wearing a faint smile. At that moment, a voice broke through. Master, I believe I can challenge you now. Chapter 215a. Strike. Upon hearing these words, everyone abruptly turned their heads towards the direction of the cloaked Yang Lin. After he spoke, he removed his black robe, revealing his true visage. Perhaps only Meng Rong had seen Yang Lin before, and Han Yuanzi had seen his portrait. The others likely had only glimpsed him in wanted posters. In reality, Yang Lin possessed alabaster skin and striking features, his handsome visage causing even the most stoic of maidens to feel their hearts flutter. Did such a beautiful man truly exist in this world? However, in comparison, Yang Lin's audacious declaration was evidently far more shocking. To challenge Han Yuanzi? Surely, no one had misheard. Who dares to challenge the sect leader upon entering? Those aware of the context would assume he had come to pay respects, while the uninformed might think he was there to provoke a fight. As soon as Yang Lin made his proclamation, albeit in a soft voice, a group of disciples observing the trial from within the mountain gate appeared silently. 6 figures emerged, and Yang Lin noted the absence of Duan Jin among them. It was likely she was still in a safe location with Xiao Feng'er, as she had promised him, and Liu Pei to ensure Feng'er's safety. Thus, Yang Lin felt a sense of relief, reassured that Feng'er was unharmed. Are you certain? Han Yuanzi inquired with a smile as he slowly turned to face Yang Lin. Though he was not one of the 8 main disciples of each generation of Han Yuan's sect, he was the strongest among them and the most formidable from the previous generation. Indeed, there existed a protocol within Han Yuan's sect allowing for challenges to the sect leader, and any disciple within the mountain could choose to contest. However, should one lose, they would be expelled from the sect. Victory would grant the challenger the sect leader's token, thereby allowing them to ascend as the new leader upon the current leader's demise. Certainly, I wish to test my current strength. What transpired earlier was merely child's play. Yang Lin stated candidly, his gaze fixed unflinchingly on Han Yuanzi, standing resolute in confrontation. Han Yuanzi scrutinized Yang Lin deeply but discerned no other emotions on his countenance, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if discussing mundane matters. Very well, he finally acknowledged after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. In light of your courage, I shall make an exception. Even if you lose, you may remain. Upon hearing this, even the 6 disciples who had come to spectate were astonished. It was known that losing meant descending the mountain, a rule that had never been broken before. Han Yuanzi's willingness to bend the rules for Yang Lin marked a historic first in a century. Could this young man truly possess such charisma? The 6 disciples found themselves increasingly intrigued by Yang Lin, while the maidens eagerly anticipated the impending contest, though they had not joined Han Yuan's sect. Witnessing the sect leader Han Yuanzi take the stage was already a profound honor, and they hoped to glean invaluable insights from the encounter. Please, Yang Lin extended his right hand, gesturing for the duel to commence. Han Yuanzi made no delay. His robes billowed as if propelled by an unseen force. At that moment, a torrent of true qi erupted, enveloping Yang Lin in an overwhelming pressure far more terrifying than that which he had exerted against the maidens. Even the air appeared to distort, a testament to the sheer magnitude of Hun Yuanzi's power. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Yang Lin remained composed, even exhibiting a hint of excitement, as if eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battle. At last, someone has piqued my interest, Yang Lin mused internally, and in the next instant, he became a streak of light, his terrifying speed causing Hun Yuanzi's pupils to constrict as he realized he could not keep pace. Hun Yuanzi quickly crossed his arms over his chest to shield his vital points. Although he could not match Yang Lin's movements, his instincts warned him that Yang Lin's target was indeed here. True enough, mere moments after raising his guard, a resounding impact followed as Yang Lin's fist struck with ferocious might, penetrating Hun Yuanzi's defenses almost instantaneously. Despite Hun Yuanzi concentrating his formidable true qi at his chest, it proved futile. His defenses crumbled like clay before Yang Lin's might. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of all, Hun Yuanzi's body crashed through the mountainside, stirring up a cloud of dust. The spectators could scarcely fathom what had transpired. They only knew that the moment combat commenced, a figure had been sent flying. Most believed it to be Yang Lin. Yet even so, they had not comprehended Yang Lin's intent. To engage so fiercely with the sect leader warranted their utmost respect, regardless of the outcome. Few among the current 8 disciples could rival Yang Lin. However, as the dust settled and Hun Yuanzi emerged, nursing a dislocated arm and blood trickling from his lips, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. It was not Yang Lin who had been sent flying, but Hun Yuanzi himself. Witnessing Hun Yuanzi's injury, his weakened breath starkly contrasted with his earlier vigor, leaving everyone incredulous that he had suffered such a significant setback. Meanwhile, Yang Lin reappeared before them, still as composed as before, not a speck of dust upon him, gazing calmly at the airborne Hun Yuanzi. "Are you unscathed?" The simplicity of his inquiry seemed to affirm the spectators' unvoiced conjectures. At that moment, Hun Yuanzi managed a wry smile, shaking his arm to forcibly relocate his dislocated joint. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What a remarkable display. You, the rising wave, have thoroughly defeated me, the older generation. I concede." With those words, he declared Yang Lin the victor, shattering the last vestiges of doubt within the hearts of the onlookers. Yang Lin had indeed triumphed. A newly arrived disciple had vanquished the current leader of Hun Yuan's sect in the most formidable of fashions. Such an occurrence had never before transpired, unprecedented and unparalleled. This is the sect leader's token. Henceforth, you may use this to enter and exit Hun Yuan's sect at will, and all secret realms shall be open to you. Hun Yuanzi tossed a token to Yang Lin. As the current sect leader, he was gracious in both victory and defeat. Furthermore, the emergence of such a prodigious talent as Yang Lin was a fortuitous blessing for the entire sect. Chapter 216. The execution of Liu Pei. To be candid, the Hun Yuan sect had remained dormant for far too long. Even if Yang Lin had only been a member for a single day, he was already the Wutsu star, the future master of the Hun Yuan sect. This was indisputable. Even if it was merely a nominal title, it was sufficient. Yang Lin accepted the token and gazed at his hands. The previous battle had left him somewhat disappointed, although he had indeed unleashed his abilities. He had not exerted his full strength before the opponent, Hun Yuanzi, was defeated. With just one punch, he had vanquished Hun Yuanzi, surely. He should be capable of contending with Mengqi now, he mused. Time truly alters perception. It was no longer a mere matter of taking a fresh look, but rather a complete transformation of mindset. "Thank you," he expressed to Hun Yuanzi. Now that he was part of the Hun Yuan sect, his mission was accomplished, and he had fulfilled his obligations to the elder Liu. What he wished to do next, Liu Pei should be unable to hinder. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Lin, holding the token, descended the mountain with an air of detachment, as if his visit to Huangquan Mountain was merely to glance around, casually acquiring the sect master's token before departing. He had scarcely paid attention to Hun Yuanzi's earlier remarks. After all, that secret realm of the Hun Yuan sect, filled with myriad techniques and cultivation methods, was a coveted paradise for all cultivators. Yet, in Yang Lin's eyes, it was akin to a blank canvas, merely something to observe without the desire to possess. The youth's audacity astonished not only the maidens, but even the disciples of the sect. Nevertheless, Yang Lin's arrogance was backed by undeniable prowess. On their very first day, he had defeated the sect master, a feat few, if any, could claim within the sect. Hun Yuanzi occasionally questioned whether he was truly facing a youth in his 20s. Was this not the guise of a millennia-old monster? The battle at Huangquan Mountain would surely echo throughout the entire martial world. With the emergence of a new Wutsu star, the Hun Yuan sect would inevitably re-enter the public consciousness, and unlike before, it seemed poised to engage with the world. Once he reached the foot of the mountain, Yang Lin quickly reunited with Liu Ruoying and her companions. They had been anxiously awaiting his return. The outcome of his venture held significant implications for his future. How could they not worry? Upon seeing Yang Lin reappear, Lu Ruoying could no longer contain her excitement and rushed forward to embrace him tightly. In that moment, even Yang Lin was taken aback. When had this elder sister become so proactive? Previously, any attempt at intimacy had been met with firm resistance. It's all right now. I'm safe, he reassured her gently, patting her back with a soft tone. After a prolonged embrace, Lu Ruoying finally released him, oblivious to the little fox's resentful gaze beside them. How did the trial go? Did you pass? She finally remembered to ask. Her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Yang Lin nodded slowly, refraining from elaborating, and instead produced the sect master's token. At the sight of the token, Lu Ruoying's initial reaction was confusion, mistaking it for an identity badge obtained after passing the trial. However, when she discerned the word sect master inscribed upon it, her expression transformed instantaneously. This token, awarded only to those who had triumphed over the sect master, signified that Yang Lin was destined to be the future leader. Is this? Lu Ruoying gazed at Yang Lin, momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the implications. Her face radiated a complex blend of surprise, exhilaration, and bewilderment. A whirlwind of emotions playing across her features. I encountered some fortuitous opportunities in the underground palace. My current strength may be somewhat intimidating, Yang Lin confessed, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. I defeated the old sect master, which is how I acquired this token. However, Yang Lin's tone shifted as he gazed deeply into Lu Ruoying's eyes. You will always be my woman. That will never change. I will remain by your side to protect you. Previously, it may have seemed like mere words, but now I possess the capability and strength to fulfill that promise. In that moment, Lu Ruoying's apprehension seemed to dissipate under the heat of Yang Lin's fervent gaze. Tears welled in her eyes, yet they did not fall. What if there are many people who wish to take my life? She hesitated, her identity weighing heavily upon her. She would undoubtedly sacrifice everything for the restoration of the Great Way, not just for herself, but for the millions of citizens, the princess, and the empress. Yet Yang Lin did not allow her to finish. He swiftly captured her lips in a kiss. Lu Ruoying's eyes widened in shock. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and tears streamed down her face as she initially resisted, only to surrender to the moment. When Yang Lin finally released her, he declared, "Let them first tread over my corpse." Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruoying could no longer hold back her tears. The struggles she had endured in pursuit of the Great Way's restoration were known only to herself. After all, she was a woman. Did she not desire a source of support? At this moment, Yang Lin had deftly opened the door to her heart, and seeing her no longer resist, she leaned in to kiss him tenderly. In that instant, the setting sun appeared particularly resplendent. The night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, Yang Lin and Lu Ruoying emerged from their embrace. Lu Ruoying nestled against Yang Lin's side, while he absent-mindedly stroked her hair, still cradling the little fox, whose eyes were filled with longing. What do you plan to do next? She inquired, recalling the urgent news from the capital before Yang Lin's ascent yesterday. The tyrannical emperor of the Great Xia intended to execute Liu Pei in 2 days. Yang Lin's expression stiffened at this revelation. He did not reproach Lu Ruoying, but furrowed his brows in contemplation. Mengque. When Liu Pei had departed with Mengque, Yang Lin had already inquired whether there was any danger. The old man had even patted his chest, assuring him there would be none. Yet here they were. Mere days later, and Liu Pei was to be executed? Let us head to the capital, Yang Lin stated decisively after a moment of hesitation. However, it was clearly a trap. Executing Liu Pei and ensuring the news did not spread was a ploy to lure him into a fatal situation. Perhaps it would be best if I did not show myself. I should go alone. My goal remains the princess. I cannot turn a blind eye. Chapter 217. A great calamity approaches. Before Lu Ruoying could finish her sentence, Yang Lin shook his head resolutely. I shall accompany you, and in 2 days' time. You may not even reach the capital. Moreover, have I not already stated my intent? I shall undoubtedly assist Fenger. Besides, as the esteemed son-in-law of the Great Way, my absence would render the capital rather desolate. Yang Lin spoke slowly, his unwavering gaze revealing to Lu Ruoying that further persuasion would likely prove futile. The Yang Lin of now was no longer the feeble youth he once was. He had already vanquished the leader of the Hunyuan sect, a testament to his formidable prowess. Perhaps it was indeed Yang Lin who must bring this battle to its conclusion. Contemplating this, Lu Ruoying nodded gently, ceasing her attempts to dissuade him. After they had conferred, the pair consumed a modest meal before embarking on their journey to the capital. They were well aware that 2 days would be ample time given their current pace. 2 days later, within the imperial city, Mengque had been waiting anxiously, while below him sat an army of 100,000. Ever since Meng Kuo had brought Liu Pei back to the capital, the emperor had been intent on executing him. Were it not for Meng Kuo's interventions, Liu Pei would have likely already met his grim fate. Yet, despite Meng Kuo's efforts, he could not alter Liu Pei's destiny, now gravely injured and still unhealed. Even Meng Kuo's goodwill could not deter the emperor's formidable enforcers. Furthermore, was it realistic for Meng Kuo to oppose the emperor under the accusation of treason merely to save Liu Pei? Ultimately, Liu Pei understood that he could no longer evade his fate and resolved to step forward and accept his demise. His sole thought was for Princess and Yang Lin, hoping fervently that they would refrain from coming to the capital and falling into the emperor's trap. Meanwhile, outside the imperial city, Xiao Feng'er had already arrived. Accompanied by Duan Jin and Yun Luoxia, the trio had initially concealed their presence, evading numerous pursuers, until Xiao Feng'er sought a place to rest. Upon hearing the news, she could not stand idly by, for Liu Pei's dire situation was a consequence of her actions. In this moment, Xiao Feng'er remained silent, her eyes filled with determination. She felt compelled to act, sparing no further words. As the time for Liu Pei's execution drew near, the atmosphere surrounding the imperial city grew tumultuous. Hidden shadows and the emperor's skilled enforcers filled every corner. The most significant figure among them was still Meng Kuo, who stood beside the emperor, his gaze fixed upon Liu Pei on the execution platform. Having contended with Liu Pei his entire life, he never anticipated their rivalry would culminate in such a tragic manner. Even Meng Kuo felt a sense of melancholy. He harbored a flicker of hope for a miracle, envisioning Yang Lin's figure. Regrettably, even if Yang Lin were to arrive, it was improbable that he could sway the situation so profoundly in such a brief span of time. Brother Meng, the hour has come. May we proceed? The Emperor Xiaowudi, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Meng Kuo furrowed his brow and nodded solemnly. The time has indeed arrived. Let us act. With a single command, the executioner, who had long been prepared, acted without hesitation, severing the ropes that held the guillotine. Liu Pei had closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. However, at that moment, the heavens stirred. A colossal seal appeared in the sky, enveloping the execution platform. With the crack of thunder, it struck down, shattering the guillotine and scattering its remnants across the ground, just as it was poised to descend upon Liu Pei. Liu Pei, who had fervently hoped for no unforeseen complications, could not suppress a bitter smile upon witnessing the scene. Duan Jin, what have you done? Emperor Xiaowudi had crafted this elaborate trap, and once ensnared, there would be no escape. As the smoke dissipated, Duan Jin, along with Xiao Feng'er and Yun Luoxia, appeared beside Liu Pei, freeing him from his shackles. At last, you have arrived, Duan Jin, and my longed-for niece, Emperor Xiaowudi remarked with a faint smile, remaining composed and imposing. Meng Kuo's expression darkened as he observed the four on the platform. This was the outcome he had dreaded most. Liu Pei was fated to die, and his only role now was to assist Xiao Feng'er and her companions from the shadows, protecting them momentarily. This had been Liu Pei's final request of Meng Kuo. Though he had acquiesced, Xiao Feng'er's appearance now seemed a reckless gambit, and even Meng Kuo's support would be rendered futile. Humph, I'm not your niece, and I want nothing to do with an uncle like you. Return my mother at once. Xiao Feng'er glared fiercely at Emperor Xiaowudi, her face ablaze with fury. The emperor had not only obliterated the Wei kingdom and caused her father's demise, but now sought to imprison her mother, and even she was not spared. Rest assured, your mother is quite safe and enjoys her days in comfort. She is my beloved sister. I would not harm her. As for you, you shall remain with me. For my sister has missed you dearly, Emperor Xiaowudi replied with a smile, unfazed by her impudent outburst. However, after uttering these words, the emperor's expression shifted as he glanced at Meng Kuo. Aside from my niece, eliminate the others. Understood. This seemingly calm exchange concealed the emperor's final command to Meng Kuo. Should Meng Kuo refuse, he too would be branded a traitor and dealt with accordingly. Given the audacity with which Emperor Xiaowudi had orchestrated this trap, he was undoubtedly well prepared. Anyone who defied his will would meet their end. Having propelled the Great Xia to its current imperial stature, Emperor Xiaowudi was no fool. As the words left his lips, the hidden guards surrounding them revealed themselves, their numbers exceeding 200,000, not including the skilled fighters among them. This display was not merely to capture Xiao Feng'er, but to instill fear in Meng Kuo. Without hesitation, Meng Kuo soared into the air, appearing like a celestial deity. You were not meant to appear, he sighed gently. He had no desire to confront Xiao Feng'er and her companions, but alas. Chapter 218. One person descends from the heavenly gate, life and death are mine to command, and there is no need for further words, Meng Yang Wang. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must save Uncle Liu. Xiao Feng'er smiled, yet the beauty of her smile was tinged with profound sorrow, as if it concealed a hint of a willingness to embrace death. At this moment, the figure of Yang Lin appeared in her heart. And it was a pity that in this lifetime, She had the chance to complete the final step of their marital journey together. Yang Lang, if there is a next life, I would still wish to be your concubine. Xiaofeng seemed to have made her final decision. Casting a glance at Yun Luoxia and Duan Jin beside her, she saw the same unregretful resolve reflected in their eyes. In an instant, the three of them erupted simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful move right from the start. They were acutely aware that with Meng Kuo's formidable strength, they would have little opportunity for survival. This was their only chance to defeat him. If they failed, they would have to resign themselves to fate. I shall assist you. Despite being severely injured, Lu Pei still endeavored to contribute his last ounce of strength. Ultimately, their odds against Meng Kuo were exceedingly slim. Indeed, even with all four of them exerting their utmost, they could still stir no significant disturbance before Meng Kuo. The overwhelming array of talismans and the ambush of lethal moves were utterly insignificant against Meng Kuo's sword. With merely a single stroke of his sword, it was as if the heavens and earth were cleaved in two. The sheer terror of his might left Xiaofeng and her companions severely wounded. In an instant, their breaths became feeble. One strike, with all their strength, they managed to withstand only one attack from Meng Kuo. Back then, beneath Huayong Lake, Meng Kuo had indeed been performing a charade, allowing them to fill the entire lake. Observing this scene, Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction. If Meng Kuo could continue to be of use, Emperor Xian naturally would not take action against him. As the only royal of a different surname within the Great Xia, this title was bestowed upon him by Emperor Xia, since he had the ability to grant that title. He equally possessed the power to retract it. As long as Meng Kuo remained obedient, his achievements would not be forgotten through the ages. It is over. Gazing at the four who had suffered defeat, Meng Kuo sighed and slowly raised his sword. It seemed that everything was destined to conclude today. You dare. Just as Meng Kuo was about to strike, a voice echoed through the skies, the deafening sound halting his movements. Meng Kuo was horrified to find that his arm could not move. For the first time in a long while, someone had managed to restrict his actions with merely a word, and that voice was eerily familiar. Soon, two figures appeared before the crowd, unmistakably Yang Lin and Lu Ruoying, who had rushed over. Your Highness. Lu Ruoying quickly released Yang Lin's hand and floated towards Xiaofeng. Aunt Lu. At the sight of the familiar figure, Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. Yet, the most shocking was Yang Lin. After this period of separation, he seemed to have changed significantly. This bastard. Yun Luoxia gritted her teeth, glaring at Yang Lin in the sky. I never expected that one day I would need this scoundrel to save the day. But can he truly succeed? Even if Yang Lin arrives, will it not be a futile sacrifice? What on earth does this brat intend to do? Lu Pei scolded in frustration. Why not remain at the Hunyuan sect and instead come to the capital to seek death? Is it you? While Meng Kuo had his suspicions, he still found it hard to believe upon seeing Yang Lin. Astonishingly, he realized he could no longer see through Yang Lin at all. Yang Lin did not respond, but instead took out a token. Upon seeing that token, Meng Kuo's astonishment was immeasurable. Take it. I have no desire to be the sect master. Yang Lin smiled and casually tossed the sect master as token to Lu Pei. When Lu Pei received the token, his expression transformed drastically, and he and Duan Jin beside him stared at Yang Lin in disbelief. How could this be possible? Xiaofeng, however, was filled with curiosity. And after Lu Ruoying explained the situation, they finally understood. You are Yang Lin. Seize him. Emperor Xia slowly rose, his brow furrowing slightly. He had heard quite a bit about the Wei Kingdom's prince consort during this time. However, what did that matter? As long as Yang Lin was merely a corpse, no one posed a threat to him. Noisy. Yang Lin spoke coldly. Although he was Xiaofeng's uncle, such a person no longer deserved to exist in this world. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yang Lin slowly bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall before them. Instantaneously, the blood coalesced into a pattern in the void, which Xiaofeng and the others immediately recognized as a form of talisman. Yet, the intricate and enigmatic design was something they had never encountered before. You. Sensing something amiss, Emperor Xia's expression changed, and he promptly activated the talismans on his body. The entire world knew him as the Emperor. Yet few were aware that he was also a divine-level talisman master, which was why he had been seeking Xiaofeng. He desired the ancestral talisman that resided within her. However, just as Emperor Xia made his move, a black knife suddenly pierced through his chest. The knife appeared silently and vanished just as quietly. By the time everyone regained their senses, a blood hole had already formed in Emperor Xia's chest. Even he himself did not comprehend what had transpired, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Uttering a final word, Emperor Xia exploded on the spot, transforming into a mist of blood. Through the blood mist, Yang Lin unleashed the talisman of bloodline tracking before him. Soon, all those with a blood relation to Emperor Xia appeared before him. Yang Lin, like a commander rallying troops, obliterated every last prince and descendant, including Emperor Xia himself. Even the third prince, far away, suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood, having no chance to react. Similarly, the other princes and descendants met the same fate. In an instant, nearly all of the royal bloodline had been eradicated. This was the terrifying art of talismanry, almost unheard of. Having completed this, Yang Lin finally turned his gaze toward Mengque. "It is your turn. I have stated that there will be a battle between us." Yang Lin spoke slowly. The Yang Lin of the past felt utterly foreign to Mengque at this moment. However, he did not believe he would be defeated and stood with sword in hand, his aura surging to its peak. In this instant, he finally became serious. "Very well," Yang Lin said lightly, and in an instant, his figure vanished, the terrifying speed creating a shockwave behind him. When he reappeared, he was already before Mengque, who barely managed to swing his sword forward with all his might. Yang Lin delivered a straightforward punch. The longsword shattered, and he struck Mengque squarely. The overwhelming force instantly obliterated Mengque, just as it had with Emperor Xia. All of this transpired in a flash, and by the time everyone comprehended the situation, both the Emperor and Ming Yang Wang lay dead at Yang Lin's hands. Everyone fell silent, gazing at Yang Lin, suspended in midair, as if trapped in a dream. With the deaths of Emperor Xia and Mengque, would the remnants of the great Xia still persist? Yang Lin's voice, accompanied by the oppressive aura he exuded, resonated throughout the imperial city. The great Xia army, which had harbored some fleeting hope, finally succumbed entirely. The terrifying pressure rendered them breathless. Yang Lin's intent was unmistakable. Any who dared to defy him would face certain death. This shattered the last vestige of hope in their hearts. With the demise of Mengque, Emperor Xia, and numerous royal bloodlines, the once mighty dynasty of Great Xia ultimately became a mere garment for the Wei Kingdom. As the esteemed son-in-law of the Wei Kingdom, Yang Lin naturally ascended to the throne as the new emperor, while Xiao Feng'er took her rightful place as empress. Undoubtedly, it was only fitting that, as emperor, he would have a harem of numerous concubines. After assisting Xiao Feng'er in the restoration of the nation and reuniting mother and daughter, Yang Lin seized the opportunity to confront the Tianzong, shattering the gates of their ancient stronghold and indeed wresting Gu Qingwei from their grasp. On that fateful day, Yang Lin cradled the celestial maiden in his arms, descending step by step from the heavens, unimpeded by any soul daring to obstruct his path. Subsequently, Yang Lin embraced the role of a carefree wanderer, embarking on a journey across the realms. His numerous wives, of course, remained steadfastly by his side. The court, assuredly, had its capable guardians in place. As long as Yang Lin's name resounded throughout the land, none would dare to provoke the Wei Kingdom. A colossal presence stood resolutely in the heart of the continent.